standing atop the mountain, Wang Hao felt incredibly heavy-hearted. 2 months ago, the doctor told him he had end-stage heart failure and wouldn't live more than 2 months. Upon hearing this news, Wang Hao decided to sell his house and car, borrow a large sum of money, and frantically enjoy his last moments. However, the results of the follow-up examination left him speechless. The doctor said the previous diagnosis was wrong, and his body was actually perfectly healthy. This should have been good news, but Wang Hao was now penniless and burdened with heavy debt. A wave of bitterness washed over him, and he couldn't help but roar at the sky. To hell with you. Before he could finish speaking, the rocks beneath his feet suddenly crumbled, and before Wang Hao could react, he and the rubble plunged into a bottomless crevice. Then, he fell violently into the icy seawater. Unable to swim, he frantically thrashed about, clutching his phone tightly, terrified it would sink. Soon, the girls on the beach spotted him. Li Xiaoyu led the other girls to drag Wang Hao to shallow water. She asked in confusion, "The water isn't deep here. Can't you just stand up?" After Wang Hao choked on water and regained his balance, he looked up and was stunned by a giant warship on the sea. It was a massive warship, its hull a deep blue, its pylons pointing straight to the sky. The Ford-class aircraft carriers on Earth looked utterly insignificant compared to it. Li Xiaoyu explained that it was Duke Helena's Blue Rose, and mentioned that the poor would receive the Holy Empire's Enlightenment Potion the next day. Wang Hao inwardly scoffed. The Duke really knows how to have children. But knowing nothing about this place, he went along with Li Xiaoyu's explanation of amnesia and decided to pretend to be forgetful. He casually said, "Your brain's waterlogged," and deliberately feigned a confused expression, his eyes involuntarily sweeping over Li Xiaoyu. Although her clothes were tattered, her delicate features and fair skin made her stand out. Afterwards, Wang Hao followed Li Xiaoyu to the rocky beach to fish. He saw the other girls carrying large wooden buckets, their steps light and their work efficient. Wang Hao followed behind, hearing the girls occasionally teasing him about not being able to swim and having water in his head, and he silently accepted this time-traveling start. On the rocky beach, Wang Hao saw a bulge and, thinking he had found a treasure, reached out to grab it. However, he was hit on the forehead by a jet of water sprayed from a seashell, causing him to fall flat on his back. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Seafood can hit people too?" Li Xiaoyu explained helplessly that the seafood in this area is extremely ferocious. If it weren't for the Blue Rose ship deterring them, sea monsters would have come here long ago. She also demonstrated how to avoid being attacked while turning over seashells. Next, the girls discovered a huge, bluish-black crab, enormous in size, with pincers almost as big as Wang Hao's palm. Li Xiaoyu directed everyone to work together. One person used a wooden shovel to distract the crab, but the shovel was crushed by the giant pincers. The others seized the opportunity to hold the crab down and tie it up with straw rope like a zongzi, a type of Chinese rice dumpling. Wang Hao stood to the side, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If those giant pincers had pinched his hand, his fingers would probably have been crushed. Wang Hao picked up the fragments of the wooden shovel and discovered that the wood was as hard as ironwood, which made him even more awe-inspiring of the seafood and the environment here. At the same time, he became increasingly curious about the powerful beings in this world. If even the seafood was so ferocious, how powerful must the ship's owner be? As evening fell, Wang Hao confessed that he had nowhere to go and begged Li Xiaoyu to take him in. The other girls were unwilling to accept someone who couldn't do anything and had an unknown background, and instead joked that Li Xiaoyu had picked him up. Li Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and finally agreed to take him home, saying that she would take him to get the awakening potion. On their way home, they passed an open-air garbage dump, a settlement of orcs. Wang Hao saw some girls with cat ears, strange people covered in scales, and a burly man with a minotaur's head. Li Xiaoyu pulled Wang Hao away hastily, explaining in a low voice that these half-orcs were descendants of slaves or hybrids of sea monsters, and that the island guards were hostile towards them, only allowing them to do the dirtiest and most tiring work. Wang Hao felt heavy-hearted. This world was full of wonder, but also contained an undeniable and cruel reality. After walking through the slums, Wang Hao finally arrived at Li Xiaoyu's home. As soon as he entered, a lively little girl rushed over. "Big sister, you're back." Li Xiaoyu's younger sister, Li Xiaoyu, looked excitedly at her sister, then glanced at Wang Hao and asked, "Are you the husband big sister found?" Li Xiaoyu blushed immediately and explained, "I found him on the beach. He has amnesia and some mental issues." Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she said mischievously, "I'm going to find a handsome man tomorrow too." Inside the house, Wang Hao met Li Xiaoyu's mother, Li Tsuhua, an elderly woman in poor health. Li Tsuehua pulled Wang Hao aside and asked him questions. Wang Hao, pretending to have amnesia, said he was 25 years old, couldn't remember his origins, and that his family was no longer alive. Early in the morning, Li Xiaoyu excitedly woke Wang Hao up to prepare for picking up the Spirit Awakening potion, her tone full of joy. This is a rare chance to change our fate for our slums. Li Tsuehua had already gotten up, wiping the small box containing the identity tag, and rummaged through the wooden box to find a faded, patched coarse cloth jacket, which she made Wang Hao change into. Your clothes are too eye-catching. It's not appropriate to go to the square. The Spirit Awakening potion is a gift from the Holy Empire, capable of opening the spiritual sea and allowing one to become a ship cultivator or artifact cultivator. Even the lowest-ranking cultivator can escape the plight of starvation and live a better life. As the three approached the Sea Breeze Plaza, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. On the high platform in the center of the plaza stood a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue robe with rose patterns. The long table was covered with glittering crystal bottles, the Spirit Awakening potion. On either side of the platform, a dozen or so patrol guards, clad in silver grayscale armor and wielding long halberds, stood like statues. Their sharp gazes swept over the crowd, silencing everyone present. The man in the blue robe announced loudly, "This is Miss Helena's decree. The Spirit Awakening potion can open the spiritual sea. Those who excel can become ship repairmen, piloting spirit ships, or artifact repairmen, forging artifacts. It is the only way to change a lowly fate." As soon as he finished speaking, a passionate reaction erupted from the audience. Some were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes, while others whispered with longing, "If I become an apprentice in weapon crafting, I can go on a big ship and become a sailor. If only I could sense the ship's spirit." Standing between the two sisters, Wang Hao looked at the glowing potions and the people's burning gazes, and his heart couldn't help but race. The power system of this world, including the spirit sea, ship repair, and weapon repair, was finally revealing a corner of itself before his eyes. "Line up and take out your ID cards to receive your potions." The man in the blue robe gave the order, and the people around him nervously handed over their ID cards. After verification, those who received the potions immediately swallowed them, then closed their eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to sense the potions. Wang Hao stood in the crowd, his gaze following the people in front of him. He saw some people with a steady glow rising from their bodies. That was the potential of ship repairers. Some people emitted an unstable light. That was weapon repairers. And some people had a flash of light on their bodies, their faces pale, clearly those who had failed to open their spiritual sea. Finally, it was Li Xiaoyu's turn. She took a deep breath, handed over her identity token, took the potion, and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, a faint but steady light emanated from her body. Spiritual sea activated. Ship repair potential, the assistant announced loudly. Li Xiaoyu trembled with excitement and quickly found a place to sit cross-legged and sense her surroundings. Next was Li Xiaoyu. After drinking the potion, her body shimmered with light, and she ultimately obtained the result of potential for weapon cultivation. Li Xiaoyu skipped and hopped to her sister's side, so happy she almost jumped for joy. When it was Wang Hao's turn, he stepped forward empty-handed and frankly admitted that he did not have an identity token. His assistant frowned, and the man in the blue robe also cast a scrutinizing glance at him. The patrol guard's eyes immediately locked onto him, and Wang Hao felt an invisible pressure. Just as he was considering how to explain, Li Tsuehua squeezed to the front, bowed deeply, and pleaded, "He's a shipwrecked man I found on the beach. He's lost his memory, but he's a pure-blooded human. Please, sir, grant me this potion. I'll even trade my identity token for it." The blue-robed man sized up Wang Hao for a moment, then finally snorted coldly and casually tossed him a bottle of potion. "Out of the Empire's mercy, I'll grant you one. Remember, this is Miss Helena's grace." Li Tsuehua thanked him repeatedly. Wang Hao took the potion. It was icy cold upon entering his mouth, but instantly transformed into a warm current that pierced his body. Then, he felt his consciousness sink into chaos, and a faint light shone and expanded within his heart. His spiritual sea had opened. However, when Wang Hao saw his spiritual sea, he was stunned. It was only the size of a palm, not even big enough to fit a ship, let alone repair a ship. It couldn't even fit a kitchen knife. Wang Hao's spiritual sea immediately became a laughingstock in the square. A group of newly awakened weapon cultivators made no attempt to hide their mockery. "This is what you call a spirit sea? My grandma's pickling jar is bigger than this. You can't even refine a fishhook, yet you want to be a ship repairman." The assistant on the high platform glanced at him coldly, casually crossed it out in the register, and judged him as worthless. Li Xiaoyu looked at Wang Hao with concern, while Li Xiaoyu glared angrily at those who were mocking them. But Wang Hao didn't care at all. Ship repair required managing large ships, and equipment repair was like being a laborer. Both were troublesome. The small spiritual sea was much easier. He even stroked his chin, pondering, should I make an ashtray or keep a goldfish? Faced with ridicule, he gave the boys a smug smile and said, you're right. The boys were speechless. Soon after, sighs echoed from the back of the square. Groups of people had failed to awaken their spiritual seas, their faces pale, their eyes vacant, destined to continue struggling in the slums. Seeing this, the boys who had earlier mocked Wang Hao gradually lowered their heads. At least Wang Hao's spiritual sea had been awakened. Back at Li Xiaoyu's house, Li Zuohua comforted Wang Hao. It's good that you can open your spiritual sea. Take it slow. Wang Hao, however, looked calm and said, I'm fine. My spiritual sea is open, my debts are gone, and my terminal illness is gone. That's better than anything. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of broken ship plank and suddenly remembered his handicraft skills from before he transmigrated. He took out a bone knife and began to carve. With a flick of his fingertips, in less than 2 minutes, a broken wooden plank was transformed into a palm-sized wooden sailboat model. The mast, sails, hull curves, deck textures, and even the knots were clearly visible. Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, so beautiful. Li Xiaoyu was also stunned, never expecting Wang Hao to have such skill. Looking at the small boat, Wang Hao suddenly had a bold idea. Surely this little boat would be big enough to fill the palm-sized spiritual sea? With a thought, he tried to envelop the small boat with the power of his spiritual sea. With a hum, the small boat transformed into white light and flew into his brow. He had succeeded. Wang Hao quickly looked inward at his spiritual sea, where the small boat was quietly floating in that palm-sized space. However, the next second, the small boat trembled slightly, and a longing thought came, pointing to the wood chips at his feet. Wang Hao threw the wood chips into his spiritual sea, and the wood chips were instantly sucked into the small boat. With a slight crack sound, the hull of the boat had become thicker and its length had increased by 1 millimeter. Wang Hao was instantly overjoyed. This wrecked boat can actually grow by eating? His previous nonchalant attitude vanished instantly. He grabbed the wrists of Li Xiaoyu and her sister, excitedly shouting, quick, take me to find something. Planks, seashells, fish bones, anything will do. My boat is hungry. The Li sisters were bewildered by Wang Hao's sudden change, but seeing the light in his eyes, they nodded in agreement. Let's go. Let's find food for your boat. At noon, the beach was scorching hot. Just as Wang Hao dug up a clam, he was suddenly sprayed with water and hit between the eyebrows. Li Xiaoyu laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Brother Wang Hao, you forgot that seashells can spray water again. Wang Hao wiped the water from his face and laughed. These seafoods that eat spiritual energy have quite a temper. Li Xiaoyu walked over carrying a bucket, which already contained more than a dozen clams. Wang Hao then dug out a conch with a bluish glow, and Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. It's a spirit-patterned conch. It has more spiritual energy than ordinary shellfish. However, the conch suddenly spun like a top, kicking up dust that blinded Li Xiaoyu. Wang Hao reacted quickly, using a stick to stop the spinning and successfully catching the conch. Let's try a regular clam first. Wang Hao sat on the beach, picked up a clam, and with a thought, the clam turned into white light and flew into his brow. In the spiritual sea, the small boat swallowed the clam, and a crack sound was heard. The boat grew half a centimeter longer, and a new pattern appeared on its bottom. It works. It even has more water controllability. Wang Hao shouted excitedly, and fed it 5 more clams in a row. The little boat grew to the size of a palm and a half, and the spiritual sea also expanded, with the spiritual energy becoming more concentrated. Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. The spirit ship manual I read said that a spirit ship needs at least 3 months of tempering to grow 1 inch, and it also requires precious spiritual materials. Yours grew in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao grinned and fed the small boat a spirit-patterned conch. This time, the small boat reacted exceptionally strongly. After being enveloped by the spirit-patterned conch, it flashed with a blue light, and not only did its hull grow 2 inches, but it also awakened the water arrow skill. My ship can attack, Wang Hao shouted excitedly. Li Xiaoyu rushed over to see. Wang Hao concentrated and tried to communicate with the small boat in the spiritual sea. The blue runes on the bow lit up, and a water arrow as thick as a chopstick shot towards the reef a few meters away. Although it did not shatter the rock, it left a clear watermark. Li Xiaoyu cheered. It's as amazing as a little fish blowing bubbles. Li Xiaoyu also nodded with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. This inconspicuous little boat might really bring Wang Hao a different future. After witnessing the little boat's water arrow skill, Wang Hao's confidence soared, and he immediately decided to find more food for it. Soon, Li Xiaoyu discovered a blue-scaled clam the size of a bowl among the seaweed. The shell's surface was covered with delicate green scales and exuded a strong aquatic and with spiritual energy. Li Xiaoyu told Wang Hao that this type of shell was extremely rare, and its spiritual energy was even more abundant than that of the spirit pattern conch. Wang Hao reached out to grab it, but unexpectedly, the azure scale shell spewed out a powerful water arrow. Wang Hao quickly dodged, and the water arrow struck the sand, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Quite the temper. Its spiritual energy must be even stronger. He smiled as he picked up the azure scale shell, and with a thought, the azure scale shell immediately transformed into green light and flew into his spiritual sea. At this moment, the small boat shook violently as if welcoming a grand feast, making a loud crack sound. The hull became noticeably longer and wider, the bow was slightly upturned, the wood grain became deeper, the blue water ripples on the side also had more emerald green patterns, and even the runes that launched water arrows became larger and brighter. Even more surprisingly, the spiritual sea space expanded by a third, almost becoming the size of a wash basin. The spiritual energy transformed from thin white ribbons into a dense, milky white, surrounding the small boat. At this moment, the boat was about 40 to 45 centimeters long, no longer a toy model, but a miniature spiritual vessel with offensive capabilities. Wang Hao couldn't wait to test his new skill, concentrating his mind to activate the runes. A deep blue water arrow, as thick as a thumb, shot towards the reef with a piercing whistling sound. With a bang, a small piece of the hard reef was actually knocked off, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Li Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise. Li Xiaoyu clapped and cheered, much more powerful than the big bubble from before. Looking at the gap in the reef and then at the vast sea, Wang Hao felt the sunlight shining on him, and his dream seemed to be illuminated as well. The dream of a 10,000-meter-long giant ship suddenly no longer seemed so unattainable. Then, Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu continued their search on the beach. Li Xiaoyu ran over carrying a piece of coral stone full of holes. Wang Hao asked Xiaochuan about it telepathically, but received a dismissive response. The coral stone's spiritual energy was too mixed, and Xiaochuan wasn't interested at all. Your boat is getting more and more picky. Li Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Wang Hao laughed smugly. Now we have the azure scale shell as a base. Li Xiaoyu rummaged through the reef area and picked up several dark brown fragments with a metallic sheen. These are fragments of armored oyster shells. They're very hard. Let's see if they're usable. Wang Hao took the fragments and sent them into the spirit sea. After the small boat swallowed them, the texture of the hull became tighter, and a layer of light metallic film was applied, significantly improving its defensive capabilities. Although progress was slow, Wang Hao was very satisfied. Next, they found the water cannon shell, which could spew powerful jets of water, and the crimson flame conch, which contained fire elemental energy. After the small boat absorbed them, not only did its heat resistance increase, but several delicate emerald green lines also appeared on the side of the boat. The small boat had awakened the ability of vine entanglement. Wang Hao immediately locked onto the seaweed a few meters away, activated his ability, and suddenly emerald green vines sprouted from the beach, instantly binding the seaweed. The seaweed trembled violently, but could not break free. Wang Hao focused his mind again, and the vines quietly retracted, returning to normal. It consumes little energy and can be controlled freely. Wang Hao said happily. This new ability was perfect for dealing with sea monsters and stunning enemies. As evening fell, the three of them used the remaining spirit shells to grill a feast. No seasoning was needed. Under the catalysis of the flames, the spirit shells emitted an enticing aroma, and the oil dripping into the fire made a sizzling sound. Accompanied by the sound of the waves, it was exceptionally pleasant. Li Xiaoyu took a bite of the grilled clam meat, her eyes narrowing into crescents. It tastes 100 times better than regular clam meat, and there's a warm current in it. Li Xiaoyu nodded, saying that spiritual energy could dispel fatigue and restore energy, but she also worriedly mentioned, once Miss Helena's ship leaves, the powerful sea beasts will return, and then we won't dare to come here again. After eating and drinking their fill, the spiritual energy in the spiritual sea became even more concentrated, and the spiritual light on the small boat became even more vibrant. Wang Hao patted the sand off his body and stretched. That's it for today, let's go home. Take the rest back for Annie to try. Tomorrow we'll go somewhere else, find even more delicious ingredients. My boat can eat even more. Under the setting sun, the three of them cast long shadows, filled with anticipation for tomorrow. The remaining spirit shells in the bucket were covered with damp seaweed, ready to be taken back to replenish Li Tsuo's energy. On the way back, Li Xiaoyu suggested going to Old Turtle Back the next day, where there were often good goods. Someone had found a conch shell there before, which was pure in spiritual energy and sold for a lot of money. If we can find it, Mother will definitely feel better after drinking the soup. Wang Hao immediately patted his chest and said, I'll go tomorrow. I'll dig even the deepest conch cave. My boat needs a hearty meal. To take a shortcut, the three crossed a junkyard on the edge of the orc settlement. Piles of human waste, broken planks, fishing nets, and fish bones cleared by the orcs, the air thick with a cacophony of smells. Li Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth. Li Xiaoyu quickened her pace, but Wang Hao stopped. He found several intact old planks and some glowing fish bones, which would be excellent snacks for the small boat. However, just as he was about to pick them up, he suddenly heard an argument. 3 slovenly thugs were surrounding a huddled figure. It was a girl slightly older than Li Xiaoyu, dressed in tattered coarse cloth clothes, with a pair of red fox ears trembling slightly on her head and a fluffy tail trailing behind her. She was the half-orc Ailey. She clutched a tattered cloth bag tightly in her arms, crying and protesting. These are fish bones I picked up, not stolen. Bullshit. Everything in the junkyard is ours. A thug with a scarred face reached out to snatch her belongings. Seeing this, Wang Hao's blood boiled. Seeing the fox-eared girl's helpless appearance, he couldn't help but roar. Stop. 3 grown men bullying a little girl. Have you no shame? The thugs were startled by Wang Hao's roar. When they turned around and saw Wang Hao and the 2 girls, they immediately showed disdain. Where did this brat come from? Trying to be a hero and save the beauties. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Wang Hao stepped forward, blocking Ali's path, his eyes sharp. If you're going to steal something, just steal it. What excuse are you making up? Damn it. You're asking for it. The scarred thug cursed, throwing a punch at Wang Hao. A conflict was about to erupt. Enraged by Wang Hao, the scarred thug threw a punch straight at his face. Wang Hao was prepared. His body, nourished by the spirit ship, reacted extremely quickly. As he dodged to the side, his mind connected with his spiritual sea. Several emerald green vine phantoms burst from the ground, wrapping around the thug's hands and feet like snakes, catching him off guard and causing him to trip and fall to the ground. What was that? The scarred thug and his accomplice were both shocked and terrified. Before they could react, Wang Hao aimed his fingertip at the scarred thug's knee, and a solid, deep blue water arrow shot out, hitting its target precisely. The man screamed and fell to his knees, his knee both painful and numb. The last 2 thugs were scared out of their wits and scrambled away, leaving only the scarred thug limping away, cursing. Silence returned to the garbage heap, broken only by Ailey's sobs. The hostility of the orcs in the distance lessened, replaced by curiosity and awe. Wang Hao gently comforted Ailey, who unpacked the bundle, revealing the silver-scaled barracuda skeleton, its surface shimmering with a pale jade-white glow. Its surface rippled with water patterns, radiating a pure spiritual energy. This is a top-quality tonic, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight. Ali said that the fish bone was washed ashore by the waves, and Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He felt a longing coming from the small boat in the spiritual sea, so he suggested exchanging a broken plank for a fish bone, and frankly said that it was to nourish Aunt Li's body. Ailey looked at the broken wooden plank with confusion. Li Xiaoyu quickly explained that Wang Hao meant no harm, that the plank was very important to him, and that he was even willing to give her some seashells as a bonus. Touched by the idea of nourishing her mother's body, Ailey picked out a smaller fish bone and handed it to Li Xiaoyu. She then took a thick wooden plank and selected a few seashells from Wang Hao's bucket. Li Xiaoyu took the fish bones, her eyes slightly red. Wang Hao smiled and promised, "If anyone bullies you, come to me." Ali gave a timid smile. The 3 returned along the boardwalk. Wang Hao carried the planks, Li Xiaoyu held the fish bones, and Li Xiaoyu carried the bucket. When they reached the shed, Li Tsuehua was hunched over mending fishing nets. Seeing them return, she smiled kindly and looked curiously at what Wang Hao was carrying. "Mother, we kept some spirit shells." Li Xiaoyu lifted the wooden bucket as if presenting a treasure, while Li Xiaoyu held up the fish bones and said, "These are the spine bones of silver-scaled mullet, which are the most nourishing for making soup. A friend gave them to us." Li Xiaoyu didn't mention the conflict in the Orcish region, only saying that the fish bones were obtained through trade. Li Tsuehua looked at the fish bones radiating spiritual energy and the spirit shells in the bucket, her eyes reddening. "This is too precious. You can eat it yourselves. Mother's just an old ailment. It's nothing serious. Aunt Li, please accept this." Wang Hao put the broken boat plank in the corner and grinned. Xiaoyu specially replaced this for you. We were already full from eating grilled shellfish on the beach, so we specially saved some spirit shells for you. Besides, Xiaoyu is going to be a boat repairman in the future, so she can cultivate in peace if you are healthy. When the topic of ship repair came up, Li Cuihua's smile held a hint of relief, but also a hint of worry. She looked at her eldest daughter and asked, Xiaoyu, how many days have you been awakening your spiritual energy? How is your spiritual sea? Have you sensed any natural ship embryos? Li Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she gently shook her head. Mother, my spiritual sea is still only a little over 10 meters deep, and I can't sense any compatible ship embryos. Maybe my aptitude is really just ordinary. She was only a low-level ship repairer, and her spiritual sea was too small to naturally sense the ship embryo. Her voice was full of disappointment. Wang Hao quickly encouraged her. If you can't be a ship repairer, then go for artifact repair. Xiaoyu, you're skillful and meticulous. Maybe you can forge a powerful natal spiritual artifact. He himself had unknowingly refined his natal ship and had no idea how to sense the ship embryo. Li Cuihua sighed and patted her daughter's hand. Weapon cultivation isn't that easy. Choosing a natal weapon, finding spiritual materials, learning the inheritance, all of these cost money. Our family's conditions. Before she finished speaking, the meaning was clear. Weapon cultivation may seem easy, but the resources required are beyond the reach of ordinary people living on the water. The shed fell silent for a moment. Looking at Li Xiaoyu's worried face and Li Cuihua's anxious expression, Wang Hao suddenly remembered his small boat that could eat things. He cleared his throat and said, Aunt Li, Xiaoyu, before we go to Old Turtleback Beach tomorrow, shall we go to the boat repair shop first? The ship repair guild? Li Xiaoyu looked up, full of doubt. That was a place only top-tier ship repairmen went to. Her qualifications were useless there. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. Let's go broaden our horizons and see what real ship repair is like. We can also inquire about any suitable ships for you or projects that sponsor newcomers. He was thinking about loans and also wanted to know the level of ship repair in this world and what his small boat really was compared to others. The slums only had vague information about refining ships into spirit ships and refining tools into cultivation tools, with no information about the subsequent cultivation methods. Li Cuihua hesitated. That place has many rules and is very expensive. We'll just take a look, it won't cost us anything. Wang Hao patted his chest and assured her. It should be enough to broaden our horizons, right? Xiaoyu, don't you want to see a real spirit ship? Mentioning the real spirit ship, a longing ignited in Li Xiaoyu's eyes. She bit her lip and looked at her mother. Mother, let's go take a look. We'll be leaving soon. Li Cuihua looked at her daughter's expectation and finally nodded. Go early and come back early. Be careful. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the sea mist, Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu, and Li Xiaoyu stepped onto the boardwalk leading to the heart of the island, heading towards the ship repair guild. The closer they got to the center, the more stark the contrast became. The dilapidated shacks of the slums had transformed into neat houses built of sunken wood or bluestone. The air was filled with a faint scent of spices, paint, and energy fluctuations. The streets had widened considerably, paved with smooth flagstones, and the pedestrians were dressed smartly, a stark contrast to the three men's coarse cloth garments. Wang Hao also noticed that many people had faintly glowing objects hanging from their waists or on their backs, a mark of artifact refinement. Li Xiaoyu held her sister's hand tightly, her curiosity tinged with timidity. Li Xiaoyu tried to straighten her back, her awkwardness and inferiority complex barely concealed. Wang Hao looked around, inwardly sighing at the vast gap between the rich and poor on the island. Finally, the ship repair shop came into view, built on a huge reef, cast from white coral rock and deep blue metal. Its main body resembled the bow of a giant ship poised for action, with a blue crystal embedded on top, like both a lighthouse and an energy core. Sunlight shone on the surface of the building, reflecting a dazzling light. On either side of the guild entrance stand two obsidian sea monster statues, one a giant octopus entwined with an anchor, the other a dragon whale riding the waves, both exuding majesty. Above the archway hangs a flag bearing runes and an anchor, the guild emblem. A solemn and orderly atmosphere permeated the area outside the gate, and everyone entering and exiting exuded an air of distinction. Either ship repairmen in uniforms and anchor badges, or artifact repairmen accompanied by servants and their families. Two tall guards at the entrance, clad in silver-gray spirit-patterned armor, their eyes sharp as eagles, scrutinized each person who approached. Wow! Li Xiaoyu gasped, her mouth agape in silent amazement. Li Xiaoyu, Overwhelmed by the grandeur, clutched her clothes, hesitant to move forward. Her abilities were as insignificant as dust before this symbol of power. Wang Hao took a deep breath and pulled his dazed sister up. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Wang Hao led the two sisters toward the gate of the ship repair guild. As soon as they got close, they felt the guards' gazes. They were fixed on their tattered clothes, full of scrutiny and subtle contempt, completely out of place in the environment. As soon as they stepped into the guild, a comfortable aura enveloped the three of them. The spiritual energy suddenly increased, and the view opened up before them. The guild's interior was exceptionally spacious, with a crystal ceiling letting in soft light, and the floor paved with gleaming crystal slabs. In the very center was a huge circular pool of light, with a ring platform around it connecting various areas. Crystal light screens on the walls scrolled with various kinds of information, resembling an office lobby on Earth, only with a different style. Occasionally, people in uniforms would walk by, their conversations tinged with arrogance. On the soft chairs in the rest area, several ship repairmen leisurely enjoyed tea and snacks, with followers bustling around them, a stark contrast to the days when Wang Hao and his men would go out to sea and collect scraps of ship planks to feed their boats. Children in brightly colored robes chased and played, their protective auras shimmering, and soft music played in the rest area, a world completely different from the barrenness of the slums. Don't people here have to work? Li Xiaoyu muttered softly, watching the girl being held by a servant play with a spirit orb, her eyes full of curiosity. These are the ship repairmen, born to stand on clouds. Li Xiaoyu replied softly, her tone complex and envious. She saw a young ship repairman in the rest area casually playing with a small flame, even shaping it into a flower to amuse his female companion. This kind of leisure was something they couldn't even imagine. Wang Hao quickly scanned the functional area signs, finally stopping at the new ship repair guidance and consultation counter. Xiaoyu, go ask over there. The three of them hurried forward. The middle-aged woman in uniform behind the counter looked up and saw them, her brows furrowing slightly. What can I do for you? Li Xiaoyu was a little nervous. I'm a ship repairman who has just awakened my spirit sea. I'd like to know my basic situation and if there's a suitable ship for me. The woman's eyes flashed with understanding, and she said calmly, just awakened register, give your name, qualifications, and show me your spirit sea capacity. After Li Xiaoyu reported his information, he displayed a phantom image of his spiritual sea. The woman registered him and said, Li Xiaoyu, fluorescent grade D aptitude, spiritual C 10 meters. Fluorescent aptitude has a small spiritual C, so you probably can't sense the ship embryo, right? You'll have to buy a spiritual ship and refine it yourself. The guild provides a copy of the spiritual sea chi induction technique for 10 gold coins. Auxiliary refining formations start at 50 gold coins. Entry-level spiritual ships range from 100 to 300 gold coins. These figures filled Li Xiaoyu with bitterness. Her family could only save 2 or 3 silver shells a year, and that was just the initial cost. Wang Hao tentatively asked, is there a way to spend less money like taking out a loan? The woman laughed as if she had heard a joke and scoffed. The guild only lends to rookies of rank C or above who are within 100 meters of the Spirit Sea, and they also review collateral. You don't qualify. She pointed to the light screen. There are commission tasks there that can accumulate resources. Also, unless you're a ship repairman, don't linger too long and disturb others. Her intention to get rid of her was clear. Li Xiaoyu bit her lip, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, a suffocating sense of loss pressing down on her heart. She thanked her softly and then fell silent. Seeing her distraught state, and glancing at the ship repairmen chatting and laughing around them, Wang Hao felt a surge of anger mixed with fighting spirit. Crossing class boundaries has never been easy. He took a deep breath and grasped Li Xiaoyu's cold wrist. Xiaoyu, let's go. He pulled the sisters, straightening their backs, towards the gate, the guard's contemptuous gazes only fueling the fire in his heart. Just as they stepped out of the oppressive atmosphere of the guild and onto the bustling street, a figure sneakily approached them. Three of you, please wait. A shrewd middle-aged man in leather armor with a small mustache stopped the three of them, a warm smile on his face. His gaze swept over their simple clothes, lingering especially on Li Xiaoyu for a moment, clearly sensing the faint spiritual power of her newly promoted ship repairman. The three of you have just come from the guild. You must be newly awakened ship repairmen, right? The man rubbed his hands together as he introduced himself. My name is Qian Duofu, and I specialize in providing assistance to talented but short-money young people. Assistance? Wang Hao warily shielded Li Xiaoyu behind him, his eyes scrutinizing her. Qian Duofu lowered his voice. The old fogies of the guild don't know how to adapt. Poor aptitude and a small spirit sea are no problem. The key is having a ship. I have a high-quality spirit ship suitable for you, and I can even provide a low-interest loan without collateral, and the basic auxiliary formation is free. Alone, a glimmer of light flashed in Li Xiaoyu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. Wang Hao pressed. What are the conditions? Qian Duofu smiled even more ingratiatingly. Words are no proof. Come with me to the dock and see the ships. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. With a why not take a look attitude, the three followed him around to the dock on the other side of the island. This place wasn't as grand as the guilds, and the air was thick with the smell of fish, but it was dotted with several small boats that shimmered faintly. Qian Duofu pointed to a 10-meter-long, azure-scale boat. This boat contains spiritual energy and bears the wave-breaking spirit pattern. Original price, 100 gold coins. 10 gold coins down payment. Payback 500 gold coins in 10 years. 500 in 10 years. The interest is too high. Wang Hao calculated the bill instantly. Qian Duofu was about to argue that having a boat means you can make money, when a shout suddenly came from a corner of the dock. A man wearing a ship slave insignia was towing a hearse, and the overseer cursed. If you can't pay back the money, you'll be a ship slave for life. Despair filled the young man's eyes. Li Xiaoyu's face was deathly pale, and her body trembled. Wang Hao instantly realized it was a trap and angrily shouted, "Heartless scoundrel!" He grabbed his sister and left. Qian Duofu's face darkened, and he spat out, "You ungrateful wretch." The atmosphere on the road was heavy. Li Xiaoyu fought back tears. The road to ship repair seemed blocked. "What about equipment repair?" Li Xiaoyu asked timidly. Wang Hao, seeing her expression, said, "Let's go to the equipment repair guild. I don't believe neither road is passable." Upon arriving at the weapon repair guild, the place was completely different from the ship repair guild. A huge furnace stood at the entrance, unguarded, with people bustling about carrying materials. Inside, waves of heat hit you, filled with the sounds of forging, and a light screen scrolled with information about spiritual materials and blueprints. Finding the newcomer's counter, the middle-aged weapon repairman didn't even lift his eyelids, immediately asking, "Awakened weapon repairman, have you decided on the direction for your spiritual weapon? Have you tested your affinity with spiritual fire?" Li Xiaoyu shook her head. "Not yet." The middle-aged weapon cultivator finally raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over her clothes like a knife, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You haven't even tested your affinity with the spirit fire. You haven't even refined the spirit fire, and you don't even know the direction of your natal spirit weapon. What are you doing at the Weapon Cultivators Guild? Just here for a visit." The middle-aged weapon cultivator's words were like shards of ice pricking you. He pointed to the light screen beside him. "The most basic stone heart fire refining starts at 50 gold coins, and ordinary refined iron costs 5 gold coins per pound. The subsequent refining furnace, blueprints, potions, aren't they all money-devouring beasts? Without a family foundation, without resources, and without ship repairmen supplying spiritual energy, you still want to follow the path of weapon repairmen." He scoffed, his voice echoing across the counter. "Isn't it better to be a peaceful fisherman in the slums? Do you think you can even dream of cultivating the great Tao of weaponry? If all else fails, find a spiritual artifact to refine and become its slave. Don't be so presumptuous as to call yourself a weapon cultivator." The harsh words pierced Li Xiaoyu's last hope. She swayed, her face turning pale and then flushed, almost overwhelmed by shame and despair. Li Xiaoyu blushed with anger and wanted to retort, but her sister held her back. Wang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Just then, a commotion and cries came from the side. At the entrance of the corridor leading to the advanced forging area, a woman in a plain-colored long dress knelt before a young man, wearing a first-tier weapon cultivator badge, pleading with tears streaming down her face. "Young Master Chun, please take me as a contracted weapon cultivator. My father needs the frost marrow jade due to save his life, and only your family can refine it. I can endure any hardship." Young Master Chen casually adjusted his jeweled buttons, his tone mocking. You can't even control your spirit fire properly. Signing you would only be a waste of my resources. We have plenty of maids to serve tea and water." He leaned down and lowered his voice, laced with malice. "Unless you sign a serving the furnace contract, becoming my furnace vessel, your life and death in my hands. Are you willing?" The woman trembled violently, her eyes filled with terror and despair. The furnace servant contract was even more terrifying than the ship slave. The surrounding artifact cultivators either walked away indifferently or watched the spectacle. This scene pierced the hearts of Wang Hao and his companions like an ice pick. Wang Hao whirled around, tightly gripping Li Xiaoyu's cold, trembling hand. Her eyes were vacant, utterly broken by the blow, his voice low but firm. Let's go. Let's go home. The roar of forging behind them became a mocking echo of the cold world. He finally understood. In this world, the strong rule, and the great Tao had long been locked away by resources and rules. But he wasn't afraid. He had that ship in the spirit sea that could eat things. Others relied on resources. He relied on catching the sea. As evening fell, the three returned home in silence. Li Xiaoyu suddenly stopped. Standing in front of the shed was the burly Zhao Taizhu, about 25 or 26 years old, with dark skin and a refined blue light fishing rod at his waist. Xiaoyu, we've been waiting for you. Zhao Taizhu grinned, spitting out a mouthful of fishy saliva and brandishing the spirit fish in his hand. I brought it especially for you to try. Before Li Xiaoyu could thank him, he strode forward, glancing at Wang Hao with utter contempt. This is the ship repairman who awakened the glimmering spirit sea. He probably doesn't even own a ship, right? And he's hanging out with lowly half-orcs. Wang Hao frowned and remained silent. Li Xiaoyu, like a cat with its fur standing on end, blocked his way. Brother Wang Hao has a boat, and he can shoot water arrows. Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu quickly pulled her back. Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. The boat that Weiguang boat repaired is just a toy. I refined a high-grade fishing rod, and I can catch 2 spirit fish every day. Xiaoyu, follow me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. The air in front of the shack froze instantly. Wang Hao noticed the Li sisters quietly moving closer to him. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhao. Li Xiaoyu said softly but firmly. I don't want to get married yet. Zhao Tieju's face darkened. What? You look down on me. He glanced at Wang Hao sideways. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to this scrap collector who repairs boats? Even if he has a boat, that broken toy is no match for an ordinary sampan. Wang Hao, repeatedly mocked, clenched his fists, but Li Xiaoyu quietly tugged at his sleeve. Brother Zhao, it's getting late. We need to cook, Li Xiaoyu said, giving him the hint to leave. Zhao Taizhu snorted coldly and threw the spirit fish hard to the ground. You don't know what's good for you. After taking a few steps, he turned back and threatened. You'll find out sooner or later that on White Sand Island, a man without ability is worse than a salted fish. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief only after his figure disappeared into the twilight. The spirit fish on the ground was still trembling slightly. Li Xiaoyu spat angrily. Always showing off your broken fishing rod, like a crab with its tail up. Li Xiaoyu picked up the spirit fish, her fingertips tracing its cool body, her voice low. This spirit fish is quite precious. Its flesh is tender and contains spiritual energy. It can be exchanged for a lot of money. She wasn't feeling sorry for Zhao Taizhu, but rather heartbroken over this treasure that had been wasted, and also for the contempt in his words. Looking at her, and recalling Zhao Tieju's mockery, Wang Hao suddenly sensed the small boat in the spiritual sea conveying disdain to the luminous fishing rod, as if saying, this trash doesn't even deserve a mention. A surge of confidence instantly dispelled his resentment, and he grinned. Precious is great. When my boat grows bigger, we'll go out to sea to fish too, and that'll be perfect for repairing the boat. Yay! Li Xiaoyu immediately perked up. Wang Hao walked into the shed, picked up a musty, broken boat plank from the corner, and connected his mind to his spiritual sea. With a whoosh, the wrecked ship plank turned into gray light and entered the spiritual sea. Within the spiritual sea, the half-meter-long spirit ship pounced like a hungry wolf, and the wrecked plank instantly merged into the hull. A series of cracking sounds rang out as the small boat visibly expanded. The hull lengthened and widened. The planks thickened. The originally warm wood color deepened. The water arrow runes on the bow became twice as bright, exuding sharpness, and the vine patterns on the sides of the boat became clearer, like newly sprouted buds. The most surprising thing is that near the waterline, there is a thin layer of metallic plating that looks very sturdy. This is the defensive reinforcement brought about by the special components in the damaged ship's plating. Almost simultaneously, the spiritual sea space expanded to over a meter, the milky white spiritual energy becoming even denser, nourishing the spirit ship in the center. The ship was now nearly a meter long, interwoven with blue and green spiritual patterns, brimming with spirituality. It was no longer a toy ship, but a miniature spirit ship with rudimentary combat capabilities. Awesome. This old boat plank is actually a good thing. Wang Hao opened his eyes, full of energy. My boat has grown bigger again, and it won't be long before I can go out to sea to fish. Although Li Xiaoyu and her sister couldn't see the spiritual sea, they could sense his spiritual pressure growing stronger and his demeanor becoming more spirited. Brother Wang Hao, is the ship even bigger and more powerful now? Li Xiaoyu asked excitedly. Yes. Wang Hao smiled. It's definitely big enough to deal with those who don't know what's good for them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Tieju's rough voice came from outside the shed. He probably remembered the spirit fish and had turned back. Li Xiaoyu, if you miss out on me, you and your good-for-nothing mother can just die in this shack. And you scavenger, where's your broken boat? It's probably made of mud, isn't it? Huh. Zhao Taizhu swaggered in, lifting the curtain, but before he could finish speaking, his voice abruptly stopped, like a duck being choked. Zhao Taizhu lifted the curtain and entered, immediately seeing Wang Hao in the center of the room. Wang Hao was now tall and straight, with sharp eyes and a half-smile on his face, emanating a pure and clear spiritual pressure of a ship cultivator. This was completely different from the ordinary boy he had seen before. What shocked him most was that Wang Hao was staring at the fishing rod at his waist, his eyes full of condescending contempt. Zhao Taizhu felt uneasy under their gaze and roared, his voice trembling with fear. What are you looking at? You poor wretch. You don't even have a decent boat, yet you dare to stare at my precious fishing rod. A precious fishing rod, Wang Hao scoffed, taking a step forward, an invisible pressure enveloping the shed. He pointed at the fishing rod and said, a weapon slave who catches 2 spirit fish by refining ordinary tools dares to show off in front of me with a newly acquired fishing rod. The words tool slave pierced Zhao Tieju's ears like ice nails, and his face turned a deep purplish red. This was the identity he least wanted to admit. Although he had refined the fishing rod, he had no spiritual fire and could not absorb spiritual energy on his own. He could only use a single tool, and his status was extremely low, not even comparable to an ordinary ship repairman. You're talking nonsense. I'm a weapon cultivator. Zhao Taizhu was furious and reached out to pull the fishing rod. But the moment his fingertips touched the rod, Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and the small boat in his spiritual sea responded instantly. The deep blue runes on the bow lit up, and a water arrow as thick as a wrist shot out with a piercing sound, accurately hitting Zhao Tieju's wrist holding the rod. Ouch! Zhao Taizhu screamed in agony, his wrist feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, both painful and numb. The Qingguang fishing rod slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, its light dimming. He staggered backward from the impact, landing hard on his backside at the doorway. His wrist quickly swelled and turned red, and he grimaced in pain, sweating profusely. Inside the shed, only Zhao Tieju's panting and groans remained. Li Xiaoyu and her sister stared in disbelief. This water arrow was more than twice as powerful as before, and it was launched without any warning. Wang Hao acted as if it were a trivial matter, slowly walking to the door and looking down at him. With your skills, you can't even catch the water arrows I casually shoot from my ship, yet you dare to call yourself a weapon repairman? Take your fish and get out. He picked up the spirit fish on the ground and threw it to Zhao Taizhu, his eyes suddenly turning cold. If you harass Xiaoyu again, next time it won't just be shooting her wrist. Holding the fish, Zhao Tieju's wrist throbbed with pain. He finally realized that Wang Hao was a genuine ship repairman, far superior to him. Fear overwhelmed his shame. He didn't even pick up his fishing rod and scrambled away. Li Xiaoyu clapped her hands excitedly. Brother Wang Hao is amazing. Let's see if he dares to come again. Li Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the fishing rod that Zhao Taizhu had left behind, and handed it to Wang Hao. Do you want this? Your boat can be eaten. Wang Hao glanced at the fishing rod, and a small boat in the spiritual sea exclaimed in strong disgust. This is trash. It's not even good enough to burn as firewood. He clapped his hands as if they were dirty. Li Xiaoyu put her fishing rod down in the corner, her eyes filled with a complex mix of gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, Wang Hao. Wang Hao grinned. We're going to Old Turtleback Beach tomorrow for a big meal. Li Xiaoyu nodded. The low tide there brings out some good stuff. Let's set off early. Nothing happened that night. The next day, just as dawn was breaking and the sea fog had not yet lifted, the 3 of them set off for the Old Turtle's Back with their tools. Old Turtleback, located on the east side of the dock in the civilian area, is a cluster of black reefs resembling a turtle shell. The 3 stood at the edge of the reef area, gazing at the massive 10,000-meter-long ship in the distance, feeling an immense sense of oppression. Li Xiaoyu looked at Wang Hao with awe. It is said that Miss Helena's ship is made of deep-sea mystic iron and high-grade spirit wood, and its hull is covered with spirit patterns, which can easily suppress the sea. Wang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. He was already awestruck when he saw the ship during his time travel, but seeing it up close now was even more awe-inspiring. The ship shimmered with golden light in the morning sun, like a floating palace. Brother Wang Hao, stop daydreaming and hurry up and go down. Li Xiaoyu tugged at him. Wang Hao snapped out of his reverie and followed them towards the rocky area. Inside the command center of the Blue Rose, Helena stood before the crystal window, her expression agitated. Master Maurice, is the child of destiny truly in this area? The old man in the gray robe slowly opened his eyes and calmly replied, Miss, the prophecy has never failed you. The chosen one should awaken soon. Helena scoffed. We visited so many islands and distributed tens of millions of spirit awakening potions, yet we haven't even seen a ship repairman with any decent potential. Father is starting to doubt my actions. Morris bowed slightly. Fate often plays tricks on people, Mississippi. Perhaps the most inconspicuous place hides the most dazzling pearl. Helena looked out the window at the unassuming island. Wait another day. If there's still no news, we'll return. At this moment, the old turtle's back, after the tide receded, revealed a large expanse of wet, rocky beach, and the air was filled with a strong, fishy smell. Li Xiaoyu stood on high ground, watching the waves crash against the rocks with a deafening roar. Be careful. The water here is turbulent, with many undercurrents, Li Xiaoyu warned. Xiaoyu, stay close to me. Wang Hao took a deep breath, and with a thought, connected the small boat to the spiritual sea. Buzz. An invisible sense spread out. This was a sense based on spiritual energy resonance. After the spirit ship had absorbed the azure scale shell, the spirit pattern conch, and the ship planks, its senses became even stronger. Over here, Wang Hao excitedly pointed to a deep pit. I can feel the spiritual energy. The Li sisters were astonished. Wang Hao's underwater perception was particularly remarkable in complex environments. The three cautiously approached the pit, which was 2 to 3 meters deep with a rapid current, and the bottom was indistinct. It's too deep, and the current is too strong, Li Xiaoyu said worriedly. The situation is unclear, and it's too dangerous. Excitement flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he concentrated and activated the vine ability of the spirit sea boat. Vines appear, Wang Hao shouted, pointing to the rocks at the edge of the puddle. With a hiss, several emerald green vines, like nimble snakes, coiled around the rocks and swiftly reached deeper into the puddle. As soon as the vine entered the water, Wang Hao immediately sensed the underwater conditions, the icy water temperature, the swift undercurrents, the strange rocks at the bottom of the pit, and the shellfish and seaweed clinging to the crevices of the rocks. Found it! Wang Hao was overjoyed. The vines touched several hard objects, and the spiritual energy fluctuations they returned were much stronger than those of the azure scale shell and spirit pattern snail he had picked up before. Hold on tight, Wang Hao reminded him, urging the vines on. Several vines quickly wrapped around the shell and lifted it up sharply. Water splashed everywhere. Several vines carrying 3 enormous seashells burst from the water. The seashells were covered with thick moss and barnacles, exuding a pure aquatic energy. Wow, what a huge seashell, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed. They're giant clam shells. Li Xiaoyu recognized them and said excitedly, these giant clam shells have hard shells and contain pure spiritual energy. They're top-quality spiritual materials and tonics. 3 of these are worth a lot of money. Wang Hao was also excited. The small boat in the spirit sea was radiating a strong desire for something delicious. With a thought, he sent the giant clam shell into the spirit sea. Boom! The small boat, as if seeing a delicacy, quickly devoured it, and its hull erupted with blue light. Snap! The ship grew rapidly, reaching a length of nearly 1.5 meters. The hull became thicker and heavier, the metallic luster thickened, and the defensive capabilities improved. The water arrow runes on the bow deepened, and tiny arcs of electricity even flickered within them. To Wang Hao's even greater surprise, spirit patterns began to condense at the bottom of the ship, and the spiritual sea space expanded accordingly, reaching a diameter of nearly 2 meters, with the spiritual energy becoming even more concentrated. Awesome! This old tortoise shell is indeed a great place. Wang Hao excitedly pumped his fist. Brother Wang Hao, look. What's that? Li Xiaoyu suddenly pointed to the remaining giant clam shells. A fragment of a deep blue crystal was lodged in the crevices of the barnacles attached to the giant clam, emanating a chilling aquatic energy that startled both Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu. This is sea soul crystal, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. A top-grade spiritual material formed from the death of a deep-sea behemoth. This stuff can nourish the soul. We're rich. She gripped Wang Hao's arm tightly and said excitedly, this sea soul crystal is enough to save my mother. Medical books say it can nourish failing organs. Wang Hao was overjoyed. The sea soul crystal that Li Xiaoyu held, shimmering with a dreamy blue light, could finally be used to treat Aunt Li's body. The little boat in his spiritual sea had also grown to 1.5 meters after absorbing 2 giant clams, and a surge of pride welled up in his heart. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter drowning out the sound of the waves, full of exhilaration. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, this is our path. He pointed to the sea, his eyes burning with fire. No guild matters. We'll rely on beachcombing, letting our boats feast on the treasures of the ocean, and no one can stop us. Wang Hao's laughter still lingered in the wind. Li Xiaoyu clutched the sea soul crystal, her fingertips trembling, tears welling in her eyes. Li Xiaoyu jumped around her sister, as if she could already see her mother recover. Let's go? Let's go back and save mother. Li Xiaoyu's voice was trembling with sobs, but full of excitement. Wait. Wang Hao grabbed her. There's an unusual spiritual energy fluctuation on the island. Following his guidance, the three climbed up the black reef. With the enhanced vision granted by the spiritual sea, they saw the girl in the distant plaza. Centered on her, the space within a radius of 10,000 meters was distorted, and fragmented moonlight-like radiance surged wildly into her body. Above her head, a phantom of a vast ocean condensed, exuding immense pressure. A manifested spiritual sea? Its moonlight level. A 10,000-meter spiritual sea. Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, her voice trembling. Wang Hao also gasped. This was top-tier talent, an initial spiritual sea of 10,000 meters. Compared to his own spiritual sea, which he had only expanded to 2 meters by eating, it was like a firefly compared to the moon. Inside the command center of the Blue Rose, an alarm blared. Moonlight-level psionic energy fluctuations detected. The Spirit Sea is approximately 15,000 meters deep. The crew members were so excited their voices nearly cracked. Helena sat bolt upright, rushed to the observation window, and locked her gaze on White Sand Island. The vast sea manifests. The child of destiny. Morris also stepped forward. Miss, we've found it. Helena smiled radiantly and ordered, prepare the flying shark landing craft immediately. Notify the island lord to receive me with the highest honors. I will personally greet my disciple. As the shadow of the sea above the girl's head receded, she swayed, her eyes vacant. But White Sand Island was in complete uproar. The alarm bells of the lord's castle rang loudly, and Baron Roger, the island's lord, rushed out with his family and guards, roaring, Miss Helena has arrived. Everyone come out and kneel to greet her. Anyone who disobeys will be put to death. The order swept across the island like a hurricane. Soldiers brutally kicked open doors, shouting and whipping residents to the main road. Kneel. Don't raise your heads. Anyone who disrespects will be killed. Cries and the cracking of whips mingled together. Merchants and craftsmen knelt, their faces pale, while fishermen trembled on the ground. Only shipwrights bowed respectfully. Wang Hao protected his sisters, clenching his fists. The feeling of power so utterly crushing dignity fascinated him. At that moment, a sharp whooshing sound rang out. More than a dozen shuttle-shaped airships with silver-gray alloy armor detached from the giant ship. They had fin-like stabilizing wings on both sides, and their surfaces were covered with pale blue energy shields. They generated strong air currents, but did not produce a deafening roar. They were flying shark landing craft. It's a flying shark landing craft, someone whispered in alarm. The craft hovered above the plaza in an instant. The hatch slid open silently, and 2 teams of guards in bright silver spirit-patterned armor leaped down with spirit-powered halberds. Their movements were as swift as javelins, and they immediately formed a tight perimeter upon landing. Their spiritual pressure far exceeded that of the ship repair guild guards, instantly suppressing the entire area. Immediately afterward, Helena stepped out of the hatch, escorted by 2 elderly men in gray robes. She wasn't dressed in finery. Her silver-white combat uniform accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her long hair flew in the wind, and her face seemed bathed in holy light in the morning sun. Her azure eyes, like the deep sea, radiated a detached and authoritative aura that seemed to survey all living beings. The blue rose emblem of the Cersei family behind her took everyone's breath away. Baron Roger scrambled to the edge of the cordon, his voice trembling. Lord Roger Field of White Sand Island, along with all the people of the island, respectfully welcomes Miss Helena. Families and nobles prostrated themselves on the ground like humble ants. Helena's gaze didn't linger on him. She walked straight to the bewildered, thin girl in the center of the square, Master Morris following closely behind. Child, what is your name? Helena's voice was like heavenly music, carrying a soothing power. The girl shrank back and answered, I'm called Lin Yueyao. Lin Yueyao. Helena smiled in amazement. A name with the moon in its name, a fine name. From this day forward, You are my last disciple, Helena Circe. A silver badge carved with roses and inlaid with aquamarine floated into Lin Yuyao's hand out of thin air. With this, you can travel freely throughout all of Circe's territories and enjoy the highest privileges. Lin Yueyao stood frozen, holding the badge. Morris stepped forward and enveloped her with a gentle, yet irresistible force. In a flash, she appeared at the door of the flying shark boat. Helena surveyed the prostrate crowd, her gaze seemingly lingering for a moment on a corner of the reef before she spoke in a cold voice. Lin Yueyao has joined my sect. White Sand Island has nurtured such a talent. I reward her with 10,000 spirit stones. Baron Roger was overjoyed to the point of fainting, repeatedly kowtowing in gratitude. Helena transformed into a streak of blue light and returned to the ship. The hatch closed, and the flying shark returned to the blue rose like a bolt of silver lightning. The giant ship slowly turned around, its hull runes lighting up one after another, emitting a soul-stirring hum. The psionic engine spewed out eerie blue flames as it slowly sailed away from the waters of White Sand Island. As the giant ship sailed away, the oppressive feeling that had enveloped the entire island gradually dissipated. People collapsed as if exhausted, their faces filled with relief at surviving a disaster and greed for spirit stones. But the next second, roar. Awoo! Countless ferocious roars erupted from the deep sea, the surface of the sea boiling like water, a huge black shadow appearing and disappearing underwater, and a strong smell of the sea wafted through the air. Sea monsters. So many sea monsters are back. The blue rose is gone. They're not afraid anymore. Li Xiaoyu's face was ashen, her voice trembling. She gripped Wang Hao's arm tightly, her eyes filled with despair. We can't go beachcombing anymore. What are we going to do? Li Xiaoyu was also terrified, her face pale, and she hugged her sister tightly. Clutching the blue-glowing sea soul crystal, Wang Hao took a deep breath of the salty sea air. Far from being afraid, his eyes blazed with an even fiercer fire. He looked at the nearly 1.5-meter-long wooden boat, its surface radiating spiritual light. In the spiritual sea, his pride surging. What's there to be afraid of? If they dare come, it'll just be a good meal for my boat. He grabbed his sisters, his gaze fixed intently on the surging sea. Let's go home. We need to get Aunt Li treated first. Chapter 21, Ironclad Crab. Let's go home first. Let's get Aunt Li treated. With one hand holding Li Xiaoyu, whose face had turned pale from the roar of the sea monster, and the other hand holding Li Xiaoyu, who was trembling slightly, the three of them walked quickly towards the floating shantytown against the chaotic crowd. Immediately after the blue rose left, the sea monsters retaliated, running back to their original habitats from the deep sea as if they had gone mad. Along the way, the sea wind howled, carrying the ferocious aura of sea monsters. The once bustling port and boardwalk were now in a mess. Fishermen frantically dragged their small sampans ashore, and vendors scrambled to pack up their stalls. Cries and screams echoed everywhere. Quickly, reinforce the sheds immediately. Tow the boat ashore first. Damn it, those sea monsters will come ashore. The blue rose is gone. Hurry up and pack your things. Are you waiting to die? Panic spread like a plague. Li Xiaoyu gripped Wang Hao's hand tightly. The fragments of the sea soul crystal in her arms felt cold against the rough cloth. This was her only hope. Finally, we returned to that familiar yet simple shack. Pushing open the door, a smell of herbs mixed with the dampness of the sea wafted out. Aunt Li was leaning against the simple bed, her face sallow, and she looked extremely anxious. She had obviously heard the commotion and roars of the beasts outside, and her cloudy eyes were filled with worry and fear. Mother, we're back. Li Xiaoyu rushed to the bedside, her voice trembling with tears, but mostly filled with excitement. Mother, we're saved. Wang Hao has found the sea soul crystal. Hi, sea soul crystal? Aunt Li stared wide-eyed, as if she had heard some unbelievable fairy tale. Such a legendary treasure was something that a fisherman like her, living in a shantytown, could never even dream of. It's true, Aunt Li, look. Wang Hao helped Aunt Li sit up straighter and took the small, deep blue crystal fragment from Li Xiaoyu's hand. As soon as he handed it to Aunt Li, the pure, icy yet vibrant aura invigorated her, making her breathing easier. Xiaoyu, do you know how to use this? Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, hurriedly finding a clean ceramic bowl and a small stone pestle. She held her breath and carefully crushed the sea crystal into powder, put it into the bowl, and then poured in warm water. The powder dissolves instantly in water, transforming into a dreamy, deep blue pool that exudes a refreshing, cool fragrance and a rich sense of life. Mom, drink it quickly. Li Xiaoyu held the bowl and carefully brought it to Aunt Li's lips. Aunt Li took a sip with shivering. as if a spring of ice water had instantly flowed from her stomach to her limbs and bones. The chronic illness that had tormented her for years melted away like ice and snow, and an indescribable warmth and sense of strength surged from the depths of her body. A blush quickly spread across her sallow face. Her cloudy eyes became clear, and even her breathing became deep and powerful. So comfortable, Aunt Lee murmured, feeling a long-lost sense of relief, tears silently streaming down her face. Thank you. Thank you so much, Xiao Hao. Mother. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu wept with joy and hugged their mother tightly. As Wang Hao watched this scene, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. This unexpectedly obtained sea soul crystal had saved a life and temporarily dispelled the long-standing gloom that had shrouded this small family. Boom! A dull thud came from not far away, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of wood breaking and the terrified screams of the crowd. Sea monsters. They're armored crabs. They've come ashore. Help! My ship. Wang Hao took 2 steps to the door, pushed open the door, and looked outside. He saw several ferocious crabs, the size of millstones, with black and shiny shells like metal, wielding huge pincers, on the shallows not far from the shantytown on the water platform. They were rudely ramming into several small fishing boats on the shore. Splinters flew everywhere as a small boat was instantly torn to shreds. Several fishermen on the shore who tried to stop them were easily caught in the enormous pincers, their screams abruptly cut short, and blood stained the beach. Further away, dark shadows loomed beneath the sea, and even more powerful presences were approaching. The entire edge of White Sand Island was in complete chaos, like an anthill thrown into boiling water. The wealthy kept their doors and windows tightly shut, relying on the protective array of their sturdy mansions to remain safe and sound. In other ports, with ship repairmen and sea tamers in place, the sea beasts couldn't make a ripple at all. The slums, on the other hand, became a place ravaged by sea monsters, offering no resistance whatsoever. Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu held her mother, who had just recovered but was still weak, and looked at the scene outside, her voice filled with helplessness. Wang Hao took a deep breath. As an outsider, he had no intention of getting involved in this mess. He just wanted to avoid it. The air, filled with the stench of blood and slaughter, only made the ship and the spirit sea hum even more excitedly. It sensed the aroma of the ingredients. It was a hearty dish containing spiritual energy. Xiaoyu, you two stay home and take good care of Aunt Lee. Seal the doors and windows tightly. Wang Hao's tone left no room for argument. I'm going to teach these guys a lesson, and while I'm at it, I'll find some snacks for my ship. Brother Wang Hao, it's too dangerous. Li Xiaoyu cried out anxiously. Wang Hao, don't go, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed. But Wang Hao was determined. My boat needs food, so I'll take care of something I can while I'm at it. He stepped out of the shed and his eyes locked onto a half-meter-long armored crab tearing at a fishing net not far away. This sea monster had a thick shell, sharp pincers, and exuded a ferocious aura. I'll make an example of you. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and the runes on the bow of the spirit sea boat instantly lit up to their maximum brightness. Water rocket. A deep blue water arrow, as thick as an arm and crackling with fine arcs of electricity, tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Bang! The water jet struck the relatively weak lateral abdominal carapace of the armored crab with unparalleled precision. A sickening metallic tearing sound rang out. The armored crab, which was swaggering around, suddenly shuddered. Its hard, dark shell, as hard as iron, was blasted open with a terrifying gap the size of a fist, and dark green, foul-smelling bodily fluid and broken internal organs gushed out. It let out a sharp, painful screech, its 8 legs kicking wildly, but it could no longer maintain its balance and crashed to the ground. Its pincers flared weakly, and it was clear that it was going to die. One strike. Instant kill. Several fishermen who were crying and running away nearby were stunned by this sudden scene. They looked at the boy standing in front of the shed, his fingertips still damp with moisture and arcs of electricity. Wang Hao had no time to pay attention to their reactions. His mind was completely absorbed in the attack just now and the feedback from the spiritual sea. The power of the water arrow far exceeded expectations. Moreover, at the moment of launch, he clearly felt an unprecedented close connection between himself and the surrounding seawater. With a sudden thought, I tried to communicate with the damp sand beneath my feet. Buzz! An invisible force spread out. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 22 Water Control. Centered on Wang Hao, the small puddles on the beach within a 10-meter radius, formed by the receding waves, seemed to come alive. The turbid seawater, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, instantly gathered and rose, transforming into more than a dozen agile water snakes that coiled and circled around Wang Hao. They were no longer mere vine illusions, but real entities composed of water currents and controlled by his will. Water controllability? Wang Hao was overjoyed. Today, after the small boat devoured the rock shield giant clam, the spirit ship actually awakened a more powerful ability to control water. It was no longer limited to vine binding and water arrow attacks, but it gained a preliminary ability to control water. Roar! Enraged by its companion's instant death, another, even larger, armored crab nearby roared furiously, brandishing its terrifying, basin-sized pincers, and charged towards Wang Hao with a thunderous roar. The stench it stirred up was nauseating. Good timing. Wang Hao's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and an excited smile curved his lips. Wang Hao neither dodged nor avoided. With a thought, he moved his mind. The dozen or so streams of water surrounding him instantly converged and merged, forming a water shield half a meter thick that was rotating at high speed in front of him. Boom! The armored crab's massive claws slammed into the water shield. The imagined scene of the shield shattering and the person flying did not occur. That seemingly fragile water shield contained great resilience and force-dissipating techniques. The pincers slammed into the water shield, as if sinking into quagmire. The violent force was dispersed and dissipated by the layers of swirling water. The water shield fluctuated violently, but stubbornly did not break. Keep them occupied, Wang Hao shouted in a low voice. The water shield instantly transformed. It became several thick water pythons, coiling around the ironclad crab's claws and legs. The cold, heavy water acted like shackles, severely restricting the giant crab's movements. The armored crab struggled frantically, splashing water everywhere, but it couldn't break free for a while. Wang Hao's eyes were icy cold. He raised his right hand, and deep blue light with leaping arcs of electricity once again gathered at his fingertips. Water rockets, double salvo. Screech, screech. Two thinner but faster and more penetrating electric water arrows, like venomous snakes spitting their tongues, accurately shot towards the compound eyes of the armored crab, which was bound by the anaconda and could not be protected by the anaconda. Uft, uft. Two muffled thuds. The armored crab's enormous compound eyes instantly burst open into two blobs of dark green fluid. It let out an extremely shrill scream, completely losing its sense of direction and frantically spinning and ramming in place. It's over, Wang Hao said expressionlessly, his mind focused, and all the water pythons that were coiling around him suddenly tightened, like giant pythons strangling him. At the same time, the runes on the bow of the ship lit up again. Water rocket. A thick water arrow, imbued with the strongest power at the moment and crackling with blinding arcs of electricity, pierced fiercely into the ironclad crab's open mouth, which was straining and writhing in agony. Boom! The armored crab's massive body suddenly stiffened. A muffled cracking sound came from inside, and a large amount of dark green fluid overflowed from the gaps in its shell. It then collapsed to the ground with a thud and fell completely silent. The battle ended, leaving the beach in a mess. The two carcasses of the armored crabs emitted a strong stench. The surviving fishermen stared in disbelief at the figure of the boy standing between the water stains and the crab carcasses, surrounded by lingering moisture. Wang Hao was slightly out of breath, feeling the depletion of his spiritual energy. Using water control and water arrows continuously was a considerable burden on his current spiritual sea, but the gains were enormous. The crabs were put into the spiritual sea, and the wooden boat was happily devouring the corpses of two armored crabs. The hull made a faint crack sound again, and its length was approaching 2 meters. The hull became thicker and more robust, and the metallic luster extended to the gunnels. The stable spiritual patterns on the bottom of the ship became clearer, and even at the location of the sails, faint blue wind patterns began to condense. The spiritual sea space also expanded to nearly 3 meters in diameter. More importantly, through actual combat, Wang Hao has become more adept at controlling the water ability. This is not just about attack and defense, but also about controlling the environment. After seeing Wang Hao finish off the armored crab, the men began shouting and moving rocks and planks to reinforce their homes, while the women also sprang into action, gathering the few remaining supplies. As night deepened, the slums of White Sand Island were in complete chaos. The roars of returning sea monsters, the sounds of collapsing buildings, and the cries of those attacked by sea monsters rose and fell. Inside the shed, Aunt Lee fell into a deep sleep under the powerful effects of the sea soul crystal, her breathing steady and strong. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu nestled together, listening to the sounds outside. Their faces were still pale, but their eyes held a hint of reliance. Wang Hao sat cross-legged in the corner, closing his eyes and looking inward. The small boat in his spiritual sea greedily absorbed the nourishment brought by the ironclad crab and the spiritual energy, undergoing a slow transformation. The noise outside gradually subsided as the first pale rays of dawn struggled to pierce through the gray clouds. The roaring had long since ceased, leaving behind a chaotic beach, some broken boats, dark red bloodstains, and scattered, gruesome debris. Wang Hao pushed the door open, his gaze sweeping over the messy beach. His brows furrowed. The old turtle shell on the east side and the beach he used to frequent must now be the dens of sea monsters, making it far too dangerous. Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu also came out, looking at her destroyed home and the still surging sea in the distance, her voice filled with weariness and confusion. Where? Can we go to collect seafood? We are almost out of food at home. Li Xiaoyu's face also fell. She hugged her sister's arm and secretly looked at the seaweed blocks in her bag. Her face instantly deflated. Oh no, she was going to have to eat seaweed blocks again. Wang Hao's gaze slowly shifted to the edge of the water platform, to the huge depression that emitted a complex smell near the garbage dump of the orc settlement. Go there. Wang Hao pointed in the direction of the depression, his tone certain. There. Li Xiaoyu was taken aback, then understood Wang Hao's meaning. You mean, the garbage dump? But it's filthy and smelly there. It's precisely because it's dirty and chaotic, and close to the orcs' territory. Wang Hao analyzed. The environment is harsh, and the spiritual energy is thin and mixed. Even powerful sea beasts avoid it. Last night's attacks were mainly concentrated on the beaches near the port and the floating platform. There was almost no movement in the depression. The fact that the orcs can move around in that shallow area means it is relatively safe. At least those big guys are not willing to come near it. What's a little dirt and stench? Finding food and surviving is the key. That's right. Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Sister Ailey and the others are picking things up over there. It seems like we haven't heard of any powerful sea monsters over there. Li Xiaoyu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. That makes sense. It's better than going to your death. I'll listen to you. Good. Wang Hao perked up. Pack your things. Bring buckets, crowbars, and nets. Aunt Li needs to rest. Xiaoyu, you stay and take care of Mom. Xiaoyu and I will go. I want to go too. Li Xiaoyu protested. No. Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu spoke in unison, their attitudes resolute. Chapter 23 Rabbit-Eared Girl. In the end, Li Xiaoyu pouted and stayed behind. Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu took their tools and carefully left the shack area, avoiding the mess on the road, and headed towards the forgotten and disgusted ditch next to them. The closer you get to the depression, the more dilapidated the scene becomes. Rolling piles of garbage, mixed with household waste, rotting fish bones, broken fishing gear, and other debris, emit a nauseating stench. The murky sewage formed a foul-smelling puddle in the low-lying area. In the distance, a cluster of simple orc shacks could be vaguely seen. Some figures with animal ears or tails moved around the edge of the garbage heap. When they saw Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu, the two humans, approaching, they immediately cast wary and repulsive glances at them. Wang Hao paid no attention to the stares, focusing entirely on his senses. The invisible perception of the spirit sea boat spread out like ripples, trying to filter out the mixed and filthy auras and capture even the slightest fluctuations of spiritual energy contained within. Li Xiaoyu, on the other hand, endured her discomfort and carefully observed the gaps between the ground and the garbage heap. Over here. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He walked to a patch of wet sand covered by a half-buried, tattered fishing net. He lifted the net, turned it over with a crowbar, and underneath were more than a dozen hard-shelled mollusks with grayish shells stuck together. It's a mud clam. Li Xiaoyu recognized it, her tone tinged with disdain. The meat is tough and fishy, and it has almost no spiritual energy. Even if it's sparse, it's still spiritual energy and materials. Wang Hao didn't care. With a thought, he directly absorbed a few of the slightly stronger spiritual energy into his spiritual sea. The small boat accepted everything. The growth he received was negligible, but like a trickle, it continued to nourish the boat and the spiritual sea space, which was better than nothing. The two continued their search. In this abandoned corner, although it was difficult to find the rare treasures they had easily obtained a few days ago, the advantage was safety and quantity. In no time, they filled a small bucket with mud clams. They continued walking towards the sea and found several more iron-clawed crabs, which were also quite large but had little spiritual energy. These crabs were large enough to be taken down with 2 hands, but they were slow and were easily caught by Li Xiaoyu with a net. They also found barnacles attached to the deck of an abandoned ship, whose shells were quite hard. Wang Hao tried to pry it off with a crowbar several times but failed, so he simply threw the whole plank to the small boat to eat. Later, they even found several fat, garbage fish that ate rotten flesh in a broken wooden barrel. Among a pile of huge fish bones, whitened by the sea, Wang Hao even found a spine bone as thick as a bowl and over 2 meters long. The bone was grayish-white, exceptionally heavy and hard, and faintly emitted an extremely weak, earthy yellow spiritual light from within. Nice one. Wang Hao weighed the heavy beast bone in his hand, and the small boat in the spiritual sea conveyed a strong desire. Careful! Just as Wang Hao was about to send the bone into his spiritual sea, Li Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! A gray-black, whip-like shadow darted out like lightning from a foul-smelling cesspool, lunging straight at Wang Hao's wrist, which was gripping the bone. A stench filled the air, and a terrifying maw, its open tip filled with fine fangs, revealed itself. A venomous sea eel, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed. This ferocious creature was extremely fast, and its teeth were poisonous. Wang Hao reacted with lightning speed. His mind raced. Entwined by vines. Sizzle. Several emerald-green vine phantoms instantly tore through the damp sand. The vine skill was no longer a simple binding. Its tips carried a sharp, drill-like edge, stabbing fiercely at the figure. Uft, uft. The vines pierced the eel's body with pinpoint accuracy. But this creature was exceptionally ferocious and slippery. Its tough skin actually managed to shave off the tips of the vines, leaving only a few bloody marks. Its momentum did not diminish, and its fangs almost touched Wang Hao's wrist. Court death. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold, and his other hand was already poised to strike, mobilizing the spiritual energy of his spiritual sea space. Water rocket. Sizzle. A perfectly condensed, deep blue water arrow, crackling with electricity and accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, struck first despite being delayed. It pierced the depths of the eel's open mouth with unparalleled precision. Boom. The violent water elemental energy and electric arcs contained within the water arrow erupted fiercely within its fragile mouth. Hiss! The eel let out a short, piercing scream, its body convulsing and stiffening violently. Taking advantage of this, the entwining vines suddenly tightened their grip. Click! The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The ferocious eel had its spine snapped, and it hung limply down. The battle ended instantly, from the moray eel's surprise attack to its death. Wang Hao shook his hand, looking at the eel corpse on the ground. He felt even more confident in his control over his abilities. The enhanced piercing of the vines and the lightning paralysis and explosive power of the water arrows were combined seamlessly. Amazing! Li Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely praised him. No problem. Wang Hao smiled, bent down and picked up the nearly 2-meter-long eel. This spiritual energy is much stronger than that of the mud clam. Our dinner is settled. Put it away. I'll give this fish bone to Xiaochuan first. Just as Wang Hao was processing the fish bones, and Li Xiaoyu was carefully placing the precious eel into the bucket, a slight commotion and several crisp sounds came from the other side of the depression. Sisterly, look. That human is amazing. He killed the poison eel in one go. Shoo. Keep your voice down, Xiaoya. Don't let them find out. But he looks a bit like the person who helped Sister Ailey yesterday. Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu looked in the direction of the sound. Behind several piles of garbage, several figures were peeking out, and the one in the lead was none other than Ali, the fox-eared girl they had met yesterday. She was accompanied by 3 half-orc girls, a girl with fluffy brown bear ears and a sturdy build, a girl with long, thin cat ears and sharp eyes, and a particularly eye-catching one with a pair of soft, snow-white ears that trembled slightly with nervousness, and large, ruby-like eyes that looked over timidly like a frightened little rabbit. She was the rabbit-eared girl called Xiaoya. When Ailey saw Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu, especially Li Xiaoyu, a hint of surprise and hesitation flashed in her amber eyes, but she still mustered up her courage and pulled a few companions out. It's you guys. Ali's voice still carried a heavy accent, but she sounded much more relaxed than yesterday. She pointed to the eel in the bucket. Thank you. Thank you for yesterday, and this is amazing. She was clearly referring to Wang Hao killing the sea eel. Wang Hao's gaze was instantly drawn to Xiaoya, the bunny-eared girl. Long, snow-white ears, fluffy and trembling with nervousness, large, watery, ruby-like eyes, filled with pure curiosity and a touch of fear, a delicate nose, slightly pursed pink lips. My God, she's so adorable. A beast-eared girl. Alive. Fluffy. Wang Hao felt his heart pounding uncontrollably, and a powerful, Primordial force called cuteness is justice surged within him. Cough, cough. Wang Hao forcibly suppressed the urge to rush over and ruffle those long ears, trying his best to put on what he considered the most amiable, though actually a bit silly, expression. Chapter 24 Invitation to Go Beachcombing. You're welcome. I was just trying to help. I meant to help with my own water attack. You guys are here to go beachcombing too. The moray eels here are pretty fierce. Want to join us? Many hands make light work. We can look out for each other. Wang Hao extended a warm invitation, but his gaze couldn't help but drift towards Xiaoya, the bunny-eared girl. Ali, the bear-eared girl, and the cat-eared girl were all stunned for a moment. They obviously did not expect that this human boy, who seemed a bit strange yesterday but was quite strong, would invite them so enthusiastically. Xiaoyu was even more frightened and shrank back, hiding behind Ali, only showing her big eyes and her trembling long ears. Ali glanced at Wang Hao's sincere gaze, which held an undisguised fondness for rabbit ears, then at her companions who seemed somewhat interested. Especially seeing Li Xiaoyu's friendly smile towards her, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Okay, thank you. Her gaze swept over the catch in Wang Hao and Li Zhao's buckets, especially the large eel, and a hint of longing flashed in her eyes. In this barren land, any food was precious. Very good. Wang Hao almost cheered, but forcibly held back. Come, over here. I just sensed something good over there. Wang Hao immediately transformed into an enthusiastic guide, pointing to another pile of garbage, trying to demonstrate his value and, incidentally, to get a better look at the adorable bunny-eared girl and the little foxes in front of him. Several orc girls looked at each other and followed. Ailey walked ahead, while the bear-eared girl Aman curiously sized up Wang Hao. The cat-eared girl Ailing warily observed their surroundings, and the rabbit-eared girl Xiaoyue still timidly hid behind Ailey, but her ruby-like eyes were also full of curiosity about Wang Hao, the human boy who could easily kill the terrifying sea eel and showed them kindness. Wang Hao immediately got into the zone, transforming into a beachcombing guide, pointing to the area he had just sensed. Over here, I sense something down there. The spiritual energy isn't strong, but it feels quite real. Wang Hao tried to shift his attention away from Xiaoya's long, snow-white ears, which trembled slightly with each step, and focused on the sensation under his feet. The half-orc girls looked at each other. Ailey and Aman followed, while the cat-eared girl Ailing remained vigilant. Xiaoyue clung tightly to Ailey's clothes, her ruby-like eyes curiously observing Wang Hao's movements. Wang Hao walked to a patch of damp sand covered with various seashell fragments and rotten seaweed. With a slight thought, several emerald green vine shadows quietly emerged, like nimble fingers, quickly clearing away the debris to reveal several dark, hole-filled fragments of reef underneath. They're fragments of sunken sea rock. Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She recognized the stone. Although its spiritual energy is mixed, its texture is very hard and heavy. It's a rare and excellent material. It used to be hard to find. Some people on the island collected it to use as a foundation. Nice one. Wang Hao grinned and unceremoniously used his vines to roll up the heavy stones and sent them directly into his spiritual sea space. The small boat emitted a cheerful hum, and the metallic luster on its hull seemed to deepen a bit. Although the growth was not significant, it added up little by little. Seeing Wang Hao's amazing methods, the half-orc girls all showed surprised expressions. Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a soft, wow, before shyly covering her mouth. With Wang Hao's underwater perception, even though the water was shallow and murky, the ability to sense spiritual energy beneath the sand was remarkably effective. Coupled with the assistance of the flexible vines and Ali and the others' familiarity with the area, the efficiency was greatly improved. Ali pointed to the edge of a muddy puddle. There, mud snails often crawl out. Although they are small, their meat is very firm and makes a good soup. Sure enough, in the slippery mud, they found many small, grayish-brown snails clinging to the rocks. The bear-eared girl, Aman, was incredibly strong. She easily moved a large, half-buried rock, revealing several panicked iron-clawed crabs waving their enormous pincers underneath. These crabs were even larger than the ones Wang Hao and his friends had caught before. Li Xiaoyu reacted swiftly, quickly scooping up the net. With her keen observation skills, the cat-eared girl discovered several clumps of dark blue seaweed growing in the cracks of the garbage heap. These seaweeds, which emitted a faint watery aura, were called blue velvet algae. Although they tasted ordinary, they were much better than regular seaweed and were a good way to replenish energy. The one with the biggest surprise was Xiaoya, the bunny-eared girl. She timidly pointed to a crevice in the reef entangled in a tattered fishing net. There. It looks like something is glowing. The The sound was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Following her direction, Wang Hao's vines probed into the crevice and, after a moment's exploration, unearthed several small, round, white seashells, no bigger than a thumb, radiating a soft, pearly luster. It's a moonstone clam. This type of clam contains pure and gentle spiritual energy. Although it's rare, the quality is quite good. It's a good material for making low-grade ornaments or grinding it into powder for medicinal use. Xiaoya is amazing. Wang Hao sincerely praised her, his gaze towards the rabbit-eared girl filled with admiration and an irrepressible fondness for her long ears. Two blushes instantly rose on Xiaoya's cheeks. Her long, snow-white ears trembled shyly, and she hid behind a li, revealing only her bright, sparkling eyes. The atmosphere of cooperation gradually became harmonious. Wang Hao used vines and his senses to search for materials with spiritual energy and seafood hidden deep in the sand. Li Xiaoyu was responsible for collecting and organizing them, while Li and the others used their experience and different talents, a man's strength, the cat-eared girl's keenness, and the rabbit-eared girl's meticulousness, to provide assistance and make discoveries. The catch in the buckets grew at a visible speed: mud clams, iron-clawed crabs, blue velvet algae, moon clams, and even a few small, decent-quality fish caught in shallow puddles. Everyone's face was filled with the joy of harvest. Li Xiaoyu looked at the half-full bucket, and a rare relaxed smile appeared on her face. Ali and the others were also very excited. These harvests were a rare food supplement for them, as they could hardly find so much food on ordinary days. Wang Hao was in a great mood. The small boat in his spiritual sea was in excellent condition because of the continuous feeding. The boat had grown to a size of 2.5 meters. More importantly, looking at those adorable animal-eared girls, especially Xiaoya's shy yet earnest expression, Wang Hao felt that even this stinky garbage dump had become much more pleasing to the eye. Before we knew it, the sun was already setting in the west, and the fishy smell brought by the sea breeze seemed to have been somewhat diluted by the joy of the harvest. That's about it. Wang Hao glanced at the sky, then at the heavy buckets in everyone's hands. A good harvest today? We should head back. Ali nodded, looked at the contents of the bucket, and sincerely said to Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu, "Thank you. Thank you for taking us with you. Don't mention it." Wang Hao waved his hand with great enthusiasm. "Come anytime you want. The more people, the more fun it is, and the more you can pick up." He couldn't wait to see these cute beast-eared girls every day, and it would be even more perfect if he could pet them. Chapter 25 was a good harvest. The group packed their things, chatting and laughing, with Wang Hao doing most of the talking while the orc girls listened shyly, and headed towards the shanty town. However, just as they stepped out of the core area of the garbage dump and into a relatively open mudflat, trouble came knocking. 5 or 6 slovenly-looking young men blocked their way. The leader was a thug with a scar on his face, one of the 3 who had tried to rob Ali in the garbage dump a couple of days ago, but were chased away by Wang Hao. At this moment, he stared at Ali and the others haul in their bucket with a sinister look in his eyes, then glanced at Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu. Taking advantage of the fact that there were more of them today, he revealed a greedy and malicious smile. "Hey, isn't this the kid who was pretty tough yesterday?" The scarred thug spoke in a sarcastic tone, his gaze sweeping over the abundant seafood in Ali and the others' buckets. "Not bad, huh? Still scavenging for trash with these stinky orcs? TSK, quite the unique taste." The thugs behind him also burst into laughter, their eyes sweeping over the half-orc girls, including Ali and Ailing, with undisguised malice and frivolity. Ali and the others immediately tensed up. A man clenched her fists, Ailing hunched her back, her eyes sharp as knives, and Xiaoyu turned pale with fright, hiding tightly behind Ali, her body trembling slightly. Li Xiaoyu also nervously moved closer to Wang Hao. Wang Hao's smile vanished instantly, his eyes turning cold. He stepped forward, blocking everyone's path, and coldly stared at the scarred thug. A good dog doesn't block the way. Wasn't the lesson from the other day enough? Want to try my water arrow again? The scarred thug recalled the excruciating pain in his knee yesterday and the eerie vines, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. But when he saw the several clearly frightened half-orc girls behind Wang Hao and the rare finds in their buckets, hunger and greed overcame his fear. "Kit, don't you dare be so arrogant." The scarred thug roared, his voice laced with bravado. "I was careless yesterday, but not today. If you know what's good for you, leave behind what's in your buckets and all the valuables on these orc girls. Otherwise, haha." He gave a signal, and the other thugs immediately dispersed, forming a swarm around him, each holding a sharpened wooden stick and a rusty harpoon. What do you want to do?" Li Xiaoyu was both shocked and furious. Ali and the others were extremely nervous, and Xiaoyu was so scared that she was about to cry. Looking at the other person's face, Wang Hao felt a surge of anger rising to his head. How dare they disturb his peaceful beachcombing time with the cute, beast-eared girls? They even wanted to steal his things. They even wanted to take advantage of Xiaoya and the others. You're courting death. Wang Hao's eyes were icy cold, and he didn't waste any words. There's absolutely no need to use any vines. A thought connects to the spiritual sea, and the runes on the bow of the ship instantly light up. Sizzle, sizzle. Two condensed, solid, deep blue water arrows, crackling with fine arcs of electricity, shot with pinpoint accuracy at the feet of the scarred thug and the thug next to him, like bullets fired from a gun, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. Boom, boom. Two muffled thuds. Sand, gravel, and water spray exploded violently, instantly creating two deep craters the size of washbasins on the beach. They were less than an inch from the thug's toes. A powerful shockwave, carrying flying sand and water droplets, slammed into the bodies and faces of the thugs. It hurt them so much that they couldn't even open their eyes. My foot. The thugs were terrified, screaming incoherently. The scarred thug, in particular, turned pale as he stared at the steaming crater at his feet. This was far more terrifying than the blow to the knee yesterday. If it had hit his body. Wang Hao remained expressionless, his fingertips once again gathering a leaping blue light, which he aimed at the feet of another thug. His voice was as cold as ice. Get lost. Or, I can't guarantee the next arrow will hit the ground again. The chilling killing intent and the two terrifying deep pits on the ground completely shattered the thug's courage. Run, run. The scarred thug was the first to react. Ignoring his weak legs, he turned and ran, even dropping the wooden stick he was holding. The other thugs were so scared that they wet themselves and scrambled after him, wishing they had more legs. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. All that remained on the beach were two deep craters from the blast and the lingering dust and moisture. Quiet. A deathly silence. Ali, Man, and Ling stared dumbfounded at Wang Hao's back, at the two still smoking craters on the ground, and at the thugs fleeing in a disheveled state in the distance. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock. They knew Wang Hao was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. Two arrows he casually fired had such terrifying power. He really did hold back that day. Xiaoya peeked out from behind Ali, her ruby-like eyes wide open, her little mouth slightly agape, her gaze towards Wang Hao filled with disbelief and a hint of indescribable admiration. The thunderous methods he had just used were a stark contrast to the human boy who had grinned foolishly at her with sparkling eyes earlier. Li Xiaoyu also breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with reassurance as she looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao dispelled the spiritual light from his fingertips, turned around, and instantly put on that innocent, bright smile again, as if the cold-blooded killing god from just moments ago hadn't been him at all. All right, the annoying flies are gone. It's all right now, Xiaoya, don't be afraid. Wang Hao even gave the bunny-eared girl a reassuring smile. Xiaoya's face flushed red again in an instant, and she quickly shrank back behind Ali, but her long, snow-white ears involuntarily stood up quietly and trembled slightly. Ali took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and looked at Wang Hao with eyes full of gratitude and deep awe. Thank you. Wang Hao, I told you not to be so polite. Wang Hao waved his hand, in high spirits. Let's go, it's getting dark, let's hurry home. The moment of parting arrived. Near the boundary between the orc settlement and the human shantytown, Ali and the others once again expressed their sincere gratitude. These are for you. Ali hesitated for a moment, then took out the few precious moon shells and a small handful of blue velvet algae from their bucket, intending to hand them to Wang Hao and Li Xiaoyu as a thank you gift. No need. Wang Hao quickly refused. We agreed to go beachcombing together, so we should share the catch. We have plenty in our buckets too. He pointed to his own and Li Xiaoyu's buckets, both half full, and said, Go back quickly. Be careful on the road. Looking into Wang Hao's sincere eyes, Ali didn't insist any further. She simply nodded vigorously, her amber eyes shining with genuine sincerity. Yes. You guys, be careful too. Bare-eared Man smiled Holy, and cat-eared Ling nodded slightly to Wang Hao, all hostility in her eyes disappearing. Rabbit-eared Xiaoyu hid behind Ali, secretly glancing at Wang Hao before quickly lowering her head and saying in a voice barely audible, Thank you, brother Wang Hao. Then, blushing, she was pulled by Ali and walked quickly towards the orc shack area. Watching their figures disappear into the twilight, especially Xiaoya's long ears that twitched slightly as she disappeared around the corner, Wang Hao felt a surge of joy. Let's go too, Xiaoyu. Wang Hao picked up the bucket, which was full of food, enough for them to eat for several days. Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, a relaxed smile on her face. Although the environment here is harsh, today's harvest far exceeded expectations. More importantly, the strength that Wang Hao showed made them feel incredibly at ease. This is so much better than the life they had before, when they were always worried and taking care of their mother with their sister. If only it could always be like this. Li Xiaoyu's face gradually turned rosy as she thought about it. The two walked towards their shed, the setting sun casting long shadows, the heavy harvest in their buckets a testament to the day's bounty. Chapter 26 Departure. The afterglow of the setting sun tinged the garbage heap in the depression with a hazy golden edge. The bucket was full of his bounty, mud clams, iron-clawed crabs, and even the giant eel. At this moment, Wang Hao felt exceptionally happy. The faint voice of Xiaoya, the rabbit-eared girl, saying, "Thank you," brother Wang Hao still echoed in his mind, along with her shy, trembling, snow-white ears. What a fruitful day. Li Xiaoyu also had a relaxed smile on her face as she looked at the eel in the bucket. This eel is enough for us to eat for 2 days, and mother can also have some good nutrition. Thank you, brother Hao. Don't be so polite with me, we're all family. Wang Hao grinned, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Let's go again tomorrow. Maybe we'll find something even better. Xiaoya and the others know this area quite well. Let's invite Xiaoya along tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, the door of the shed was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. A tall figure, reeking of the strong smell of the sea and blood, blocked the doorway like a suffocating mountain. It was Li Zheng, the eldest son of Aunt Li, who had not been home for a long time and looked injured. Li Zheng's gaze was like a knife. He first swept over Li Xiaoyu and saw that she was safe and sound. His tense nerves seemed to relax a little. When his gaze fell on Wang Hao, especially when he saw Wang Hao walking side by side with his sister, chatting and laughing, after he learned that a man was staying at his house when he got home today. The anger and vigilance that had just been suppressed erupted like a volcano. Xiaoyu. Li Zheng's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a suppressed anger. Who is he? His finger pointed unceremoniously at Wang Hao, his eyes filled with scrutiny and hostility. Elder brother. Seeing her brother standing awake at the door, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise and rushed forward. You're back? This is Wang Hao he. Wang Hao. Li Zheng completely ignored his sister's explanation. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Wang Hao, as if trying to see through him. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, and he said, Heh, so this is the gigolo who lives off me and Xiaoyu? I heard he's some kind of microlight ship repairman. He doesn't even have a basic 10-meter level spirit sea space. He's really lowered the bar for ship repairmen. Brother, how could you say that? Li Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she hurriedly explained. Wang Hao helped us a lot. Mother's recovery was all thanks to him finding her. Shut up. Li Zheng rudely interrupted his sister, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Wang Hao. Help? How? With his meager, low-level spiritual sea? A ship repairman who can only refine a toy ship. He looked Wang Hao up and down, still wearing his clothes, his contempt almost overflowing. I, Li Zheng, work myself to the bone outside to earn money to buy medicine for my mother. And you guys, you've got nothing better to do than keep a good-for-nothing who lives off his wife at home. Brother, you've gone too far. Li Xiaoyu's face turned red with anger. Brother Li Zheng, brother Wang Hao is not a good-for-nothing. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoyu ran out of the house, her face flushed red, and stood in front of Wang Hao like a puffed-up kitten. Brother Wang Hao is so amazing. He killed the ironclad crab. He also chased away the bad guys who were bullying Sister Ailey. Today he even chased away several thugs who wanted to steal our things. Enough! Li Zheng's roar made Li Xiaoyu tremble, and the words she was about to say got stuck in her throat. He looked at his two younger sisters, his eyes filled with heartache at their disappointment and an almost obsessive anger. Impressive? Killing a few crabs makes you impressive? Fighting off a few thugs makes you impressive? What do you know? He pointed at Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu, his voice trembling with excitement. You, both of you have opened your spirit sea space. This is an opportunity given by the heavens. Do you know what this means? His gaze shifted to Wang Hao, filled with disdain. Even the lowest level weapon slave, by refining a fishing rod and a machete, can fish and fight at sea, earning a real living. That's 1,000,000 times better than someone like him who refines a broken toy boat, only knows how to perform some tricks, and is utterly useless. What future do you have following him? Are you going to scavenge for scraps in this garbage dump with him? Li Zheng practically roared it out, spitting as he spoke. You should register at the Weapon Cultivation Guild immediately. Just pick any handy tool and refine it. Become weapon slaves first. At least you can support yourselves and protect your mothers. Later, when you've saved enough money, you can find a way to buy spirit fire to refine and embark on the formal path of weapon cultivation. This is the only way for lowly people like us who crawled out of the slums to survive. The only chance to turn our lives around. His last words were almost spoken through gritted teeth, carrying a cruel understanding soaked in blood and tears, and an extreme superstition about the orthodox path. Wang Hao stood there. The smile on his face vanished without a trace. Li Zheng's repeated insults, pretty boy, good for nothing, gigolo, utterly useless, a ship repairman, a scavenger in a garbage dump, were like cold knives, stabbing his heart one by one. Wang Hao is a modern man. He has his own pride. From the moment I transmigrated here, starting from a tiny boat, I relied on my special abilities to grow the boat by navigating the seas, protecting the Li sisters, finding a fragment of the sea soul crystal to save Aunt Li, and today I even protected those beast-eared girls. I can say with a clear conscience that I have done my best. But now, in the eyes of this so-called brother who has just returned from outside, all her efforts and sacrifices have become living off a woman. Useless. Trash. An indescribable anger mixed with immense grievance and humiliation instantly overwhelmed Wang Hao's reason. He felt all the blood rushing to his head, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and the small boat in the spiritual sea seemed to sense its master's anger, vibrating and humming violently, the blue runes on the bow flashing. Explain? Explain to someone brainwashed by a machine slave, thinking who doesn't understand their own path at all? It's a waste of breath. Wang Hao slammed the heavy wooden bucket he was holding onto the ground. The mud clams, iron-clawed crabs, and even the giant eel inside the bucket jumped. Without even glancing at Li Zheng, his icy gaze swept over the astonished Li Xiaoyu and the terrified Li Xiaoyu. His voice was terrifyingly calm, yet carried a chilling edge. Fine, I'm a useless gigolo, a piece of junk ship repairman who's utterly worthless. Wang Hao twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold, almost self-mocking sneer. It's no longer in your way. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around without hesitation and strode towards the desolate beach shrouded in night outside the shanty town. His back was resolute, carrying an extremely suppressed anger and arrogance. Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu seemed to wake from a dream, and with a sob in her voice, she was about to chase after him. Brother Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously, taking a few quick steps. Stop! With a sharp shout, Li Zheng grabbed Li Xiaoyu's arm with his large, iron-like hand, and blocked Li Xiaoyu with his other hand. His strength was immense, and the two girls were unable to break free. Let him go. Chapter 27 Solo Beachcombing. Li Zheng's voice was resolute, carrying an unquestionable parental authority. It's better that he's gone. He'll save you from being a burden. Xiaoyu, listen to me. Tomorrow I'll take you to the Weapon Cultivation Guild. We can't delay any longer. It's been days since you awakened your spirit sea space. Even if you can't follow the proper weapon cultivation path, following the ordinary weapon slave path is 100 times better than following him. At least you can support yourselves. When we make money in the future, I'll sell everything I own to get you spiritual fire so you can walk the true path of weapon cultivation. That's the right way. Li Xiaoyu was held tightly by her brother, watching Wang Hao's lonely figure rapidly shrink in the twilight until it disappeared into the dark wasteland, and tears rolled down her cheeks like broken beads. She wanted to explain, to tell her brother how amazing and important Wang Hao was, but her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't utter a single word. Only silent weeping and endless grievances remained. Li Xiaoyu also burst into tears, pounding her brother's arm between sobs. Bad brother. You're bad. You chased brother Wang Hao away. Wah. At the entrance of the shed, Aunt Li, who had been holding onto the door frame, also came out. She looked at her eldest son's arrogant and unquestionable demeanor, then at the direction where Wang Hao had disappeared into the night. Her lips trembled slightly, her eyes filled with complex and indescribable emotions. Relief at her eldest son's return, worry about his injuries, and disapproval of his rough attitude. There was also a deep sense of apology and helplessness towards Wang Hao for being so humiliated and driven away. She knew Wang Hao's abilities and that he was definitely not the good-for-nothing her son described. But looking at her son's face, which showed how he had endured so much hardship and was so determined to plan the right path for his sisters, she opened her mouth. But in the end, all she could manage was a heavy sigh, and she couldn't say anything. The night wind howled, stirring up bits of garbage and debris from the hollow, carrying a heavy, fishy stench. In front of the shed, Li Zheng's unquestionable reprimand and the suppressed sobs of the Li sisters were heard. In the darkness in the distance, Wang Hao's figure had completely blended into the night. Only the small boat in the spiritual sea, humming angrily, and the raging flame in his heart, burning with a determination to prove himself, roared silently. The icy night wind was like a knife, scraping against Wang Hao's exposed skin, carrying the stench of garbage and blood unique to the low-lying area. He walked unsteadily on the desolate mudflats, far away from the faint lights of the shantytown, and also far away from Li Zhang's piercing roar and the suppressed sobs of the Li sisters. The anger in his chest surged like molten lava, burning his internal organs with pain. Li Zhang's words echoed repeatedly in his mind like a curse, each word carrying a venomous barb that pierced his pride. Slave to sex, slave to sex, screw slave to sex. Wang Hao kicked a rock hard, sending it flying into a puddle not far away, splashing up a cloud of dirty water. The small boat in the spiritual sea seemed to sense its master's overwhelming anger and humiliation, trembling violently and emitting a low hum. The blue light of the runes on the bow of the boat flickered rapidly, and there were even faint arcs of electricity jumping on the hull. A powerful will, filled with resentment and anger, flowed through the soul connection. It wanted to become stronger, to become even stronger, strong enough that no one could underestimate it. Wang Hao stopped in his tracks, his chest heaving violently. He forced himself to calm down. Anger wouldn't solve anything. Li Zhang's prejudices were deeply ingrained, worn down by harsh reality to the point that he only saw a laborer as a safe path. Explaining things to him, it was like casting pearls before swine. Going back, wouldn't that confirm his image as a freeloader who refuses to leave? No. Wang Hao, have my own path. He took a deep breath, the stench of the air filling his lungs, strangely cooling his boiling blood. Looking around, darkness shrouded the desolate beach, the distant growls of sea monsters faintly audible. Danger, but also opportunity. His ship needed food, needed to grow. You're right, buddy. Wang Hao spoke softly to the small boat in the spiritual sea, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp and determined. We don't need to prove anything to anyone. We just need to become stronger. Strong enough to shut them up. Strong enough to make this entire ocean our hunting ground. Once I've raised you, I'll take you to the Ship Repair Guild and show them what ship repair really is. Without further hesitation, Wang Hao turned and walked towards the direction closer to the reef. The environment there was harsher, but it also meant that there might be more powerful sea beasts and rarer spiritual materials hidden there. He would hunt alone, using his strength and this unique path he had carved out himself, to slap Li Zhang in the face. The shantytown, the Li family. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. Li Zhang sat on the only broken wooden stool, his face gloomy. His bandaged arm throbbed slightly, but he didn't care. He looked at Li Xiaoyu, whose eyes were red from crying, silently cleaning up the seafood scattered on the ground. Then he looked at Xiaoyu, who was sobbing and huddled in her mother's arms after he had yelled at her. The anger of disappointment still burned in his heart, but there was also a hint of weariness and an undeniable determination. Stop crying. Li Zhang's voice was still stiff, but less violent. Mother, you've just recovered, don't worry. Xiaoyu, listen to me. We're going to the Artifact Repair Guild first thing tomorrow morning. We can't delay any longer. How many days has the Spirit Sea Space been open? If we delay any longer, the compatibility will decrease. Aunt Li looked at her eldest son, then at her two daughters, and hesitated to speak. She knew that Wang Hao was not a good-for-nothing. The food at home had improved significantly these days, and she no longer had to eat seaweed chunks. Her illness was also cured by the treasure that the boy found. But her son had just returned, covered in injuries, having suffered countless hardships outside, his heart filled with thoughts of finding a safe way out for his sisters. In the end, she could only sigh and gently pat Xiaoyu's back. Elder brother. Li Xiaoyu raised her head, tears still wet on her face, her voice hoarse and tinged with stubbornness. Wang Hao. He really isn't a good-for-nothing. Shut up. Li Zhang suddenly slammed his hand on a table made of broken wooden planks, startling Li Xiaoyu. You're still defending him? Besides some fancy magic tricks, what can he do? Can he provide you with a stable food supply? Can he protect you and your mother to survive in this chaotic world? Can he give you a future? He pointed to the large eel in the bucket. This fish, that's his greatest skill? This is what you wanted. He stood up, his tall figure exuding an imposing aura. What's wrong with being a slave to tools? Is it shameful? Let me tell you, on this white sand island, on this man-eating sea, being able to survive and support your family is what matters. Old Wang's son next door forged a broken machete and now works with the patrol team, earning 10 copper shells a day. Zhang Matzi at the end of the alley forged a harpoon and can now sail his small boat to fish in the nearshore waters. Although it's dangerous, at least he can make a living. It's a million times better than working with that good-for-nothing who only knows how to collect garbage and forge toy boats. He took a deep breath, his tone carrying an almost cruel calmness. I know you're all ambitious and look down on weapon slaves, and I look down on them too. But this is fate. This is the fate of people like us. First, survive, become weapon slaves, gain a foothold, and save money. Once you've saved enough to buy a spirit fire, I'll risk my life to get it for you. Then, you'll be true weapon cultivators. This is the way to turn your lives around. Tomorrow, I have to go. Li Jing's tone was resolute and brooked no argument. Looking at her brother's weathered face, etched with unwavering conviction, and the deep stubbornness honed by hardship and his so-called for your own good, in his eyes, all her explanations and rebuttals were stuck in her throat. She knew what her brother had gone through as a boatman. He was truly risking his life for them in his own way, but Wang Hao. She bit her lower lip tightly, tears silently streaming down her face. In the end, she just lowered her head and silently continued packing her things. The night passed without a word, only a stifling silence and the howling wind outside the window. Chapter 28: Choosing Your Favorite Weapon. The next morning, the sky was overcast, and the sea breeze still carried a chill and a fishy smell. Ignoring Aunt Li's advice and her sister's reluctance, Li Jing forcibly took Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu away from the shed. He sold his only relatively intact leather armor and used the family's last savings to raise enough money to register and purchase the most basic natal weapon. Although it was only enough to buy 2 of the lowest quality spirit pattern weapons, they couldn't even afford a graded spirit weapon. Equipment Repair Guild, registration office at the ground floor. The atmosphere was even more oppressive than at the Weapon Repair Guild last time. The hall was packed with people, mostly poor people like Li Jing who had come to register with their relatives who had just awakened their spiritual sea space. Despair, numbness, and a hint of confusion about their new identities filled the air. The union members in uniform were even worse, yelling and shouting at people like livestock. Name, aptitude, spiritual sea, attribute, tendency. A burly registrar with a cheap cigarette dangling from his lips asked mechanically, without even lifting his eyelids. Li Xiaoyu, fluorescent grade D, spirit sea, weak water attribute tendency. Li Xiaoyu replied in a low voice, her face pale. Li Xiaoyu, fluorescent grade D, spirit sea, weak fire attribute tendency. Li Xiaoyu also whispered, her big eyes filled with fear. Level D, weak. The registrar chuckled and casually tossed over 2 dusty iron tags engraved with simple runes. Take these identification tags. Go to the artifact blank warehouse over there and choose one yourself. Only 1 item per person. Once you've chosen, go next door and pay 10 silver coins each. Hurry up. There's a line behind you. The so-called warehouse is a huge warehouse that smells of rust and is filled with all kinds of rusty and dimly lit objects, such as chipped machetes, deformed harpoons, saws with missing teeth, and even broken oars, all of which are discarded junk containing a weak spirituality. Looking at the pile of decaying artifacts in front of her, and then thinking about Wang Hao's ship that was full of spiritual light and could continue to grow, the huge difference made her heart ache. She picked up a harpoon that looked relatively intact, but it was cold and heavy to the touch, and its spirituality was so weak that she could hardly feel it. Li Xiaoyu was drawn to a small, rusty peeler, the most exquisite thing she could find. She clutched it tightly, her little face filled with grievance. The room next door, which was equipped with an auxiliary spirit array, was even more rudimentary. A withered old man sat in front of a sparsely lit array that hummed loudly. Li Jing gritted his teeth and handed over the money he had scraped together. Put your hands on it. Hold on to your embryonic vessels. Don't move. The old man's voice was hoarse and devoid of emotion. The formation was activated, and a faint light enveloped Li Xiaoyu and her sister, along with the harpoons and skinning knives in their hands. A cold, forceful power surged into their spiritual sea, brutally leaving a spiritual artifact imprint in their meager spiritual sea space, while forcibly binding the pitiful spirituality on the artifact embryo to them. The process wasn't painful, but it carried a chilling feeling of one's soul being invaded by a foreign object and forcibly labeled. Li Xiaoyu felt an awkward, shackle-like connection with that inferior long knife, while Li Xiaoyu's face turned pale and her hand holding the skinning knife trembled slightly. All right, get lost. The old man withdrew his light and waved his hand impatiently. Remember, weapon slaves are different from weapon cultivators. As long as the weapon exists, the person exists. If the weapon is destroyed, the person dies. Take good care of your natal weapons and don't break them. If you break them, you can expect your spiritual sea to dry up and you to become a cripple. Stepping out of the cold, heavy metal gate of the repair shop. The sky outside was still overcast. Looking at the meager natal weapons in his two younger sisters' hands, and then at their pale, listless faces, Li Zheng felt a pang of sorrow welling up inside him, but he forced himself to harden his heart. All right, from today onwards, you are weapon cultivating apprentices. Although you are weapon slaves, this is the first step. Make good use of your spiritual seas to nurture your natal weapons. I'll take you to the docks to learn how to use weapons first. You'll be able to support yourselves. Li Xiaoyu gripped the cold, heavy harpoon tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. She looked up, gazing towards the shanty town, towards the depression where Wang Hao had disappeared yesterday, her eyes empty and lost. Nurturing this broken harpoon? To spear fish? Is this the so-called right path and way to survive her brother planned for her? Does he even know the difference between a weapon cultivator and a weapon slave? She felt her heart, like the harpoon in her hand, was cold and heavy. Wang Hao, where are you now? Are you all right? Li Zheng led his distraught sisters toward the bustling south wharf of Pingming district. In the desolate, rocky areas of the garbage dump, the sea breeze howls, carrying a salty, fishy, and wild scent. The rainwater left over from last night gathered in the crevices of the rocks, forming cold puddles. Wang Hao leaned against a huge rock, eroded by the waves, and took small bites of a piece of half-cooked crab meat with a burnt taste. This is a claw I casually tore off from an unfortunate iron-clawed crab last night using my vine skill. After last night's beachcombing, the small boat in the Spirit Sea is about to exceed 3 meters in length. The hull is more substantial, with a metallic sheen covering most of it. The stabilizing spiritual patterns on the bottom of the boat shimmer like breathing, and the electric arcs leaping at the bow are more condensed, faintly carrying a hint of explosive energy. The most noticeable change is that the blurry wind patterns at the sail position have now clearly outlined several smooth lines, radiating a faint but real fluctuation of wind spirit energy. Eat up, buddy. Eat more so you can grow faster. Wang Hao stuffed the last bit of crab meat into his mouth, feeling the craving for more food emanating from his spiritual sea. Here, far from the shanty town, there are deeper reefs and surging undercurrents, a hunting ground where sea monsters are more active, and also the battlefield where Wang Hao proves himself. Li Zheng's insulting words are like poisoned thorns, deeply embedded in his heart. Wang Hao stood up, his eyes sharp. The spiritual sea boat's perception was like an invisible radar wave, cautiously scanning the turbid, foaming seawater ahead. Found it. Wang Hao's pupils contracted as he locked onto a reef covered in black seaweed. There lurked a shadow larger than an armored crab, its aura fierce and heavy like rock. It was a lone rock-armored crab, a ferocious creature with a shell as hard as granite and pincers that could easily snap a boat's plank. It was one of the creatures that nearshore fishermen least wanted to provoke. I'll make an example of you. Wang Hao showed no fear, only boiling fighting spirit. He quietly moved his figure and approached under the cover of the reef. Communicate with your spiritual sea through your thoughts. Vine. Sizzle. Several emerald green vines, thicker than before and with tips spinning rapidly with water, burst forth like venomous snakes, instantly tearing through the seawater and precisely coiling around the rock crab's relatively soft joints. The water-formed drills frantically cut into the gaps in its shell. Startled, the rock crab let out a deep roar and swung its huge pincers out, smashing them down on the vines with tremendous force. Bang! The vines trembled violently, water splashed everywhere, but this time they didn't break. The reinforcement of the ship's hull significantly increased the vines' resilience. The vines clung tightly, and the water drill continued to cut. Water rocket! Wang Hao gave a low shout, and blue light flashed from his fingertips. A thicker, dark blue water arrow, crackling with electricity like fangs, arrived with a piercing shriek as it tore through the air. Its target was the area below the rock crab's compound eyes, which were slightly open in anger, and the weakest point where its carapace connected to its mouth. Boom! The water arrow pierced through precisely. The violent water elemental energy, mixed with raging electric arcs, erupted fiercely within the rock armor crab's body. Hiss, roar! The rock crab let out a deafening scream, its massive body convulsing and thrashing wildly, churning the seawater into a murky mess. The vines seized the opportunity to strangle it with all their might. Again, Wang Hao's eyes were icy cold, and the runes on the bow of the ship lit up again. A second water arrow condensed. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. A silver-gray figure, swift as a ghost, shot out from the murky seawater like an arrow released from a bow. Its target was not Wang Hao, but the dying rock crab. Chapter 29. The Beast Girl is injured. It was a sea serpent as thick as an arm, its entire body covered in fine, silvery scales. It opened its mouth, filled with barbed teeth, and bit down hard on the rock crab's wound, which had been blasted open by the water arrow. A stream of paralyzing venom was instantly injected. A thunder eel? Wang Hao was shocked. This guy was incredibly fast. Judging from his teeth, they were clearly poisonous and could release electricity. He was extremely difficult to deal with. He actually took advantage of my predicament to rob me. Under the double blow, the rock crab's struggles quickly weakened. The thunder eel struck successfully, its cold, vertical pupils greedily locking onto its prey. At the same time, it caught sight of Wang Hao on the shore, its tongue flicking in and out, emitting a threatening hiss. Trying to get a bargain? Did you even ask me? How could I let a snake snatch away the duck that was already in my mouth? With a thought, I held nothing back, mobilized my spiritual energy, and attacked with all my might. Waterbending. Buzz. Centered on the eel, the seawater within several meters around it seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, instantly forming a rapidly spinning small whirlpool. The powerful water pressure and pulling force trapped the unsuspecting eel, causing it to sink into the mud and its speed to drop drastically. The thunder eel was filled with shock and rage, its body twisting wildly, tiny sparks of electricity leaping from its silver scales as it tried to break free from the water's grasp. Now, a cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he struck out with both hands simultaneously. Screech, screech. Two deep blue water arrows, crackling with blinding arcs of electricity, struck precisely at the 7-inch mark and head of the thunder eel trapped in the vortex, one from the left and one from the right. Boom, boom. Two almost overlapping explosions. Water sprayed into the sky, carrying with it silver scales and fragments of flesh and blood. The thunder eel's body was instantly torn into 3 pieces by the violent force. The remaining nerves were still twitching, releasing a last faint arc of electricity before falling completely silent. As the whirlpool receded, the seawater turned a deep red, and the corpses of rock crabs and thunder eels floated on the surface. Cull. Wang Hao was slightly out of breath, sweat beading on his forehead. Simultaneously controlling the water vortex and firing 2 water arrows at full power was extremely taxing on his spiritual sea, but the effects were astounding, and the gains were plentiful. The small boat in the spiritual sea burst into unprecedented cheers. Manipulating the vines, the rock-armored crab and the thunder eel, each over a meter wide, were sent into the spiritual sea space. The ship greedily devoured the corpses of the 2 powerful sea beasts and the dissipated spiritual energy. The ship expanded at a visible speed, its hull shimmering with a metallic sheen, and a rough texture resembling that of a rock crab's shell was faintly visible, greatly increasing its defensive capabilities. After swallowing the thunder eel, the leaping arcs of electricity on the bow of the ship became even more active, even briefly swimming across the surface of the hull. The wind patterns on the sails became clearer, and Wang Hao felt a subtle connection between himself and the flow of the surrounding air. Get stronger. Keep getting stronger. Wang Hao clenched his fist, and just as he was about to leave the reef, the edge of the spiritual sea boat's perception detected an extremely faint yet exceptionally pure life fluctuation, coming from an inconspicuous, narrow cave on the nearby rocky beach, half submerged by the tide. Curious, Wang Hao approached and parted the damp seaweed. Deep inside the cave, a strange seaweed, no bigger than the palm of his hand and crystal clear as if carved from blue crystal, was emitting a soft blue halo. Its pure spiritual energy invigorated Wang Hao. Is this also blue-green algae? No, it's more like a mutated blue-green algae. Wang Hao was overjoyed. This was an unexpected delight. He carefully picked the blue velvet algae, and a cool, pure spiritual energy flowed down his arm into his spiritual sea. The small boat hummed comfortably, and the wind patterns on the sails seemed to brighten slightly. Wang Hao carefully put most of them away, then tore off a small piece of leaf and put it in his mouth. He immediately felt that the spiritual energy he had just consumed was recovering much faster. Just then, Wang Hao sensed a familiar yet faint presence rapidly approaching, accompanied by heavy breathing, fear, and a hint of blood. Wang Hao turned his head sharply and saw a petite figure staggering as she ran. Her long, snow-white ears stood out against the gray sky, but were now covered in mud and glaring bloodstains. It was Xiaoya, the rabbit-eared girl. Her face was deathly pale. Her ruby-like eyes were filled with terrified tears. There was a horrifying claw mark on her slender arm, and blood stained half of her sleeve. She was tightly clutching a few seaweeds that emitted a faint blue light in her arms, which were blue velvet algae. Xiaoya. Startled, Wang Hao leaped off the reef in an instant, and with a few nimble leaps, he rushed to Xiaoya's side. Woof, brother Wang Hao. When Xiaoya saw Wang Hao, she was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. Her tense nerves relaxed, her legs went weak, and she was about to fall when Wang Hao caught her in time. Her cold little hands gripped Wang Hao's arm tightly, her voice trembling with sobs and heavy breathing. Help, help, Sister Ali. She was hurt while trying to distract the alligator snapping turtle. She bled so much. We're running out of medicine, sob. She looked down at the blue algae in her arms, stained with mud and blood, and tears streamed down her face. I sensed a very pure aura here, so I risked coming here. And then I encountered the ghost-faced otter. Wang Hao understood instantly. Ali likely encountered a sea monster while beachcombing, and was injured while protecting them by drawing away the powerful ironback alligator turtle. Xiao Yu sensed the pure aura left by the blue velvet algae that Wang Hao had previously collected, and ventured over to find it to replenish her own, only to be attacked by the ghost otter. Looking at Xiao Ye's pale face, the hideous wound on her arm, and the few life-saving herbs in her arms that were covered in mud and blood, but which she still protected tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Where's Ali? Take me there quickly. Wang Hao's voice carried a reassuring power as he carefully helped Xiaoya sit down. His gaze, like a cold searchlight, swept in the direction Xiaoya had come from. The spiritual sea boat's senses were fully activated, clearly locking onto the several rapidly approaching, ferocious auras. It was the ghost-faced otter, tracking them by the scent of blood. There were at least 3 of them. Court death. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his killing intent spread out as if it were a tangible force. It was just a thought. 3 masked otters, like gray lightning bolts, pounced from 3 directions. Their sharp claws and teeth gleamed coldly, aiming straight for Wang Hao and Xiao Yu's vital points. 3 water arrows crackling with electricity shot simultaneously at the inescapable ghoul in midair. A piercing electric shock and a sound that seemed to penetrate the body rang out. The 3 masked otters let out a shrill, painful howl as their bodies were pierced through, and they were thrown backward, still convulsing violently, before crashing heavily onto the rocks. With a single strike, he killed 3 ferocious sea monsters. Xiaoya stared in astonishment at the scene before her, her ruby-like eyes wide open and her small mouth slightly agape. Looking at Wang Hao's back, which was as solid as a reef, she was filled with incredible shock and a sense of security. Without even glancing at the masked otter on the ground, Wang Hao quickly squatted down, tore off the hem of his relatively clean undergarment, and deftly bandaged the wound on Xiaoya's arm. Bear with it. Come on, take me to Ali. After treating Xiaoya's wounds, Wang Hao carefully carried her on his back with quick and steady movements. Only then did he put the dead ghost otter on the ground into his spiritual sea space. Xiaoya nestled against Wang Hao's not-so-broad but exceptionally sturdy back, the pain in her arm suppressed by the intense sense of security. She nodded vigorously, her little finger pointing to a secluded spot outside the orc settlement, and said, "Over there, behind the rocks, our secret little cove." Chapter 30 Crude Medicine Making. Meanwhile, in the civilian pier area of Baisha Island, the air was suffocating, a mixture of fishy and sweaty odors. Li Xiaoyu stood on the swaying, dilapidated sampan, her face as pale as paper, her hands gripping the cold, heavy harpoon tightly, her knuckles drained of color from the excessive force. Within the spiritual sea, the illusory image of the inferior harpoon, like a cold lump of iron, occupied the core of the spiritual sea, providing only a heavy sense of constraint and a faint, stagnant spiritual energy, like corroded metal. Push harder. Inject your spiritual power. Thrust it out. You can't even pierce a rock. What else can you do? The old weapon slave in charge of supervision at the bow of the ship shouted impatiently, spitting all over Li Xiaoyu's face. A plump, spotted grouper swam in the murky seawater, its dorsal fin cutting through the surface. Li Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, desperately squeezing out her meager spiritual energy, trying to channel a wisp of spiritual power into the harpoon. However, the compatibility between her spiritual power and the newly bound artifact was so low it was almost hopeless. It was like pouring water into a cracked bucket, and all that came back was a sluggish and heavy backlash. She struggled to thrust it out. Puff! The harpoon pierced the water again at an angle, missing the grouper by half a meter, only stirring up a cloud of murky mud. Useless. Absolutely useless. The old slave didn't hold back, cursing without mercy. You can't even do the most basic spirit sensing? Even the faint light level is considered the spirit sea. You're only fit to be the lowest-ranking spearfish slave. Get out. Replace you. Just looking at you makes me angry. A profound sense of humiliation overwhelmed Li Xiaoyu like a cold tide. With her head down, she silently climbed off the swaying sampan, the icy seawater from the dock soaking her trouser legs. She looked at the cold iron weapon in her hand, which symbolized a way out, and then thought about how Wang Hao manipulated the vines and water arrows as if they were his own arms. Was the right path? Her brother spoke of just sinking into this cold humiliation and hopeless clumsiness. On the other side, Li Xiaoyu's situation was even more miserable. She squatted beside a mountain of dead fish that emitted a strong, fishy stench. Her small hands gripped a chipped skinning knife. Her face was deathly pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Before her lay a large sea bass that needed to be gutted. She tried to channel her meager fire elemental energy, hoping to attach it to the blade to increase its cutting power. However, the inferior blade was simply unable to withstand the slight fluctuations of spiritual energy. The blade emitted another teeth-grinding creaking sound, and the chipped edge widened slightly. At the same time, an even stronger backlash, like a red-hot needle, pierced fiercely into her nascent spiritual sea. "Oh!" Li Xiaoyu cried out in pain. Her small hand trembled, and the peeling knife fell with a clatter onto the wet deck. She covered her head, her small face contorted with pain. "Here we go again, you clumsy fool. You can't even handle a broken knife properly. Fire spirit power is for you to grill fish, not for you to burn knives, you idiot." The fat woman in charge of sorting the fish sneered, kicking the fallen skinning knife to Li Xiaoyu's feet. "Pick it up. If you don't finish processing this pile of fish today, don't even think about getting half a copper shell, and don't even think about dinner." Li Xiaoyu trembled as she picked up the cold, heavy skinning knife, its chipped edges seeming to mock her incompetence, and looked at the mountain of dead fish piled up before her, emitting a foul stench. Thinking back to the warmth of Wang Hao easily killing the eel and sharing food with them yesterday, the immense grievance and despair made her unable to hold back any longer. Tears welled up like a burst dam, mixing with the fish blood and mud on her face, and silently slid down her cheeks. Why? Why does my brother's talk of supporting myself hurt so much? Why is it so difficult? Why is it so hopeless? On a pier not far away, Li Zheng was carrying a huge piece of ship timber that required 2 people to hug, shirtless. The heavy timber pressed down on his broad shoulders, which were covered with old and new scars. Sweat streamed down his face, soaking through the tattered cloth used to bandage his wounds, and dark red blood seeped out. He gritted his teeth, his veins bulging, and every step was incredibly heavy. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught glimpses of his sister's frustrated, pained, and even injured expressions. Li Xiaoyu stood dejectedly in the sewage, while Li Xiaoyu silently wept as he dealt with the stinking dead fish. This scene burned into his heart like a red-hot iron. He could only force himself to look away and lift the heavy log with even more effort, as if he wanted to suppress all his guilt, heartache, and the slightest wavering into this heavy burden. Hold on. We have to hold on. This is the only way to survive. They'll get used to it. It's better than starving to death with that useless ship repairman. He roared madly in his heart, using this obsessive belief to support his spine, which was about to break. On the edge of the orc settlement, there is a secluded little bay surrounded by huge reefs. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the bitter aroma of herbs. Ollie lay on a stone slab covered with dried seaweed, her face as pale as paper, her breathing weak and rapid. A blood-soaked rag was wrapped around her waist and abdomen, beneath which lay a shockingly large bruise and a bulge that appeared to be a fracture. Bloodstains remained at the corners of her mouth. A small fox-eared girl with red eyes was trying to cool her down and stop the bleeding with crushed seaweed juice, but to little avail. "Sister Ailey." With a sob in her voice, Xiaoye struggled to get off Wang Hao's back, staggered to Ali's side, and carefully handed her the blood-stained blue algae from her arms. The medicine has been found." "Xiaoye, your hand." The weak Ailey saw the bandages on Xiaoye's arm and the blood seeping out, her eyes filled with heartache and self-blame. "I'm all right. Brother Wang Hao saved me. He even killed the ghost otter that was chasing me," Xiaoye said hurriedly, looking at Wang Hao with hope. Wang Hao stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Ali's injuries with a grave expression. The injuries were more severe than he had imagined. Ordinary blue crystal algae probably wouldn't be enough. "Give me the blue algae." Wang Hao suddenly sensed a message from the small boat. After the small boat had devoured so many good things, it finally brought good news. It could use the spiritual power of the spiritual sea to roughly fuse these healing materials together and refine them into a medicinal ointment. This was good news. It hadn't been a waste of time. It had finally come in handy at a critical moment. Wang Hao immediately spoke, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. He took the stone mortar and pestle from the little fox, put all the blue velvet algae that Xiaoya had brought back into it, and then quickly took out several items from the small boat in his spiritual sea space. A small pinch of fine powder, shimmering with a faint earthy yellow glow, comes from the most essential part of the rock crab, containing the essence of earth and stone. A slender bone, about an inch long, entirely silver white, with faint arcs of electricity flickering within it, contains the pure power of lightning generation. There's also a small piece of mutated blue velvet algae leaf that I found today, radiating a rich sense of vitality and aquatic life. Wang Hao put the crab shell powder, thunder eelbone powder, and blue crystal algae into the stone mortar, added a small amount of clean water, and then fully activated his spiritual sea. A stream of pure water spiritual power flowed into the stone mortar along his arm. Buzz. The mixture in the mortar instantly burst forth with a soft yet powerful aura of blue, yellow, and silver. The pure water energy, the protective power of the thick earth and stone, and the active power of lightning generation perfectly merged under the guidance of Wang Hao's spiritual power, forming a small pool of viscous ointment that exuded a rich vitality and a cool aura, like a gemstone solution. This amazing scene stunned the half-orc girl and Xiaoya, who were taking care of Ali. Without bothering to explain, Wang Hao carefully untied the blood-stained cloth strip around Ali's waist and abdomen, revealing her fair skin and the horrific wound. He then carefully and evenly applied the ointment, which emitted a three-colored spiritual light, to the huge bruises and suspected fractures around Ali's waist and abdomen. The moment the ointment touched her skin, Ali's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and she let out a barely audible groan of comfort. She could clearly feel a cool, heavy, and tinglingly vibrant power rapidly penetrating her damaged bones and internal organs. The intense pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented comfort and warmth. The rapid breathing gradually calmed down, and even a trace of color returned to the pale face. It works. It really works. Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as she looked at Wang Hao. She never expected that he could also concoct medicine. The half-orc girl next to her was also too excited to speak. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Ali's injuries had stabilized, he realized that the information Xiao Chuan had given him was really useful. He then said gently, "The effects of the medicine will continue, but the fracture requires rest. Xiaoya, let me put some ointment on you too." Wang Hao untied the bandage wrapped around Xiaoya's arm and reapplied the ointment. After treating their wounds, Wang Hao stood up and looked at the surging, treacherous sea under the twilight. This beach, which was considered barren, contained the resources to make him stronger. He glanced back at Ali, whose face had regained its rosy hue and who was fast asleep, then at Xiao Yu, whose arm was covered with ointment and whose pain had greatly subsided. Finally, his gaze swept over the black reefs in the distance. "Li Zheng, can you see this? My ship, my path, are right here, on this beach." Chapter 31, Orc Market. After Ali was injured, Wang Hao spent 2 days searching for the culprit while beachcombing, and today he finally found it at a reef. A dark brown tortoise, shaped like a millstone, with a thick, iron-like shell covered in sharp-boned spurs, a ferocious head, and limbs as thick as pillars, was lurking under a huge clump of dark green seaweed, its cold little eyes warily scanning its surroundings. The aura it exuded was far more powerful and ferocious than that of the rock armor crab, carrying a savage sense of oppression. This was the culprit that injured Ali a few days ago, and it was also the main dish that Xiao Chuan was craving. "Buddy, this is what we need for our extra meal today." Wang Hao's eyes were sharp, and his fighting spirit was boiling. After days of intense beachcombing, his strength had improved rapidly. His small boat had evolved to 5 meters, and the hull was more refined with deeper patterns. It could now release an electric arc shield skill to resist the attacks of sea monsters, and its water control range was close to 20 meters. Its control was more precise and nuanced. More importantly, after devouring several more ghost-faced otters and a type of jellyfish that could spray paralyzing mucus, the water drill at the tip of the vine became not only sharper, but also had a slight paralyzing effect. First restrict movement, then try adding vines, water-binding thorns, and paralysis. Sizzle. Several emerald green vine-like phantoms, accompanied by rapidly spinning, blue-glowing, paralyzing rhinestones, suddenly erupted from the seawater surrounding the alligator snapping turtle. Their target was the relatively flexible joints of its limbs and the junction of its neck. Roar. Startled, the alligator snapping turtle let out a deep, thunderous roar. Its massive head swung violently, its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, snapping down at the oncoming vines. At the same time, its thick limbs exerted force, and its enormous body surprisingly nimbly attempted to shift to the side. Uft, uft. Most of the vines were blocked by its hard shell and sharp teeth, splashing water everywhere. But two vines still managed to precisely wrap around the joint of its right hind leg and the relatively thin scales on the side of its neck. The high-speed spinning water drill cut wildly, and the accompanying weak, paralyzing effect began to penetrate. The alligator snapping turtle, in pain, hesitated for a moment. Now, rapid water arrows. A burst of blue light flashed from Wang Hao's fingertips. 3 water arrows, wreathed in blinding arcs of electricity and connected end to end, shot in a triangular formation with pinpoint accuracy towards the iron-backed alligator snapping turtle's slightly open mouth due to intense pain and rage, as well as its relatively fragile eyelids. Sensing a deadly threat, the alligator snapping turtle abruptly retracted its head into its shell. At the same time, its limbs and tail also retracted with lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 water arrows slammed into its thick carapace, the violent spiritual energy mixed with raging arcs of electricity exploding violently. Several hard-bone spikes were blasted off, leaving 3 charred craters on the carapace, where electric snakes leaped wildly. Although it wasn't fatal, the enormous impact and intense paralysis caused the alligator snapping turtle's massive body to jolt violently, freezing its movements completely. Water control, whirlpool. How could Wang Hao let go of this fleeting opportunity? Buzz. Centered on the alligator snapping turtle, the seawater within a radius of several meters was instantly churned by an invisible force, forming an even larger, more violently rotating vortex with a sharp increase in internal water pressure. Like an invisible deep-sea cage, it trapped and squeezed the turtle tightly. The immense water pressure caused even its proud defenses to creak under the strain. Let's end this. Wang Hao's spiritual power surged wildly into the runes at the bow of the ship. A giant water arrow, as thick as an arm and wrapped in dazzling silver-white arcs of electricity, pierced the center of the whirlpool into the narrow gap in the neck of the ironback alligator turtle as it struggled. Boom! A deafening, terrifying explosion. A surge of violent energy erupted at the center of the vortex. The seawater was instantly pushed aside, creating a brief vacuum. The iron-backed alligator snapping turtle's indestructible neck was completely torn apart by the terrifying force of the attack from both inside and outside. Its massive head, along with a broken neck bone, was blasted away. The headless turtle body convulsed violently in the whirlpool a few times before becoming completely still. As the whirlpool receded, the massive remains of the alligator snapping turtle and thick blood plasma floated on the sea surface. Wang Hao was breathing heavily, his face slightly pale. The combo attack he had just used had almost drained most of his spiritual energy. But the small boat in the spirit sea erupted with an unprecedented excited hum, using its vine skills to grab the alligator turtle and send it into the spirit sea. The boat greedily devoured the essence of this powerful sea beast. Its length increased again, approaching 5.5 meters. The hull became thicker and more solid, and the broken bone spikes on the back armor were absorbed by the hull, forming several sharp rams on both sides of the ship. The stabilizing spiritual runes on the bottom of the ship shone brightly, as if they could suppress the wind and waves. As the ship devoured the iron-backed alligator snapping turtle, the arcs of electricity leaping from the bow took on a thick, earthy yellow hue, becoming even more powerful. More importantly, a pure and potent life essence was extracted from the small boat and stored deep within its hull, the perfect material for treating Ali's fractured bones. It's done. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed as he looked at the increasingly ferocious and powerful wooden ship in the spiritual sea. A surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. Seeing that it was getting late, he picked up the wooden bucket that was placed to the side and left. He should go back to be with his beast-eared mother, otherwise they would worry. Brother Wang Hao, over here. A few days later, after consuming the essence of life and recovering greatly from her injuries, Ali and Xiaoyue said they would take Wang Hao to the market. So, after Wang Hao went to the beach, carrying a large wooden bucket, he followed the 2 beast-eared girls through a hidden reef passage covered with sharp oyster shells, and suddenly the view opened up before them. This place is not the bustling market one might imagine. Rather, it is more like a simple and crowded gathering place formed by huge natural sea caves and interconnected reef platforms. Hanging on the damp rock face were windproof sea animal oil lamps, casting dim light. The air was filled with a strong smell of the sea, herbs, and an indescribable, slightly rotten, bitter odor. This is the Orc's own reef market. Most of the items on the stall were related to the sea: various dried seaweed, oddly shaped shells, roughly polished bone tools, fishing net repair threads, some low-quality pearls, and even a small number of rusty human metal fragments salvaged from the junkyard. Most of the traders were orcs with various animal ears and tails, dressed in simple animal skins or rough linen, sallow-faced and emaciated, with eyes that reflected the numbness of the struggles of the lower class and a desire for survival. What surprised Wang Hao the most was that in almost every corner of the stalls, or in the tattered baskets carried by the traders, there was a dark green, palm-sized thing that looked like a hard, dry brick. Seaweed blocks. Xiaoya followed Wang Hao's gaze, a bitter look on her face. That is, our staple food, seaweed chunks. She picked up a piece and handed it to Wang Hao. It feels heavy, hard, and rough. When you bring it close to your nose, a strong, pungent smell, a mixture of the stench of inferior fish entrails and rotten seaweed, hits your nostrils. It is made by mixing the fastest-growing and cheapest seaweed, the stinking seaweed, with fish offal and entrails discarded by fishermen, then drying and pressing them together. Ali's voice was low and filled with deep helplessness. Without soaking it in water, it's impossible to chew. Even after soaking, it's still fishy and bitter, barely enough to fill your stomach. Many elderly people and children have developed rotten teeth, and their health is deteriorating because of eating this for a long time. Looking at the pungent, fishy-smelling food in his hand, Wang Hao thought back to the ship in his spiritual sea that was constantly growing stronger by devouring the essence of powerful sea beasts, and the piece of seaweed he had vomited up at the Lee sisters' house on the day he first arrived in this world. The taste was still fresh in his memory. I wonder how they are doing. Maybe they're doing well with their older brother's help. Or maybe they found ship repair and become artifact repairmen on the spirit ship. I shook my head, trying not to think about it, lest I add to my worries. Chapter 32, Saving Money to Improve Life. At this moment, Wang Hao noticed that Ali had been wearing the same old linen clothes that had been washed until they were faded and patched on the shoulders, with a straw rope binding her slender waist. Xiaoya wore an obviously ill-fitting, oversized gray robe with the sleeves rolled up several times, revealing her slender wrists. The hem was also dragging. When she walked, her pair of long, snow-white ears stood out against the gray fabric. Although their clothes were better than most of the orcs, they still had an indelible, worn-out feel. Wang Hao subconsciously looked down at himself. The old clothes he was wearing, which he had found at the bottom of Aunt Lee's trunk, were soaked with seawater, mud, and sweat after days of beachcombing, fighting, and sleeping on the rocks. They emitted a strong smell that was a mixture of sea odor, sweat, and blood. The cuffs were worn out, and the front of the shirt was stained with several dark brown stains that couldn't be washed off. It was the blood of the ghoul, and even he found the smell pungent. Looking at Ali and Xiao Yu, although their clothes were worn out, they tried their best to keep them clean. A strong thought surged into my mind. I had to buy them some decent clothes. I also had to get myself a new outfit. When had I ever suffered like this before? In the days since I transmigrated, I've experienced all the hardships I've never faced in my life. The thought of buying clothes gripped Wang Hao like a vine. No matter what world he was in, clean and tidy clothes might not bring power, but they could at least bring some dignity and warmth, especially for these beast-eared girls who were already in a difficult situation. Next, let's make money. Xiaoya, Ali. Do you know what's valuable? I want to earn some money so I can buy you and myself some nice clothes. Wang Hao asked, his gaze fixed on the strange-looking items on the stall. What kinds of things would people be willing to pay for? For example, beautiful seashells, rare seaweed, powerful marine animal materials. Wang Hao suddenly realized that simply relying on beachcombing to fill their stomachs and evolve their boat wasn't enough. To improve their lives, buy better things for Ali and Xiao Yu, and even purchase higher-grade spiritual materials to aid their cultivation in the future, they would all need money. And his little boat was a glutton. It instinctively wanted to devour anything containing spiritual energy, which wouldn't do. Xiaoya spoke timidly, her ruby-like eyes looking at Wang Hao. Brother Wang Hao, valuable things depend on the type and condition, for example. She pointed to several dull-colored, irregularly shaped pearls on the stall. These multicolored pearls aren't very valuable, maybe a few copper shells, but if they are pure white or pink round pearls, they are much more valuable. They can be exchanged for silver shells. She then pointed to a pile of dried, deep blue seaweed. Ordinary blue velvet algae is worthless. We can only eat it ourselves or use it for medicine. But if it's the kind of small pearl with a moonlit luster that's nurtured inside a moonlight clam, or a complete shell with natural wind patterns shed from a storm snail. It's very valuable. Human artifact repairmen will like it. It can be used to make low-level spirit ornaments or materials to assist in cultivating formations, and it can be exchanged for quite a few silver shells. Ollie added, lowering her voice even further. And the most prized parts of ferocious beasts, such as the giant claws of the iron claw crab, if complete and in good condition, can be sold to blacksmith shops for dozens of copper coins. The claws and fur of the ghost-faced otter, if processed well, are good materials for making light armor and daggers, and are also valuable. As for materials like the core shell fragments of the rock armor crab, or the hardest bone spurs on the carapace of the ironback crocodile turtle, those materials containing powerful earth and stone spiritual energy are even more precious. They are auxiliary materials for refining defensive spiritual weapons and can be exchanged for silver coins, or even gold coins. She paused, looked at Wang Hao, her amber eyes filled with seriousness. Brother Wang Hao, many parts of those powerful sea beasts you hunted are actually very valuable, but we didn't have the ability to hunt them before. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. There was a wealth of information. Moonshell pearls, storm snail shells, the finest parts of sea creatures. These are all money. Wang Hao had been so focused on having the ship devour the entire sea monster to evolve that he hadn't even considered separating out the valuable parts to sell. The ship's insatiable urge to devour was so strong that it subconsciously ignored the economic value. Understood. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, looking at the cute and cuddly animal-eared girl in front of him. A sense of responsibility and motivation to earn money to support his family welled up within him. If I come across any valuable materials in the future, I'll keep the small boat under control and cut them off to store. I can't let the boat swallow them all. Xiaoya nodded vigorously, a joyful smile on her face. A hint of warmth and hope also flashed in Ali's eyes. Wang Hao was willing to consider their needs and even planned to go to the market to buy them things, which made them feel a sense of security and being valued like never before. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the secret market again, this time with a treasure hunt in mind. He walked to a stall, picked up a dusty, fist-sized, irregularly shaped stone. The stall owner was an old half-orc with deer antlers on his head, who raised his cloudy eyes. "Old man, what kind of stone is this?" Wang Hao asked. In his perception, this stone contained a very faint but exceptionally pure and condensed earth elemental energy, which felt even purer and heavier than the shell of the rock-armored crab. The old man with antlers looked at Wang Hao with some surprise, then at Ali and Xiaoyu behind him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Young man, you have a good eye. This is a sunken sea rock core. When I was young, I painstakingly pried it out of a crack in a deep-sea reef. It is extremely hard and heavy, and contains a trace of pure earth spirit energy. It is a good material for refining weapons, but unfortunately, it is too small and has too many impurities." He shook his head. "If you want it, give me 5 copper shells, or exchange it for 3 pieces of jerky that are substantial enough." His gaze fell on the wooden bucket that Wang Hao had placed at his feet, which contained several plump sea fish that had just been caught. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. A sunken sea rock core, earth spirit energy, although it's small, Xiao Chuan will definitely like this purity. Moreover, he had heard Li Xiaoyu say that humans also collect this stuff to use as foundation materials or auxiliary materials for refining weapons. 5 copper shells, or 3 fish. This is a good deal. It can satisfy Xiao Chuan's need for high-quality food, exchange the fish caught on the beach for valuable materials, and help this old half-orc. "I'll trade you fish." Wang Hao readily bent down, picked out 3 plump sea fish from the bucket, and handed them to the old man with deer antlers. The old man's cloudy eyes lit up. He took the fish, weighed it in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and handed the heavy piece of submerged rock to Wang Hao. It was indeed unusually heavy. Wang Hao's mind stirred slightly as he controlled the small boat in his spiritual sea. "Buddy, this is a good thing, but don't rush to swallow it. Let me study it first, or maybe find more." The small boat emitted a wistful yet longing hum, but obediently refrained from swallowing it immediately. Xiaoya and Ollie watched from the side, their eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of admiration. It seemed that Brother Wang Hao always had a way of discovering something inconspicuous, but potentially valuable. Next, Wang Hao traded a few fish and some ordinary spiritual herbs he had casually collected from the sea that wouldn't significantly improve the small boat for a few decent quality moonlight shell pearls. He specifically instructed the small boat not to swallow them, and also a small piece of strange coral with natural cloud patterns, cool to the touch, which Ali said might be worth some money. Wang Hao's savings have started to accumulate to a decent level. Although it may still be far from enough to buy beautiful new clothes for Ali and Xiaoyu, it is a good start. As Wang Hao left the secret market, he was overjoyed. The small boat's cabin was filled with spoils, sunken sea rock cores, small pearls, and exotic corals. As the afterglow of the setting sun once again painted the sea red, Wang Hao looked at Ali and Xiaoyu walking ahead, at their worn but upright backs, and at Xiaoyu's long, snow-white ears that trembled slightly in the evening breeze. A clearer plan took shape in his mind. Get stronger, make money, buy them new clothes, so they don't have to eat those smelly seaweed chunks anymore. The small boat in the spiritual sea seemed to sense its master's determination and the heavy little treasure trove inside the cabin. Although it was a little aggrieved that it couldn't immediately devour the sunken sea rock core, it still emitted a low and energetic hum. As the sun set, it bathed their journey home in a warm orange-red hue. Chapter 33 New Home. Carrying a bucket of the remaining sea fish, Wang Hao returned with Ali and Xiaoyu to the secluded bay surrounded by huge reefs. The sea breeze whistled through the cracks in the rocks. The small bay was relatively dry and clean after a few days of maintenance, but the ground around it was scattered with pebbles, broken shells, and some unidentified seaweed debris, making it look somewhat messy. The only furniture inside was a few slightly flat rocks. Brother Wang Hao, is this going to be our new home from now on? Aren't we going back to that place? Xiaoya put down what she was holding, looked around, her ruby-like eyes filled with both expectation and a hint of bewilderment in the face of desolation, her long, snow-white ears trembling gently in the evening breeze. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, put down the wooden bucket, and glanced at this natural haven. This place is well hidden and easy to defend. With proper renovation, it will be much safer and more comfortable than the shanty town. Wang Hao looked at Ali. Ali, what do you think? Ali carefully placed the blue algae she had obtained in exchange on a dry, high surface, her amber eyes filled with a gentle smile. Brother Wang Hao is right. This place is far from human disturbances and avoids the most dangerous sea areas. Although it is simple now, we can definitely make it better if we work together. She paused, then looked at the ground. First, we need to clean this place up, otherwise we won't be able to find a place to rest at night. Okay, let's get started now. Wang Hao rolled up the tattered sleeves of his shirt, which reeked of a complex scent. Full of energy, he moved his mind slightly, and several ethereal, supple, green vines emerged from his fingertips. Like nimble arms, they began to gather up the pebbles and larger shell fragments on the ground, piling them into a corner. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Brother Wang Hao's vines can be used like this, how convenient. She immediately got to work, squatted down, and carefully picked up the small debris with her slender but nimble hands, collecting them into a large seashell. Ali was in charge of planning, directing the vines to pile the cleared garbage in designated locations, while also keeping an eye on which areas needed to be leveled and which rocks could be utilized. The three worked together seamlessly and were highly efficient. As the sun completely sank below the horizon, a relatively clean and flat sandy area in the center of the bay had been cleared out. Wang Hao used vines to drag several appropriately sized rocks together, piecing them together to form a simple but large enough stone table and stool for 3 people to sit around. Phew, it's finally starting to look decent. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the newly renovated area, and felt a sense of accomplishment. He took out the remaining fish and said, "Let's celebrate with grilled fish tonight." Xiaoya cheered and immediately helped start a fire, while Ali skillfully processed the fish with the small bone knife she had exchanged. Soon, the campfire was lit, and the warm flames dispelled the damp chill of the seaside. The aroma of grilled fish filled the small harbor. The 3 sat around the campfire, sharing a simple dinner. The firelight illuminated Ali's calm and focused profile, Xiaoyu's long ears trembling slightly as she ate fish with satisfied bites, and Wang Hao's tired yet hopeful smile. A wonderful, warm current called home quietly grew in this simple haven. This is a new home I built myself, a completely different feeling from living under someone else's roof. And with a beautiful beast-eared girl by my side, this journey through time is definitely worthwhile. Ali, Xiaoyu. Wang Hao swallowed the last bite of fish and looked at the leaping flames. Tomorrow I plan to go check out the reef area closer to the deep sea. Ali, you said the core shell of the rock crab is valuable, so that should be their habitat, and Wang Hao patted his chest. I feel that Xiaochuan is very eager for that kind of pure earth elemental energy. It should become much stronger after absorbing it. Ali frowned slightly, the firelight dancing in her amber eyes. The water there is complex. The rock crabs are not only strong in defense, but their pincers are also incredibly powerful, and they usually live in groups. Brother Wang Hao, It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Yeah. Xiaoya nervously put down the grilled fish she had gnawed down to the bones and grabbed Wang Hao's arm with her little hand. Brother Wang Hao, how about? How about we go somewhere else, or we can wait for Sister Aman and Sister Aling to come back. They're really good too. Aman and Aling are here to help too, Wang Hao asked. Xiaoya nodded. Sister Aman has bear human blood, so she's incredibly strong. Sister Aling has cat human blood, and her senses are exceptionally sharp, allowing her to detect danger early. They are our good friends. A few days ago, Sister Ollie was injured, and they went to the more distant shipwreck bay to find a rare hemostatic herb. They should be back soon. I was wondering why I hadn't seen them these past few days. Wang Hao was overjoyed. There's strength in numbers. But I'll still scout ahead tomorrow. Be careful. I won't go too deep. My vines and water arrows aren't to be underestimated. Wang Hao showed off the blue light dancing on his fingertips with a confident smile. Besides, I'm also thinking about the money to buy someone new clothes. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at the large, dusty gray robe that Xiaoya was wearing. Xiaoya's face flushed instantly, and her ears drooped shyly. It's not for the new clothes. Her voice was barely audible. Looking at Wang Hao's determined eyes and then at Xiao Yu's shy expression, Ali finally sighed softly. Then, Brother Wang Hao, you must be extremely careful. If you sense anything is wrong, come back immediately. We'll be waiting for you at home, in the bay. She used the word home without thinking. Don't worry. Wang Hao nodded solemnly, looking at the leaping campfire. He seemed to see the ship yearning to grow in the spirit sea, and he also saw the future where this little bend would become warmer and the beast-eared girls would wear new clothes. He silently said to the little boat in the spirit sea, Hey buddy, did you hear that tomorrow, for our home, let's get to work. Leave me the valuable carcasses. A deep, energetic hum came from the small boat, as if responding to its owner's determination. Oh no. Suddenly, Xiaoya remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Wang Hao stared at Xiaoya, who was startled. We forgot Xiaoli at home. Sister Ollie, let's hurry back to get Xiaoli. Xiaoya hurriedly pulled Ollie and was about to rush into the shed when a small figure popped out from the side. It was Ollie's younger sister, Xiaoli. Sister, don't you want little fox anymore? The petite fox-eared girl, with tears still clinging to her eyes and her white fox ears drooping on her head, looked extremely aggrieved. Littly, be good, your older sister didn't mean it. Ollie hugged her younger sister and comforted her softly. Wah! Little fox, come and eat some fish. Wang Hao awkwardly picked up the remaining fish and handed it to the little fox. He had been so focused on going to the market and building his home here that he had forgotten about the little fox. So delicious. Smells so good. The three looked up and exchanged a helpless glance. Chapter 34 for Getting Home in Pleasure. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Wang Hao quietly left Ali, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Li, who were still fast asleep. They huddled together in a corner covered with dried seaweed, keeping each other warm, and went alone to the place called Ironclad Reef. Ironclad Reef lives up to its name. Its jagged black rocks resemble the fangs of a giant beast, covered with thick, slippery moss and barnacles. The waves crash against them, producing a dull roar and splashing up large amounts of white foam. Wang Hao carefully climbed onto a high reef with a wide view. The perception of the small boat in the spiritual sea was like invisible tentacles, cautiously probing into the turbid water below. Soon, he locked onto the bottom of a huge reef covered with black seaweed, where a shadow with an aura as heavy and steady as rock was lurking. Found it. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and focused his mind on his spiritual sea. Vines, water-binding thorns. With a hiss, several emerald green vines instantly tore through the seawater, their tips spinning rapidly and flashing with blue light like water drills. They precisely wrapped around the relatively soft joints of the rock crab, and the drills formed by the water flow frantically cut into the gaps in its hard shell. Roar! Startled, the rock crab let out a deep roar and swung its huge pincers out with tremendous force, smashing into the vines. Bang! The vines trembled violently, water splashed, and the immense force even caused Wang Hao's spiritual sea to ripple slightly. However, the vines, having been strengthened multiple times, were incredibly resilient and did not break. Instead, they entwined tightly, and the water drill continued to cut. At the same time, the weak paralyzing effect attached to the vines began to penetrate. Water arrow, Wang Hao shouted, a burst of blue light flashing from his fingertips. A deep blue water arrow, crackling with blinding arcs of electricity, shot out like a cannonball, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. It arrived first, its target aimed directly at the area below the rock crab's compound eyes, which were slightly open in anger, and the weakest point where its carapace connected to its mouth. Boom! The water arrow pierced through precisely. The violent water elemental energy, mixed with raging electric arcs, erupted fiercely within the rock armor crab's body. Hiss! The rock crab let out a huge scream, its massive body convulsing and rolling wildly, churning the seawater into a murky mess. The vines seized the opportunity to strangle it with all their might. Again, Wang Hao's eyes were icy cold, and the runes on the bow of the ship lit up again. A second water arrow condensed. Boom! The second arrow struck the same wound precisely. The rock crab's struggles quickly weakened, and it eventually floated on the surface of the sea, no longer moving. It's done. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. He manipulated the vines to drag the enormous creature to the shallow water. He remembered Ali's words well today and focused his mind. First, peel off that core carapace. Several thinner vines extended like scalpels, carefully cutting and prying along the natural patterns of the carapace. Soon, 3 palm-sized fragments of the carapace, dark in color, covered with natural and mysterious patterns, and exuding a rich and pure earthy spiritual energy, were peeled off, feeling heavy and cold to the touch. Nice one. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately put them away. Then he removed the huge crab shell as well, and put the remaining crab carcass into his spiritual sea space. The small boat happily swallowed it, and the hull emitted a satisfied hum. Its length visibly increased by a small section, and the metallic luster of the hull became deeper, as if it were coated with a layer of rock-like weight. After these days of effort, the hull has grown to 7 meters. When Wang Hao returned to Blue Crystal Bay carrying a huge crab shell and a bag containing core carapace fragments, smelling strongly of the sea and exuding an aura of victory, it was already afternoon. From afar, he heard a loud, cheerful voice, tinged with feigned anger, coming from the small bay. Hey, Ali, Xiaoyu, you 2 heartless little devils. You're not even coming home anymore, leaving our man and me all alone in this empty house. This shabby place is actually quite nicely tidied up. Wang Hao quickened his pace and passed through the passage, where he saw 2 more figures in the small bay. One was a tall, fit young girl with wheat-colored skin, wearing a slightly tight animal skin vest that revealed her smooth arms and firm abdomen. She had a pair of fluffy brown bear ears on her head and was standing with her hands on her hips, wearing a bright yet mischievous smile. This was none other than Bear Ear Girl Amon. Beside her stood a slender girl dressed in a dark, form-fitting linen outfit. Her emerald green eyes were like cat's eyes, and her black cat ears twitched alertly as she surveyed her surroundings. She possessed a cool and aloof demeanor. She was none other than the cat-eared girl, Ailing. There were 2 bulging bags of herbs at their feet. Ali was explaining with a helpless smile, while Xiaoyu blushed and hid behind Ali, only revealing her big ruby-like eyes and her long ears that were trembling with embarrassment. Sister Amon, Sister Ailing, you're back. When Xiaoya saw Wang Hao, she felt like she had found a savior and immediately ran over and hid behind him. Hey, no wonder you're so happy you don't want to leave. Amon's gaze instantly locked onto Wang Hao. She strode over, giving him a mischievous once-over, lingering look at his tattered, smelly clothes before finally settling on the enormous crab shell he was carrying. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but her words remained sharp. So you 2 are running your love nest here with this brother Hao? TSK. Look how well this place is arranged. Are you planning to live here forever and never go back? She deliberately bumped into Wang Hao's shoulder with considerable force. Sister Amon. Xiaoya's face turned completely red as she gripped Wang Hao's clothes tightly. Ali also sighed. Oh man, don't talk nonsense. This is brother Wang Hao. He saved me and Xiaoyu. We are building together now. Wang Hao was a little embarrassed by the blunt teasing. He coughed and put down the crab shells and bag. Amon, Ailing. Welcome back. Aling glanced calmly at Wang Hao with her emerald green cat eyes, nodded slightly as a greeting, but her gaze fell on the bag Wang Hao had placed on the ground, and her cat ears twitched almost imperceptibly. Haha, just kidding. Amon laughed heartily, patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, and the force made Wang Hao grimace. You managed to take down such a big rock crab and carry its shell back. That's quite an achievement. I didn't expect you to save Ali and Xiaoyu again. Now we're family. Her outgoing personality was on full display. Perfect timing. We have an extra meal today. Wang Hao pointed to the huge crab shell. There's still plenty of good meat inside. Then she took out the 3 core shell fragments. Look, these are the valuable items that Ali mentioned. I specially kept them. Ali and Xiao Yu gathered around. Ali examined it carefully and exclaimed, "It looks excellent. The earth elemental energy it contains is very pure. Brother Wang Hao is truly amazing. Wow, Brother Hao is so awesome." Xiaoya forgot her shyness and looked at the shell fragments with sparkling eyes. Amon also came over to take a look and exclaimed, "Wow, this thing can be exchanged for a lot of shell coins at the human market. Brother Hao, that's impressive." Her way of addressing Wang Hao instantly changed from Brother Hao to the more intimate Brother Hao. Although Ailing didn't speak, a barely perceptible hint of approval flashed in her emerald eyes. Chapter 35 New Home, Blue Crystal Bay. With the addition of Amon and Aling, Blue Crystal Bay suddenly became much more lively. Amon was incredibly strong and easily helped process the crab meat. She also took the initiative to chop firewood. Aling quietly helped sort the herbs they brought back and hung them to dry on a makeshift rope that Wang Hao had strung up with vines. Dinner was a sumptuous feast of grilled rock crab meat, the meat firm and delicious, with a sweet taste of the sea. Everyone sat around the campfire, the flickering firelight illuminating 6 young faces. Aman vividly recounted their experiences and amusing encounters at Shipwreck Bay, eliciting chuckles from Xiao Yu and Ali. Aling ate quietly, occasionally adding a key detail. Wang Hao, meanwhile, shared his experience of hunting rock crabs that day. When Aman teased Xiaoya and Ali again about whether they would follow Brother Hao forever, Xiaoya blushed and stuffed a piece of crab meat into Aman's mouth, which made everyone burst into laughter. As Wang Hao watched this heartwarming and noisy scene, looking at Ali's gentle profile in the firelight, Xiao Yu's blushing ears, a man's cheerful smile, and Aling's calm cat eyes, the sense of belonging in his heart became incredibly real. The campfire emitted a warm red glow, dispelling the damp chill of the seaside. In this small bay, the group of people, having eaten and drunk their fill, sat together in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Little Fox nestled in Ali's arms, its little head nodding sleepily, its white fox ears rising and falling slightly with its breath. Little Moon leaned against Ali's other side, its ruby-like eyes sparkling in the firelight, listening to a man tell thrilling stories of Shipwreck Bay. Then the big guy's tail swept over with a whoosh, and the coral reef as thick as a bowl snapped in two. "If Aling hadn't pulled me up, I would be missing an arm right now," a man said with great enthusiasm, gesturing as he spoke. Aling sat quietly in the shadows a little further away, her emerald green cat eyes gleaming in the darkness, as if she were still wary of her surroundings. When she heard Amon mention her, she simply gave a faint "How scary," Xiaoya exclaimed softly, instinctively moving closer to Wang Hao. Wang Hao listened with great interest, while also planning his schedule for tomorrow. He looked at Ali and said, "Ali, I'd like to go to that Blackhorn Reef you mentioned tomorrow. You said the shells of storm conch are very valuable, and the spiritual energy there seems to be more active, which is beneficial for cultivation." Before Ali could answer, a man interrupted, "Blackhorn Reef? The currents there are really strange, and there are a lot of hidden reefs. You can't get by without someone familiar with the area to guide you. Brother Hao, you're new to this place and don't know the ropes yet." She looked at Aling. "Aling, why don't you go with Brother Hao tomorrow? Your cat eyes are the sharpest. You can find it even with your eyes closed." Ailing's gaze emerged from the shadows and landed on Wang Hao. After a few seconds of silence, just when Wang Hao thought she would be as taciturn as usual, her clear, cold voice rang out. "Okay, set off before dawn. It's safest to cross when the tide is lowest." "Great." Wang Hao was overjoyed. With Aling leading the way, "I can finally relax." "Brother Wang Hao, I want to go too," Xiaoya said softly, her eyes filled with anticipation, but after glancing at Ali, she added, "I can help find things. My senses are also very keen on pure things." Ali gently ruffled Xiao Yu's hair. "Xiao Yu, tomorrow you, oh man, and Xiao Li will stay home. The area we cleaned yesterday wasn't enough. We need to tidy up that pebble beach on the east side as well, so we can dry more things there later." She looked at Wang Hao and said, "Brother Wang Hao and Aling are going to scout ahead and hunt. Too many people will only alert the sea monsters." Although Xiaoya was a little disappointed, she still nodded obediently. "Okay, then I'll work with Sister Amon tomorrow. Leave it to me." A man patted her chest and said, "Leave the heavy lifting to me. I'll make sure the house is spotless. Brother Hao, you can go out on your date with Aling without worry." She winked mischievously at Wang Hao and Aling. Aling remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard, but her cat ears twitched almost imperceptibly. Wang Hao looked helpless. "Oh man, your mouth." Ali covered her mouth and chuckled softly, the firelight making her cheeks slightly flushed. "All right, it's getting late. Let's all get some rest." Ali picked up the sleeping Xiao Li and said, "Brother Wang Hao, you can sleep in that corner inside. It's more sheltered from the wind. Xiao Yu, come and help me spread out some dry grass." Okay, Xiaoya immediately got up to help. Watching their busy figures, Wang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This little haven was full of vitality and the feeling of home because of them. Walking to my corner, even though it was just a bed covered with thick, dried seaweed, it felt 1,000 times more comfortable than the broken bed in the shantytown. The small boat in the spiritual sea was also quietly floating, its hull shimmering with a warm luster, as if it too was enjoying this tranquility. The next day, before dawn, with only a deep blue hue where the sea met the sky, Wang Hao and Aling, like two shadows blending into the night, silently left Blue Crystal Bay. Aling led the way, her movements light and swift. Her black cat ears twitched slightly in the cool morning breeze, and her emerald eyes shone like two small lamps in the darkness, precisely avoiding the slippery rocks and dangerous oyster shell edges. She rarely spoke, only offering quiet reminders at crucial moments. Turn left, avoid that eddy. 10 steps ahead, there are underwater spikes. Stay close. Wang Hao followed closely behind, secretly admiring Aling's keen perception and rich experience. With her around, the originally perilous journey became much smoother. Upon reaching Blackhorn Reef, the tide had receded to its lowest point, revealing large areas of jagged rocks and a wet beach. The seawater here was a deeper color, and the current was noticeably more turbulent, crashing against the rocks with a dull thud. Storm snails like to attach themselves to the crevices of rocks in sheltered areas with strong currents. Ailing's voice was still cool, but with a hint of guidance. The wind patterns that naturally form on their shells are the key to their resistance to strong currents and are also the valuable part. Look for large snails that are dark purple in color and have spiral patterns. Clear. Wang Hao nodded and immediately activated the perception of the spirit sea boat, casting an invisible net across the complex sea area. At the same time, Aling closed her eyes, her cat ears vibrating at a high frequency, and invisible perceptual ripples spread out. In the northeast corner, below that eagle beak rock, there are two, one big and one small. The larger one has very clear snail shell patterns. Aling and Wang Hao spoke almost at the same time, pointing in the same direction. Wang Hao glanced at Aling in surprise. The latter remained expressionless, but Wang Hao could sense a subtle, unspoken understanding between them. The two quickly approached the target area. Sure enough, in a groove smoothed by the seawater beneath the reef, two deep purple conches, each the size of a large bowl, were attached. On the larger conch shell, several silvery white natural lines, like those cut by wind blades, were clearly visible, emanating a faint, lively aura. I'll distract any potential guardians. You take care of retrieving the snails. Aling said succinctly, and as soon as she finished speaking, she accurately shot a few small pebbles into an inconspicuous shadow next to the groove. Splash! A strange sea eel covered in slimy mucus and with suckers was startled and suddenly darted out, lunging towards the spot where the pebble had landed. Aling nimbly dodged to the side, attracting its attention. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao silently extended his vine shadows, like the most nimble fingers, carefully wrapping around the edge of the large wind-patterned conch. The water elemental power gently seeped in, peeling it off the reef little by little without damaging the shell or the wind patterns on it. At the same time, another vine swept away the smaller, ordinary storm conch next to it. Got it. Wang Hao carefully put the two snails away. Aling easily escaped the not-so-strong sea eel and returned to Wang Hao's side. Good teamwork, Wang Hao said sincerely. Aling nodded slightly, accepting the praise, and then looked further into the distance. In the southwest, deep within the reefs, there are stronger fluctuations of spiritual energy, mixed with the sense of wind and water. It might be a group of storm snails, or perhaps sea beasts. Shall we go? Certainly. A fighting spirit ignited in Wang Hao's eyes. He wanted all the valuable materials and the ship's food. With Aling's precise guidance and warning, Wang Hao used vine binding, water arrows for targeted kills, and agile movement to successfully hunt down a small group of ghost otters guarding the storm snails. He also stripped them of their claws and fur, and harvested 5 storm snail shells of excellent quality with different wind patterns, as well as a large amount of succulent snail meat. The small boat also absorbed the spiritual essence contained in the corpse of the ghost-faced otter and the snail meat, and its hull grew to 7.5 meters. The wind patterns on the sails seemed to be nourished by the aura of the storm snail, becoming more agile and clear. Wang Hao felt that his perception and utilization of the airflow around him became smoother. Chapter 36, Island Market. When the two returned to Shaoan with their bountiful harvest, it was already afternoon. The sight before Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The eastern area, which had been piled with rubble yesterday, had now been cleaned up and covered with a layer of fine sand. A man was carrying a flat stone slab about half a person's height, preparing to build a more formal stove. Xiaoya was weaving several small mats with the vines that Wang Hao had encouraged to grow, while Xiaoli was helping by handing over small stones, like a little supervisor. Wow, Brother Hao, Aling, you're back. How was the harvest? A man saw them, immediately put down the stone slab, and ran over excitedly. Wang Hao put down the large shell full of snail meat and the bag containing storm snail shells and ghost otter materials. A great harvest. We'll have a special dinner tonight, steamed storm snails. These are the valuable shells and materials. So many beautiful snail shells. Xiaoya also came over, admiring the deep purple snail shells with their natural wind patterns, and couldn't put them down. These would look so beautiful as hairpins for Sister Ali. These can be ground into small mirrors. Ali walked over, looking at the bountiful harvest and the brand new home, a gentle smile on her face. Thank you for your hard work. The house is almost done. She looked at Wang Hao's still worn-out clothes, stained with fresh dirt, and said softly, Brother Wang Hao, once this batch of materials is sold, the first thing I'll do is get you and Xiaoya some decent clothes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's ears turned slightly red again, and she whispered, Brother Wang Hao's is the one that should be replaced the most. A man watched the group winking and exchanging glances, looking at Ali's gentle gaze, then at Xiao Yu's shy expression, then at a man's funny face, a Ling's quiet figure organizing materials, and Xiaoli running around on the sand. Wang Hao felt a strong sense of satisfaction and responsibility fill his heart. Wang Hao nodded vigorously, yes. Soon. For our home, for everyone's new clothes. Wang Hao, Ali, and Xiao Yu are preparing to go to Baisha Island from their home to visit the real market. Meanwhile, a man, left at home, vigorously pounded on the newly built stove to test its stability while loudly complaining. Ugh, why am I the one who has to stay home? I want to go to the island market and see some new clothes. Aling, that quiet rascal, isn't interested. She looked enviously at the three of them who were all ready to go. Aling was sitting on a rock, carefully wiping her sharp-boned dagger. Hearing this, she didn't even look up, her cold voice coming. Too many people will attract attention and cause trouble. Keep an eye on the house. Her words were concise and to the point. Little Li hugged Wang Hao's leg, tilted her little face up, and said in a childish voice, Brother Wang Hao, I want sweet fruit. Wang Hao smiled and rubbed the little fox's fluffy ears. Okay, if you can find any for sale, I'll bring you some sweet fruit. Turning to Amon, he assured her, Amon, I'll definitely take you next time. This time, we're mainly scouting and exchanging things. Let's go and come back quickly. You keep your word. A man was finally somewhat satisfied, but then warned, be careful. Those human merchants are wicked. Wang Hao nodded solemnly, slung a large bundle sewn from sea monster hide over his shoulder. Inside were the most important goods of the trip, 3 fragments of rock crab core shells, 5 storm snail shells with natural wind patterns, several complete sets of ghost otter claws, and several pieces of processed fur. Ailey carried a small wicker basket containing some high-quality pearls, a small piece of exotic coral, and a few copper shells that were the only ones left in the house for emergencies. Xiao Yue followed Wang Hao nervously and excitedly, her little hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her long, snow-white ears slightly perked up with nervousness. The three left their home, which was called Blue Crystal Bay, and walked through the edge of the familiar orc shantytown. The dilapidated shacks, the numb eyes, and the mixed smell of cheap seaweed and sewage in the air reminded them once again of the cruelty and harsh class system of this world. Wang Hao subconsciously stood in front of Ali and Xiao Yu, blocking some of the malicious prying eyes. The spirit ship in the spiritual sea hummed slightly, and an invisible spiritual pressure emanated from it, causing the observers to feel a chill and quickly look away. Looking ahead at the inner wall enclosed by a low stone wall, separating the orc settlement from the human community, the group walked around the low wall and arrived at the human market. A cacophony of sounds rushed towards them. The narrow streets were crowded with all sorts of stalls and shops, selling fish, crude tools, cheap cloth, strange-smelling potions, and various other odds and ends. The sounds of hawking, bargaining, and children crying mingled together. Many humans cast contemptuous or disdainful glances at Ali and Xiao Yu, who were clearly half-orcs, behind Wang Hao. Xiaoya shrank back slightly in fear towards Wang Hao, while Ali straightened her back, her eyes calm, though her grip on the basket tightened slightly. Sensing their tension, Wang Hao whispered, Don't be afraid, follow me. Their target was clear, Old Shark Materials Purchasing Shop, located in the middle of the market with a huge iron clamp sign hanging at the entrance. As far as Ali knew, although this shop offered very low prices, it would at least accept items brought by orcs, and it had a strong background, so generally no one dared to cause trouble in the shop. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a smell of rust, fish, and old wood wafted out. The shop wasn't large, and the lighting was dim. Various sea monster bones, ores, strange plant roots, and some broken weapon prototypes were piled up haphazardly on the shelves. Behind the counter sat a short, stout, greasy-faced middle-aged man, squinting as he fiddled with a greasy abacus. He was the boss, and everyone called him Sharkskin Zhang. Hearing the door open, Sharkskin Zhang lazily raised his eyelids. Seeing Wang Hao and his two companions, especially Ali and Xiao Yu, who were clearly half-orcs behind him, a barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes. He then put on a forced smile and said, "Oh, rare guests. What would you like to sell?" Without wasting words, Wang Hao placed the heavy package on the counter with a thud, then untied it to reveal the goods inside. Sharkskin Zhang's originally nonchalant gaze suddenly sharpened when he saw the 3 fragments of the rock-armored crab's core shell, which were covered with mysterious patterns and radiated pure earth elemental energy. Upon seeing the several complete storm snail shells, deep purple with flowing wind patterns, and the well-preserved ghost otter claw skin, his breathing quickened for a moment, but he quickly concealed the greed in his eyes and returned to his lazy demeanor. TSK, a fragment of a rock crab shell? Average quality, quite a few impurities. A storm snail shell? The wind patterns are too shallow, not worth much. A ghost otter? The claws are worn, and the fur has mixed colors. Sharkskin Zhang picked up a fragment of shell, tapping it critically while uttering a string of disparaging remarks. "You're lucky to have run into me, old Zhang. Nobody else would buy it. I'll take it all together, and I'll give you, 5 silver shells." He quoted an absurdly low price. Ali and Xiao Yu's faces turned pale instantly. They knew the value of these materials. 5 silver shells that wouldn't even buy a good piece of rock crab shell. "Boss, do you know your stuff?" Wang Hao's voice was calm, but his eyes had turned cold. He picked up a piece of storm conch shell and pointed to the clear and smooth wind patterns on it. "You say these naturally formed wind patterns are worthless. You say the pure earth elemental energy contained in the core shell fragments of the rock-armored crab is an impurity." Sharkskin Zhang chuckled and said slickly, "Kid, that's not how it works. The stuff is good, but it depends on who's selling it. You guys." He glanced meaningfully at Ali and Xiaoyue. "This price is already very fair. Why don't you go ask around at other stores?" He was certain that Wang Hao and the others wouldn't dare to run around in the chaotic market with such valuable items. A surge of anger rose in Wang Hao's chest. He had worked so hard to hunt sea monsters and extract materials to improve his family's life, but he was being exploited by this unscrupulous merchant. Seeing the aggrieved and nervous looks in Ali and Xiao Yu's eyes, Wang Hao could no longer hold back. A fair price. Wang Hao didn't slam the table or roar in protest. He simply raised his right hand slowly, bringing his index and middle fingers together. A deep, dark blue light suddenly shone from the tip of his finger. Buzz. Chapter 37 Buying Clothes. An invisible, heavy spiritual pressure, as vast as the ocean, spread out instantly from Wang Hao, making the air in the entire shop seem to freeze, and the small items on the shelves trembled slightly. Sharkskin Zhang's slick smile froze instantly, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. His face turned deathly pale, and he was almost suffocating under the pressure of that terrifying aura. This is definitely not the aura of an ordinary weapon cultivator. This is a true ship cultivator. My God, when did the ship cultivator start mixing with lowly half-orcs? Ship repairman. Sharkskin Zhang's voice became sharp and trembling with fear, and his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. As a person with an impressive background, his knowledge was naturally not low. Otherwise, why would he openly accept things from the orcs without anyone daring to stop him? This was clearly a spell skill and spirit ship pressure that only a formal ship repairman could release. His previous arrogance vanished completely, replaced by an extremely obsequious smile, his back bent at a 90-degree angle. I was blind and didn't recognize Hai Yuan. I neglected you, sir. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die. Please calm down, sir. Please calm down. He frantically grabbed the abacus, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Recalculate. Recalculate for the master immediately. 3 fragments of the rock-armored crab's core shell, in excellent condition. Pure earth elemental energy. Calculate. Calculate 10. No, 15 silver coins per piece. 5 storm conch shells, naturally formed with wind patterns, excellent auxiliary material for crafting wind-type spiritual artifacts. Calculate 8 silver coins per piece. 3 sets of ghost-faced otter claws, 5 pelts, cleaned thoroughly. Calculate 5 silver coins per set. Master, do you think, is this acceptable? He quoted the price, which was close to the market price or even slightly higher, with a long face, while carefully observing Wang Hao's expression. Wang Hao remained expressionless as the eerie blue light at his fingertips slowly faded, and the terrifying spiritual pressure also disappeared. The shop returned to normal, but Shark Skin Zhang's back was soaked with cold sweat. Calculate it clearly. Wang Hao's voice remained calm. Yes. Shark Skin Zhang felt as if he had been granted a pardon. His fingers trembled as he rapidly moved the abacus beads. 15 times 3, 45? No. Calculate the claws, and first separately. He was sweating profusely from calculating, afraid of making another mistake. If he angered the ship repairman, the ship repairman's status in the human empire had always been high and mighty. A powerful ship repairman would even be bowed to by the nobles of the islands. Even if the ship repairman killed him with a spell, the patrol guards would still have to bow and scrape to help dispose of the body. Ali and Xiaoyu stood behind Wang Hao, completely stunned. Was this still the same despicable Shark Skin Zhang who bullied them, the half-orcs, at every turn? Ali's amber eyes were filled with shock and an indescribable sense of security. Looking at Wang Hao's tall and straight back, she felt as if she had seen the most solid support. Xiaoya's face flushed with excitement, her ruby-like eyes shining brightly, filled with undisguised admiration and adoration. Brother Wang Hao is amazing. With just a glance and a glint of light, he scared that despicable merchant so much that he wet himself. Finally, Shark Skin Zhang calculated a number that pained him deeply, but he dared not object to in the slightest. A total of 125 silver coins, plus 7 copper coins as change. Trembling, he took out a heavy money bag from under the counter, counted out 7 copper coins, and respectfully presented them with both hands. Sir Ship Repairman, please count. It's a total of 125 silver shells and 7 copper shells. Wang Hao took the money bag. It felt heavy in his hand and made a pleasant metallic clinking sound. Without even glancing at Shark Skin Zhang, he said to Ali and Xiaoyu behind him, "Let's go. I'll take you to buy clothes." His tone was relaxed, as if nothing had just happened. Yay. Ali and Xiaoyu responded in unison, their voices filled with joy and pride. They followed closely behind Wang Hao out of the shop, leaving Shark Zhang slumped in a chair, panting heavily, still feeling lingering fear. Leaving the materials shop, with money in their pockets, even the hustle and bustle of the market seemed pleasant. The sun shone warmly on them. Xiaoya excitedly tugged at Ailey's arm, chattering, "Sister Ailey, did you see that? Brother Wang Hao was so impressive just now. That bad shopkeeper was so scared his face turned white." Ali smiled gently and nodded, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Wang Hao. "Yes, thanks to Brother Wang Hao." Wang Hao weighed the heavy purse in his hand, in high spirits. "Let's go. Let's buy new clothes. And the sweet fruit that Xiaoli wanted." The rest of the shopping trip was filled with ease and joy. They first found a relatively clean and tidy clothing store. Wang Hao waved his hand generously. "Boss, pick out a few sturdy, durable, and stylish outfits." Wang Hao first chose 2 sets of dark blue and gray coarse cloth outfits for himself. Although they were not fancy, they were clean and neat, and he finally said goodbye to his tattered beggar clothes. When it was time for the animal-eared girls to choose, Ailey and Xiaoyu were both a little reserved. With Wang Hao's encouragement, Ailey chose a simple and elegant light blue cotton dress. The simple and generous style made her gentle temperament stand out even more. Xiaoyu blushed and hesitated between a pale yellow dress and a light blue dress. "You like them all, then I'll buy them all." With a wave of his hand, Wang Hao paid directly. Xiaoyu covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes curving into crescents. She hugged the 2 new dresses with great delight. Wang Hao also did not forget a man and a ling based on the sizes described by Ali. He chose a dark brown, more durable pair of pants for a man to make it easier for her to work, and a black, close-fitting outfit for a ling to move around in. "What about Xiao Li's?" Wang Hao asked. Ali looked at those pretty little dresses with longing in her eyes, but still shook her head. "Xiao Li is still too young to wear such expensive ones. I'll just buy some soft fabric and make her a dress when I get back." Wang Hao didn't insist, but he still bought the best fine cloth and needles and thread. Next, they purchased a large quantity of daily necessities. As for food, I bought a large jar of coarse salt, a bag of decent quality brown rice, several large pieces of long-lasting smoked jerky, and a few strings of honey-soaked dried wild fruits for Xiaoli. since she had told me she wanted sweet fruits. Then, tools were also needed. A sturdy cast iron pot, finally bidding farewell to fire roasting and stone cooking, several sharp iron knives, strong hemp rope, a large bag of needles and thread, and soft cloth. We also need to improve our quality of life, so we bought a few more thick and warm coarse wool blankets. Now we don't have to rely on hay to sleep at night. We also bought a few earthenware pots and bowls of different sizes and a few clean coarse cloth towels. Every time they bought something, Xiaoya would help carry it like a happy little bird, her face beaming with a blissful smile. Ailey, on the other hand, would carefully plan the use of each item, her eyes filled with anticipation for the future. As the sun began to set again, Wang Hao, Ali, and Xiaoyu, their backs and bags bulging with belongings, set off on their journey back to Blue Crystal Bay. Wang Hao carried the heaviest iron pot and grain. Ali carried new clothes and a blanket, and Xiaoyu carefully held the dried fruit for Xiao Li and the pretty bowls and jars. They walked through the shanty town, ignoring the surprised or greedy gazes. In Wang Hao's spiritual sea, the spirit ship seemed to sense its master's good mood, its sails billowing slightly in the invisible spiritual sea, drawing in the surrounding air currents, as if protecting them. Chapter 38 Alive, Adorable Animal-Eared Girls. In the distance, the reefs at the entrance to Blue Crystal Bay could already be seen. A man's loud voice rang out from afar. "Brother Hao, Ali, Xiaoyu, you're finally back. What good things did you buy?" She stood by the newly built stove, eagerly awaiting its arrival, with Ah Ling waiting quietly beside her and the bouncy little fox next to her. "I bought so many." Xiaoya waved her little hand excitedly and rushed over first, eager to show off her new dress. Ali and Wang Hao exchanged a smile and quickened their pace, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminating their satisfied and happy smiles. "Wow, a new dress." Xiaoya hugged her two dresses, one pale yellow and one light blue, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shining brightly. She spun around in place, her long, snow-white ears twitching happily. "And mine too." Amon snatched the dark brown, durable trousers that belonged to her, held them up against herself, and excitedly patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Brother Hao is a true friend. This material is sturdy. You won't have to worry about scratches while working." Ailing silently accepted the black, form-fitting outfit, her fingertips lightly stroking the fabric. Her beautiful, cool eyes looked at Wang Hao, and she whispered, "Thanks." Though her tone was indifferent, the surprise and joy in her eyes were undeniable. "Little fox, look." Ali took out the strings of glistening, honey-coated dried wild fruits. The little fox's eyes widened instantly. With a cheer, it pounced on the fruit, grabbed it, and started munching on it, its little tail wagging happily. "Ali, this is yours." Wang Hao picked up the light blue cotton dress and handed it to Ali. Ali was slightly taken aback, and a hint of tears flashed in her amber eyes. She took the dress, her fingers stroking the soft fabric, and her voice was so gentle it could melt water. "Thank you, Brother Wang Hao. You've gone to so much trouble. Don't spend money. This is what we earned together." Wang Hao waved his hand with great enthusiasm, looking at everyone's joyful expressions as they put on or held their new clothes. He was even happier than if he had put them on himself. Then he directed everyone to spread thick wool blankets on the clean sand, put the cast iron pot on the newly built stone stove, and neatly arranged the pottery jars and bowls on the simple rack woven from vines. "Let's have a good meal tonight, to celebrate the completion of our new house, to celebrate that we're rich now," Wang Hao announced. Amon immediately responded, "I'll go prepare the storm snail meat. Steamed, right? Leave it to me." She busied herself with great enthusiasm. Ali used her newly bought sharp knife to process the smoked meat, preparing to cook a pot of salted meat and brown rice porridge. Xiaoyu and Xiao Li helped wash the newly bought bowls and jars, while Ah Ling quietly gathered up the old clothes she had changed out of, preparing to wash them. The aroma of food quickly filled the air. The steamed whelk meat was sweet and chewy, with the unique salty freshness of the sea breeze. The brown rice porridge, mixed with the salty aroma of smoked meat, was warm and comforting. Everyone sat around on the newly laid-out wool blanket, by the firelight, using brand-new earthenware bowls, their faces beaming with unprecedented satisfaction and happiness. "It's so delicious." Xiaoya sipped her porridge, her ruby-like eyes squinting with satisfaction. "It feels like a dream. I can eat this well every day from now on." A man patted her chest and promised, then stuffed a large piece of snail meat into her mouth. Looking at Ali's gentle and quiet profile in the firelight, Xiaoyu's satisfied and adorable appearance, a man's hearty smile, A Ling's quiet companionship, and Xiao Li's focused munching on dried fruit, a warm feeling filled Wang Hao's heart. "This is my home in this world, a haven for everyone." Finally, I can start to live a good life. It was so tough. The transmigrator lived in a shack and ate seaweed as soon as he arrived. If it weren't for the beast-eared girl accompanying him, he would have given up long ago. As night deepened, the sea breeze brought a chill. The group, having eaten and drunk their fill, wrapped themselves in thick, warm wool blankets and huddled in a sheltered corner, falling into a deep sleep. The hard work of the past few days and the excitement of today made everyone sleep exceptionally soundly. Wang Hao slept on the outer side, subconsciously pulling the blanket tighter around himself. In his dream, he seemed to feel something warm and soft approaching him, carrying a faint, fresh scent like sea breeze mixed with grass. He unconsciously stretched out his arm and embraced that warmth, as if he had found the most reassuring harbor. The first rays of dawn shone through the cracks in the rocks into the small bay. Wang Hao was awakened by a soft, shy moan. He opened his eyes groggily and saw a pair of snow-white rabbit ears trembling slightly, right in front of him. Xiaoye was almost curled up in his arms, her little face buried in his chest, sleeping soundly. Her rosy lips were unconsciously pouting slightly, and her long eyelashes covered her like little fans. Her little hand was still unconsciously clutching the front of his shirt. His right arm was tightly wrapped around Xiaoye's waist and back, protecting her firmly in his arms. Wang Hao froze instantly, all sleepiness gone. A surge of heat rushed to his head and then flowed back down, his heart pounding like a drum. He could clearly feel the soft, warm curves of the girl in his arms, and the faint scent of sunshine and grass lingered in her hair around his nose. Ugh! Seemingly startled by Wang Hao's stiffness, Xiaoyu also opened her eyes groggily. Her ruby-like eyes blinked blankly for a moment before focusing on Wang Hao's face, which was so close to hers. She then looked down at the way they were pressed tightly together. Ah! A short, embarrassed gasp escaped Xiaoye's lips. She jumped back like a startled rabbit, her face instantly turning bright red, even the tips of her ears turning pink. She hurriedly wrapped her blanket around herself, shrank into a corner, and buried her head low, revealing only her bright red ears. I'm sorry, Brother Wang Hao. I might have felt cold last night, so... Xiaoye's voice was barely audible, trembling with sobs, and she was so ashamed she was about to faint. The commotion woke the others. Ali sat up and saw Xiaoyu's embarrassed expression and Wang Hao's equally awkward attempt to pull the blanket away. Looking at the scattered blankets, she instantly understood. A blush rose on her face, but more than that, a gentle smile appeared on her lips as she gently pulled Xiaoyu closer to comfort her. A man, with a mischievous grin, looked at Wang Hao with a wink and said, "Hey, Brother Hao, it's quite warm this early in the morning, huh?" Aling was tidying up her blanket with a blank expression, but her cat ears twitched almost imperceptibly twice. Wang Hao coughed awkwardly twice and quickly got up. Ahem. It was an accident, purely an accident. I went to the beach. I must get the boat over 10 meters today. He practically fled in a daze, grabbing his tools and rushing out, leaving behind Almon's unrestrained laughter and Xiaoye's embarrassed and angry stomping. As he rushed out of Blue Crystal Bay, the sea breeze cooled the heat on his face slightly. Wang Hao patted his face, took a deep breath, and suppressed the awkward and alluring feeling. A living, adorable, beast-eared girl. Chapter 39 is about to become a formal ship repairman. Wang Hao headed straight for the depths of Blackhorn Reef, where a Ling had taken him yesterday. With the powerful perception of the small boat, he quickly located an area with unusually turbulent currents and jagged rocks. The spiritual energy there was unusually active, mixed with the scent of wind and water, and even a faint sense of electric current. Wang Hao climbed onto a towering reef and looked down. Below, in a huge trough carved out by the rushing water, dozens of deep purple storm snails were densely packed together. The wind patterns on their shells shimmered faintly in the turbulent current. What surprised Wang Hao even more was that in the center of the snail swarm, there was a snail king that was much larger than its kind. Its shell was a deep purplish-black color, and the naturally formed wind patterns on it were like a violent tornado, with faint arcs of electricity jumping between them. Outside the swarm of snails, several silvery-gray figures were lurking furtively, thunder eels. They seemed to be eyeing the snail swarm as well, especially the king snail. Good heavens! They wiped them all out. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This was simply a godsend. The spiritual power and wind and thunder essence contained in the conch king would definitely be enough to feed the small boat, and the surrounding conch swarm and thunder eels would also be a great source of nourishment. Wang Hao took a deep breath, and the 7.5-meter spirit ship in his spiritual sea hummed and trembled. The wind patterns on the sails were brighter than ever before, and he immediately used his skill. Waterbending. Vine. Buzz. Wang Hao unleashed his full power. Centered on the massive trough where the entire snail colony was located, the seawater within a radius of 30 meters suddenly surged violently. A terrifying vortex, even larger, faster rotating, and with greater internal water pressure than the one he used against the iron-backed alligator snapping turtle, instantly formed. The seawater was churned wildly by an invisible force, emitting a muffled roar. The water flow in the trough was instantly emptied and stirred up. Dozens of storm snails were caught off guard and were swept away by the violent vortex, scattered and pulled away from the reef. Several thunder eels were trapped by the sudden and terrifying water pressure and tearing force, desperately twisting their bodies to release electricity, but it was like throwing mud into the sea. At the same time, dozens of emerald green vine phantoms probed into the vortex like a net, weaving into a huge net. The water drill at the tip of each vine was spinning at high speed, with a slight paralyzing effect, precisely wrapping around each storm snail that was pulled away and each thunder eel that was trapped. Close the net. Wang Hao roared and manipulated the massive vine net with his mind. It tightened abruptly, like a fisherman gathering his heavy catch. Whoosh! The seawater was pushed aside, and Wang Hao suddenly lifted the huge vine net from the center of the whirlpool. Inside were dozens of storm snails of different sizes, including the struggling snail king, as well as 5 thunder eels that were dizzy and disoriented from the water pressure and the vines, their electric lights dimming. This net almost wiped out all the storm snails and thunder eels in the area. Huff, huff. Wang Hao was breathing heavily, his face slightly pale. He had just unleashed his full power, and most of his spiritual energy had been drained in an instant. But looking at the heavy, shimmering trophy in the vine net, the immense sense of accomplishment instantly dispelled his fatigue. Immediately begin the process of separating the shells. The king of snails and the best quality shells with clear wind patterns are carefully stored separately. This is all money. The remaining snail meat, the corpse of the thunder eel, and the shell of the king of snails containing the essence of wind and thunder are all sent into the spiritual sea space. Buzz! The small boat in the spiritual sea erupted with an unprecedented, almost jubilant hum. It was like a gluttonous feast meeting a Manchu Han imperial feast. A massive amount of pure wind attribute spiritual energy, violent lightning power, and surging life essence poured into the ship like a torrent. The ship expanded and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. 8 meters. 8.5 meters. 9 meters. When the last bit of essence was absorbed, the wooden boat in the spiritual sea had reached a length of 9 meters. The hull was no longer just a simple wooden luster, but presented a deep, metallic texture like black iron. The surface was faintly interwoven with the defensive patterns of rock crabs and the wind patterns of storm snails. The ramming horns on both sides of the hull were even more ferocious and sharp, gleaming with a cold light. The light emanating from the stable spiritual runes on the bottom of the ship was as strong and powerful as breathing, as if it could suppress towering waves. The electric arcs leaping at the bow of the ship were no longer simply silver-white, but had taken on a purplish-black hue unique to the storm-conch king, making them more condensed and faintly carrying the aura of wind and thunder. The most noticeable change is the position of the sails. The previously blurry wind patterns have now solidified completely, transforming into a complete and mysterious rune that seems to be made of a hurricane, radiating powerful wind spirit fluctuations. Wang Hao felt an unprecedentedly close connection between himself and the winds of heaven and earth. With a slight thought, a gentle yet powerful current of air surrounded him, making his clothes rustle. Windriding. The little boat has awakened a new ability. At the same time, a faint, semi-transparent blue light shield, with ripples and subtle electric arcs, enveloped the entire 10-meter spirit ship like an eggshell. Aura shield. A qualitative leap in defensive capabilities. Wind control. Spiritual energy shield. Wang Hao felt an indescribable excitement as he sensed the transformed spirit ship radiating a powerful aura within the spiritual sea. Suppressing the urge to immediately test his new abilities, he carefully stored away the valuable snail shells and the best parts of the thunder eel, leaving behind a few intact eel bones and skins imbued with lightning power. Carrying his enormous harvest, he embarked on his journey back to Blue Crystal Bay. When Wang Hao appeared at the entrance of Blue Crystal Bay carrying his heavy load of goods, he was greeted by a man's exaggerated exclamation. "My God! Brother Hao, have you swept the entire beach clean?" Xiaoya had changed into that new pale yellow dress, which made her skin look even whiter and her appearance more delicate and lovely. Upon seeing Wang Hao, her face flushed involuntarily, but her ruby-like eyes held more concern and curiosity. Ali, dressed in an elegant light blue dress, looked gentle and charming, her gaze towards Wang Hao filled with smiles and questions. Wang Hao put down his haul, grinned at the surprised looks on everyone's faces, revealing a set of white teeth, and spoke in a loud and powerful voice. Great Hall, my boat has grown bigger again. This afternoon I'll go ambush a few lone rock crabs and evolve my boat to 10 meters. Last time I heard at the Ship Repair Guild that funeral boats need to be 10 meters long, so I can go to the guild to get certified as a ship repairman. Then, with the ship repairman badge, I can apply for a berth at the dock. From then on, you will be my first crew members, and we will always be together. I promise, life will get better and better in the future. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the small bay. The whistling sound of the sea breeze passing through the reefs seemed to be clearly audible. The orc girls were completely stunned, their expressions shifting from surprise to bewilderment, and then to disbelief and shock. Ship repair? Crew? These two words were like a fantasy to these half-orcs who struggled to survive and had to endure endless scorn even when they approached human markets. Ship repairmen, what a prestigious existence they are. They are powerful seafarers who command massive spirit ships, cutting through waves, and whom even human nobles treat with utmost respect. They are beings that women can only look up to from afar, and who are brutally driven away by patrolling guards if they even approach their berths. And crew members? That's an identity completely foreign to them. Human fleets, even the most ordinary fishing boats, would never allow a half-orc to set foot on the deck. In the eyes of humans, they were lowly aliens, filthy garbage, and pitiful creatures only fit to scavenge for food in stinking ditches. Only a few half-orcs earned meager wages by doing hard labor at the docks, and they were already the envy of the half-orc community. Now, Brother Wang Hao, this man of unknown origin who has shown miraculous power to pull them back from the brink of despair and give them a home, is actually inviting them to become his crew members? To become his first partners in ship repair? The enormous shock left them unable to process it for a while. Chapter 40 My Ship, My Rules. Ailey's amber eyes were filled with complex emotions, including gratitude and disbelief, as well as a deep-seated sense of inferiority and fear. She looked at Wang Hao, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Wang Hao, you're the ship repair master? We're just orcs. We're driven away even if we approach the dock. How can we be your crew? This is against the rules. It will implicate you. Xiaoya's reaction was the most direct. Her face instantly lost its previous blush, turning somewhat pale. Her ruby-like eyes were filled with fear and timidity. She subconsciously shrank back, her small hands tightly gripping Ailey's hem, her voice barely audible. Brother Wang Hao, I'm so stupid. I can't do anything. I'll only hold you back. I'm no good. The sense of inferiority brought about by the huge difference in their social status instantly overwhelmed her. Amon's hearty smile froze. She scratched her head, her brown bear ears twitching in confusion, and said in a muffled voice, Brother Hao, you're not kidding, are you? Crew? That means they're going to sea, right? We've barely even seen a ship. We don't even know what it looks like. Besides, it's Master Shu's ship. If we go aboard, won't we get shot down? She stated this cruel truth about White Sand Island very bluntly. Aling didn't speak, but her emerald green eyes were fixed on Wang Hao, and her usually cold face showed an unusually serious expression. A half-orc who became a crew member of the ship repair crew? This was simply unheard of. Just as the air began to grow heavy, a small figure broke the deadlock. Yay! Like a white cannonball, Little Fox suddenly darted out from beside Ali's legs, leaping joyfully into Wang Hao's arms. Its tiny arms tightly encircled Wang Hao's neck, its fluffy white fox ears twitching excitedly. Its little face rubbed against Wang Hao's chin, its voice clear and bright. I want to be with Brother Hao forever. Little Lee wants to ride on Brother Hao's big ship, to be a crew member, to collect seashells. Little Lee's innocent words, filled with unreserved trust and closeness to Wang Hao, instantly dispelled the pervasive heaviness and inferiority complex. Xiao Li's innocence and dependence are like a ray of warm sunshine, dispelling the gloom. Wang Hao caught Xiao Li steadily, holding her in his arms. His gaze swept over the various animal-eared girls, his eyes as firm as a rock, his voice steady and powerful. Rules? Who made the rules? A defiant smile curled at the corner of Wang Hao's lips. On my ship, I'm the boss. On my crew, whoever I say is capable is capable. Who dares to say no? Wang Hao looked at them, his tone softening, yet his voice remained firm and serious. Ali, you are thoughtful, knowledgeable in pharmacology, and able to take care of everyone. You are my good housekeeper. How could you be useless? Xiaoya, your senses are pure and sharp, able to discover things that even I might overlook. This talent is priceless. From now on, you will be my treasure hunter. Oh man, with your strength, you're top-notch at moving supplies, guarding ships, and even operating the ship's crossbow in the future. You're my strongman. Aling, your calmness, alertness, and rich experience are the eyes and ears we need most at sea. You are my lookout. Finally, Wang Hao affectionately rubbed his chin against the head of the little fox in his arms. And our little raccoon, he's the source of joy for all of us. He's our mascot. Wang Hao looked around, his voice resolute. Here, there are no orcs, only my family, my companions, and my crew. We are one. Anyone who looks down on you looks down on me. Wang Hao. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to ask my ship for permission first. The spirit ship in the spiritual sea trembled slightly, and an invisible spiritual pressure carrying the aura of wind and thunder flashed by. Although it was not deliberately targeted, it made everyone present feel a chill and clearly feel Wang Hao's seriousness and affection for them. Wang Hao's words struck them like a thunderclap. His unreserved trust, his unwavering protection, and his respect for them as equal partners were like a warm current that instantly broke down the defenses they had built up over time due to discrimination and suffering. Ali's eyes instantly reddened, and tears silently streamed down her face. She nodded vigorously, choking back sobs and unable to speak. The sense of belonging and being cherished in her heart had never been so strong. Xiaoya stared blankly at Wang Hao, the fear and inferiority in her eyes gradually being replaced by an unprecedented courage and radiance called being needed. She straightened her small back, and her long, snow-white ears no longer drooped, but stood up with all her might. Amon slapped his thigh and roared with boundless pride. Let's do it, Brother Hao. From now on, my life is in your hands. Anyone who dares to touch our family, I'll be the first to tear them apart. Although Ailing didn't speak, the frost in her emerald green cat eyes melted away, replaced by a deep and firm agreement. She nodded to Wang Hao with utmost solemnity, everything understood without words. All right, then, for our ship, for our future. Wang Hao put Shaoli down, raised his fist, and said, our goal this afternoon is to ambush the lone rock crab. Let our ship break through 10 meters today. Let's go. Amon was the first to respond, her voice loud and clear. Yes. Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her little face full of enthusiasm. Ali wiped away her tears, her voice gentle yet firm. Okay. Aling had silently stood beside Wang Hao, ready to lead the way. Beat the big crab. Little Fox cheered, waving her little fist. With a clear goal and strong cohesion, the group worked with astonishing efficiency. After a quick lunch, guided by Aling, they precisely avoided the territory of the large group of rock crabs and specifically sought out those who had broken away from the group and were lone individuals active on the periphery. Wang Hao remains the main attacker, but his tactics are more flexible and efficient. Amon, the one on the left, draw its attention. Understood. Amon roared, picked up a rock and hurled it at the side and rear of the target rock crab, successfully enraging it. Vines. Fine. With a thought, Wang Hao sent several vines precisely wrapping around the designated area. Water arrow. Armor pierce. A flash of blue light appeared at Wang Hao's fingertip, and a water arrow crackling with purplish-black electricity struck the crab's weak point precisely. Boom. With perfect coordination, a powerful rock-armored crab was instantly killed. Ali, on the other hand, used her newly bought sharp knife to quickly peel off the valuable core shell fragments. After Ali finished dismantling it, she commanded the vines to send the remaining crab carcass into the spiritual sea space. Wang Hao and the beast-eared girl worked together with incredible efficiency. By the time the sun began to set, they had already successfully hunted down 4 lone rock-armored crabs. The spirit ship in Wang Hao's spiritual sea greedily devoured the rock-armored crabs, its hull continuing to grow and solidify. When the essence of the last rock crab was completely absorbed, buzz, a much more solid buzzing sound reverberated through Wang Hao's spiritual sea. The length of the ship finally broke through the 10-meter mark. The hull was thicker and heavier. The defensive patterns were like natural rock walls, and the ramming horns on the ship's side gleamed coldly. The spiritual energy shield became more solid. The electric arcs leaping at the bow were more powerful, and most importantly, the wind rune on the sail was completely stabilized, allowing the power to control the wind to flow freely. It's done. A 10-meter spirit ship. Wang Hao opened his eyes, a powerful confidence welling up within him. He had reached the threshold of formal ship repair. It wasn't easy. He had finally evolved from a glittering toy ship to this point. Let's go back and have a big meal. We'll take all these crab claws and meet with us. Yay, time for a big meal. Little Tanuki, the little foodie, skipped and hopped ahead, carrying a huge crab claw. Chapter 41, Registering a Ship Repair. On the stove, a rich crab and seafood soup was simmering in an iron pot, while plump whelk meat and smoked meat slices were grilled nearby. Freshly bought ceramic bowls were filled with rice, and everyone sat around on a thick wool blanket, enjoying this special dinner. For Brother Howe's spirit ship, Amon was the first to raise a ceramic bowl filled with clear water and shouted boldly, as if it contained fine wine. For our ship, Xiaoya excitedly raised her bowl, her little face flushed. For the family, Ali smiled gently, tears welling in her eyes. Only she knew how difficult life was now. Aling silently raised her glass, everything unspoken. For the sweet fruit, Little Fox held up her little bowl, which contained precious honey-preserved dried fruit. For all of us, Wang Hao's gaze swept over every face that radiated happiness and hope in the firelight, his voice firm and powerful. Perhaps this was the meaning of his journey to this world. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Ship Repair Guild to get my official ship repair certification. Then, we'll apply for our own berth. My ship will set sail. Cheers. The clinking of the earthenware bowls produced a crisp sound, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. As night deepened, tranquility returned to the small bay. Wang Hao lay on a thick wool blanket, watching the starlight filtering through the crevices of the rocks. The 10-meter-long spirit ship floated quietly in the spirit sea, radiating a warm yet powerful aura. The next morning, the sea breeze carried a salty smell, but it couldn't dispel the new hope. Wang Hao changed into a clean, dark blue outfit, bid farewell to a Li, Xiao Yu, a Man, a Ling, and Xiao Li, who were full of expectations and blessings, and set off alone for the Ship Repair Guild on Baisha Island. The 10-meter-long spirit ship floated quietly in the spiritual sea, exuding a restrained yet powerful aura. This time, Wang Hao was going there as a ship repairman, completely different from when he was asking the Li sisters about ship repair and artifact repair on their behalf. The iconic building of the Ship Repair Guild, bearing the huge anchor emblem, still stands. Most of those entering and leaving the gate are apprentices of weapon repair, hurrying along with their own personal tools. Occasionally, one or two formal weapon repairmen, dressed relatively well and with arrogant expressions, can be seen. Ship repairmen are few and far between inside. Wang Hao entered through the archway. The hall was still noisy, and the air was filled with a rich, spiritual energy. Wang Hao went straight to the familiar registration window. Behind the window, there was still the same middle-aged woman in a gray uniform, with slightly high cheekbones and a professionally indifferent expression. She was impatiently scolding a young female craftswoman who had tried to climb onto the ship for repairs, her tone harsh. Wang Hao walked to the window and calmly said, "Certified ship repair." The middle-aged woman didn't even look up, habitually tossing a form over. She hadn't even heard Wang Hao's purpose, assuming he was just a ship repair apprentice who'd gotten lucky and awakened his spiritual sea space, having just emerged from the auxiliary formation. Her tone was completely flat. Fill out the form. Name, spiritual sea aptitude. Her words suddenly caught in her throat. A spiritual pressure carrying the essence of wind and thunder instantly enveloped the entire window area. This spiritual pressure was not intended to harm anyone, but it carried the unique aura of a spirit ship, making the air seem to freeze. The middle-aged woman suddenly looked up, her professional indifference shattering like fragile glass, replaced by extreme shock and unbelievable fear. She saw Wang Hao's youthful face, and even more so, she saw a 10-meter-long phantom of a spirit ship faintly emerging behind him as his spiritual pressure was released. The hurricane runes flowing on the sails, the purple-black arcs of electricity leaping at the bow, and the semi-transparent blue shield enveloping the hull all demonstrate that this is a true entity that owns its own spirit ship, not some ship repair apprentice who hasn't even refined the ship's embryo into the spirit sea space. Ship repairman. The middle-aged woman's voice instantly rose in pitch and changed tone. She almost sprang up from her chair, the movement so large it nearly overturned the chair. Her face was plastered with an extremely fawning smile, all her previous indifference gone, leaving only deep awe and a hint of barely perceptible flattery. "Please sit down, sir. Please sit down. Please wait a moment. I'll process your request right away." She hurriedly went around the counter, personally brought over a clean chair, wiped it with her sleeve, and respectfully invited Wang Hao to sit down. The hall instantly quieted down considerably. Many ship repair apprentices and weapon cultivators who were conducting business felt the heart-palpitating spiritual pressure and cast awe-inspiring glances at him. The formal weapon cultivators looked at Wang Hao with incredibly complex emotions, including envy, awe, and an almost instinctive desire for spiritual energy. On White Sand Island, true ship cultivators are extremely rare, and each one is a true prodigy. They are the controllers of spiritual energy and the helmsmen of spirit ships. As for the unaffiliated weapon cultivators who are not needed by ship cultivators, they are like rootless duckweed. Their natal artifacts require a large amount of spiritual energy to mature and advance. In battle, they need the spiritual energy support provided by ship repairmen to unleash their true power. A ship repairman is a mobile source of spiritual energy. They are the core that artifact repairmen dream of and follow throughout their lives. The middle-aged woman's attitude was extremely humble at this moment. She quickly took out the highest-level registration book and personally filled in Wang Hao's information. She wrote every word carefully and respectfully. "My lord, you are truly young and promising. To be able to completely refine a spirit ship at such a young age, your future is limitless." She flattered him relentlessly as she filled out the form. "My name is Zhang Chui. I have worked in the guild for many years. It is my great honor to serve you, my lord." She quickly completed all the formalities, took out a Tier 0 ship repair badge with complex rune lines engraved on the front, depicting an anchor and wave patterns, and the words, Wang Hao engraved on the back. She held it in both hands as if it were a rare treasure and handed it to Wang Hao. "My lord, this is your ship repair badge. Please keep it safe. With this badge, you can enjoy many conveniences and privileges throughout the imperial seas." Zhang Chui smiled obsequiously, then lowered her voice, with a hint of flattery and pleading. "Sir, you are a novice ship repairman, and you must need capable crew members to assist you in refining spiritual materials to upgrade your spirit ship. The guild has registered many young and outstanding artifact repairmen, and they are all of excellent aptitude, good character, and from reputable families. Would you like to select a few? Or, if you fancy any of them, it would be wonderful to sign a contract with one of them as a crew member. I can recommend a few younger members of my family. It would be their good fortune to work with you, sir. I guarantee they will satisfy you." Her words were full of implications, and the meaning of young and beautiful was self-evident. For the first time, Wang Hao truly felt the weight that the word ship repair represented in this world. High above, surrounded by admirers. The days when he struggled in the shanty town and was despised as a piece of trash by Li Zheng seemed like a lifetime ago. Wang Hao felt little pride. Instead, a complex emotion arose within him. This lofty position was brought about by the spirit ship in the spirit sea that had devoured countless sea beasts, and by his own life and death struggles that had helped him grow stronger. It was earned through the trust and support of Ali and Xiaoyu. "I'm standing here today not to prove how great I am." Chapter 42, A Plan Has Been Made. He took the heavy, cold ship repair badge and calmly shook his head. "I have my own arrangements for the crew. Thank you for your kindness." A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Chui's eyes, but she dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction and still smiled broadly. Yes, yes, yes. "Sir, you have keen insight and make your own decisions. I was just being nosy. So, sir, do you need a berth?" "Yes, we need a berth. Somewhere quiet is fine. Let's go to the South Wharf. I'm a little more familiar with that area." Wang Hao nodded, thinking that it was closer to his home, where Ali and the others were waiting for him. "Understood. Leave it to me." Zhang Chui immediately patted her chest and assured him, her attitude 100 times more attentive than before. "Sir, please sit for a moment and have a cup of tea. I'll personally arrange it for you. I guarantee it will be the best seat." She personally brewed Wang Hao a cup of the spiritual tea that the guild used to entertain distinguished guests, and then jogged away. Holding his teacup, Wang Hao looked at the awe-inspiring and longing gazes in the hall, and for the first time, he truly understood that power brought not only a guarantee of survival, but also the foundation of status. All the hardships he had endured hadn't been in vain. For a future of luxury, for an end to hardship, for an endless life of enjoyment, and for the sake of his adorable, soft-spoken animal-eared girls at home, he had to hold on to this power tightly. Meanwhile, at the South Wharf of Baisha Island, amidst the clamor, stench, and sweat, fishing boats were moored at the dock, their calls for loading and unloading cargo mingling with the shouts of overseers and the laborers panting. At the edge of the dock, in an area where dead fish were piled up and disposed of, the stench was overwhelming. Li Xiaoyu, a small figure, squatted beside a mountain of fish, her face pale, her forehead covered in cold sweat and grime. In her hand, she clumsily cut a slippery sea fish with a chipped skinning knife. "Useless. You can't even clean a dead fish properly. Look at the cut you made. The gallbladder is broken. The whole fish tastes bitter, it won't sell. Do you know how much this fish is worth? A burly, pot-bellied manager pointed at the sea fish in front of Li Xiaoyu, whose gallbladder had been accidentally cut open, his spittle almost hitting her face. I'm sorry, Manager Wang. I didn't mean to. Li Xiaoyu trembled with fear and apologized in a tearful voice. She tried to mobilize her weak fire spirit power to speed things up, but as soon as the spirit power touched the blade, the inferior blade blank made a creaking sound again, unable to bear the burden. The backlash was like a red-hot needle piercing her fragile spiritual sea again. The excruciating pain caused her to loosen her grip, and the peeling knife clattered onto the wet wooden board. You dare to throw things. You've gone too far. Manager Wang was furious. He raised his large, fan-like hand and slapped Li Xiaoyu's tender little face hard. Snap! A crisp, loud slap. Li Xiaoyu stumbled and fell to the ground after being hit. Half of her cheek instantly swelled up, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, tears streaming down her face like broken beads, but she bit her lip tightly, not daring to cry out. Little Rain. Not far away, Li Zheng, who was carrying a heavy wooden box, happened to witness this scene. The moment his sister was hit, he felt a surge of heat rush to his head. His heartache for his sister and his anger at his inability to change the situation erupted at that moment. You bastard! How dare you hit my sister? Li Zheng roared like a wild beast, dropping the wooden box on his shoulder and charging forward like a raging bull. He slammed a hard punch into Manager Wang's greasy, fat face. Bang! Caught off guard, Manager Wang was struck so hard that his nose bled profusely, and he saw stars. He staggered back a few steps and plopped down into a pile of smelly fish. He's hitting someone. Li Zheng is hitting someone. This is outrageous. The boatmen nearby immediately erupted in chaos. Some went to help Manager Wang, while more people gathered around. Grab him. Beat this lowly slave who dared to hit me to death. Steward Wang screamed furiously, clutching his bleeding nose. Several dock thugs immediately pounced on him. Although Li Zheng was strong, he was no match for the number of hands and was quickly knocked to the ground, with punches and kicks raining down on him. Brother, don't hit my brother. Li Xiaoyu cried and rushed forward to protect her brother, but was violently pushed away by a thug. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoyu ran over from another direction. Seeing her brother being beaten and her sister lying on the ground, she rushed over and used her body to block the falling punches and kicks, crying and pleading, "Stop hitting her. Please stop. We'll pay for it. We'll pay for the fish." The chaos quickly attracted the ship's captain, a middle-aged man dressed in a silk robe with a sinister look in his eyes. What's going on? The boat captain coldly glanced at the scene. Manager Wang immediately added fuel to the fire, crying, "Boss, these lowly siblings from the Li family. They didn't take responsibility for the fish I broke, and they even dared to hit me. Look how badly they beat me." He pointed to his bleeding nose and the bruises on his body. The boat captain's gaze swept over the weeping Li Xiaoyu and her sister, Li Zheng, whose face was covered in blood but who still glared angrily, and the fish whose gallbladder had been cut out. His face was expressionless, and his voice was icy. Damaging cargo, assaulting the manager, and disrupting dock order. According to the rules, you either have to pay $50 silver in compensation, or Li Zheng has to be arrested and forced to serve 10 years of hard labor to pay off the debt. He paused, his gaze sweeping maliciously over Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu. Or, give these 2 girls to my ship to serve the boatmen and sailors. That would also pay off the debt. 50 silver coins. That's an astronomical sum for the Li family. 10 years of hard labor is a death sentence. As for paying off the debt, that's worse than death. No, don't. Aunt Li had arrived sometime earlier, and upon hearing the boatman's words, she was struck dumb. She knelt down on the filthy ground with a thud, frantically kowtowing to the boatman and the foreman until her forehead bled. "My lord, please have mercy. We'll compensate. We'll definitely compensate. Please grant us a few more days. Please spare my children. They're still so young. Please." The cries were heart-wrenching and desperate. Li Xiaoyu tightly hugged her trembling younger sister, tears blurring her vision. Looking at her mother kneeling and begging for mercy, at her brother, bruised and battered but still pinned to the ground, an overwhelming despair washed over her like a cold tide. 50 silver coins, where could they find that? Could it really be? In this moment of pervasive despair, a calm yet undeniably authoritative voice pierced the clamor of the docks, reaching the ears of everyone present. "They are my people." Chapter 43: Reunion with the Li sisters. The crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. A young man dressed in a dark blue outfit walked slowly towards them, a gleaming badge with an anchor pattern on his chest. An invisible, heart-pounding spiritual pressure emanated from him, instantly silencing the surrounding noise. It was Wang Hao, who had just received his ship repair badge and was being personally led by Zhang Cui to check out the berth location. Wang Hao's gaze swept over Aunt Li, who was kneeling and kowtowing with blood on her forehead, over Li Xiaoyu, whose face was streaked with tears and whose cheeks were red and swollen, over Li Zhong, who had been knocked to the ground and whose mouth was bleeding, and finally landed on Li Xiaoyu, who was tightly hugging her younger sister with eyes full of despair and disbelief. Wang Hao simply addressed the boat captain, repeating himself in a low voice, yet his words resonated clearly in everyone's hearts. I said, they are my people. He slowly raised his hand, a tiny arc of electricity crackling at his fingertips, and coldly swept his gaze over the thugs who were still holding Li Zhong down. Let him go. Now. Wang Hao's calm voice was like cold water being poured into a boiling oil pan, instantly causing an uproar. Who dares to interfere in my business? The boat captain, interrupted and in the midst of establishing his authority, swept his sinister gaze toward the source of the voice. When he saw Wang Hao's young face and brand-new, close-fitting clothes, he was first taken aback, then a disdainful sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Where did this brat come from? Daring to... His next words were as if they were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, stuck in his throat. The boat captain's gaze was fixed on the badge on Wang Hao's chest. The material, crafted from deep-sea cold iron, gleams with a cold luster under the sunlight. The clearly defined patterns of the anchor and the waves, along with the silent spiritual energy emanating from it, represent true power and status. Ship repair badge. Moreover, it is a formal ship repair badge, not the kind of ship repair apprentice who has just awakened the spirit sea space and is only refining the spirit ship embryo with the help of auxiliary formations, or the ship slave who is restricted and positioned by a loan and can never be refined into a natal spirit ship, and can only spend his whole life refining spirit materials to contribute to the growth of the spirit ship. Rather, they are ship repairmen who already possess a true natal spirit ship. Even if the spirit ship is only 10 meters long, they are still formal ship repairmen. The boat captain's sinister smile froze instantly, replaced by extreme terror and disbelief. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Having made a living on White Sand Island for decades, he knew all too well the terrifying weight that this badge represented. It represented a class that truly transcended the rules and controlled spiritual energy and power. Crushing a small fishing boat owner like him would be easier than crushing a bug. Ship repair master. The boat captain's voice was sharp and distorted, filled with extreme fear. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot. The manager behind him was even more distraught, as if his bones had been removed, slumped in the stinking pile of fish, pale as a ghost, trembling like a leaf. Just then, Zhang Cui, who had been following behind Wang Hao with a fawning smile, suddenly stepped forward like a hunting dog that had found an opportunity to show off. She shouted sharply, her voice shrill and piercing, full of arrogant arrogance. Insolence! Are you blind? You dare to offend a ship repairman certified by the Imperial Ship Repair Guild. Wang Lalu, I think you're tired of living. Don't you want to stay on White Sand Island anymore? She pointed at the boat captain's nose, spitting almost onto his face. How dare you disrespect the ship repairman? How dare you order your men to beat up the person the ship repairman is protecting? You've gone too far. She turned to the thugs who were still holding Li Zhong down and were equally terrified, and screamed, Let go of him now. Do you want to die? The thugs seemed to snap out of a daze, releasing Li Zhong as if electrocuted and scrambling to the side, wishing they could shrink into the ground. Their eyes were filled with boundless fear as they looked at Wang Hao. Zhang Cui pointed at the limp manager Wang and said sternly, And you scoundrel who relies on your master's power. How dare you insult and beat the ship repairman's men? This month's berthing tax, management fee, and cleaning fee for this ship will all be doubled. No, tripled. If you lose even a single copper coin, I'll make sure your wrecked ship can never leave port again. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Steward Zhang. Ship repairman. Spare me. Spare me. At this moment, Wang Laolu, the captain of the fishing boat, had lost all trace of his sinister and fierce nature. His face was mournful, as if he had lost his parents. He bowed and scraped to Wang Hao and Zhang Cui, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. I was blind and offended you, sir. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. This debt of the Li siblings is forgiven. No, it's my compensation. I'll compensate Brother Li for his medicine and the 2 young ladies for the shock. 50 no? 100 silver coins. Please, sir, have mercy. Spare my dog's life. As he spoke, He frantically pulled a money pouch from his pocket and threw it at Li Zheng's side without even looking at it. A deathly silence fell over the area. All the laborers and boatmen on the dock held their breath, staring dumbfounded at this dramatic scene. The captain and manager, who had just been high and mighty and held the power of life and death, were now like two drowning dogs wagging their tails and begging for mercy, trembling in the face of real power. The gazes directed at Wang Hao were filled with indescribable awe, fear, and an almost instinctive reverence. Ship repairman. This is ship repairman. A single sentence can send an arrogant ship captain plummeting to hell. The situation was quite different for the Li family. Brother Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu was the first to react. Her small face, which was red and swollen from the beating, still had tear stains on it. But at this moment, her big eyes burst out with an unbelievable light of surprise. Like seeing a single lighthouse in boundless darkness, she broke free from her sister's embrace and stumbled towards Wang Hao. Her small body trembled violently with excitement and grievance. She clung tightly to Wang Hao's leg and burst into tears. Wah, brother Wang Hao. They hit Xiaoyu. Hit my sister and brother. Wah. Wang Hao felt a pang of pain in his heart. He bent down, gently patted Li Xiaoyu's trembling back, and said softly, "It's all right, Xiaoyu, it's all right. I'm here. No one will dare to bully you anymore." Li Xiaoyu stared blankly at Wang Hao, at the ship repair badge on his chest that symbolized supreme status and power, at the majesty with which he effortlessly reversed the tide and made his enemies kneel and beg for mercy. And then she thought of the humiliation she had suffered at the dock these past few days, the despair of being forced into becoming a slave to the machine, and the fear and despair that had almost devoured her just now. The stark contrast filled her with mixed emotions, the elation of escaping a desperate situation, but also an indescribable sense of shame and deep loss. He was still the same brother Wang Hao, yet he had already reached a height she could never attain. Her tears fell silently, a mixture of joy and sorrow. Li Zheng was helped up by his sister. He had a bruised and swollen face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body was covered in mud. He stared blankly at Wang Hao, at the boy he had once despised as a good-for-nothing, a gigolo, and a trash ship repairman, who had now descended like a god and easily rescued his entire family. The intense shock and immense shame burned into his heart like a red-hot iron, leaving him utterly ashamed. He couldn't even look Wang Hao in the eye and could only lower his head deeply. His so-called right path and his so-called protection of his family seemed so ridiculous and pale in the face of real power. Endless regret filled his heart. Aunt Li stopped kowtowing and stared blankly at everything before her, at the boy who had once stayed in her home, silently helping them find food and saving her life. Now that he has become a great figure whom they need to look up to, tears welled up in her cloudy old eyes. They were tears of gratitude, tears of fear, and a long sigh. Fate is unpredictable, and destiny is fickle. Chapter 44, Clear Class Distinction. After comforting the crying Li Xiaoyu, Wang Hao's gaze swept over the Li family members and finally landed on Zhang Cui. "Manager Zhang, has the birth been arranged?" Zhang Cui immediately put on a fawning smile and bowed even lower. All right. Sir, you can rest assured that I can handle things. It's located on the east side of the South Wharf, in the best spot with the deepest water and the quietest place. I'll personally take you there." As she spoke, a hint of cautious flattery and a barely perceptible sense of superiority lingered in her voice as she whispered, "However, sir, with your esteemed status, there is absolutely no need for you to condescend to stay at the South Wharf. This is where the lowly commoners and dilapidated fishing boats dock. It's filthy and chaotic. The truly good berths are all at the ship repair wharf on the east side. There are dedicated berths there, with a quiet and elegant environment, where only ship repairmen of your esteemed status dock. Only there is a place worthy of your status and your spirit ship. What do you think? Would you like me to arrange for you to go there?" Zhang Chui's words clearly outlined in Wang Hao's mind the strict class system of Baisha Island. This southern dock, where the lowly and fishing boats moor, is inhabited by a large number of commoners, as well as the slums on the western water platform and the orc settlement in the low-lying area. The ship repair dock she mentioned to the east is a place with abundant spiritual energy, an elegant environment, and a dedicated area for ship repair. This blatant class division dealt another heavy blow to the hearts of the Li family members, especially Li Zheng, who had just experienced a dramatic change in their status. Wang Hao glanced at the chaotic scene at the South Wharf, then at the still shaken and ragged Li family members beside him, and at the distant silhouette of the Eastern Wharf, a symbol of nobility and privilege. He shook his head and thought, "Forget it. This is the closest to home. As long as I'm comfortable, that's fine. Wang Hao simply said. Let's go to the dock and check out my berth first. Yes, yes, yes. This way, please, sir. Zhang Chui hurriedly led the way, like the most obedient servant. Wang Hao pulled Li Xiaoyu, who was still sobbing softly, and said to the rest of the Li family, Aunt Li, Xiaoyu, you should come too. Wang Hao's tone was very calm, without any deliberate pity or enthusiasm for seeing them again, as if he were simply inviting family members to come along. Aunt Li and Li Xiaoyu supported each other and followed silently. Li Zheng hesitated for a moment, then dragged his injured body, head down, and followed at the back with heavy steps, each step feeling as if he were stepping on burning coals. The crowd parted automatically to make way for a wide path, and all eyes were focused on Wang Hao, filled with awe and curiosity. Wang Hao, with Li Xiaoyu and guided by Zhang Chui, headed towards the best berth at the South Wharf, which had been specially cleared out. On the east side of the South Wharf, the specially cleared berths, with their deep blue water, are relatively quiet, far from the noisiest loading and unloading area. Zhang Chui bowed deeply, her face plastered with a fawning smile, and pointed to the water. Sir, look, this is it. The water is deep enough, there are few reefs, and the view is expansive. It's the best spot at the South Wharf. I specially cleared it out for you. Wang Hao nodded, his gaze calmly sweeping over the waters that belonged to him. He handed the slightly calmed Li Xiaoyu to Li Xiaoyu beside him, then took a deep breath, his mind sinking into his spiritual sea to communicate with the 10-meter-long Xian natal spirit ship that was already connected to his soul. Hey buddy, come out and see our new home. Buzz. An invisible wave spread out from Wang Hao. The calm sea surface suddenly churned with fine ripples. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's watchful eyes, a spirit ship covered entirely in a composite armor of thick black iron and wood luster emerged from the spirit sea space and slowly manifested on the water's surface. It is only 10 meters long, with a smooth and powerful shape. On both sides of the ship, several ferocious rams are like the fangs of ancient beasts, with dangerous wisps of purple-black electricity jumping at their tips. The most eye-catching feature is the sail on the mast, which is imprinted with intricate wind runes and is currently emitting a soft blue light, drawing the surrounding airflow to form a faint vortex. A semi-transparent shield of spiritual light envelopes the entire hull, flowing slowly like ripples on water. Although it is still small in scale, the entire ship is full of spiritual energy and powerful runes. A deep and solemn aura comes over you, making the surrounding air seem a bit heavier. As the spirit ship entered the water, the mysterious spiritual patterns on the bottom of the ship shone brightly, like invisible roots deeply embedded in the seawater. Visible to the naked eye, wisps of spiritual energy, as if attracted by a magnet, gathered from all directions and continuously poured into the ship, forming a miniature spiritual energy vortex around the spirit ship. Wang Hao could clearly feel that countless spiritual energies were being drawn from the sea by the spirit ship, which was more abundant and smoother than the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit ship when it was in the spirit sea space. A cool and pure spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed by the spirit ship, nourishing the spiritual sea space. The spiritual energy mist in the spiritual sea space was rapidly increasing, showing signs of transforming into liquid. This invigorated Wang Hao's spirit, making him feel that the power of his skills had greatly increased. I see. Wang Hao suddenly understood. This is the essence of ship repair. A spirit ship is not only a weapon and a fortress, but also a huge, mobile source of spiritual energy. It can absorb spiritual energy at all times to nourish itself and the spiritual sea space. No wonder ship repairers have such a transcendent status. It's practically like having a mobile refueling station with you at all times. Amazing, amazing skill. Your Excellency's skill is truly divine. Zhang Chui, standing to the side, stared in disbelief, her face practically overflowing with flattery, her voice trembling with excitement. My lord, although your spirit ship is only 10 meters in size, the strength of its spiritual energy, the completeness and refinement of its runes, and the depth and stability of its foundation are unparalleled in all my years on White Sand Island. This spiritual energy intensity, this efficiency of spiritual energy absorption, is already completely comparable to the flagships of those 100-meter class spirit ship warriors. Given time, my lord, you will surely break through the 100-meter mark and become a spirit ship warrior. No, becoming a spirit boat master is just around the corner. On the entire White Sand Island, there are only a handful of spirit ship warriors and ship repairmen. She became increasingly excited as she spoke, as if she could see her hope of attaching herself to a future tycoon. She lowered her voice again, her tone filled with intense allure and a hint of barely perceptible urgency. My lord, look, your spirit ship has such a solid foundation. It's the perfect time to refine it with a large amount of spiritual materials to enhance its growth. Relying on you alone to refine, it would be too time-consuming and laborious. Those young female artifact cultivators are truly all exceptional talents. 1 in 100. The compatibility with the spirit fire is extremely high. Not only are they beautiful and gentle, but most importantly, their natal spirit weapons are all geared towards assisting in refining, such as quenching furnaces, ice-condensing bottles, and spirit-gathering pestles. With their assistance, working day and night, refining spirit materials for you and extracting their essence to integrate into the ship's hull, your spirit ship will surely advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, greatly shortening the time required to become a spirit ship warrior. You can simply sit back and reap the benefits, ordering them around as you please. This efficiency is far beyond what those crude laborers can achieve. As Zhang Cui spoke, she glanced meaningfully and with undisguised contempt at the sisters Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu behind Wang Hao. They were dressed in tattered clothes, with tear stains and redness on their faces, and covered in fishy mud. In her eyes, these two lowly people from the shanty town, who couldn't even be good slaves, were simply a desecration of Wang Hao's status. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu felt the disdainful gaze, and their bodies tensed up instinctively. Li Xiaoyu shrank back behind her sister in fear, while Li Xiaoyu bit her lower lip hard, her nails digging deep into her palm. A huge sense of inferiority and humiliation almost overwhelmed her. The opportunity her brother had given them to change their fate. Even becoming a qualified sex slave is so difficult for them. Seeing Wang Hao's silence. Actually, he was enjoying the comfort of the spiritual energy flowing back to him. Zhang Cui assumed he was interested. Gritting her teeth, she offered an even stronger bargaining chip. She looked at the Li sisters as if examining two valuable assets, her voice tinged with a hint of reluctance, yet revealing her sincerity. My lord, if you truly wish to train these two young ladies and make them your exclusive weapon cultivators, it's not impossible. It's just that their aptitude is indeed somewhat lacking. However. Chapter 45 Investment. She changed the subject abruptly, her eyes becoming eager. If you, sir, nod your head and are willing to accept the two nieces I recommended as your exclusive weapon cultivators, our Zhang family is willing to provide two low-grade spiritual flames that are most suitable for their attributes free of charge. We will also sponsor them to ignite their innate spiritual flame, enabling them to become true artifact cultivators who can help you. This is their ladder to heaven to change their destiny, and it is also a small token of our Zhang family's gratitude to you, sir. Spiritual fire. These two words were like a thunderclap, instantly exploding in the ears of the Li family. Li Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Spirit fire. That was the key to becoming a formal weapon cultivator, something that lowly people like her dreamed of but could never reach. Even the lowest grade of spirit fire cost at least 50 gold coins, an astronomical figure that her whole family couldn't accumulate even if they didn't eat or drink for decades. This really is the only chance to change her fate. Her heart pounded, and her eyes were filled with an unprecedented longing and pleading as she looked at Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu understood, her little face filled with excitement and hope, forgetting the pain on her face, and tightly grasped her sister's hand. Li Zheng was trembling violently. He knew better than anyone what the spirit fire meant. It was something he could never obtain, something he had stubbornly believed was the only right path for his sisters, a starting point he could never reach. And now, the opportunity was right in front of him. All he had to do was nod to Wang Hao and accept the woman that the other family was offering up. Thump. Without any hesitation, Li Zheng slammed his knees heavily onto the cold wooden planks of the dock. His tall frame bent low, his forehead touching the ground, his voice hoarse and choked with extreme agitation and remorse. Wang Hao. No. Ship repairman. I beg you. Please take Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu in. Give them a chance. I beg you. He raised his head, his bruised and swollen face streaked with tears and snot, his eyes filled with a humble plea and a desperate determination. I know I was a bastard before. I was blind. I looked down on people. I'm not human. You can hit me, scold me, kill me, anything. I just beg you. I just beg you to give them a way out. Give them a chance to change their fate. As long as you agree, my life, Li Zheng's life, is yours. I'll do anything for you, even go through fire and water. Please. He kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead instantly turning bruised and purple, blood mixed with sewage flowing down. Aunt Lee also knelt down, trembling, tears streaming down her face, sobbing uncontrollably. "Sir, please, have mercy." Looking at her brother kneeling and kowtowing, humble as dust, looking at her mother crying and pleading, and then at Wang Hao's calm back, Li Xiaoyu's pitiful self-esteem was completely shattered. For her sister, for this family, for that only ladder to heaven that could change their fate, she pulled her sister Li Xiaoyu down and slowly knelt down as well, her head bowed, tears silently dripping onto the dirty wooden board, waiting for Wang Hao's verdict. The dock was deathly silent, save for the sound of waves crashing against the ship and Li Zheng's suppressed sobs. Zhang Chui's face revealed a triumphant smile. She believed that faced with the allure of the beautiful woman and the plea from the two sisters in the slums, they would not refuse her request to arrange for her two nieces to go there. Especially for a promising young ship repairman like Wang Hao, who needs capable assistance, it shouldn't be a problem to take in two exclusive weapon repairmen from the family who are blessed with spiritual fire. After all, she doesn't believe that the outstanding women carefully cultivated by the family are inferior to these two young girls. All eyes were on Wang Hao. Wang Hao slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling Li family members, over Zhang Chui's calculating and ingratiating face, and finally landing on his own natal spirit ship, which was quietly moored in its berth, slowly growing by absorbing the spiritual energy of the sea. The spirit ship hummed softly, as if responding to its master's thoughts. Wang Hao spoke, his voice calm. "I accept the spirit fire. Aunt Li Little You, please get up." Wang Hao's voice rang out, tinged with a mixture of helplessness and secret smugness. He felt helpless because he had always treated everyone equally, but secretly pleased because this feeling of being superior was truly exhilarating. There's a reason why it's so satisfying to watch characters in time travel novels show off their power and get their faces slapped in the face. Zhang Chui's face instantly blossomed into a wildly joyful smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, her wrinkles all bunched together. She succeeded. Her gamble paid off. This young ship repairman was indeed soft-hearted. As long as she could establish this connection, what did giving away two low-grade spirit flames matter? It was an investment, a huge investment in the future. Once a woman from the Zhang family manages to climb, become a contracted crew member of this promising ship repairman, receiving a continuous supply of spiritual energy from the spirit ship, the growth rate and future potential of her natal spirit weapon will far surpass that of ordinary weapon repairmen. The difference will be greater than that between a person and a dog. The Zhang family's status on White Sand Island will also rise dramatically. Your Excellency is wise. Your Excellency is truly wise. Zhang Chui's voice trembled with excitement, and she bent over so low it almost broke. It's all thanks to the good deeds of our ancestors that the Zhang family has the opportunity to serve you, sir. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll arrange it right away. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. She immediately pulled out a seashell engraved with simple communication runes from her bosom, urgently infused it with a wisp of spiritual energy, and spoke hastily into the seashell. Clan leader, great news. I went to great lengths to persuade Lord Wang Hao to accept the spirit fire and grant us 2 slots for weapon crafting. Quickly, send the 2 most outstanding young ladies who best suit the Lord's wishes here. Yes, to the Weapon Crafting Guild. Be fast. Pick the best, the most sensible. The opportunity is right in front of us. Her voice was filled with an unquestionable command and an irrepressible excitement. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family mansion on Baisha Island, the once solemn council chamber was now in an uproar. The Zhang family patriarch, an elderly man with a goatee and shrewd eyes, had just put down the communication shell that was also shimmering with a faint light, his face filled with excitement and ecstasy. God bless the Zhang family. Our opportunity has arrived. Chief Zhang suddenly stood up, his voice booming. Ship repairman Wang Hao has completely refined a natal spirit ship. Zhang Chui from the Ship Repair Guild said that although the spirit ship is only 10 meters long, its foundation is as solid as that of a 100-meter spirit shipmaster. Its future is limitless. He has agreed to give us 2 spots to let the women of our family become his exclusive weapon repairmen. Whoever has the ability, once they successfully form a crew contract and receive the nourishment of the ship repairman's spiritual energy, will have a bright future. My Zhang family will also rise to prominence. Quickly, call all the eligible and outstanding girls here. The moment the order was given, the entire Zhang family erupted in excitement. The elders and stewards of each branch of the family were energized, urging their carefully cultivated young women, all of whom were beautiful, talented, and intelligent, to rush to the council hall. Soon, The council hall was filled with a dozen or so beautiful young women. They had all received urgent advice from their elders and knew that this was an opportunity to rise to the top. Each of them had dressed up carefully, wearing their best clothes. Some were pure and lovely. Some were charming and alluring. Some were dignified and gentle, and some were aloof and noble, like flowers vying for beauty. Chapter 46: Exclusive Weapon Cultivation. The air was filled with the scent of cosmetics, and even more so with the invisible smell of gunpowder. Clan leader, my Wanner is the most talented in our branch. Her affinity with spirit fire has reached 60%. Her natal spirit artifact, the frost bottle, is most suitable for assisting in refining water-type spiritual materials. You will definitely find it useful. A fat elder hurriedly recommended his daughter. What's so special about the frost bottle? My Yenner's gold melting furnace is the real weapon to help refine metal attribute spiritual materials. It's 63% compatible. Besides, Yenner has a great figure, a lively personality, and knows how to serve people best. Another tall, thin elder immediately retorted, while the woman behind him puffed out her proud chest and gave him a flirtatious wink. What use are your fighting and killing talents in weapon forging? Serving the ship repairman requires gentleness and thoughtfulness. My Rong is proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is gentle and quiet, knows how to take care of people, and can bring joy to the master's mind and body during his cultivation. A female elder retorted, while the woman beside her lowered her head and looked like a well-bred lady. Gentleness is useless. The ship repairman is young and vigorous. He needs a confidant. My mayor, more like a vixen. What a master needs is a virtuous and knowledgeable wife. A capable wife? With your blockhead daughter? Your daughter is just a pretty face. For these two spots that could propel them to the top, the usually dignified elders now turned on each other, attacking one another and trying their best to belittle the women recommended by the other side while elevating their own. The women who were pushed forward displayed a range of emotions. Some were confident, some were nervous, some had a determined glint in their eyes, while others exchanged hostile glances. The hall was noisy and bustling, like a marketplace. Enough! Chief Zhang slammed his hand on the table, his face darkening. What's all this noise about? This is unbecoming. Remember, this is for choosing helpers for the adults, not for you to fight over women. His sharp gaze swept over the women in the hall. After a moment's hesitation, he finally made his decision. Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, you two stay. The rest of you disperse. Zhang Rongrong, gentle, and Zhang Meyer, fiery, who were named immediately showed expressions of ecstasy, while the other women looked as if they had lost their parents, their eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. Rongrong is gentle and caring, with a delicate mind. She can help adults with trivial matters, allowing them to focus on cultivation. Mayor, well, she's quick-witted and has good talent. She might be able to produce remarkable results in refining assistance. Chief Zhang spoke in a deep voice, his reasons sounding grand and dignified, but his deeper intention to balance the interests of each branch of the family was self-evident. You two, immediately change into your most presentable clothes and get to the Weapon Repair Guild as fast as you can. Remember, put away your little schemes. Serving Lord Wang Hao well is the top priority. If you can gain his favor and form a contract, it will be the greatest fortune for you and for the Zhang family. If anything goes wrong, The Zhang clan chief used both kindness and severity. Yes, chieftain. The two women bowed excitedly and immediately went to prepare, surrounded by servants. At the entrance of the repair shop, as soon as Wang Hao and his group arrived, Li Zheng and Aunt Li supported each other, while Li Xiaoyu held her younger sister Li Xiaoyu's hand tightly. The family had just escaped danger and had been given a chance to rise to the top in one step. Their feelings were excited and complicated, especially when they saw the magnificent gate of the guild and the well-dressed apprentices coming and going. They felt out of place, like beggars who had mistakenly entered a magnificent palace. Zhang Chui was like a completely different person. She straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and shouted at the union guards at the door. Are you all blind? Open the door and welcome them. Tell the manager inside to come out and wait. When the guard saw Zhang Chui, and then the distinguished young man behind her with a gleaming ship repair badge on his chest, he dared not be negligent. He immediately bowed and opened the door, while someone else rushed in to report. As soon as the group entered the union hall, a middle-aged woman, accompanied by several managers, jogged up to greet them, her face plastered with a fawning smile even more exaggerated than Zhang Chui's. Oh my, ship repairman, your presence is a great honor to the guild. We are so sorry for not welcoming you properly. The manager's voice was sickeningly sweet, and his eyes quickly swept over the badge on Wang Hao's chest, his gaze becoming even more eager. The managers behind her also bowed respectfully. When their gaze swept past Wang Hao and landed on the 4 members of the Li family, ragged, wounded, and reeking of fish and humility, a flicker of undisguised astonishment and disdain crossed their eyes. These lowly commoners. How could they be serving the esteemed ship repairman? They're an insult to his dignity. Zhang Chui immediately stepped forward and introduced them with a sense of superiority. Manager Huang, these are the master's newly recruited, attendants. The master is kind-hearted and gave them a way to survive. His tone was full of contempt for the Li family. Oh, I see. You are truly kind-hearted, sir. Manager Huang of the Equipment Repair Guild immediately understood, his smile unchanged, but his gaze toward the Li family became even more contemptuous. She led the way with great enthusiasm. Sir, please proceed to the VIP room. I have already ordered the finest spiritual tea to be prepared. Just then, the union's door was pushed open again, and a fragrant breeze wafted in. 2 exquisitely dressed and radiant young women, surrounded by Zhang's servants, gracefully walked in. The woman on the left, dressed in a moon-white brocade dress embroidered with orchids, possessed a gentle and refined temperament, with exquisite features and a graceful demeanor. Her demure manner, coupled with her graceful steps, exuded the poise and tranquility of a well-bred lady. This was Zhang Rongrong. In her hands, she held a delicate white jade bottle, from which a faint chill emanated. The woman on the right was dressed in a fiery red, form-fitting outfit that accentuated her breathtakingly alluring curves. Her features were bright and striking, and her eyes held a wild and seductive allure. This was Zhang Meyer. A crimson pendant, resembling a small furnace, hung from her waist. The moment the 2 women appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the entire hall. Their appearance, temperament, and clothing formed a stark contrast with the hurried apprentices of the weapon-cultivating sect in the hall, making the disheveled Li sisters next to them look like dust. Lord Wang Hao, Zhang Chui's eyes lit up. Seeing the arrival of a younger member of the family, she immediately brought him over and introduced him to Wang Hao with a beaming smile. My lord, look, these are the 2 young ladies our Zhang family has carefully selected for you. This is Zhang Rongrong, who is gentle and kind. Her natal spirit artifact is the Frost Bottle, which is best at assisting in the refining of water attribute spirit materials. She is also very thoughtful and will surely be able to take good care of your daily life. She then pointed to Zhang Meyer. This is Zhang Meyer. She has exceptional talent, and her natal spiritual artifact is the gold melting furnace. She has considerable expertise in assisting in the refining of metal attribute spiritual materials. She is also lively and will surely be able to relieve your worries and fatigue. Zhang Rongrong bowed gracefully to Wang Hao, her voice as gentle and sweet as a nightingale's song. Rongrong greets your excellency. Zhang Meyer boldly looked directly at Wang Hao, her eyes sparkling with a captivating smile. She bowed slightly, her voice languid and magnetic. Meyer greets your excellency, and is willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Both women's eyes were fixed intently on Wang Hao, filled with undisguised anticipation and determination. As for the 2 Li family sisters behind Wang Hao, who were like background figures, they didn't even glance at them. Chapter 47 Accept. The entire hall of the Equipment Repair Guild had transformed into a stage. On one side stood the meticulously prepared and dazzling Zhang family's pearl, while on the other side were the humble and fearful Li family sisters, like dust in the wind. All eyes were on Wang Hao, awaiting his decision. Li Xiaoyu kept her head down, overwhelmed by a wave of inferiority. Li Xiaoyu, who was beside her, also felt the invisible pressure and nervously gripped her sister's clothes. Looking at the 2 dazzling Zhang family women, like phoenixes, and then at his own humble sister, like dirt, Li Zheng felt a pang of bitterness. It was all his fault. He had played a winning hand so badly. The air seemed to freeze inside the mechanics hall. The Zhang family's pearl shone brightly, while the Li sisters were as insignificant as dust. All eyes were on Wang Hao, awaiting his decision. Zhang Chui wore a confident smile, while the 4 members of the Li family were on tenterhooks. Aunt Li was so nervous she could barely breathe, fearing that Wang Hao would change his mind after seeing the 2 more outstanding women and would no longer give her the spirit fire, thus dashing her daughter's hopes. Wang Hao's gaze swept over Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer. Sensing his gaze, the 2 women immediately displayed their most perfect demeanor, one gentle as water and the other passionate as fire, their eyes filled with anticipation. I will accept the spirit fire in them. The Zhang family is very kind. Thank you, Your Excellency. Zhang Chui was overjoyed, while Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer were even more delighted. They bowed gracefully and said in sweet voices, "Thank you for your mercy, Your Excellency." However, Wang Hao's next words instantly froze the smiles on their faces. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu. Wang Hao turned to the Li sisters, his tone softening slightly. Take the funding provided by the Zhang family and choose the low-grade spirit fire that best suits your attributes. Wang Hao looked at Steward Huang. Steward Huang, arrange the best guides and auxiliary formations to help them ignite their spiritual fire and refine their original natal weapon embryos. The required expenses will be deducted from the Zhang family's funding. Make sure to ensure success. Ah, yes, sir. Manager Huang was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted and bowed to obey. His heart was in turmoil. This lord actually gave such a precious spiritual fire quota to these two lowly girls to help them embark on the path of weapon cultivation. She dared not delay and immediately ordered a steward behind her. Quickly, take these two young ladies to the spirit melting hall and ask Master Wang to personally guide them. Use the best spirit array to guide the refining ceremony. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu were completely stunned. The overwhelming surprise hit them like a tsunami, making them almost unable to stand. Spirit fire. It really is for them, and it's the most suitable for them. Plus the guild's best guidance and magic array. Brother Wang Hao, Li Xiaoyu raised her head, her eyes blurry with tears, and looked at Wang Hao. Her lips trembled, and immense gratitude and complex emotions were stuck in her throat, preventing her from uttering a complete sentence. Thank you, Brother Wang Hao. Thank you. Li Xiaoyu burst into tears, her little face a mixture of tears and smiles. Li Zheng also raised his head and looked at Wang Hao, his eyes filled with complex emotions, gratitude, shame, and shock, which ultimately turned into a deep bow, his voice hoarse. Thank you for your grace, sir. He knew that this favor was immense, so immense that the Li family might never be able to repay it in their lifetime. Aunt Li was in tears and was about to kneel down and kowtow when Wang Hao raised his hand to stop her. Go, hurry up and refine it. Wang Hao nodded to them, his tone calm. Only after refining the spirit fire can you truly embark on the path of weapon cultivation. From now on, you will need to work hard on your own. This spiritual fire is both a way to repay Aunt Li for taking me in and a way to sever ties with the past, so that I will no longer be that transmigrator who lives under someone else's roof. Manager Huang immediately arranged for someone to take the Li sisters, who were so excited they could barely walk, along with Aunt Li and Li Zheng, who were equally excited but staggering, to the spirit melting hall deep inside the Union, which was dedicated to igniting the spirit fire. Zhang Chui's smile froze completely, and Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer behind her turned pale, their carefully drawn eyebrows filled with astonishment. The pearls carefully nurtured by the Zhang family, couldn't they attract him, and what right did those two lowly maids have to rise to the top and obtain the precious spiritual fire? Sir, Zhang Chui forced a smile. This spiritual fire, these two, their aptitude. If you were to cultivate more spiritual fire for your exclusive artifact, it would greatly help the evolution speed of your ship. She pointed in the direction where the Li sisters had disappeared, filled with confusion. She hadn't expected that the spirit fire was really meant for them. She had originally planned to bring the women of her family over, so the difference in their abilities would be obvious. What young male ship cultivator wouldn't like a beautiful woman who knows? She could also mention the advantages of being a weapon cultivator. Then, she could simply pass on these two precious spirit fires to her two nieces and have them used, and then they would be back. Wang Hao glanced at her indifferently, his gaze calm and unwavering, yet it made Zhang Chui swallow back the words she was about to say. I've accepted the spirit fire, and I've kept the people. How I use them is my business. Wang Hao's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable determination. As for whether they can become qualified weapon cultivators, that's their own destiny. You just need to do what you're supposed to do. Zhang Chui's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head. Yes. I understand. Your reprimand is correct. She cursed the two girls inwardly for their incredible luck, but dared not show it on her face. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer behind her also suppressed their resentment. They wanted Linghua too. They composed themselves and put on respectful and docile expressions again. However, deep in their eyes as they looked at Wang Hao, there was a hint of resentment and a strong desire to conquer. Such a young and powerful ship repairman. If they could get on his good side, it would be worth any price. Wang Hao ignored them and turned to Steward Huang. Steward Huang. What are your orders, sir? Steward Huang immediately bowed. My spirit ship is still small. I need to assemble a skilled fishing team to catch spirit fish and sea creatures to obtain resources. Wang Hao stated his purpose directly. The Weapon Repair Guild has a wide network of connections, and I imagine there are many weapon repairers or weapon slaves registered who are skilled in sea fishing. I need truly skilled individuals, experienced, whose natal weapon is something like a harpoon, fishing rod, or fishing net, capable of working efficiently with the spirit ship in nearshore waters. Manager Huang's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to curry favor. He could buy some spirit fish and sea beasts to bring back, which would be a good source of income, whether for refining pills or forging weapons. Building a good relationship with the ship repairman was more important than anything else. She immediately patted her chest and assured him, "Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me. The guild register is full of experts in fishing gear repair and equipment maintenance. Experienced cormorants, keen-sense fish finders, incredibly strong spearfishers, and people proficient in all kinds of fishing gear. I'll select the best batch for you right away, and I'll make sure they're all on their way to your berth first thing tomorrow morning. You can pick whatever you like, and if you're not satisfied, you can change it anytime." Zhang Cui immediately realized that this was an opportunity to showcase the Zhang family's power and quickly interjected. "My lord, our Zhang family also has several professional fishing teams, all of them seasoned veterans. Their fishing gear is all meticulously crafted. I'll send a message immediately, instructing them to come to your berth tomorrow to await your orders. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. "Then I'll trouble you too. See you at the east berth of the South Wharf tomorrow morning." "It is my honor to serve you, sir," Manager Huang and Zhang Cui said in unison, their faces beaming with joy. Chapter 48, Refining Spirit Fire. After the business was concluded, Manager Huang immediately and attentively led Wang Hao to the elegant VIP lounge within the Union compound. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer followed closely behind Wang Hao like the most attentive maids. Inside the lounge, incense wafted gently, and the aroma of fine tea filled the air. Wang Hao had just sat down in the main seat and picked up a book to read when Zhang Rongrong gracefully approached him like a butterfly flitting among flowers. With her slender, delicate hands, she poured him a cup of fragrant spiritual tea, her voice as gentle as water. "Please have some tea, sir. This tea has the effect of calming the mind and focusing the spirit." Her movements were elegant, exuding the gentle grace of a lady from a prominent family. Her eyes were fixed intently on Wang Hao, as if he were the only person in her world. Zhang Meyer was even bolder. Instead of pouring tea, she naturally walked behind Wang Hao, stretched out her soft, boneless hands with a faint fragrance, and gently placed them on Wang Hao's shoulders, kneading them with just the right amount of pressure. Her voice was languid and magnetic as she whispered in Wang Hao's ear. "My lord, you must be tired today. Mayor knows a little about massage techniques. How about I help you loosen up your muscles and bones?" Her breath was fragrant, and her warm breath brushed against Wang Hao's earlobe, carrying a teasing tone. Manager Huang and Zhang Cui tactfully stepped aside and stood by, their faces bearing knowing smiles. As Wang Hao held his teacup, feeling the comfortable kneading on his shoulders and the warm breath on his ear, a long-lost sense of pleasure welled up inside him. The feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women made Wang Hao feel as if he had returned to the modern society before his transmigration, where he was always accompanied by beautiful women. He had only just become a formal ship repairman, yet it had already brought about earth-shattering changes. Wang Hao remained calm, closing his eyes slightly as if enjoying the spiritual tea and massage, and gave a soft which was tacit approval of Zhang Meyer's actions. This tacit approval secretly pleased Zhang Meyer, and she worked even harder, her body moving slightly closer. Zhang Rongrong saw this and was not to be outdone. She gently picked up a spirit fruit, carefully peeled it, stuck it on a silver skewer, and tenderly offered it to Wang Hao's lips. "My lord, try this crimson jade fruit. It's sweet and juicy, and it's the best way to replenish your strength." Wang Hao opened his mouth slightly, accepting the courtesy. He knew perfectly well what these two women and the Zhang family behind them were up to, but he didn't resist. As long as they could get things done and knew their limits, he was happy to enjoy this level of service. It was both a benefit of his ship repairman identity and something he deserved after all his hard work. Meanwhile, deep within the Refinement Guild Hall, in the Spirit Melting Palace, Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu sat cross-legged in the center of two spirit-gathering arrays that shimmered with complex runes. Before them, each floated a low-grade spirit fire emitting different attribute fluctuations. One was a gentle, watery blue, and the other was a vibrant, fiery red. The air was filled with rich and pure spiritual energy. An elderly man with a serious expression dressed in a guild master's robe, stood outside the spirit array, giving instructions in a deep voice. Clear your mind of distractions and immerse yourself in your spiritual sea. Communicate with your natal weapon embryo. Guide the spiritual fire closer with your intention. Ignite the core of the weapon embryo and let the spiritual fire refine it into your natal spiritual weapon. Remember, there will be a backlash the moment the spiritual fire ignites, so you must remain steadfast. The auxiliary formation will help stabilize your spiritual sea and guide the power of the spiritual fire. Li Xiaoyu gripped the cheap harpoon tightly, while Li Xiaoyu held the chipped skinning knife. Both of them had an unprecedented solemnity and a hint of tension on their faces. They knew that this was the starting point for changing their fate. Enveloped in the soft light of the spirit array and guided by Master Wang's steady voice, the two sisters took a deep breath, closed their eyes, and sank their thoughts into the faint spiritual sea space, beginning to try to communicate with the spiritual fire and ignite the natal artifact embryo that had accompanied them for many days but felt like a shackle. Inside the Union's VIP room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air, and beautiful women were attentive. Wang Hao enjoyed Zhang Meyer's perfectly timed massage and Zhang Rongrong's offering of a spiritual fruit. He seemed content, but in reality, part of his mind was immersed in the spiritual sea space, sensing the subtle changes in the 10-meter spiritual ship as it continuously absorbed the sea's spiritual energy at its birth. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the VIP room door, and Steward Huang cautiously pushed the door open and entered with a perfectly respectful smile on his face. "My lord, there is news from the Chilling Hall. That Miss Li Xiaoyu seems to have succeeded." Wang Hao opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. "Oh, yes." Master Wang sent a message that Miss Xiaoyu's spiritual fire ignition process went exceptionally smoothly, and her natal weapon embryo has been initially refined, with its spiritual essence beginning to emerge. She is currently stabilizing her realm. Manager Huang's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible amazement, clearly surprised by Li Xiaoyu's smooth success. "Okay, I understand." Wang Hao nodded. Xiaoyu's talent for weapon cultivation was already quite good, but she was held back by the inferior weapon embryo. Now that she has the assistance of a suitable spiritual fire and spiritual array, success is to be expected. As for Xiaoyu, there is no news yet, so she is probably still working hard. "Sir, shall we go and take a look?" Zhang Cui asked tentatively from the side. "No need." Wang Hao waved his hand and picked up the book again. "Let them rest and consolidate their strength. We can meet at the dock tomorrow." Time passed amidst the aroma of massage and spiritual tea. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the VIP room was pushed open again, and a small figure flew in like a cheerful lark. "Brother Wang Hao, Brother Wang Hao." Li Xiaoyu's clear voice was filled with irrepressible excitement and joy. She had changed into a clean coarse cloth dress. Her face was still red and swollen, but her big eyes were surprisingly bright. She seemed to have been reborn, radiating a faint but clearly discernible spiritual energy. She gripped the chipped skinning knife tightly in her hand. Although the blade was still simple, it was now covered with a faint, flame-like crimson aura, and the edge even faintly revealed a sharpness. She spotted Wang Hao in the main seat at a glance, completely ignoring Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and Steward Huang who were standing by his side. She rushed over, grabbed Wang Hao's arm, and shook it happily. "Brother Wang Hao, look, my knife. It's different now. I feel like it's come alive. It's warm. It's as obedient as my hand." She proudly held up the skinning knife that shimmered with a crimson light, her little face beaming with pure joy and excitement. Wang Hao looked down at the excited Xiaoyu, feeling the faint yet vibrant fire spirit energy emanating from her, as well as her natal weapon, which had been initially refined and was beginning to develop its spiritual essence. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. "Well, it's good that it's successful. You should take good care of it from now on, and it will become stronger and stronger." "Yes, I know." Master Wang said that with Brother Wang Hao's spiritual energy nourishing it, it will become incredibly powerful. Li Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, then remembered something and said urgently, "Brother Wang Hao, my sister is still inside. She seems to have encountered some trouble, but Master Wang said it's not a big problem. Tomorrow morning at the dock, my sister and I will definitely come to find you. Wait for us. We promised." She held out her little finger, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Wang Hao, full of anticipation. Looking into those pure eyes, Wang Hao smiled and hooked his little finger with hers. "Okay, it's a deal. See you at the dock tomorrow." Pinky promise, 100 years from now. Li Xiaoyu happily completed the ceremony, only then noticing the two Zhang family women behind Wang Hao. who were dressed in flamboyant attire but whose expressions were not very pleasant at the moment, as well as Steward Huang and Zhang Chui standing beside them. Seemingly realizing she had been a bit rude, she stuck out her little tongue and gave Wang Hao a sweet smile. Then I'll go find Mom and Brother now. Goodbye, Brother Wang Hao. With that, she flew off like a happy little bird. Chapter 49 Moving. As soon as Li Xiaoyu left, the atmosphere in the VIP room instantly became somewhat subtle. Zhang Rongrong's gentle smile almost faltered. Her fingers tightened slightly as she held the fruit platter. Zhang Meyer's massaging hand paused, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. This little brat. She actually made such an intimate pinky promise with Master Ship Repairman. What right does she have? Manager Huang and Zhang Chui exchanged glances, secretly marveling at how lucky the little girl had been, while also secretly observing Wang Hao's expression. Wang Hao seemed oblivious to the change in atmosphere, stood up, and straightened his robes. It's getting late. Manager Zhang, Manager Huang, proceed with the fishing team's matter as agreed. I'll head back now. Wang Hao's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of finality. Yes. Don't worry, sir. Tomorrow at Chunshur, 7 to 9 a.m., all the staff will be there at the east berth of the South Wharf. Manager Huang and Zhang Chui hurriedly bowed and replied. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer immediately composed themselves, put on their most docile smiles, and said in unison, respectfully seeing off our lord. Wang Hao nodded slightly, said no more, turned around, and strode away from the VIP room, leaving behind a group of people with different thoughts. Stepping out of the magnificent gates of the Ship Repair Guild, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the streets, bringing a touch of warmth. Wang Hao took a deep breath. While his position as a ship repairman certainly brought convenience, what he missed even more was the simple yet warm and trusting harbor of Blue Crystal Bay and the few beast-eared girls waiting for him to return home. After getting my bearings, I headed towards the secluded little bay surrounded by reefs outside the South Wharf, my steps light and quick, filled with the eagerness to get home. When Wang Hao appeared at the entrance of Blue Crystal Bay, the afterglow of the setting sun was dyeing the small bay a warm golden-orange color. Wisps of smoke rose from the newly built stone stoves, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled fish and the rich fragrance of seafood soup. Brother Hao is back. The sharp-eyed fox was the first to spot him. Like a little white cannonball, it cheered and rushed over, its fluffy fox ears twitching excitedly, and hugged Wang Hao's leg. Brother Wang Hao. Xiaoyu also looked up, her ruby-like eyes sparkling. She put down the vine mat she was weaving and ran over happily, her long, snow-white ears swaying gently in the evening breeze. Ali was stirring the soup in the iron pot by the stove when she heard the sound and turned around, a gentle smile on her face. You're back? Perfect timing, the soup will be ready soon. She was wearing an elegant light blue dress, which looked particularly graceful in the sunset. Amon was carrying a bundle of freshly chopped firewood when she saw Wang Hao. She grinned and said in a booming voice, Brother Hao, how was the harvest today? Is the berth ready? She put down the firewood and dusted off her hands. Aling remained seated on a distant rock, polishing her bone dagger. When she saw Wang Hao, she merely nodded slightly, a barely perceptible hint of relief flashing in her emerald green cat eyes. Everything's done. Wang Hao smiled and ruffled Xiao Li's hair, then nodded to Xiaoyu before walking to the middle of the group and announcing, the berth is on the east side of the South Wharf, a good location. Most importantly, our ship is already docked there. Really? Xiaoye covered her mouth in surprise. That's great. Aman rubbed her hands together excitedly. A look of anticipation appeared in Ailey's eyes. Can we go take a look? Even Aling stopped wiping and looked over. Of course you can see it. Wang Hao laughed, then announced an even more important decision. Moreover, the reason I came back this time is to help you move. From now on, we'll live on the boat. Living on a boat. Xiaoye and Xiaoli exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. For these half-orcs living on barren mudflats, boats, especially spirit boats built by ship repairers, were unattainable legends. Now, they could actually live on one. Yay, we'll live on a big ship. Little Fox jumped up immediately, clapping her little hands happily. Ailey and Aman exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Living on the boat meant greater safety and comfort, and it also meant that they had truly become part of Wang Hao's crew. Although Ailing didn't speak, her cat ears twitched almost imperceptibly, clearly indicating that she was also satisfied with the arrangement. Great. Brother Hao, when are we moving? Amon asked impatiently. Now. Wang Hao waved his hand. Pack your important things, we're coming over now. Tonight, we'll have a meal at our new home. Good. Pack it up right away. Everyone immediately sprang into action, filled with enthusiasm and joy. Ali carefully extinguished the stove fire and packed the stewed soup and grilled fish into a newly bought earthenware pot. Together, Aman and Alan quickly rolled up the thick wool blanket spread on the ground and packed up the newly bought ceramic bowls, iron pots, tools, and other items. Xiaoya quickly packed away the half-finished vine mat she was weaving and her few beloved little seashells. Little Tanuki was the most excited. She hugged her little cloth bag, which contained honey-soaked dried fruit and a few pretty pebbles, and circled around Ali's legs, wagging her little tail incessantly. Soon, all the important belongings were packed. Watching their busy yet hopeful figures, Wang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He stepped forward, took the heavy soup pot from Ali's hands, and helped a man carry some of the luggage. Let's go? Let's go home. Back to our home on the ship. Wang Hao said loudly. Let's go home. Everyone responded in unison, their faces beaming with happy smiles. As the sun set, Wang Hao, along with his beast-eared female crew members, carrying large and small bags, bid farewell to the rocky bay that had once sheltered them and embarked on their journey to the South Wharf berth. Wang Hao walked at the front, carrying the heaviest luggage, followed closely by Ali carrying the soup pot and valuables. A man and a Ling brought up the rear, protecting Xiao Yu and Xiao Li in the middle. Xiao Li, clutching her small cloth bag, kept turning back to look at the receding rocky nest, muttering softly. Will our home ever come back? Fool. Xiaoya patted Xiao Li's head. Its long, snow-white ears trembled gently in the breeze. Its ruby-like eyes gazed at Wang Hao's broad back, filled with longing. Brother Hao said that the ship will be our home from now on. It will be bigger, safer, and we can go to very, very far places. Yes, Brother Hao's home is Little Fox's home. Little Fox nodded vigorously and cheered up again. Their route required them to traverse this garbage-strewn lowland inhabited by orcs, where sewage flowed freely and various kinds of waste dumped from all over the island piled up. Broken planks, rotten fishing nets, and rusty tin cans emitted a pungent odor, and low shacks, haphazardly built from various scrap materials, were crammed together haphazardly. No matter how many times I come here, I always feel a strong sense of unease. Chapter 50 Moving to. When Wang Hao and the beast-eared girl appeared with what was clearly moving luggage, they immediately attracted the attention of many half-orcs in the depression. Their gazes held curiosity, numbness, deep envy, and a hint of barely perceptible hostility. Wang Hao was human, while they were aliens driven to this filthy land by humans. Look, it's Ali and the others. An old badger with a hunched back and scarred face recognized them. He often saw this human boy hanging out with Ari and the others. And that human boy, where are they going? Carrying all these bags and packages, are you moving? Where are you moving to? Is there a better place to live in this godforsaken place? A rat orc asked in a shrill voice, his eyes full of suspicion. Sister Ailey, a small, thin girl with 2 rabbit ears poked her head out from a pile of garbage and called out timidly. She was a neighbor that Ali used to take care of. Ali smiled gently at her and made a shushing gesture. Hey, oh man, have you guys managed to climb the social ladder? A bear-like half-orc, equally burly but with fierce eyes, blocked the road, glaring at Wang Hao with an unfriendly tone. You think you can leave this lowland by following a pretty boy? Humans are all bad. Be careful you don't get sold off without even knowing it. Amon immediately stepped forward, blocking Wang Hao's side. His brown bear ears perked up warily, and he roared in a deep voice, Xiong Lai, get out of the way. Brother Hao is our captain. If you dare to talk nonsense again, watch out for my fists. She defiantly raised her fist, which was as big as a clay pot. In the low-lying area, a man's strength was well known. Captain. Xiong Lai and the other onlookers were stunned. The word was too distant for them. Wang Hao remained silent, calmly releasing a trace of the spiritual pressure belonging to a ship cultivator. The spiritual pressure was not domineering, but it carried the faint majesty of wind and thunder and a sense of weight originating from the spirit ship, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. The noisy depression fell silent instantly. Xiong Lai's fierce expression froze, replaced by fear. He could clearly feel that power, which was far beyond his ability to resist. Those numb, envious, and doubtful gazes now turned into deep awe and an indescribable longing. Ship repairman, the old badger exclaimed in shock, his cloudy eyes wide open. My God, Ali and the others are with a ship repairman. The little rabbit covered its mouth, its eyes gleaming with disbelief. Ignoring Xiong Lai's retreat and the change in the attitude of these orcs, Wang Hao nodded to Ali. Ali understood, and speaking softly to the familiar faces in the hollow, especially the little mermaid and the old badger. Uncle Badger, Little Rabbit, we're moving to the boat now. Brother Wang Hao is our captain. We'll come back to visit later. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly, with a sense of farewell. Good, good. Ollie. Xiaoyu. Oh man. Aling. Xiaoli. Well done. The old badger's voice trembled with excitement. Ship repairman, please treat them well. Good luck to you. The little rabbit man and other orcs who had received Ali's kindness also shouted, their voices filled with sincere blessings and envy. Wang Hao nodded slightly in response to the blessing. The group did not linger and, under the watchful eyes of countless complex gazes, passed through this filthy depression that bore witness to the past of the beast-eared girls. Leaving the depression, ahead lies a human-built floating platform area connecting to the South Wharf. Constructed from countless floating thick wooden planks and bone planks, it is equally crowded, but the environment is slightly better than the human slum to the west of the depression. It is a gathering place for the lower-class human laborers, small vendors, and sailors. When Wang Hao appeared with 5 beautiful and distinctive beast-eared girls, even more intense and piercing gazes instantly fell upon him on the platform. Look, orcs, and a whole group of them. How dare they come this way? Tisk, she's pretty, but unfortunately, she's an anomaly. If you like, 2 copper coins can take you to the garbage dump for a day, if you're not afraid your dad will break your legs. Who is that man? Why is he parading around with so many orcs? Pa, what good can someone who hangs out with orcs be? Probably some pimp who ran off from a brothel. A sailor reeking of alcohol sneered, eliciting a burst of laughter from those around him. The foul language and undisguised discriminatory gazes were like cold needles piercing Ali and the others. Xiaoya shrank back in fear, instinctively moving closer to Wang Hao, her long, snow-white ears pressed tightly against her scalp. Xiaoli also clung tightly to Ali's leg, her little face full of tension. Aling's eyes were icy, her hand already on the bone dagger at her waist. Amon glared angrily and growled at the mocking crowd. What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Just then, a group of dock patrol guards wearing tattered leather armor and carrying rusty spears were attracted by the commotion. The captain, a middle-aged man with a fierce face, frowned and showed undisguised disgust when he saw Wang Hao and his group, especially the few conspicuous beast-eared girls. What are you doing? Don't you know the rules? Orcs are forbidden from entering areas where humans mainly live. Go back to your garbage dump. The captain of the guards shouted sternly, pointing his spear at the beast-eared women behind Wang Hao, his tone extremely unfriendly. The crowd's laughter grew louder. They were waiting to see what would happen. Ali and the others were on tenterhooks, instinctively glancing at Wang Hao. Wang Hao stopped and stared expressionlessly at the guard captain. He neither argued nor got angry. He slowly raised his hand, and a thin wisp of energy, crackling with purple-black arcs of electricity, condensed at his fingertips. At the same time, a spiritual pressure that was much clearer and stronger than when he was in the depression spread out from his body like an invisible wave. This spiritual pressure, carrying the howling of wind and thunder, and the oppressive force of a spirit ship suppressing the waves, instantly enveloped the noisy water platform in front of us. The laughter stopped abruptly. The sailor who was still shouting suddenly turned pale, as if he had been choked. He staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud, his crotch quickly becoming wet. The guard captain's face twitched violently, his arrogant demeanor extinguished as if doused with cold water. He stared in horror at the dangerous arc of electricity at Wang Hao's fingertip. Out of the corner of his eye, he finally caught a glimpse of the badge on Wang Hao's chest, with the pattern of an anchor interwoven with wind and waves. A ship repair badge? The captain of the guard's voice instantly changed, filled with extreme fear. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot, the spear in his hand falling to the wooden board with a clatter. Sir, I was blind. I offended you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. The captain of the guard's voice trembled as he apologized incoherently, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The guards behind him were all terrified, putting away their weapons, bowing their heads, and not daring to breathe. The entire water platform was deathly silent. The disdainful and mocking gazes that had just been filled with utter awe, fear, and an indescribable, sour envy had now transformed into profound respect, fear, and a strange sense of envy. Ship repair. This young man with the orc was actually a distinguished ship repairman. Chapter 51 Morning Play. Ignoring the limp captain of the guards, Wang Hao silently dissipated the arcs of electricity at his fingertips. His spiritual pressure vanished without a trace, and he glanced indifferently at the terrified crowd, calmly saying, "They're my crew members. Now, immediately, make way for me." The crowded people instantly parted to make way for a wide path. Everyone lowered their heads and even held their breath. The captain of the guards scrambled to the side, not daring to pick up the spear that had fallen to the ground. Wang Hao stopped looking at anyone and, leading Li and the others, calmly crossed the water platform and headed towards the berth area under the gazes of countless people filled with awe and complex emotions. When the spirit ship, which was only 10 meters long but exuded a powerful spiritual aura, came into view, the beast-eared girls were once again deeply shocked. For the beast-eared girls who had never actually boarded a ship, this 10-meter-long spirit ship was already a behemoth, a home they could not even imagine. Wow, what a huge ship! The little fox opened its mouth wide in amazement. This is Brother Hao's boat, Xiaoya murmured to herself, her ruby-like eyes sparkling with excitement, her little hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. A man rubbed his hands excitedly, looking at the tall mast and the sharp ram on the side of the ship. Wow, it's even more impressive than I imagined. Although Ailey and Ailing didn't speak, their eyes were filled with shock and a sense of relief. This was their future home, a safe haven. Wang Hao went up first, and then pulled them up one by one. Xiao Li was the bravest and was the first to jump onto the deck, curiously touching and looking around. Xiao Yi was a little afraid of the swaying sensation and only dared to take a step when Wang Hao held her hand. A man and a Ling were agile and easily jumped up. The moment you step onto the deck, you no longer feel the soft, damp sand beneath your feet, but rather the solid, stable hull with its strange metallic and wooden texture. The translucent blue shield isolates you from the noise of the dock and the smell of the sea, leaving only the fresh sea breeze on your face. Wow, that's so stable. Little Tanuki happily jumped around on the deck a few times. The spirit ship did not rock as expected, and the sea remained calm with only slight undulations. This light shield is truly amazing. Ollie stretched out her finger and gently touched the shield that rippled with water, feeling a slight elasticity at her fingertips. Look over there. Ailing pointed to the menacing rams and leaping arcs of electricity on either side of the ship's hull, her emerald green cat eyes filled with inquiry. Those are for attack. And there are sails. The patterns on them are glowing. Xiaoya pointed to the wind-patterned runes on the mast. Bringing the animal-eared girls into the cabin, the space was indeed cramped. The 5 of them, plus their luggage, almost filled the small cabin, but they didn't care at all. Instead, they were full of enthusiasm for their new home. Put a carpet here. This cushion is so comfortable to lean against. Put the pots and pans in this corner. Everyone pitched in to set up, and the small space quickly became cozy. Although crowded, it was filled with laughter and a sense of belonging. In the evening, Ollie set up a makeshift stove outside the cabin with her newly bought iron pot. The pot was simmering the last bit of smoked meat and storm snail meat she had brought from Blue Crystal Bay, along with the remaining vegetables, and the aroma filled the air. Dinner's ready, Ollie called out gently. Everyone gathered around the small pot, the earthenware bowls filled with steaming food. Little Tanuki, holding a bowl bigger than her face, ate with gusto, her mouth greasy and her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Sister Ailey's cooking is the best. It's even better when she cooks on the ship. Eat slowly, be careful it's hot. Ollie smiled and wiped Xiao Li's mouth. Looking at the beast-eared girls sitting together with satisfied smiles on their faces, Wang Hao felt a warm feeling in his heart. This wandering soul in a foreign land finally had a harbor to anchor in. As night fell and the sea breeze grew cooler, thick wool blankets and rattan mats were laid out in the cabin. There's not much room, so everyone should squeeze in, Wang Hao arranged. On, Aling, you can sleep here. Ollie, Xiaoya, Xiaoli, you can sleep inside where it's warmer. I'll sleep here by the cabin door. No one objected. Although the cabin was crowded, the feeling of relying on each other made people feel more at ease. Xiaoya and Xiaoli, like 2 little animals snuggling together, quickly fell asleep next to Ollie. Amon lay down casually and soon began to snore softly. Aling, on the other hand, habitually curled up like a wary cat, but her breathing quickly became steady and long. Looking at her sleeping sisters and Wang Hao's retreating figure, Ali smiled gently and slowly closed her eyes. Wang Hao leaned against the cabin door, listening to the even breathing around him, feeling the gentle rocking of the spirit ship in its berth and the comfort brought by the continuous absorption of sea spiritual energy. He felt a sense of peace, with his family by his side, the spirit ship in port, and a promising future. The following morning, at the east berth of the South Wharf. At this moment, a morning farce is unfolding in the cramped cabin. Ha! Aling, look, your sleeping posture is exactly like a kitten being held by Brother Hao. A man's loud voice was filled with mischievous laughter as he pointed at Ling, who had just crawled out of the blanket. Last night, Ling slept near the cabin door in a rather curled-up position. Coupled with her emerald green cat eyes that looked slightly bewildered in the morning light and her slightly trembling black cat ears, she really did have a bit of the charm of a lazy cat. Shut up. Ling instantly snapped out of her daze, a rare blush rising on her usually cool face. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she pounced on A-Man, yelling, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." She moved nimbly and went straight to tickle A-Man's ticklish spot. "Ouch! Help! Brother Hao! Xiaoya! Ailey! The cat is scratching me." A-Man shouted exaggeratedly, dodging and retaliating at the same time. The two rolled around in the cramped cabin, knocking blankets and cushions flying everywhere, which made Xiaoli giggle. Xiaoya blushed, tidying her slightly messy hair and long, snow-white ears as she softly tried to mediate. "Sister Amon, Sister Aling, stop fooling around. Be careful not to bump your head." Ali shook her head with a helpless smile. Watching the lively, everyday scene unfold before him, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. These were his crew members, his family. He stretched and yawned. All right, everyone calm down. We have important business to attend to today." A panda battle had just subsided in the cabin. Ling was blushing as she straightened her clothes, which had been torn by A-Man. The latter was rubbing her waist where she had been poked by the bone dagger handle, grimacing in pain. Xiaoli was giggling and rolling around on the floor. Xiaoyue was blushing as she tidied up the rattan mat that had been knocked askew. Ailey was helplessly picking up the overturned, empty ceramic bowl. Everything's quiet now. Wang Hao rubbed his temples as he walked out of the cabin onto the deck, a smile playing on his lips. The main characters have all arrived. Below deck, the berth was already crowded with people. Manager Huang and Zhang Cui stood at the front, bowing and scraping, followed by two distinct groups of people. One team was dressed in a mixed style, some carrying worn-out harpoons, others carrying old fishing rods and nets, their eyes filled with awe. The other team wore matching dark blue short jackets, were well-equipped, and their posture exuded professionalism. Chapter 52 Ship Spirit. Today, Li Xiaoyu changed into a clean old cloth dress. Her face was still a little pale, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. She tightly gripped a harpoon, the rust gone, and the harpoon body flowed with a soft, light blue light, exuding a spiritual charm. Li Xiaoyu ran onto the boat like a jubilant little bird, nimbly twirling the skinning knife that shone with a vibrant red light in her fingertips. Upon seeing Wang Hao, she immediately jumped forward and hugged his arm tightly. "Brother Wang Hao, look, sister did it too. Her fork is glowing." The voice was clear and loud, filled with undisguised pride. Li Zheng and Aunt Li stood behind, their faces beaming with gratitude, yet unable to hide their unease. Just then, Ali, Xiaoyu, A-Man, Ling, and Xiaoli also curiously walked onto the deck. Buzz. It was as if an invisible string had been instantly stretched taut. Li Xiaoyu's smile froze. Her gaze passed over Wang Hao and froze on the 5 figures on the deck. The gentle and elegant fox-eared A-Li, the charming and lovely Xiaoyu with snow-white rabbit ears, the fit and energetic A-Man grinning foolishly, the cold and mysterious black cat ears of Ling trembling slightly, and the innocent and cute Xiaoli with fluttering white fox ears. Li Xiaoyu's heart felt like it was being clenched by an invisible hand, her nails digging deep into her palms. So, these were the crew members he had arranged? A group of beast-eared girls? And they were all so beautiful? Standing with brother Wang Hao, they looked so natural, like a painting. She looked down at the harpoon in her hand, which she had just been so proud of, glistening with water. That faint sense of pride she had felt as a newly minted weapon cultivator shattered like a bubble, leaving only a heavy bitterness and bewilderment. We were here first, but we only got here because of his pity? Li Xiaoyu's lips instantly pouted so much they could hang an oil bottle, and she subconsciously hugged Wang Hao's arm even tighter, like a little animal guarding its food. Her eyes warily swept over Xiaoya and the others, especially the rabbit-eared girl who was closest to Wang Hao. Snort. A fragrant breeze wafted in at just the right moment. Rong/Meyer greets Captain. 2 graceful figures arrived, surrounded by servants. Zhang Rongrong wore a moon-white dress, like an orchid in a secluded valley, while Zhang Meyer wore a fiery red outfit, like a blooming rose. The 2 women had clearly dressed up carefully today. Zhang Rongrong wore an elegant moon-white dress, exuding a refined and graceful aura, while Zhang Meyer wore a fiery red outfit that accentuated her stunning curves, like a blooming rose. Their eyes immediately fell on Wang Hao's spirit ship. Last night at home, They were given a detailed account by their elders about the extraordinary nature of this 10-meter spirit ship. Its foundation was so solid, its spiritual essence so refined, and its efficiency in absorbing and releasing spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary 10-meter ships, and it was even comparable to the flagships of those 100-meter spirit boat warriors. Especially now, standing beside the spirit ship, they could clearly feel the pure spiritual energy emanating from the ship, which was several times more concentrated and pure than what they felt in the family's spirit-gathering array. Recalling Aunt Zhang Chui's admonition last night regarding the glory of the Duke of Xingsha for tens of thousands of years, put away your petty thoughts and jealousy. Ship repairmen with such a foundation have limitless potential for future achievements. Look at Duke Xingsha, who, in his tens of thousands of years of lifespan, nurtured tens of thousands of ship repairmen into pillars of the empire. What an honor that is! To become a contracted crew member of such a powerful figure, to receive spiritual nourishment, and to enhance your natal spiritual weapon, that is your greatest fortune. Don't worry about how many women are around him. Think about how to become the one most useful to him. The two women exchanged a glance, both seeing the extinguished resentment in each other's eyes, replaced by a burning ambition. Their aunt was right. Climbing this powerful tree was the most important thing. Instantly, their faces blossomed into the most graceful, docile, and admiring smiles, and they bowed respectfully to Wang Hao on the deck. Zhang Chui revealed a satisfied look. Wang Hao glanced at everyone, about to speak. Brother Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu seemed to suddenly remember something, let go of his hand, and rummaged through her faded little cloth bag, pulling out several neatly folded old clothes, the very clothes Wang Hao had worn when he time-traveled. A little embarrassed, she then pulled out a strange, flat cube with a shattered, blacked-out screen and handed it over as well. Look, your old clothes. And this, the little board. Yesterday when I was cleaning the house, Mom insisted that I bring it back to you. Her voice trailed off. Old clothes. And this cell phone from another world. A complex feeling flashed through Wang Hao's mind as he reached out to take it. The instant Wang Hao's fingertips touched the cold screen. Buzz! The spirit ship erupted with an unprecedented hum. A powerful longing surged into Wang Hao's consciousness like a tsunami through the soul link. There's something here. This thing is very important to the ship. In a flash, Wang Haofu had a sudden inspiration. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist and threw the old cell phone toward the bow of the funeral ship. Grown-ups, Brother Wang Hao. Everyone was stunned, staring in bewilderment at the small, dark square that traced an arc. Bang! The moment the phone hit the bow deck. Boom! Like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, the entire spirit ship burst forth with dazzling light. The wind patterns on the sails, the stabilizing spirit patterns on the hull, the leaping purple-black lightning patterns on the menacing rams, and even the faintly visible rock armor defensive patterns on the hull. All the inscribed runes were completely ignited and activated at this moment. Countless mysterious and intricate lines seemed to come alive, frantically intertwining and lighting up. A colossal pillar of light, formed by countless wildly leaping streams of azure data and ancient, mysterious golden runes, violently intertwined, collided, and fused together, shot skyward from the bow of the ship. A terrifying spiritual pressure spread out with a deafening roar. Oh! Retreat! Retreat quickly! Chaos erupted instantly. Manager Huang, Zhang Chui, the Zhang sisters, the fishing team, everyone was like fallen leaves in a storm, pushed back by the overwhelming spiritual pressure, their faces ashen. The two dilapidated fishing boats they had brought with them rocked violently beside the berth, the ropes tied to the dock groaning under the strain. At the core of the pillar of light, the phantom of the phone trembled and twisted violently amidst the raging energy. Its outer shell instantly vaporized, and the intricate internal components and the screen carrying information from the other world melted away like ice and snow, transforming into billions of points of light that shimmered with a strange, eerie blue light and contained endless streams of information. These points of light, as if summoned, formed a violent torrent that surged wildly into the ship's hull. The ship's hull expanded, contracted, twisted, and deformed violently within the beam of light. It was as if its skeleton was being reshaped. Although its length remained unchanged at 10 meters, an indescribable spiritual fluctuation, as if possessing the very essence of life, was surging at an alarming rate. The ship's material flowed in the light, sometimes as cold and hard as deep-sea iron, and sometimes exuding the warm luster unique to wood, ultimately settling into a strange texture that was profound and restrained, yet exceptionally agile. The light lasted as if it were a century, yet it also seemed to last only a few breaths. when the beam of light finally receded and dissipated like the tide. Beside the berth, everyone gaped, their eyes fixed on the spirit ship that appeared. Chapter 53 Cell Phone turns into Boat Spirit. The spirit ship rested there quietly, its surging vitality almost overflowing. Most surprisingly, about 3 feet above the bow deck, light condensed into a tall, graceful, and mysterious figure, seemingly wearing a gorgeous long dress woven from flowing data and dazzling starlight. Her face was stunningly beautiful. Her eyes seemed to hold the stars and the sea. Her silver hair moved without wind, and with just a fleeting glance, she exuded a breathtaking majesty and a sense of wisdom that seemed to see through everything. However, this stunning mature woman form lasted for less than a breath. As if the spirit ship could not support this overwhelming information structure, the stunningly beautiful female phantom suddenly fluctuated violently and collapsed. The dazzling light rapidly subsided and converged. Finally, when the light completely stabilized, what was floating there had become a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She was exquisitely beautiful, with skin as white as snow, and wore a miniature version of a delicate dress woven from flowing, ethereal blue threads of light. Her long, silver hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall woven from moonlight. Her small, bare feet were crystal clear, lightly touching the air a foot above the deck. Most striking was the tiny, slowly rotating, pure golden anchor phantom suspended above her head. She slowly turned her little head, her large eyes, like those carved from the purest and most flawless sapphires, filled with the innocent and pure curiosity of a newborn baby, as she slowly swept over the faces below, which were distorted with extreme shock. Finally, her gaze locked precisely and firmly onto Wang Hao, who was also petrified on the deck. The little girl's pink lips slowly curved upwards into an arc, her smile as pure and innocent as a snow lotus just beginning to bloom on the Tian Shan Mountains. A clear, melodious sound, like the wind rustling through the purest crystal wind chimes, resonated deeply within Wang Hao's soul, defying the constraints of space and noise. Highest level biometric signature detected. Soul link depth confirmed. Logic core reconstruction complete. Information state fusion 100%. Initial startup self-check. Functional modules initializing and loading. The little girl tilted her head slightly, her silver hair flowing, and her clear sapphire-like eyes reflected Wang Hao's figure. Ship spirit, reporting to Captain Wang Hao. The ethereal voice carried a hint of naivety, yet was incredibly clear. Please name it. At the same time, a semi-transparent, technologically advanced light blue screen automatically unfolded in Wang Hao's field of vision, displaying rows of data clearly. Captain, Wang Hao. Ship name, unnamed. Ship spirit, unnamed, early stage. Ship classification, funeral ship, 10 meters. Power system, sail, beginner level of wind riding. Special module, information deduction and processing center, activated. Crew contract, 0/10. Skill list, aura shield, lightning bolt, vine spell, water arrow, water control, wind control. A clear, intuitive attribute interface, like a game panel, suddenly and magically appeared before Wang Hao's eyes. Ship spirit, attribute panel. Looking at the silver-haired, blue-eyed little girl floating in front of him like an elf, and then at the detailed data panel in his field of vision, Wang Hao felt a huge wave of emotion surge in his heart. The fact that he devoured the phone actually caused his spirit ship to give birth to a ship's spirit ahead of schedule, and even gain such incredible auxiliary abilities. This is simply cheating. The dock was deathly silent. Everyone was utterly stunned by the scene and speechless. The entire South Wharf East berth fell into absolute silence, with everyone's eyes fixed on the silver-haired, blue-eyed little girl floating above the bow of the spirit ship, radiating a soft glow. Ship spirit. This realization struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in the minds of everyone with even a modicum of knowledge. On White Sand Island, and even in the vast imperial seas, ship spirits represented a legendary realm. That is something that can only be nurtured by super shipbuilders of the Spirit Shipmaster class, who steer giant ships 10,000 meters long and roam the deep sea. After countless years of nurturing and investing in massive amounts of top-grade spiritual materials, it is the ultimate symbol of a spirit ship that is completely spiritualized, possesses independent consciousness, and has limitless potential. And now what did they see? A spirit ship only 10 meters long. A newly certified ship repairman. It actually, right before their eyes, in an unbelievable way, had prematurely conceived a ship spirit. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. A ship spirit? Manager Huang's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against the surface. Her face was drained of color, filled with extreme shock and bewilderment. In the records of the Weapon Repair Guild, there had never been a precedent of a 10-meter spirit ship giving birth to a ship spirit. This was completely beyond her comprehension. Zhang Chui's pupils constricted, her heart pounded wildly, and she stared intently at the strange little board that had vanished from Wang Hao's hand, then glanced at the adorable yet mysteriously alluring little girl in the shadowy light at the bow of the boat. Her mind was in turmoil. A divine artifact. That must be some kind of top-tier divine artifact from a distant sea or a lost civilization. It can forcibly awaken a spirit ship and give birth to a ship spirit. My God. She suddenly remembered that her family had investigated Wang Hao's background. He had been washed ashore on Baisha Island a little over a month ago and found by the Li sisters. His origins were unknown. Combined with this miraculous scene before her, an incredibly clear thought began to grow wildly in her mind. Lucky break? No. The Li sisters are the ones who really got lucky. This Wang Hao is definitely a direct descendant of some reclusive super ship repair family, or even the heir to some ancient ship repair tradition. He ended up here due to some accident. That little plank is a protective treasure or some kind of inherited item given to him by his family. Zhang Chui's breathing quickened, and her gaze towards Wang Hao was no longer one of mere flattery and investment, but rather one filled with an almost fanatical reverence. She abruptly gestured to Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer beside her, who were equally stunned, the meaning in her eyes crystal clear. Forget all your pretenses and petty schemes. Use every means at your disposal. At all costs, you must become this lord's contracted crew members. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for the Zhang family to ascend to heaven. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer received their aunt's almost burning gaze, and their delicate bodies trembled at the same time. Looking at the floating ship spirit, feeling the spiritual aura emanating from the 10-meter spirit ship, which was far more profound and vast than yesterday, the last trace of unwillingness and competitive spirit in their hearts completely vanished. Instead, they felt an unprecedented determination and a hint of humble fear. Faced with a divine artifact capable of giving birth to a ship spirit and a potential heir to a super family, their so-called excellence and beauty were utterly insignificant. Only absolute loyalty, humility, and the effort to demonstrate their worth might secure them a place by this lord's side. At this moment, Wang Hao had no time to care about what others were thinking. His mind was completely occupied by the semi-transparent attribute panel in his field of vision and the newborn ship spirit lowly in front of him. Name. Chapter 54. Going to see. Looking into those large, pure sapphire eyes, filled with curiosity and dependence, Wang Hao felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. I'll call you Lanling. Our ship's name is Blue Crystal. This name commemorates the small rocky bay that sheltered them during their most helpless time. Name confirmed. A pure and joyful smile bloomed on the little girl Lanling's face, and her ethereal voice resounded in Wang Hao's soul. Captain Wang Hao, ship spirit Lanling, ship named Blue Crystal, recording complete. Information Deduction Center is on standby. Please give instructions, Captain. As Wang Hao named it, the ship name and ship spirit, entries on the view panel instantly refreshed to Blue Crystal and Blue Spirit. Very good, Lanling. Wang Hao suppressed his excitement, glanced at the crowd below who were still in a state of shock and speechlessness, and his voice returned to calm. Manager Huang, Manager Zhang. Yes, sir. The two men snapped out of their daze and hurriedly bowed in response, their posture 10 times more respectful than before. As agreed before, fishing teams board the boats and set off immediately. One boat from the Weapon Repair Guild and one boat from the Zhang family. Target, nearshore fishing grounds. No need to go too far from the shore, just find a place where spiritual energy gathers and fish are active. Yes, I will obey your orders, sir. Manager Huang and Zhang Chui immediately turned around and shouted sternly at their respective teams. Did you all hear that? Board the ship immediately. Hurry up. Anyone who dares to slack off and delay the master's business will be in for a world of trouble. The two teams of skilled fishermen finally snapped out of their shock at the sight of the boat spirit, and with a mixture of awe and excitement, hurriedly boarded their respective fishing boats. Li Zheng and Aunt Li were left to wait at the dock. Aren't you going to get on the ship yet? We're about to depart. Wang Hao's voice clearly reached Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and Li Xiaoyu's ears. The girls were all taken aback. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer's eyes instantly lit up with wild joy. To be able to board the spirit ship itself, which possessed a ship spirit. This was an opportunity they had dreamed of. Suppressing their excitement, They immediately and gracefully walked towards the gangplank set up by the blue crystal, amidst the envious gazes of Zhang Cui and manager Huang. Li Xiaoyu exchanged a glance and quickly followed. The moment I stepped onto the deck of the blue crystal, buzz, an indescribable spiritual energy, far richer, purer, and gentler than what they felt near the berth, enveloped the four of them instantly, like a warm tide. The white jade frost bottle in Zhang Rongrong's hand suddenly lit up with a soft white light. The bottle trembled slightly and emitted a pleasant chime. She felt streams of cool and pure spiritual energy flowing into her originally dry and weak spiritual sea space, as if drawn by an invisible force, through her connection with her natal spiritual weapon. The feeling of being actively nourished and soothed by spiritual energy made her so comfortable that she almost moaned. A turbulent storm raged within her. My God, this spiritual energy is even purer and gentler than the core of the family's best spirit-gathering array. It's actively nourishing my spiritual sea and the frost condensation bottle. This spirit ship and this ship spirit, it's incredible. Is this the power of a ship cultivator's natal spirit ship? If I could stay on this ship permanently, my path of artifact cultivation. She looked at the blue spirit floating at the bow of the ship, her eyes filled with unprecedented awe and longing. The crimson molten gold furnace pendant at Zhang Meyer's waist suddenly became scorching hot, emitting a deep hum. The scorching yet not violent fire elemental energy, as if finding its home, joyfully surged into her spiritual sea, nourishing the core of the molten gold furnace. She felt that her natal spiritual weapon had never been so active, so hungry in absorbing energy. Zhang Meyer's heart pounded, and her smile almost faltered. This spiritual energy, it's so powerful yet so comforting. The smelting furnace seems to have come alive. And he was right. As long as we can stay on this ship for a long time and receive nourishment from this spiritual energy, anything is worth it. This Wang Hao, the power behind him. Her gaze swept over Wang Hao and Lan Ling, and her desire to curry favor completely transformed into submission. On the harpoon that Li Xiaoyu gripped tightly, a pale blue light flickered like breathing. Gentle watery energy seeped into her spiritual sea, bringing a refreshing coolness that invigorated her spirit, which was exhausted from refining the spiritual fire. She looked in surprise at the harpoon in her hand, which seemed to be drinking water. Li Xiaoyu felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Is this the feeling of being nourished by spiritual energy when cultivating ships? It feels so good. No wonder weapon cultivators all yearn to follow ship cultivators. Brother Wang Hao's ship. The bitterness in her heart, after personally experiencing this enormous gap, quietly transformed into a deeper sense of awe and a desire to catch up. Wang Hao took in the expressions of the women and understood. This was the natural attraction that ship repairmen had for weapon repairmen. He nodded slightly and said, "Stand firm. Blue crystal, set sail." Wang Hao's thoughts stirred slightly. Buzz. The sails rippled in the wind, and the gentle yet powerful airflow lifted the 10-meter-long spirit boat, which sailed smoothly away from the dock. The light blue shield blocked the sea breeze and moisture, and the two fishing boats quickly followed. The voyage was short, and we soon arrived at the target waters. Sunlight pierced through the seawater, illuminating the colorful coral reefs and schools of fish darting about. Captain, a group of fish with faint golden spiritual energy has been detected 300 meters below. It is suspected to be a school of fish and is suitable for capture. Lan Ling's ethereal voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind, and a radar-like spiritual energy perception map appeared on his vision panel, marking the location and size of the fish school. Lan Ling's ability was quite good, much stronger than her previous vague perception. Union team, Zhang family team. There might be a school of fish below, cast your nets. The command was clearly transmitted. The two fishing boats immediately sprang into action, casting their massive silken nets. Startled, the fish scattered, and suddenly 3-meter-long, bony armored swordfish with spear-like snouts leaped out from the shadows of the reef. Their ferocious aura rushed towards the fishing net. "Watch out for the bone-shelled swordfish," came a cry from the fishing boat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under Wang Hao's control, the spirit pattern on the bow of the blue crystal ship flashed, and 3 extremely condensed deep blue water arrows, wrapped with purple-black electric arcs, shot with perfect accuracy towards the most vulnerable connection of the tail fins of the 3 bone-armored arrowfish. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous thuds accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity. The tail fins of the 3 ferocious fish instantly snapped off, and they writhed and convulsed wildly in the seawater like eels paralyzed by electricity, completely losing their threat. Fast, accurate, ruthless. It was merely a basic water arrow technique, but with the assistance of the ship's spirit and the enhancement of the lightning patterns, its power and efficiency were multiplied. Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the two fishing boats. The veteran cormorant from the guild team nearly popped his eyes out. Amazing, amazing skill. On the deck, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer exchanged a glance and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They originally thought that the small spirit ship was already amazing in terms of its speed of absorbing spiritual energy, but they did not expect that the spirit ship's combat power was so strong. Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Brother, how is so amazing? Threat elimination. After Lan Ling finished her report, her pure sapphire eyes were brightly staring at the lively, shimmering iron-scaled fish gathered in the fishing net below. Her tiny nose, formed by light and shadow, seemed to sniff almost imperceptibly, and a hint of longing appeared on her face. Chapter 55 Spiritual Material Samples. Snacks. Captain, the captured spirit fish contains energy the blue spirit needs. Sample analysis to deduce the ship's evolutionary path. That little look in his eyes was exactly like a little cat drooling over candy outside a shop window, pretending to be working. Looking at the ship's spirit landling's little foodie appearance, clearly drooling but pretending to be serious, Wang Hao almost burst out laughing. He suppressed his laughter and earnestly cooperated, saying, "Yes, analyzing the samples is very important. Lan Ling, you did a great job. When the catch comes up, we'll give you priority for analysis." Lan Ling immediately perked up. Her face, formed by spiritual energy and light, seemed to bloom with a little flower, and the small anchor floating above her head spun around a few more times. Seeing their adorable ship spirit in this state, the beast-eared girls on the deck couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoye covered her mouth, her eyes curving into crescents, while Ali looked at Lan Ling tenderly, as if she were looking at another younger sister who needed care. A man patted the gunwale of the boat in a carefree manner. "Huh? Little Lan Ling, when the fish come up later, I'll pick out the fattest one for you." Splash! A basket of iron-scaled fish, shimmering with a faint spiritual light and with hard scales, was carried onto the deck of the blue crystal by the fisherman. Li Xiaoyu immediately went over, picked up her skinning knife that was leaping with red spiritual light, and excitedly gestured. "Brother Wang Hao, I'll help process these fish. My knife is really sharp now." She mimicked the way fish were handled at the dock from her memory, and prepared to work on a spirit fish. "Little Rain, wait a moment." A gentle voice rang out at the right moment. Zhang Rongrong moved gracefully to the fish basket, a perfectly gentle smile on her face. The white jade-like frost bottle in her hand exuded a soft chill. This is an iron-scaled fish. Although it is a low-level spirit fish, it is a treasure from head to toe. If it is not handled properly, it will be a waste. She extended her slender, jade-like finger and gently touched the fish's body. "Look, these fish scales contain a faint metallic aura and are exceptionally tough. They are excellent auxiliary materials for refining low-level defensive spiritual artifacts or integrating them into the hull. These fish bones contain a trace of water spirit essence, which is also a basic material for refining spirit nourishing powder. It is very beneficial for warming the spiritual sea and nourishing the meridians, especially for us artifact cultivators who do not have a spiritual ship to nourish us. It is an excellent daily supplementary pill." Her voice was clear and gentle, carrying the unique knowledge of a scion of a noble family. Zhang Meyer stepped forward gracefully, the fiery red molten gold furnace radiating a slight heat around her waist. She spoke, her tone carrying a touch of natural charm. "As for the fish meat, it contains the gentlest and purest spiritual energy, making it the main ingredient for refining basic pills like the spirit recovery powder. While it would be beneficial for us weapon cultivators to eat it directly, too much spiritual energy would dissipate, which would be a waste. It's far less valuable than refining it into pills." As she spoke, her gaze swept over the lively fish, then glanced at the skinning knife in Li Xiaoyu's hand. The meaning was clear. The spirit fish were precious materials that needed to be handled carefully. Li Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly, her hand gripping the knife uncertainly. Coming from a shantytown, how could she possibly know these things? Before, just being able to fill her stomach was a luxury. Li Xiaoyu pursed her lips, stepped forward, silently took her sister's hand, and whispered, "Xiaoyu, listen to Miss Zhang." Her gaze towards Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer was complex, a mixture of gratitude for their guidance and embarrassment at her own limited knowledge. "Thank you both for your guidance." Li Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible gratitude. Wang Hao saw all of this and understood that the Zhang sisters were demonstrating their self-worth and taking the first step in integrating into the ship. She nodded slightly. Yes, Rong, Mayor, since you are familiar with how to handle spirit fish, then you will be in charge of handling these spirit fish. Xiaoyu, you will assist from the side and learn well. Yes, Captain. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer responded in unison, a hint of joy flashing in their eyes. The opportunity had arrived. They disregarded their reserved demeanor as young ladies from noble families and, like ordinary fishermen, led the Lee sisters to quickly disassemble, sort, and organize the spirit fish. During this time, the beast-eared women also helped out with their small knives. After rough processing, Zhang Rongrong took the lead. With a slight thought, her natal spiritual artifact, the white jade frost bottle, floated up and slowly grew larger. The bottle mouth was aimed at the large pile of fish bones that had just been roughly processed. A gentle spiritual energy wave spread out, and the bottle body shimmered with light. Instantly, the processed fish bones were collected into the bottle. Frost condensation, cold essence. A pale white mist billowed from the bottle, instantly enveloping the large fish bones. Where the mist passed, the filth and remaining fish meat froze, peeled away, and turned to dust at a visible speed, leaving only the pure, blue-white essence of bone fluid trembling slightly in the cold air. Impurities were gone, and it exuded a pure, watery aura. At the same time, Zhang Meyer also summoned her crimson gold melting furnace. The furnace grew larger and landed on the deck. The furnace lid opened, and another large pile of processed iron-scaled fish scales on the ground was drawn into the furnace. Melt the gold, temper it. Under the blazing furnace fire, the fish scales softened and deformed rapidly, eventually turning into a small pool of essence shimmering with the luster of black iron. It floated up and down in the furnace fire, exuding a pure metallic aura. Just then, the ship's spirit Lan Ling, who had been hovering at the bow of the ship and seemingly monitoring the course, suddenly lit up her large, pure sapphire-like eyes. Her petite figure darted to Zhang Meyer's gold-smelting furnace, her little nose almost touching the refined material essence, her eyes wide open, as if starlight was flashing wildly inside. High-purity water and metallic materials detected, containing information about life structures, significantly beneficial for ship structure optimization, growth, and spiritual affinity enhancement. Deductive value, high, extremely high. Lan Ling's ethereal voice rang directly in Wang Hao's mind, filled with unprecedented urgency and longing, like a child seeing the finest candy. Captain, the sample. Lan Ling needs this sample for in-depth analysis. Immediately. Right now. Her luminous little hand even unconsciously reached towards those two tufts of essence, then abruptly withdrew. Without the captain's authorization, it could only anxiously drift back and forth above, the illusory image of the small anchor above its head spinning like a small windmill. Seeing Lan Ling's adorable, greedy expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He deliberately put on a stern face to tease her. Lan Ling, mind your image. Those are materials that Mayer and the others worked so hard to refine. Seeing how eager the ship spirit was for what they were refining, Zhang Meyer and Zhang Rongrong were overjoyed, but wore respectful smiles. It is Meyer's honor to provide spiritual materials for the ship's spirit. Captain, authorize. Authorize quickly. Lan Ling's voice urged with a hint of grievance. With a smile on his face, Wang Hao stopped teasing the ship spirit and said softly, absorption is permitted. Command confirmed. Chapter 56 The Sisters' Surprise. A bright smile instantly bloomed on Lan Ling's little face. She pointed her little hand at the ball of spirit bone essence and the ball of fish scale essence. Two soft blue beams of light shot out from her fingertips and connected with the essence. Instantly, the spirit fish essence refined by the two sisters was drawn by an invisible force and turned into two blue and white streams of light, which instantly disappeared into Lan Ling's little mouth. Smack! With Lan Ling's smacking sound, the ship also emitted a deep and pleasant hum. Visibly, the faint patterns on the ship became clearer and sharper, and at the same time, a warm and moist aura of water spirit spread from the depths of the ship. The whole ship seemed to have a deeper connection with the sea, and the speed of spiritual energy absorption also increased slightly. The respectful smiles on Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer's faces hadn't even fully unfolded before they froze instantly, replaced by undisguised horror. They clearly saw that the moment the ship's spirit absorbed the two clumps of material essence, which they had painstakingly refined and contained pure water and gold energy, the entire blue crystal seemed to come alive. But what shocked them the most was the visible change in the hull. The blue crystal, originally only 10 meters long, seemed to be gently stretched by an invisible hand before their eyes. Accompanied by a slight rustling sound like wood rubbing and metal extending, the hull slowly extended outward by about 0.3 meters. The lines of the hull became smoother. The mass seemed to have risen a little, and the spiritual energy emanating from the entire ship suddenly increased to a higher level. This is impossible. Zhang Meyer gasped in shock, nearly dropping the gold-smelting furnace from her grasp. Her alluring peach blossom eyes widened as she stared intently at the noticeably longer hull of the ship, as if witnessing the most absurd sight in the world. Zhang Rongrong's mouth gaped slightly, and she forgot to put the frost bottle away. The cold air emanating from the bottle became slightly disordered. Her usually gentle face was filled with extreme shock and bewilderment, and her voice trembled with disbelief. The ship, the hull, has grown this much? She suddenly looked up at Wang Hao, then at the boat's spirit Lan Ling floating beside him, her eyes half closed in contentment, her little head nuzzling affectionately against his shoulder, looking like a lazy kitten who had just had a good meal. She exclaimed, "Captain, your spirit ship. How did it grow so much all of a sudden? This is completely contrary to common sense." Zhang Rongrong's voice rose a few decibels with excitement. Both the basic ship repair manual and the ship repair treasure book clearly record that a spirit ship grows slowly in its early stages. Even with the full assistance of those ship repairers with deep foundations, who work together day and night to nurture the ship and refine the spiritual materials that are compatible with the spirit ship, the ship can only grow 5 inches per month, which is the limit. And that requires 5 weapon repairers with the 5 elements to work together tirelessly to refine the spiritual materials, resulting in a huge drain on their mental energy. Zhang Meyer finally regained her composure from the shock and replied, her tone full of surprise and doubt. "That's right, Captain. For an ordinary spirit ship, refining the essence of spirit materials, growing by 5 inches in a month is already a stroke of luck. Most of the spirit materials will dissipate during the refining and integration process. But your ship's spirit." Her eyes were filled with awe as she looked at Lan Ling. She absorbed those 2 clumps of essence just now. It was like a whale swallowing them whole. Not a single drop was wasted. It directly catalyzed the growth of the ship. This is simply a miracle. Unprecedented. Zhang Rongrong took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent emotions, and looked at Wang Hao with admiration in her eyes. "Captain, now I believe you are no ordinary ship repairman. Lady Lan Ling. She possesses power that defies all reason. She can bring out the efficacy of spiritual materials to an unimaginable extreme. This is simply the ultimate treasure that every ship repairman dreams of." At this moment, Wang Hao also felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration and relief. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, 2 exceptionally beautiful and elegant weapon cultivators, were left behind, their eyes filled with adoration and fervent desire as if they wanted to stick to Wang Hao. Wang Hao secretly agreed and felt a surge of satisfaction. Taking them on was incredibly wise. Not only could they process spirit fish quickly and efficiently, extracting the most essential parts, but more importantly, they possessed far greater knowledge than the Lee sisters, able to instantly discern the value and uses of spiritual materials. They could provide him, a complete novice, with a wealth of advice and insights. These are not just 2 eye-catching vases, but also key contributors that can greatly accelerate the growth of the blue crystal. Structure optimization rate increased by 0.5%. Affinity for water and metal auras slightly increased. A new aquatic organism skeletal structure model added to the deduction database. "Captain, delicious." "No, the analysis was a complete success." Lan Ling squinted her eyes contentedly, like a kitten that had successfully stolen some fish, and patted her little belly, which was made of spiritual light and shadow, with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Wang Hao was overjoyed. He looked at Lan Ling, who was full of anticipation and seemed to be saying, "Praise me." He then looked at Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, who were excited and proud because the things he had refined were of great use to the spirit ship, and at the Lee sisters, who were staring in disbelief and looking at the Zhang sisters with envy. Wang Hao felt the satisfaction and affection emanating from Lan Ling on his shoulder, listened to the Zhang sisters' heartfelt shock and admiration, and looked at the crystal-clear changes on the attribute panel in his vision. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, newborn stage. Ship classification, funeral ship, 10.3 meters. Power system, sail, beginner level of wind riding. Special module, information inference and processing. Crew contract, 0/10. Skill list, aura shield, lightning bolt, vine spell, water arrow, water control, wind control. Cough cough. Wang Hao suppressed his excitement, trying his best to maintain an inscrutable calm on his face, as if all of this was within his expectations, and began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Lan Ling's abilities are indeed somewhat special. She can analyze the fundamental information of all things, and naturally, she can also squeeze out every bit of potential from spiritual materials and perfectly integrate them into the ship's hull. His gaze swept over the baskets of spirit fish on the deck, then at the Zhang sisters who were still in shock. A slight smile curved his lips. He then looked at Lan Ling, whose excitement resembled that of a child eating their favorite snack. It seems that our work in analyzing samples is far from sufficient. Rong, Mayor, thank you for your help with the spirit fish materials that are being delivered next. The blue crystal needs more and better quality. Well, some snacks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer both trembled simultaneously. They instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Wang Hao's words. Yes, Captain. The two women spoke in unison. Zhang Rongrong immediately composed herself and began to focus on processing the next batch of fish bones, while Zhang Meyer took a deep breath, and the flames in the gold-melting furnace blazed brightly, as if she wanted to pour all her passion into the refining process. As long as she could stay on this magical ship, no matter how hard or tiring it would be worth it. Chapter 57 Danger Encounters. Quickly close the net. Run. Today, when they used their spiritual artifacts to refine the spiritual fish materials, the spiritual energy on the ship poured into their natal spiritual artifacts as if it were free. After the spiritual materials were refined, they could clearly feel that their natal spiritual artifacts and spiritual seas had undergone subtle growth. This was not fake. Artifact cultivators could easily perceive every change in their natal spiritual artifacts. Unlike back in their family, where they had to queue up for the spirit gathering array all year round and only had a few chances to use it, they now truly appreciated how precious a spot as a dedicated artifact cultivator who could stay on the spirit ship for an extended period was. If they could become contracted crew members, that would be even better. The two women exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, and began to do their own things. Li Xiaoyu looked at the blue crystal, which had clearly grown longer and possessed a more profound and powerful aura, and then at the Zhang sisters, who were full of energy. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. She gripped the harpoon in her hand tightly, and a strong desire she had never felt before grew in her heart. Power. Insight. She also wanted to become someone who could help her brother Wang Hao, instead of just watching from the sidelines. Lan Ling nuzzled against Wang Hao's shoulder, yawned lazily, and her sapphire-like eyes were half-closed in satisfaction. But deep within her eyes, a stream of data seemed to flash by, as if she were savoring the delicious meal she had just eaten. Looking at the bustling deck, Wang Hao knew that the future of the blue crystal ship would surely be to sail towards the endless sea. And right now, the most important thing was to get more and better spiritual materials for his little gluttonous ship spirit. While the Zhang sisters were processing the scales and fish bones, the professional fishing teams on the other two fishing boats were also busy. They worked quickly and efficiently, with clear division of labor, scaling, deboning, removing meat, and sorting. The scales of the iron-scaled fish were quickly broken down. The fish bones containing spiritual energy and the most essential spiritual fish meat were sorted and packed into baskets and sent onto the blue crystal. Their efficiency far surpasses that of the girls on their own boat. Soon, most of the catch was processed. Finally, the fishermen worked together to carry a specially made large wooden barrel onto the deck of the blue crystal. Inside the barrel were the 3 bone-armored swordfish whose tail fins had been electrocuted. Although they were dead, the remaining ferocious aura and the spiritual energy fluctuations they contained far exceeded those of the iron-scaled fish. Master Shipbuilder. The lead fisherman bowed respectfully to Wang Hao. These 3 bone-armored swordfish are the most precious catch. Their bones are as hard as iron and contain a sharp, metallic energy. Their scales are excellent armor material, and their flesh contains even purer spiritual energy. We dare not handle them without permission, so we have come to ask you, sir, how we should prepare them. Whoosh. All eyes were focused on the 3 large fish. The Zhang sisters also showed caution in their eyes. These sea creatures required more skill to handle. Li Xiaoyu curiously peered inside. As for the boat's spirit Lan Ling, from the moment the 3 fish were brought up, her eyes never left the wooden tub. Her large, sapphire-like eyes seemed to be filled with tangible starlight, and her small hands unconsciously twisted together, floating above the tub, looking impatient yet unsure how to begin eating. Linger, seeing her scratching her head in anticipation, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud, reminding her, "What's the rush? Where's your real body? Use your real body to eat." This little guy's spirit seems a bit dull and silly ever since he transformed into a ship spirit. The only thing that hasn't changed is his gluttonous nature. The real body, oh right. Lan Ling was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that she was a ship spirit. The ship was her true form. The ethereal voice, tinged with a joyful realization, declared, "Logic core confirmed." Absorption mode switched to the main body channel. She stopped circling the barrel and floated back to the bow of the ship. Her small figure hovered in front of the blue crystal's mainmast, arms outstretched. The entire blue crystal seemed to be in sync with her, and all the runes on the ship instantly lit up with a soft light. A powerful suction force suddenly arose from the ship's hull. Swish, swish, swish. The three enormous bone-armored swordfish were rolled up from the wooden barrel, and to everyone's astonishment, they disappeared into the deck of the blue crystal as if swallowed by a giant whale. They left no water stains or traces, as if they had never existed. Hiccup. A very faint, satisfied sound, similar to a hiccup, resounded directly in Wang Hao's soul. The ship's spirit, Lan Ling, hovered there, sticking out her pink little tongue and licking her crystal lips with lingering satisfaction. Her sapphire-like eyes curved into crescents, and her little face was filled with an incomparably happy and satisfied smile, as if she had just enjoyed an unparalleled and delicious meal. Energy level, excellent. Absorption of composite metal and water attributes. Skeletal structure strength analysis. Scaled defense model update. Increased body growth. Expected hull length to increase after complete digestion. Burp. Lan Ling's voice carried a hint of lazy satisfaction, and she couldn't help but let out a small burp at the end. Just then, Wang Hao keenly sensed an even stronger and more violent fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the southwest. Over there, there's a huge thing. Its aura is incredibly fierce, much stronger than the bone arrowfish from before, and it seems there's also a large school of spirit fish. It was impossible to tell exactly what kind of ferocious ocean beast or school of fish it was, but its fierce aura was extremely oppressive. Union Team, Zhang Family Team, Southwest. Cast your nets at the edge of the darkest part of the sea. There's a big school of fish there. But be careful, there's a big one guarding it. Don't get too close. Wang Hao's voice was clearly amplified by spiritual energy and transmitted to the two fishing boats. The experienced fishing team immediately understood, carefully observing the unusual undercurrents and churning foam in that area of water, and precisely casting the huge spirit silk fishing net towards the edge of the area indicated by Wang Hao, trying to avoid the core area of that fierce aura. The fishing net fell, like stirring up a hornet's nest. The seawater churned violently, and a large group of silvery white spirit fish with fine, reflective scales, resembling knife fish, were startled and scattered like a silver whirlwind, with many of them crashing into the net. But at the same time, the ferocious entity seemed to be completely enraged and erupted with a roar. Boom. With a deep, thunderous roar and a cloud of swirling mud and sand, a massive black shadow, even larger than the alligator snapping turtles they had encountered while beachcombing before, burst forth from the deep water. It was a giant lizard, over 12 meters long, covered in thick, dark gold bony plates, and its back was covered in menacing bone spurs. Its thick tail was like a battering ram. Its limbs were short, thick and powerful, covered with rock-like scales, and its pair of dark golden vertical pupils were full of savagery, locked on the fishing boat that was casting its net. With its massive jaws wide open, revealing dagger-like teeth, it stirred up a violent current and hurtled straight toward the fishing boat. It's a golden-armored, spiny lizard. Quick, pull in the net. Run. Panic instantly gripped the fishing boat. How could such a terrifyingly powerful and incredibly strong deep-sea creature appear in nearshore waters? Its tail can smash a fishing boat. Chapter 58 One Strike Kills. Well done. Wang Hao's eyes were solemn, but he showed no fear. The vast spiritual power in his spiritual sea surged into the spiritual patterns on the spirit ship. Water control. Whirlpool. Traps them. Buzz. The seawater within a 50-meter radius instantly became violent. A terrifying whirlpool, even larger than before, rotating faster, and with greater internal water pressure, suddenly formed in front of the charging golden-armored lizard. The violent tearing force, like a giant hand composed of countless streams of water, dragged the lizard's massive body, causing its proud charging speed to suddenly decrease. Vines. Strangulate. Wang Hao pressed his hands down, his spiritual light blazing. Dozens of thicker, emerald-green vine phantoms appeared. Their target the spiny lizard's relatively agile but slightly weaker tail and the scaly hind limb joints. The water drills at the tips of the vines spun wildly, carrying a strong paralyzing toxin, fiercely wrapping around and piercing. Uft, uft. The vines successfully entangled the base of the spiny lizard's tail and the joints of its two hind limbs. The sharp water drill bit painstakingly pierced through the tough scales, injecting paralyzing venom. The spiny lizard let out a deafening roar, struggling wildly with terrifying brute force, pulling at the vines with a teeth-grinding cracking sound. The binding force of the vortex was also shaken and teetered on the verge of collapse. Captain, the target's peak struggle intensity far exceeds expectations. The vine restraint is expected to last 5 breaths. The tail vines are about to break. Lan Ling's calm voice, carrying a rapid analytical conclusion, rang in Wang Hao's mind. 5 breaths. I'll risk it all. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he unleashed all his spiritual power and pushed his hands forward with all his might. Water arrow technique. Lightning pattern full activation. Maximum power. Sizzle. Crack. At the ramming horn of the blue crystal, a violent burst of lightning instantly reached its peak, emitting a piercing explosion. 3 thick water arrows, compressed to their limit and crackling with electric arcs, shot at a tricky angle directly at the golden-armored lizard's gaping maw, which revealed its relatively vulnerable throat flesh as it roared. The spiny lizard sensed a deadly threat, but it was too late to shut up. A flicker of fear crossed its eyes, and it could only violently shake its head. Bang! Bang! Boom! 2 water arrows grazed its bony cheeks, blasting open large patches of charred flesh and shattered carapace, breaking the massive bony spikes with their fierce attack. But the last, and most concentrated, arrow pierced its open maw with perfect precision, penetrating deep into its throat. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted from the thorn lizard's body. Its massive form stiffened abruptly, its dark golden vertical pupils instantly lost their luster, and it spewed out a mixture of visceral fragments and charred blood. Its massive body convulsed a few times before finally floating helplessly on the sea surface, completely lifeless. Huff, huff. Wang Hao gasped for breath, his full power nearly draining half of his spiritual sea, but the effect was quite good, killing him instantly. A deathly silence fell over the 2 fishing boats, which was then broken by deafening shouts of joy from those who had survived the ordeal. My sea god, the golden-armored lizard. Lord Wang Hao has killed the golden-armored lizard. A miracle. This is a true miracle. Following Lord Wang Hao, following the blue crystal, what sea monsters will we have to fear from now on? The fishermen were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. They looked at Wang Hao as if he were a god of war descended to earth. If it weren't for the danger posed by the sea monsters, what dangers would these fishing cultivators have to fear? They would wish to go out to sea to fish every day. On the deck, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, 2 young ladies from prominent families, were deathly pale. They clung tightly to the ship's railing to keep from collapsing. The ferocity of the sea beast had made their bodies tremble, and they almost thought they were going to die there. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao controlled the spirit ship and killed such a ferocious creature from the deep sea with exquisite teamwork and thunderous methods. They could clearly feel the pure spiritual energy surging on the ship during the battle, which frantically nourished their natal spiritual weapons, making their awe and desire to follow Wang Hao reach its peak, and their desire to become contracted crew members stronger than ever before. Li Xiaoyu gripped the harpoon tightly, her whole body drenched in cold sweat. Her eyes were filled with shock and longing at that absolute power. Li Xiaoyu hid behind her, her face pale, but her eyes were filled with unparalleled admiration for Wang Hao. Brother Wang Hao is so amazing. Process the catch immediately. That guy is a treasure trove. Don't let the knife fish go either. Wang Hao calmed his breathing, his voice filled with the joy of victory. The fishing boats immediately hauled in their nets, and the heavy school of silver knife fish was hauled onto the boats. The enormous carcass of the golden-armored lizard was also firmly secured by several specially made black iron chains covered with huge barbs, and was dragged by the 2 fishing boats with all their might. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer suppressed the turmoil in their hearts, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to bow with utmost respect, their voices trembling slightly. Captain, Rongrong, Meyer, volunteers to fully assist in refining all the spiritual materials essence for the blue crystal ship to absorb and grow. They wanted to do something to calm their inner shock and prove their own worth. Wang Hao nodded and said, Handle it carefully, especially the piece of carapace and bone spurs from the golden-armored lizard that fell off. The materials are precious. As for the others, drag them back and process them slowly. Let's deal with the other spirit fish scales and bones first. The people on the fishing boat packed the clean knife fish, bones, entrails, and scales into barrels, which were then carried onto the deck of the Blue Crystal. The two women immediately showed great focus. Zhang Rongrong manipulated the frost bottle, and a gentle yet extremely cold aura enveloped the silver knife fish's rich, watery flesh and entrails, quickly freezing and removing impurities, refining them into an incomparably pure watery essence. Zhang Meyer then activated the gold-melting furnace with all her might. The scorching and pure fire elemental power was like the most precise furnace, carefully processing the most precious materials of the golden armored lizard, the carapace that had been forcibly removed by the skill and the hideous bone spikes. After removing impurities and refining, a dark golden liquid essence with a rich, oppressive aura is finally obtained. Lan Ling hovered at the bow of the ship, her large, bright eyes gazing intently at the purified clumps of energy radiating boundless power. Her tiny, luminous hands unconsciously rubbed together, her ethereal voice carrying an irrepressible longing. "Captain, we have detected an ultra-high purity composite energy source of water, earth, and metal. Its structural strength is astonishing. It contains information about a special bioforce field. It enhances the ship's defense, structural strength, energy conduction efficiency, and special resistances. Its value is extremely high. Extremely high. Little glutton, it's all yours." Wang Hao was in high spirits. Absorb blue spirit to the maximum efficiency. Command confirmed. Optimization and absorption. Begin. Several beams of blue light precisely connected with the essence, which transformed into dazzling streams of light, flowing like rivers into the sea and instantly disappearing into the hull of the Blue Crystal. At the same time, a large amount of silver knife fish materials that had not yet been consumed by the Zhang sisters were also greedily devoured by the ship. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 59 Ship Hull Evolution. After absorbing a large amount of spirit fish materials, the ship emitted a loud hum. To everyone's astonishment, the ship began to expand and extend. The deck widened rapidly, the gunnels rose higher and higher, and the ram at the bow became even more menacing and heavy, gleaming with a dark golden metallic luster. The light blue shield on the ship's hull shimmered and deepened, revealing faint, fine golden patterns, a change in properties brought about by the devouring thorn lizard material. When the last trace of material was completely absorbed by the spirit ship, the length of the Blue Crystal had reached a staggering 15 meters. The entire ship had been transformed. Ship classification: funeral ship, 15 meters. The clear data on the view panel proclaims a qualitative leap in the ship's capabilities. With the help of the ship's spirit, the day was very fruitful. Under the setting sun, the three ships returned fully loaded. Wang Hao promised that everyone would receive a portion of spirit fish meat as a reward for today's voyage, in addition to their regular pay. Upon hearing that there would be spirit fish meat as a reward, all the fishermen in the fleet were moved to tears of gratitude. Looking at the newly renovated Blue Crystal and the hopeful crowd, Wang Hao declared loudly, "Do your best, and you will be richly rewarded." "Thank you, Captain." As the sun set, the ship began its return voyage. The Blue Crystal, now 15 meters tall, caused the spiritual sea space to expand dramatically, with dense spiritual energy filling the entire space. The little glutton blue spirit had absorbed a large amount of scraps from the spirit fish and a lot of snacks refined by the Zhang sisters, which made her happily squinting as she digested. Ali was taking stock of the precious materials that had been specially saved. Xiao Yu and Ah Ling were wiping the smooth and wide deck. Ah Man was grinning at the buckets of spirit fish meat. The Zhang sisters stood respectfully and were completely convinced, and the Li sisters were helping to organize. Everyone was full of energy for their first official fishing trip at sea. With Wang Hao's armed escort, Lan Ling's analytical assistance, and the support of the Zhang sisters, both skilled artifact cultivators, not only was their safety assured, but they also reaped astonishing rewards, allowing the spirit ship to grow rapidly. Everything was developing in a positive direction. 3 ships cut through the shimmering waves and slowly entered the berth. The lead ship, the Blue Crystal, had a 15-meter hull that gleamed with a metallic sheen in the afterglow. "They're back. The Blue Crystal is back. My God, it's really gotten bigger. It was only 10 meters this morning, right? That aura is even more terrifying than the patrol ships of the Island Lord's mansion. Look, what's that being dragged behind? It's a huge dark shape." The dock was already teeming with people, even more so than yesterday. Well-informed commoners, curious slaves, merchants with their own agendas, and even low-ranking deacons from the Weapon Repair Guild were all mixed in. When they saw the massive, 12-meter-long golden-armored lizard carcass covered in thick, dark gold bone plates, and with grotesque spine spikes, which the two fishing boats were dragging together, the dock was instantly filled with gasps of shock, followed by a deafening roar. By the sea god! That's a golden-armored spiny lizard. Those deep-sea monsters. They were actually dragged back. The shock of the ship's spirit's birth this morning had not yet subsided, and today's corpse of this deep-sea beast was like ice water thrown into a pot of boiling oil, completely igniting everyone's fervor. The gazes directed at the blue crystal were filled with awe, worship, and naked desire. Wang Hao stood on the newly renovated bow deck, feeling the surging vitality and power of the blue crystal beneath his feet. Lan Ling's small figure floated contentedly on his shoulder, her little hands unconsciously rubbing her belly formed by light and shadow. The small anchor above her head turned slowly and lazily, clearly still savoring the feast. "Captain, you're finally back." Zhang Chui practically jogged up to greet him, her face beaming with a smile even more fervent and fawning than yesterday. "Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. The blue crystal is truly awe-inspiring, even managing to capture the golden-armored spiny lizard. This is an unprecedented feat on White Sand Island." Manager Huang, who was following behind her, also bowed repeatedly. In addition to awe, his eyes showed even more excitement that he could not hide. Following such an important figure meant a bright future. "Yes, thank you both for your hard work." Wang Hao nodded slightly, secretly pleased by everyone's admiration, but said calmly, "The brothers' rewards will be doubled." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the dock. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Hao. Your Excellency's kindness is boundless." Whether it was the Equipment Repair Guild or the fishing team from the Zhang family side, these fishermen were so excited that their faces turned red. The agreed-upon reward was already unprecedented, but they never expected it to be doubled. The shouts of gratitude almost overturned the dock. The other civilians and equipment slaves looked at them with indescribable envy, wishing they could immediately join the fleet and go to sea with them. As for the Equipment Repair Guild and the Zhang family, Wang Hao turned his gaze to Zhang Chui and Steward Huang. "The spirit fish meat and spiny lizard meat will be supplied to you at market price. However, the blue crystal ship will have its own use for the best parts, such as precious scales, bone spurs, and carapace materials." Wang Hao also understood the principles of reciprocity and mutual benefit. Since the other party had helped him so much unconditionally and even sent two beautiful women to the ship, it was impossible for him not to give them any benefits. The processed spirit fish meat was Wang Hao's way of repaying them. Yes. "We will obey your orders, sir." Zhang Chui and Steward Huang hurriedly replied, not daring to have any objections. Being able to obtain a large amount of fish meat containing spiritual energy was already an unexpected surprise. Wang Hao nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the deck. Xiaoyu. Brother Wang Hao. Li Xiaoyu couldn't contain herself any longer. She held the large piece of fish meat wrapped in clean seaweed and brimming with spiritual energy that had been given to her and her sister. Her little face was flushed and her eyes were as bright as stars. Li Xiaoyu also held the same portion. Although she tried to remain calm, the corners of her tightly pursed lips couldn't help but turn up, and her eyes were full of gratitude as she looked at Wang Hao. "Go ahead, your brother and Aunt Li are getting impatient waiting downstairs." A gentle smile appeared on Wang Hao's lips as he pointed to the edge of the crowd at the dock, where Li Zheng and Aunt Li were standing on tiptoe, looking over with a mixture of pride and worry on their faces. Li Xiaoyu nodded emphatically, took her sister's hand, and like a happy little deer, nimbly weaved through the busy crowd on the deck and dashed down the gangplank. "Brother, mother, look, Brother Wang Hao gave us this. It's spirit fish meat, the best meat." Before Li Xiaoyu even reached them, a crisp sound echoed throughout the corner of the dock. She proudly held up the spirit fish meat in her arms, and the meat, as smooth as jade, with snow-white texture and exuding an enticing aroma and pure spiritual energy, instantly attracted countless envious glances from those around her. "Mom, look, we did a great job today." Li Xiaoyu gestured excitedly. Brother Wang Hao commanded the blue crystal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He hit a huge sea monster with water arrows. That thing was called a golden-armored lizard, and it was bigger than our shed. It collapsed with a bang. My sister and I helped deal with so many shiny silver knife fish on the ship. Sister Ailey even praised me for my sharp knife skills. Chapter 60 The Spirit of the Snack Ship. Li Xiaoyu swung the skinning knife, which gleamed with a crimson light, at her waist as if showing off. Li Xiaoyu walked over to her mother and carefully handed the meat to Aunt Li, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of excitement and pride. "Mom, it's true. We were able to help." Her brief words carried a heavy weight. For the first time, the girl from the shantytown truly felt the power and value of being recognized. Looking at her daughter's excited and proud faces, and then at the two valuable pieces of spirit fish meat in their arms, Aunt Lee's eyes instantly reddened. She hugged her two daughters tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Good, good. It's good that you're back safe and sound. It's your blessing to have been able to help Lord Wang Hao." On the other side, the Zhang sisters gracefully walked up to Wang Hao. Zhang Rongrong gave a graceful curtsy, her voice gentle. "Captain, today's catch has been tallied. The silver knife fish meat and spiny lizard meat have been handed over to the steward. Rongrong and Mayer will take their leave now and will return tomorrow to await your orders." Zhang Meyer also gave a graceful bow, her eyes sparkling with charm and respect. "Captain, Meyer has had a great time today. If you need any refining materials, please feel free to ask." The red light from the gold smelting furnace at her waist seemed to have become even stronger after being bathed in spiritual energy today. "Yes, thank you both for your hard work today." Wang Hao nodded. Faced with Wang Hao's approval, the two women showed joy on their faces. After bowing again, they, accompanied by Zhang Chui, led the Zhang family members and began to systematically direct the unloading of fish from the two fishing boats. The professional staff brought by the Zhang family were extremely efficient. The huge golden-armored lizard carcass was pulled onto the dock and quickly dismantled with specially made rune knives. The tough animal hide, small pieces of scattered bone spurs, and some flesh and blood containing rich earth and metal spiritual energy were sorted and put into special containers. Then, a special person respectfully sent them to the deck of the blue crystal and handed them over to a Li to count and store. Soon, apart from the enormous thorn lizard skeleton covered with dark gold patterns and some of the largest carapace plates, all other valuable scattered materials had been moved. The massive skeleton, firmly bound by chains, was piled up in the dedicated unloading area next to the blue crystal. It gleamed with a cold and heavy metallic luster, and the lingering ferocity made those who approached it shudder. While everyone was busy, Lan Ling, who had been contentedly hovering on Wang Hao's shoulder, suddenly lit up her sapphire-like eyes again. Her little head snapped to the enormous skeleton of the spiny lizard, and her tiny figure darted to the ship's side in a flash. She clung to the railing with her little hands, staring longingly at the pile of food below, her little nose twitching as if she could smell the surging energy contained within the bones. "Captain, Captain!" Lan Ling's ethereal voice rang directly in Wang Hao's mind, carrying a familiar and urgent longing. An extremely high concentration of earth and metal composite energy source has been detected. The skeletal structure and spirit ship model need improvement. We need to supplement samples for in-depth optimization and deduction of the ship's evolutionary direction. Her voice grew more and more urgent as she spoke, and the tiny, luminous hand unconsciously scratched towards the skeleton, while the illusory anchor above her head began to spin wildly again. Looking at Lan Ling's adorable expression, her appetite whetted again, and then at the skeleton that would be considered a behemoth for an ordinary ship, but was just right for the blue crystal at this moment. Wang Hao understood. This gluttonous little fellow hadn't changed at all even after becoming a ship spirit. Her digestive ability had also become stronger as the ship grew. Now she had her eyes on this skeleton that contained even purer earth and metal energy. Wang Hao deliberately remained silent, watching Lan Ling's small figure flutter anxiously to and fro on the ship's side. "Captain, authorize. Authorize it quickly." Lan Ling's voice carried a pitiful and coquettish tone. Wang Hao's lips curled up, and he stopped teasing her. "You are permitted to absorb it. Lan Ling, don't waste it." Command confirmed. Lan Ling's voice instantly became incredibly cheerful. Her small figure immediately floated back to the front of the mainmast at the bow of the ship, and once again opened her arms. This time, the light emanating from the blue crystal ship was brighter and more concentrated than when it devoured the bone-spiked arrowfish that afternoon. A powerful suction force with a strange rhythm spread out from the ship's hull. Buzz. The black iron chains wrapped around the huge skeleton moved automatically, without wind, emitting a low hum. Then, the entire huge skeleton, along with some tough scales and scattered bone spikes stuck to it, seemed to be lifted up by an invisible giant hand and slowly floated up. Under the stunned gazes of countless people on the dock, the mountain-like skeleton was enveloped in a soft blue halo, and like a whale inhaling water, it sank steadily and swiftly into the spacious deck of the blue crystal. It left no trace, as if the skeleton had never existed. Ugh, hiccup. A clearer, More satisfying burp entered Wang Hao's mind. Lan Ling hovered at the bow of the ship, patting her little belly, which was made of spiritual light and shadow, with satisfaction. Her sapphire-like eyes narrowed into slits with happiness, and her little face was filled with the laziness and joy of having eaten a top-notch meal. Energy level, excellent. In-depth analysis of earth and metal elemental structures in progress. Defense model upgrade. Skeletal reinforcement plan development progress 15. Body growth significantly increased. Expected after complete digestion. Burp. She couldn't help but let out a small hiccup, her voice heavy with sleepiness. Captain, Blue Spirit, needs deep hibernation integration. ZZZ. As soon as she finished speaking, her small figure became somewhat hazy, and the small anchor above her head stopped spinning and slowly disappeared into the hull. Wang Hao could clearly sense that after the blue crystal under his feet devoured the skeleton containing powerful earth and metal energy, earth-shattering changes were taking place deep within the ship. A deeper, more solid, and earth-like sense of power is growing and spreading. A deep, continuous hum emanated from inside the ship, as if it were being reorganized and strengthened. The faint golden patterns on the light blue shield of the hull became clearer, subtly revealing an indestructible texture, and the entire ship exuded a rock-solid stability. As night deepened, the hustle and bustle of the dock gradually subsided after the catch was distributed, and the fishermen, laden with their bountiful wages, happily went home. Zhang Chui and manager Huang directed the people to transport away the large quantity of spirit fish meat they had acquired. Their gazes toward the blue crystal ship were filled with awe and anticipation. The Li family of 4, carrying the precious spirit meat, thanked them profusely before disappearing into the direction of the shantytown with hope. On the blue crystal, Ailey directed Xiao Yue and A-Man to organize the newly arrived materials and load them into a new cabin that had been added since the ship was larger today. Ailing silently fulfilled her duty of guarding. Chapter 61. Do you want to touch your sister's foxtail? When only Wang Hao and a few beast-eared girls remained on the deck, the group, who had been busy all day, finally relaxed. Ali quickly set up a makeshift stove on the deck, where a rich white fish soup made from fresh iron fish was simmering, wafting out a fragrant aroma. On a makeshift grill nearby, several pieces of meat from the tenderest parts of the golden-armored lizard were sizzling, with golden fat dripping down. The enticing aroma of the grilled meat mixed with the sweetness of the fish soup made everyone's stomachs rumble. Dinner's ready. Ali smiled gently and distributed the roasted lizard meat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the earthenware bowls filled with milky white fish soup to everyone. Everyone sat around the small campfire, and little Tanuki couldn't wait to take her first bite of roasted meat. Ugh! The little raccoon cried out, its eyes wide and its little mouth stuffed full, saying indistinctly, "So delicious! So delicious! This meat smells so good, so tender, and there's a warm feeling coursing through my body." I felt a pure and gentle spiritual energy slide down my throat into my stomach, bringing me an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Xiaoya sipped the fish soup, the delicious broth making her snow-white rabbit ears twitch slightly in comfort. Her little face was flushed, and she whispered, "The soup, it's so delicious, a million times better than seaweed chunks." She recalled the bitter, hard-to-swallow seaweed chunks she ate in the orc garbage dump before she met Wang Hao. It was like two completely different worlds. This is what people should eat. A man tore off a large piece of roasted meat, his mouth greasy with oil, and squinted his eyes in satisfaction, approvingly saying, "What kind of garbage were we eating before? I never want to touch that lousy seaweed again." Although Ali and Ling didn't speak, the expressions of enjoyment on their faces and their obviously faster movements said it all. Ali carefully wiped the oil stains from the corners of Xiao Li's mouth, while Ling ate in seemingly elegant small bites. But her eating speed was not slow at all, and she finished a piece of roasted meat in just a few bites. Looking at their satisfied smiles, Wang Hao felt a warmth in his heart. He picked up a piece of roasted spiny lizard meat and said, The meat of this ferocious sea beast was indeed extraordinary. Its rich aroma, mixed with pure spiritual energy, brought a strong sense of satiety and power. He couldn't help but praise it immediately. Ali, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Ali smiled gently at Wang Hao's praise, appearing even more charming in the firelight. At this moment, Wang Hao's gaze inadvertently fell on Xiao Yu, who was standing right next to him. The little girl was taking small bites of roasted meat, and her long, snow-white rabbit ears, filled with satisfaction and relaxation, drooped softly on both sides of her cheeks, trembling gently as she ate. The fluffy ears looked especially soft and cute in the firelight. Almost subconsciously, Wang Hao reached out and gently touched the rabbit ears, which looked to have an excellent feel, with a hint of curiosity and tenderness. Oh! Xiaoya trembled violently like a startled rabbit, almost dropping the roasted meat in her hands. Her entire face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and her long, snow-white ears turned pink in an instant, then stood up straight as if electrified, twitched a few times, and then drooped softly down, clinging tightly to her cheeks. She lowered her head, her ruby-like eyes brimming with tears, not daring to look at Wang Hao. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of her chest, but deep inside, a sweet and shy feeling of being cared for and touched welled up inside her. Ha! Amon was the first to notice this scene, and he laughed without any restraint, mischievously pointing at Xiaoya with his greasy fingers. Look, look! Xiaoya's ears are so red they could bleed. Brother Hao, how do they feel? Aren't they soft and fluffy? Xiaoya was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground, and her ears trembled even more violently. Brother Hao! Brother Hao! Little Fox, always eager for excitement, immediately raised the half-eaten kebab in her hand, hopped and skipped over to Wang Hao, tilted her little face up, blinked her big, innocent eyes, and tried to push her equally fluffy fox ears forward. You can touch little Fox's ears too. They're so soft and warm. And also, my sister's tail is so warm. It's the most comfortable thing to hug while sleeping in winter. Do you want to touch it? Little Tanuki. Ali's face flushed bright red, even more vibrant than the sunset. Embarrassed and annoyed, she pulled her outspoken sister back into her arms and hugged her tightly. Her fluffy, soft, fiery red fox tail instinctively curled up and hid behind her back, with only the tip showing, still swaying slightly uneasily. She glared at her sister reproachfully, then quickly glanced at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with shyness and a hint of barely perceptible panic. Wang Hao was also a little embarrassed by Xiao Li's sudden sales pitch and Ali's reaction, but looking at Ali's shy and charming appearance and Xiao Li's cute struggle in her arms, his heart fluttered. He coughed lightly, withdrew his hand, and picked up the soup bowl to take a sip as a cover-up, but couldn't help but smile. Eat, eat, the meat's getting cold. On the small deck, the campfire flickered, and the laughter and playful shouts of everyone mingled together, dispelling the slight chill of the sea breeze. The blue crystal rests quietly in the harbor, like a safe cradle, protecting this hard-won warmth and bond. As the first rays of dawn shone on the dock, a number of people had already gathered by the berth. There were commoners preparing to start work, and some slaves who had come to watch curiously after hearing that a spirit ship had arrived at the south dock. Zhang Jia and his subordinates from the labor union were already waiting for instructions at the dock. Quick, look at the blue crystal. An incredulous gasp shattered the morning's tranquility. All eyes were instantly focused on the center of the berth. The blue crystal, which was only 15 meters long when it was docked at the pier yesterday, had now reached 20 meters in length. The ship's lines are more streamlined and elongated. The deck is wider. The gunnels are higher and thicker, and the 2 rows of menacing rams on the bow shimmer with a golden and blue gleam in the morning light, exuding an invincible sharpness. The intricate and mysterious runes on the ship's hull became even clearer, radiating a powerful aura. 20 meters? It grew that much overnight. That's unbelievable. My sea god, how is this possible? On the dock, gasps and incredulous murmurs blended together as the crowd continued their discussion. Wang Hao immediately ordered an interruption. Boarding, prepare to set sail. Chapter 62, The First Pot of Gold. Yes, Captain. A unified response immediately rang out from the dock. These artifact cultivators and slaves, who had been sent to fish together, had tasted the sweetness of yesterday, receiving their share of spirit fish meat. When I got home, I spoke much more confidently, and the bed shook louder than usual. Li Xiaoyu grabbed her sister Li Xiaoyu's hand and practically jumped as they rushed onto the much wider deck. Sis, look, the deck is so big. You can run laps on it, Li Xiaoyu said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Li Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the harpoon in her hand, which had been tempered by spiritual energy and fire and was now shimmering with a pale blue light. She felt the cool touch of the harpoon and the even richer spiritual energy on the ship. He simply hummed in response, his gaze sweeping over the newly renovated hull. He was equally excited. Brother Wang Hao was still as amazing as ever. Zhang Rongrong walked with a graceful and composed gait, her moon-white skirt fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. She approached Wang Hao, gave a gentle curtsy, and spoke in a soft and melodious voice. Captain, this is the proceeds from yesterday's sale of spirit fish meat, a total of 3,000 gold coins. My aunt specifically instructed me to bring it to you this morning. A servant behind her respectfully presented a heavy little wooden box. Wang Hao took it casually. It was quite substantial, 3,000 gold coins. This was his first real pot of gold since arriving in this world. The value of the spirit fish is evident, and it's no wonder that the ship repairman holds such a prestigious position. He earned 3,000 gold coins in just one day at sea, an amount that many fishermen on the island could not earn in a lifetime, all in one nearshore fishing trip. He thanked the two women, saying, "Thank you for your help, Miss Rongrong. Please also thank Steward Zhang for me." Zhang Meyer followed closely behind, her fiery red outfit outlining her graceful figure like a blooming rose. She smiled at Wang Hao, her eyes revealing a natural charm and undisguised thoughts. "My lord, today will surely be a great harvest. Mayor will do her best to refine as many snacks as possible for Lord Ship Spirit to enjoy." She deliberately emphasized the word snacks, clearly showing her fondness for the spiritual essence that Lan Ling had extracted from them yesterday, and that she still vividly remembered Wang Hao's approval of her at that time. The fishermen on both fishing boats shouted and quickly boarded their vessels. At this moment, several boatmen worked together to carry up several large barrels of fresh water and some daily necessities, which were placed steadily on the deck of the Blue Crystal. Wang Hao's gaze swept over Zhang Rongrong, who returned a gentle and reserved smile. Wang Hao understood immediately. This meticulous and thoughtful arrangement was undoubtedly the work of the thoughtful Miss Zhang. Such flattery was truly irresistible. Set sail, Wang Hao thought to himself. Buzz. Wind patterns swirled on the sails of the Blue Crystal, the air currents billowed the sails, and the ship sailed smoothly away from the dock, with two fishing boats following closely behind. After the evolution, the deck of the spirit ship has been greatly expanded, giving people a completely different sense of space. It is no longer so crowded, and there is room for planning and division of labor. Ali was helping Li Xiaoyu organize household items and freshwater buckets that had just been moved up in a corner. Her movements were quick and orderly, as if she were managing a mobile home. "Amon, move these buckets of water over here and place them securely next to the mooring bollards." "All right, watch me." Man grinned, easily lifted a huge bucket, and placed it steadily in the designated spot without splashing much water. "Sisterly, is there any more heavy work? I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway." "That's all for now, but I'll definitely call you if anything comes up," Ali said gently with a smile. "Aling, go and keep watch for me. Report back immediately if anything happens," Wang Hao gently instructed Aling. Ailing responded coolly, her figure as nimble as a cat, and with a few leaps, she lightly darted up to the mainmast. Her black cat ears twitched sharply in the wind, and her emerald eyes, like detectors, swept across the vast sea. After arriving at the area where she had fished the day before, she quickly made a discovery. "Captain, there is a large school of fish about 2 miles ahead. There are no large underwater disturbances at the moment. Attention, a school of fish has been spotted 2 miles ahead. Prepare to cast your net." Wang Hao's orders were clearly transmitted to the two fishing boats through the unique amplification effect of the spirit ship. Time to log off. The fishing team on the fishing boat was experienced. With shouts, they precisely cast their huge spirit silk fishing nets into the shimmering waters. The moment the fishing net hit the water, the surface of the sea exploded. Countless silver barracudas leaped and fled frantically, while iron-scaled fish and emerald-green blue-wave fish shimmered in the net, stirring up huge splashes of water. The two fishing boats immediately hauled in their nets, the ropes taut and creaking loudly. The heavy catch was hauled onto the decks of the fishing boats, and the fishermen immediately began their skilled work, scaling, deboning, sorting, and packing. Their movements were swift and their efficiency was extremely high. The ordinary sea fish that were caught were left on the fishing boat, while the spirit fish that they had processed were quickly sorted and packed. The spirit fish materials and spirit fish meat were sent to the now spacious deck of the Blue Crystal. Snow white, translucent chunks of spirit fish meat, scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, fish innards rich in aquatic essence, and tough fish bones. Amon, move these 2 baskets of spiritual materials to Miss Rongrong and Miss Mayer's side. Ali quickly came out to help direct the operation. "Here I am." A man strode forward, lifting the heavy baskets of fish scales and fish bones in each hand, and placed them steadily in front of the Zhang sisters, grinning as he said, "Ladies, the boat spirit snacks have arrived. Make sure to get plenty of the essence." Zhang Rongrong gave Amon a gentle and polite smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Amon. Lordship Spirit will surely be satisfied." She stepped forward, gracefully raised her hand, and the white jade frost bottle floated up, precisely enveloping a pile of iron-scaled fish bones and spirit fish entrails, storing them inside the bottle. Frost condensation, cold essence. A moment later, the chill dissipated, leaving behind only a pure, shimmering blue-white liquid essence containing pure water vapor. Zhang Rongrong manipulated the frost bottle, carefully introducing the essence into the jade bottle with fluid movements. She deliberately held the jade bottle in her palm, subtly gesturing towards Wang Hao, a gentle smile on her lips, as if silently demonstrating her achievement. On the other hand, Zhang Meyer also showed her passionate side. "Watch me. I'll definitely make the best snacks for Lord Ship Spirit." She let out a delicate shout, and the molten gold furnace at her waist flashed red light, instantly transforming her into a half-person-high figure as she landed on the deck. "Melt the gold, temper it." The furnace lid was opened, and scorching waves of fire surged forth. She made a hand seal, and the tough scales of the spirit fish were drawn into the furnace by an invisible force. Under Zhang Meyer's precise, yet slightly boastful fire control, the scales were quickly melted, eventually turning into a small pool of metallic essence shimmering with the cold light of black iron. It floated up and down in the heart of the furnace. She glanced at Wang Hao triumphantly before collecting the essence in a specially made jade bottle. Just as the essence was formed, and the fragrance filled the air for the ship's spirit. "Captain! Captain!" Lan Ling, who was hovering beside Wang Hao, suddenly had her big sapphire eyes light up. Her small figure swiftly floated to the side of the newly sealed jade bottle, her little nose almost touching it, and her little hands unconsciously rubbing together. Chapter 63 First Signs of Combat Talent. Lan Ling's voice, filled with an irrepressible longing, echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Metal and water attribute composite materials detected, which have a boost to ship defense and water elemental affinity. Absorb. Absorb. She was so anxious that she floated back and forth above the jade bottle, while the phantom image of the small anchor above her head spun rapidly. Looking at his ship spirit's greedy little cat-like appearance, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Granted, you little glutton." Command confirmed. Two soft beams of spiritual light shot out from Lan Ling's fingertips, connecting with the jade bottle. The essence instantly transformed into a dazzling golden blue stream of light, which entered her small mouth like a snack, and she even licked her lips. A very faint hum came from the ship. The golden patterns on the hull seemed to solidify a little more, and the ship also grew slightly larger. Structural fine-tuning complete. Burp. Lan Ling patted her belly contentedly, letting out a barely audible burp, and lazily floated back onto Wang Hao's shoulder, her big eyes squinting comfortably. Just then, Ailing's cool voice came from the lookout tower, tinged with a hint of alertness. "A small group of high-speed targets is approaching from the port side of the fishing boat. It's the same kind of spiky arrowfish we saw yesterday." Wang Hao looked at Li Xiaoyu, who was gripping the harpoon and keeping a watchful eye on the area around the ship. "Xiaoyu. Exist." Upon hearing Wang Hao's voice, Li Xiaoyu instinctively straightened her back. "There's a small group of bony swordfish trying to cause trouble on the port side of the fishing boat's mooring line. Go and practice your skills, disperse them, and make sure they don't break the line. I'll keep watch for you." Wang Hao's voice was calm and trusting. "This girl has been preoccupied these past 2 days. Let's find her something to do to distract her." "Okay." Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Excitedly, she went to the ship's side and locked her gaze on the figures rapidly darting underwater. She took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in her spiritual sea surged into the harpoon. The harpoon shone brightly with blue light. She shouted, and a light blue stream of light shot accurately into the water ahead of the path of the swarm of fish. The seawater touched by the shimmering light instantly became viscous. The high-speed sprinting school of bony arrowfish crashed headlong into this invisible swamp, their speed suddenly plummeting. They panicked and twisted their bodies, no longer able to maintain their charging formation, and scattered in disarray, moving away from the fishing boat's mooring lines. "Wow, sister is amazing. So cool." Li Xiaoyu clapped her hands excitedly and jumped up. Zhang Rongrong also offered her praise at the opportune moment. Miss Xiaoyu mastered this water prison binding technique in just 2 days. Although the spiritual energy on Captain Spirit's ship is abundant, she was able to develop the power of the spiritual weapon so quickly. Her timing and positioning were impeccable. She truly has remarkable combat talent. Li Xiaoyu blushed slightly, put away the harpoon, and walked back to her original position with a forced calmness. But her fingers, which were tightly gripping the harpoon, trembled slightly, and her eyes revealed undisguised excitement and the joy of being recognized. She stole a glance at Wang Hao and saw that he was looking at her with a faint smile on his lips. Her heart skipped a beat. Brother Hao is looking at me. Go for it. With the processing of the catch temporarily completed, the other two fishing boats continued trawling operations in safe waters, giving the blue crystal a moment of leisure as the warm sunlight shone on the spacious deck. Xiaoya skipped over to Ollie to help sort the packaged spirit fish meat. She picked up a piece of emerald fish scale that refracted iridescent light in the sunlight and asked curiously, "Sisterly, this is so pretty. Can you help me see what we can make with it?" Ollie gently took the scale and examined it carefully. This is the best heart-protecting scale of the azure wave fish, containing gentle water essence. When ground into powder and mixed into ointment, it has a miraculous effect on healing wounds. Xiaoya, your senses are as pure and sharp as ever, always able to discover these good things. No wonder Brother Wang Hao said you are our ship's treasure hunter. He likes you the most. She smiled and tapped Xiaoya's nose. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's long, snow-white ears twitched happily, and her little face flushed slightly. Really? Sister Ailey, I will definitely try my best to be a good treasure hunter. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer witnessed all of this. Zhang Rongrong moved gracefully to stand slightly behind Wang Hao and said softly, "The captain understands and cherishes every crew member so much. No wonder the blue crystal is so united and makes people feel warm and comfortable." Zhang Meyer moved closer, her fiery red outfit making her skin appear even whiter than snow, and she smiled charmingly. Yes, even the ship spirit is so lovely and kind to everyone. He doesn't have the arrogant attitude of other ship repairmen at all. Mayer is increasingly grateful to be able to follow him. She gazed intently at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with seductive allure. In the afternoon, the transport of the catch slowed down temporarily. The sorted spiritual materials on the deck were piled up like mountains. The setting sun cast its warm light on the slightly tired people after their busy work. Gurgle. Li Xiaoyu's stomach protested again, and she rubbed it sheepishly. Ollie smiled gently and clapped her hands. All right, we have to wait until we're full before we can deal with the fish. Oh man, help me move the stove out and set it up. Just put it in that corner over there. Xiaoyu, go to the cabin and get some of the fattest pieces of blue water bream belly and spiny lizard meat, as well as the seaweed we left this morning and those sea lemons. Okay, Li Xiaoyu immediately darted out. Yes, sir. Oh man, full of energy, easily lifted the stove out. Xiaoya also offered, Sister Ailey, let me help you wash the vegetables. She ran to the bucket of fresh water and deftly washed the emerald green seaweed and several yellow sea lemons with rough skin and a fresh, sour smell. Soon, a simple charcoal fire was lit. Ollie skillfully cut the fish into thick slices, marinated them with sea lemon juice, a little sea salt, and a fragrant dried seaweed powder, and quickly blanched the seaweed, then mixed it with lemon juice and special seasoning powder to make a refreshing side dish. Zhang Meyer had been watching this area closely. Seeing that Ali was preparing to start a fire to grill the fish, she immediately came over, took out the gold-smelting furnace from her waist, and a red light flashed. Sister Ali, starting a fire is too much trouble. Watch me. With a flick of her finger, a thin, steady line of crimson fire shot precisely into the bottom of the charcoal pile. Boom! The charcoal fire was ignited instantly, the flames leaping, and Zhang Meyer controlled the temperature just right, so that the fish would not burn instantly, and the juices and essence of the meat would be locked in quickly. With this cooking time, I guarantee it will be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with all the flavor intact. She raised her chin with a hint of pride. Thank you, Miss Mayer. Ali smiled and nodded, spreading the marinated fish slices on a special grilling rack and placing it on the charcoal fire. The sizzling sound and the enticing aroma quickly filled the air. While Ali was grilling fish, Zhang Meyer glanced around and saw Wang Hao standing at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back, looking at the fishing boats operating in the distance. Chapter 64 Preparing to modify the ship's cabin. Zhang Meyer walked behind Wang Hao, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness and just the right amount of concern. Captain, you've been standing for so long. Your shoulders must be a little sore, right? Mayer has some massage techniques. How about I give you a massage to relieve the soreness? Wang Hao turned his head slightly, but before he could respond, Zhang Meyer's warm hands gently rested on his shoulders. Her technique was indeed quite skillful, with just the right amount of force. Her fingertips carried a barely perceptible amount of fire elemental energy, like a gentle warm current, precisely kneading the acupoints on her shoulders and neck, dispelling the tension in her muscles. That amount of fire elemental energy was just right. Instead of causing a burning sensation, it brought a relaxing warmth. Wang Hao did feel a sense of comfort. his tense nerves seemed to relax a bit. He immediately stopped rejecting her flattery and simply gave a soft in acquiescence. Zhang Meyer was overjoyed and immediately worked even harder, while still speaking softly. My lord, you've worked so hard. You have to steer the spirit ship, keep an eye on the ship's spirit at all times, and command so many of us. I'm happy that I can help you with a little bit of the burden. Zhang Rongrong watched her sisters fawning from the side without intervening. She simply picked up a clean ceramic bowl, filled it with cool, fresh water, added a few dried seaweed leaves that had a refreshing aroma, stirred it gently, and then gracefully walked to Wang Hao's side, saying softly, My lord, have some water to soothe your throat. Today's harvest has been plentiful, and Lord Ship Spirit has eaten quite a bit. You should also rest for a while. Wang Hao took the ceramic bowl. The cool, slightly sweet water, with the fragrance of seaweed, went down his throat, and it was indeed refreshing. He then glanced at the deck piled high with spirit fish materials, scales, fish bones, and new goods that were still being delivered from the fishing boats. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer had been busy all afternoon, and fine beads of sweat were seeping from their foreheads. Although they maintained their composure, their fatigue was evident in their expressions. All right, Mayor, that's enough. Wang Hao gently patted Zhang Meyer's hand, signaling her to stop. Zhang Meyer was a little reluctant, but she still obediently withdrew her hand. Wang Hao turned to the two who were still refining the essence of the spiritual materials, his voice gentle but decisive. Rongrong, Mayor, stop. There's no need to waste any more effort refining the remaining spiritual fish materials. Both women were taken aback. Zhang Rongrong quickly said, My lord, it's all right, we can still. Wang Hao waved his hand to interrupt her, his gaze falling on Lan Ling, who was looking languid to the side. Lan Ling, stop pretending to be asleep. You can handle the rest yourself, so that Rongrong and Mayor don't have to work hard. Lan Ling's big eyes snapped open, her sapphire-like pupils now filled with sparkling excitement, showing no trace of sleepiness. Captain, really? Blue Spirit can eat a feast on her own now? Maximum absorption efficiency mode. Approved. Wang Hao nodded. Command confirmed. Lan Ling's voice instantly became crisp and powerful. Her small figure floated up and hovered above the spiritual materials piled on the ship, causing the blue crystal ship to shudder violently. Buzz! The various spirit fish scales, bones, and entrails piled up on the deck were swept up by an invisible current and instantly surged into the hull of the blue crystal. As the ship drew in spiritual energy, it emitted a brilliant light, and the hull expanded and stretched violently within the light. The texture of the wood and metal flowed and reorganized within the light, becoming more resilient and dense. The ship's length increased at a visible rate, 20 meters, 21 meters, and finally stopped steadily at 22 meters. The aura of the entire ship became more substantial and refined, and the spiritual patterns on the shield seemed to come alive, flowing slowly and exuding a reassuring sense of solidity. Ali, Xiao Yu, Man, Ling, the Li sisters, and even the fishermen on the two fishing boats who witnessed this scene from afar were all completely shocked by this incredible speed of evolution. Looking at Lan Ling, who was hovering at the bow of the ship, patting her belly contentedly, and Wang Hao standing beside her with his hands behind his back, his eyes were filled with indescribable awe. Wang Hao felt the even greater power of the blue crystal beneath his feet and was quite satisfied. Looking at the Zhang sisters, who were still somewhat shocked and speechless, he said, So, from now on, you don't need to waste your energy refining these ordinary spiritual materials. Lan Ling can handle them herself, and she's very efficient. You can rest well, conserve your spiritual energy, and use it wisely. Only take action when you encounter high-grade materials in the future. Just get some snacks for Lan Ling. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They finally understood completely. Seeing this unreasonable growth potential again, they realized that even auxiliary devices were no longer needed. The potential represented by this blue crystal and the ship's spirit named Blue Spirit has completely exceeded White Sand Island and may even exceed the limits of cognition in this sea area. Their previous attempts to demonstrate the importance of their abilities seemed so insignificant in the face of this amazing and unreasonable power and efficiency, yet they were so fortunate to witness it firsthand, and even to become crew members themselves. It was an immense opportunity. Yes, sir. The two women were completely convinced and bowed deeply, their voices filled with an unprecedented excitement. At this moment, the aroma of the grilled fish reached its peak, and Ailey's gentle voice broke the silence after the shock. Captain, Miss Rongrong, Miss Mayor, and everyone, the fish is ready. Come and eat it while it's hot. On the deck, everyone sat together, sharing a simple yet delicious grilled fish. Their fatigue was dispelled by the food, and their awe transformed into boundless anticipation for the future. Lan Ling let out a satisfied burp, her silver hair swaying gently in the evening breeze. The aroma of grilled fish mingled with the sea breeze, bringing a sense of happiness to everyone on the boat. Wang Hao put down the ceramic bowl in his hand, looked at the makeshift stove and scattered pots and pans in the corner of the deck, and said, "We had a good day, so we returned to port ahead of schedule. The Blue Crystal now has a lot more space. It's not a long-term solution to keep cooking on the deck, and it'll just make the ship black with smoke." Then Wang Hao pointed towards the cabin and said, "We have 2 more cabins now. I plan to renovate one. I'll turn it into a small kitchen, build a stove, and install some storage shelves so cooking will be more convenient. As for the other one, perhaps it can be used to grow something, such as some fresh vegetables and fruits, which is better than dried seaweed." "Growing vegetables?" Xiaoya was the first to exclaim in surprise, her snow-white rabbit ears standing straight up excitedly, and her ruby-like eyes sparkling. Okay, Brother Hao, I'm really good at growing things. Back in the shanty town, I could grow seaweed sprouts in broken clay pots. Leave it to me. I guarantee it will grow lush and green." She jumped up and down excitedly, as if she could already see the cabin full of lush greenery. Chapter 65 Spirit Pattern Technology. Ali smiled gently. The captain's consideration is good. Having a small kitchen is indeed much more convenient. It will also make it easier for me to cook delicious food for everyone in the future. Okay, I can help Sister Ailey too. Li Xiaoyu chimed in, patting her little knife. Let's plan it out. The space should be enough, since the ship will continue to grow. Wang Hao nodded. Then it's settled. Lan Ling, let's return to the dock. Mayor, go and inform the fishing boats to return. Command confirmed. Lan Ling's clear voice rang out. The sails rippled in the wind, and the boats smoothly changed direction, heading towards Baisha Island with 2 fishing boats laden with their catch in the afterglow of the setting sun. As the Blue Crystal slowly entered the dock was already bustling with people. The repairmen and the managers arranged by Zhang Jiasin had been waiting with their respective teams for a long time, their faces full of anticipation. However, the atmosphere on the dock subtly changed when large quantities of ordinary sea fish were unloaded from 2 other fishing boats. Manager Li, a middle-aged manager from the Zhang Family Chamber of Commerce, who was specifically assigned to handle the liaison, pointed preemptively at the mountain of ordinary fish catch and said in a tone that left no room for doubt. As is customary, these ordinary fish catches are naturally purchased and processed by our Zhangjia Chamber of Commerce. Behind him, several of his men had already begun directing the workers to prepare to move the unloaded fish. The other manager from the Equipment Repair Guild, surnamed Li, was a lean man. Upon hearing this, he frowned and immediately stepped forward to block him. "Manager Zhang, you're wrong to say that. The golden-armored lizard meat and spirit fish we caught yesterday were sold jointly by our 2 families. Today, with so many ordinary fish, shouldn't the guild get a share? Our guild has so many slaves and ordinary craftsmen under its jurisdiction, and they also need these fish to supplement their meat supply. How can your Zhang family monopolize them all?" The union members behind him also surrounded him without showing any weakness. The 2 managers refused to back down, and their voices gradually rose. The focus of the dispute was the ownership of the large quantity of ordinary fish caught. The Zhang family wanted to take it all, while the union believed that it also had the right to a share. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the Blue Crystal, looking at the scene of the dispute below. He frowned slightly. His original intention was to let them handle it as a way of repaying them for helping him a couple of days ago. He didn't expect that they would quarrel over such an ordinary catch of fish. All right. Wang Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out the noise at the dock, carrying an undeniable authority. The 2 sides arguing instantly fell silent and looked up at the figure at the bow of the ship. "Why are you arguing about such a small thing?" Wang Hao glanced at Steward Zhang and Steward Li and said, "These ordinary fish catches, your Equipment Repair Guild, and the Zhang family each take half and handle them yourselves. Weigh them first." "Captain, you are wise." Manager Li was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly bowed. The repairmen immediately beamed with joy and prepared to receive their half of the catch. Manager Li immediately called to the men he had brought. "Hurry up. Count the quantity, weigh it. Calculate the price according to the market price, and be quick about it." Soon, the catch was tallied, and Manager Li, carrying a small cloth bag, respectfully walked to the foot of the Blue Crystal's gangplank and presented it with both hands. "Lord Wang, today's catch of ordinary fish totaled 15,300 caddies, which is 20 copper coins per caddy at the market price. The total amount of spirit fish meat is 103 gold coins, and 60 silver coins. I'll round it up for you to 105 gold coins. Please count it. Wang Hao gestured for Amon to go down and take the money back. Amon weighed it in her hand and pouted. TSK, only a little over 100 gold coins today. All she knew was that there were more fish today than yesterday, but less money. She was a little dissatisfied and muttered under her breath about how unscrupulous the merchants were. Wang Hao was also slightly taken aback. He earned 3,000 gold coins in one go yesterday. Although he did not encounter any sea monsters today, his catch of ordinary fish was huge, and he even evolved his ship. How come he only made this little money? Zhang Rongrong, being perceptive, noticed Wang Hao's expression and immediately stepped forward, standing slightly behind him to his side, explaining gently. Captain, you may not know this, but the vast majority of the 3,000 gold shells we received yesterday were from the meat of the golden-armored spiny lizard. The golden-armored spiny lizard is a ferocious beast with considerable strength in this sea area. The earth and metal spiritual energy contained in its meat is a great tonic for body cultivators and weapon cultivators who need to strengthen their bodies. Moreover, it is not easy to catch, so its price is extremely high. That meat accounted for the majority of yesterday's income. She paused, her tone tinged with regret and a deeper sense of awe. As for the main skeleton and carapace plates, those are the truly priceless treasures, containing the purest earth and metal essence of the spiny lizard, which are spiritual materials for refining powerful spiritual weapons and even integrating into the hull of high-level spiritual ships. If you were willing to sell it, it would be worth at least 5 low-grade spirit stones. That's 50,000 gold coins. Unfortunately, it's already been sold to the ship's spirit. Zhang Rongrong didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Lan Ling had devoured the skeleton, and the top-grade spiritual material worth 50,000 gold coins was gone, becoming nourishment for the growth of the blue crystal ship. Wang Hao suddenly realized why Zhang Cui looked so pained yesterday when she didn't sell the golden-armored lizard skeleton. 50,000 gold coins. That number was indeed astonishing. However, for the growth of the blue crystal, the money was well spent. He glanced at Lan Ling, who was idly swinging her little feet. The little girl felt Wang Hao's gaze and immediately returned a sweet, innocent smile. I see. Wang Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. It's all right, ordinary fish can be processed. Thank you for your hard work. Steward Li quickly bowed and said, It is my honor to be able to share Lord Wang's burdens. The fish catch was processed, and it was nearly dusk. Zhang Meyer immediately seized the opportunity, walked up to Wang Hao, and smiled charmingly. Captain, aren't you going to buy kitchen utensils and seeds? Meyer knows the island like the back of her hand. I know exactly which shops have good quality goods at fair prices and which ones like to rip off customers. I'll take you there, and I guarantee you'll save time and money. She was radiant with passion, her eyes sparkling, and every move she made was naturally alluring. Wang Hao glanced at the sky and then at the ship. He knew that manpower was indeed needed to modify the cabin and purchase supplies. The Zhang sisters were familiar with the island and would be good guides. All right, Wang Hao nodded, then turned to the beast-eared girls on the deck and gave them instructions. Ali, you take Xiao Yu and Ah Man to guard the house and do a simple cleaning of the new cabin. When I come back, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu, you two stay and help out too. Okay, Brother Hao. Everyone responded in unison. Zhang Rongrong also gave a graceful curtsy. Rongrong is also willing to accompany you. Perhaps she can offer some advice to you, sir. Okay, let's go together then. Wang Hao didn't refuse. Wang Hao, carrying a money bag containing more than 3,000 gold coins, followed Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer off the blue crystal ship. Chapter 66. These two sisters are both very good at handling things. Zhang Meyer, like a joyful little bird, naturally took Wang Hao's arm, her skin brushing against his arm almost imperceptibly, her voice sweet and delicate. Captain, this way. Let's go to the craft shop first. They have the most complete selection of all kinds of tools and equipment. The owner is familiar with my aunt, so I guarantee he won't overcharge us. Wang Hao felt the soft touch and the girl's fragrance on his arm. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not push her away. He simply enjoyed it silently. Seeing this, Zhang Meyer was secretly pleased and held him even tighter. Zhang Rongrong lagged half a step behind, watching her younger sister's bold move. Her eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing, maintaining her elegant and proper demeanor, and added softly, My lord, in addition to cooking utensils, the seeds for growing vegetables also need to be carefully selected. The types of vegetables that can grow on the island are limited, so we need to choose the varieties carefully. Elder Shui of Lingji Pavilion has several special spiritual vegetable seeds. Although they are more expensive than ordinary seeds, They are more resilient, contain a faint spiritual energy, and taste better. As she spoke, she subtly moved closer to Wang Hao's other side, her warm breath carrying a delicate fragrance, gently brushing against his ear, her tone soothing, like a clear spring. The silhouettes of the three people against the setting sun create a beautiful scene. Zhang Meyer, full of enthusiasm, held Wang Hao's arm tightly and skipped along like a guide, while Zhang Rongrong, gentle as water, accompanied her and offered advice in a soft voice. The sight of two beautiful women, each with a distinct temperament, yet equally stunning, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. On the blue crystal, a man leaned against the ship's railing, watching the three figures disappear into the distance, and clicked her tongue. TSK, Brother Hao's pomp and circumstance. Those two Miss Zhangs, they're both so good at handling things. Ali gently patted her back and said reproachfully, "Don't talk nonsense. The captain knows what he's doing." Her gaze was gentle as she watched Wang Hao's figure disappear around the corner of the dock street, feeling a slight sense of loss. Xiaoya, holding Ali's hand, said expectantly, "Sister Ali, let's go clean the new cabin. I want to choose the sunniest spot to plant vegetables." Inside the ship, two new cabins, freed up after the ship was expanded, are waiting to be extensively renovated and transformed into more comfortable and welcoming mobile homes. Under Zhang Meyer's enthusiastic guidance and Zhang Rongrong's gentle companionship, Wang Hao stepped from the working-class area into the most bustling street on Baisha Island. This step was like crossing an invisible boundary, and the scene before my eyes suddenly opened up, as if I had instantly traveled from the ancient and rugged fishing port to another world. Wang Hao, a working-class man from modern society, was still deeply shocked by the scene before him, even though he had already witnessed the miracle of the blue crystal and the birth of the ship's spirit. The streets were wide and clean, paved with strange stone slabs that shone with a warm luster. The shops on both sides of the road were brightly lit, dispelling the approaching twilight. However, what illuminated all of this was not electric light. Instead, they are luminous crystal lamps of various shapes embedded in shop signs, walls, and even street pillars. These crystal lamps emit soft or bright light, in shades of crimson, azure, and warm yellow, a dazzling array of colors, like flowing neon lights. Even more amazing is that the light is not constant, but changes with the spiritual patterns engraved on the surface, causing the light to flicker and change, creating a bizarre and fantastical street. Free from the constraints of electrical wires, these crystal lamps are installed with exquisite craftsmanship. Driven by pure spiritual energy, the interplay of light and shadow is dazzling and in no way inferior to the modern urban nightscapes in Wang Hao's memory, and even adds a touch of mystery and profound charm. How is it, Captain? Although it can't compare to the prosperity of your hometown, this is still the liveliest place on our island. Zhang Meyer, holding Wang Hao's arm, sensed his momentary lapse in attention, proudly raised her chin, and casually nuzzled Wang Hao's arm, her voice carrying a hint of boastfulness and intimacy. These are all the work of artifact cultivators. They use spirit patterns to guide spiritual energy and stimulate the luminous elements within the crystals. Look how beautiful they are. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the shops on both sides of the street, where various strange corals, deep-sea pearls, and bone fragments of unknown giant beasts were displayed in the shop windows, all shimmering with precious light. Looking through the open doorway from the 100 Refinements Pavilion sign, one can see various spiritual weapons hanging inside, gleaming with a cold light and exuding a powerful spiritual aura, swords, spears, and halberds alike. A refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted from the entrance of the rejuvenating elixir workshop, and those entering and leaving hurriedly. Beneath the huge signboard of Qianfan Shipbuilding, piles of various deep-colored, uniquely textured woods exuding rich wood and water elemental energy were stacked. They were clearly spirit woods specially supplied for ship repair to strengthen the hull. Wang Hao could even clearly sense the powerful vitality and resilience contained in some of the woods, far exceeding that of ordinary trees. Indeed impressive. Wang Hao sincerely praised that although this world lacks technological civilization, it has developed a mature and efficient system for the use of spiritual energy. In some ways, its convenience and ingenuity are so great that even I, a modern person, am envious, since there are no electricity, water, or gas bills here. We've arrived. Zhang Meyer pointed to a magnificent building in front of her, with a huge sign hanging above it. The three characters, 100 Crafts Workshop, were spelled out by crystal lamps that shone with warm yellow light. As soon as you enter, you are enveloped in warm, bright light. The shop is very spacious and displays a wide variety of utensils, from exquisite cups, bowls, plates and dishes to large magical artifacts. The interior decoration is also very sophisticated, and the air is filled with a faint fragrance of wood and spiritual materials, making people feel very comfortable. At this moment, two pretty young female shop assistants in matching blue uniforms immediately came forward. Upon seeing the two young ladies from the Zhang family, Zhang Meyer and Zhang Rongrong, their faces instantly lit up with respectful smiles, and they bowed in unison. Miss Meyer, Miss Rongrong, you, go, go, go. Zhang Meyer waved her hand impatiently, interrupting their formulaic greeting, and tightened her grip on Wang Hao's arm. Let's see for ourselves, don't bother Master Ship Repair. Her tone carried a hint of arrogance. Only then did the shop assistants notice Wang Hao, who was surrounded by the two young ladies from the Zhang family. Sensing the invisible spiritual pressure emanating from him, they immediately bowed again and respectfully stepped aside, filled with awe and curiosity. He thought to himself, what a young ship repairman. Zhang Rongrong then naturally walked to Wang Hao's other side and began to introduce in a gentle voice. Captain, we need to add some living facilities to the ship. The things here aren't very good. Please come over here. She led Wang Hao to one of the areas inside the shop, where some uniquely shaped stoves were displayed. Chapter 67, The Understanding Flower. The stove is a square black stone platform about the size of a millstone. The surface of the platform is engraved with a dense array of crimson spirit patterns. Next to it is a small control knob, which is also engraved with a miniature array of spirit patterns. This is a thermal stone stove. Zhang Rongrong pointed to it and explained. Its core is the refined fire rock inside. By turning this knob, you can control the injection of spiritual power of different intensities, which can precisely activate the fire spirit patterns inside and control the intensity of the fire and the temperature distribution. It does not require charcoal, is smokeless and dust-free, and is very clean and efficient, making it very suitable for use on ships. As she spoke, she gently turned the knob, and a soft orange-red light instantly shone from the center of the black stone. A uniform heat wave emanated from it, but it was restrained by the spirit pattern array on the stone platform, and the heat did not leak out at all. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just a gas stove powered by spiritual energy? It might even be better. He nodded. This is good. Get me two, one for stir-frying and one for stewing soup. Who knows? We might even be able to grill meat. Okay. Zhang Rongrong smiled and agreed, gesturing to the shop assistant next to her to write it down. Next, she led Wang Hao to a large device, a metal cabinet taller than a person, with several thick pipes connected to it and intricate aquamarine patterns engraved on it. The front of the cabinet was inlaid with a transparent crystal panel, comparable to a touch screen, through which one could see the slowly rotating water flow and some filtration structures inside. Captain, this is essential for a long voyage. Zhang Rongrong pointed to the device and said, this is a seawater converter. It can directly extract seawater and, through its internal purification array and multiple filtration runes, separate salt and impurities, converting it into fresh water and sea salt that can be drunk directly. It is very efficient. With it, there is no need to carry fresh water every day. This was the same device that Wang Hao had seen at the island's dock on his first day. It was the same thing in front of the boat captain's small building. He had been curious about it then, but the one in front of him was even more exquisite. Looking at the device with its clear principles and powerful functions, Wang Hao once again marveled at the advanced psionic technology of this world and said without hesitation, I want this one too. Subsequently, the meticulous Zhang Rongrong demonstrated astonishing planning abilities. The refrigerated display case, with frost-retaining patterns that can keep food fresh for a long time, was recommended. Wang Hao nodded and said, yes, that's it, a refrigerator. They selected storage cabinets and cupboards made of sea-worn wood, which are lightweight, sturdy, and have moisture-proof patterns. The set includes a complete set of kitchen knives and spatulas made of refined black iron, with sharp spiritual patterns added to the blades. Even the pots and pans were selected from exquisite pieces with practical and auspicious patterns such as sturdy and reliable. The entire shopping process was so simple that all Wang Hao needed to do was nod. He didn't have to worry about anything. Zhang Rongrong was able to arrange everything she needed on her boat, even things she hadn't thought of yet, perfectly. She was very thoughtful, considering practicality, space utilization, and the unique characteristics of the boat's environment. Zhang Meyer was responsible for communicating with the shop assistants to ensure the prices were fair and occasionally added a few witty remarks to liven up the atmosphere. As Wang Hao watched the shop assistants begin packing the purchased items, Zhang Rongrong took out a thick stack of beautifully bound books from a delicate storage bag she was carrying and presented them to Wang Hao with both hands. "Captain." Her voice was soft and sincere as she held the books in her hands and said, "You've just arrived on White Sand Island, and you don't remember anything from before." As she said this, she glanced at Wang Hao with a slightly apologetic look, clearly aware that Zhang Meyer had made a slip of the tongue earlier. The elders in the family had also told them about it, and speculated about Wang Hao's background. "I think you might need to refresh your knowledge of the basics. These books include Introduction to Ship Repair, Illustrated Compendium of Basic Tool Repair, Simplified Illustrated Guide to Ocean Beasts, and Complete Guide to Elementary Spiritual Materials and Spiritual Fire. There are also some miscellaneous notes about the local customs and culture of the seas, imperial laws, ship repair conventions, and basic spirit rune identification, which I hope will be helpful to you." Wang Hao took the heavy stack of books from Zhang Rongrong. Looking at the titles on the pages, an indescribable warmth and gratitude welled up in his heart. These books were exactly what he needed most right now. Since arriving in this world, Wang Hao has been almost completely ignorant of its customs, traditions, and other information. At this moment, he is like a dried-up sponge, urgently needing to absorb all kinds of knowledge about this world. The gift Zhang Rongrong gave was far more valuable than any gold or other valuables. For her, it was a true lifeline, allowing her to integrate into this world as quickly as possible. Wang Hao raised his head, looking directly into Zhang Rongrong's gentle and tender eyes, his voice unusually solemn. "Rongrong, thank you. I will remember your kindness." This was the first time Wang Hao had called her by her name seriously, instead of his usual, very polite, "Miss Rongrong." Two faint blushes instantly rose on Zhang Rongrong's face, like newly blooming peach blossoms. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding Wang Hao's grateful gaze. "Captain, you flatter me. This is what I should do." She paused for a moment, as if she had finally mustered up her courage, before raising her head. Her eyes held a hint of shyness, and although her voice remained gentle, there was a different emotion in her tone. "Who made me a member of your crew?" Her words, seemingly carrying a promise and a test, gently touched Wang Hao's heart. Zhang Meyer, who was standing to the side, saw all of this. Her eyes flickered slightly, then she put on a charming smile and gently swayed Wang Hao's arm. "That's right. Captain, we're all on your ship now. This is nothing. Let's go. Let's have them deliver the things to the dock. Rongrong, let's take the captain to buy seeds. Little Yu is waiting." The procurement team continued on its way, and Zhang Rongrong's meticulous care and the profound meaning of the word crewman stirred a different kind of emotion in Wang Hao's heart. Guided by Zhang Rongrong and enthusiastically pulled by Zhang Meyer, the three headed towards Lingzixuan, a shop specializing in selling spiritual plant seeds. Lingzixuan's storefront is not as magnificent as Beigongfang's, but it exudes a fresh and natural vitality, with the air filled with a mixture of earthy, grassy, and faint spiritual scents. Instead of those ornate crystal lamps, this shop features potted moonflower plants hanging from trellises, emitting a soft white light. The light emitted by this spiritual herb is very gentle and comfortable. Chapter 68 Artificial Bone Plate. Old Shui, the owner of the spiritual plant shop, was an elderly man with white hair and beard. Upon seeing Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, he immediately greeted them with a smile. "Miss Rongrong, Miss Meyer, what a rare guest. And this is..." "Old Shui, this is our ship repairman, Captain Wang Hao," Zhang Rongrong introduced gently. Old Shui's gaze swept over the blue spirit floating on Wang Hao's shoulder, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He immediately bowed and said, "So it's Captain Wang. I'm so sorry for my rudeness. May I ask what kind of seeds the ship repairman needs?" "Old Shui, the captain wants to set up a small vegetable garden in the cabin to grow some short-cycle spiritual vegetables," Zhang Rongrong explained on behalf of Wang Hao. "Growing vegetables in the cabin?" Old Shui stroked his beard, turned around, and led the way, talking as he walked. "Growing vegetables on a boat is a delicate task. Please take a look, Master Ship Repairman. These are varieties that are suitable for the island environment and can even grow better in an environment with relatively rich spiritual energy." He led the three to a row of jade boxes displaying seeds and began to introduce them. Mr. Shui first opened a jade box, inside which were tiny blue seeds. Blue watergrass is a specialty of our Baisha Island and one of the island's staple foods. It is shaped like kelp, but its leaves are wider and thicker, and it is light blue in color. It contains a gentle water and wood spirit. It grows quickly and can be harvested once a month. The leaves can be used to make soup or cold dishes. They can also be dried, ground into powder, and made into noodles. It has a slightly sweet taste and is a good staple food. Next, a jade box was opened, inside which were several black seeds with silver spots. This is the moonlight vine, which can be used for both seasoning and medicine. This vine prefers shade, and at night its leaves emit a faint silvery white glow, which is quite beautiful. The tender leaves and vine tips are edible and have a unique spicy aroma, making them excellent seasonings. The old vines are tough and can be used as medicine, having a calming and soothing effect. Old Shue smiled and opened another box, inside which were dark red, flat seeds. This is a pepper, a good thing. The fruit is shaped like a small lantern, with a moderate spiciness. It is rich in the essence of fire and earth. It can enhance the flavor and aroma of stir-fries and stews, and can also dispel the dampness and cold in the cabin. The water fern has thick, juicy leaves with many fine hairs along the edges, which can collect moisture from the air to form dew. It contains pure water essence and has a crisp and refreshing taste. It is best eaten raw or in salads, making it an excellent choice for planting in ship cabins. Sweet potato. The tuber grows buried in the soil. It is similar in shape to a sweet potato with a yellowish-brown skin. When cut open, the flesh is white as jade, containing a gentle, earthy spirit. It is resistant to storage and can be steamed, boiled, or roasted. It has a powdery and slightly sweet taste and is very filling. The only problem is that the growth cycle is a bit long, but a single planting can yield a lot. Wang Hao said to Mr. Shue, "Boss, let's get a little of each of the 5 types you introduced. We don't need too much. We'll buy them and try them out first." All right. Old Shue quickly began to pack the seeds into specially made spirit wood boxes, along with detailed planting instructions for each type of spirit plant. After Wang Hao paid for the seeds, the purchase was basically complete. The 3 of them walked out of the spirit plant pavilion. Zhang Meyer was excitedly planning which pastry shop to go to buy some of the island's special spirit fruit preserves for the captain to try. Just then, Wang Hao's gaze inadvertently swept over a shop on the street, a shop emanating an extremely rich and pure wood elemental spiritual energy. The shop's facade was simple and unadorned, with only 2 simple characters on the sign, Spirit Wood. Through the open door, you can see that what is displayed inside is not finished objects, but pieces of wood of varying sizes, all with a warm luster. The surging vitality and spirit can be clearly felt from a distance, far surpassing the ordinary ship materials on the market. Zhang Rongrong immediately noticed Wang Hao's lingering gaze. She followed his line of sight and explained softly, "Captain, that's the Spirit Wood Pavilion, a shop opened by the island lord, Baron. It sells top-grade spirit wood that has grown for hundreds or even thousands of years near the only small spirit vein in the center of the island. It is incredibly hard and contains pure and abundant wood spirit energy, making it a high-grade material for strengthening the hull of spirit ships." Zhang Meyer also chimed in, sticking out her tongue. Yes, the stuff is absolutely amazing, but the prices, TSK, they're outrageously expensive. Even a tiny scrap piece costs tens of gold coins. And those large pieces that can be used to reinforce the main keel of a ship are priced by the cubic meter. 1 cubic meter costs 1 spirit stone. That's 10,000 gold coins. It's practically robbery. She took Wang Hao's arm and swayed it. "Sir, please don't look there. That place isn't what we should be thinking about right now. Come on, let me take you to eat something delicious." When Wang Hao heard the price of 1 spirit stone per square meter, he was secretly astonished. It was tens of thousands of gold coins. His entire fortune was not even a fraction of that. Although the blue crystal has great growth potential, it is currently just a small boat of about 20 meters. Evolving it with this kind of spirit wood is too cost-effective, and we don't have that much money. Going to the beach is still more cost-effective. Wang Hao nodded and was about to look away when Zhang Rongrong spoke again, her voice still gentle. She subconsciously said, "If Captain wants to acquire some easy-to-refine and absorbable, cost-effective spirit ship materials for the blue crystal, I know a place." "Oh, where is it?" Wang Hao became interested. "Please come with me." Zhang Rongrong moved gracefully, leading Wang Hao and Zhang Meyer into a nearby street, and arrived at a shop called Wantong Chamber of Commerce. The shop's decor is completely different from Lingmu Pavilions, appearing simple and even somewhat rugged. There are no fancy display shelves inside, only huge stone platforms, on which are neatly stacked pieces of pale white, irregularly shaped bone plates. Each bone plate is 1 meter square, with a relatively smooth surface that exudes a cold and hard feel, yet the material contains a considerable amount of spiritual energy. This is curious. Wang Hao picked up a small sample and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy and cold to the touch, and the texture was very dense. "Captain, this is the basic spirit bone plate developed and promoted by the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. They have shops on many nearby islands. Zhang Rongrong pointed to these bone plates and explained, they are not natural spiritual materials, but are made primarily from the bones of a large number of low-level spiritual fish that have been captured, mixed with some seabed minerals, and mass-produced using special spiritual artifacts and arrays. Of course, there are also bone plates made from ordinary fish bones mixed with minerals, but they are useless to us. However, the civilians on the island used them to build houses and floating platforms. Wang Hao turned his head to look at the corner, where there were piles of bone plates. Upon comparison, they were indeed the same white bone plates he had seen on the floating platform in the civilian area. This world has truly pushed resource utilization to its limits. Even fish bones can be used to make materials. Chapter 69 Perfect Devouring Material. Zhang Rongrong casually picked up a sample, tapped the edge of the bone plate lightly with her fingertips, and produced a crisp, metallic sound. The most distinctive feature of this material is that it contains a combination of gold and water spiritual energy, and its structure is relatively simple and stable, which is suitable for most ship repair apprentices and low-level ship repairers who have just begun to refine spirit ships. Their own spirit ships had weak foundations, making it difficult for them to directly refine complex and powerful natural spirit materials, and they couldn't afford the high costs. Therefore, these spirit bone plates became their primary source of spirit materials. Zhang Rongrong's tone carried a hint of objective evaluation. Although the refining and absorption efficiency is far inferior to that of natural spiritual materials, and the growth rate of the spirit ship is slow, it has the advantage of low price, only 500 gold coins per cubic meter, and the supply is stable. Moreover, there is no need to risk fighting with ferocious beasts in the sea, making it the mainstream choice for most ship repairers to slowly upgrade the hull. Looking at the bone plate in his hand, and then thinking about the high-grade spirit wood worth 10,000 gold coins per piece, rich in spiritual energy, Wang Hao instantly understood why Zhang Rongrong had brought him here. High-grade spirit wood has better effects in all aspects, but it is ridiculously expensive and has a very low-cost performance. The ship repairman's refining of these basic spirit bone plates is of average quality and takes a long time, but they are cheap, plentiful, and cost-effective. For Wang Hao, who has Lan Ling as his little foodie, even the highest absorption efficiency of high-grade spirit wood may not be able to match Lan Ling's voracious appetite for ordinary materials and its near 100% conversion rate. The money saved can be used to buy more spirit bone plates so that Lan Ling can eat as much as she wants, and her growth rate may not necessarily be slower. Haha, Rongrong, you're truly my wonderful wife. In high spirits, Wang Hao couldn't help but praise. These spirit bone plates are the best snack for Lan Ling. They're plentiful, filling, and economical, truly excellent. Upon hearing the words, virtuous wife, Zhang Rongrong's cheeks flushed instantly, as if she had applied the finest rouge. She lowered her head slightly, her voice barely a whisper. Captain, you flatter me. I merely did my best. Seeing her sister blushing from the praise, and Wang Hao so satisfied with the spirit bone plate, Zhang Meyer cleverly ran to the counter and loudly proclaimed to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, our captain needs the best quality of these spirit bone plates from 3 different sources. If yours isn't of good quality, we'll tear your shop down. The shopkeeper, a lean middle-aged man, had been dozing off when Zhang Meyer's shout startled him awake. Upon seeing that 2 young ladies from the Zhang family were among the visitors, his attitude immediately became extremely respectful. Yes, Miss Mayer, don't worry. Our shop would never dare to cheat you. 3 spirit bone plates will be prepared for you right away. 500 gold coins per plate. 3 plates for a total of 1,500 gold coins. Wang Hao paid the money readily. This was the last item he bought today, and it almost used up all the gold coins he had left. Watching the shop assistant tie the 3 heavy spirit bone plates together with special ropes and prepare to send them to the dock location that Wang Hao had left behind, Wang Hao felt a sense of peace. Although he couldn't afford high-grade spirit wood right now, bringing back a bunch of spirit bone plates for Lan Ling to chew on was the most practical thing to do. Wang Hao could almost see Lan Ling happily eating the bone plates, and the blue crystal ship growing up in no time. Let's head back home. Wang Hao waved his hand, feeling quite pleased. Mayor, we'll try the snacks you mentioned next time. All right, as the captain commands. Although Zhang Meyer was a little disappointed, she immediately cheered up when she saw that Wang Hao was satisfied, and took his arm to walk back. Zhang Rongrong followed beside him, looking at Wang Hao's satisfied and expectant smile, and then at the 3 spirit bone plates that were about to become the ship's spirit's snacks. A faint, genuine smile curved her lips. Sharing the captain's burdens and finding the most suitable thing for him. This feeling is wonderful. When Wang Hao returned to the blue crystal with the Zhang sisters and a full load of supplies, Ali and the others had already directed the laborers who came to deliver the goods to sort and pile the purchased items on the deck. A brand new thermal stone stove, seawater converter, refrigerator, all sorts of cabinets, pots and pans, spirit pattern knives, and 3 spirit bone plates emanating a faint spiritual aura filled the spacious deck to the brim. Brother How is back. Little Tanuki was the first to cheer and pounce on the pile of things, curiously circling around it and pointing at the stove, saying, "Wow, such beautiful stones. And there are such beautiful cabinets." Ali stepped forward with a gentle smile on her face. "Thank you for your hard work. Everything has been delivered. We were just thinking about how to put it away." "Ali, don't rush. We can plan slowly." Wang Hao was in a good mood. He patted Xiaoya's head and then ruffled her fluffy rabbit ears. "Xiaoya, look, I brought you a lot of seeds." Xiaoya hugged the spirit wood box containing the seeds, her snow-white rabbit ears trembling slightly from Wang Hao's movements. "Thank you, Brother Hao. I'll go find a place right now." She couldn't wait to run to the reserved, empty cabin, ready to choose the most suitable location for her vegetable garden. Just then, Lan Ling, who had been hovering at the bow of the ship, suddenly locked her large, sapphire-like eyes onto the 3 spirit bone panels on the deck that were radiating golden and water spiritual energy. High density, structurally stable, and easily absorbed composite material detected, suitable for optimization of the ship's basic structure. "Absorb. Absorb immediately." Lan Ling's ethereal voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind, filled with longing. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his ship's spirit in this state. All right, I know you're craving it. So you're allowed, Lan Ling. Eat to your heart's content. These are all snacks prepared for you." Command confirmed. Maximum efficiency absorption mode activated. Lan Ling's voice was filled with boundless joy. Buzz. The blue crystal's hull shuddered violently. A burst of light erupted instantly. Before everyone's astonished eyes, those 3 enormous spirit bone plates, like ice and snow under the scorching sun, transformed into 2 beams of light, shimmering with gold and blue, and surged into the hull of the blue crystal. The ship emitted a deep and pleasant roar, and its hull stretched and expanded slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye in the light. The texture of the hull became denser and tougher, and a very textured luster flowed across the hull. The ship's length began to soar from 22 meters, 23 meters, and finally came to a steady stop at 25 meters. The entire ship's aura became more substantial and refined. "Oh my God, he's grown so much again. Ship spirit, you're amazing." Xiaoya, holding the seed box, stared in disbelief. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer covered their mouths, their eyes filled with shock. Although they knew that the ship's spirit's absorption efficiency was amazing, seeing even man-made materials being swallowed up like this was still beyond their imagination. Chapter 70. We ate so much we lost everything. However, while everyone was still reeling from the shock of the ship's rapid growth, Lan Ling seemed to have gotten quite excited about eating. The light covering the deck did not subside with the disappearance of the spirit bone plate. Instead, it swept over all the newly purchased supplies piled on the deck like an out-of-control tide. Buzz! A beam of light swept across. That brand-new, red-engraved stone stove is gone. That seawater converter, which was taller than a person, is gone. The refrigerated display case that used to emit a chilling aura is gone. That complete set of exquisite pots, pans, and knives engraved with spirit patterns is gone. Even those exquisitely crafted storage cabinets and cupboards are gone. Everything vanished like a phantom into the hull of the blue crystal in the light. The deck was instantly empty. Only the stack of books lay there forlornly, and the seed box that Xiaoya was holding in her arms. Everyone was stunned. Wang Hao's smile froze instantly. His lips twitched, and finally turned into a helpless bitter laugh as he rubbed his forehead. "Lan Ling, you're too indiscriminate in your eating. You'll even eat pots and pans. Ship spirit. Those are the cooks. We can't eat them." Ali stamped her feet in frustration, looking at the empty deck, on the verge of tears. "My new stove. My big cabinet." Aman cried out in anguish, pounding her chest and stamping her feet. The pot is gone." Little Fox looked at where the new pot used to be and pouted. Zhang Meyer was also dumbfounded. "Lord Ship Spirit. Your appetite is a bit too good, isn't it?" Looking at Wang Hao's bewildered expression and then at the empty deck, Zhang Rongrong felt both annoyed and amused. Hiccup. A satisfied, drowsy burp echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Lan Ling, hovering at the bow of the ship, her small, luminous body becoming somewhat hazy and ethereal, patted her little belly contentedly. Her big eyes filled with the languor of someone who had eaten and drunk their fill and a hint of bewilderment. Seeing everyone's reaction, he seemed to realize that he had swallowed something he shouldn't have. Energy abundant, structure optimization, deduction initiated, large number of low-level spiritual artifact structure samples discovered, information processing center overloaded, logic core, hiccup, deep hibernation integration required. Lan Ling's voice was intermittent, filled with drowsiness. Driving the deduction. Hiccup, driving the deduction. Before she finished speaking, her small figure transformed into a streak of light and sank deep into the hull of the blue crystal, disappearing without a trace and falling into a deep state of hibernation. The deck was deathly silent. A sea breeze blew by, carrying a hint of coolness, ruffling everyone's disheveled hair and equally disheveled moods. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Finally, Wang Hao let out a long, helpless sigh and shrugged. Well, now we're done for. Forget about the new kitchen, we don't even have the old stove anymore. A man scratched his head and said in a muffled voice. Then what should we do? Are we still going to eat dinner? Eat. Of course we have to eat. Little Fox was the first to jump up, waving her little fists. We can't go hungry, Sister Ali. Let's build a stove together. Just like before. Looking at her younger sister's energetic appearance, and then at Wang Hao's helpless expression and the Zhang sisters who were also somewhat bewildered, Ali suddenly burst out laughing. This laugh seemed to break the stagnant air. Ha! Zhang Meyer couldn't help but laugh along, laughing so hard she was shaking. My goodness, Lordship Spirit is really so unique. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle as they watched this dramatic scene unfold. What else can we do? Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, his expression one of indulgence and pampering. Who told us to have such a gluttonous ship spirit? Let's just do it ourselves and have plenty to eat. Ali, tell everyone to use what we have to build a stove and start a fire. Yes, Captain. Ali smiled and replied, immediately reverting to her role as the head of the family. On, go to the dock and bring over a few flat, large stones. Xiaoyu, come with me to the cabin and get the old iron pot and the small ceramic stove we used before. Xiaoya, help me get out the seaweed and spirit fish meat. Rong, Meyer, could you please help me find some firewood? No problem. Zhang Meyer responded immediately, pulling Zhang Rong, who was still a little dazed, to go find firewood. Soon, on the deck of the Blue Crystal, a simple but lively makeshift stove was built by everyone working together, with a few large stones stacked together to form a simple stove. The firewood that Amon found was precisely lit by Zhang Meyer in the gold smelting furnace. The iron pot was placed on it, and Elise skillfully processed the ingredients. Xiaoyu assisted from the side, while Xiao Li ran around like a happy little bee, handing things to others. Li Xiaoyu excitedly used her knife to help chop the vegetables, while Li Xiaoyu quietly tidied the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Rong also put aside her aristocratic lady's reserve, rolled up her sleeves, and helped wash the seaweed, her movements surprisingly nimble. The aroma of food wafted through the air again, mingling with the sea breeze and dispelling the previous helplessness and bewilderment. The flickering firelight illuminated every face gathered around the table. There were no luxurious utensils, no exquisite bowls and plates, only simple food and people who had come together more closely because of an accident. Everyone shared the crispy grilled fish and the delicious seaweed soup, chatting and laughing. A man told everyone jokes he had heard in the shantytown, which made Xiaoli giggle. Xiaoya was looking forward to planting all sorts of spiritual vegetables after the ship's spirit woke up the next day, and imagining how Wang Hao would praise her in the future. Before she knew it, her face turned completely red. Zhang Meyer vividly described the interesting sights and sounds on the island, and even the usually aloof A Ling had a faint smile on her lips. Zhang Rong sat quietly not far from Wang Hao, eating small bites. The firelight cast a warm glow on her gentle profile. Looking at this lively and heartwarming scene, and at Wang Hao's profile in the firelight, a strange warmth welled up in her heart. This relaxed and cooperative atmosphere was completely different from the strict rules that required adherence to regulations in the Zhang family mansion, yet it gave her an unprecedented sense of relaxation and belonging. Night had fallen, and the sea breeze carried a chill. Although the ship has become much larger, the cabin space for resting is still limited. Fortunately, the increased size of the ship makes it less crowded, but it still requires some squeezing to accommodate everyone. There's limited space, so please make do tonight. Wang Hao arranged. Xiaoyu. You two sleep inside to be warmer. Rong. Mayer, you two sleep here. It's a bit more spacious. Surprisingly, Zhang Rong and Zhang Meyer showed no disdain or hesitation whatsoever. Chapter 71 Surprise. Zhang Meyer yawned and naturally leaned against the mat that Amon had laid out. Oh, it's warmer when we're squeezed together. We'll sleep on the boat tonight, listening to the sound of the waves. It feels pretty good. Zhang Rongrong nodded obediently, straightened her skirt, and sat down gracefully on the cushion near the cabin door. Thank you for your trouble, Captain. I feel very at ease being with everyone. Her voice sounded exceptionally gentle in the quiet cabin. There were no complaints, no barriers. Whether they were the animal-eared girls or the others, everyone huddled together in the not-so-spacious cabin. Thick blankets and cushions kept the deck cool, and their body heat dispelled the chill of the sea breeze. Inside the small cabin, the breathing was even and peaceful. Xiaoli curled up in Li's arms like a kitten. Li Xiaoyu snuggled up to her sister. Zhang Meyer seemed to be asleep, unconsciously leaning towards Wang Hao, while Zhang Rongrong lay quietly on her side, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the dim light. Wang Hao leaned against the cabin door, listening to the steady breathing around him, feeling the more powerful pulse of the blue crystal and the slow but steady growth of the ship. The spiritual energy within his spiritual sea grew increasingly abundant, and having this power in hand, along with the feeling of having a beautiful woman by his side, was indeed wonderful. Outside the window, moonlight spills onto the sea, creating a shimmering effect. That night, there were no luxurious houses or brocade quilts, but there was the most reassuring warmth and bond. The morning sea breeze, carrying a slightly salty coolness, blew in through the cracks in the cabin door. Inside the cabin, the people huddled together were still in the lingering warmth of their sleep. Wang Hao was awakened by the persistent tingling and numbness in his arms and thighs. He opened his eyes groggily and saw Zhang Meyer's charming sleeping face. She had half of her body pressed against his arm, and a few strands of her hair brushed against her chin. On the other side, Zhang Rongrong lay gently on her side, her head resting on the outside of Wang Hao's thigh. Her breathing was even, and her long eyelashes cast faint shadows in the morning light. The weight of the two of them made half of her body numb. Wang Hao carefully tried to pull his arm away, but as soon as he moved, Zhang Meyer let out a soft moan and hugged him even tighter, clinging to his arm like an octopus. Zhang Rongrong seemed to be startled as well. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her gentle, watery eyes, which met Wang Hao's helpless gaze. Zhang Rongrong's cheeks instantly flushed red. She hurriedly sat up, frantically straightening the slightly wrinkled hem of her skirt, her voice slightly hoarse from just waking up and tinged with panic. Captain, I'm sorry for my rudeness. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Wang Hao again. Brother Hao, come quick, come quick. Just then, Xiaoya's scream, full of surprise and disbelief, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the subtle awkwardness and lingering sleepiness in the cabin and waking everyone up. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Ailey was the first to sit up and asked with concern. A man rubbed her eyes and yawned. What's all the noise about so early in the morning? Li Xiaoyu also sat up groggily. Zhang Meyer was finally fully awakened and muttered in annoyance. Who is it? But when she saw her and Wang Hao's position clearly, her pretty face flushed slightly. She quickly let go of his hand and sat up, casually smoothing her hair. Wang Hao rubbed his arms and thighs, which were sore from being pressed down, and stretched his stiff neck before standing up first. Let's go see what Xiaoya has discovered. The lingering soft touch on my arm, and the two distinctly different girlish fragrances lingering around my nose. Zhang Rongrong kept her head down, her cheeks still flushed, and silently followed behind Wang Hao. Zhang Meyer, on the other hand, quickly regained her liveliness and followed after him, curiously peeking around. Following Xiaoya's excited directions, the group headed towards the cabin that was to be converted into a kitchen. When the cabin door was pushed open and the morning sunlight streamed into the cabin through the crystal porthole, everyone gasped and froze on the spot. The empty cabin in front of me is no longer there. There are now some beautiful crystal windows. What comes into view is a brand new kitchen. The entire cabin is full of futuristic and utilitarian aesthetics, yet it blends perfectly with the hull of the blue crystal. The entire space is exquisitely and elegantly laid out, as if it grew naturally from the interior of the ship's hull. The streamlined work table is made of a material that feels warm and smooth like jade, yet shimmers with a metallic luster. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, with no visible seams. The height of the worktop is just right, and the areas are clearly divided, making the washing, cutting, and cooking areas easy to see. In the washing area, there is a smooth, slightly concave sink. Above the sink, a simply designed faucet extends out, with a smooth crystal groove at the end. This is clearly a dishwashing basin unlike any seen before. The core of the cooking area is no longer the bulky stone stove, but several circular areas of different sizes, shimmering with soft red spiritual patterns, directly embedded in the work surface. This is clearly an upgraded version of the stove, and the heat control seems to be more intuitive and centralized. Storage compartments and wall cabinets in the same color as the ship's hull appeared on the walls. The cabinet doors were smooth and flat, without handles, as if they could be opened by touching a certain spot. In the corner, there was a refrigerator that exuded a faint chill, but a more streamlined, upright cabinet stood there. The seawater conversion artifact was directly embedded in the ship's hull, connected by several pipes engraved with spirit patterns. The water pipes were connected to faucets, and there was a small table for collecting sea salt. Pots, pans, knife racks, spice racks, and other utensils are all neatly arranged in the storage compartment below, perfectly stored away. The kitchen's design is simple, fluid, and efficient, full of an indescribable sense of modernity and technology, yet it blends perfectly into the spirit ship itself, as if it were born to be here. Oh my God! Ollie covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and unbelievable surprise. This is a kitchen? This is so beautiful. My God! Amon's mouth gaped open, big enough to fit a duck egg. This is even more impressive than a nobleman's kitchen. Did Lord Ship Spirit turn everything upside down like this? Wow, that sparkly pool. Is that a faucet? Little Tanuki was the first to rush in, curiously touching the smooth walls of the sink. How do I open this cabinet? Xiaoya also cautiously approached the built-in cabinet door and tentatively touched it. Chapter 72 Attack by the Bone-Spiked Arrowfish. Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu were also dumbfounded. Having grown up in the shanty town, they had never seen such a luxurious and magical kitchen. Zhang Meyer's eyes lit up dramatically, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch the built-in stove area. This feels even more streamlined and elegant than the family kitchen. Lord Ship's spirit is amazing. Zhang Rongrong was equally deeply shocked. She looked around at the exquisite and perfectly laid-out space, her eyes filled with amazement. This design is unheard of, yet so reasonable and practical. The ship's spirit not only absorbed the spiritual materials, but also deduced and optimized the structure, and even created a completely new style. Only Wang Hao, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar prototype of the modern kitchen, felt a surge of emotions welling up inside him. This layout, this streamlined design, this built-in concept, this hidden storage method, this is clearly the essence of his previous life's modern kitchen. Although the materials and driving methods have become the spiritual materials and spiritual energy of this world, the core idea of pursuing efficiency, cleanliness, and convenience is exactly the same. In her in-depth deduction, Lan Ling not only integrated the structural information of these magical artifacts, but also deciphered the concept of the ideal kitchen. Just how many secrets is this gluttonous and magical little creature hiding? Just then, a silver light emerged from the depths of the ship, condensing into the small figure of Lan Ling. She hovered at the newly renovated kitchen doorway, her large sapphire eyes blinking, carrying the bewilderment of someone just awakened and a hint of languid satisfaction. She seemed completely unaware of the surprise she had caused, simply floating habitually in front of Wang Hao, sniffing the non-existent aroma of snacks in the air, and then asking in a clear, melodious voice, tinged with anticipation. Captain, the simulation is complete. Lan Ling is hungry. Is there any snack for her today? Her innocent and naive demeanor, focused solely on food, created a striking and endearing contrast with the high-tech kitchen in front of her. Everyone who was just immersed in the shock was instantly pulled back to reality by Lan Ling's silly question. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer reacted the fastest, almost in unison, answering with doting and ingratiating tones. Yes, there is. Lord Ship Spirit. I'll refine them for you as soon as we set sail today. I'll refine lots and lots of them. Zhang Meyer patted her chest and promised. Looking into Lan Ling's clear, innocent eyes, and then at the modern kitchen before him, Wang Hao could only shake his head with a helpless yet indulgent smile. You're such a lovable yet exasperating little devil. Lan Ling seemed to sense Wang Hao's indulgence and happily flew around him once. Okay, Ollie clapped her hands, her face beaming with a happy smile. Don't just stand there. We have a new kitchen now, why don't you try it out? This morning, we'll use our new kitchen to cook a sumptuous meal for everyone. Xiaoyu, come and help wash the vegetables. Amon, go and see how to turn on the water. Rongrong, Meyer, could you please take a look at how to use this new stove? Okay, no problem. I'll give it a try. The small kitchen was instantly packed with people, filled with laughter and exclamations of wonder. Everyone explored each function with the care and curiosity of someone discovering a new continent. Wow, water just flows out when I put my hand here. It's so refreshing. Little Tanuki exclaimed excitedly at the crystal sensor area of the sink. This fire is so stable. The temperature rose so quickly. Ollie tried to open the spirit pattern area of the stove, and the orange-red flames rose instantly, even and quiet. This cabinet opens when you touch it here. It's so deep inside. It can hold so many things. Xiaoya discovered the hidden touch switch. Zhang Rongrong carefully observed the drainage structure of the sink and the pipe connections of the water purifier, her eyes filled with admiration. Every item elicited gasps of amazement and curiosity. This kitchen, created by the ship's spirits and blending otherworldly design with local psionic technology, became the source of the most joyful moments in the mornings. The aroma of food quickly filled the new space, and accompanied by everyone's laughter, the morning on the blue crystal was filled with unprecedented vitality and a lively atmosphere. Ollie finished preparing the last dish, steamed spirit fish meat. Dinner's ready. The crowd cheered and gathered around, taking out novel tableware from the cabinet. They loved the colors and designs of the bowls and chopsticks, and even the usually quiet Ah Ling added half a bowl of fish to her plate. Captain, people from the labor union and the Zhang family's 2 fishing boats also arrived. Let's go? Let's set off. With a nod, the blue crystal slowly left the dock, and the 3 ships headed back to the nearshore fishing grounds. On the deck, Aling had already climbed up the mast and was scanning the sea with his eyes, while little Ollie was excitedly watching the waves. Wang Hao said to Lan Ling on his shoulder, "Lan Ling, sense if there are any schools of spirit fish." Lan Ling responded. An invisible ripple spread across the hull of the boat. Immediately, her voice rang in Wang Hao's mind. "Captain, there's a large school of spirit fish darting around ahead. A large number of high-speed targets are driving away and hunting the fish. It's a school of bone-spiky arrowfish. They are numerous, and their swarming attack is very powerful. I suggest avoiding them or eliminating the threat directly." Looking up, Wang Hao saw the sea ahead boiling over. Countless iron-scaled fish leaped out of the water, creating chaotic and turbulent waves. Underwater, schools of bony swordfish with sharp bony spines on their heads surged through the water like a white torrent of death, their bony spines easily tearing open the bellies of fleeing iron-scaled fish, staining the seawater red with blood. "By the sea god!" The crew of the other 2 fishing boats cried out in alarm. "Captain Wang, it's a school of bony arrowfish. So many of them. They're scattering the school of fish." The captain of the Zhang family fishing boat's face changed drastically. "Damn it. It's a bony swordfish. These ferocious beasts roam in droves, and their bony spines are incredibly hard. The fishing nets can't stop them at all. They'll even ram through the bottom of the boat." "Spiky swordfish?" Zhang Meyer's face paled. "They can smash even large fishing boats when they charge." And so many of them gathered together. As if to prove her words, a steel-scaled fish was forced out of the water by a school of bone-spiked arrowfish, and was instantly pierced by a bone spike. One of the bony swordfish seemed to be stimulated by the smell of blood, broke away from the school, and pointed its bony spines directly at the side of the blue crystal ship, accelerating towards it. With a thought, Wang Hao mobilized the spiritual power within his spiritual sea, concentrated his mind, and guided the spiritual power, causing the spiritual patterns on the ship's hull to glow. Call out. A water arrow crackling with electricity struck the bony swordfish precisely. After piercing the swordfish, the violent current blasted it black, leaving it floating belly up on the surface of the sea, dead in an instant. "The captain is amazing." Zhang Meyer's eyes gleamed with admiration. However, this was like stirring up a hornet's nest. It instantly attracted the attention of a larger group of bone-spinning swordfish nearby. They changed direction and charged straight at the rudder area at the stern of the blue crystal. "Watch out. They're charging towards the rudder," Aling warned from the mast. Wang Hao had a sudden thought. Shield rises. The spiritual energy within the spiritual sea was poured into the spiritual energy shield at the stern of the ship. At the same time, with Lan Ling's assistance and control, the spiritual energy that Wang Hao poured in was injected into the shield's spiritual runes in the most stable way. A massive, condensed light shield, shimmering with blue light, instantly and firmly protected the entire stern and vital underwater areas. Thump, 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 thump. The terrifying muffled booms of continuous bombardment exploded on the sea surface. Dozens of bone-spiky swordfish, with the terrifying kinetic energy of a swarm charge, slammed heavily into the thick blue light shield. The shield surface rippled violently, and caved inwards. It groaned and creaked as the immense impact was transmitted to the ship, causing it to rock violently. Chapter 73, Return Flight. Oh! Li Xiaoyu and Li Xiaoyu cried out in surprise when they fell due to the impact. Zhang Meyer clung tightly to Wang Hao's arm to steady herself. The thick shield withstood the swarm's charge after violently shaking and trembling. Dozens of bony swordfish were shattered by the enormous recoil, disoriented and tumbling in the water. Now, lightning, cover the area. Wang Hao focused his mind once more, transforming the spiritual energy within his spiritual sea into a raging electric net. His target locked onto the group of bone-spiked arrowfish, stunned by the shield. Crackling, sizzling. A massive electric grid covering an area of several meters suddenly erupted. It slammed down hard into the swarm of bone-spiky arrowfish. A dense, violent crackling sound of electricity filled the air, and the school of swordfish enveloped by the electric grid instantly froze, their bony armor turning charred black in the electric light. They floated to the surface belly up, releasing wisps of smoke that smelled deliciously burnt. A large number of charred, bony swordfish carcasses floated on the sea surface. The crew members on the other two fishing boats stared wide-eyed at what they had just seen. Those terrifying swarms of bony arrowfish that could ram and shatter fishing boats when they charged together were annihilated by the captain with sheer force. The remaining school of bony arrowfish, seeing the situation was not good, fled far into the deep water. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the emptiness in his spiritual sea, and hurriedly shouted, "Retrieve those bone-spined swordfish." These ferocious swordfish are excellent evolution materials and shoe toys for Blue Spirit. Yes, Captain Wang. At the stern of the Blue Crystal, Amon and the sailors were laboriously dragging the charred, burnt-smelling skeletons of the bony arrowfish one by one onto the deck. These swordfish were enormous, with the smallest being over a meter tall and the largest reaching 4 or 5 meters in length, quickly piling up into a small mountain on the deck. TSK, these bones are really hard. A man wiped his sweat and kicked a charred fish carcass. The long bony spikes on the fish's head had been broken off by lightning. The captain's lightning is powerful. It even shattered this tough bone. Lan Ling hovered above the pile of fish carcasses, her large, sapphire-like eyes sparkling with curiosity and appetite. She sniffed the air with her small nose, her ethereal voice filled with satisfaction. Spirit fish rich in metal and earth elemental energy are excellent enhancement materials, and Lan Ling likes them. Zhang Meyer looked at Wang Hao with admiration. The shocking scene of him braving the attack of the fish and wielding lightning to kill them was still replaying in her mind. "Captain, you were so impressive just now." Her voice was filled with undisguised admiration. Zhang Rongrong stood beside Wang Hao, not as excited as her younger sister, but the emotion in her eyes was even deeper. She simply stood quietly, showing her companionship through her actions. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the sea, but suddenly his brows furrowed slightly. Behind the Blue Crystal, a dozen or so fishing boats followed in the distance, and even more dilapidated sampans trailed behind. They maintained a cautious yet eager distance, watching the 3 large ships ahead with longing eyes, especially the Blue Crystal. Most of these fishing boats are old, with mottled hulls and patched sails, clearly belonging to ordinary fishermen who make a living at the Baisha Island pier. "Captain, look." Amon pointed to the small dots behind them and said, "Those ships have been following us." Zhang Rongrong's gentle voice carried a hint of understanding. They must have seen the full catch in the last 2 days. There are few resources and many people at the civilian dock, and the ship repairman rarely comes here. For them, it is much safer and more hopeful to follow a fleet with a ship repairman at the front of the ship to sea, even if they only pick up some fish that slipped through the net, than to waste a whole day near the dock. Zhang Meyer curled her lip, somewhat disdainfully. "Humph, wishful thinking. We went through all that trouble to find these fish, and they just follow behind thinking they can get a piece of the pie? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze sweeping over the figures. The fishermen on the boats, their faces weathered by the elements, were filled with longing and trepidation. They dared not approach, but followed from a distance, hoping to catch a bit of good luck. Wang Hao understood that he was not a stingy person, but he was also aware that resources were limited. Taking the Zhang family and the ship of the Equipment Repair Guild along is a transaction, a mutually beneficial arrangement. But now that so many ships are following them, and fishing efficiency is low, what if they encounter a sea monster? Should they rescue it or not? After a moment's thought, having made up his mind, Wang Hao turned to Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer and instructed them. "Rongrong, Meyer, Notify the fleet that we need to speed up our return journey. We must get back to Baisha Island as soon as possible to sell these bone-spine swordfish and get a good price. Huh? Going back already? Zhang Meyer was a little surprised. Not going to catch another one? The ship's spirit is so powerful, it can spot schools of spirit fish from a great distance. Listen to the captain. Zhang Rongrong immediately understood Wang Hao's intention. She tugged at her sister and nodded to Wang Hao. I understand. Indeed, the spirit fish have mostly dispersed, and there's no point in keeping them here any longer, especially with so many people around. She immediately instructed the other two ships to speed up their return journey. Captain Wang, they're heading back already? I think there are still quite a few tails following them. Shouldn't we shake them off and pull off another heist? Wang Hao responded immediately, his voice carrying clearly to both ships. The core of the fish swarm has been gone. The harvest on the periphery is meager, and more importantly, Wang Hao paused, his gaze sweeping over the following fishing boats, his voice rising a few decibels, carrying an unquestionable tone. I have no intention of fighting with the common people. Let these fleeing spirit fish be left to our brothers who are trying to make a living. We're heading back. Wang Hao's last words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, causing quite a stir among the following fishing boats. The fishermen, hearing them from afar, immediately showed complex expressions on their faces, including gratitude, shame, and disappointment. They knew that the young ship repairman had discovered their presence, but instead of driving them away, he had voluntarily relinquished the area that had just been proven to contain spirit fish. This magnanimity warmed the hearts of many veteran fishermen. Although the crew members on the two ships were somewhat reluctant to leave, looking at the piles of fish on their own boats, they felt that the harvest of this trip had far exceeded their expectations. Dozens of low-level ferocious beasts were worth much more than ordinary spirit fish. They admired Wang Hao's magnanimity even more. The two boats immediately adjusted their sails and followed the speeding Blue Crystal, starting their return voyage and leaving the ordinary fishing boats far behind. As the three large ships quickly disappeared from sight, the dozen or so ordinary fishing boats that remained silent for a moment before erupting into a huge cheer. Without further hesitation, they immediately dispersed to the outer area where the Blue Crystal had just been operating and hopefully cast their small nets. On the return voyage, Zhang Meyer was still a little puzzled. She leaned close to Wang Hao and whispered, "Captain, aren't you too kind-hearted? Those ships are weak and slow. They would only be in the way if they followed us. Why did you give them space?" Looking at the distant horizon where the sea and sky meet, Wang Hao calmly said, "Mayor, we're not here to take their jobs. Those fishermen just want to find a way to make a living in the coastal waters. Giving them a little hope and leaving them some room for maneuver is just a small favor for us. But for them, it might be a day's worth of food. Besides," Wang Hao smiled and said, "Lan Ling told me that staying there would greatly reduce our efficiency, so it would be better to quit while we're ahead." Chapter 74. Signing a contract with a Beast Girl crew member. After returning to port, the ship calmly docked at the pier, where the Zhang family had already arranged for laborers to unload the charred swordfish and move them to the pier, quickly processing the blackened swordfish. After all the fish had been carried away, the boats of the Equipment Repair Guild and the Zhang family slowly approached. The officer at the bow of the ship stood on the deck, facing the direction of the Blue Crystal, his voice respectful, even somewhat reserved. "Captain, these past few days have been truly eye-opening. We are utterly awestruck by your divine might. However," he rubbed his hands together, his face showing apology, "the Union has sent word that we need to go back and report immediately. I'm afraid we won't be able to go out to sea with the captain anymore." The Zhang family boat captain also quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "Captain Wang, the Zhang family is in the same situation. The head of the family has ordered us to return immediately. We may not be able to serve you for the next few days. Please forgive us, Captain." Wang Hao was not surprised by this. He waved his hand casually, saying in a flat tone, "It's all right, you can go ahead." "Thank you for your understanding, Captain Wang." The two captains, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, quickly bowed and directed their respective boats, leaving the dock area with a sense of awe and complex emotions. Watching the two ships sail away, Zhang Meyer curled her lip. "Humph, they just leave whenever they want. How realistic." Zhang Rongrong shook her head slightly and said gently, "Mayor, don't say that. The guild and the family have their own considerations." At this moment, Zhang Rongrong stepped forward, her soft yet clear voice reaching Wang Hao's ears. "Captain, there is one more thing. In 3 days, it will be the annual low tide season at Baisha Island." Oh, Wang Hao became interested and gestured for her to continue. A look of longing for the natural wonder appeared on Zhang Rongrong's face. At that time, the seawater around Baisha Island will recede for miles, revealing large areas of reefs that are usually hidden deep on the seabed. The sight. Almost everyone on White Sand Island will come out. Zhang Meyer added excitedly, temporarily forgetting her earlier unpleasantness. Coasting, clam digging, treasure hunting. It's so lively. The reefs are full of plump oysters, whelks, and big crabs. You can dig up rare giant moon clams in the sandbars. If you're lucky, you might even find spiritual materials or treasures. If you find a few spiritual flames hidden on the seabed, that would be an unexpected delight. Spiritual materials, spiritual fire. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. This was practically a buffet tailor-made for the blue crystal. Wang Hao smiled expectantly as he looked at Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer and said, "All right, we must go to see this great low tide. Rongrong, Mayor, when you get back, please find out the details for me, especially any special discoveries or dangers we need to be aware of in previous years." "No problem. I've got it covered." Zhang Meyer patted her impressive chest to assure them. "I will certainly do my best," Zhang Rongrong replied with a smile. Standing at the bow of the ship, Wang Hao seemed to already see the grand scene of treasures scattered everywhere 3 days later. At the dock, the processing of the bony swordfish was extremely efficient. With the assistance of the Zhang family steward, the dismantling, valuation, and delivery of the swordfish were completed quickly. "Captain," Manager Zhang respectfully handed over a heavy money bag containing a large amount of gold coins. Although some of the fish meat in these bony arrowfish is burnt, it contains a rich spiritual energy. The total price for this batch is 1,800 gold coins. Please take a look. Wang Hao weighed his purse in his hand and was fairly satisfied with the price. He could buy 3 more spirit bone plates for Lan Ling to chew on. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble." After the handover was completed, the manager led his men and directed the laborers to move the fish and meat away, and then moved all the remaining materials onto the deck of the blue crystal. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer also bid farewell to Wang Hao, as they needed to return to the Zhang family to inquire about detailed information regarding the receding tide and the Great Flood. As night fell, the blue crystal quietly docked at the pier. Inside the cabin, soft crystal lamps lit up, and Blue Spirit hovered above the pile of bone-spiked arrowfish materials. Captain, can we eat Lan Ling now?" Lan Ling's voice was full of excitement, her big eyes fixed on the food rations on the ground. "Eat up, it's all yours." Wang Hao nodded with a smile. With permission granted, Lan Ling's small figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into the ship's hull. The entire blue crystal ship shuddered violently. The bone spikes and bone armor rapidly dissolved, greedily absorbed into the hull. The ship's structure seemed to be stretched by an invisible force, its length increasing at a visible rate, 25 meters, 27 meters, and finally stopping steadily at 30 meters. The ship's lines became smoother, and the spiritual patterns became deeper. The changes are not only in the appearance, but also in the hull structure. Below the deck, the original space has been reorganized and integrated, adding a new cabin. In the location of the ship's bridge, there is an additional independent cabin with a wide view, which is obviously tailor-made for the captain. The living quarters have also become more spacious and comfortable. Wow, the ship has grown bigger. Little Tanuki was the first to cheer, running around on the much larger deck. "Is that the captain's private room?" Ali asked, looking at the distinctly different cabin on the bridge with curiosity in her eyes. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, newborn stage. Ship classification, funeral ship, 30 meters. Power system, sail. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Spirit ship contract, 0/30. Skill list, aura shield, lightning bolt, vine spell, water arrow, water control, wind control. After Wang Hao carefully learned about the methods and effects of concluding crew contracts, he was overjoyed. The essence of the contract is to establish a spiritual connection between the crew and the ship, with the blue crystal at its core. The benefits are obvious. Crew members can receive active nourishment from the spiritual energy of the spirit ship, which improves their physical condition and helps with cultivation. While on the ship, they can gain some of the spirit ship's perception and ability sharing. If there is a weapon system, the role of the contracted crew members becomes apparent. More importantly, after the spirit ship is upgraded, the crew's life level and lifespan will be improved. Wang Hao no longer needs to worry about his long lifespan, while they can only accompany him for a few decades. Wang Hao turned around, a smile of excitement on his face, and looked at the beast-eared girls one by one, asking, "Ali, Xiaoyu, Xiaoli, a man, Aling, would you like to become my contracted crew members? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hao eagerly awaited everyone's enthusiastic response. However, the expected cheers did not materialize. An eerie silence fell over the cabin. Ali's gentle smile froze instantly, and a blush spread visibly from her fair neck to her cheeks. Fortunately, her fox ears were not visible as they were also bright red, and the fiery red ears were trembling slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Wang Hao, filled with disbelief, shyness, and panic. Her lips parted slightly, but she couldn't utter a single word. Contract crew members, even if they are half-orcs, have heard that the contract crew members of ship repair are comparable to husband and wife. Is Brother Hao confessing his love to her? Chapter 75. What's going on here? They actually had to be brought out. Xiaoya let out a soft ah. She subconsciously covered her burning cheeks with her hands, revealing only her large, watery eyes that looked like they were about to burst with tears as she secretly peeked at Wang Hao through her fingers. A man's delicate, muscular face, usually so sculpted like a female doll, now seemed to have turned a purplish red. She stood there helplessly, scratching her head and fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, her eyes darting around. Even the usually aloof Ailing was broken by the sudden question. Although she tried to maintain her composure, her slightly trembling pointed ears and the blush that crept up her ears betrayed the intense turmoil in her heart. She quickly glanced at Wang Hao and immediately lowered her head. Wang Hao was bewildered by the strange silence and the unusual shyness of everyone, but he had no idea what he had done. What's wrong? It's just a crew contract. Why does everyone look like that? I was just about to explain the benefits of the contract. Yay, yay. A clear, childlike voice broke the silence. Completely oblivious to the awkwardness and tension in the air, Xiaoli skipped and hopped to Wang Hao's side, tilting her head back, her big eyes filled with innocent excitement. Sister, let's all become Brother Hao's crew members. That way we can be together forever. Little Tanuki's innocent words were like a fuse that had been lit. Ali's face turned even redder, as if it were about to bleed. She took a deep breath, seemingly making a decision, with an unprecedented tremor and resolve. I do. After saying that, she quickly lowered her head. Xiaoya lowered her hands from her face, her cheeks flushed, and mustered her courage, her voice barely a whisper. Brother Hao, I'm willing to. After holding it in for a long time, a man finally shouted in a muffled voice, I'm willing to. Her voice was loud, but her face turned even redder. After speaking, she immediately turned her head away, pretending to study the pattern on the new ship planks. After a few seconds of silence, Ailing said in a barely audible, cold voice, I'm willing. Although Wang Hao still felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, seeing that everyone was willing, he didn't dwell on it and assumed that the beast-eared creatures were just shy. Immediately mobilize the spiritual power within your spiritual sea. Extending his finger, spiritual light gathered at his fingertip and quickly outlined in the void. Soon, 5 profound contract runes composed of pure spiritual light appeared in the air. Come, touch the runes and integrate your spiritual imprints into them, Wang Hao instructed. Ali and the others exchanged glances, all seeing the lingering shyness in each other's eyes, but even more so a strange determination and a bashful anticipation. They stepped forward one by one. Ali extended her slender fingers, her fingertips trembling almost imperceptibly, and gently touched the rune that belonged to her. The rune flashed and merged into her brow. Her body trembled slightly, her blush deepened, and her gaze towards Wang Hao was so tender it could melt hearts. Xiaoya blushed and touched her own rune. As the rune merged with her, she let out a soft moan, and her rabbit ears twitched even more violently. Amon carefully touched the rune with her finger. The rune merged with her, and she shuddered. She grinned and revealed a silly yet slightly shy smile. Aling's movements were the most decisive and swift. She tapped her finger and withdrew it, the rune merging into her. She only closed her eyes slightly, and when she opened them again, there seemed to be a hint of warmth deep within her cool eyes. When all 5 contract runes were integrated, a strange connection was instantly established between Wang Hao and the 5 contracted crew members. It was a subtle resonance at the soul level, as if an invisible thread had subtly connected their hearts. This feeling of soul connection instantly shortened the distance between us, and an indescribable sense of security and belonging arose spontaneously. The awkward and ambiguous atmosphere in the cabin was diluted by this wonderful connection, replaced by a closer and warmer atmosphere. Just then, the evolution on the blue crystal's hull was completely completed. Ali looked around at the newly renovated and much more spacious cabin, her gaze finally settling on the separate captain's cabin. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and with a gentle smile on her face, she began to give instructions. All right, now that the captain is in charge, there are more rooms. The captain's cabin is on the bridge, with the best view, so it will be the captain's private room from now on. Our original living quarters are much larger now, and we have several new cabins, enough for the rest of us. Oh man, help me move the captain's bedding over. Shall Li, pack up the captain's personal belongings and take them over too. Oh, Wang Hao was taken aback. Isn't it necessary? I think it'll be quite lively even if we squeeze in. Wang Hao hadn't quite caught up yet, reminiscing about the lively days when he was surrounded by beauties. No, Ali rarely put on a stern face, her tone gentle yet firm. A captain is a captain. She must have the dignity and independent space of a captain. How can she squeeze in with us anymore? Oh man, hurry up. Okay, sisterly. Oh man immediately sprang into action, her movements incredibly swift. Xiaoya and Xiaoli also started packing up Wang Hao's things with smiles on their faces. Watching them busy themselves, and then glancing at the captain's cabin, which was exquisite but clearly lonely, Wang Hao opened his mouth helplessly, but ultimately swallowed his words. Wang Hao finally noticed that the attitude of these girls who had just signed the contract seemed to have changed subtly, or rather, they were becoming more self-righteous. Soon, Wang Hao's bedding and simple belongings were moved into the spacious, bright, and well-equipped captain's cabin. Looking at the large, comfortable bed that only had one person, Wang Hao felt like crying. Ugh, what kind of mess is this? Wang Hao lay down on the huge bed, gazing at the crystal lamp emitting a soft glow from the ceiling, and let out a long sigh. Isn't it nice to all squeeze together every day, happily cuddling with those animal-eared girls while we sleep? It's warm and pleasing to the eye. Now look what's happened. I'm all alone, sigh. Life is unpredictable. Wang Hao rolled over, buried his face in the blanket, and muttered dejectedly. Lan Ling, why did you grow up so big? And what's with that contract? It feels like I was kicked out after signing it. As night deepened, the hustle and bustle of the dock subsided, leaving only the gentle sound of waves lapping against the hull of the boat. The interior of the blue crystal also quieted down. Wang Hao lay alone in the spacious captain's cabin. Although it was comfortable, he always felt that there was a lack of human warmth. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, just as Wang Hao was drifting off to sleep, squeak! A very faint sound rang out, and the door was pushed open. A petite figure, like a frightened little rabbit, clutched her small pillow and tiptoed in silently. In the dim moonlight filtering through the porthole, one could see her long, snow-white ears trembling slightly with nervousness. It's Xiaoya. She carefully closed the door, then quickly scanned the room like a thief, confirming that Wang Hao seemed to be asleep before tiptoeing to the bedside. In fact, Wang Hao had been awakened by the sound of the door opening and was pretending to be asleep with his eyes half closed. She stood by the bed, hesitated for a few seconds, as if making a difficult decision. She sniffed the air gently, as if confirming the scent of the blankets. Finally, she mustered her courage and gently, little by little, lifted the blanket next to Wang Hao. Then, like a nimble little fish, she darted inside, quickly wrapping herself up tightly, leaving only her big eyes and her upright rabbit ears showing. Her soft, warm body, carrying the unique fragrance of a young girl, instantly nestled into Wang Hao's arms. Wang Hao's body stiffened slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel Xiaoya's body trembling slightly with nervousness, as well as her barely suppressed breathing. Xiaoya curled up, not daring to move. After a while, seemingly confirming that Wang Hao hadn't woken up, she whispered in Wang Hao's ear in a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz, filled with shyness and a barely perceptible dependence. Brother Hao, I'm a little scared sleeping alone in the new cabin. Please don't send me away, okay? When their breaths touched his face, Wang Hao, no saint, couldn't bear it any longer and immediately. Oops. Wah. Chapter 76, An Unbelievable Opportunity. The morning sunlight streamed softly through the exquisite crystal portholes of the captain's cabin, bathing his face in its warmth. Wang Hao groggily opened his eyes, instinctively tightening his arms around the soft blanket that still carried a faint fragrance. The spot next to him was already empty. Wang Hao sat up, rubbed his face, and couldn't help but smile with a lingering aftertaste. The little rabbit that sneaked in last night was gentle, shy, and full of trust. TSK. Wang Hao shook his head, temporarily suppressing the erotic image, and got up to wash up. As soon as I stepped out of the captain's cabin and onto the deck, I saw Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Myers standing on the dock, directing things. Behind them, the Zhang family's well-trained servants were carrying things onto the ship. The heavy burlap sacks were clearly filled with fertile soil and plant cultivation troughs with a spiritual sheen, obviously prepared for Xiaoye's vegetable garden. All sorts of small shovels and other tools were available, and some even shimmered with a faint spiritual light, clearly indicating that they were not ordinary items. These were low-level spiritual artifacts that the poor could not afford in their entire lives, but the two sisters bought them and sent them to the ship. To be honest, Wang Hao didn't know how to repay these two sisters who had put their hearts into thinking of him. Then, thick, soft, brand-new bedding and a set of clothes were moved into the cabin. They were clearly made of high-quality materials and had elegant colors, obviously prepared for Ali and the others. There were also some exquisite tableware, condiment bottles, and even a few potted ornamental plants that exuded a faint spiritual aura. There are also beds made of high-end wood, so the animal-eared girls no longer have to sleep on the floor. In fact, Wang Hao thinks it's unnecessary. His own big bed is big enough to squeeze in. Miss Rongrong, Miss Mayer, what's going on here? Looking at the supplies that almost filled the deck, Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated. This was just too thoughtful. Zhang Rongrong turned around, saw Wang Hao, and smiled gently. Good morning, Captain. I was thinking that little you wanted to start a vegetable garden, so I had some high-quality spiritual soil prepared, as well as some cultivation troughs and tools suitable for planting on the ship. Now that there is more space on the ship, everyone needs some new bedding, clothes, and daily necessities, so I took the liberty of preparing some. I hope this has not disturbed you, Captain. Her explanation was reasonable and her tone was natural, as if it were just a simple matter. Zhang Meyer stood with her hands on her hips, chin raised triumphantly. Captain, the Zhang family has many shops, so it's a piece of cake. Look, this soil is bottom mud taken from the spirit fields on the island. It's very fertile. These tools are also engraved with spirit patterns, so they're guaranteed to work well. She looked at me with an expression that said, please praise me. Looking at them, Wang Hao felt a warm current welling up in his heart. Rongrong's meticulous care was subtle, yet truly took care of the needs of everyone on the ship. Just then, Ali, Xiaoyu, and the others came out of the cabin upon hearing the noise. They were all astonished when they saw the mountain of supplies piled up. Wow, so much soil, and beautiful flower pots. Xiaoye ran over excitedly and carefully touched the transparent culture tanks. New quilt. So soft. Little Fox hugged a fluffy goose-down quilt, rubbing her little face against it. Ollie picked up a simple yet exquisitely crafted dress, her eyes filled with gratitude. Miss Rongrong, Miss Mayer, this is far too precious. The Zhang sisters' gazes naturally fell on Ali and the others. When they saw the beast-eared girls in front of them, their pupils shrank almost simultaneously. A layer of spiritual light was faintly flowing around Ali, Xiaoyu, and the other three. That was not the light of a spell. It was more like their bodies were spontaneously absorbing spiritual energy. Tiny, almost imperceptible streams of spiritual energy were naturally flowing from the spirit ship into their bodies, as naturally as breathing. Especially Ali, her gentle temperament seemed to have gained an indescribable liveliness, as if an invisible flame was nourishing her bloodline. The tips of Xiaoye's rabbit ears, with their snow-white down, seemed even more translucent. This phenomenon of spiritual energy spontaneously and actively nourishing the body is common among ship repairmen, but it appears in orcs, especially when 5 are present at once. This is simply unheard of. A spirit ship contract? Zhang Rongrong gasped softly, her gentle face revealing undisguised shock and disbelief for the first time. She looked at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with extreme complexity. Zhang Meyer's beautiful eyes widened as she pointed at Ali and the others, her voice trembling slightly. Captain, you signed a spirit ship contract for them. Her face was filled with disbelief. They knew all too well the value of crew contracts. They were the most precious link between a ship repairman and his core confidants. A ship repairman could only forge a limited number of crew contracts, because that would consume the spiritual energy needed for his own advancement. Usually, only those with great potential and unwavering loyalty are qualified to obtain it. It is a bond even stronger than that of husband and wife. In this world, when a ship cultivator proposes a spirit ship contract to a member of the opposite sex, it is equivalent to a marriage proposal, signifying a bond that lasts for life. Countless weapon repairmen dream of winning the captain's favor and signing a contract, but none of them can. And Wang Hao actually gave such a precious contract slot to 5 half-orcs? Although they are cute, beautiful, and very capable. However, in mainstream opinion, orcs are more often seen as servants or even playthings. Never before has a ship repair company wasted such a precious contract slot on them. Wang Hao was somewhat puzzled by their reactions, but nodded quite frankly and replied, "Yes, it was just signed last night. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the contract?" Wang Hao has not yet fully grasped the rarity of the spirit ship contract in this world and the meaning it represents. "What's wrong?" Zhang Meyer almost jumped up, her voice rising. "Captain, do you know what a crew contract means? Those spots are so precious. How could you give them away?" She looked at Ali and the others, but was too embarrassed to say what she was going to say, though the meaning was clear. Zhang Rongrong took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Her gaze towards Wang Hao became even more complex and profound. She tugged at her excited younger sister, her voice regaining its calmness, but carrying a hint of indescribable sigh. "The captain's actions are indeed extraordinary. There's nothing wrong with the crew contracts, but they're just too precious." She paused, then turned her gaze to the still bewildered Ali and the others, her tone becoming serious, tinged with a hint of envy. "Miss Ali, Sister Xiaoyue, you have truly encountered an incredible opportunity." Her words drew everyone's attention. Chapter 77 Sneak Attack. Zhang Rongrong patiently explained. The crew contract is a privilege enjoyed only by the core crew members of the ship repair team. It means that you have established a deep soul connection with the captain's spirit ship. You will gradually feel changes in your body, and your bloodline will undergo a transformation. Looking at the remarkable changes that had taken place in them, Zhang Rongrong's voice was filled with heartfelt emotion. All of this is due to the crew contract. The spirit ship absorbs and transforms the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and a portion of it will actively enter your bodies through the contract link, subtly nourishing your bodies and activating the dormant half-orc bloodline power within you. Your future achievements may not be inferior to those of weapon cultivators. Her gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Wang Hao, her tone complex. But in the past, no ship repairman has ever been willing to use such a precious contract slot on orcs to cultivate their bloodline. The captain's move is truly unconventional and a great fortune for you all. After hearing Zhang Rongrong's explanation, a Li, Xiaoyu, a Man, and a Ling, Xiaoli didn't quite understand, but felt it was a good thing, were all stunned. Only then did they realize what the contract they signed last night truly meant. It wasn't just about a closer relationship. It was that Wang Hao had given them the key to change their destiny and unlock their true potential. This trust and commitment weighed heavily on their hearts. The eyes of the 5 beast-eared girls all focused on Wang Hao. Their eyes were filled with indescribable gratitude and a sense of belonging. Tears welled up in Ali's eyes, and Xiaoyu was so moved that her rabbit ears drooped. Xiaoli rushed over and hugged Wang Hao's leg, and the other 2 beast-eared girls were also deeply moved. "Brother Hao." Xiaoya's voice was choked with sobs. Thank you so much." She remembered last night and immediately felt shy. Wang Hao felt a little embarrassed by their stares, especially Xiaoya's shy and timid gaze. This immediately reminded Wang Hao of the enchanting moments of the previous night, causing his heart to warm, yet also making him a little guilty. Hoping he hadn't been discovered, he quickly waved his hand, trying to ease the emotional atmosphere with a light-hearted tone. "Hey, we're family. Don't you know what I mean by thanking you?" "You're right, Lan Ling." Wang Hao quickly pulled Lan Ling out to take the blame. Lan Ling appeared at the opportune moment, circled the beast-eared girls once, and said in a cheerful, ethereal voice, "Contracted crew members are in good condition. Bloodline activity has increased. Lan Ling is happy that everyone is becoming stronger." Wang Hao followed up, "See, Lan Ling said it's good. Only when you all become stronger can our blue crystal go further. From now on, we are truly a family, sharing honor and disgrace. Let's not say anything formal." Wang Hao specifically emphasized his family, attempting to cover up his crime against Xiaoya last night. Looking at the scene before them, the Zhang sisters exchanged a glance. They saw helplessness and an indescribable emotion in each other's eyes. Wang Hao's seemingly casual yet sincere declaration to his family, the beast-eared girl's heartfelt emotion and attachment, and the ship's spirit Lan Ling's approval. This captain's way of doing things is truly unconventional. Breaking the rules? With him, you probably can't even touch the edge of the rules. "Hey, how about you guys become my contracted crew members too?" Seeing their expectant and envious looks, Wang Hao thought about how his number of contracts had been increasing as the captain evolved. He casually asked, not caring at all about whether it was precious or not, nor did he know what it meant. He said it so casually, as if he were asking, "Want to grab a bite together?" However, these words struck the Zhang and Li sisters like a thunderbolt. Zhang Rongrong's gentle eyes widened instantly, filled with disbelief and astonishment. "A spirit ship contract? For us? You just asked it so easily?" She felt that her usually proud composure and judgment were completely inadequate in front of Wang Hao. Are these contract slots as cheap as cabbages? He just signed 5 beast-eared girls, and now he's going to sign 4 more. Does he even know what this means? Zhang Meyer covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open, her expression even more exaggerated than when she saw Wang Hao fight the bone-spined fish. She subconsciously glanced at her sister, then at Wang Hao, her heart pounding. A spirit ship contract. This was something countless artifact cultivators sought but could not obtain, representing an increase in strength, a tremendous opportunity to share growth with the spirit ship, and a long lifespan. Did it really just fall into their laps like that? They'd been dreaming about it, and they just casually agreed to it. Li Xiaoyu gripped her sister's hand tightly, her delicate face initially blank, then overwhelmed with immense joy and unbelievable hope. A contracted crew member? Brother Hao, has he truly accepted us? Does he consider us one of his own, just like Sister Ailey and the others? She felt a lump in her throat and her nose sting. After going around in circles, she had finally returned to where she started. Wah, Brother Hao. Li Xiaoyu reacted the most directly. She looked at Wang Hao, her big eyes instantly filling with tears, which rolled down like beads from a broken string. She remembered the other person's grievances and anger at being kicked out of the house by her brother, the warmth and joy of going beachcombing together in the shanty town, and the warmth she felt from Wang Hao. Now, Brother Hao is actually going to give them the most precious contract slots. She couldn't hold back any longer, and her small body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the immense happiness and sense of security. Captain. Zhang Meyer was the first to recover from the shock. Her heart was instantly filled with ecstasy and indescribable excitement. All restraint and the demeanor of a young lady from a noble family were thrown to the winds. She rushed towards Wang Hao with fiery passion. Her arms tightly encircled Wang Hao's neck, and she practically hung on him. Her charming face was filled with undisguised joy and adoration. She leaned close to Wang Hao's ear, her breath sweet and her voice trembling with excitement. I love you so much, Captain. Before she could finish speaking, she gave Wang Hao a loud kiss on the cheek. Leave a clear lipstick mark. This bold and provocative move left Ali, Xiaoyu, and the others standing nearby speechless. Mayor, mind your image. Zhang Rongrong was startled by her sister's actions and quickly spoke up, her pretty face flushing red. However, her gaze was fixed on Wang Hao's face, and deep within his gentle and calm eyes, there was an uncontrollable excitement and a deeper emotion. Seeing her younger sister kiss Wang Hao, she felt a strong urge rising within her as well. While Wang Hao was still dazed from being entangled by Zhang Meyer, Zhang Rongrong moved lightly and came to Wang Hao's side. Chapter 78 Leisurely Sea Fishing, Flying Fish School. She wasn't as bold as her sister. With a hint of shyness, she tiptoed and quickly pecked Wang Hao on the other cheek. This humble servant. Also, thanks the captain for his kindness. Her voice was barely audible, and she immediately lowered her head after speaking, her snow-white neck flushed with a beautiful pink. Wang Hao was completely stunned by this sudden attack from both sides. On his left cheek was Zhang Meyer's passionate lip print, and on his right cheek remained Zhang Rongrong's gentle touch and fragrance. With a soft, warm body in his arms, and 2 distinctly different fragrances wafting into his nostrils, even the well-traveled Wang Hao felt a little dizzy at this moment. You're welcome. Sign the contract first. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the pounding in his heart, and mobilized the spiritual power within his spiritual sea. Spiritual light gathered at his fingertips, and he quickly outlined it in the void. Soon, for contract runes composed of pure spiritual light appeared in the air. Come, merge into the spiritual imprint. Wang Hao gestured. This time, the 4 women did not hesitate at all. Zhang Meyer was the first to step forward, her fingertips trembling with excitement as she touched her own rune. The rune merged into her brow, and her body trembled slightly. Her face instantly radiated an even brighter and more captivating glow, and her gaze towards Wang Hao was practically overflowing with affection. Zhang Rongrong followed closely behind, her movements elegant, runes integrated into her. She closed her eyes, feeling the wondrous connection between her soul and the blue crystal, and between herself and Wang Hao. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze towards Wang Hao was so tender it could melt hearts. Li Xiaoyu held her younger sister's hand. Li Xiaoyu wiped away her tears, her little face still bearing tear stains, but she broke into an incredibly bright smile and touched the rune with all her might. Li Xiaoyu gave Wang Hao a deep look, a look that contained a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, relief, and belonging, all of which ultimately coalesced into a firm resolve. She then touched the rune. When all 4 contract runes were integrated, The strange sense of soul connection was strengthened once again. This time, the connection expanded to 9 people, and Wang Hao could feel everyone's emotional fluctuations more clearly. With the contract finalized, the atmosphere inside the cabin became more harmonious and intimate, with an invisible cohesion flowing among everyone. All right, the contract is signed. Zhang Meyer clapped her hands energetically, regaining her charming demeanor. Captain, shouldn't we set sail? Where are we going today? Wang Hao felt the spiritual energy he had consumed in his spiritual sea, and then looked at the sky. Let's go out to sea. Let's wander around the usual spot again. Lan Ling, see where there are lots of fish. Command confirmed. Lan Ling immediately got to work. Soon, the Blue Crystal set sail again and left the dock. This time, the atmosphere on board was even more lively. The cabin was filled with laughter and chatter. Zhang Rongrong was gently discussing the details of planting spiritual plants with Xiaoya, while Amon was carrying bags of soil and piling them in suitable places. As the Blue Crystal entered the target area, Wang Hao was about to have Lan Ling locate the fish and prepare to cast the net when he suddenly remembered a crucial problem. There was no trawl net on board. Well, Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose. Looks like there's no internet. Everyone was stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. No net? How were they supposed to catch fish? Uft. Zhang Meyer was the first to laugh out loud, and she wagged her finger triumphantly. I knew this would happen. Tada. See how prescient I was. As if by magic, she pulled a handful of things from her storage bag, several exquisitely crafted fishing rods. There were also matching hooks, lines, and other tools. These fishing rods were actually valuable magical artifacts, shrouded in a faint spiritual light, and there were even several boxes of different baits. Hee hee, I bought it on the spur of the moment while I was shopping this morning. Zhang Meyer proudly raised her chin. These are all top-quality goods from Baigong Fong. The fishing line is reinforced with tough spirit patterns, and the fish hooks have sharpness and fish-attracting spirit patterns. How about it, Captain? Aren't I very considerate? Looking at the pile of high-end fishing gear, and then at Zhang Meyer's expression that said, praise me, Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated. This young lady really had a unique way of thinking. However, it seems that this is the only way for now. Fine, no internet then. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly, picked up a fishing rod, and weighed it in his hand. It felt really good. Shall we try some recreational sea fishing today? So the Blue Crystal slowed down and drifted leisurely on the sea. On the deck, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Wang Hao sat at the bow of the boat, casting his fishing rod into the sea with great practiced skill. Zhang Meyer sat down close to him, enthusiastically baiting her hook and casting her line, occasionally rubbing against Wang Hao's arm. Zhang Rongrong chose a relatively quiet spot and gracefully arranged her fishing gear. Aling ran up to the lookout tower on the mast, scanning the sea. Whether out of vigilance or searching for large fish underwater, it was unclear. The deck was filled with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, making this leisurely sea fishing experience quite unique. Occasionally, shouts of surprise and laughter rang out as fish took the bait, accompanied by the sound of the waves, creating a tranquil and heartwarming scene at sea. The leisurely sea fishing trip was completely ended by the message sent by Ah Ling from the mast. Captain, a large number of high-speed flying targets are approaching. Huge number. To port. Aling's voice was more urgent than ever before. Wang Hao stood up and looked up sharply, his pupils shrinking instantly. On the sea to the left front, a wave composed of thousands upon thousands of flying fish is rapidly approaching the spirit ship. Each flying fish is about half a meter long, with a streamlined body covered in hard scales. Its broad pectoral fins are like sharp scythes, emitting a piercing buzzing sound when vibrating at high speed. Its sharp mouth is extremely razor-sharp, and they rush straight at the Blue Crystal in dense numbers. The terrifying number of them is enough to make one's scalp tingle from a distance. Everyone, get inside the cabin immediately. Lock the doors. Quickly. Wang Hao's voice was urgent. Zhang Rongrong reacted quickly, grabbing the still-dazed Zhang Meyer and shouting, go inside quickly. At the same time, he said to Aling, quick, take Xiaoli and Xiaoyu inside. Quick. The women on deck quickly retreated, but just as the cabin door was about to close, a man squeezed out, carrying a thick oar, and roared, Brother Hao, I'm here to help you. Ever since she signed the funeral ship contract, she has always felt an inexhaustible amount of energy surging through her veins, yearning to release it. But Wang Hao didn't even turn his head, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. Amon, guard the hatch. Don't let a single flying fish in. Protect them. Yes. Although Amon was unwilling, she absolutely obeyed Wang Hao's orders and immediately blocked the cabin door, staring at the swarm of flying fish that swept in like a silver storm. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard of the silver-winged flying fish swarm had already pounced on the blue crystal. They were so dense that all you could see were fish heads. Oomph. A mere bunch of little fish dares to be so presumptuous. Lan Ling, activate your spiritual energy shield. After he finished speaking, Wang Hao's spiritual power suddenly erupted. Vine Domain. Strangulation. Chapter 79 Developing Water Control Techniques. Unleashing a barrage of arrows. Wang Haolang channeled his vast spiritual energy into the wooden spiritual patterns on the blue crystal ship's hull, instantly unleashing a vibrant emerald green light. Countless vine-like phantoms, formed from pure wood elemental spiritual energy, spread outwards in all directions from the blue crystal. In an instant, the space within dozens of feet of the blue crystal seemed to be enveloped by a phantom of a constantly strangling forest of vines. Those silver-winged flying fish charging at the forefront were as if they had crashed into a deadly giant net. Puff, 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 puff. A series of penetrating sounds rang out. The powerful penetrating force condensed at the tip of the vine phantom ignored the flying fish's tough scales and directly pierced through its body as it rushed into the vine domain. The bodies of countless silver-winged flying fish suddenly stiffened in midair, and several transparent holes appeared on their bodies instantly. Blood gushed from the piercing wounds and fell down in large numbers. In the first wave of contact alone, dozens of flying fish died. However, there were simply too many flying fish. They charged forward relentlessly, fearless of death. Although the vine phantoms were incredibly lethal, their range was ultimately limited, and maintaining such a vast phantom domain consumed an astonishing amount of spiritual energy from Wang Hao. More flying fish surged wildly toward the ship from the edges and gaps of the vine field. Water, come! With a sharp shout, Wang Hao slammed his hands together. Spiritual energy surged within his spiritual sea, connecting with the spiritual runes. Water control technique. Fire 1,000 arrows. Boom. The seawater around the blue crystal was stirred up as if by an invisible giant hand. Countless water arrows, condensed into physical forms, shot out like a rainstorm at the flying fish that broke through the vine domain and tried to attack the ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of water jets piercing the air formed a deathly symphony. Uft, uft, uft. Water arrows may not have the penetrating power of the tip of a vine, but they are easy to control. As ships grow larger and devour more spirit fish and sea monsters, the ability to control water also becomes stronger. The powerful impact caused the water jets to pierce the flying fish's heads or their pectoral fins, directly impairing their ability to fly. Countless silver-winged flying fish, like birds shot down, sprayed blood and fell into the sea. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, his hands moving in the air, mobilizing spiritual power to attack. With each wave of his hand, he could create a storm of arrows, forcefully scattering and killing the flying fish that had broken through the defenses. Inside the deck cabin, everyone looked through the crystal porthole at the battle scene outside and was utterly shocked. Zhang Meyer covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed adoringly at Wang Hao's figure, which seemed to control everything. Oh my God, Captain is so handsome. A man stood guard at the cabin door, watching the scene outside that resembled a meat grinder. He was so excited that he trembled all over, wishing he could rush out immediately and smash the heads of a few flying fish to his heart's content. However, he firmly remembered Wang Hao's orders. The number of flying fish seemed endless. They appeared to be enraged by the death of their companions and became even more frenzied. Some of the flying fish even abandoned their attack on the ship's hull, instead soaring high into the air at near vertical angles, unleashing terrifying kinetic energy in suicidal dives into the ship's hull. They attempted to shatter the blue crystal's defenses with sheer numbers and impact. Thump, 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 thump. The heavy impact sounded like a hammer blow, pounding densely on the shield. The terrifying impact caused Wang Hao's body to sway slightly, and the spiritual energy in his spiritual sea was rapidly consumed, even though he had a spiritual sea space of more than 30 meters that stored a large amount of spiritual energy. Maintaining the Vine Phantom Domain and the spiritual energy shield, plus constantly casting Water Arrow Storm, consumed too much energy. Trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers, dream on. Wang Hao knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He had to finish the job with one decisive blow. He abruptly withdrew the Vine Illusion and stopped casting the Water Arrow spell, retaining only the shield. All the remaining spiritual power in his spiritual sea was used to cast the lightning spell. Lightning net. Cover it up. Crackling, sizzling. Countless blue and white arcs of electricity leaped wildly across the surface of the shield. A terrifying aura spread out, formed by countless violently leaping electric currents. A gigantic lightning net erupted and expanded instantly, fiercely enveloping the swarm of flying fish. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A terrifying crackling of electricity drowned out all other sounds. Blinding flashes of light illuminated the entire sea as if it were daytime. Wherever the power grid is located, space seems to be distorted by violent lightning. The silver-winged flying fish, directly enveloped by the electric grid, instantly turned charred and carbonized, falling like dumplings in a pot amidst billowing smoke. The flying fish further away were swept up by this violent electromagnetic shockwave. As if struck by an invisible giant hammer, they fainted in droves and spun into the sea like kites with broken strings. Just one strike. The silver storm of flying fish that filled the sky was torn apart by a huge hole. The remaining flying fish were finally terrified by this terrifying power. They let out a shrill scream, like a hornet's nest being disturbed, and frantically changed direction, fleeing desperately back to the sea they came from. The sea breeze swept by, carrying a strong smell of burning and ozone. On the sea surface around the blue crystal, there was a thick layer of charred flying fish floating on the surface, and some flying fish that had been stunned by electric shock and shockwave were struggling helplessly. On the deck, Wang Hao was slightly out of breath. This outburst had left him with a strong sense of emptiness in his spiritual sea. The cabin door was flung open, and Zhang Meyer was the first to rush out. Ignoring the mess on the deck, she pounced on Wang Hao like a gust of wind, tightly hugging his arm. Her pretty face was tilted up, her eyes filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster and unparalleled admiration. "Captain, you're amazing. It's like Thor descending to Earth." Her voice was trembling with sobs and lingering fear. Zhang Rongrong, Ali, Xiaoyu, Li Xiaoyu and her sisters all came out and surrounded Wang Hao, looking at his tired but still imposing figure. Seeing the densely packed flying fish around me again filled me with awe and an indescribable sense of security. This is their captain, one man in control, invincible against 10,000. With absolute power, he tore apart the death storm brought by the swarm of flying fish. Looking at the excited and trusting faces around him, Wang Hao finally smiled with a hint of relief. He patted Zhang Meyer's hand, glanced at everyone, and said hurriedly with a tired voice, "All right, it's all over now. I'm here. Oh man, you take the men and collect the spoils. We'll head back once we're all packed up." "Yes, Brother Hao." A man immediately sprang into action, calling on everyone to get to work. They began tidying up the flying fish on the deck and quickly scooped up the dead flying fish floating on the surface of the sea using hooks. Soon, the flying fish on the deck piled up into a small mountain. There were so many that everyone on the ship was busy. Finally, Wang Hao, who had recovered a lot of spiritual power, began to help. He manipulated the vines and quickly scooped the silver-winged flying fish up from the sea. Some of the half-dead flying fish were simply killed with a single cut. Once the deck was piled high with food, Wang Hao said to Lan Ling, "Lan Ling, these are for you. Eat them quickly." Chapter 80. When can we finally lie down and relax? Command confirmed. Lan Ling, who had been eagerly waiting, transformed into a stream of light and merged into the ship's hull. Buzz. The blue crystal trembled again. It rapidly absorbed the flying fish piled on the deck, and the mountain of silver-winged flying fish quickly disappeared and merged into the hull. The hull stretched and solidified again in the dim light. The length has increased from 30 meters to 35 meters, and the lines are more fluid. Most importantly, the internal structure of the ship was optimized again, and the spirit patterns began to change, especially the wind spirit patterns on the sails, which became more obvious. Wang Hao felt that he could control the wind and form an attack skill. With a thought, an invisible wind blade instantly formed. With a flick of his finger, the half-meter-long wind blade swiftly sliced across the sea surface, instantly cleaving the corpse of a flying fish in two with unparalleled sharpness. Really, Wang Hao was secretly delighted. Going to the beach and eating his way around the world was the path he and his spirit ship should take. The stronger the spirit ship, the stronger he would be. He set himself a small goal. Since he had come to this world, he would take his little foodie spirit ship with him and eat all the seafood in the world. Suddenly, Wang Hao was full of energy and manipulated the vines to scoop up the silver-winged flying fish one by one. "Ali, take care of these better-looking ones. We're having flying fish tonight. I'll give the rest to Lan Ling." "Oh, right. By the time we finish up, it'll be getting dark. Let's clean up and get ready to head back. Ali, let's use this flying fish meat to cook everyone a nice meal tonight to celebrate." Wang Hao looked at the setting sun and said, Yes, Captain. Ali smiled. After catching all the flying fish, the blue crystal turned around and headed towards White Sand Island at a leisurely pace. Wang Hao didn't join the fun. He went into the captain's cabin alone. This time, he devoured a large number of flying fish, and the ship evolved to 38 meters. Wang Hao found that the further he went, the more spirit fish he needed to devour. He swallowed about 1,000 flying fish that were more than half a meter long before he grew from 30 meters to 38 meters. Wang Hao was a little dissatisfied. If the other ship repairmen heard this, they would all be furious. Fortunately, after the upgrade, the captain's cabin became more spacious and bright. The thoughtful little girl, Lan Ling, even specially created a comfortable chair and a desk by the window. Of course, the iconic big bed has become even bigger. Wang Hao closed the cabin door slightly, and while recovering his depleted spiritual energy, he took out a book and began to read, learning about the world. The faint sounds of chopping vegetables and laughter coming from the kitchen outside became the background noise at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, a rich, savory aroma with a strange, caramelized scent, mixed with the fresh fragrance of spiritual plants, wafted in through the crack in the door, whetting Wang Hao's appetite. Wang Hao slowly put down his book. Although his spiritual sea was not fully replenished, his fatigue had largely dissipated. Pushing open the door, I entered the kitchen, where warm crystal lights and the aroma of food wafted towards me. Ali was drizzling the last steamed flying fish slices with a special sauce. Zhang Rongrong was setting out the bowls and chopsticks, and Zhang Meyer was carrying a large bowl of steaming fishbone soup, garnished with emerald green seaweed. Xiaoya placed a plate of cold seaweed salad on the table, then brought out a golden brown, crispy roasted flying fish fillet. Li Xiaoyu and Xiaoli helped set out the chairs, and the others were already seated at the table, staring longingly at the delicious food. The benefit of the ship's evolution is that the kitchen has been expanded considerably, adding a dining room. A newly generated large dining table occupies a large space and is already filled with dishes. Although the ingredients are limited for the time being, with Ali's cooking skills, Zhang Rongrong's help, and Li Xiaoyu's assistance, the meal is delicious and visually appealing. Captain, come and eat. Zhang Meyer's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Hao, and she greeted him warmly. Brother Hao, dinner is ready. Ali smiled gently. Everyone sat together without any formalities. A man couldn't wait to pick up a large piece of grilled fish fillet and stuff it into his mouth. It was so hot that he was panting and kept giving a thumbs up. Xiaoya carefully served Wang Hao a bowl of fish soup. Wang Hao picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the steamed fish slice. The meat of this flying fish was exceptionally tender and had a unique firm texture. The spiritual energy contained within the fish meat was very gentle. The taste was quite good, and she immediately praised. Ali, your cooking skills have improved even more. Ali smiled slightly. Though she didn't say anything, her eyes were full of satisfaction at receiving praise. The cabin was warmly lit by crystal lights, and the clinking of bowls and chopsticks mingled with everyone's soft laughter as they enjoyed dinner. Meanwhile, Lan Ling had already steered the blue crystal slowly back to the White Sand Island dock area. The scene before me now is completely different from when I left this morning. The seawater was receding at a visible speed, revealing a large area of the dock foundation stones covered with barnacles. A large number of small fishing boats are being towed ashore along the slope by their owners and laborers. The air was filled with the smell of silt after the tide receded. The large fishing boats had already untied their mooring lines and headed to deeper waters to avoid the danger of running aground. Look at this water level, it's receding really fast. Zhang Meyer leaned against the ship's railing, watching the busy crowd and the ever-expanding mudflats on the seabed, then turned to Wang Hao and said, Captain, at this time of year, the black rock reefs north of Baisha Island should have already started to emerge. Zhang Rongrong nodded, walked to Wang Hao's side, and spoke in a gentle and clear voice. Captain, regarding the best places to go during the low tide, based on past experience and information gathered by our family, there are two main places worth paying close attention to. She pointed to the north of the island. Firstly, there is the Black Rock Reef Group to the north, which Mayer mentioned. The terrain there is treacherous, with jagged reefs and countless large and small rock formations. Every year, it is one of the areas where the sea recedes first. However, because of the complex and dangerous terrain there, the lack of a dock and the difficulty for large ships to approach, it has become an excellent hiding place and breeding paradise for various crustaceans such as crabs, snails, and lobsters. In previous years, not only have people harvested extremely high-quality spirit crabs and giant snails there, but some have even been lucky enough to find spirit materials and ores, and there are even rumors that someone discovered a spirit fire being nurtured there. Spiritual fire? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he had been longing for. Having read some of the books Zhang Rongrong had brought, he knew that spirit fire was not only something that weapon cultivators dreamed of, but also something that ship cultivators desired. For example, the core facilities of the spirit ship need to be powered by spirit fire. If a spirit fire can be found, the blue crystal might be able to evolve the important equipment of the spirit ship furnace. Whether it's refining spiritual materials, pills, spiritual artifacts, or even shipboard weapons and equipment, they all rely on it for operation. Of course, the furnace is very important for other ship repairmen because when other ship repairmen evolve their spirit ships, they either use their spiritual power to condense spiritual materials little by little and integrate them into the hull to make the spirit ship bigger, or they find spiritual fire and create a spirit ship furnace, which can accelerate the refining process and greatly increase the evolution speed of the spirit ship. Alternatively, they could recruit auxiliary artifact cultivators, but this would take away a portion of the spiritual energy. Some novice artifact cultivators have low speed and efficiency in refining spiritual materials, and it's possible that they are not as good as ship cultivators who can slowly work on their own. In this way, they wouldn't take away the spiritual energy absorbed and transformed by the spirit ship, thus slowing down the ship cultivator's advancement. This leads to a problem. Advanced ship repairmen have their own experienced auxiliary equipment repairmen, while low-level ship repairmen are better off refining materials themselves than hiring equipment repairmen. This has led many novice weapon cultivators to rely on the spiritual energy converted by the spirit gathering array for cultivation, or to buy expensive pills and refine their natal spiritual weapons little by little. Wang Hao's purpose in wanting the spirit fire was simply to ensure that the ship could only produce pills and spirit artifacts, so that the artifact cultivators could work overtime and use the money they earned to buy materials for Lan Ling to eat. I can finally lie down completely. How wonderful. Chapter 81 also requires arranging for 3 more equipment repairmen to be sent to the ship. Lan Ling can handle the matter of refining spiritual materials and integrating them into the ship herself, and she can do it even better. At worst, we can just tell Rongrong and the others to refine any high-grade materials they come across and use them as snacks to reward this little glutton. Seeing that Wang Hao is interested in the spirit fire, Zhang Rongrong said affirmatively. Yes, although it is rare, it is not impossible. However, the currents there are strong, and there are many deep pits and puddles hidden among the rocks after the tide recedes. Many ferocious sea monsters also lurk there, so we need to be extra careful. She paused after speaking, then pointed to the east side of the island. The second place is the east side of the island, which is originally a deep water area where the ship repairmen are located. The seawater will recede last, and after the tide recedes completely, a sizable group of underwater spirit trees will be exposed there. The spirit trees have a stable structure and are very hard, making them the best material for the growth of spirit ships. The island lord and the powerful ship repairmen will join forces to harvest the spirit wood forest later in the tide. Zhang Rongrong looked at Wang Hao and reminded him. However, that is a truly dangerous area. Not only are there ferocious sea beasts guarding it, but the complex terrain formed after the tide recedes is also a natural trap. Moreover, the island lord's mansion and various ship repair forces are gathered there, and the entanglements of interests are extremely complicated. If the captain is interested, he can go and take a look when the peak fishing season is almost over. As for the mudflats to the south and west, although they are much safer, the produce is relatively ordinary and of little value. They are mainly places for ordinary fishermen and low-level equipment repairmen. After listening to Zhang Rongrong's analysis, Wang Hao quickly calculated in his mind that the Black Rock Reefs to the north were simply a self-service restaurant tailor-made for the blue crystal. The news of the spirit fire made Wang Hao even more excited. If there was a spirit fire, who would still sell fish and meat? They could directly refine pills and spirit weapons to sell, and the profits would increase countless times. Wang Hao immediately made the decision, saying, "Okay, we'll go to the Black Rock Reefs in the north first thing tomorrow morning." Rongrong, Mayor, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Rongrong bowed slightly. It is my honor to share the captain's burdens. In addition, I need to go back to my family first to handle some trivial matters and to confirm the latest information about the Black Rock Reef Group. If there are any changes, I will inform the captain immediately. This is a communication conch. You can talk to me by inputting spiritual power. After speaking, Zhang Rongrong took out an exquisite conch shell from her personal storage bag, handed it to Wang Hao, and taught him how to use it. Oh, thank you, then you can go. After Wang Hao figured out how to use the communication screw, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer disembarked and left. The blue crystal is temporarily docked in the deeper waters of the pier, awaiting news from Zhang Rongrong and the final departure time. Zhang family residence. Not long after Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer stepped through the gate, they were enthusiastically surrounded by a group of family members who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Sister Rongrong. Sister Meyer, you're finally back. I heard from the doorman, old Zhang, that you've become Captain Wang's contracted crew members? What an incredible opportunity. Congratulations. A contracted crew member. That's an unparalleled opportunity to share the spiritual energy of the spirit ship, embark on the path of weapon cultivation, and enhance one's life potential. Envy, amazement, and flattery rose and fell, and everyone's eyes were focused on them, especially on the faint aura of spiritual energy around them. It was the manifestation of the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit ship actively flowing into their bodies. They were indeed contracted crew members, which aroused people's longing. Soon, various requests came in one after another. A cousin from a collateral branch rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with smiles. Cousin Rongrong, now that you're with Captain Wang on the spirit ship every day, you must have plenty of spiritual energy for cultivation, right? How about the monthly quota for the spirit gathering array allocated by the family? Could you give it to me? I've been stuck at a bottleneck for so long. Another uncle, who managed part of the family's equipment repair workshop, also joined in. Niece Mayer, your spiritual power is now pure, and with the blessing of the contract, refining spiritual weapons will definitely be twice as effective. Do you see if you can spare some time to help your uncle refine and upgrade a few spiritual weapons? We'll provide the materials, and the reward is negotiable. Yes, Rongrong, when you go to sea, could you keep an eye out for certain types of sea monster materials for the family? Mayor, if the captain needs manpower next time, could you recommend my daughter? She has a good talent for weapon crafting. They all chattered amongst themselves, their intentions clear. They all wanted to benefit from the contracted crew members and gain advantages from them or from Wang Hao. Zhang Meyer was annoyed by the noise and was about to lash out when a dignified low shout rang out. Enough! What kind of order is this? All of you crowding around here. The crowd immediately fell silent, bowing respectfully. Clan Chief. The Zhang family patriarch walked over slowly. He glanced at everyone, and finally his gaze fell on the Zhang Rongrong sisters, his eyes filled with approval. It is the good fortune of Rongrong and Meyer to have won Captain Wang's favor and signed a contract with him, and it is also the good fortune of my Zhang family. Instead of thinking about how to consolidate their foundation and provide assistance, you are here scheming and demanding benefits. What kind of behavior is this? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the authority of the clan leader. He looked at his cousin who was asking for a spot in the spirit gathering array and directly ordered. Spots in the spirit gathering array shall be allocated according to clan rules and shall not be transferred privately. As for Rongrong and Mayer's spots, since they no longer need them, they shall be taken back by the clan and redistributed. Although his cousin was unhappy to hear this, he dared not voice any objection. The clan leader's gaze swept over the crowd again, finally settling on Zhang Rongrong's face. The imposing manner he had displayed when he looked at everyone had softened, and his tone carried a hint of negotiation. Rongrong, you said Captain Wang is going to the Black Rock Reefs. That place is full of all kinds of minerals and shells, so it will probably take a lot of people to refine them. Your second and third uncle's 3 daughters, Yun'er, Zhi'er, and Lan'er, each have a support spiritual artifact, covering the elements of metal, wood, and earth. Add to that the water and fire of you 2 sisters, and you'll have a complete set of the 5 elements. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. 3 girls in light-colored dresses stepped forward. Zhang Yun, the leader, clutched the hem of her dress. Zhang Ji lowered her eyes, her fingers unconsciously twisting her belt, and the youngest, Zhang Lan, secretly glanced at Zhang Rongrong before quickly lowering her head again. The 3 of them curtsied respectfully. Greetings to both of you elder sisters. The clan chief looked at them, then at Zhang Rongrong, and said, although they are not top-notch, it would be better for them to lend a hand on the blue crystal than to stay idle at home. I wonder if Captain Wang needs anyone like that. The last question was asked softly. Zhang Meyer glanced at her 3 cousins out of the corner of her eye. Zhang Yun looked gentle, Zhang Ji looked quiet, and Zhang Lan looked clever. Each of them had a pleasing face. Upon hearing this, alarm bells rang in Zhang Meyer's mind. She had finally managed to get a little closer to the captain, and she hadn't even found an opportunity to take things a step further. Are they suddenly going to add 3 more young and beautiful cousins to the boat? Isn't this just making things harder for her and creating more competition? She immediately looked at her sister, her eyes filled with, don't agree. Zhang Rongrong sensed her sister's gaze and understood the clan leader's intentions, to curry favor with Wang Hao, to further strengthen the Zhang family's connection with the blue crystal ship, and even to plant their own people on the ship. Chapter 82 Beachcombing, as easy as walking on flat ground, wave-treading boots. Zhang Rongrong, though quick-witted and perceptive, remained gentle and calm on the surface. She bowed gracefully to the clan leader and responded in a soft, yet clear voice. Grandpa Clan Chief, my three cousins do indeed have unique abilities. However, the personnel arrangements on the Blue Crystal are entirely up to the captain. I must first report to the captain and wait for his decision before I can give the clan a definite answer. She neither refused nor agreed, cleverly passing the decision-making power to Wang Hao. The clan chief nodded. Yes, that's how it should be. You shall handle this matter carefully and be sure to convey the Zhang family's sincerity to Captain Wang. Some other family elders seemed to want to say something, such as emphasizing family interests and contributions, but the patriarch raised his hand to stop them again, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice steady and powerful. Right now, the most important thing for Rongrong and Meyer is to solidify their position in Captain Wang's heart and win his trust. This is the only way to ensure their long-term success. Only when they have a strong foundation on the Blue Crystal can the Zhang family's relationship with Captain Wang be truly stable. Only then can they gain greater benefits in the future. Everyone, disperse, don't disturb them anymore. The clan leader dispersed the crowd. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer exchanged a glance, both seeing the pressure in each other's eyes. They had to return to the ship as soon as possible the next morning to convey their clan's message to the captain. The next morning, Wang Hao was awakened by the soft, furry touch on his cheek. He opened his eyes groggily and saw Xiao Yu's pair of soft, white rabbit ears, which were snuggled close to the crook of his neck. The girl's soft breath fell evenly on his chest. The shy little rabbit from last night, unable to resist the dependence, or perhaps having tasted the sweetness, had secretly slipped back. Wang Hao smiled silently, gently pinched the cute ear tips, eliciting an unconscious whimper from Xiaoya, which was extremely adorable. He then got up and got out of bed. Pushing open the door to the captain's cabin, on the deck, Ali was helping Xiao Li organize their belongings. Xiao Li, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted Xiao Yu, who was following behind Wang Hao, rubbing her eyes and still showing signs of sleepiness, walking out of the captain's cabin. Huh? Sister Xiaoya. Xiao Li immediately jumped over, her big eyes full of curiosity and innocence. Why did you come out of Brother Hao's room? Did you sleep with Brother Hao? I want to sleep with Brother Hao too. As she spoke, she tried to hug Wang Hao's leg. Little Tanuki. Ali blushed and quickly pulled the outspoken little girl back, covering her mouth. She glanced at Wang Hao, then at Xiao Yu, who was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Stop talking nonsense. Come and help. Xiaoya's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp, her rabbit ears pressed tightly against her head, and she ran away quickly with her head down. Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose. Oh no, he couldn't hide it anymore. Watching Xiaoya's flustered figure and Xiaoli's short legs still thrashing about as she was dragged away, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. How about we all sleep together? He didn't know what would happen if he told them, but seeing the teasing yet expectant look in their eyes, Wang Hao seemed to understand instantly. At this moment, the Blue Crystal had come to a steady stop on the exposed seabed mudflats as the tide receded. The seawater had receded dozens of feet away, leaving behind a large area of silt and a beach covered with gravel. All right, ladies, get ready to disembark. Wang Hao gave a shout and was the first to jump off the boat. The others then jumped off the boat and stepped onto the slippery, sticky mudflats. A man was fine. He was strong and had a stable stance, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Li almost slipped. Stand firm. Wang Hao immediately stepped forward and steadily supported them. Then, with a wave of his hand, the entire Blue Crystal ship transformed into a streak of light and was absorbed into Wang Hao's spiritual sea, leaving only a huge dent in the hull. He led the beast-eared girls to a drier beach, raised his hand, and activated a water manipulation technique. Streams of clear water wrapped around each girl's ankles and calves, quickly washing away the sticky mud and revealing their fair skin and shoes. Wow, so convenient. Little Fox clapped her hands and laughed. Thank you, Captain. Ali and the others also expressed their gratitude. Just then, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer appeared not far away. They were obviously prepared, wearing a pair of uniquely designed boots that emitted a faint glow. The soles of the boots seemed to have special patterns, allowing them to walk on the mud as if on flat ground, and the uppers of the boots were spotless. Good morning, Captain. Zhang Meyer walked briskly over with a bright smile, carrying several pairs of identical boots in her hand. We knew this mudflat would be difficult to walk on, so my sister and I brought the wave-treading spirit boots. They can be activated by injecting a little bit of spiritual energy. They not only protect against mud, but also allow us to walk on the water for a short time. She distributed the spirit boots to Ali, Xiao Yu, and the others. They put them on out of curiosity and tried to infuse them with a trace of spiritual power. Sure enough, they felt light under their feet. After taking a few steps, the mud automatically slid away, and when they stepped on puddles, only shallow ripples appeared, as if they were walking on flat ground. Rong, Mayor, thank you for your trouble. Wang Hao quickly expressed his gratitude, saying that these were truly wonderful items, and that with these spirit boots, his efficiency in beachcombing would be greatly improved. Soon, Li Xiaoyu arrived with her younger sister Li Xiaoyu. After everyone was there, the group, led by Zhang Rongrong, left the South Wharf area and headed north towards the Black Rock Reefs along the westward extending coastline. On their way to their destination, Wang Hao and his companions passed by that familiar place again, the little haven that had sheltered Wang Hao and the beast-eared girls through their initial difficult times. Now that the sea has receded, its more complete appearance has been revealed. Several huge reefs guard a small, relatively flat bay, and not far away is the ironclad reef area where Wang Hao used to hunt for a living. Look, it's Blue Crystal Bay. Little Fox pointed to the rocky sand and shouted excitedly. That's the name they gave to that little harbor. At this moment, the rocky area was no longer silent. Several orcs were crouching down, huddled together to hunt a rock crab that was only half a meter in size. They used the terrain, either by using ropes to lasso it or by using heavy stone hammers to strike the crab's joints. Their movements were skillful, and their shouts echoed across the open mudflats. When the orcs saw Wang Hao and his group passing by, dressed smartly and exuding an air of extraordinary elegance, they paused slightly, their eyes revealing a mixture of respect and fear, and silently made way for them. The changes are really big. Looking at the figures hunting with all their might, and then at the beast-eared girls beside him who were now much more beautiful than before, no longer as thin and weak as when he first met them, Wang Hao was filled with emotion. Continuing north along the coastline, the mudflats gradually disappear, replaced by jagged black reefs. The sea receded further, revealing a large reef covered with seaweed, barnacles, and oyster shells. Chapter 83 Armored Crab Swarm. When Wang Haolai arrived at the Blackhorn Reef Group, a number of people had already gathered on the beach. Some fishermen wearing ordinary coarse cloth jackets were using hooks to pry open oysters and nets to catch small fish and shrimp in the shallow water. There were also some people dressed in uniform, presumably apprentices and slaves of some faction or family on the island, carrying low-level spiritual weapons such as harpoons and spears as fishing tools. They were attacking some low-level sea beasts, such as half-foot-long sea urchins and schools of saw-toothed fish that were trying to bite people, and shouts were incessant. Captain, we're just outside the Black Rock Reefs. The most active areas of spiritual energy fluctuations are often in the deeper, huge rock caves and crevices. However, the tide hasn't completely receded yet, so we'll have to wait. Zhang Rongrong pointed to the huge rocky forest in front of her and said. Wang Hao had already sensed the dense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from below this area and said, All right, let's start here for today. Everyone is free to move around, but please be careful. If you find anything good or run into trouble, just let us know. Remember not to wander too far. Yay, time to go beachcombing. Little Tanuki was the first to rush out with a cheer, nimbly leaping between the rocks, her target being the tiny ornamental crabs, no bigger than a thumb, that scurried quickly across the shallow puddles. Like a real little fox, she approached silently, her little hands catching crabs one by one, and soon she was holding a handful of struggling little crabs, which she happily showed off to Xiaoye. Xiaoye appeared much quieter. She closed her eyes, her rabbit ears twitching slightly, as if listening to something. After the contract was formed, her perception had been greatly enhanced, making her exceptionally sensitive to items containing spiritual energy. She carefully searched among the rocks, and soon she made a discovery. There's something under this rock. She laboriously moved aside a seaweed-covered rock and dug out a translucent stone fragment the size of a pigeon egg from the mud and sand beneath. Wow, it's a fragment of a spirit stone. Although it's just a fragment, the spiritual energy it contains is extremely pure, making it quite valuable. Xiaoye is so amazing. Li Xiaoyu came over, looking on with envy. Aman set her sights on a huge oyster rock, about half a person's height, embedded in the reef. With a low shout, she gripped the edge of the rock with both hands and exerted force. Hey! With a muffled thud, she forcefully overturned the rock that would have required several people to pry it up, revealing several plump oysters the size of plates and a few panicked blue crabs clinging to it. She grinned and easily broke off the oyster as if pulling up a radish. After their bloodlines were nourished by spiritual energy, these beast-eared girls became extraordinary. On the other side, Ali was trying to pry open an unusually hard, giant conch shell with tools, but after several attempts, it wouldn't budge. She frowned slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously gathered a wisp of fiery red spiritual energy. This was a new ability brought about by the activation of her fox bloodline after the contract was signed. She lightly touched the seashell with her fingertip, and a tiny orange-red flame shot out with a hiss, instantly burning a small hole through the hard shell. The temperature was extremely high, and even Ali herself was startled. Then she looked at her finger with surprise. Ailing's figure moved silently among the shadows of the massive reefs. Her emerald eyes gleamed faintly in the darkness, locking onto a stinging starfish as large as a wash basin, lurking at the bottom of a puddle. A flash of cold light appeared in her hand, and a specially crafted bone dagger precisely pierced the nerve ganglion at the core of the starfish, killing it instantly. Her movements were clean and swift, as if she were a born hunter. Holding a harpoon, Li Xiaoyu channeled the water-based spiritual power within her body. A flash of blue light appeared at the tip of the harpoon, and a solid water arrow shot out, pinning a small, jagged fish that was trying to attack Xiaoya to the reef. The reefs were filled with laughter and the joy of harvest. Everyone was enjoying this gift from nature in their own way, contributing to the growth of the spirit ship. However, trouble arose when they ventured deeper into a semi-enclosed depression surrounded by massive black reefs. At the bottom of the depression, the silt churned, and dozens of half-meter-long armored crabs, as if clad in black iron armor, gathered together. When Wang Hao arrived, they discovered the intruder and immediately made threatening click-clack sounds, waving their huge iron pincers and swarming up. One of them was exceptionally large, with a shiny black carapace and frighteningly thick iron pincers. This giant armored crab, whose carapace was a full 2 meters long, stood at the back of the crab group, exuding a powerful aura. Watch out. It's a group of armored crabs. There's a king crab, Zhang Rongrong immediately warned. Perfect timing. Wang Hao's expression was filled with joy. They had finally encountered a tough opponent. The food for the spirit ship today was ready, and everyone immediately said, "Amon, protect the others. Everyone back off. I'll handle this." The battle erupted instantly. When those dozens of half-meter-long armored crabs charged forward, waving their giant pincers with a clicking sound. With a low shout, Wang Hao instantly activated the vast spiritual energy within his spiritual sea, connecting it to the intricate wood elemental spiritual patterns on the blue crystal's hull. Vine domain. Strangulation. Buzz. A burst of emerald green light erupted from Wang Hao's center. In an instant, countless phantoms of deep green vines, formed from pure wood spiritual energy, burst forth from the ground. They frantically coiled around the joints of the armored crab charging at the forefront. Click, click, click. The vine phantoms possessed immense power, instantly binding and tightening around more than a dozen armored crabs. The hard shells groaned under the immense force of the vines, their joints locked, rendering them unable to move. However, the largest crab, with a shell as hard as steel, let out an angry hiss. It yanked its 2 giant pincers out. Click. The few illusory vines wrapped around it were forcibly broken off and turned into specks of green light and dissipated. The Crab King broke free from the vine's restraints, and with all 8 of its legs, it charged at Wang Hao like a runaway chariot. 2 of its claws rose high, as if to cut Wang Hao in 2. Goodness, this defense is pretty good. Let's try this. Wang Hao slammed his hands together in front of him. Water control technique. Arrow condensation. Fire 1,000 arrows. Countless finger-thick, highly condensed, deep blue water arrows appeared out of thin air. Like a barrage of arrows from an invisible crossbow, they formed a curtain of arrows covering all the armored crabs in front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sharp, piercing sounds filled the air. Ding, 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 ding. A series of impacts slammed into the armored crab's hard carapace and claws. However, the ironclad crab's defense lived up to its reputation. Apart from a few unlucky crabs that were hit in the joints or eyes and cried out in pain, most of the water arrows hit the hard shell and only left shallow white spots before being splashed away. The Crab King's charge only paused slightly before it charged forward at an even faster speed. Heh, this metal shell is really hard. Wang Hao's lips curled into a wicked smile. Then please try this. Wang Hao no longer held back, channeling his spiritual energy into the shimmering lightning runes on the ship's hull. Lightning net. Crackling, sizzling. Chapter 84. Who gave you the guts? Lightning bolts, like wildly dancing silver snakes, intertwined in front of Wang Hao, forming an enormous lightning net. The net expanded instantly, engulfing all the armored crabs, including the Crab King. A terrifying electric current instantly engulfed the armored crab swarm. The violent current surged wildly, coursing through the crabs' wet shells and the muddy ground beneath their feet. Electrical conductivity. This is the iron crab's biggest weakness. The armored crabs, who were just moments ago incredibly fierce and charging forward with water jets, were suddenly thrown into a high-voltage electrical box. All the crabs encased in the electric fence convulsed and trembled violently, their 8 claws twitching and shaking uncontrollably. Their legs began to swing and kick wildly and erratically, like electrified mechanical claws. The entire crab swarm was now performing a bizarre, collective breakdance. Just a few seconds. The armored crabs that were still dancing in place suddenly froze, wisps of smoke rising from the cracks in their shells, carrying a burnt smell. They all rolled over, their 8 legs in the air, and were electrocuted alive. Only the enormous king crab, with its stronger physique and thicker shell, was still struggling violently in the electric net. Its 8 crab legs stomped on the ground, kicking wildly out of control, emitting painful hissing. Its movements also became noticeably stiff and slow, with electric sparks crackling and white smoke rising from its shell. It's time to end this. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he loosely clasped his hands together. Thunder arrow. A giant water arrow, as thick as an adult's arm and crackling with violent arcs of electricity, instantly materialized in front of Wang Hao. The arrowhead was aimed directly at the still struggling Crab King. Boom! The giant water arrow, crackling with lightning and accompanied by a piercing shriek, pierced through the Crab King's proud and hard breastplate in an instant. The Crab King's massive body suddenly stiffened. Where it was struck, its hard shell shattered with a deafening roar. A surge of violent lightning power rushed into its body through the wound, instantly and completely destroying all its life force. The Crab King's 2 giant pincers, which were still raised high, fell limply down and crashed into the muddy hollow. The depression fell into a deathly silence. Only the few dozen small armored crabs that had been electrocuted remained in their twitching positions before death, emitting wisps of smoke. Wang Hao slowly lowered his hand, looking at the large number of armored crabs and the huge Crab King's corpse in front of him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Wang Hao walked to the giant Crab King's corpse and patted its hard shell. We won't give this big guy to Lan Ling as a snack. We'll keep it. Ali, it's up to you tonight. Prepare a Crab King feast for everyone. Looking at the enormous amount of ingredients, Ali smiled confidently. Leave it to me. Just as Ali was directing Aman and Li Xiaoyu to deal with the giant Crab King, Xiaoyue was carefully collecting the Crab King's shell fragments, which would be of great use to Lan Ling. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts came from outside the reefs. Quick! There was such a commotion just now. There must be something good. That's right, the spiritual energy fluctuations are so strong. It might be a rare sea beast. Don't let anyone else beat you to it. 7 or 8 people, dressed in matching gray outfits and carrying various weapons that gleamed with spiritual light, stormed into the depression under the leadership of a burly man. They immediately spotted the enormous Crab King's corpse in the center of the depression, as well as the mess left by dozens of half-meter-long armored crabs scattered around it after being electrocuted. Their eyes instantly blazed with greed. Wow, what a huge king crab! And so many armored crabs too. We've struck it rich. Quick, move all of this out. The burly leader roared excitedly, completely disregarding the group of seemingly weak beast-eared girls in the depression and the young man in the middle. In their eyes, being able to kill the Crab King must have been due to sheer luck or the use of some powerful, one-time-use magical artifact, and now was the perfect time to reap the benefits. The 2 weapon cultivators couldn't wait to rush towards Xiaoya, who was closest, to snatch the Crab King. One of the weapon cultivators acted roughly and pushed her away violently. Oh, caught off guard, Xiaoya cried out in surprise and stumbled backward onto the slippery rocks, scraping her hands and knees, scattering the pieces of crab shell she was holding all over the ground. Xiaoya, Ali, Zhang Rongrong, and the others' expressions changed, and they exclaimed in surprise. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold instantly. He originally couldn't be bothered with these small fry, but anyone who touched him was like someone who had touched a sore spot. Court death. Without a word, Wang Hao didn't move, but the spiritual energy within his spiritual seat instantly surged. He connected with the wood-type spiritual patterns on the ship's hull. Vines. Strangulate. A phantom of emerald green vines, even thicker than when dealing with the crab swarm, suddenly burst forth from the mud beneath the feet of the two cultivators who had pushed Xiaoya down. Like a giant python coiling around them, it instantly bound them tightly, squeezing their bones so hard they creaked and couldn't even scream. At the same time, Wang Hao's cold gaze swept over the others rushing towards him, and he raised his hands in a gesture. Water control technique. Arrow rain. The water arrows shot indiscriminately at all the weapon repairmen rushing towards them. Puff, 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 puff. Oh, my hand. My leg. Screams erupted immediately. These weapon cultivators were not much stronger than the ironclad crab. The first few who charged forward were instantly covered in blood, screaming as they collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. The remaining men were terrified and hurriedly raised their weapons to parry. A series of clanging sounds rang out as they barely managed to protect their vitals, but the impact left their arms numb. They staggered back, staring at Wang Hao in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. This wasn't just good luck, this was clearly a jinx. The power of this water arrow technique was comparable to that of a ship repairman, not the weapon repairman who had used a powerful, one-time-use spiritual artifact as they had suspected. The burly leader turned deathly pale with fright. He finally realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. Stop! All of you stop! A voice, tinged with both anxiety and authority, rang out. A handsome young man, dressed in a light blue brocade robe with cloud patterns, emerged quickly from behind the rocks, accompanied by two guards whose auras were clearly stronger than those of the cultivators on the ground. His gaze swept over the groaning weapon cultivator on the ground, and the two people who were nearly strangled by the vines, finally landing on the cold-faced Wang Hao, his pupils shrinking slightly. Without saying a word, he walked up to the burly man in the lead and slapped him several times across the face. You bastards! You're all blind! The young ship repairman shouted sternly, his voice carrying spiritual power, making the eardrums of the artifact repairman buzz. Don't you even know the difference between superiors and inferiors? Who gave you the audacity to offend a ship repairman? He turned to Wang Hao, his face instantly breaking into a warm smile, and cupped his hands, saying, This ship repairman, I am Huang Mingxian. My father, Huang Haya, was not strict enough in disciplining his son, allowing these ignorant scoundrels to offend our fellow cultivators. I am truly sorry. Truly sorry. Chapter 85 Ship repairmen must not kill each other without reason. We're all ship repairmen. We'll run into each other all the time. Why ruin our harmony over a few ignorant servants? As Huang Mingxian spoke, he sternly swept his eyes over the artifact repairmen on the ground. The first article of the Imperial Ship Repair Convention states that ship repairmen shall not kill each other without cause. We should value peace. Calm down, calm down. It's really not worth getting angry over these fools. His last sentence, Imperial Ship Repair Convention and ship repairmen shall not kill each other without cause, was exceptionally clear. It was both a reminder to Wang Hao and a statement of his own identity and position. Everyone was a high-ranking ship repairman, and there was no need to tear each other apart over a few ants. The weapon cultivators, only now realizing what had happened, were utterly terrified. A ship cultivator? This young man before them was actually a ship cultivator? They had just tried to steal the spoils of a ship cultivator? This was a crime punishable by death, punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of their families. In imperial law, ship cultivators held a transcendent status. Offending one meant either the loss of their cultivation or, more seriously, execution. Even if they were beaten to death, they would probably still get kicked a couple of times. Sir, have mercy. We were blinded by greed and utterly foolish. Please spare our lives. Please spare us, sir. We'll never dare to do it again. We were all blind. Please, Your Excellency, have mercy. The remaining weapon repairmen, including the burly leader who had been slapped, all tumbled and fell to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Their foreheads slammed heavily against the rocks, bleeding profusely, but they didn't care. Their voices were filled with desperate fear. Huang Mingxian said at the opportune moment, Fellow Taoist, what do you think? These fools deserve to die, but killing them would only dirty your hands. Why not make them pay with all their possessions, then punish them severely and spare their lives, so that others who are blind to the consequences of offending the ship repairman? He was giving Wang Hao a way out, and also leaving a glimmer of hope for those equipment repairmen. Wang Hao coldly looked at the weapon cultivator who was kowtowing and begging for mercy on the ground, and then at Huang Mingxian who had a forced smile on his face. The other party invoked the Ship Repair Convention and imperial law and adopted a sufficiently humble attitude. One doesn't hit a smiling face, so my murderous intent subsided considerably. It really wasn't worth having a direct conflict with a fellow ship repairman over a few ants. Snort. Wang Hao snorted coldly and withdrew the vine phantom. The two weapon cultivators who had almost been strangled collapsed to the ground like mud, panting heavily, their eyes filled with the fear of surviving a disaster as they looked at Wang Hao. Leave all your valuables behind, and then get out. Wang Hao's voice was icy. Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Those artifact cultivators felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They hurriedly took out all their money pouches, some low-grade pills, materials, and even their personal small defensive magical artifacts, piled them on the ground, and scrambled away from the depression, helping each other along the way, without daring to look back. After watching Wang Hao finish handling the situation, Huang Mingxuan's smile became even more genuine. My friend is truly generous. May I ask your esteemed name and which family you belong to? Wang Hao, a rogue cultivator. Wang Hao's words were concise and to the point. So it's Brother Wang. I've heard so much about you. Huang Mingxian seemed to have truly heard of Wang Hao's name and warmly cupped his hands in greeting before glancing at the dozens of charred, half-meter-long remains of armored crabs on the ground. What Brother Wang plans to do with these? If it's too much trouble, I can have someone. No need. Wang Hao interrupted him, a thought flashing through his mind. Receive. The dozens of armored crab corpses on the ground instantly transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the spiritual sea space. Within the spiritual sea, the blue crystal greedily devoured the armored crabs, its hull emitting a faint hum and stretching sensation as it slowly increased in length, finally stopping at 39 meters. It had only grown 1 meter. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Sure enough, it gets harder and harder as we go on. After devouring dozens of armored crabs, I only grew 1 meter. However, seeing Lan Ling happily circling in the spiritual sea, he felt quite gratified. The feeling of watching the ship grow little by little was truly wonderful. Moreover, after devouring a large number of armored crabs, Wang Hao felt some new changes on the ship's hull. A light golden spirit pattern with a metallic texture began to emerge inside the ship's hull, spreading little by little and intertwining with the original wood, water, wind, and lightning spirit patterns. The entire ship exuded an aura of greater solidity, especially the 2 rows of rams at the bow, which radiated a sharp and piercing presence. With a slight thought, Wang Hao mobilized his spiritual power to try and control the spiritual rune. With a thought, a faint metallic sheen instantly appeared on the surface of his body, as if he were wearing a layer of iron armor. Wang Hao knocked on it a few times, producing a series of clanging sounds, demonstrating considerable defensive capabilities. His gaze then locked onto a palm-sized fragment of a crab carapace lying on the ground. With a slight twitch of his fingertips, an invisible force coiled around it. The fragment slowly floated up, moving with Wang Hao's finger as he pointed. Call out. The fragment of the iron armor swiftly embedded itself into a hard reef. Wang Hao's joy deepened. With the ability to manipulate metal and the iron armor technique, he now possessed both defense and offense. This was a good haul. Huang Mingxian clearly witnessed Wang Hao's experimental skills. His pupils constricted sharply, and a storm raged in his heart. Multiple elemental spells. Just now, I used wood-based, vines, and water-based, water arrows, spells against the artifact cultivator, and now I'm demonstrating such metal-based manipulation abilities. This Wang Hao actually possesses at least 3 different elemental powers? This is definitely not something an ordinary ship repairman could do. His identity as a rogue cultivator is probably not that simple. Huang Mingxuan's eagerness instantly intensified. He had to befriend him. He immediately adopted an even more enthusiastic, almost ingratiating, smile. Brother Wang, what brilliant skills you have. You have truly broadened my horizons. He exclaimed in sincere admiration, then changed the subject. I see that Brother Wang and the lady seem to be preparing to cook this king crab. This king crab contains spiritual energy and is a great tonic. I happen to have some top-quality spiritual rice, purple jade ginger, and several jars of fine spiritual wine on my boat, which are perfect for removing the fishy smell and enhancing the flavor. In addition, we also have all the necessary pots, pans, and barbecue grills. He didn't give Wang Hao a chance to refuse at all, and turned around to order the guards behind him. Go quickly. Bring over the set of cooking utensils from my ship, as well as the ingredients and wine I mentioned earlier. Also, set up the sunshade and light the insect repellent incense. Hurry up. Don't delay Brother Wang's meal. The guards responded and left swiftly. Huang Mingxian then smiled and said to Ali and Li Xiaoyu, if you 2 ladies need help with this big guy, just tell these rough men. He pointed to the remaining guards. Faced with Huang Mingxuan's sudden flattery, Wang Hao was speechless. As the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face. The other party had lowered his posture so much and provided real convenience and precious ingredients. The spirit rice and purple jade ginger were obviously not ordinary products, and there was also spirit wine. He could no longer keep a cold face. Brother Huang, you're too kind. Wang Hao's voice also relaxed a little, and the tension in his nerves eased slightly. Chapter 86. Your weapon cultivating family still lacks spiritual fire? Seeing that Wang Hao's expression had softened, Huang Mingxuan's smile deepened, as if his earlier displeasure had truly dissipated with the sea breeze. It's only right. It's my good fortune to be able to talk to someone like Brother Wang. As they spoke, the Huang family's guards were incredibly quick and efficient. In no time, they found a flat rock and set up a sunshade. Thick animal hides were laid out under the shed, and a jade slab was placed on the huge table. It still shone with a warm light and was inlaid with fine silver patterns around the edges. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The bronze kettle and jade bowl placed next to them had pale blue spiritual patterns that flowed gently in the sunlight. Even the charcoal stove exuded a sense of exquisite craftsmanship. It was more like bringing one's own kitchen to a picnic than to a picnic. Ailey and Li Xiaoyu leaned over to look, their eyes lighting up. Ailey gently touched the basket of plump spirit rice with her fingertips. The grains still shimmered with tiny spiritual lights. She then picked up a piece of purplish-red ginger, brought it close to her nose, and turned to Wang Hao, her eyes crinkling with excitement. Captain, leave it to us. We'll make sure you and young Master Huang get to try something new. She asked Li Xiaoyu to prepare the crabs, while she went to prepare the spirit rice. Li Xiaoyu gripped her fire elemental knife, and with a gentle stroke of the blade, she sliced open the massive crab shell with a snap, revealing snow-white crab meat wrapped in golden crab roe, glistening with oil, making one's mouth water. A man, who had been unable to contain himself any longer, reached out and grabbed the crab claw, snapping it off with a crack and laughing gruffly. This shell may be hard, but it's nothing in my hands. Huang Mingxian had someone open the jar of spirit wine. The azure liquid was poured into a jade bowl, creating fine bubbles. The refreshing aroma of the wine, mixed with a hint of floral and fruity sweetness, spread out, even fading the fishy smell in the air. The rocky beach, which had been tense just moments before, was now enveloped in the warm aroma of food. Wang Hao and Huang Mingxian sat on animal skin chairs, separated by a jade table. Huang Mingxian picked up his wine bowl first and raised it. Brother Wang, this wine is my father's treasured sea moon brew. Would you like to try some? Wang Hao took the wine bowl, took a sip, and the clear wine slid down his throat, with a faint aftertaste, and a warm and refreshing spiritual energy slowly spread out. He glanced at Li Xiaoyu, who was busy adding charcoal to the fire, and then at the crab roe porridge that was already bubbling over Ali's side. He couldn't help but smile and said, Brother Huang, you're very thoughtful. Huang Mingxian laughed and stopped talking about what had just happened. He pointed to the crab legs on the grill and said, I think they're almost done cooking. Brother Huang, you should have a good taste. The leg meat of this ironclad crab king is said to be the firmest. The two chatted back and forth, the grease sizzling outside the shed. The tension from before seemed to have been softened by the lively atmosphere. The Crab King feast proceeded exceptionally smoothly, thanks to the top-notch cooking utensils and ingredients provided by Huang Mingxian. The huge crab claws were grilled to a golden brown and crispy, brushed with a special sauce, the oil sizzling and the aroma filling the air. The snow-white, plump crab leg meat is sliced into translucent thin slices, dipped in Ali's special ginger and vinegar sauce, making it fresh, sweet, and chewy. The most amazing thing was the big pot of crab roe porridge, which was simmered with spirit rice over low heat. The rice grains absorbed the essence of the golden, oily crab roe, and then the aroma of purple jade ginger was added to remove the fishy smell. Finally, a few drops of spirit wine were drizzled on top to enhance the flavor. It was smooth, golden, and so fresh and fragrant that it seemed to steal one's soul. The group sat around on the rocks covered with animal hides, enjoying their meal. The wine brought by Huang Mingxian also helped to lighten the mood. After a few cups of Haiwei wine, the atmosphere became much more harmonious than before. Huang Mingxian was clearly adept at social interaction, subtly complimenting Wang Hao's strength in his words. Although he hadn't seen Wang Hao's spirit ship, the skills he saw were enough to impress him. He also aptly expressed his apology for the earlier conflict and his gratitude for Wang Hao's leniency. Brother Wang's strength is unfathomable. He can control multiple elemental spells with ease. I am truly envious. Huang Mingxian put down his wine glass, sighed sincerely, and probed again, his face showing undisguised envy. May I ask which family Brother Wang belongs to? I don't recall ever hearing of your name on White Sand Island. Just lucky, a rogue cultivator. Wang Hao, munching on a thick crab leg, gave an ambiguous answer. The secret of the blue crystal was his biggest trump card, and it was not easy to reveal too much to those who were not core members. The women who had signed the spirit ship contract were also bound by the contract and could not reveal it either. A rogue cultivator? Huang Mingxian was genuinely astonished this time. To have reached this point on his own and master multiple elemental spells was simply unheard of. His gaze towards Wang Hao became even more fervent, even carrying a hint of awe. He quickly introduced himself. My younger brother is Huang Mingxian. My father, Huang Haya, is the head of the Huang family on Baisha Island. To be honest, our Huang family has been cultivating weapons for generations. It was only in my generation that we were fortunate enough to have such an opportunity. He sighed, his tone becoming complex, tinged with self-mockery and deep helplessness. I suppose I've awakened my ship repair talent. My spiritual sea has barely reached the 100-meter level. My family spent most of our savings and sold off a lot of our ancestral property to buy a 100-meter level spirit ship from the Ship Repair Guild. We also spent resources to ask a master to set up an auxiliary formation, and only then was I able to barely begin refining the spirit ship. He took a large gulp of wine, a bitter look on his face. But this ship is too difficult to refine. For more than 10 years, I have been using spiritual power and materials to nurture and refine it day and night. The ship is like a bottomless pit, swallowing countless resources. So far, I have only refined less than 30% of it. I cannot even light up and activate the most basic spell runes. I'm currently known as a ship repairman, but I'm really just a half-baked amateur. I have a 100-meter-long spirit ship, but I can't even launch a single water arrow. He slammed his wine glass down on the table, his face filled with frustration and resentment. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was somewhat surprised. He had previously thought Huang Mingxian was a proper ship repairman because of his extraordinary demeanor and skilled guards, but he never expected him to be a ship repair apprentice who hadn't even fully refined a ship. This was quite different from what he had imagined. Wang Hao recalled the process of refining the blue crystal ship, and it seemed not so outrageous. Wasn't it something anyone could do? Brother Huang, there's no need to be discouraged. Wang Hao carefully considered his words before offering words of comfort. The path of ship repair is inherently long. Now that you have begun refining the spirit ship, with its long lifespan, why worry about not being able to refine it completely? Constant dripping wears away a stone. It's only a matter of time. Wang Hao's words were not empty talk. After possessing the spirit ship, their level of life had changed, and time was indeed on their side. Brother Wang is right. Upon hearing the words, long life, Huang Mingxian seemed somewhat invigorated, but his spirits immediately collapsed again. That makes sense, but watching others set sail and conquer the world, without a large crew to help them, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to move my own ship. The feeling sigh? Especially seeing you, Brother Wang. He looked at Wang Hao with a complicated expression. I'm truly envious that you can cast such exquisite and powerful spells so casually. He tilted his head back and downed another glass of wine, as if he had made up his mind, and finally revealed the true purpose of his trip. To be honest, Brother Wang, the reason I ventured deep into these black rock reefs this time was to search for the spirit fire. Oh, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He calmly put down the crab shell and asked, Your Huang family is a great clan of artifact cultivators. Do you really lack spiritual fire? It's missing, of course it's missing, and it's missing the most core, the most complete one. Chapter 87 Zihua, each according to their own abilities. Huang Mingxian gave a wry smile, lowered his voice, and spoke with a hint of a secret known only to scions of prominent families. Brother Wang, you may not know this, but most of the so-called spiritual fires that our weapon-cultivating families possess are not actually complete spiritual fires naturally formed by heaven and earth. Such spiritual objects are rare and hard to come by. A single one can create a weapon-cultivating family with a deep foundation. He paused, then continued. The few flames that our family possesses are actually just wisps of fire that were split off from a certain primordial spirit fire at great cost. We nurture our subfires to split them into more subfires. The weapon cultivators in our families basically refine these multi-splitting subfires. Although it can also help weapon cultivators achieve their goals and embark on the path of weapon cultivation. They learn weapon crafting and alchemy to enhance their natal spiritual weapons, but their original power and growth potential are really not that great, and only a handful of weapon cultivators can advance to the next level. In terms of its auxiliary effects on ship cultivation and the use of spiritual materials, it is worlds apart from true spiritual fire. A longing gleamed in Huang Mingxian's eyes. Only by finding a truly complete, newly born spirit fire and refining it into the core of my spirit ship, can I provide the purest and most powerful fire source power, greatly accelerating the refining process of the spirit ship. This opportunity might even allow the spirit ship to develop powerful fire-type spirit runes. This is the only shortcut for me to break through my current predicament and truly step into the realm of ship repair. He looked at Wang Hao and said frankly, "Therefore, I took the risk and brought a few capable guards to try my luck at the Black Rock Reefs, where traces of spirit fire have been said to have appeared. I never expected to meet Brother Wang here." After listening, Wang Hao understood. So that's what the spiritual fire of the weapon-cultivating families was all about. They were all subfires. No wonder the weapon-cultivating level on White Sand Island seemed pretty good. However, there seems to be a lack of truly high-level spiritual artifacts. Most of them are life-related spiritual artifacts or auxiliary spiritual artifacts. The combat spiritual artifacts are just SOSO. Compared to the earth-shattering power of spiritual artifacts in the cultivation novels I remember, they are simply incomparable. It seems that the importance of a spirit fire with a complete origin is far greater than previously estimated. Wang Hao also thought of the Zhang sisters and Li Xiaoyu. The spirit fire they refined was probably also this kind of fire. He might have to find a complete version of the spirit fire for them in the future. Wang Hao ignored the troublesome matter, smiled slightly, picked up his wine glass, and clinked it with Huang Mingxuan's. "That's quite a coincidence, Brother Huang. To be honest, I came here to search for the spirit fire." Huang Mingxuan's smile froze slightly, then returned to normal, though a subtle hint of seriousness and competition flickered in his eyes. He laughed heartily. Great minds think alike. The Black Rock Reefs are vast, and opportunities depend on one's own abilities. If Brother Wang finds it first, I will have no objections, only asking to witness the splendor of the primal spirit fire. If I am fortunate enough to obtain it first, I will certainly not forget Brother Wang's hospitality today. His words were well chosen. They acknowledged the competitive relationship while leaving room for maneuver, emphasizing that everyone should rely on their own abilities, and also subtly complimented Wang Hao. Wang Hao laughed and said, "It's easy. We'll each rely on our own abilities and seek our own opportunities." The two men clinked glasses without saying a word and drank their wine in one gulp. After agreeing with Huang Mingxian to rely on their own abilities, Wang Hao led the team forward again, following the direction of the receding tide. The further they went, the more rugged and steep the exposed black reefs became. The reefs became increasingly jagged, the puddles turned a deeper shade of color, and the air was thick with a stronger smell of the sea and a faint ozone odor. Something's not right. Wang Hao sensed something was amiss. "Captain, the spiritual energy fluctuations here are very chaotic, and there seems to be a strong residual current in the puddles," Zhang Rongrong whispered to him. "Yes, I can feel it." Wang Hao nodded, his spiritual senses fully activated. Not only did they sense the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy, but they also detected powerful life energy hidden deep within the crevices of those massive reefs. Just as they were carefully navigating around a rocky forest, something unexpected happened. Sizzle. Several streaks of blue-white lightning, like whips, suddenly shot out from a deep puddle nearby. They were incredibly fast, heading straight for Xiaoye and Aling, who were on guard, on the flank of the group. "Careful." Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly, and the spiritual power within his spiritual sea erupted instantly. Wind blade. Several invisible, yet incredibly sharp wind blades arrived first, precisely striking the bolts of lightning. With a few soft, poof, sounds, the lightning was severed by the wind blades, turning into tiny arcs of electricity that dissipated. The puddle churned violently, accompanied by roars, and several creatures covered in dark blue scales, shaped like giant pythons, about 5 meters long, with leaping arcs of electricity wrapped around their bodies, suddenly burst out of the water. It was the infamous predator, the thunder eel. They opened their mouths, filled with sharp teeth, and lunged at the group. Wang Hao was startled. This one was several times larger than the one he had encountered before, and it was a social animal. "It's a swarm of thunder eels. Everyone scatter," Wang Hao reminded him. Faced with the onrushing thunder eels, Wang Hao immediately mobilized his spiritual power to unleash wind blades, sending out massive wind blades straight ahead. Uft! The eel's head snapped off instantly, its long body thrashing wildly, and uncontrolled electric currents surged through the water. A large group of unfamiliar small fish floated belly up on the surface. The smell of blood caused an even bigger commotion, and Wang Hao sensed that the aura of lightning from the depths of other reefs was also rapidly surging towards this side. Amon, Aling, lead them to retreat first. "We've raided the thunder eel's lair. Protect them." Wang Hao shouted loudly. standing in front to deal with the swarm of thunder eels alone. "Brother Hao, be careful," Xiaoya cried out worriedly, and was pulled by Ali's hand to retreat to a safe area. At this moment, more than a dozen thunder eels had already swum over from the cracks under other reefs, surrounding Wang Hao in the middle. They locked onto this human who exuded a dangerous aura, and at the same time opened their huge mouths, thick blue-white plasma brewing in their mouths. "Umph, trying to outdo me in lightning." Wang Hao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Water prison technique. Wang Hao slammed his hands down. The seawater near the crevice in the reef instantly boiled and surged back, forming a thick water prison made entirely of highly compressed seawater, which precisely covered the lightning eel that was about to spew lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The plasma from the eel's mouth slammed into the water prison, unleashing a deafening roar and a burst of lightning. The water prison shook violently, splashing water everywhere, yet it stubbornly held them captive, refusing to break. The violent current was channeled by the seawater, with most of the energy absorbed by the water prison itself. Discharge? Then let you taste what it's like to be electrocuted. Lightning runes shone brightly within his spiritual sea. Lightning net. Sizzle. A massive, solidified electric current, even larger than the one used against the armored crab swarm, instantly formed above the water prison. The electric grid, like chains of electricity, precisely pierced the thunder eel within the water prison. The violent lightning energy spewed out by the thunder eels is forcibly guided, gathered, and amplified through the power grid, and then returned to them. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Chapter 88. Lan Ling, dinner's ready. A dozen deep-sea eels suddenly let out a shrill scream. Their massive bodies convulsed, twisted, and writhed violently in the water prison. Electricity surged and exploded wildly across their bodies. Their hard scales were charred and curled, billowing thick smoke. The water prison instantly transformed into a terrifying inferno of lightning. The once ferocious and powerful thunder eels abruptly stopped convulsing. Their bodies stiffened, their scarlet eyes lost all their luster, and the aroma of burnt meat filled the air. Their massive bodies floated motionless in the seawater, having been roasted alive by their own amplified lightning. The battle, from start to finish, lasted less than 10 breaths. More than a dozen thunder eels were instantly killed like chickens and dogs under Wang Hao's exquisite control and absolute power. Just after dealing with the group of ferocious thunder eels, Wang Hao's gaze swept over the huge reef area where the thunder eels had emerged. His pupils suddenly contracted, and then burst into great surprise. On the massive reef wall, countless conches were densely packed. These conches were much larger than those found before, some as big as wash basins, and their shells were covered with spiral patterns like storm vortexes. Pure wind and lightning spiritual energy was emanating from these shells. A storm snail, and a storm snail of extremely high quality. Their sheer number almost covered the entire massive reef wall. Ha ha, heaven is on my side. Wang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. For the blue crystal, this was simply a buffet feast laid out before them. It was absolutely fantastic. Pull up the vines. The powerful spiritual energy communicated with the spiritual patterns on the ship's hull. This time, it was no longer used for strangulation, but for collection. Countless thick, emerald green vine phantoms, like incredibly nimble arms, instantly spread and covered the huge reef wall. The tips of the vines, like suction cups, precisely adhered to each storm snail the size of a wash basin, and then exerted force. Puff, 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 puff. The incredibly strong sucking storm snails were forcefully pulled from the reef by Wang Hao. The illusory vines coiled around these heavy shells, like conveyor belts laden with fruit, rapidly transporting them to Wang Hao's side. The efficiency was 100 times greater than manual harvesting. It was as if a storm of snails had fallen on the reef. Patches of snails were being stripped away and swept away. Hurry and gather them. These are all blue spirit's food, but be careful. Yes, Captain. Zhang Rongrong was the first to regain her senses, suppressing her shock, and immediately organized her team. On. Use your strength to pry off what you can. Xiaoya, focus on collecting from the areas with the purest spiritual energy. Ali, carefully remove any stubborn attachments with your foxfire. Meyer, let's put them in storage bags, and hurry up. Everyone immediately got to work. A man transformed into a human crane, using his hands to pry the basin-sized storm snails off the rocks in large pieces. Xiaoya closed her eyes to sense and guided everyone to the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Ailey's fingertips danced with tiny orange-red flames, precisely scorching away the tough seaweed and barnacles at the bottom of the snail shell. Zhang Meyer and Meyer quickly put the collected storm snails into their storage bags. Extremely efficient. Under Wang Hao's absolute protection, the collection work became safe and efficient. The collection continued until nightfall, and the huge reef area was almost completely stripped bare. Storm snails piled up into a small mountain around Wang Hao, their sheer number astonishing. Cull. Wang Hao withdrew the vine phantom and looked at the mountain of dark blue snail shells and the dozen or so thunder eel corpses beside him, a smile of immense satisfaction appearing on his face. This achievement far exceeded expectations. As the sun sank completely below the horizon, night fell over the black rock reefs. The cool sea breeze whistled through the rocks, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere in the darkness. Wang Hao found a relatively flat gravel area with a huge reef behind him. Come out. With a flash of light, the blue crystal appeared out of thin air and landed steadily on the gravel. The ship emitted a soft, ethereal glow in the night, like a mobile fortress, bringing unparalleled security. We'll be spending the night here. Ali, Xiaoyu, these are tonight's main course. Wang Hao pointed to the mountain of spoils. Storm snail sashimi and charcoal grilled eel. Let everyone try some fresh dishes. Yes, Captain. Looking at the pile of top-quality ingredients, Ali's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Li Xiaoyu nodded excitedly as well, knowing that her peeling knife could finally show its skills. Soon, everyone was on board, and a barbecue grill was set up in the kitchen. The giant storm snail was pried open, revealing the snow-white, plump, and elastic snail meat with faint bluish-green patterns. Zhang Rongrong then used her ice-type spiritual power to quickly chill and slice it, placing it on a crystal-clear jade plate. With just a little bit of simple sauce, the taste was extremely sweet and chewy, with a crisp freshness and a slight electric current sensation that went straight to the taste buds. Li Xiaoyu skillfully skinned and deboned the robust eel, then sliced the snow-white eel meat into thick pieces, skewered them, brushed them with a special sauce, and grilled them over charcoal. The oil drips and sizzles, and the rich aroma of meat mixed with the sauce instantly fills the air. The grilled eel is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, melting in your mouth. The texture is incredibly delicate, and it also contains a gentle and nourishing electric spiritual power. Eating it makes you feel warm all over and sweeps away all your fatigue. Everyone sat around the table, enjoying the hard-won delicious food. The tension of today's beachcombing was dispelled by the warmth of the food, leaving only satisfied sighs and laughter. Xiaoli held a large piece of grilled eel, eating with gusto and her mouth dripping with oil. Amon, on the other hand, had a particular fondness for the storm snail sashimi, chewing it with a crunching sound. Xiaoya carefully distributed snail meat to everyone, and Aling ate quietly, but her cool eyes appeared much softer in the firelight. Looking at the heartwarming scene before him and feeling the longing emanating from the blue crystal within the spirit sea, Wang Hao had a sudden thought. Blue spirit. Dinner's ready. Main course. The mountain of storm snails and the carcasses of more than a dozen thunder eels were instantly swallowed up by the ship. Lan Ling patted her tummy, leaned on Wang Hao's shoulder, and squinted her eyes contentedly. Buzz. The spirit patterns on the blue crystal's hull erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The wind elemental spirit patterns shone with a brilliant blue light, as if a hurricane was swirling inside the sails. The lightning elemental spirit patterns danced wildly with lightning snakes, the blue and white lightning almost bursting through the ship. With a roar, the hull stretched and solidified once more. Its length increased to 41 meters. Wang Hao clearly felt that the hull had undergone a qualitative change. The spiritual patterns on the sails became more complex and profound, and the perception and control of wind power improved by more than one level. The power of the lightning spirit runes has undergone a qualitative leap. More importantly, the resonance and interaction between the wind and lightning attribute spirit runes have become closer and smoother. It seems that there is a tendency for them to fuse into an even more powerful combination skill. The storm snails on these deep-sea reefs contain truly pure wind and thunder power. Wang Hao was secretly delighted. The effect of this absorption was much better than he had expected. Chapter 89 Captain, aren't you cold all by yourself? As night deepened, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and then they entered the cabin to choose their rooms. After the ship was expanded to 41 meters, many more cabins were added. Lanling thoughtfully generated beds and cabinets, so everyone only needed to move their blankets and personal belongings inside. Each room even had a small balcony and a bathroom. Wang Hao even specially taught the girls on the ship how to use the bathroom facilities. Wang Hao returned to his more spacious and well-equipped captain's cabin and was about to close the door when he saw a small head peek in. It was Xiaoya. She was hugging her little pillow, her face flushed, her rabbit ears trembling slightly with nervousness, and her big, watery eyes looking at him, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Wang Hao understood immediately and waved to her with a smile. "Come in." To everyone's surprise, Xiaoya, like a startled rabbit, quickly withdrew her head, her voice barely audible, filled with deep shyness. "No, good night, Brother Hao." After saying that, the sound of footsteps quickly disappeared into the distance. Wang Hao was taken aback. This little rabbit, she's already mine and still so shy. So what if Ali and the others laughed at her this morning? It's no big deal. I can always. Wang Hao put aside his wild thoughts, washed up, and lay down on the huge, soft, and comfortable bed. Inside his spiritual sea, the blue crystal continued to absorb spiritual energy. As the spiritual ship grew larger, the spiritual sea space also slowly expanded. This increase in power brought a sense of fulfillment. The day's fierce battles and gains left Wang Hao physically and mentally exhausted, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, in a daze, Wang Hao felt the cabin door being pushed open very carefully. A warm, soft body, carrying a familiar fragrance, slipped silently into his bed like a slippery fish. Her body was hot, with a hint of freshness from a shower, and she pressed herself against him, her arms boldly wrapping around his waist. Wang Hao was still half asleep and subconsciously assumed that Xiaoya, who was shy, had finally mustered up her courage. He instinctively reached out and pulled that soft, warm body into his embrace, his hand naturally caressing her slender waist, and etc. The texture is wrong. Xiaoya's waist was slender and soft, with the innocence of a young girl, while the waist in her arms, although equally slender, was more firm and supple, and the full curves that clung to her were far more voluptuous and proud than Xiaoya's. Wang Hao jolted awake, instantly becoming more and more alert. He opened his eyes and, using the dim moonlight filtering in through the porthole, looked at the person in his arms. What came into view was a charming and alluring face, with captivating peach blossom eyes looking at him with watery eyes, her red lips slightly parted, her breath sweet as orchids, carrying a hint of cunning and a confident smile. "It's not Xiaoya. Captain, aren't you cold sleeping alone? How about I warm your bed for you?" As she spoke, she twisted her waist like a water snake, pressing herself even closer to him, her breath warm against Wang Hao's neck. Wang Hao's body stiffened instantly. He wasn't a good person, and he was holding such a beautiful and alluring woman who was throwing herself at him. "What are you waiting for?" At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the crystal porthole of the captain's cabin, Wang Hao was awakened by a suppressed gasp. Wang Hao opened his eyes, and what came into view was Zhang Meyer's charming face, which was tinged with a hint of languor and satisfaction. She was frantically putting on the gossamer thin silk nightgown when she saw Wang Hao wake up. Instead of the usual shyness and panic of a woman, she gave him a captivating wink and her red lips curled into a triumphant smile. "Captain, did you sleep well last night?" Recalling the enchanting scenery of last night, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile and patted it. "Fairy, get up now." Zhang Meyer let out a soft cry, not annoyed at all, but giggling as she slipped out of bed like a slippery mermaid. After she got dressed, she took Wang Hao's arm in a very natural way, almost pressing herself against him, before pushing open the cabin door and walking out. On the deck, everyone had already gotten up and started moving around. When they saw Zhang Meyer walking out of the captain's cabin, arm in arm with Wang Hao, looking radiant and full of energy, the air went quiet for a moment. A complex mix of understanding and slight disappointment flashed in Ali's eyes as she forced a smile and nodded to the two of them. Xiaoya exclaimed, "Ah," as if she had thought of something. Her face turned bright red instantly, her rabbit ears pressed tightly against her head, and she quickly lowered her head, pretending to tidy up the small flower pots where she planted her spiritual vegetables. Ailing glanced at her with her emerald green eyes, which remained aloof, but a hint of fiery light seemed to flash in her eyes. Li Xiaoyu asked her sister curiously in a low voice, "Why did Sister Mayer come out of Brother Hao's room?" Li Xiaoyu quickly covered her mouth. Looking at her younger sister's undisguised smugness and affectionate demeanor, Zhang Rongrong sighed helplessly, but deep in her eyes there was also a hint of relief and a faint envy. She knew her sister's personality. It was not necessarily a bad thing that her sister's wish had come true. Instead of feeling embarrassed, Zhang Meyer proudly raised her chin, tightened her grip on Wang Hao's arm, and said in a sweet voice, "Captain worked hard last night. Can't I help him relax a bit?" She deliberately emphasized the word relax, making it sound very suggestive. Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated by the girl's shamelessness. He cleared his throat and said, All right, Mayor, stop fooling around. The tide has receded even further today, exposing more reefs. It's the perfect time to harvest. Our goal for today is to continue deeper into the Black Rock reefs. Yes, Captain. Everyone responded in unison, putting the little incident behind them, and jumped off the blue crystal, stepping onto the more rugged and slippery reef area. As they ventured deeper, the scene became even more treacherous, with jagged, massive black reefs forming deep canyons and enormous caves. Watch out. Something big is coming. Aling, who was on guard duty, spoke in a cold voice, pointing to a wide depression surrounded by huge reefs. In the center of the depression, dozens of enormous creatures were moving slowly. Each one was like a small tank covered in heavy rock armor, with a body length generally exceeding 3 or 4 meters. Their huge claws were like battering rams, and their dark carapaces were covered with a layer of grayish-brown keratin that resembled granite, exuding a heavy and solid aura. A swarm of rock crabs. The larger ones are adults, and there are hundreds more rock crabs around that are only 1 or 2 meters in size. They've invaded the rock crab's burrow. They had clearly spotted the intruders, emitting a dull click sound. Hundreds of cold compound eyes locked onto the group, and huge claws were raised high, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression as they slowly closed in. The heavy impact caused the nearby reefs to tremble slightly. Chapter 90 Rock Crab Group. Good heavens! Much stronger than yesterday's armored crab. Zhang Meyer pulled out a spirit sword for self-defense, her eyes serious. Rong, Meyer. You two lead everyone to step back and maintain a defensive posture, and also clear away any other small objects that may be present in the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao's voice remained calm and steady, filled with absolute confidence. On, Aling, you two step back. Leave these big problems to me. The others retreated as instructed, leaving the battlefield to Wang Hao. Faced with the swarm of rock-armored crabs that were crushing down like a torrent of rocks, Wang Hao's eyes narrowed and spiritual energy surged within his spiritual sea. Iron Shield. Activate. Buzz. A thick, pale gold shield instantly covered Wang Hao's entire body. The surface of the shield was covered with interwoven patterns of gold and iron, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Boom, boom, boom. Several rock-armored crabs charging at the forefront slammed their massive claws into the shield with a dull thud. The shield vibrated violently, yet it withstood the terrifying force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Wang Hao's figure only swayed slightly. The effect is not bad. Let you try this. It's quite interesting. Wang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile as he communicated with the metal attribute spiritual runes. At the most vulnerable joints of those rock-armored crabs, in the gaps between the leg joints, dozens of high-speed, rotating metal spikes instantly materialized. Uft, uft, uft. The rock crab's hard, rocky keratin layer was pierced through by the highly concentrated metal spike. The soft tissue and nerves inside the joints were instantly destroyed. Click. The rock crabs that were hit let out painful hisses, and their huge claws or entire legs instantly lost their power, hanging limply or breaking off. Their once unstoppable charging formation was thrown into chaos, and many crabs lost their balance due to the damage to their joints and rolled on the ground. It's not over yet. Let's taste the lightning. Wang Hao, not wanting to play around, immediately manipulated the electric grid to attack. Lightning bolt, electric net, paralysis, sizzle. A massive blue-white electric grid appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping the chaotic crab swarm. Violent currents surged into their bodies through the wounds ripped open by the metal cones. Their rocky carapaces weren't very resistant to lightning, especially with Wang Hao, the sixth brother, stabbing those conductive metal cones into their joints. Sizzle, sizzle. The first few dozen rock crabs that rushed to the front were immediately doomed. As if they had been collectively frozen in place, their massive bodies trembled and convulsed violently. Electric currents leaped and flowed between the cracks in their rock-covered shells, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Little Lonling, dinner's ready. With a thought, Wang Hao manipulated the illusory vines to entwine the corpses of the rock-armored crabs, turning them into streams of light and storing them into his spiritual sea. Then Wang Hao used the same method and wiped them all out in one go. Hundreds of rock crabs, big and small, were all lying in their burrows, their shells emitting blue smoke, and their 8 legs still trembling from the electric current. It seemed that Wang Hao had found the best way to deal with creatures like crabs. The battle ended cleanly and decisively. Everyone watched as Wang Hao effortlessly dealt with the fearsome rock crab swarm, their eyes filled with admiration. Amon, help drag these big guys back. Wang Hao pointed to the few fattest rock crabs that were left behind. All of Wang Hao's other items were stored in the spirit sea space. Buzz. The blue crystal ship trembled again, greedily devouring the rock-armored crabs. The ship's growth rate remained slow, eventually stopping at 43 meters. However, the armor on the hull became thicker and more solid, and the earth elemental spirit patterns became clear and bright, intertwining with other spirit patterns. Wang Hao took a moment to glance at his general panel. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, Newborn Stage. Ship classification, Funeral Ship, 43 meters. Power system, Sail. Special module, Information Deduction and Processing Center. Soul Ship contract, 9/43. Skill list, Aura Shield, Lightning Control, Beginner, Wood Control, Beginner, Water Control, Beginner, Wind Control, Beginner, Metal Control, Beginner, Earth Control, Beginner. As expected, the spirit ship devoured these ferocious sea beasts and grew stronger, and the most direct changes were in the spirit patterns and skills. The more Wang Hao learned about this world these days, the more he felt that he was a heretical cultivator among ship repairmen, a mere figurehead. Other ship repair methods require learning ship repair techniques to guide the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit ship, expand the spiritual sea, and consume spiritual energy and energy to slowly refine materials and integrate them into the spirit ship, gradually increasing the level of the spirit ship's growth. He did not cultivate any techniques at all. The spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit ship did not need any guidance. He grew rapidly by eating. The spiritual sea space was passively expanded directly during the rapid growth of the spirit ship. Other ship repairmen who want to master spell skills in advance have another way. They can buy spell skills and eventually master them through extensive practice. Or they can ask a professional artifact repairman to inscribe spirit patterns on the spirit ship, and after refining the spirit ship, they will naturally master the corresponding skills. As for oneself, there is no need to lack any skills. One can simply go to the beach and let the spirit ship feed on the food, which will automatically condense magical runes, thus solving the problem once and for all. They had to study hard, learning ship structure design, power design, array pattern design, and a whole lot of knowledge about ships. But with me, I didn't need to. Lan Ling could deduce everything. After she finished deduce, she would directly devour spiritual materials to evolve, ensuring that the entire spirit ship design was reasonable and the structure was flawless. What are array patterns? What are spirit patterns? What's so delicious to Blue Spirit? The analysis is complete, and it's generated directly on the ship's hull. Wang Hao can cast spells and skills simply by communicating with spirit runes. What are cultivation techniques? Spells and skills? No need. He can directly devour a future. Wang Hao found a spacious place to release the spirit boat and prepare to cook. The enormous rock crab was violently dismantled by Amon, and its snow-white meat was cut out. Ali tried cooking, but quickly frowned. Captain, the meat of this rock crab is very firm and the fibers are coarse. If we grill or boil it directly, it will probably be very dry and hard to chew. A man grabbed a piece of freshly grilled crab meat, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed it a few times, and nodded in a muffled voice. Ugh, it's rock hard, like gnawing on wood. It doesn't taste good. She looked disgusted. It doesn't taste good? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiaoya, who was busy at work. Xiaoya, I remember you planted some spiritual vegetables on the ship before. One of them was called iron pepper, and the other was moonlight vine. I remember you said you had mastered the method of using spiritual energy. How were the results? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately raised her head, her little face filled with pride. Brother Hao, I was just about to tell you. These past few days I feel that my control over wood-type spiritual power has become much stronger. I used spiritual power to encourage the growth of 2 iron pepper plants and a moonlight vine, and they are growing very fast. The iron peppers have already produced a lot of bright red fruits that look very spicy. The moonlight vines have also grown a lot of tender leaves that smell very fragrant. Chapter 91. In my hometown, there are only 2 types of ingredients. She ran into the converted planting pod and picked a large plate of bright red chili peppers and a small handful of tender green vines. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Chili peppers, tender leaves of moonflower vine, that's it. Looking at Ali, he smiled and said, Ali, try using strong ingredients. Chop up the iron peppers and saute them in oil until fragrant. Stir-fry over high heat. Just before it's done, throw in the tender leaves of the moon vine and stir-fry quickly for a few seconds. Then make a savory sauce. Looking at the bright red chilies and the fragrant moonflower leaves, and then at the rough-textured crab meat on the cutting board, Ali's beautiful eyes instantly shone with the light of a culinary master. She had figured it out. I understand, Captain. Soon, a large pot was placed on the stove, and boiling hot oil was poured in. The chopped iron peppers were stir-fried in the hot oil, instantly releasing an incredibly strong and spicy aroma that made everyone sneeze, yet they couldn't help but drool. Immediately afterwards, pieces of snow-white rock crab meat were shredded and poured into the pot. Under Ali's precise control of the heat, they were quickly stir-fried and coated with tempting red oil and chili flakes. The crab meat's firm fibers become dry, fragrant, and chewy when stir-fried at high temperatures. Finally, sprinkle in a handful of tender, bright green moonflower leaves. Stir-fry quickly for a few seconds, and the leaves curl slightly, releasing a unique, cool, and spicy aroma that perfectly neutralizes the heat of the chili. Ali then poured in the specially made sauce and reduced it over high heat. Instantly, an indescribable complex aroma soared into the sky, with the domineering and spicy chili, the refreshing and invigorating moonflower vine, and the salty and rich sauce perfectly coating the dry, fragrant, and chewy crab meat shreds. It's done. A large pot of stir-fried rock crab meat with iron pepper and moonflower vine, a dish with a bright red color, adorned with emerald green, and exuding an enticing aroma, was served. Everyone eagerly picked up a chopstick and tasted the first thing they saw. The domineering spiciness of the iron pepper that went straight to the top of their heads, instantly igniting their taste buds. Then came the unique dry aroma and chewy texture of the rock crab meat, which had a fresh ocean flavor and became more and more fragrant with each chew. Finally, the unique, refreshing spiciness of the tender leaves of the moonlight vine spread in the mouth, soothing the burning sensation of the spiciness like a sweet spring, leaving only a mouthful of freshness and sweetness. Delicious. So delicious. Zhang Meyer gasped for breath from the spiciness, but couldn't help eating it all. Spicy and fragrant. This crab meat is so satisfying to chew. A man ate with her mouth full of oil, praising it highly. The scent of moonlight vine, it's so unique. It makes me feel so refreshed. Xiaoya exclaimed in delight. At this moment, everyone silently sped up the speed at which they picked up food. Wang Hao took a bite, nodded in satisfaction, and looked at the group eating with great enthusiasm, then smiled and said, "See, what ingredients are not delicious? In my hometown, there are two kinds of ingredients. One is that they are delicious on their own. Another way is to use your brain and figure out a way to make it taste good. This rock crab meat is the second type." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the delicious dish on the plate that Ali had transformed from something rotten into something magical, and they all nodded in agreement with the captain's wise words. After a delicious meal, Wang Hao put the spirit ship back into the spirit sea, bidding farewell to the territory occupied by the armored crabs. He also casually collected some crustaceans that were stuck to the reefs along the way. The group continued forward along the direction of the receding tide, and they had entered the depths of the Black Rock reefs. The seawater had not completely receded, and waves crashed against the rocks, creating a rumbling sound. "It's so hot. It feels like I'm next to a furnace." Little Tanuki stuck out her tongue and fanned herself with her little hands. She was incredibly cute. When she grows up, she will definitely be just as beautiful as her older sister, Li Marin, and will also be a stunningly beautiful fairy. Yes, it's so hot. Everyone sensed that something was amiss. "Everyone be careful. I sensed a very strong fluctuation of fire-type spiritual energy." After quietly sensing it, Wang Hao spoke up to warn them, his expression suddenly becoming serious. After rounding a reddish-brown reef, the sight before them almost made everyone gasp in surprise. In a slightly open rocky depression ahead, dozens of enormous creatures were lurking. Their bodies were covered with thick, translucent carapaces with fiery red patterns. The smallest of them was over 2 meters long, and their huge claws were a bright red, as if wrapped in flames, radiating terrifying heat. Zhang Rongrong recognized the origin of this thing at a glance. "It's a molten lobster. Shouldn't these things be found near underwater volcanoes? How did they end up here, Captain? Should we go somewhere else first? This thing is terrifying. Even a level 2 weapon cultivator might not be able to defeat it." Zhang Rongrong whispered a hint, afraid of attracting the lobster's attention. But Wang Hao shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "Lobster? I've never eaten such a big lobster before." Wang Hao looked at the lobster king guarding the bottom of a huge red reef. "It must be close to 10 meters long. I wonder what it tastes like." He quickly wiped the drool away, carefully walked forward, and waved to Zhang Rongrong and the others to retreat and find a place to hide. However, unlike the crabs before them, these dragon blood creatures did not rush at people upon seeing them. Instead, they nervously watched Wang Hao approach, forming a tight defensive circle and staring intently at this intruder. They seemed to be guarding something. Zhang Meyer reminded from a distance. Such strong fire elemental power, could it be? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Rongrong's eyes. Then she thought of something, and the two women exchanged a glance and spoke at the same time. Spiritual fire. At this moment, Wang Hao also felt the pure fire elemental power emanating from the reef guarded by the Lobster King, a feeling like a heartbeat, and his heart was filled with excitement. Looks like we've struck gold today. Whatever's inside, let's deal with you gatekeepers first. Click, click. Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's intentions, the lead lobster let out a threatening hiss, suddenly opened its huge mouth, and orange-red flames quickly condensed. Then, several thick orange-red fire pillars shot towards Wang Hao like flamethrowers. Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly, unleashing his spiritual power. He used a wind manipulation technique to gracefully drift to the side, avoiding the pillar of fire. At the same time, countless emerald green vines intertwined and wrapped around the fire-breathing lobster. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The vines were instantly charred black upon contact with the high-temperature flames, producing a crisp sound. They were completely suppressed by the flames, only able to slightly slow down the spread of the fire pillars, and were utterly unable to stop the onslaught. Water control technique. Unleash a volley of arrows. Wang Hao immediately changed tactics, conjuring up a dense barrage of water arrows that shot towards the lobster swarm. Puff, 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 puff. The water jet and the pillar of fire collided violently, and a large amount of water vapor instantly evaporated and spread, making the entire depression foggy, as if entering a high-temperature sauna. Wang Hao still had time to think that if he caught a few and brought them back to Earth to open a sauna, he might make a fortune. Fortunately, the large number of water jets successfully extinguished the fire pillars completely, giving the lobsters no chance to fight back. Wind control technique. Wind blade. Taking advantage of the obstructed view, they condensed a large number of wind blades. Chapter 92 Discovery of Spirit Fire. With a wave of his hands, Wang Hao unleashed hundreds of invisible wind blades that whistled into the swarm of lobsters below. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Immediately, the sound of shells being cut echoed from within. After a moment, the steam dissipated, revealing that most of the molten lobsters inside had been destroyed and cut into several pieces. However, the shells of the larger lobsters were only deeply cut by the wind blades, not completely broken. This shell is really hard. Wang Hao frowned slightly. He hadn't been able to kill it despite repeated attacks. Then try this, the lightning net. Sizzle. Wang Hao communicated with the lightning spirit pattern, and a huge electric net instantly enveloped the still lively lobsters, the violent current ignoring their hard shells. Sizzle. The electric current penetrated everywhere, directly affecting the nerves of the molten lobsters. They instantly convulsed collectively, their massive bodies shaking and spasming violently, sparks flying from their mouths as they uncontrollably spewed fire, but what they exhaled was white smoke with electric sparks. They were completely paralyzed by the powerful electric current and lost all ability to move. Finally, they've calmed down. Let's put them away. After seeing that all the lobsters were completely still, Wang Hao had a thought and decided to put these dozens of molten fire lobsters into his spiritual sea space so that he could cook a lobster feast after he finished beachcombing. It would be such a shame not to try such a huge lobster. Just as Wang Hao was happily collecting the lobsters, the crimson reef cracked open with a snap. At the start of the battle, the power of lightning struck the reef guarded by the molten lobster, triggering a chain reaction. At that moment, an extremely pure fire energy suddenly erupted from the cracks in the reef, illuminating a large area of the reef with a blinding red light. At the center of the light, a ball about the size of a fist, translucent throughout, resembled a pulsating lava heart, radiating terrifying heat. The surrounding air was distorted by the heat, and the reefs began to melt faintly. Stone heart fire. My God, it really is a spirit fire, a complete spirit fire. Zhang Meyer's voice was so excited it almost changed tone, her eyes filled with unbelievable joy. A complete primordial spirit fire is so rare that even White Sand Island might not have one. The fact that it was actually discovered could create a powerful artifact cultivating family, far surpassing the families and guilds on the island that use split subfires. Spiritual fire? Such a strong fire source fluctuation. It's in that direction, go check it out. In an instant, the ship repair and equipment repair teams, who were originally scattered around the reefs looking for opportunities, were all attracted by this strong fire energy fluctuation and rushed over from all directions like sharks smelling blood. The first to arrive was a young ship cultivator piloting a spirit ship over 50 meters long. Upon arrival, his gaze was fixed on the orange-red flames suspended in midair, and an uncontrollable greedy look erupted in his eyes. He impatiently jumped off the bow, stepped onto the reef, and rushed over at high speed. A condensed stream of water, under his control, swept towards the stone heart fire. Court death. Wang Hao's eyes were grim. How dare the other party steal his spoils right in front of him? Seeing that he could not withstand the current, he raised his hand and controlled a bolt of lightning to strike down directly in the direction of the young shipwright. Boom! A violent bolt of lightning tore through the air and struck the reef where the ship repairman stood. The violent lightning energy raged, and the entire hard reef was instantly shattered. If the ship repairman hadn't seen the danger and dodged quickly, he would probably have been shattered like the reef. This fire already has an owner. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on it will face certain death. Wang Hao's voice was cold and icy, carrying an undeniable killing intent that clearly reached the ears of everyone who arrived. At the same time, with the help of his crew, Huang Mingxian also sailed his spirit ship from afar. When he leaped from the ship to arrive here and saw the orange-red stone heart fire, his eyes burst forth with an incomparably blazing light. When he saw Wang Hao standing before the spirit fire, surrounded by lightning, and then saw the disheveled ship repairman, the burning desire in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. He forcefully suppressed all the greedy thoughts in his heart. His good family education made him instantly understand the situation and what should be befriended and what should be restrained. More and more artifact cultivators arrived, stopping far away on the reefs or anchoring their ships on the sea. The ship cultivators, especially the ship cultivator apprentices who had fully refined their spirit ships, looked at the stone heart flame with complex emotions, filled with greed, jealousy, and fear. No one dared to make a move, not only because of the ship repair convention, but also because of the powerful spiritual pressure emanating from Wang Hao, which indicated that he was a true master of refining spirit ships. The numerous weapon cultivators didn't dare to even breathe loudly. They could still compete with each other, but asking them to fight with ship cultivators for things was simply asking for trouble. However, Wang Hao also knew that the ship repair agreement was nothing but a piece of paper in the face of absolute interests. These guys who had not yet completely refined the spirit ship were just afraid of his strength. In order to avoid any unforeseen problems, Wang Hao immediately controlled his spiritual energy. At the same time, he called out to Lan Ling in his heart. The ship's blue spirit is ready. Blue Spirit's ethereal voice was also filled with excitement. Without further hesitation, Wang Hao extended his right hand, palm facing the flickering spiritual fire, and the spiritual energy within his spiritual sea surged wildly. Receive. The spiritual energy enveloped the spiritual fire, and the blue crystal emitted a powerful suction force that enveloped the stone heart fire. Buzz! As if stimulated, the stone heart fire suddenly burst forth with blinding light and terrifying heat, throbbing restlessly, trying to resist the suction force. The scorching air waves baked the surrounding reefs red-hot, and the women standing guard around Wang Hao all retreated without realizing it. Humph! A mere spirit fire dares to resist. Wang Hao no longer held back, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual energy. The spirit patterns on the blue crystal ship shone brightly, and under Wang Hao's will, it crashed fiercely into the bewildered consciousness of the spirit fire. Under the absolute suppression of power, the raging flames of stone heart fire suddenly contracted, transforming into a streak of orange-red light that instantly disappeared into the spiritual sea. Captain, requesting permission to devour the molten lobster and stone heart fire to conduct a simulation. As soon as the spirit fire was used, Lan Ling couldn't wait to make a request, and Wang Hao listened. Granted. Save 2 for me, for dinner. If we didn't warn her, this little foodie would have eaten them all. Rumble. Within the spirit sea, the blue crystal burst forth with unprecedented light, its hull expanding and rising at a visible speed, rapidly growing to 44 meters, 46 meters, and finally stopping steadily at 50 meters. The ship's lines are more streamlined, and its structure has been completely redesigned. As the ship's hull evolved, the spiritual sea space also passively grew and automatically expanded in volume. The spiritual energy within the spiritual sea was dense and subtly condensed from misty spiritual energy into the shape of water droplets. Chapter 93: The Birth of the Spirit Field. The biggest change is in the internal structure of the ship. The core of the ship, the stone heart fire, seems to have found its home, hovering steadily in the center of the core formation and slowly rotating. A furnace-like structure envelopes the stone heart fire, and the abundant spiritual energy attracted by the spirit ship is absorbed by the spirit fire. After absorbing spiritual energy, the spirit fire shone even brighter, and each pulse released incomparably pure fire elemental power. To Wang Hao's surprise, some more ignition holes appeared in the cabin above the furnace, where alchemy furnaces had been generated. After counting, Wang Hao found there were exactly 5. This little girl, Lan Ling, really thought of everything. The surprises don't stop there. Most importantly, with the appearance of the spirit fire, the 5 element spirit patterns were fully formed, and Wang Hao discovered that he could use more powerful combination skills. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, Newborn Stage. Ship classification, Funeral Ship, 50 meters. Power system, Sail, Spirit Fire Propeller. Special module, Information Deduction and Processing Center. Soul Ship Contract, 9/43. Skill list, 5 elements Wind and Thunder Shield, Thunder Control Technique, Beginner, Wind Control Technique, Beginner, Wood Control Technique, Beginner, Water Control Technique, Beginner, Metal Control Technique, Beginner, Earth Control Technique, Beginner, Fire Control Technique, Beginner, Wildfire, Thunderflame. The blue crystal achieved a qualitative leap upon acquiring the spirit fire, with its elemental powers perfectly merging. Outside, after the spiritual fire was absorbed into Wang Hao's spiritual sea, the terrifying energy fluctuations disappeared. But then, an even deeper and more terrifying spiritual pressure slowly emanated from Wang Hao's body. Everyone felt the powerful aura of this transformation. Those ship repairmen from the new village who had been lucky enough to survive now looked extremely pale, their eyes filled with deep awe and a sense of powerlessness. The ship repairmen who have already refined the spirit ship, plus the ship repairmen who have refined the primordial spirit fire, are no longer on the same level as them. Even if they have the backing of a family and resources that ordinary people do not have, the primordial spirit fire is a high-end natural treasure that ordinary families cannot obtain. Huang Mingxian stood there, looking at Wang Hao, whose aura had changed drastically. He felt a mix of emotions, including envy, jealousy, and bitterness, which eventually turned into a long sigh and a sense of powerlessness. Congratulations, Brother Wang. Huang Mingxian was the first to react. He suppressed all his emotions and put on an extremely sincere smile. At least on the surface, Wang Hao could not see anything wrong. Brother Wang's spirit ship, with the help of this spiritual fire, will surely soar to new heights, and its future achievements will be limitless. I admire you. His voice broke the silence, and the other ship repairmen, as if waking from a dream, forced smiles and offered their congratulations with clasped hands, regardless of their true thoughts. Congratulations, Captain Wang. Those who cultivated artifacts were even more terrified, not daring to even raise their heads. This was the difference in class. The women following behind Wang Hao looked at him with even more pride, their eyes filled with admiration and tenderness that almost overflowed with tears. Wang Hao glanced around at the various people with different expressions and finally focused on Huang Mingxian. Brother Huang, you're too kind. He then turned away and ignored them, went to a secluded place, and released the spirit ship. Come on, let's get on the boat. Ali, we're having lobster tonight. Yes, ships. Ali's voice was still very excited. Soon, the 2 molten lobsters that had been deliberately left behind were cleaned by the girls. The snow-white and crystal-clear lobster meat turned pink and tempting under the heat of the flames, emitting a rich and domineering aroma. Li Xiaoyu easily cut open the huge pincers with her knife, chopped the tender meat inside, put it into hot oil, stir-fried it over high heat, added a special sauce, and finally poured in some spirit wine. The flames roared up, and the aroma instantly conquered everyone's taste buds. Finally, she sprinkled in a handful of moonlight vine to enhance the flavor. The little fox was so captivated that it kept swallowing its saliva. Finally, a large piece of steamed lobster was served, almost filling the entire table. Wang Hao couldn't wait to taste it. He had never experienced such a treat in his 2 lifetimes. It smells delicious. It's so good. Everyone sat together, and at that moment, no one cared about talking. They just kept eating. In the early morning, Wang Hao gently removed the arm that was pressing on him and stepped out of the captain's cabin. The first thing he saw was Xiaoyu, the lively little rabbit. Wang Hao reached out and rubbed her fluffy ears. Xiaoya, why are you up so early? Brother Hao, I've been checking on the growth of the spiritual plants in the cabin, and I've made a new discovery that I wanted to tell you about. When Xiaoya saw that it was Wang Hao, she excitedly took his hand and led him into the cabin that had been transformed into a plantation. In the original planting area, the soil was now shimmering with a faint jade-like luster, and the crops that Xiaoya had carefully planted were thriving. Brother Hao, look. Xiaoya pointed at the soil, her voice filled with excitement. I noticed this morning that they're growing exceptionally fast, and the soil looks different than before, as if something is nourishing them. Xiaoya scooped up a handful of soil, and the faint luster of the soil became even more pronounced in her palm. Wang Hao also squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and carefully felt it. Sure enough, a trace of spiritual energy was gently flowing in the soil. He immediately felt it carefully and saw that the spiritual energy absorbed by the ship from heaven and earth was slowly seeping into the soil in this plantation through the hall. "Captain Little Moon, what are you looking at here?" Zhang Rongrong's gentle voice rang out behind the two. After getting up and washing up, she heard Wang Hao and Xiao Yu's voices coming from here. So she walked over out of curiosity and found the two of them squatting in the plantation whispering to each other. "Sister Rongrong, come and see. The soil has changed." Xiaoya proudly showed the soil in her hand to Zhang Rongrong. Zhang Rongrong took the soil from Xiaoya's hands, examined it carefully, and even used her fingers to feel it. She also used her own spiritual power as a cultivator to probe it carefully. Finally, a look of shock appeared on his face. This soil brimming with spiritual energy, Captain." Zhang Rongrong looked at Wang Hao, her voice tinged with excitement. "These are clearly the characteristics of a spirit field, and they even meet the standards of a first-class spirit field, Captain. This is a treasure trove where spirit plants can be grown stably and medicinal herbs can be cultivated." Zhang Rongrong paused, her tone filled with disbelief. Logically speaking, to form a spirit field, one must rely on a spirit vein to continuously provide spiritual energy to nourish the soil. This spirit ship has actually generated a spirit field on its own. Could it be that your spirit ship, Captain, is already equivalent to a miniature spirit vein? This conjecture seemed somewhat unbelievable to her. This spirit ship was only 50 meters long, yet it already possessed the potential of a spiritual vein. What would it be like after it advanced to 100 meters? Thinking about how she and Wang Hao were already deeply bound together in the future and the terrifying potential of this spirit ship, Zhang Rongrong looked at Wang Hao with even more tenderness. Chapter 94. You are all mine. What? A spirit field? A delighted cry rang out as Zhang Meyer, now fully dressed, rushed over. She had clearly heard what the class had said. After squeezing into the planting pod, she looked at the glistening soil with shining eyes. "Oh my God, Captain, this is wonderful. Let's go to the island quickly to buy spirit herb seeds and spirit rice seeds. With spirit fields, we can grow spirit rice and spirit herbs ourselves. We won't have to spend a lot of money to buy them anymore. We can eat rice containing spiritual energy every day from now on." She was already looking forward to a bright future. The Zhang family had been running the business for so many years and only owned a small piece of spiritual field on the island. This had been regarded as a treasure for the family's inheritance. She never thought that she would also be able to own a piece of spiritual field. Since her relationship with Wang Hao broke through, she had already regarded herself as one of the female owners of this ship and was quite attentive to it. Zhang Rongrong looked at her excited sister, then at Wang Hao, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. In the end, she decided to speak. She tugged at Zhang Meyer's sleeve, and the two sisters exchanged a glance, seemingly thinking of something at the same time, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Having finally decided to tell Wang Hao, Zhang Rongrong bowed slightly, her tone tinged with apology, and finally spoke. "Captain, there is one more thing that I have not yet told you. Please punish me." Seeing the two of them like this, Wang Hao waved his hand and casually said, "What is it? Just say it. Why are you making such a fuss?" Zhang Rongrong took a deep breath. "It's about the family. My grandfather, the clan chief, once asked me and Mayor, 'Captain, do you still need to recruit more weapon repair crew members?' There are also 3 cousins from a collateral branch in the family. Each of them wields a support artifact of the metal, wood, or earth element. Although their cultivation levels are not high, they are still considered outstanding among their peers. The 3 of them, along with my water element and Mayor's fire element, form a complete 5-element support artifact cultivation team." Zhang Rongrong paused for a moment, then continued, "If they join, they can better assist in refining spiritual materials. We didn't mention this to Lord Lanling before because of her special status. But now that we have spirit fields, if we gather the 5 elements to assist in the cultivation of artifacts, we can try to grow specific spiritual herbs by relying on the spirit fields on the spirit ship. With the 5 of us working together, we can even refine some basic pills or work together to refine some spiritual artifacts. This will greatly benefit the growth of the blue crystal ship. I have not mentioned this matter to the captain, for I fear he will think we are planting crew members. Please punish us, Captain." Zhang Meyer nodded quickly and added, "Yes, Captain, Sister Rongrong is right. Those 3 girls are all acquaintances of ours. They have good character, work hard, and they're all quite pretty." Her last words were tinged with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao showed no displeasure at being kept in the dark. He had thought it was something serious, wondering if the two girls were overthinking things. He waved his hand dismissively and spoke directly, his tone full of trust. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. You can arrange the crew yourselves. You know better than I do what kind of manpower the ship needs, and you also know more about the family situation and the intelligence on the island. You can decide what kind of crew members are needed and what positions are vacant. I trust your judgment. Looking into Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer's eyes with sincerity, Wang Hao said, Besides, you are both my people. If I don't trust you, who do I trust? Zhang Rongrong was deeply moved, a warm feeling welling up inside her. This unreserved trust brought tears to her eyes. Speaking of punishment, this certainly needs to be done. Rongrong, your punishment is to come to the captain's cabin tonight to receive family discipline. Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rongrong's pretty face flushed red instantly, losing her usual composure, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. Zhang Meyer, however, fanned the flames from the sidelines, pushing Zhang Rongrong into Wang Hao's arms, instantly making the atmosphere ambiguous. Okay, it's settled then. Wang Hao was in a great mood. He had been in this world for so long, and it had been like a taut string that had been pulling him forward. Now that the spirit ship was taking shape, he could finally relax and enjoy himself. With such a caring woman, he would be letting down his fellow villagers and his parents if he didn't accept her. Oh, right. Rongrong, Meyer, you can take full responsibility for recruiting crew members. Xiaoya, I'll leave the spirit fields to you. If you need any tools, just tell Rongrong and the others to go to the island to buy them. Our blue crystal ship will be self-sufficient from now on, and we'll have spirit rice to eat every meal. We must prepare for the ship's future voyages. Wang Hao's dream is to travel all over the world, explore the ocean scenery, experience the customs and culture of this maritime empire, and most importantly, eat all the seafood in the world and turn it into delicious food. Of course, we won't forget our little foodie, the little girl Lanling. Lanling floated around in the cabin, having a great time, completely unaware that her captain was going to take her on a culinary adventure. When she saw Wang Hao looking at her, she gave him a sweet smile. Rongrong, how many gold coins would it cost to buy spirit plant seeds and the spirit rice that Mayer mentioned? Also, are there any basic pill recipes for sale on the island? Wang Hao asked. Zhang Rongrong pondered for a moment and replied, Captain, the difference between spirit plant seeds is huge. If it's just the most basic, ungraded spirit herb seeds like the spirit gathering grass, a pack will cost around 10 to 100 gold coins, with about 100 seeds in each pack. Slightly better ones, like the spirit gathering flower and the spirit ginseng, which are first-tier spirit herb seeds, will have to be purchased with spirit stones. If you use gold coins, you'll have to pay a premium. It will cost about 12,000 gold coins to buy a pack. Seeing Wang Hao's confused expression, Zhang Rongrong explained, the grades of spiritual herbs are very similar to the grades of our weapon cultivators. They are roughly divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 is already considered something that real cultivators use, while Mayer and I have not yet reached grade 1. Our weapon cultivation has 3 major realms. After selecting a natal spiritual weapon, upgrading the weapon embryo into a spiritual weapon means becoming a formal weapon cultivator, which is divided into 3 tiers, lower, middle, and upper. Then, it advances to spiritual treasures, also divided into 3 tiers. Finally, it advances to Dao artifacts. Currently, only the Empire possesses national treasure Dao artifacts, and most weapon cultivators find it difficult to reach this realm. The high-level materials and spiritual energy required are despair-inducing. The same spiritual herbs also correspond to 9 stages. Currently, the highest grade spiritual material on our White Sand Island is the 2nd-tier spiritual wood controlled by the Baron, but the quantity is still scarce. It is a high-grade spiritual material that most spirit boatmen and ship repairmen dream of. She paused, then continued. As for the pill formulas, they are actually not expensive. Both the Crafts Workshop and the Weapon Repair Guild on the island sell them, but they are only the most basic and widely circulated ones, such as the Spirit Recovery Powder and Chi Replenishing Pill. What really requires a huge investment is Chapter 95 Poisonous Sea Urchin. The most expensive things are still the Alchemy Furnace, the Weapon Refining Furnace, and the inheritance of cultivation techniques. Furthermore, the truly valuable pill formulas are all closely guarded secrets among the major families and weapon cultivators. Captain, we only have about 2,000 gold coins on board. Adding our personal savings, it's more than enough to buy basic seeds and cheap pill formulas. However, It's very difficult to grow decent spiritual herbs or buy good spiritual rice seeds, such as amethyst rice. Furthermore, alchemy furnaces are even more expensive. Even the cheapest one costs hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and even our Zhang family only has two. Zhang Rongrong said with difficulty. After listening, Wang Hao frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that just refining basic pills would cost so much. He had originally planned to make good use of the spirit fields to grow spirit herbs, go out to sea to fish, refine pills to sell, and then buy spirit bone plates to quickly upgrade his spirit ship. After becoming a certified spirit ship sailor of a 100-meter spirit ship, he would go out to sea. It seems we need to think this through more carefully. Suddenly, Wang Hao thought of something. Come with me. I've got something good to show you. Wang Hao led Zhang Rongrong into a very spacious cabin, where the spiritual energy was very rich. When Zhang Rongrong came in, she stared at the 5 stoves in front of her with her mouth slightly open, and it took her a long time to speak. This is actually a 5-elements refining furnace. The flames of the spiritual fire at the ignition point under the furnace are firmly drawn and bound within the 5 furnaces by array patterns, and the intense heat of the spiritual fire does not leak out at all. This? Haha. Captain, I didn't expect this spirit ship to even have a furnace prepared for us. Sister, our natal spirit artifacts can finally be upgraded. Zhang Meyer's eyes lit up. This was great. Not only did she have the tools for alchemy, but she also had hope of upgrading her natal spiritual weapon. I love you to death. Zhang Rongrong wasn't as bold as Zhang Meyer, but she couldn't hide her excitement either. How was it? Wang Hao was somewhat smug. Although it was all thanks to Xiao Chuanling, it didn't stop him from taking credit for it. The captain is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Now the blue crystal will soon be on the right track, forming a good cycle and maximizing profits. Please grant us the opportunity to upgrade our natal spirit artifacts. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately agreed. No problem, take it and use it. We're family, no need to be polite. Just buy whatever materials you need. When we're out gathering seafood, we'll keep the rare materials from the sea beasts for you to use. Once we make money, we can buy spirit bone plates for Lan Ling. However, we need to go beachcombing. Today's goal is mainly to find some things that can be sold. After we expand the scale of the spirit field, we'll prepare a big meal for Lan Ling. Upon hearing about the grand feast, the floating blue spirit's eyes lit up. A feast? Lan Ling wants a feast. I love you. Haha. Mayor, look, this little girl has been corrupted by you. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Walk. After comforting Lan Ling, Wang Hao led everyone off the ship and then took the opportunity to store the spirit ship into the spirit sea. With a target in mind, the group's beachcombing efficiency became extremely high. They no longer focused on hunting those tough, large creatures that huddle together, such as rock crabs, but instead bypassed them to avoid direct confrontation. Instead, they turned their attention to some valuable and easy-to-process marine products. For example, rare seashells the size of wash basins can be pried open after avoiding their water cannon attacks, revealing round, plump pearls with a soft luster inside. In particular, Xiaoya always manages to find valuable moon shells. Her perception is becoming more and more accurate, making her the best treasure hunter. Each moon pearl produced by these top-quality moon shells can sell for hundreds of gold shells. Xiaoya, you're such a precious baby. Guided by Xiaoya, Wang Hao used the vines to grab a high-quality moon shell and couldn't help but praise it. Xiaoya's ears perked up, her face flushed red, feeling both shy and happy. The black rock reefs are truly a treasure trove. You can always find minerals containing spiritual energy in the crevices of the rocks, such as cold iron ore, and even some fragments of spirit stones. Although they are not large in size, they are numerous and, when accumulated, are still quite valuable. Brother Hao, look over there. Suddenly, Xiaoya excitedly pointed to a hidden pool of water next to a huge coral reef, her bald ears trembling with excitement, and shouted, "Look there! There's a plant over there. Its vitality is so pure. Could it be a magical herb?" Following the sound, everyone looked in the direction Xiaoya was pointing and saw a strange little grass growing alone on the side of a reef. It was only half a foot tall and slender, like jade, with leaves like ice crystals, emitting a clear and refreshing spiritual energy. It's the frost jade grass. Zhang Rongrong's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw the spiritual herb, her voice filled with surprise. This is a Tier 1 spiritual herb, a material for refining Tier 1 pills, worth more than 10 spirit stones. Xiaoya is indeed amazing. I didn't expect there to be a mature one hidden here. With a little more nurturing, it will be able to condense a seed. This is good stuff. Upon hearing that it was a Tier 1 spiritual herb, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. But then he saw dozens of basketball-sized, jet black sea urchins crawling in the puddle and between the rocks. These sea urchins were covered with sharp, venomous spines, each over a foot long, gleaming with a ghostly green color, surrounding the rocks where the frost jade grass was located. It's so hard to know where to begin. A group of stinging sea urchins, and they're this big? There are so many of them. Even the usually bold Zhang Meyer's expression changed slightly. Their poisonous stings can easily penetrate low-level armor, and their toxins are potent. Moreover, their outer shells are extremely hard. With so many of them packed together, it's very difficult to break through and harvest the spiritual herbs. Is it valuable? Wang Hao's focus was a little different from others. His first reaction was whether it was valuable or not. It's valuable. Zhang Rongrong nodded affirmatively. The venomous spines of the sea urchin are excellent materials for crafting special armor-piercing arrowheads and poison needles. The price offered by the Weapon Repair Guild has always been high. Most importantly, the sea urchin roe contained within them is a delicacy sold by the money in top-tier restaurants. It is extremely delicious and a great source of vital energy, but it is also very dangerous. Oh, as long as it's valuable, let's try this delicacy tonight and see if it lives up to its name. With this spiritual herb, isn't this a double win? It'll be a good opportunity to test the power of our combined skills. Wang Hao communicated with the spirit runes. A wildfire spreads. Call. A scorching whirlwind suddenly appeared, within which a patch of orange-red flames surged. The wind and fire combined, their power increasing dramatically. Under Wang Hao's precise control, it directly covered a large area of puddles. It suddenly swept towards the group of stinging sea urchins. Sizzle. Sizzle. Chapter 96 Rongrong. Still calling her captain? Wherever the firestorm passed, a piercing scorching sound rang out. The sharp, greenish-blue venomous spines were instantly burned and curled up by the terrifying heat. The sea urchin's hard black shell was also burned until it glowed red and shiny. Most of the water in the puddle was instantly evaporated. The sea urchins convulsed violently, and under Wang Hao's precise control, even those hiding in the crevices of the reefs could not escape the scorching flames. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao seized the opportunity and used his vine technique to precisely wrap around the poisonous sea urchins that had lost all ability to move, binding them one by one, taking them out of the puddle, and storing them in his spiritual sea space. With swift and decisive movements, dozens of venomous sea urchins were caught in just a few breaths. Wow, Brother Hao is so amazing! Little Fox clapped and cheered. After dealing with the sea urchin with venomous spines, Wang Hao walked to the edge of the reef, carefully wrapped the frost jade grass with his spiritual power, and dug it out along with the soil. Xiaoye is in your care now. Take good care of her. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I promise it will grow even better. Xiaoye carefully took it, put it away, and planned to transplant it into the spirit field in the cabin. As the sun set, everyone finished their day's beachcombing, and the blue crystal was released once again. Tonight's dishes will bring a pleasant surprise. Li Xiaoyu volunteered. Brother Wang Hao, Sister A Li, let me handle the sea urchin. My peeling knife, which I can control with fire and spiritual energy, is perfect for this. After receiving permission, she took out her natal spiritual weapon. After many days of nurturing, it was like a work of art. A wisp of fire elemental spiritual power was injected into the knife, and the knife precisely and quickly cut into the seam of the sea urchin shell, rotating gracefully. It seemed that she had put in a lot of hard work to practice how to use it. Laugh. She skillfully pried open the shell, revealing the golden, plump row of the sea urchin inside. Li Xiaoyu carefully used the tip of her knife to remove the black venom glands and impurities inside, her movements becoming increasingly practiced. Xiaoyu is great. Ali praised her even amidst her busy work. She pried open a high-quality moon clam, revealing the snow-white, plump, and elastic clam meat inside. She took out a portion and sliced it into a translucent thin skin. Then she went to find Zhang Rongrong, got some crushed ice, and laid it on top. Finally, she prepared a special sauce, and the moon clam sashimi was ready. Another portion was diced and mixed with the golden sea urchin roe that Li Xiaoyu had peeled off. Finally, several large seashells were taken out as containers, and the mixed sea urchin roe and diced clam meat were put into them. Salt was added, and then a few seabird eggs that had been collected were cracked in. The container was placed on a grill and slowly roasted over a low flame. Steamed egg with sea urchin and clam meat. The sweetness of the sea urchin roe, the chewy texture of the clam meat, and the smoothness of the steamed egg custard are a perfect match. I must let the captain have a good taste later. At the same time, I also made a few plump oysters the size of a plate and slowly grilled them over charcoal. The Zhou family sat around the table. Little Li couldn't wait to scoop out a large spoonful of steamed sea urchin egg and put it in her mouth. It was so hot that she gasped for breath, but she couldn't bear to spit it out. Her little face scrunched up, but she made a satisfied sound. Delicious, so sweet. Wang Hao took a bite and nodded in praise. Ali's cooking is absolutely amazing. Of course, Xiao Yu's hard work in preparing the ingredients is also a big part of it. Eat up. Li Xiaoyu lowered her head shyly after being praised by Wang Hao, but was filled with happiness and a sense of accomplishment. Moonlight streamed through the crystal windows into the blue crystal, where laughter and the aroma of delicious food filled the air. After dinner, everyone returned to their cabins to rest, but Zhang Rongrong hesitated. Wang Hao's teasing remark about family discipline from earlier that day still echoed in her ears, making her cheeks flush slightly. Looking at the captain's cabin with its soft lighting, her heart raced. To go or not to go? Just then, a slightly cool hand suddenly pushed her from behind. Oops! Zhang Rongrong exclaimed in surprise and stumbled forward, accidentally knocking open the half-closed captain's cabin door. She steadied herself and looked back, only to see her younger sister, Zhang Meyer, leaning against the corner, covering her mouth and giggling. Meyer winked her charming eyes and silently mouthed, "Go for it." Then he quickly slipped back to his room. Zhang Rongrong stood there, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, and she was completely at a loss. Inside the cabin, Wang Hao was leaning against the bow of the ship reading a book when he heard a noise. He saw the young lady, her face flushed and her expression extremely shy, and a smile appeared on his lips. The morning sunlight, languid and lazy, streamed through the porthole onto the disheveled blankets in the captain's cabin. Zhang Rongrong's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with Wang Hao's sleeping face so close to hers. The blush-inducing, crazy memories of last night flooded back. She carefully got up, but accidentally moved her body, and couldn't help but hiss. Woke up. Wang Hao's amused voice rang out beside her, as he watched her shy expression with great interest. Captain. Zhang Rongrong buried her face in Wang Hao's arms, not daring to look at him. Still calling me captain, Wang Hao teased her deliberately, stroking her soft, long hair as he began to get restless. After a long pause, Zhang Rongrong called out in an almost inaudible voice, "Husband! Husband!" Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction and planted a kiss on her forehead. "That's more like it. Rongrong, are you feeling all right?" "It's all right." Zhang Rongrong's voice was barely audible as she felt the changes in her body, a heart-fluttering sensation that filled her with both shyness and sweetness. After a brief moment of tenderness, Zhang Rongrong spoke first. "Captain, husband." Under Wang Hao's gaze, she quickly changed her words. "Judging from the past years, the major low tide is almost over. Shall we go to the east side of the island to take a look? That underwater spirit tree should be emerging soon." Wang Hao was also very curious when he heard this. The east side of the island? That works too. It'll be a good opportunity to see the real big shots and how the ship repairmen divide up the resources. We should broaden our horizons. Let's go to the island first to buy supplies, and then set off. Once the serious business was discussed, Zhang Rongrong disregarded her shyness and regained some of her usual gentle and capable demeanor. "Yes, my husband is right. We can get a good price by going to the 100 Crafts Workshop. As for the pill formulas and seeds, the 100 Crafts Workshop also has some basic options." The two got up and washed up. Zhang Rongrong carefully tidied her appearance, and a touch of charm appeared between her brows. When the two walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the deck, the busy people all had some subtle glances. Zhang Meyer winked at her sister and smiled mischievously, which made Zhang Rongrong glare at her with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked completely at ease, showing no sign of embarrassment. Ever since hearing that Duke Xingsha had more than 10,000 heirs, he has taken Duke Xingsha as his role model in this world. That's the benchmark. The direction in which you move forward and surpass yourself. Ready to go? We're going to sell goods and shop. Chapter 97. Is it really that easy to make money as a weapon cultivator? Upon arriving on the island, Zhang Rongrong skillfully led everyone to the 100 Crafts Workshop's purchasing point. They then took out moon pearls, scraps of ore, and sea urchins, among other items, and began to haggle skillfully with the workshop's manager. "Manager, look at these moon pearls. Each one is round and full, at least top grade, and they're only 80 gold shells each? That's too low. They should be at least 150. Miss Zhang, that's the current market situation. There are a lot of items for sale lately, at most 90. 140. That's the lowest I can go. That's a rare treasure that countless noble women dream of. It would cost much more elsewhere. Look at this sea urchin with venomous spines. Not bad. You're on the list." Watching Zhang Rongrong haggle with the steward, Wang Hao never expected that the usually gentle and refined eldest daughter of the Zhang family would have such a cute side. Zhang Rongrong was able to handle everything for her. She led the others around, and Xiao Li and Xiao Yu were soon attracted by the various food stalls. Wow, brother Hao, this grilled squid smells so good. Little Fox tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve, her big eyes full of longing. Boss, how much is the grilled squid? The shopkeeper, initially displeased upon seeing the orc behind Wang Hao, immediately changed his attitude upon noticing the ship repair badge on Wang Hao's chest, bowing warmly in greeting. 1 silver shell per string. How many do you want, sir? 50 skewers, please. And remember to give me your change. Wang Hao quickly counted the coins in his mind and handed over a gold shell. This was just enough for everyone in the large group behind him to have a taste. Xiao Li and Xiao Yu each held a large handful, eating with their mouths full of oil, their eyes squinting with happiness. Everyone wandered around for half a day, not buying much, but they ate their fill of snacks. Zhang Rongrong has already sold all the materials and earned about 40,000 gold coins. Let's go inside and take a look. Wang Hao led the group into the main building of the Hunter Crafts workshop. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of spiritual materials, and the counters displayed various spiritual artifacts, materials, and pills, all radiating spiritual light, dazzling the eyes. Zhang Rongrong had a clear goal and led Wang Hao directly to the area where pill formulas and spiritual herb seeds were sold. Shopkeeper, do you have any basic pill formulas for sale? Yes. The shopkeeper enthusiastically took out jade slips made of jade. The basic pill formula costs 100 gold coins per serving and includes detailed ingredient ratios. But don't you need the basic pill refining technique? That costs 10,000 gold coins per serving. The shopkeeper revealed a cunning smile. Oh. The group exchanged glances, none of them having considered this question. Since Wang Hao had already purchased them, he decided to buy the complete set at once. Shopkeeper, do you have weapon refining techniques and magical weapon diagrams? Yes. A basic spirit weapon blueprint costs 100 gold coins, and a basic weapon refining technique costs 10,000 gold coins. Wang Hao picked up a jade slip containing a spirit recovery powder and probed it with his spiritual power. The recipe inside was very simple. Spirit fish meat combined with basic spirit herbs. Such a simple thing was being sold for 100 gold coins. What a swindler. So the decision was left to Zhang Rongrong, who selectively purchased some common pill formulas and magical artifact blueprints in an effort to maximize profits. Next are the seeds. Spirit rice seeds, spirit gathering grass seeds. With the addition of several sets of tools for cultivating spiritual plants, the money was almost completely spent. When Wang Hao saw the prices of the pills on the counter, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Spirit recovery powder restores a small amount of spiritual energy, priced at 50 gold coins per bottle. Chi replenishing pill slightly increases spiritual energy and improves cultivation speed. Price, 10,000 gold coins per bottle, 10 pills. Tier 1 Chi cultivation pill greatly increases spiritual energy, aids in breakthroughs, priced at 10 spirit stones per bottle/10 pills. When Wang Hao saw the price of the spirit stone purchase unit, he couldn't help but marvel at how rich the artifact cultivators were, buying such expensive items. Finally, when he saw the spirit recovery powder, his lips twitched. Wasn't the main ingredient of this thing just ordinary spirit fish meat? The cost was less than 10 silver coins. After being refined like this, the price increases by hundreds of times? This is simply robbery. The idea that making money by refining pills himself was the ultimate goal echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Finally, he arrived at the spiritual energy zone, where the prices made him deeply understand what true exorbitant profits meant. Inferior fish scale breast protector, priced at 800 gold coins. This thing is just a spirit fish scale, right? It's only valuable because a defensive spirit rune has been added. Tier 1 water splitter, 12 spirit stones. The more Wang Hao looked, the more he felt that alchemy and weapon crafting were extremely profitable projects. To put it simply, the workshops run by the Weapon Crafting Guild were incredibly profitable, like the inferior weapon embryos made by Li Xiaoyu and her sister. Its cost is estimated to be no more than 1 silver coin. It might even be a practice piece for a weapon-making apprentice. No one would want it if it were given away, but for the poor, it could be an opportunity to change their fate. Well, Brother Hao, now you know how easy it is to make money as a weapon repairman, right? Zhang Meyer came over at some point. However, with our blue crystal ship, we have spirit fields, primordial spirit fire, and the 5 elements refining furnace. Our conditions are much better than those of the Weapon Crafting Guild on the island. From now on, we can grow our own herbs, refine pills, and forge weapons. We'll make sure they can't make money off us. And instead, they'll have to make money off us. Wang Hao nodded in deep agreement. Looking at the weapon craftsmen in the workshop who were spending money like water with gritted teeth, he became even more determined to be self-reliant. No wonder weapon crafting was difficult. Who could afford such a drain? As he left the 100 Crafts workshop, Wang Hao remarked with emotion. This place really drains your wallet in no time. It seems we still need to work harder and become self-sufficient. Don't worry, Brother Hao. With the spirit field and the help of the sisters, we'll be self-sufficient soon, Zhang Rongrong said with a gentle smile and a firm look in her eyes. Exactly. Zhang Meyer linked arms with Wang Hao and gave him a charming smile. My dear ship, shouldn't we go check out the underwater spirit wood in the east? We might even find some bargains. Let's go take a look. Having witnessed the exorbitant prices of the 100 Crafts workshop, Wang Hao was now even more eager for the free resources in the sea. Zhang Rongrong led Wang Hao and his group straight to the ship repair dock area on the east side of Baisha Island. The scene here was completely different from the bustling civilian area of the southern dock. The place exudes neatness and grandeur. Huge bluestone slabs have been polished to a very smooth finish and swept spotlessly clean, creating a stark contrast to the docks in the working-class area. In particular, there is a dedicated road that extends from the dock down into the sea, where guards in uniform armor patrol back and forth. As Wang Hao approached, a sharp-eyed servant noticed the ship repair badge on Wang Hao's chest. The servant's face instantly lit up with a fawning smile, and he quickly jogged forward, stopping a few steps away from Wang Hao. Chapter 98 Beneficiaries of the Rules. He bowed deeply and said, Respected ship repair master, welcome to the ship repair dock. All the ship repair masters have gathered to discuss the allocation of the soon-to-be exposed spirit forest. The tide is almost out. The time is perfect. Please allow me to lead the way. The respectful attitude was almost impeccable. This was the privilege that came with being a ship repairman. The class divisions in this world were very clear. As a beneficiary of privilege, Wang Hao would certainly not be so foolish as to criticize such behavior. He would only join in. Lead the way. Yes, please follow me, sir. The servant immediately stood up and stepped aside to lead the way. The group followed the servant along the bluestone path leading to the seabed, heading towards the mudflats exposed after the tide receded. The path was even decorated with exquisite carvings on both sides. It's just a road leading to the seabed, yet it took so much manpower to build. These ship repairmen are really capable of anything to show off their status. As they ventured deeper, the bluestone path beneath their feet transitioned into a massive reef. Ahead, a small grove of trees came into view, their leaves of vibrant green and radiating a rich spiritual energy. More than a dozen spirit ships, shrouded in spiritual light, were moored not far away. Each ship exuded terrifying spiritual pressure, clearly indicating that these were all natal spirit ships that had been completely refined. The largest of them, a giant sailing ship, stood at the very front. It was a ship over 300 meters long, with a huge, menacing ram that gleamed coldly and a ferocious sea beast embroidered on its sails. That's the Sea Shark, Baron Field's natal spirit ship, Zhang Rongrong explained in a low voice to Wang Hao, her tone filled with reverence. The Baron is a noble shipwright officially appointed by the Empire and the Lord of White Sand Island. Most of the other spirit ships belong to the shipwrights of the various families on the island. Wang Hao's gaze swept over the other dozen or so spirit ships, the smallest of which was 70 or 80 meters long, and the largest was about 200 meters long. However, there was a huge difference between them and the Baron's spirit ship. Is this the strength of having a resource island? Further out on the sea, hundreds of spirit ships were densely packed together. These spirit ships varied in size, with the smallest being only 10 or 20 meters long, and their hulls shone with a dim spiritual light. Most of the ship repairmen stood at the bow, their eyes filled with complex emotions as they looked at the real ship repairmen in the core area and the spiritual forest that emitted an alluring spiritual light. Their eyes were filled with longing and envy. Are those ship repair apprentices? There are so many, Wang Hao asked, though he already had a guess in his mind. Yes. Zhang Rongrong nodded, her tone tinged with emotion. They have successfully opened up their spiritual sea, possess the qualifications for ship repair, and can embark on the path of ship repair. They have also obtained a spirit ship, but their qualifications are insufficient. They have not yet been able to completely refine the spirit ship, so they cannot store the spirit ship in their spiritual sea space, nor can they fully master the skills possessed by the spirit ship. They cannot obtain official ship repair badges and are excluded from the real ship repair business, so they can only be moored outside like ordinary ships. They were not eligible to participate in the distribution of spirit wood. They could only wait on the periphery until the distribution was complete, hoping to find any leftover branches or scraps. Wang Hao understood. Perhaps there were some lucky commoners who had awakened their ship repair qualifications and unlucky ones who had taken out loans to buy spirit ships. If they couldn't repay the money, they would become ship slaves for life, which was truly pitiful. With a thought, a flash of light appeared, and the blue crystal appeared on the sea near the reef. Wang Hao led the women onto the ship, steered the vessel to the position between the ship repairmen and the ship repair apprentices, and stopped. The appearance of the blue crystal caused a small-scale discussion, especially among the ship repair apprentices. The first dozen or so ship repairmen, seeing the newcomer, assumed that he was also there to participate in the competition for the spirit wood. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao took the initiative to step back, so they put their worries aside. One less competitor meant one more chance for them. As time passed, the last of the seawater receded, and the entire seabed spirit tree was completely exposed to the sunlight. The atmosphere among the ship repairmen instantly became both eager and tense. Gentlemen, as usual, this year's allocation of shares will be determined by a contest of wits, just like in previous years. What do you say? The speaker was Baron Field, who stood at the bow of the sea shark. He exuded an imposing aura, a stark contrast to when Wang Hao first arrived in this world and saw him welcoming Miss Helena. Your Excellency is absolutely right. Agreed? Let's proceed according to the rules of the literary contest. The ship repairmen echoed their agreement, filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Wang Hao was also curious why there was such a unique way to allocate spirit wood. He whispered to Zhang Rongrong beside him. Rongrong, what is a literary contest? A complex look flashed in Zhang Rongrong's eyes as she explained. My lord, the Imperial Ship Repair Convention prohibits direct death battles between ship repairmen to avoid internal strife among core combat forces. However, if ship repairmen want to advance, conflicts over resources are unavoidable. This civil struggle is the workaround. Usually, each party sends out weapon crafters from their own ships or temporarily recruits elite weapon crafters to engage in life or death battles on a specific arena or within a designated area, and the final rankings are based on wins, performance, and other factors. The allocation of resources is determined in this way, regardless of life or death, each to their own fate. And the allocation of resources for this spirit wood forest on White Sand Island is the same every year. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao frowned. Living in a peaceful country, he felt uncomfortable with this kind of behavior that used human lives as gambling chips. Although he had heard about the horrors of the underground black market, it had never happened right under his nose. The idea that out of sight, out of mind, is somewhat at odds with his philosophy of treating every crew member as family. Zhang Rongrong seemed to sense Wang Hao's displeasure and sighed softly. Although it is cruel, this is indeed the most effective way to resolve disputes and allocate scarce resources within the framework of the convention. For ship repairmen who are high and mighty, the lives of equipment repairmen are far less important than a rare and precious material. Zhang Rongrong's tone carried a hint of helplessness and clarity. It seemed that the weapon repairman had already escaped the fate of ordinary people and enjoyed many rights and conveniences. But in the eyes of the ship repairman, he was nothing more than a consumable material that was not worth consuming. Although Wang Hao's heart was in turmoil upon hearing this, a voice immediately resounded deep within his heart. Since you are a beneficiary, enjoying the status and privileges of a ship repairman, and the rules of the Empire protect you, why pretend to care about the lives of those weapon repairmen? Just enjoy the benefits and conveniences brought by the rules. Wang Hao is now a beneficiary of these rules. The badge on his chest is his talisman and proof of his identity. What right does he have to criticize? Just then, Zhang Rongrong asked Wang Hao in a low voice. This startled Wang Hao so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 99, A Battle of Wits? Life or death doesn't matter. Captain, should we participate in the debate? With the strength of our crew, we might be able to secure some shares. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao snapped back to his senses and looked at the small patch of spirit wood forest. Although the spiritual energy it contained was decent, it was nothing to him. The blue crystal could devour some sea beasts or find an underwater mineral vein in the future. The growth he gained far exceeded that of this spiritual rice, not to mention the existence of the stone heart fire and the 5 elements refining furnace, plus the spiritual field. For such a paltry gain, he would risk the lives of the crew on the ship to fight to the death. This is putting the cart before the horse. Looking at the ship repairmen who were already preparing to send their subordinates to their deaths, Wang Hao felt a strong sense of disdain and relief. Fortunately, his ship had special abilities. Wang Hao decisively shook his head, interrupting Zhang Rongrong. No way. What's the point of fighting over this piece of broken wood? It's not even enough to fill Lan Ling's teeth. Wang Hao's gaze swept over Zhang Rongrong, Ali, Xiao Yu, and the other women beside him, and his eyes softened. Besides, all of you crew members, no matter who you are my partners and family. You are meant to explore the sea and enjoy life together, not to be used as a gamble to risk your lives for a few pieces of broken wood. I can't bear to see any of you get hurt. These words clearly reached the ears of the women, and tears instantly welled up in the eyes of Zhang Rongrong and her sisters. It wasn't that many members of the Zhang family had become weapon repairers on other ships. In fact, quite a few. However, the casualty rate had always been high. Meeting a captain who cherished them so much was a blessing they had earned. After spending so much time together, the beast-eared girls felt that Wang Hao's reaction was only natural. However, their gazes towards Wang Hao became gentler. Even the aloof Ailing became much gentler. Let's watch the show. After Wang Hao finally made up his mind, the group stood quietly at the bow of the boat and watched. The carefree Amon even brought Wang Hao a chair, which Wang Hao accepted without hesitation. He pulled the chair over and sat down, enjoying Zhang Meyer's thoughtful massage, feeling incredibly comfortable. Soon the rules of the contest were announced. All ship repairmen participating in the competition would send one repairman from each ship to a temporarily designated area to fight one-on-one and win the right to the allocation. At Baron Field's command, a dozen or so weapon cultivators, clad in various spirit armors and wielding weapons, stepped onto the field. The brutal battle of wits has officially begun. Wang Hao coldly observed the brutal battle ahead. The fighting style of these weapon cultivators basically relied entirely on the power of their natal spiritual weapons and the spiritual power provided by the ship cultivators behind them. The various spiritual armors they wore did not play a role, but it was negligible. For example, a weapon cultivator wielding a flaming longsword unleashed a scorching blade aura several meters long, with flames rolling. His opponent was a weapon cultivator wielding an ice shield. As the ice and fire collided, white mist filled the air. It was clear that the shield cultivator was running out of steam and was caught off guard by his opponent, who struck him hard on the side with a single blow. The shield-wielding cultivator was cleaved away like a sack of potatoes, coughing up blood as he crashed heavily onto the rocks. His spirit armor was shattered, and his fate was unknown. He was eliminated from the competition. The other battle was truly stunning. A valiant female cultivator, wielding a longsword, displayed sharp swordsmanship and agile footwork, initially suppressing her opponent. However, just when Wang Hao thought she was about to win, during a clash with her opponent, she clearly faltered, her spiritual energy running low, creating a brief gap. Wang Hao thought to himself, "This is bad." And sure enough, he let out a sinister laugh. A line of blood spurted from his neck. Wang Hao could even see the astonishment and resentment in the beautiful woman's eyes. Her beautiful head flew high, and her headless body stood frozen in place for a moment before slowly falling down. The exquisite spirit sword clattered to the ground, and its spiritual light quickly dimmed. TSK. What a pity, what a waste of such a precious resource. Wang Hao frowned and sighed inwardly. What a fine artifact cultivator. Because of the spirit ship's poor performance, he lost his life in vain. After the first round of battle, the 8 artifact cultivators emerged victorious. Their ship cultivators wore satisfied or relieved smiles, signifying that they had earned the right to participate in the distribution of spirit wood. The defeated ship repairman had a gloomy face. He silently arranged for people to bring back the corpse of his weapon repairman. No one said anything, as if it were all a matter of course. Only the oppressive atmosphere of the loser filled the air. This was followed by even more intense quarterfinals, semifinals, and finally the final. The battle grew increasingly dangerous and intense, the light from the collision of spiritual energy becoming even more dazzling. For their own future, the weapon cultivators carried out the captain's orders, giving their all and unleashing all sorts of their most treasured spiritual weapon skills. At the center of the final battle was a weapon cultivator covered in blood, his spirit armor severely damaged, yet his aura was overwhelming. He was a fierce general under the Baron's command, wielding a double-edged giant axe. With absolute power and ferocious attacks, he forcefully defeated the last opponent. The victor, Barton, under Lord Field's command. The person acting as referee announced it loudly. "Congratulations, Your Excellency." The shipwrights congratulated the Baron of the Sea Shark with smiles on their faces, even if some of them looked a little stiff. Baron Field stood at the bow of the ship, a smug smile on his face, basking in the glory and compliments of a victor. However, not everyone was convinced. Wang Hao overheard a ship repairman on a nearby 100-meter-long spirit ship complaining sourly to his companion. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. What's so great about it? It's only because of the sea shark's massive size of over 300 meters that it provides such abundant spiritual energy to weapon cultivators, which allows Barton to squander it so recklessly. Every strike of his giant axe is powerful and heavy, and he throws out spiritual energy as if it's free. If he were on a ship like mine, with the same spiritual energy support, could he last 3 minutes? Who knows who would win? In the end, it all comes down to the size of the ship. Zhang Rongrong immediately explained to Wang Hao. Captain, what that man said makes sense. When combat-type weapon cultivators unleash their full power, every move and every stance consumes spiritual energy intensely. Their natal spiritual weapons do not have the function of actively converting spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In addition, the spiritual sea space is unstable, so they can only passively rely on the spiritual ship contract to have the spiritual ship supply them with spiritual energy. Therefore, the ship repairer's level, the strength of the core's spirit runes, and the depth of the ship repairer's own spiritual sea directly determine the weapon repairer's endurance and burst damage. The larger the ship, the stronger the core, and the more profound the spirit runes, and the more abundant the spiritual power it can provide. Weapon cultivators can naturally unleash stronger combat power and fight for longer periods of time. In a sense, the Battle of Wits is also a contest of the spiritual ship foundation behind the ship cultivators. The Baron Sea Shark is the undisputed overlord of this sea area. Chapter 100 The Great Flood ends as the tide recedes. Wang Hao suddenly realized. So that's why the key is the endurance of spiritual energy. No wonder Patton was able to withstand the onslaught. He had a superpower bank backing him up. No wonder that beautiful weapon cultivator, despite her exquisite combat skills, was ultimately beheaded with a single blow. It was the bow of the ship behind her that held her back. The more Wang Hao learned, the more satisfied he became with his blue crystal ship. With the spirit fire furnace as its core, the purity and absorption speed of spiritual energy far exceeded that of other spirit ships of the same size. After the literary contest ended, the ownership of the spirit wood was distributed according to the rankings. Baron Field, as the champion, received almost half of the ownership of the spirit wood, while the remaining 7 ship repairmen had to divide the rest according to their rankings. After the assignments were completed, the ship repairmen did not personally go into battle. Instead, they dispatched their respective weapon repairmen to carefully enter the spirit wood forest area. Their task was not only to cut down suitable spirit wood, but also to clear out the sea beasts hidden inside. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped inside, several sea beasts that were similar in color to the spirit wood attacked. These lizard-like creatures had the ability to camouflage themselves like chameleons and sprayed corrosive liquid from their mouths. In an instant, a small-scale battle broke out in the forest again. The weapon cultivators fought against these sea beasts. Although it was not as fierce as the previous literary battle, some unlucky ones were injured. Wang Hao even saw a weapon cultivator's arm corroded by venom. He had to amputate the arm to save his life and prevent the venom from invading his heart meridian. However, the arm was basically ruined afterward. It's highly unlikely they'll stay on the spirit ship any longer. I just don't know if the ship repair crew will give them compensation. After the clearing was completed, the sound of felling began in rapid succession. The spirit trees that had been selected to be felled were chopped down by the weapon cultivators with spirit axes, leaving some saplings to be distributed next year. Seeing this, Wang Hao knew there was no more fun to be had, and it was time to prepare for the next leg of the journey. Let's go? Just then, Wang Hao keenly sensed a continuous tremor coming from the sea surface. The tide is coming in, Zhang Rongrong reminded her. As if to confirm her words, in the distance, a thin line of waves rapidly approached, widening and rising, forming a continuously advancing wall of water. The surging waves roared and quickly submerged the exposed mudflats, overflowing the huge reefs. Hurry back to the cabin and hold on tight, Wang Hao immediately ordered. Those cultivators who were still moving spirit would suddenly displayed astonishing efficiency. With a few leaps, they directly boarded the spirit ship, and the seawater instantly submerged the spirit wood forest in less than half an hour. In the ever-rising seawater, only some floating wood chips remained. The sea level had risen back to its original level, and the annual high tide season at Baisha Island had come to a complete end with the return of the tide. Wang Hao watched as the ship repair apprentices excitedly scrambled for the scraps of wood on the sea, shook his head, and steered the ship back to its own berth at the South Wharf. Although this place is dirty and chaotic, Wang Hao still prefers this kind of scene with a sense of everyday life. Although the ship repair dock is clean and tidy, the sense of class between people is too strong, and Wang Hao still can't get used to it for the time being. Inside the cabin of the Blue Crystal, Wang Hao called everyone over to discuss what to do next. Wang Hao tapped the table. Now that the tide has receded and the major flood season is over, where can we get some fish to catch, or go beachcombing? We can't let Lan Ling go hungry. We've seen the Hundred Crafts workshop before. Pills and spiritual artifacts are indeed valuable, but we're still lacking the auxiliary medicinal materials for alchemy, and we have no materials for crafting artifacts either. We can only go to the sea and fish for some free stuff. Zhang Rongrong immediately replied, the boats are here. The great tide has just receded, and the beach has been almost completely swept away. It's also very difficult for spirit fish to gather in the near waters for at least a month. If you want to fish, you can only leave the near waters of Baisha Island and go to a more distant, open sea area. The distant sea? Wang Hao looked at her. Yes, with the sturdiness and speed of our Blue Crystal, going to the open sea is no problem at all. In fact, even some large fishing boats can go to the open sea. It's not just our spirit ship that goes there. It's normal for those fishing boats that use special materials and have spirit arrays inscribed by ship repairmen to go fishing in the open sea. Those captains who own fishing boats need to go to sea for about 10 days or even longer each time, and the risks are high, so they will recruit combat ship repairmen and skilled boatmen in advance to make full preparations. After explaining, Zhang Rongrong added more details. If we were to go, in order to maximize our profits, we would also need to recruit more people to fill the positions on the ship. After pondering for a moment, Wang Hao nodded. Since there were no schools of spirit fish nearby, he would try going to the open sea. As for manpower, Rongrong, you and Meyer will be in charge. You two are from a prominent family on this island, so you are more familiar with the situation here than I am. You know what kind of people we should look for and what kind of abilities are suitable. Understood. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer replied in unison. Xiaoya, I'm entrusting the spirit field on the ship to you. You're the one who holds our future in your hands. Wang Hao said to Xiaoya. Brother Hao, don't worry. Xiaoya will definitely take good care of the spirit field. Wang Hao then looked at Amon and Aling. Amon and Aling, you've both changed a lot lately, especially you. Amon, your power has increased too much. Be careful to control it. On this voyage, you're responsible for protecting everyone. Didn't you always say you wanted to fight? This is your chance. Brother Hao, just you wait and see. I can't wait to find a sea monster to fight right now. Aman was still as carefree as ever, while Aling gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, her eyes equally determined. As for Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu, the main thing is you, Xiaoyu. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm still the same Wang Hao. I won't become a stranger because of the spirit ship or anything else. There's no need to be gloomy. Look at your sister. She's learning to cook with Ali now, making delicious food for everyone. She's so happy. Relax. Since Li Xiaoyu and her sister boarded the ship with Wang Hao, her younger sister has been doing well. She quickly integrated into the family and even found her own fun, developing in the direction of becoming a little chef. However, perhaps because of her brother, she always feels out of place with everyone else. He simply stood aside, quietly working and silently refining his natal spiritual weapon. That's right. Sister, Brother Hao isn't some monster. Why are you always avoiding him? Have you forgotten that when we were living in the shack, one rainy day we three slept together in each other's arms? Li Xiaoyu's lively voice rang out. One sentence was enough to make Li Xiaoyu's face turn bright red. Oh, this remark sparked another round of commotion from Aman. Chapter 101 Recruiting Boatman. Zhang Rongrong has returned to her family on Baisha Island and has just revealed that the Blue Crystal is preparing to recruit crew members to go fishing in the open sea. The entire Zhang family, including both direct and collateral branches, instantly erupted in excitement. The reason is simple: a spirit ship. For artifact cultivators, being able to board a spirit ship that can convert massive amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth is a dream come true. In their daily cultivation, they either eagerly wait for their family or artifact cultivator guild to give them the opportunity to use the spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy converted by the spirit gathering array is barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Its efficiency is pitifully low. It's difficult to even nurture a natal spiritual weapon, let alone refine it. Alternatively, one can painstakingly accept missions to earn money to buy pills. The pills are indeed effective, but they are ridiculously expensive. You might not be able to afford more than a few a year, and that's only if you have a family backing you. For ordinary cultivators who don't have a family inheritance and can't even split their own subfire, forget about nurturing your natal spirit weapon. They should just find a low-quality weapon embryo and become a weapon slave. But now a spirit ship is right in front of you. Once you get on the spirit ship, Even if you don't sign the spirit ship contract that only core crew members have, as long as you stay on the ship, it will be a natural super spirit gathering array, passively enjoying the pure spiritual energy emanating from the spirit ship. This is 100 times better than toiling away on land. If they could secretly use the rich spiritual energy on the ship to nourish their own life energy, that would be an enormous benefit. Moreover, the profit sharing from deep-sea fishing alone would be equivalent to half a year of hard work on the island. In no time, all the young artifact cultivators in the Zhang family came to Zhang Rongrong, including some of the older ones, their uncles and aunts, who came to plead for her, bringing gifts and hoping to get her on board. However, Zhang Rongrong only cared about the interests of Wang Hao and the blue crystal. She was very determined to select only the personnel that the blue crystal truly needed at the moment. For example, there are repairmen who can fight and escort, as well as experienced boatmen and fishermen. She refused all clansmen who did not meet the requirements, even her own uncles, who pleaded for their release without any leniency. This caused dissatisfaction among many people, and the controversy over the selection was only brought to an end under the suppression of the old clan chief. After screening the families, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer rushed to the Ship Repair Guild and the Equipment Repair Guild to officially announce the recruitment information for the Blue Crystal. Spirit Ship Recruitment, High Sea Fishing. The news that the Spirit Ship was openly recruiting members spread like wildfire within the guild. The opportunity to board a spirit ship was extremely rare. Almost every time a spirit ship was created, it was monopolized by relatives and family members. There was no way they would openly recruit from ordinary weapon cultivators. Immediately, eligible weapon repairmen flocked to the guild to inquire about the situation. After learning that the information was true, they rushed to the temporary recruitment point set up by Zhang Rongrong, afraid that they would be too slow and someone else would beat them to it. After a rigorous screening process and an assessment of their abilities, Zhang Rongrong finalized the list of personnel to board the ship. The 3 auxiliary artifact cultivators already selected by the Zhang family are Zhang Yun, whose natal artifact is a gold tempering furnace with the attribute of metal, Zhang Ji, whose natal artifact is an earth-nurturing bowl with the attribute of earth, and Zhang Lan, whose natal artifact is a spirit wood cauldron with the attribute of wood. Together with Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, they form a 5-elements auxiliary weapon cultivation team, making them the best candidates for refining 5-elements spiritual materials and crafting pills and spiritual weapons. The combat weapon repair team consists of 10 people, a small portion of whom are from the Zhang family, while the majority are members recruited by the guild. They have all successfully refined their natal spiritual weapons such as swords, bows, and crossbows, and possess considerable practical combat experience. There are 20 professional boatmen, all of whom have been carefully selected and have extensive experience in sailing or fishing. In the end, the Zhang family patriarch still allowed Zhang Rongrong to bring a batch of living supplies, such as grains and vegetables, and of course, a few sets of decent fishing gear. He went to great lengths to cultivate relationships, also that they could gain a foothold on the boat. With personnel and supplies ready, the newly recruited crew members, filled with excitement and anticipation, boarded the ship in an orderly manner under the direction of Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer. With more than 30 new faces and the original members, the 50-meter-long blue crystal ship felt somewhat crowded. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the busy deck, and said to Zhang Rongrong, "Rongrong, thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Weigh anchor, let's go." The heavy anchor chain was pulled up by the winch, the sails were raised, the spirit patterns shimmered, and the strong wind propelled the ship slowly backward, leaving the dock and heading towards the vast sea. Zhang Rongrong assigned living quarters to the 30 newly recruited shipwrights. They were all crammed into the lower deck cabins, which were converted into large communal sleeping areas. Although there were many rooms in the middle deck, Ali and the others occupied them, along with the planting pods and the core furnace. The upper level was Wang Hao's exclusive captain's cabin, and their modern, multifunctional kitchen area was absolutely off-limits to anyone else. So the crew members just huddled together down there. Wang Hao was too lazy to manage these trivial matters, so he left it to Zhang Rongrong and the others to watch over. Zhang Rongrong brought over 3 beautiful young women, who bowed slightly to Wang Hao upon seeing him. "We, Zhang Ji, Zhang Lan, and Zhang Yun, greet the captain." 3 sweet voices rang out at the same time. Wang Hao looked closely and realized that all the women in the Zhang family had such excellent genes. Each one was more beautiful than the last, and each girl had a different style. "Well, since Rongrong brought you here, I hope you will work hard on the ship from now on. This is the spirit ship contract. Please sign it." After Wang Hao finished speaking, he condensed 3 contract runes. When they saw the contract, their hearts beat faster involuntarily. They hadn't expected to obtain the spirit ship contract so easily. They all bowed to Wang Hao again. I am grateful for the captain's kindness and will certainly live up to his expectations. Only then did they rise to accept the contract. A flash of light entered between their brows, and they immediately felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy slowly flowing from the ship's body into their parched spiritual sea space. Their natal spiritual artifacts instantly shone brightly. This discovery surprised them even more. With such a vast amount of spiritual energy, their natal spiritual artifact would soon be fully nurtured, allowing them to begin the next step of refining the artifact and adding suitable spiritual materials to advance it to a first-grade low-level spiritual artifact. This was an incredible surprise. Zhang Rongrong was surprised to see that her 3 cousins had all been granted spirit ship contracts. But then she remembered that this was Wang Hao's trust in her, and her beautiful eyes softened even more. After sailing for 2 days, based on the judgment of experienced fishermen, Wang Hao carefully sensed the area and indeed found dense spots of spiritual energy. He nodded. Lower the trawl net. After receiving permission, the boatman began to work. A huge trawl net with tough spiritual patterns was lowered, and the boatman responsible for operating the winch and the net skillfully carried it out. Zhang Meyer was on deck directing the repair of the combat equipment, paying attention to potential dangers. When fishing in the open sea, the most terrifying thing is the possibility of sea monster attacks at any time. Chapter 102. How about we try it out? In stock. And it's quite heavy. Experienced fishermen, seeing the reaction of the trawl net, immediately shouted. As the fishing net emerged from the water, it shimmered with silver light. Inside were plump spirit fish with scales that gleamed with spiritual light. These were silver mullet, a common low-level spirit fish in this distant sea area. They contained gentle spiritual energy and were a favorite ingredient for weapon cultivators, as well as a main ingredient for refining spirit recovery powder. Good. A good haul. Wang Hao smiled. The first net yielded a bountiful harvest, which was a good omen. If this net of silver barracuda was processed properly, it could fetch a good price when he got back. Lan Ling also floated back and forth around Wang Hao's divine ship, her eyes filled with longing, and the small boat's rudder began to spin rapidly. Little glutton, you can't just eat these things. We need to sell them to buy you the spirit bone plate. Captain, actually, this kind of spirit fish can be directly decomposed. The fish meat can be stored in a low-temperature freezer, and the scales and other scraps are not very useful. It's fine to give them to the ship spirit. Do you sisters need us to condense the essence? Seeing Lan Ling's adorable appearance, Zhang Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle softly and reminded Wang Hao. All right, let's see how you take the boatman to handle it. Give the scraps to Lan Ling. Your most important task right now isn't to refine the materials, but to spend some time with me. You've worked hard all morning, take a break. After saying that, Wang Hao pulled Zhang Rongrong into his arms, leaned back in his chair, and enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. After calling Li Xiaoyu out, she immediately took her knife and, together with the boatman, skillfully processed the silver mullet, carefully placing the fish meat into the water tank and then storing it in the low-temperature refrigeration compartment. Meanwhile, some ordinary fish that were mixed and were thrown into the ordinary fish catch box, which became the boatman's food. Fish bones, scales, and other debris were sorted and placed in special wooden barrels. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of the harvest and busy processing the fish, a sudden change has occurred. Splash. The sea surface less than 30 meters from the blue crystal suddenly exploded, and a figure covered in bone armor broke through the waves. It resembled a giant lizard and was more than 20 meters long. It was actually a golden-armored spiny lizard. Sea monster attack. On the port side, it's a golden-armored, thorny lizard. Owling on the lookout tower immediately sounded the alarm. A sudden commotion echoed across the deck, instantly shattering the joyful atmosphere and replacing it with tension. Battle equipment repair. Prepare for battle. Zhang Rongrong stood up from Wang Hao's arms and shouted loudly. The 10 combat weapon repairmen who were already on guard at the ship's side did not hesitate at all and immediately launched an attack. 2 weapon cultivators with bows and arrows as their natal spiritual weapons launched the first attack. Arrows flashing with spiritual light shot towards the relatively vulnerable eyes and joints of the golden-armored lizard with a whooshing sound. However, the arrows struck the dark golden bone armor, making a crisp, clanging sound, leaving only shallow white marks before being deflected. The other 8 weapon cultivators, armed with swords and blades, stood ready at the side of the ship, their weapons imbued with spiritual energy and emitting various faint lights. However, they dared not easily jump into the sea, for underwater combat against such a behemoth was extremely dangerous. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed, and the light blue harpoon in her hand shone brightly. With a sharp cry, she fired a blue water arrow from the harpoon, which accurately pierced the soft flesh of the throat exposed when the golden-armored lizard opened its huge mouth. This was the strongest attack she could currently unleash. Puffed. The water jet successfully pierced the throat. The water arrow only left a shallow, bloody hole in the beast's throat, far from fatal, but instead thoroughly enraged it. Roar! The golden-armored lizard roared, and its huge tail, covered with hard-boned spurs, slammed into the port side of the blue crystal like a battering ram. Just as Wang Hao was about to make his move. Roar! A furious roar exploded from the deck. Amon activated her Bearman bloodline, and a tangible, earthen yellow spiritual light enveloped her entire body. She then lunged directly from the ship's side towards the golden-armored spiky lizard. Thump! The giant tail of the golden-armored lizard was blocked by Amon's palm covered with earth elemental power, producing a dull impact sound. You beast! How dare you disturb Brother Hao's rest? Amon's roar reached Wang Hao and Zhang Rongrong's ears. She leaped into the sea and charged straight at the golden-armored lizard. Ignoring its gaping maw and waving claws, Amon's fist, imbued with condensed earth elemental power, slammed into the lizard's head with terrifying force, punch after punch. Bang! 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 The sound of bones cracking rang out, and each blow caused the seawater to surge violently. The golden bone plates that the golden-armored lizard was so proud of were instantly covered with cracks in the face of Amon's pure brute force. On the ship, the 10 recruited combat weapon cultivators stared in disbelief, even forgetting to attack. Their eyes were filled with indescribable horror and disbelief. Orc! In their minds, orcs were the lowest of slaves and laborers, the lowest level of imperial society, ignorant, and not even qualified to be cannon fodder. When they boarded the ship, they saw not only Amon, the bear tribe half-orc, but also several other half-orc girls. Although they dared not say anything due to the captain's authority, they felt contempt and alienation deep down. However, what they saw at that moment completely overturned their understanding. This half-orc, considered to be at the lowest level, was so ferocious and violent that he could withstand terrifying sea beasts. He even used just a few punches to forcefully pin down the golden-armored thorny lizard, which even spiritual arrows could hardly injure. This is no lowly half-orc. It is clearly an ancient ferocious beast wearing human skin. Click! With a cracking sound, the hard bone plates on the head of the golden-armored lizard shattered completely, revealing the fragile skull and brain matter underneath. The ferocious light in the sea monster's eyes instantly vanished. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times, and then stopped moving. Blood quickly spread in the seawater. After Amon jumped into the sea, the battle ended in less than 10 breaths, which was far more efficient than the 10 smuggled weapon repairmen. On the ship, there was utter silence. The 10 combat engineers stared intently at the figure swimming easily toward the ship's side in the sea. For the first time, they realized with such clarity that the crew on this ship seemed completely different from the members on other ships. This seemingly honest bear-clan beast-eared girl was more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Amon dragged the enormous carcass of the golden-armored lizard to the side of the boat, and, under the awe-inspiring gazes of the boatmen, tied it securely with ropes. The heavy carcass of the behemoth was slowly hoisted onto the deck, its blood emitting a strong, pungent stench. Amon shook the water droplets off her hair, scratched her head sheepishly, and looked at Wang Hao on the boat. Brother Hao, it's resolved. Well done, Amon. Wang Hao nodded approvingly and patted Amon's shoulder, who was soaking wet. Amon, go change into some clean clothes quickly. You've worked hard. Don't be so impulsive next time. Also, be careful and pay attention to safety. Little fish, organize some people to process this big guy. Collect all the scales, bone spurs, and other materials, and preserve the spirit flesh. Wang Hao looked at the Zhang sisters and said, Mayor, do you want to refine some weapons? Try it out. Here are some materials. Refine as you like. Don't worry if you mess it up. We can just feed them to the spirit ship. Chapter 103 Blatant Fishing. Is this really okay? Such precious materials for us to practice with, wow. Thank you, Captain. A look of joy flashed in Zhang Rongrong's eyes. Zhang Meyer even hugged Wang Hao and kissed him. Looking at the golden-armored thorny lizard that was pulled up, its scales shimmering with golden light, and the sharp bone spikes and plates on its back. These are all excellent materials, usually used by experienced weapon repairers. Fearing that the materials would be wasted, Wang Hao actually gave them some to practice with. Hearing this, Zhang Yun, Zhang Ji, and Zhang Lan also gathered around, observing the materials that contained rich metal and Earth's spiritual energy, looking eager to try them out. Go ahead and refine with confidence. Didn't we buy the basic weapon refining techniques and a lot of weapon refining diagrams? All of you should try it out and strive to refine a spiritual weapon as soon as possible. Li Xiaoyu had already started working with the boatman. The skin of the golden armored lizard was incredibly tough, and its carapace was exceptionally hard, making it extremely difficult to process. The male combat weapon repairmen were also called in to help, but they were clearly somewhat distracted and seemed dissatisfied with being called in to deal with this thing. A weapon cultivator wielding a battle axe was cutting the skin of a spiny lizard. His movements were sluggish, and his eyes kept glancing at the others. He was secretly using the spiritual energy on the ship to nourish his natal weapon, and he was very impatient with the dirty and tiring work in front of him. The boatman responsible for pulling the thorny lizard skin couldn't help but complain. "Brother Wang Kuei, put in a little more effort." Another male weapon cultivator wielding a sword went even further. He made up an excuse, saying he was on guard, and instead of helping, he leaned against the ship's side without moving, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes closed in concentration. He was clearly focused on using the ship's spiritual energy to nurture his natal sword, completely ignoring the busy activity on the deck. Zhang Meyer watched all this from the side, gave him a cold glance, and said nothing. Thanks to the efforts of Li Xiaoyu and the boatman, the golden armored lizard was finally dissected. The chunks of meat, rich in spiritual energy, were carefully packed and sent to the freezer. The lizard's tough skin, bone spikes, and plate armor were carefully collected. The dark golden scales and the huge skeleton were also packed up and sent to the weapon refining chamber. After Wang Hao led the Zhang sisters into the weapon refining chamber, they couldn't wait to begin their first weapon refining session. Now, with Wang Hao's encouragement and the materials in place, they could finally operate the equipment themselves. Zhang Meyer arrived in front of a weapon refining furnace, threw a scale into it, and guided the stone heart fire into the furnace to begin refining the scale. The temperature of this primordial spirit fire was terrifying. Unlike her usual ease in refining materials using her natal spiritual weapon, controlling the spiritual fire to a slightly higher temperature immediately scorched the scales black. After several failed attempts, she began to sweat profusely and finally roared in exasperation. "Ugh, this temperature is so hard to control. I'm going crazy." Unlike Zhang Meyer, Zhang Rongrong first used her natal spiritual artifact, the frost bottle, to preliminarily process and temper the scales before putting them into the refining furnace. However, she accidentally used too much force, and the scales shattered, destroying a piece of material. Failed again. She shook her head helplessly. She had failed several times in a row. Zhang Ji and the others had not yet learned the art of weapon crafting, so they could only observe and learn from the sidelines. They picked up the jade slips to study the contents and help process the materials. Seeing that their first attempt yielded almost no results and even destroyed a lot of materials, Wang Hao, who was watching from the sidelines, didn't care at all. He even comforted them, saying, "It's okay, you can continue. Take the rest of the materials and try them out. It doesn't matter if you mess it up. Lan Ling is still waiting for a treat." Wang Hao's attitude and full support gave the girls confidence. Finally, looking at the pile of burnt scale fragments, charred remnants, and bone fragments, Wang Hao smiled and said, "Lan Ling, dinner is ready." A flash of light appeared on the ship's hull, and all the waste piled up in the cabin was swallowed up by the hull. The ship stretched again, growing to 51 meters in length. Although the growth is not significant, the tangible evolution of the spirit ship still brings joy and satisfaction. While forging weapons, the shipwrights were not idle. Each time they cast their nets, the catch was still mainly silver barracuda, mixed with a small amount of ordinary sea fish. They did not encounter any more sea monster attacks and spent another peaceful day. At dinner time, the aroma of fish wafted from the simple kitchen in the lower cabin. A large pot was simmering with a thick soup made from sea fish, some silver barracuda, and dried vegetables, served with coarse grain flatbread. The shipwrights and male mechanics sat around the pot. Wang Kuei took a bite of the flatbread, drank a sip of the bland fish soup, looked at the few pieces of fish left in the bowl, then glanced at the upper deck of the ship where an enticing aroma was wafting from. He muttered discontentedly, "It's this stuff again. I wonder what they're eating up there." Inside the kitchen, Ali and Li Xiaoyu were carefully simmering a small pot of fragrant and spiritually rich spirit lizard fish soup. Using some of the spirit meat of the golden armored lizard and the meat of the silver barracuda, along with a few tender leaves of moonlight vine freshly picked from the spirit plant pot. Wang Hao and the other sisters of the Zhang family, along with the beast-eared girls, enjoyed the sea beast barbecue from the deep sea in the restaurant. The spiritual energy contained in the barbecue made them feel warm all over, and the fatigue from the sea trip was swept away. When the repairmen saw Li Xiaoyu and her sisters heading towards the comfortable middle-level cabins, and then looked at their own cramped, shared bunk beds on the ground floor, Wang Kuei and Li Feng exchanged a glance, both seeing the resentment in each other's eyes. Wang Kuei lowered his voice and complained to Li Feng. Humph, even the orcs are in single rooms, while we hardworking men are crammed into shared dorms. The captain is so biased. He should use this time to absorb more spiritual energy. Li Feng nodded in deep agreement. The artifact cultivators gathered together, secretly nurturing their natal spiritual artifacts while muttering complaints. Why do those orcs get to have single rooms? And those women? Humph, I think the captain is just infatuated with those women. We men who risk our lives are nothing. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. But if they make us do those rough jobs again tomorrow, I'll pretend to be sick. I'd rather use that time to properly nurture my natal artifact using the spiritual energy on the ship. Although their complaints were low, they were still heard by some of the experienced and steady shipwrights and some of the silent combat repairmen in the relatively quiet cabin. Some frowned, while others secretly agreed. An undercurrent of discontent quietly grew in the crowded dormitory. Standing on the deck, the sea breeze blowing, Wang Hao's keen spiritual sense picked up on the resentful words spoken from below. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to clean things up properly. Chapter 104 Pirates. Although Wang Hao enjoys a leisurely and carefree life, he will never tolerate any parasites that disrupt the harmony and efficiency of the ship. Noise can be tolerated inside the Blue Crystal. Over the next few days of sailing, the Blue Crystal cast its nets daily, with a very stable catch. The fish resources in the open sea were far superior to those in the near sea. Every cast yielded a bountiful harvest. However, the harvest was always accompanied by unpredictable attacks from sea monsters. However, the atmosphere of the battle on the ship became strange. Whenever a sea monster appeared, several male combat weapon cultivators were always a beat slow to react, and even though Zhang Meyer scolded them several times, it was to no avail. Only Zhang's cousins, fearing that Zhang Meyer would report them to the family, dared not openly slack off. However, they would start nurturing their natal spiritual weapons whenever they had free time. Originally, they were expected to fight and protect the enemy, but they were not as good as the half-orcs. They showed no interest in the battle, and their attacks were like scraping a scalp. Several melee weapon wielders bluffed along the edge of the ship's side, brandishing their weapons and shouting deafeningly, but their feet seemed rooted to the spot, refusing to approach the dangerous area. Wang Kuei and Li Feng were particularly noticeable. Their eyes darted around, and their attention seemed to be focused more on the flow of their own spiritual energy, as if they were seizing every opportunity to steal spiritual energy, as if they didn't want to miss this hard-won opportunity. In the following days, during the fishing trip, Amon became the main force in dealing with the attacks by sea monsters. Anything that threatens the ship, even without Wang Hao's personal intervention, she's always the first to jump off, using brute force and powerful defense to fight off the sea beasts. Frequent battles, coupled with the constant nourishment of spiritual energy, have made her bloodline abilities stronger and stronger. Now, when facing sea beasts that frequently appear, she can often smash their heads with just a few punches, quickly ending the battle. Li Xiaoyu also controlled her harpoon, attacking with all her might to make up for the slackness of the other combat weapon cultivators. The spiritual light on her natal weapon, the harpoon, was more condensed than before. With a lot of practical experience, she became more adept at mastering her natal weapon. With Rong Rong bringing a set of basic 5-element spells for weapon crafting, she is now completely different from the girl from the fishing village she used to be. The most amazing one is Aling. After the cat-eared girl awakened the power deep in her bloodline, she became like an assassin. Every move she made was extremely deadly. She seemed to have mastered a kind of shadow power, which allowed her to briefly hide in the shadows. They can appear instantly next to the weak points of sea beasts, and the shadow power they gather in their hands can severely injure or even kill small sea beasts with a single blow, making their hunting efficiency astonishing. After easily dispatching several sea beasts attracted by the smell of blood once again, Zhang Meyer looked at the few pretentious male cultivators on the deck, especially Wang Kuei and Li Feng, and could no longer hold back. She stormed into the captain's cabin, furious, and complained to Wang Hao. "Captain, look at that bunch of useless trash outside. Apart from Amon, Xiaoyu, and Aling, the others are just decorations. Their attacks are weak, and they dodge faster than anyone else. Especially those two bastards, Wang Kuei and Li Feng. I think their minds are entirely on stealing the spiritual energy on the ship to nourish their broken spiritual artifacts. They are completely useless, taking up space and wasting food. Let's just throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Wang Hao's gaze was perfectly calm. He walked to the porthole, looked at the several male cultivators on the deck, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. What's the rush? Even trash has its uses. Wait a little longer, you see. As if to confirm Wang Hao's words, a boatman noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted loudly. Unidentified ships spotted, heading straight for us. They're pirates, flying a skull and crossbones flag. Everyone's heart tightened, and Zhang Meyer instantly forgot to complain. A pirate ship, much larger than the Blue Crystal, with black sails and a skull and crossbow flag on its mast, charged menacingly toward the Blue Crystal like a shark smelling blood. Several heavy crossbows, gleaming with a cold light, were mounted on the bow and sides of the ship and were already aimed at the Blue Crystal. It's a ship from the Bloodclaw pirates. An experienced seaman, who frequently sailed the open seas, cried out in alarm. These are members of pirate gangs who specialize in robbing ship repair apprentices. They've probably got their eyes on us. All ships, prepare for battle. Wang Hao's voice rang out on the ship. Combat equipment repairmen, take your positions and prepare for battle. Anyone who backs down will face my wrath. Buzz. A piercing whistling sound rang out as the pirate ship launched its attack, several thick crossbow bolts raining down on the Blue Crystal's hull from various angles. 5 elements wind and thunder shield. Spiritual energy surged forth, and the spirit ship instantly raised its shield. Buzz. A massive energy shield instantly expanded around the Blue Crystal ship, its surface shimmering with spiritual runes and radiating an aura of indestructibility. Boom, boom, boom. Several giant crossbow bolts slammed into the shield. The 5-colored shields flickered violently, but successfully blocked the deadly volley. It's blocked. The people on the ship exclaimed in relief, as if they had survived a disaster. However, the pirate ship had already closed the distance rapidly under the cover of ballistae. There were many figures on the deck, and countless fierce pirates were brandishing knives, axes, and grappling hooks, letting out bloodthirsty howls, ready to board. Prepare for boarding action. Zhang Meyer shouted sharply. Combat teams, hold the ship's sides. Just then, the actions of several combat weapon cultivators completely ignited Zhang Meyer's anger. Wang Kuei, Li Feng, and the other weapon cultivators looked at the ferocious and murderous pirates on the pirate ship. Their faces turned pale, and their hands holding their weapons trembled. Instead of moving forward, they instinctively retreated, some even glancing around as if searching for an escape route. Wang Kuei even tried to sneak towards the staircase leading to the lower cabins. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhang Meyer was so angry that she trembled all over. A man could no longer contain himself and was about to jump into the sea again for a powerful attack. Slow. I'm on. You stay and guard the boat, Ailing. Exist. Ailing appeared beside Wang Hao, her eyes burning with passion as she looked at him, but turning icy cold the moment she turned away. See that pirate ship's captain? The guy standing at the bow, dressed like he's made of steel. Take care of him. Wang Hao's gaze locked onto the pirate captain at the bow of the pirate ship, an exceptionally burly man wearing a suit of armor, wielding a giant axe, and giving orders with a sinister grin. Yes. As Ling's cold voice fell, her figure instantly blended into the shadows and disappeared. Like a spirit blending into the shadows, Ailing silently crossed the increasingly close sea between the two ships. Just as the pirate ship and the Blue Crystal were about to collide, she appeared like a ghost in the shadows behind shattered bone Makarov. The pirate captain seemed to sense something and turned around sharply, but it was too late. A sharp blade, shrouded in deep shadow, slashed through the gap between his heavy plate helmet and breastplate with perfect precision. Uffed. The pirate captain's sinister smile froze instantly. A thin line of blood appeared on his thick neck. He stared in disbelief, his massive body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood quickly stained the deck red. As Ling made her move, Wang Hao manipulated his spiritual power, condensing several pillars of fire that shot towards the pirate ship's sails. Boom. Whoosh. Chapter 105 hit a brick wall. The sails on the opposite pirate ship were instantly set ablaze, and the fire, fueled by the wind, spread rapidly, plunging the pirate ship into chaos. Fire. Help. Run. We've kicked a hornet's nest. This isn't a ship repair apprentice's ship. It's a spirit ship belonging to a fully fledged ship repairman. Turn around, run. The leader was instantly killed, and the sails were ignited by Wang Hao's skill, bursting into flames. The pirates' morale collapsed instantly, their ferocity vanished, and all that remained was fear and chaos. They no longer cared about attacking the blue crystal, and cried out to put out the fire or jump into the sea to escape. On the blue crystal, the combat weapon cultivators stared in disbelief at the battle situation that had been reversed in the blink of an eye. Looking at Wang Hao, who was in control of the entire situation, and a Ling, who had killed the opposing pirate leader with a single blow, a strong sense of shame welled up in their hearts. If they had been a little braver just now, start the propellers and crash into it, Wang Hao instructed Lan Ling. Buzz. Under Blue Spirit's control, the Blue Crystal's ram was aimed at the side of the pirate ship that was trying to turn and escape. Boom. Click. The Blue Crystal's ram ripped through the pirate ship's iron armor and wooden hull. Seawater surged in. No. Run for your lives. The pirates were in utter despair. Wang Hao showed no mercy and immediately unleashed a massive rain of arrows. Water arrows wrapped in lightning pierced through the bodies of the fleeing pirates. Those who tried to hide in the cabins were not spared either. The massive lightning attack was like thick electric snakes drilling into the cabins, and the pirates who tried to escape died even more miserably. With nowhere else to go, the pirates could only jump into the sea in an attempt to escape, but they were met with vines and whirlpools that strangled them. Blood filled the entire sea surface, and the pirates were stunned by the successive magical attacks. They had nowhere to go but to the sky and nowhere to enter the sea. Rong. Organize men to go and kill them all. See if there are any survivors. Kill them all without mercy. Wang Hao's voice was icy. Then dismantle everything of value from the opposite ship. As for those few brave combat engineers, Wang Hao's gaze swept over the several pale-faced male cultivators like a cold knife. Wang Kuei, Li Feng, and the rest of you who were trying to sneak into the cabin earlier. Very well, now you can have your wish. Amon, invite them to the lower deck and lock them up. When we get back to Baisha Island, let them get lost. Yes, Captain. Amon grinned maliciously, looking at the combat weapon cultivators with disdain. Like herding sheep, he roughly pushed those weapon cultivators who didn't even dare to beg for mercy away and locked them in the narrowest storage room on the bottom floor. On the deck, the few remaining relatively honest repairmen and all the shipwrights were now silent with fear, overwhelmed by the terrifying combat power and the overwhelming pressure of one person wiping out an entire ship. Terrified, they all buried themselves in their work, dismantling useful parts and ballistae from the pirate ship. Several ballistae were dismantled, and some gold and silver valuables were transported onto the Blue Crystal. With the last valuable item from the pirate ship hoisted onto the Blue Crystal's deck, the dismantling operation came to an end. Now, all that remains of the pirate ship is an empty hull and the remnants of the pirates' blood and grime. Lamling, dinner's ready. This time it's a feast. Let's eat that ship over there. Wang Hao stood at the bow of his ship, looking at the pirate ship opposite. Although most of it was made of ordinary materials, the dragon bones were a good thing. After swallowing them, he should be able to grow a lot. Buzz. The spirit ship generated a powerful suction force, which forcibly tore the pirate ship apart, pulverized it, and then devoured it completely. Rumble. The blue crystal's hull burst forth with dazzling light, its structure deformed, expanding visibly. The deck widened, the gunnels rose, and the space instantly became spacious and bright. The cabins became more comfortable, and several more empty cabins appeared. The ram at the bow became sharper, gleaming with a cold light. The ship's length skyrocketed from 51 meters to 53 meters, 55 meters, 58 meters, and finally stabilized at 60 meters. After swallowing the enemy pirate ship, the ship's aura became even more magnificent. In particular, the 5 captured ballistae were analyzed by Lan Ling and reinstalled on the bow and sides of the ship, adding long-range firepower to the blue crystal. Finally, Wang Hao doesn't have to do everything himself anymore. Next time there's danger, he can just operate the crossbow and fire a round first. The adult ship has gotten bigger. The crew watched the changes in the spirit ship with excitement. The captain was truly amazing, able to directly refine the pirate ship for his own use. They looked at Wang Hao with great enthusiasm. This must be a special secret technique from a powerful ship repair family. Immediately, they all began to work even more seriously. These ship repairmen, who had never been on the spirit ship, imagined it themselves. Inside the captain's cabin, Zhang Rongrong was organizing the nautical charts and some scattered information that she had found in the pirate captain's cabin. Captain, we've figured out why we encountered the pirate ship. Zhang Rongrong, with a solemn expression, unfolded a parchment scroll marked with a blood claw mark and said, "The leader of the Blood Claw pirate gang, nicknamed Blood Claw, is actually a ship repairman. His level is currently unknown, but his spirit ship must be quite powerful to support his evil deeds. She pointed to a reef-filled area marked with a red circle on the nautical chart. Their lair is in a complex reef group. This pirate group is quite large, with more than 100 ships of various sizes, and is one of the largest pirate forces in the surrounding waters. Their main goal: they are newly awakened ship repair apprentices without any background or backing. They specifically target apprentices who have just acquired a spirit ship but are not yet able to integrate it into their spirit sea and rob them of their spirit ships. They avoid those with a background at all costs. Zhang Rongrong sighed and added, "Now even on our White Sand Island, Bloodclaw pirate ships are appearing, largely because of the spirit awakening potions that Miss Helena has been distributing on a large scale in this sea area and the surrounding islands over the years. This spawned countless ship repair apprentices and weapon repair apprentices, most of whom were commoners with no social standing. The imperial nobles and island lords didn't care about the lives of these lower-class people, as long as it didn't affect their rule and tax revenue. The pirates took advantage of this, which is why they acted so recklessly. The captured ship repair apprentices are very likely to become ship slaves, refining spiritual materials to evolve a large number of spirit ships. If given a few hundred years to develop, this will be a terrifying force." After listening, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, a perfectly good ship repairman became a pirate captain, and he even bullies apprentices with no connections? The island lord doesn't care? Huh." Wang Hao let out a soft, ambiguous laugh, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Got it. It's better to avoid trouble. Just don't run into us. Wanling, remember these coordinates and avoid us in the future. If we do run into you, we'll give you a treat." Chapter 106: Controlling the Range of Spiritual Energy. Wang Hao had no interest in acting on behalf of heaven, nor did he want to meddle in other people's business. As long as they didn't provoke him, that was fine. If they did, he would just kill them again. Wang Hao suddenly thought of the recruited weapon repairman in the lower deck and turned to ask the ship spirit. "Lan Ling, to what extent can you control the spiritual energy on the ship's hull? Can you precisely control the concentration of spiritual energy in a certain area, or even completely isolate it?" "Of course. The boat is my body. I can make some places have more spiritual energy and others have none." Little Blue Spirit replied proudly. "Very good." A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. No way they were trying to take advantage of him. These recruited weapon cultivators were nothing but a bunch of trash, completely useless, and an eyesore. If it weren't for the fact that they were recruited from the guild, he would have kicked them into the sea to feed the fish long ago. Then, from now on, completely cut off the supply of spiritual energy to all areas of the lower deck, and do not allow even a trace of it to escape until we return to White Sand Island. Understood. Mission accomplished. That night, inside the lower deck, the shipwrights, exhausted from their work, and the Fuzhong family artifact cultivators who had performed reasonably well, returned to their communal sleeping quarters as usual. They habitually sat cross-legged, preparing to begin their most anticipated activity of the day, cultivation, using the abundant spiritual energy on the ship to nourish their natal artifacts. However, this time, they were shocked to discover the pure spiritual energy that once permeated the cabins and nourished them has vanished. The cabin was filled with the mingled smells of sweat and fish. No matter how hard they tried to control the magical artifacts or how much they concentrated, they could not sense the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was as if they had been thrown from the blessed land of spiritual mountains back into the barren desert overnight. Where is the spiritual energy? What's going on? Why can't I sense any spiritual energy anymore? My natal artifact isn't reacting at all. Panic and confusion spread rapidly. Soon, people turned their attention to the locked storage room, where Wang Kuei, Li Feng, and a few other bad apples were being held. It's them. It must be those good-for-nothings who angered the captain. Old Chun, one of the hardest-working boatmen during the day, was the first to roar. That's right, it's these bastards. They always shirk their duties and even desert when they encounter pirates, causing the captain to distrust us. Damn it. I've been working myself to the bone, relying on this little bit of spiritual energy tonight to nourish my magical artifact, and you bunch of rotten apples have ruined it all. Anger was instantly ignited. The crew members, who had lost their precious spiritual energy, vented all their rage on the few artifact cultivators in the storage room. Wang Kuei, Li Feng, you bunch of scum. You scoundrels, you rotten apples, why don't you just die? Give me back my spiritual energy. What have I been working so hard for? The captain was kind enough not to throw you into the sea to feed the fish, but you've ruined our spiritual energy, you beasts. The angry shouts echoed from the lower cabin. Inside the storage room, Wang Kuei, Li Feng, and the others were starving. Listening to the hateful shouts of their former companions outside the door, including those who had complained with them before, they huddled in a dark corner, trembling, their faces filled with fear. They finally realized that they had not only been abandoned by the captain, but also despised by everyone on board. What awaited them was the complete loss of their means of survival at sea. From today onwards, you will not be fed. I will let you all starve to death, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Old Chen roared one last time. On the upper deck, Wang Hao sat on a deck chair, enjoying the cool sea breeze and listening to the faint noise and curses coming from below. He sipped the tea that Ali had brewed with moonlight vines. Zhang Rongrong stood quietly beside him, and Zhang Meyer's soft little hands gently massaged Wang Hao. It feels so good. I've made up my mind. Wang Hao said calmly. Let's prepare to return. Rongrong, when we get back, we need to reselect the crew. We don't keep idle people on this ship. The Blue Crystal, fully loaded, sailed into the South Wharf. The arrival of the spirit ship drew envious and awe-inspiring glances. Even more striking were the 5 newly installed, gleaming crossbows on the ship. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, with Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer standing on either side. All the crew members' faces were filled with the joy of returning home and the anticipation of a generous reward. The door to the bottom storage room was opened, and Wang Kuei, Li Feng, and the other 5 imprisoned male cultivators lay sprawled on the ground like rotten mud with their bones removed. Their faces were ashen, their eyes sunken, their lips cracked, and they were so hungry that they could only gasp for breath. Their weakness made it impossible for them to even crawl. The loss of spiritual energy and hunger had completely destroyed their spirits. Drag him out, Wang Hao ordered. Several strong boatmen immediately stepped forward, looking at them with disdain and without any pity. They dragged the 5 men out into the glaring sunlight like garbage, exposing them to the gaze of all the onlookers on the dock. This wretched sight instantly caused a commotion and discussion on the dock. Wang Kuei, Li Feng. Wang Hao's voice carried clearly throughout the dock. And you 3, on the ship, you did not put in any effort. You cowered in the face of the enemy. Your minds were only on personal gain, and you deserted in the face of battle. Your intentions are despicable. The Blue Crystal will not tolerate such parasites. The 5 people whose names were called trembled violently, begged for mercy repeatedly, and tears of regret mixed with filth streamed down their faces. Today, you are expelled from the ship. You have contributed nothing while on board. You have only been a burden. The promised reward will not be given. Wang Hao announced the final results. Wang Hao said to Zhang Rongrong, Rongrong, in the name of my Blue Crystal, immediately lodge a protest with the Ship Repair Guild and the Equipment Repair Guild. These 5 people they provided are of despicable character, cowardly and incompetent, and have betrayed the ship owner. They will never be employed again. In addition, all crew members from this operation will be dismissed and will not be allowed to come back in the future. Yes, Captain. Zhang Rongrong immediately took out a document she had prepared beforehand and signaled a quick-thinking crew member beside her to deliver it to the 2 major unions. This document would completely cut off any possibility of these 5 people living a decent life on White Sand Island. Throw it down. The boatman, who had been waiting impatiently, roughly lifted the 5 men and, under the watchful eyes of countless people, threw them overboard. Thump, thump. The 5 men crashed heavily onto the cold, wooden planks of the dock, splashing up filthy water. Like 5 dying maggots, they wriggled and struggled in the mud, groaning in pain. What made them even more desperate was the sight of the other crew members who were happily holding their heavy bags of rewards, and the shipwrights and male mechanics who had boarded the ship with them, but were now looking at them with utter contempt and anger. It's all because of you bunch of useless trash. You made us look like we're all in cahoots. Old Chun, a boatman who was usually the most honest and unassuming, had bloodshot eyes and was the first to rush forward and kick Wang Kuei hard. Beat them. Beat these black sheep to death. Chapter 107 Successful Refining. With someone taking the lead, the crew members, who were also seething with anger and had lost the chance to board the ship again, suddenly erupted. They vented all their respect for Wang Hao and their anger at their own losses on these real culprits. Give me back my spiritual energy. What have I been working so hard for? You rotten apple. You piece of trash. Why don't you just drown in the sea? The captain spared your lives out of kindness, but you've caused everyone else to suffer. Punches and kicks rained down, accompanied by angry curses, groans, and the muffled thuds of breaking bones. Wang Kuei, Li Feng, and the others were beaten and curled up on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen, covered in blood and mud, their screams growing weaker. The union's enforcement team arrived quickly. They glanced indifferently at the 5 people lying on the ground, barely recognizable as human, and then at the document Zhang Rongrong had sent to deliver, which was a notice of permanent non-employment. They simply waved their hands. Take him away. Punish him for the serious crimes of disturbing the docks and abandoning his employer. Confiscate all his property and send him to the mine for 10 years of hard labor. This verdict is like a final death knell. What awaits them is a darkness and torment longer than death itself. On deck, Wang Hao ignored the commotion at the dock, his gaze sweeping over the boatmen who were still staring expectantly. His voice was clear and resounding, as if branded into the hearts of everyone present. From this day forward, the Blue Crystal will recruit crew members, and an ironclad rule will be established. First, any male organ repairman will never be hired. 2. Recruitment criteria. Character and temperament are the primary considerations. Ability is secondary, and good appearance and temperament are also essential. All 3 are indispensable. Thirdly, loyalty and diligence are the ironclad rules of the ship. Those who violate them will be expelled, which is the lightest punishment. These ironclad rules caused a huge uproar at the docks and among the crew. The Blue Crystal only recruited women, and they also considered character, ability, and appearance. Wang Hao didn't care about the stares of the crowd. His good mood was completely ruined by recruiting people to go out to sea to fish. Zhang Meyer walked to Wang Hao's side, watching the 5 figures being dragged away like dead dogs by the law enforcement team on the dock, her charming face full of satisfaction. Captain, this rule is excellent, a brilliant one. Those pests should have been cleaned up long ago. From now on, the ship will be filled with beautiful, capable, and loyal sisters. It will be a pleasure to see them. I'll go with Sister Rongrong to find new crew members. I guarantee they'll all be beauties, kind-hearted, and skillful. Looking at the ship's refreshed and vibrant atmosphere, Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction. It's quiet now? Next, we should think about how to make our home at sea more comfortable and enjoyable. By the way, Rongrong, Meyer, I'll leave the new crew members to you. Remember, first impressions are very important. Better to have none than to have something of poor quality. Wang Hao had already begun to envision a future where the ship would be filled with beautiful companions, where they would enjoy the finest cuisine, explore endless seas, and admire stunning scenery. A truly carefree life. As Wang Hao was calculating how many gold shells he could exchange for the catch to recruit new crew members and upgrade the ship's facilities, a clear and cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Captain, Sister Rongrong, good news. Good news. Like a happy rabbit, Xiaoya ran over from the spirit plant pod, her little face flushed with excitement. She carefully held a box in her hands, inside which lay several plants with emerald green leaves, which were mature spirit-gathering grasses. I succeeded. I successfully accelerated the maturation of the spirit-gathering grass. Xiaoya proudly presented the box to Wang Hao, her big eyes brimming with pride. Thanks to Sister Zhang Lan's wood spirit cauldron for helping with the nourishment and the increasingly rich spiritual energy on the Blue Crystal, we can now refine pills on our own aboard. This news came like a thunderbolt, instantly changing Wang Hao's plans. Alchemy. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and his gaze immediately turned to Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer. Rongrong Meyer, didn't we also purchase the basic pill formula and incantation? The main ingredients for the spirit recovery powder are spirit fish meat and spirit gathering grass, aren't they? Our warehouse is piled high with fish meat, and the spirit gathering grass is ripe. The timing is perfect. That's right, Captain. Zhang Rongrong also became excited instantly, took the jade box from Xiaoya's hand, and felt the pure spiritual power contained in the spiritual herbs. My sister and I will go and start refining pills right now. Rather than selling the spirit fish meat to the 100 Crafts workshop at a low price, we'd better refine it into spirit restoration powder ourselves. The profit margin is worlds apart. Let's do it. Zhang Rongrong kept most of the fish meat that she originally planned to sell, and only sold a small amount to raise funds to support herself on the boat. The 5 Zhang sisters plunged into the alchemy room and began their first alchemy session. Failure. Failure. Still failure. Due to misjudging the heat, a batch of spirit fish meat essence turned into charcoal. Uneven injection of spiritual energy caused the medicinal liquid to boil and explode. The essence extracted from the spirit fish meat and the spirit-gathering herb were destroyed in the repeated failures. Smoke filled the air, and the smell of burnt food was pungent. The women's faces were covered with medicinal ash, and their expressions became very frustrated. As the eldest sister, Zhang Rongrong was calm and composed. She constantly studied the pill formulas, analyzed the reasons for the failures, and tried to adjust the rhythm of spiritual energy output time and time again. Zhang Meyer became extremely irritable. almost gritting her teeth as she stared at the smoking stove. Zhang Rongrong stopped her in time, and Zhang Yun, Zhang Ji, and Zhang Lan assisted in processing the fish and meat in advance, extracting the spiritual essence contained within, and processing the auxiliary ingredients and spirit-gathering herbs. Instead of blaming them, Wang Hao provided them with more resources and had a lead deliver carefully prepared food every day to ensure the girls had plenty of energy. He comforted it, saying, "There are plenty of materials, so refine it as you like. Don't worry, even if you ruin it, you can feed it to the ship and it will still grow." Hard work pays off. After hundreds of failures, the batch of pills that Zhang Rongrong was in charge of finally emitted a unique medicinal fragrance. It was no longer burnt, but had a refreshing aroma. Open the furnace. Lying quietly at the bottom of the furnace was a pale blue powder emitting a faint spiritual light. It was the form of the spirit returning powder. Although the quality was not high, it had indeed been successfully refined. "We did it! We did it!" Several girls exclaimed in the alchemy room. Zhang Rongrong held the hard-won spirit recovery powder, her eyes filled with tears of excitement. Zhang Meyer also forgot her previous irritability, hugging Zhang Rongrong and jumping up and down. The other sisters surrounded her, their faces filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. With the experience of success, things went much more smoothly afterward. The 5 Zhang sisters divided the work and worked in shifts day and night. With the stable firepower of the spiritual fire, the efficiency and quality of their alchemy steadily improved. Working overtime, batch after batch of spirit-returning powder was refined. Finally, when all the reserved silver shuttle fish meat was used up, they were presented with more than 1,200 spirit-returning powders emitting a pale blue spiritual light. A single bottle of the finished rejuvenating powder costs 50 gold coins at the 100 Crafts workshop, and we have 1,200 of them. Zhang Rongrong held the ledger, her fingers trembling slightly, her voice filled with unbelievable excitement. "Even if you sell them to the craftsman's workshop at the lowest price of 40 gold coins each, that's still 48,000 gold coins. That's equivalent to 48 spirit stones." This figure made everyone gasp. You have to understand that all the silver shuttle fish meat they caught this time, if sold directly, would only be worth a few hundred gold coins at most. However, after being refined into spirit recovery powder, its value increased hundreds of times. Wang Hao's previous investment in purchasing pill formulas, techniques, and alchemy furnaces was instantly recouped, and there was even a huge surplus. Chapter 108, Give Me a Chance. "Ha ha ha, good job." Wang Hao burst into laughter. "Rongrong, and you all, you are the great heroes of the blue crystal ship. Don't rush to sell all 1,200 bottles of spirit recovery powder. Keep 100 bottles as reserves. As for the rest, Rongrong, go to the shopkeeper you cooperate with the Zhang family and use this batch of goods to exchange for what we urgently need: spirit gathering grass seeds and more basic spiritual medicine seeds. There are also the spiritual herb seeds needed to refine chi replenishing pills. The flesh and blood of those sea beasts are materials for refining chi replenishing pills, and they are even more valuable. Oh, and remember to buy some suitable weapons for Amon and Aling." "Yes, Captain." Zhang Rongrong's eyes gleamed with excitement. This deal would not only bring immense wealth, but also be the best reward for the Zhang family. Her grandfather, the patriarch, would surely be delighted to know. With a large sum of money in hand and a stable source of wealth, Wang Hao was full of confidence and immediately had Zhang Rongrong issue a new recruitment notice for the Blue Crystal. This time, the requirements were clearer and the conditions were more attractive. Recruitment is limited to female practitioners. The core requirement is that character and temperament are the primary factors in selection, and candidates must pass a rigorous background check and temperament test. In terms of abilities, those with combat talent and special support abilities are given priority. In terms of compensation, they are provided with stable and abundant spiritual energy, generous rewards above market price, professional growth guidance, free knowledge of alchemy and weapon crafting, and most importantly, an opportunity to change their destiny. Furthermore, it explicitly rejects those with wicked intentions, aversion to work, or a history of misconduct, regardless of their background or strength. They will not be considered under any circumstances. The recruitment notice caused an uproar on the entire White Sand Island. Families like the Li and Huang families on Baisha Island, who specialize in crafting artifacts, could no longer sit idly by after seeing the immense benefits the Zhang family woman gained on the Blue Crystal ship, her increased abilities, elevated status, and abundant resources. Each family sent their most outstanding eligible women, hoping to board this spirit ship. They were dressed smartly, behaved well, and brought gifts carefully prepared by their families. Many female weapon cultivators in the Weapon Cultivation Guild who are capable but lack backgrounds seem to have seen hope. They brought their natal spirit weapons, hoping to obtain a better platform for development and resources. A shocking scene unfolded outside the recruitment point, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the slums and dock area. It was about those common girls who had awakened their talent for weapon crafting after taking the Spirit Awakening potion brought by Miss Helena, but whose families were so poor that they couldn't even afford the lowest quality weapon embryos. They rushed in from all directions as if grasping at a last straw. Many of the girls, even though their clothes were tattered, had eyes full of longing. Ignoring the guards' attempts to stop them, they knelt on the cold ground in front of the recruitment point, their foreheads red and even bleeding, and cried out, "My lord, please give me a chance. I can endure any hardship. I can do any job. I'm willing to be your slave. I can move goods. I can wash decks. I just want to earn some money to buy medicine for my mother. I know a little about herbs. Please, I don't want to be sold." A girl with bruises on her face sobbed. The recruitment area for the Blue Crystal ship at the dock was crowded with people. There were well-dressed young ladies from wealthy families, female weapon repairmen from the Weapon Repair Guild, and poor girls standing in line on the edge. For ordinary people at the bottom of society, the opportunity to change their fate was right in front of them, and they were willing to pay any price to fight for it. Standing in front of the recruitment point, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer looked at the surging crowd before them, feeling the burning desire of the female cultivators and the prayers of the poor girls, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. This recruitment drive not only helped them select reliable partners for the Blue Crystal, but also determined the fates of many. Recruitment has officially begun. Another family of artifact repairers on the island, the Li family, had a collateral branch of the Li family. The beautiful young lady came with 2 maids. She arrogantly handed over a letter of recommendation from the family and a generous gift. "I am Li Qianqian from the Li family. I am skilled in music, and my natal spiritual weapon is the flowing wind zither. I'm sure I can entertain the captain." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Meyer interrupted him, shoving the gift back without even glancing at the letter of recommendation. She coldly said, "Miss Li, huh? Sorry, we've investigated. You've engaged in forced buying and selling on the island, and bullied commoner apprentice weapon cultivators. The Blue Crystal can't tolerate someone like you." Next, Li Qianqian's face turned deathly pale instantly. After being exposed, she was filled with shame and indignation, and fled, covering her face amidst the strange looks from those around her. One of the Huang family's most alluring young ladies was also rejected by Zhang Rongrong because of her frivolous nature and past experiences. Why would Zhang Rongrong want to bring such a promiscuous woman onto the ship? Wouldn't that just cause trouble for the captain? Not all female weapon cultivators from the Weapon Cultivation Guild who were good-looking passed the test. One female weapon cultivator, despite her impressive strength and appearance, was immediately eliminated after Zhang Rongrong investigated her past and discovered that she had indiscriminately massacred civilians. A female artifact cultivator skilled in healing was rejected because she was found to have improper conduct, and those whose appearance was not outstanding were eliminated in the first round. Zhang Rongrong kept Wang Hao's requirements firmly in mind. Moreover, this is a spirit ship, and basically all the members selected this time could become her sisters in the future, so the selection process must be rigorous. After all the female weapon cultivators from around the world and those recommended by the guilds had been screened, the commoner women dared to cautiously step forward. Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, on the contrary, were even more patient and gentle. They carefully inquired about each person's background, experience, and why they wanted to board the ship. They also used the Zhang family's connections on Baisha Island to conduct a rigorous background check, focusing on the women's character, whether they were hardworking, kind, grateful, and had any history of theft or fraud. A girl named Xiaolian caught Zhang Rongrong's attention. She was petite but had a very neat appearance. She was fearless and wore patched clothes. Although her face was dirty, her eyes were exceptionally bright and clear. She timidly joined the queue. When it was Xiaolian's turn, she knelt down with a thud, her voice trembling but incredibly clear. "My lord, my name is Xiaolian. My father was a fisherman who perished at sea last year. My mother is seriously ill. I drank the Spirit Awakening potion given to me by Miss Helena and awakened my talent for weapon crafting. But my family is poor and can't even afford the cheapest harpoon." She raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and pleaded, "Sir, please, give me a chance. I can do anything. I've been going to sea with my father since I was little. I know how to read the currents, how to cast nets, and how to kill fish. I'm not afraid of getting dirty or tired. As long as I can get on the boat and my mother can take her medicine, I'll do anything." Chapter 109 Cultivating Commoner Girls as Weapon Cultivators. Zhang Rongrong carefully sensed it and found a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the other party. The girl wasn't lying. She had indeed opened her spiritual sea. Because her family was relatively poor, she hadn't yet refined her natal spiritual weapon, let alone the expensive spiritual fire, even if it was a subfire that had split multiple times. However, her sincere filial piety and resilient character are very precious, coupled with her good looks. Zhang Rongrong exchanged a glance with Zhang Meyer and nodded. Zhang Rongrong gently helped Xiaolian up and said, "Xiaolian, we know about your situation. We will verify it. You can rest over there first. If the situation is true, we will give you some money in advance to buy medicine for your mother." Upon hearing this, Xiaolian's eyes widened in surprise, and she bowed repeatedly, saying gratefully, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." As time went by, after the day's recruitment ended, Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer returned to the Blue Crystal with a thick list of candidates and materials to report to Wang Hao, preparing to screen the final crew members again, which would require some time and a more detailed investigation. Many of the people sent by the weapon crafting families and weapon crafting guilds on Captain Island were eliminated, but some promising talents emerged from among the commoners. Zhang Rongrong highlighted Xiaolian's situation. There are many girls like her. Most of them have opened their spiritual sea but do not have enough money to buy their natal spiritual weapon. However, they are simple-minded, hardworking, and some even have fishing experience and resilience. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled and said nonchalantly, "So what if I don't have a natal spiritual weapon? It's a minor matter. Remember our principles: character first, potential second. Birth is not important to me at all. As long as a common girl like Xiaolian has a better character and is willing to work hard. Even if she is just a blank slate with only a spiritual sea and no spiritual artifacts, we will still take her." Wang Hao continued, "The Blue Crystal is our future home, prepared for those who are truly willing to fight for it together, not a place for young ladies from wealthy families to play and gild their resumes." Zhang Meyer had some concerns, "But Captain, they haven't even refined spiritual energy, let alone spiritual fire. What can they do on the ship? We can't just keep them here for nothing." "Who said you'd raise it for nothing?" Wang Hao thought of training fishing boatmen, so he spoke up. "We have the Blue Crystal, which can set sail at any time. Moreover, we have a large number of fishing artifacts on board. All we need now is the right manpower. Rongrong, go to the cabin and pick out some of the better quality sole fishing nets, fishing rods, fish-attracting bells, and the like. Then tell those commoner girls like Xiaolian that as long as they are willing to sign a long-term employment contract, our Blue Crystal will provide them with a fishing artifact suitable for their abilities. What they need to do is to refine this spiritual artifact into their own natal spiritual artifact as quickly as possible. Of course, precious items like spiritual fire will have their future contribution points deducted. With their natal spirit artifacts, they can create value for the Blue Crystal ship. The more fish they catch, the greater their contribution, and the more rewards and resources they receive. If they want to embark on the path of artifact cultivation, they have to put in more effort to truly change their own destiny." After several days of rigorous screening, the final recruitment list was finalized. Only 8 elites were recruited from aristocratic families and guilds, each of whom was carefully selected and possessed excellent character, ability, and appearance. They have all refined their own natal spiritual artifacts and possess their own spiritual fire. With hard work, almost all of them can become talents in alchemy and artifact crafting. 12 girls from commoner backgrounds were recruited, mainly based on their character and appearance. Most of them, like Xiaolian, had only awakened the Lin High spirit. Due to their aptitude or background as ordinary fishermen, their impoverished families prevented them from owning their own spiritual artifacts, let alone spiritual fire resources. After finalizing the selections, Wang Hao signed a temporary crew employment contract with them for a period of 100 years and personally selected a suitable fishing artifact for them. Early the next morning, Wang Hao and Zhang Rongrong led the 12 commoner girls to the Weapon Repair Guild. The girls were both excited and nervous along the way. When they arrived at the guild, Manager Huang greeted Wang Hao with a big smile. "Haha, what a rare guest. Captain Wang, what brings you here in person today?" Wang Hao didn't stand on ceremony and pointed to the female weapon cultivators behind him. "Manager Huang, I need to trouble you today. I've recruited some new crew members, and they need to use the auxiliary magic array in your guild to refine their natal spirit weapons and also to select a suitable spirit fire for them." Of course. Manager Huang was very respectful and led the girls into the auxiliary magic array one by one. The refining of the spiritual weapons went very smoothly. In less than half a day, They all mastered the spiritual weapons in their hands. Next, they went to the back to test the attributes, and then recommended suitable spirit fires to them. They then brought over the list of selected spirit fires for Wang Hao to review. Wang Hao took the list of selected spirit fires, and his eyes twitched slightly when he saw the prices listed. The cheapest spirit fire cost 10,000 gold coins, while the more expensive green wood heart fire cost as much as 50,000 gold coins. The total value of the spirit fires needed by these 12 people was more than 300,000 gold coins. This is outrageous. Wang Hao had anticipated that the spirit fire would be very expensive, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. Even though the blue crystal had made a small fortune, it couldn't withstand such a squandering. This is just the most basic cost of repairing the culture device. The subsequent cultivation cost will likely require a much larger amount of funds. Zhang Rongrong also looked troubled and whispered to Wang Hao, "Captain, this price is far beyond our expectations. Should we first prepare spirit fire for some people, or let them slowly nurture their spirit artifacts with their spiritual power, and then exchange them later when they have enough contribution points?" As Wang Hao was weighing the pros and cons, a voice filled with surprise came from the side. "Haha, Brother Wang, it really is you. I didn't expect to run into you again at the guild. Brother Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Hao turned his head and saw Huang Mingxian walking over with a smile. Beside him was a pretty girl in a light yellow dress with bright eyes, who was curiously looking at Wang Hao and his group. "Oh, it's Brother Huang. How have you been? I just hired some crew members and brought them here to choose spirit fire. Alas, the prices are truly indescribable." Huang Mingxian looked at the commoner girls behind Wang Hao, who were obviously just refining their natal spiritual weapons, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This Brother Wang really doesn't play by the rules. He actually chose to start from scratch to cultivate commoner weapon cultivators. Isn't this a thankless task? Providing spirit fire for so many people at once is a rare feat and bold move on White Sand Island. But seeing so many beautiful young women is quite something. A sudden realization dawned on my mind. Chapter 110 Split Fire. Huang Mingxian smiled knowingly upon seeing this. It seems Brother Wang doesn't know much about the spirit fire market. Anything that is helpful for cultivation is never cheap, although the spirit fire sold by the guild has been split many times. However, for ordinary weapon cultivators nurturing their natal spiritual artifacts, this is indeed a necessity, and the price is already fair considering it's a clearly marked price from the guild. Huang Mingxian paused, glanced at the girls, and lowered his voice to speak to Wang Hao. Brother Wang's treatment of his crew is truly admirable. During the conversation, he even raised an eyebrow at Wang Hao, looking like a kindred spirit. However, configuring such a large amount of spirit fire at once is indeed a huge expense. I have a suggestion that might solve Brother Wang's immediate problem. I wonder if I should say it. "Oh, Brother Huang, please speak." Huang Mingxian's expression turned slightly serious as he spoke. "If I may be so bold as to ask, Brother Wang, would you be willing to part with a wisp of that primordial spirit fire you obtained last time? The stone heart fire, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the price, at least this amount." Huang Mingxian quietly made a hand gesture and announced the price. Wang Hao was shocked. The price Huang Mingxian offered was enough to buy all the spiritual fire needed this time. But Wang Hao was puzzled, so he asked, "Brother Huang, forgive my bluntness, but with the strength of the Huang family, we should have no shortage of subfires of various attributes. Why are you so interested in my split subfire? As far as I know, the stone heart fire is just the most basic spiritual fire." Huang Mingxian smiled and explained, "Alas, Brother Wang, you may not know this, but you must have seen the ship repair treasure mirror. It records that the primal spirit fire has extraordinary effects on refining spiritual materials and evolving ships, and can also be used for alchemy and weapon crafting. Your flame is the primordial spirit fire nurtured by heaven and earth. Although the effect of the first generation of split flames has decreased, it is still a rare and excellent item for me, and it can speed up my progress in becoming a ship repairman. The subflames within the guild, having split into countless generations, have long since lost their original characteristics. They're utterly useless for helping our ship cultivate and evolve into a spirit ship. They'd be better suited even for alchemy and weapon crafting." Only then did Wang Hao realize that there were so many intricacies among spiritual flames. The primordial spiritual flame was not only crucial for ship repairers, but also extremely important for weapon repairers. No wonder the guild sold so many offspring spiritual flames. They could only be used for basic cultivation by ordinary weapon repairers. It seemed that he had indeed picked up a treasure. He glanced at the girls around him who were looking at him expectantly, and then looked at Huang Mingxian with a sincere expression. He had already made up his mind. I see. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Your Majesty. Since Brother Huang needs this fire, I cannot be stingy. So, as you say, when we arrive at the dock, I will split a small flame for you. Huang Mingxian was overjoyed upon hearing this, finally getting his wish. He could become a formal ship repairman soon, and the Huang family would soon be promoted from a weapon repair family to a ship repair family. The girl beside him looked at Wang Hao with more curiosity. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. I'll give you the money right away. Quickly equip your crew with spirit fire. After speaking, Huang Mingxian took out 40 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the spirit stones and handed them to Zhang Rongrong. He immediately looked at her with newfound respect, not expecting her to pay with spirit stones, which were priceless treasures. Brother Huang, you're too kind. Rongrong, you stay here and refine the spirit fire. I'll go with you first. I think you must be getting impatient. Come on, I'll split the fire for you right away. Wang Hao led the eager Huang Mingxian aboard the Blue Crystal. Upon seeing the several very beautiful beast-eared girls on board, Huang Mingxian gave Wang Hao several strange looks. He thought to himself, this guy is really unconventional. Wang Hao easily communicated with the spirit ship and controlled the stone heart fire to split off a ball of flame. This ball of flame instantly arrived in Wang Hao's palm, its scorching heat burning the air. When Huang Mingxian saw the spiritual fire he had been dreaming of right in front of him, his body trembled uncontrollably. Okay. After saying good 3 times, he took out a special jade box from his storage bag, carefully put the ball of spiritual fire into it, and once again bowed to Wang Hao to express his gratitude. He then bid farewell to Wang Hao, eager to return to his own spirit ship and refine the spirit fire so that he could become a formal ship repairman as soon as possible. Over the next few days, everything was ready. The Blue Crystal set sail again, and Zhang Rongrong announced on behalf of Wang Hao, from today onwards, you are all members of the Blue Crystal. The spiritual artifacts you hold are the captain's personal creations, and he has chosen the flexible flame for you to embark on the path of artifact cultivation. Your task is to master them as soon as possible and not let the captain down. Xiao Lian stroked the sturdy fishing net in her hand and felt the omnipresent spiritual energy on the spirit ship. Tears finally streamed down her face. Her mother's illness had been cured, and she had hope for her future. All of this was thanks to the captain. She and the other commoner girls bowed deeply towards the captain's cabin. This opportunity to change their fate was hard won. During the subsequent voyage, the old hands who had been recruited were no longer on the deck. Instead, these young and beautiful girls took their place. These new crew members, especially the commoner girls, did not have any special abilities. They are diligent and hardworking, full of energy. Before dawn, they are already busy on the deck, washing the deck with water, wiping the railings, and cleaning the deck spotless. Although they lived in the same large communal bunk in the lower deck, they kept it very clean. Whenever they finished fishing, they would sit cross-legged on their bunks or on the deck while resting. He diligently communicated with his natal spiritual artifacts, which, although only a few such as fishing nets, fishing rods, and fish-attracting bells, were very precious to him. He worked hard to nurture them and strived to refine them completely as soon as possible. During the daytime fishing season, they quickly carried out the orders given by Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer, working diligently despite some unfamiliarity caused by their different backgrounds. For example, a female cultivator from a certain aristocratic family thought these commoner girls were clumsy, but when Wang Hao's gaze swept over them, they immediately adjusted their attitude. No one dared to play any tricks in front of the captain. Wang Hao lay on the deck chair at the bow of the ship, looking at the pleasing scene before him, and sighed to Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer beside him. Look, this is more like it. This is how a ship should be. It's comfortable and pleasing to the eye. Unlike before, when a bunch of old hands were together, they would complain or slack off whenever they were asked to do something, making my ship a mess. Zhang Meyer wholeheartedly agreed and nodded. Looking at the ordinary girls working diligently, she felt less critical and more appreciative, even though the cost of training them was indeed quite high. Indeed, although he's a bit slow, he's obedient, hardworking, willing to learn, and content. He's definitely much better than those good-for-nothings who are all talk and no action. Chapter 111 Re-experiencing Ali's tenderness. With the appearance of the spirit fish, these young girls took over the responsibility of operating the winch and fishing net. Although they were not as strong as the male boatmen, their movements were more delicate and their teamwork was more seamless. The other girls weren't idle either. They were diligently learning and helping to organize tools such as nets and water tanks. As the heavy fishing net was pulled up, Silver Mullet leaped within it, and the girls burst into joyful cheers. Xiaoyan, watching the lively spirit fish, felt a connection with the net and was filled with hope for the future. Whether it was a misperception or not, Wang Hao felt that the processing efficiency of the spirit fish had increased. These girls were quick and efficient, working together to deb one, remove meat, and sort the fish, and their movements gradually became very skilled. Over the next few days, Wang Hao clearly felt that these seemingly weak girls, as the refining of their natal spirit weapons progressed, displayed power that was not much less than that of ordinary male weapon cultivators. This is the most direct change brought about by them nurturing their natal artifacts with the ubiquitous spiritual energy on the ship. This fishing trip at sea went very smoothly, and the harvest was extremely rich, with the freezer once again being filled to capacity. They also specially arranged for several assistant cultivators to provide them with alchemy and weapon crafting techniques, as well as materials to refine spirit-restoring powder. Although the success rate is not high for now, it is already a good start. After the blue crystal returned to White Sand Island, Wang Hao asked Zhang Rongrong to do something. Rongrong, take the pills we refined this time and sell them. Apart from the necessary operating funds for the blue crystal ship, take out all the rest and go to the Wantong Chamber of Commerce to buy spirit bone plates. Buy as many as possible. Wang Hao's plan is to use the fish he catches to refine pills for sale, and use the money to buy materials for spirit bone plates to feed the blue crystal ship, which is the best material for the time being. Yes, Captain. Zhang Rongrong immediately took action. Although 500 gold coins per cubic meter of spirit bone plate was not cheap, the blue crystal ship was now producing pills and was very wealthy. Soon, a full 100 cubic meters of spirit bone plates were transported to the deck by the helpers of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, the deck was piled high with spirit bone plates, radiating a halo of spiritual energy, which attracted the attention and amazement of the people on the dock. Lan Ling, your feast is here. Little Blue Spirit, who had been eagerly waiting, immediately showed a joyful expression on her face. Buzz. The blue crystal shone brightly, and pieces of spirit bone plates were incorporated into the hull. The hull began to become thicker and heavier at a visible speed, and its length also increased from 60 meters. 61 meters, 63 meters, 65 meters, and finally it came to a steady stop at 70 meters. The spiritual patterns on the ship's hull became clearer, and the spiritual light became more dazzling. The blue crystal has become stronger. Ollie and the others sensed the tremendous change in the ship, and their eyes were filled with pride as they looked at Wang Hao. They watched the ship slowly transform into their home, feeling a strong sense of security, and a strange happiness filled their hearts. Wang Hao clearly sensed that his strength had increased and his ability to control spiritual energy had become more adept, so he waved his hand. Ali, let's hold a ship-wide feast and celebrate together with all the crew members. Great, great. Little Tanuki jumped up happily. Soon, several huge barbecue grills were set up on the deck, and glittering silver spirit fish, steaks from the most prized parts of sea creatures, huge lobsters, crabs, all kinds of delicacies from the ocean were continuously brought out from the cabins. Ali led them to show off their skills, stewing, grilling, or slicing fish into fillets, preparing sauces, and filling the entire deck with a rich aroma that made everyone's mouths water. Zhang Rongrong directed Li Xiaoyu and her sisters to set up tables and chairs, distribute tableware, and even brought over barrels of fruit wine that exuded a rich, fragrant aroma. The girls, who were initially a little reserved, gradually warmed up under the influence of the lively atmosphere and helped grill and pass food, their laughter ringing out like silver bells on the deck. The feast began, and there was no distinction between high and low status on the ship. Everyone sat together, enjoying the rare delicacies and relaxation, with the clinking of glasses and laughter mingling together. Salute to the captain. It's unclear who started it, but the girls raised their glasses to express their gratitude to Wang Hao, especially the girls from ordinary families, who knew that without the captain's generosity, they are still struggling to make a living every day, and it is absolutely impossible for them to embark on the path of weapon cultivation, let alone have the opportunity to board the spirit ship and have a hopeful future. Wang Hao accepted all the invitations. Wasn't all his past struggles just for this moment of enjoyment? In high spirits, he drank an unknown amount of fruit wine as the barbecue feast continued. Several girls performed a vibrant dance, drawing cheers from the crowd. Wang Hao was also pulled into the lively crowd by Ollie and Xiaoya. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the captain's cabin window. Wang Hao rubbed his slightly throbbing forehead as he woke up. He had drunk too much fruit wine in his excitement last night, and the dizziness from it hadn't subsided yet. He moved his aching arm and felt a soft, furry comfort. Wang Hao subconsciously pinched it, then realized something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, he saw a large, fiery red, furry tail draped unconsciously over his leg. Eek! Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's movement, Ali's long eyelashes trembled a few times. She first looked at Wang Hao blankly, then realized the situation and her face turned bright red. She subconsciously grabbed the slipping blanket and tried to cover herself. Ali's movements also woke up Xiaoyu, who opened her ruby-like eyes. Besides shyness, there was also a hint of confusion and helplessness. When she saw Ali, she quickly shrank back into the quilt, leaving only her ears trembling nervously. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Hao had a vague memory of the specific details of what happened last night after drinking, but he could figure out what had roughly occurred with a snap of his fingers. He looked at the two women, who were extremely shy and bashful. The queen's lips curled into a wicked smile. Instead of getting up, she tightened her grip on Ali, who was trying to dodge, and pulled her into her arms. "Oh, Captain!" Ali let out a soft cry, her body trembling slightly, and her fiery red tail curled up instantly. Wang Hao leaned close to their ears, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. "I drank too much last night, and was so confused that I didn't get a chance to properly appreciate how gentle my Ali is. It's such a pity. Let's experience it properly now." No. Eek. 3 poles in the sun. As soon as the door to the captain's cabin was pushed open, Wang Hao walked out looking refreshed, subconsciously rubbing his lower back with a pleasant smile on his face. Chapter 112. No way, you guys are that poor? The deck was already bustling with activity, but from the perspective of the young female crew members, Wang Hao's gaze became somewhat subtle, and some of the girls even glanced at him from time to time, a hint of shyness flashing in their eyes. Zhang Rongrong was directing everyone to clean up the mess left over from last night's barbecue feast. When she saw Wang Hao, her eyes remained gentle. "Captain, the deck will be cleaned up soon, and I have arranged for the sisters to refine the elixir." "Yes, thank you for your hard work. We still need to hurry up with the alchemy. We need more funds to buy materials to evolve the blue crystal." Wang Hao nodded and said somewhat awkwardly. Several days later, another batch of spirit returning powder was refined and sold by Zhang Rongrong. The gold coins she received were immediately consumed, and the spirit bone plates she received were continuously transported back to the blue crystal ship. As the blue crystal continued to consume materials, the ship's structure slowly changed, and its length steadily increased to 75 meters. The originally cramped cabins have now become very spacious. Taking advantage of the relatively abundant funds at hand, Wang Hao arranged for them to purchase a large amount of living supplies, including new bedding and beds, a more abundant food reserve, and various daily necessities, which were continuously delivered to the ship. Some girls even went ashore to buy their favorite decorations and trinkets, and decorated their assigned cabins beautifully, instantly filling the ship with a sense of life and making it more like a home at sea. The changes to the blue crystal ship naturally did not escape the notice of some observant individuals at the dock, especially the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, which frequently conducted business with it. That day, Wang Hao was reading in the captain's cabin when Zhang Rongrong ran in and said, "Captain, Manager Qian from Wantong Chamber of Commerce has brought a stranger with him, saying they've come to visit you." "Oh, the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, what brings them here? Please invite them up." Wang Hao got up and went to the deck. He saw Manager Qian of Wantong Chamber of Commerce leading a man in a brocade robe with a somewhat arrogant expression onto the blue crystal. As soon as the man boarded the ship, he looked around without any attempt to hide his gaze. He felt the surging spiritual energy on the ship and the hidden scorching aura. A fiery glint flashed in his eyes. "Captain Wang, I apologize for disturbing you." Manager Liu greeted him with a friendly and prosperous smile, first bowing with his hands clasped, then stepping aside to introduce him. "This is Qian Zihao, the nephew of Master Ling Fong, the president of our Wantong Chamber of Commerce." Young Master Qian is also a young prodigy. He has already reached the level of a spirit boat master, and his spirit boat is 200 meters long. He is the leader of the younger generation in our Chamber of Commerce. Qian Zihao nodded slightly as a greeting, and then got straight to the point. "Captain Wang, the speed at which your spirit ship evolves is truly astonishing. My uncle's ship is already several thousand meters long. I am quite interested in the secret method by which you cultivate your spirit ship so quickly. I've come today on behalf of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce to request the captain's secret method for rapidly cultivating spirit ships. Of course, the Wantong Chamber of Commerce has always valued amicable business and does not wish to force anything. I am willing to offer 100 spirit stones as a token of my sincerity. 100 spirit stones are equivalent to 1 million gold coins, which might be a considerable fortune for an ordinary ship repair apprentice. But for Wang Hao, It's nothing. Moreover, the other party's tone, which sounded like a handout, carried the feeling that, I've got my eye on this, so you'd better know what's good for you. Clearly, the other party was relying on the support of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce and its powerful backers. In particular, the other party pointed out his uncle's identity as a spirit boat master and tried to intimidate him with his power, which made Wang Hao very unhappy. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold. Secret techniques? Heh, young Master Qian is joking. The evolution of a spirit ship is simply a matter of following the instructions in the ship repair manual, diligently refining materials and nurturing them. What secret techniques are there? Furthermore, according to the Imperial Ship Repair Convention, all unique evolutionary insights of ship repairers are private and no person or force may pry into them. What? Is your Wantong Merchant Guild more powerful than the Holy Empire of Humanity? Qian Ziheo's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Captain Wang, you misunderstand. Let's be frank. Ordinary ships have very low efficiency in cultivating spirit transformation bone plates, and it's impossible for them to evolve at such a fast speed. 100 spirit stones is no small sum, which shows my sincerity. Please do me this favor. As he spoke, Qian Ziheo's eyes involuntarily glanced towards the cabin. Seeing this, Wang Hao immediately realized that the other party was after the origin spirit fire. Oh, Wang Hao deliberately feigned a look of sudden realization, then spoke in a tone tinged with sympathy. Young Master Qian, so you've set your sights on my origin spirit flame. Did your elders never bestow upon you a few origin spirit flames to accelerate the evolution of your spirit ship? No way. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce is a powerful and influential family, and its spirit ship masters are unparalleled figures. How could this be? No way, Sai. Wang Hao's teasing words, his eyes and tone conveyed a sense of utter disdain and indifference towards the young master of the Great Merchant Guild, implying that the elders showed him no care or affection whatsoever, even refusing to give him their primordial spirit fire. He added, "You're such a pathetic young master of a Great Merchant Guild." At the same time, he used information that everyone knew to cover up the spirit ship's ability to devour and evolve. It seems that he was too presumptuous. Although every article in the Ship Repair Convention promulgated by the Empire is designed to protect ship repair, it is hard to guarantee that there will not be some lawless madman. It seems that showing off and being too trusting of others are bad traits. I've suffered a lot from these personality flaws on Earth. I need to be more careful in the future. Keeping a low profile is the key to making a fortune. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Qian Ziheo's face instantly turned red with anger. How could he not know about the origin spirit fire? Although his uncle possessed it, he would not easily bestow a single flame upon his nephew. It was not a secondary flame. Even if one split off, another would still appear. This thing was nurtured by heaven and earth, and could only be found through chance and luck. The sympathetic look in the other person's eyes made him feel even more humiliated. Wang Hao seemed oblivious to his expression and continued speaking with a mocking tone. Furthermore, young Master Qian, is your Chamber of Commerce experiencing some cash flow problems lately? Or are you simply too poor? As far as I know, in the Ship Repair Guild's records of high-grade materials transactions, the starting price for Origin Spirit Fire has never been lower than 10,000 spirit stones. Are you planning to buy a mere spark of fire with these 100 spirit stones? Or is this the standard price your Wantong Merchant Guild always charges? Honestly and fairly? Have you fallen so low as to be destitute? Wang Hao deliberately emphasized his tone, which was full of sarcasm. You. Qian Ziheo was so angry that his face turned ashen. The shopkeeper behind him was also sweating profusely and kept giving him meaningful glances to calm down. This guy couldn't be allowed to have a conflict here, or he would be in big trouble if the ball team went to investigate. When had Qian Ziheo ever been subjected to such humiliation? In his eyes, a ship repairman on a remote island was just lucky to have found a primordial spirit fire. He stared intently at Wang Hao, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, and finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Good. Very good. I've taken Captain Wang's words to heart. Let's go. Chapter 113 targeted, heads off to sea. The news that the Wantong Chamber of Commerce had been rebuffed by Wang Hao quickly spread among the ship repairmen. More and more people learned that Wang Hao possessed spiritual fire, and in the following days, several more powerful ship repair families sent representatives. Although they adopted a more humble attitude than Qian Ziheo of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, their goal remained clear: to purchase the spirit fire from Wang Hao. Despite its low grade, the Stoneheart fire could not only greatly assist ship repairmen, but also create a family of artifact repairmen. However, Wang Hao refused them all, citing his need to use his own spirit ship. However, the real trouble began. First, The spirit recovery powder refined by the blue crystal was sold at a lower price. Originally, it could sell for 50 gold coins per pill, but it was reduced to 20 pills. Although the Zhang family tried their best to help absorb some of the output, their capabilities were ultimately limited, and they could not fully absorb the ever-increasing production of the blue crystal. Next, Zhang Rongrong went to Wantong Chamber of Commerce again to buy spirit bone boards, but was told that the supply of spirit bone boards was tight and the price had soared from 500 gold coins per cubic meter to 1,000 gold coins, and that she could only buy a maximum of 10 cubic meters at a time. The other shops on the island that sell suitable materials seem to have conspired to either raise prices or refuse to trade, even though there are plenty of materials piled up in the shops. It's obvious that they are targeting the blue crystal. What's most infuriating is that the families of those young female sailors from ordinary families were subjected to varying degrees of coercion, enticement, or persuasion, urging them to leave Blue Crystal and go home immediately. Rumors began circulating at the docks that the Blue Crystal had offended a powerful figure and was about to suffer misfortune. In recent days, as the ship was being expanded and recruitment points were set up to hire more people, not a single person came to inquire. The deal fell through, and the atmosphere on deck was somewhat somber, compounded by the impact on the crew members' families. Several girls even had red eyes, clearly having had arguments with their families. Zhang Rongrong also reported the current situation to Wang Hao. After listening, Wang Hao fell silent for a while. He glanced at the girls who were standing on the deck with unease and grievance on their faces, took a deep breath, and walked up to them. Everyone has heard the rumors. Some people don't want to see us have an easy time, so they're using all sorts of means to force me to back down, or even force you to leave. I, Wang Hao, don't like to drag others down with me. If anyone wants to go home now, I will not stop them. I'll give you 15 minutes to think it over. Wang Hao was also very heavy-hearted, especially about those poor girls. He had spent a lot of effort and money to raise them, and their passing was a huge loss. The girls looked at each other and whispered among themselves. The pressure from their families and the gossip from the outside world were indeed frightening them. However, a quarter of an hour passed quickly, and not one of them moved an inch. Xiao Lian was the first to stand up, her voice not loud, but very firm. Captain, I'm not leaving. My mother said that one should never be ungrateful. Me too. Where can we go after leaving Blue Crystal? The girls spoke one after another, their eyes gradually changing from unease to determination. Once they left Nanjing, it would mean returning to their former lives. Although they would face difficulties here, they had a captain who truly cared for them. One of the girls, from a family of weapon cultivators, named Li Wei, stepped forward and spoke. Our Li family also sent people here, saying that if I don't go back, they'll pretend I don't have a daughter. Then so be it. I have officially declared my separation from the family. From today onwards, I have no further connection with the family. I am merely a crew member of the Blue Crystal. My life and my life belong to you, Captain. His words were firm and resolute, carrying an unquestionable determination. Her family also put pressure on him, but she chose the most decisive way to respond. Looking at the beautiful yet resolute face before him, Wang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded emphatically. All right, since everyone has chosen to stay and trust me, I will not let you down today. It's just some meager spiritual materials and some low-grade pills. You think you can't survive without their worthless bones? Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose, filled with heroic spirit. We possess spirit ships, and the sea is our true hunting ground and home. Since we are not welcome here, we will set sail. The sea is teeming with countless spirit fish and sea beasts, and it holds all the resources we need. As long as we are strong enough, no one can hold us back. Only when we become strong can we truly control our own destiny, deterring those insignificant individuals from plotting against us. When you become advanced weapon cultivators, capable of crafting even higher-level spiritual weapons and elixirs, they will only regret what they have done today and will kneel before you, begging for mercy. All personnel, listen up and prepare for the long voyage. Yes, Captain. All the crew members, whether they were animal-eared girls or other girls, responded in unison, their voices converging into a resolute force. Soon, Lanjing raised the sails, and the ship slowly sailed away from Baisha Island Pier, heading towards the vast sea. Wang Hao and Zhang Rongrong studied the nautical chart and steered the ship towards a resource-rich fishing ground marked on the chart. The salty sea breeze dispelled the oppressive atmosphere of the island, and the girls on the deck were invigorated. Wang Hao divided the crew into 3 groups. One group, led by Zhang Rongrong, was responsible for learning how to refine pills and magical artifacts. Another group, led by Xiao Lian, was responsible for fishing with nets. The third group, led by Li Xiaoyu and Amon, was responsible for making the most of their time to cultivate and practice combat skills. As the ship's guardian force, they were also responsible for assisting in fishing and keeping watch on the surroundings. Disconnect. As Xiaolian's sweet cry rang out, they manipulated the spirit net, casting it precisely into the sea. Through their mental connection with their natal spirit artifacts, they sensed the movements of the fish underwater and delicately adjusted the angle and depth of the net. Soon, the winch began to turn, and violent struggles came from inside the net. It's a school of steel-fin spirits. Everyone, give it your all. Xiaolian shouted excitedly, her forehead beaded with sweat, but unable to hide her joy. The girls worked together to slowly pull up the heavy fishing net. Under the sunlight, the steel-finned fish, shimmering with metallic luster, leaped vigorously, their scales reflecting a dazzling light. Great! This net will weigh at least 1,000 kilograms, and the fish here is quite valuable. The girls deftly processed the spirit fish, separating the fish meat that could be used to refine pills, and the scales and fins that could be used to refine spirit weapons. They sent these parts into the weapon refining chamber for Zhang Rongrong and the others to continue practicing. The others were directly fed into the spirit ship by Wang Hao, causing the ship to expand slightly. The barbecue feast that everyone loves on the deck started again at night. One by one, the grills were brought out, and this time the main dish was freshly caught steelfin fish. The fish meat had been marinated by Ali with a special sauce and then grilled until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a wonderful aroma. With the addition of milky white fishbone soup, a simple yet cozy dinner at sea began. Everyone sat together to share the day's harvest and fun stories, and laughter rippled with the waves. Xiaoya even took out a short flute that Wang Hao had given her and played a melodious tune. Chapter 114, Discovering a Small Island. The fishing trip in the open sea lasted for several days. The blue crystal caught a large amount of fish every day, and the materials were so plentiful that Zhang Rongrong and her team could not use them all even if they were just wasting them. Their biggest worry every day was that no matter how much they refined the materials, they could not use them all. It's truly a bittersweet experience. As their skills have become increasingly proficient, there is now virtually no chance of failure in refining spirit-returning powder, and they have now begun refining chi-replenishing pills. The chi-boosting pill is even more valuable and is a popular medicine on White Sand Island. It is completely different from the spirit-returning powder. Once the chi-boosting pill appears, it will only cause a shortage of supply. In particular, the demand for chi-replenishing pills is enormous among weapon crafting guilds. Once they begin refining spiritual weapons, and without ship crafting guilds to provide them with a continuous supply of spiritual energy, they will need to consume a large number of pills. This is when the effect of chi-replenishing pills becomes apparent. When the freezer was full, Wang Hao ordered the blue crystal to devour the captured spirit fish. The ship gradually evolved to 80 meters in length, and the crew's teamwork became more seamless, with everyone's strength steadily improving. In particular, Amon's strength began to increase, Aling's movements became even more ghostly, and even the common girls finally refined their natal spirit weapons completely. Under the rich spiritual energy on the spirit ship, they became more and more agile, and their fishing efficiency greatly increased. That afternoon, just as they pulled up a net full of spirit fish, the waves suddenly became turbulent. Watch out. Something big is approaching, Aling warned from his lookout position on the mast. A massive octopus suddenly emerged from the water, its tentacles flashing with an eerie light, and a stench filled the air. It's a boneless octopus. Its tentacles contain paralyzing toxins. Be careful. Zhang Meyer was resting in the captain's cabin when she heard Aling's warning. She came out to see what was happening and immediately shouted a warning. The commoner girls turned pale with fright and instinctively backed away. Don't panic. Wang Hao's voice was calm and steady. He took a step forward and was already at the bow of the ship. Oh man! Upon hearing the sound, Amon wielded a huge iron hammer and slammed it down, smashing the thickest tentacle back into the sea. At the same time, Wang Hao quickly mobilized his spiritual power. Flaming vines entwined. Several vines made of blazing flames appeared out of thin air, nimbly wrapping around the other tentacles, causing the sea beast to let out painful howls and emit puffs of white smoke. Windblade. A sharp, massive wind blade slashed out, precisely severing a tentacle that was trying to coil around the mast. With the tentacle severed, the bone-chilling octopus angrily burst from the water, attempting to wrap its entire body around the spirit ship and drag it to the bottom of the sea. Wang Hao seized the opportunity to test the power of the spirit fire, and thus unleashed a rocket technique condensed with the stone heart fire. Call out. The flames instantly pierced through the giant eyeball of the bone-piercing demon and went straight into its head. The sea monster's brains were burned away by the terrifying heat. Its roar abruptly stopped. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times, and then it completely lost its life, leaving only a patch of seawater stained red and a huge corpse floating on the surface. The battle lasted only a dozen or so breaths from start to finish. The deck was silent. The girls looked at Wang Hao's tall and straight back, their eyes filled with shock and an unprecedented sense of security. That terrifying sea beast, with tentacles as thick as buckets, was so vulnerable under the captain's attack. Wang Hao turned around, his tone still relaxed. All right, the danger is over. Let's find a way to salvage this big guy. Such a large octopus must have a lot of meat. We can use the flesh and blood to make pills, and the tendons and bones to make weapons. Don't waste anything. Feed the rest to the spirit ship. Soon, the enormous sea monster was broken down. Some of the relatively valuable materials were collected, and most of its flesh and blood were absorbed by the blue crystal. Buzz. After devouring the flesh and blood of the octopus-like sea monster, the blue crystal once again emitted a satisfied hum, its hull shimmering with spiritual light, and began to grow at a visible speed. 81 meters, 82 meters, 85 meters. The interior space of the ship has been increased again. The large dormitory-style bunk beds on the lower deck have been converted into storage cabins. The main feature is that the space in the middle deck is enough for each girl to have a separate room. Although each room is not very big now, it is enough to fit a bed, a small cabinet, and a small table, giving everyone the private space they have been dreaming of. This octopus actually helped the spirit ship evolve by a full 5 meters. The spirit ship becomes increasingly difficult to evolve as it progresses, requiring more and more spiritual materials. This octopus is truly a good fish, contributing itself to help everyone. This meat is really chewy. Wang Hao picked up another skewer of grilled octopus meat made by Ali. The blue crystal sailed on the ocean for dozens of days, reaping a good harvest every day. Fortunately, Xiaoye is now quite adept at taking care of the planting cabin, and with the help of the crew, they have cultivated a lot of vegetables and staple foods. Even a kind of spiritual plant vine has produced sweet and sour fruits, which are quite popular with everyone. This has significantly improved the quality of life for the crew members, especially the young women from ordinary backgrounds, who are very content and cherish their hard-won life. On this day, the girl on the ship suddenly let out a joyful shout. "Captain, a small island has been spotted to your right. It's very small." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's spirits lifted. He looked in the direction they were pointing and indeed saw a small island. It wasn't very big, and the island was surrounded by jagged rocks. There were also some plants on the island, and Wang Hao even sensed a faint spiritual light. "Let's slow down and be careful. There might be something good on this island if we get closer." When they were still a short distance from the island, the blue crystal suddenly shook as if it had hit something. "There are underwater reefs. No, they're alive." Wang Hao was very sensitive to civilian ships and immediately noticed the abnormality. He saw that the seawater around the ship suddenly became turbid, and several thick tentacles stretched out from underwater, fiercely wrapping around the hull of the blue crystal. Another octopus. This guy built his nest under the rocks on this island. Everyone clearly recognized this creature. These large octopuses have been frequently spotted while fishing in these waters lately, like a burrow in an octopus nest. The smaller ones have tentacles tens of meters long, while the larger ones can even reach hundreds of meters, and this one in front of them was clearly a giant. A man tried to attack the tentacles with brute force, but the effect was not good. Ling attacked with a dagger, and although she was able to break through the tentacles' defenses, she could not cut them off. This is another type of stone octopus, with outstanding defensive capabilities. Its weak point is where its head connects to its tentacles, and its core is beneath the reef, Zhang Rongrong reminded her. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao took a deep breath and leaped directly into the sea. The moment he touched the water, a shield of light appeared around him, separating the seawater. He manipulated the water flow to rush towards the stone octopus, its huge head hidden under the reef. Chapter 1:15 Spirit Fruits and Spirit Mines. The octopus seemed to sense the danger, and its tentacles abandoned their attack on the ship's hull, instead frantically swirling towards Wang Hao in the water. Water control. Whirlpool. The seawater surrounding Wang Hao instantly swirled violently, deflecting the approaching tentacles. He then controlled a nimble, compressed fireball, slamming it down on the octopus. The fireball exploded instantly in the water, the shockwave shattering the massive reef where the octopus was hiding. Finally, in the moment when he was completely disoriented by the explosion, Wang Hao seized the opportunity, conjuring a spear of spiritual fire in his hand, and pierced the octopus's head instantly, ignoring the resistance of the seawater. Boom! A powerful burst of flames erupted inside the octopus's head. After a violent struggle and convulsions, it went limp and the sea finally returned to calm. Wang Hao leaped out of the water and jumped back onto the deck, whereupon the girls on the ship cheered. After the crisis was over, the Blue Crystal anchored at a shallow beach, moored the ship, and arranged for people to deal with the stone octopus. Wang Hao then led Zhang Rongrong and the others to the unexpectedly discovered island. After drifting at sea for so many days, stepping on this soft sand, and feeling a sense of groundedness completely different from that on the ship made everyone very happy. The island is not large, and you can see the end of it at a glance, but the vegetation is unexpectedly lush. Wow, what a tall tree, with lots of big fruits on it. Xiao Yin pointed to a cluster of tall trees not far away and exclaimed in surprise, large green and brown coconuts are hidden among the leaves. It's a coconut tree. Zhang Rongrong laughed. We don't have this on Baisha Island. I didn't expect to find such a good thing on this island. The coconut juice is sweet and refreshing, and the coconut meat is also edible. But it's so high, how can I pick it? A girl craned her neck, looking somewhat worried. At this moment, A Ling appeared under a coconut tree, looked up, and then darted up the tree trunk like a nimble cat. She quickly reached the top of the tree, slashed with her dagger, and a coconut fell to the ground. A man, who was prepared below, caught it steadily. With a few more slashes, the ground was piled high with coconuts. Great, the girls cheered. A man tried to squeeze the hard shell of the coconut with his big hand, but found that the coconut did not budge. She then found a rock, aimed the coconut at its sharp edge, and smashed it hard. With a crack, the coconut split open. Seeing this, the others also stepped forward, grabbed coconuts, and followed suit. They transformed into violent girls, cracking open coconuts with a few quick snaps, drinking the sweet coconut juice, and scooping out the snow-white flesh, their eyes crinkling with laughter. Just as everyone was enjoying the delicious coconut, Xiao Ye suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the sandy ground under the coconut tree. Look there are crabs. A large crab, about the size of a wash basin and with a shell the color of a coconut shell, slowly crawled out of its sand hole, warily waving its large pincers. It's a coconut crab. Zhang Rongrong's eyes lit up. This is a rare delicacy, let's grab it quickly. The coconut crab seemed to sense the danger and tried to burrow back into its hole. Where do you think you're going? A man strode forward, seized the opportunity, avoided the terrifying giant claws, and pinned the coconut crab down from behind. No matter how the coconut crab struggled, it was useless against a man's immense strength. Let's look again, see if there's any left. We'll have an extra meal tonight. Wang Hao laughed upon seeing this, which elicited another round of cheers from the girls. After harvesting coconuts and coconut crabs, the group headed towards a small grove on the island. The trees in the grove were not very tall, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of kiwi fruit. Look at that tree. Zhang Meyer, with her sharp eyes, pointed to a short but lush kiwi tree in the center of the woods. The tree was laden with a dozen fist-sized, translucent orange fruits, and the aroma was emanating from there. This seems to be an orange tree, or a high-grade spirit orange. After observing carefully, Zhang Rongrong said with a surprised tone, this is a low-grade spiritual fruit. Consuming it directly can slightly nourish the spiritual sea, and if used to brew fruit wine, it can also improve the quality. Everyone be careful and check for any dangers. Places with spiritual herbs and trees are usually accompanied by danger, Zhang Rongrong warned, cautiously observing her surroundings. Sure enough, in the shadows beneath the fruit tree, a venomous, emerald-green snake, as thick as an arm, was coiled up, flicking its tongue and hissing warningly. Leave it to me. A Ling's figure flickered, and the next moment she appeared beside the venomous snake. She took out her dagger and struck the snake's head heavily, and the snake fell into a deep sleep. All right, the fruit can be picked now, A Ling said calmly. The girls picked all the dozen or so oranges, held them in their hands, savoring the rich fruity aroma and faint spiritual energy. They couldn't put them down, their mouths watering. Oh, right, after you finish picking the fruit, don't forget to dig up the fruit trees. We'll plant them on the boat, and then we won't have to worry about not having fruit to eat anymore. It was only after Wang Hao reminded them that everyone realized what was going on and started thinking of ways to dig up the fruit trees and move them onto the boat. Just as everyone was preparing to return, Xiaoyan accidentally tripped over a rock that protruded from the ground. Oops, be careful. Zhang Rongrong helped her up, and her gaze was immediately drawn to the stone. She squatted down, tapped it with her hand, and examined it carefully for a moment. Suddenly, an incredulous light burst forth in her eyes. Captain, come quick, look at this. Her voice was somewhat excited as she pointed to the ground, squatted down, and used a knife to pry open the surrounding soil, revealing more of this deep purple ore. This looks like purple-veined iron ore, a good spiritual material often used to refine spiritual weapons. It's quite valuable. Judging from this exposed vein, although it may not be large, the quality seems to be quite good. Seeing this, Wang Hao also squatted down to examine it carefully. Sure enough, he sensed the stable spiritual energy contained within the ore and immediately smiled. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to find a spirit mine for free. The evolution materials for the blue crystal have arrived, right? We can even leave some for you guys to practice on. Everyone, go to the ship and get the tools. We'll dig out this ore, Wang Hao immediately ordered. The girls immediately sprang into action, starting to collect ore. 20 or 30 girls took turns working, and after spending most of the day, they finally mined all the ore they could find and piled it on the deck of the blue crystal. On the boat, Ali was already busy. Giant coconut crabs were steamed, octopus meat was prepared, skewered, and grilled over charcoal, emitting an enticing aroma. Oranges were shared on the spot. The sweetness of the juice and the feeling of fullness in their spiritual sea invigorated everyone. The fruit trees were carefully planted in the spirit field by Xiaoya, like precious treasures. Li Xiaoyu was learning cooking skills from Ali and was currently cooking a pot of sweet and rich fish soup with coconut juice and coconut meat mixed with spirit fish meat. That evening's deck feast, in addition to the usual dishes, featured several unique and delicious dishes. Everyone enjoyed the fresh coconut crab, savored the coconut fish soup, and discussed the day's interesting events and achievements, with laughter filling the air. As Wang Hao enjoyed the delicious food and looked at the warm and lively scene before him, he gave the impatient little blue spirit the command to devour the ore and the rock-armored octopus. Chapter 116, You're Courting Death. I'll grant your wish. Buzz. The ship's hull became thicker and sturdier, and its length increased again, breaking through 90 meters. It seemed that the entire ship had been infused with metallic spirit ore. The ship's defensive capabilities had obviously been greatly enhanced. Great. The blue crystal has become bigger and stronger. The girls on the ship stroked the increasingly larger and stronger spirit ship, feeling a sense of security. After the delightful surprise of the island, the blue crystal continued to drift in the open sea. The next few days of sailing were very peaceful. The girls spent their days fishing, refining pills, and cultivating their skills. Their days were very busy, but full of hope. That afternoon, just as they pulled up a net full of steelfin fish, a warning came from Aling on the watchtower. Captain, a ship spotted to our left. An armed merchant vessel being pursued by 3 other ships, heading in our direction. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao immediately went to the bow of the ship and looked in the direction A Ling had indicated. Sure enough, an armed merchant ship was fleeing in disarray. Behind it, 3 pirate ships, smaller in size but extremely swift in movement, were in hot pursuit, their sails painted with ferocious skull patterns. The ship's crossbows fired huge arrows from time to time, bombarding the merchant ship's shields. Meanwhile, figures moved about on the merchant ship's deck, constantly manipulating crossbows to return fire. Occasionally, flashes of spiritual energy would appear, clearly indicating that the ship was being escorted by artifact cultivators. However, the pirate ships were very agile, and with their numbers outnumbering the enemy, the armed merchant ships were clearly at a disadvantage and could only defend passively. Pirate raids. Wang Hao frowned slightly. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, especially now that he was being targeted by the Wantong Chamber of Commerce and couldn't buy suitable spiritual materials to upgrade on the island. He urgently needed to quietly accumulate strength to break the deadlock. Raise the sails, turn right, avoid their course, find a quiet place, and continue fishing. Wang Haocai was too lazy to deal with these trivial matters. Adhering to the principle of the less trouble the better, he immediately made the blue crystal nimbly draw an arc, turn a corner, and leave this place of trouble. However, the captain of the armed merchant ship seemed to have spotted the sizable fishing vessel, the blue crystal. Instead of changing course, they frantically adjusted their sails, ignoring the increasingly fierce attacks from behind, and charged straight toward the blue crystal's new course after it had turned. The other party's actions were obvious. They wanted to draw the pirates' attention to the blue crystal, using it as a scapegoat to buy themselves a chance to escape. Damn it, they're trying to shift the blame. Zhang Meyer cursed angrily. Sure enough, the 3 pirate ships changed direction without hesitation and continued to pursue the merchant ship. One of them seemed to have spotted a new prey and accelerated to surround the blue crystal. The other 2 continued to attack the armed merchant ship. The atmosphere on the deck instantly became tense. The girls put down their work and nervously watched the approaching ships, especially the pirate ship that was charging straight towards them. "Captain, they're coming at us." Xiaolian gripped the railing nervously. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao's eyes turned completely cold. He hadn't wanted to cause trouble, but trouble had come knocking on his door. "Slow down. All personnel on high alert. Non-combat personnel, immediately take cover in the cabins. Everyone else, take turns operating the ballistae. Rong Rong, shout a warning to them. Change course immediately. If they approach again, they will be considered enemies and will face the consequences. Do not speak further." Wang Hao immediately gave the order. "Yes." Zhang Rongrong immediately used the amplification array to spread her voice across the sea. "Attention, all ships ahead. This is the navigation area of the Blue Crystal. Please change course immediately and do not approach. Otherwise, you will bear all the consequences." However, as soon as Zhang Rongrong finished speaking, the enemy's armed merchant ship did not slow down, but instead accelerated. The three pirate ships behind them became even more arrogant, with one of the pirate leaders standing at the bow, brandishing a curved blade and laughing wildly. "Ha ha, another big one's here, and there are even women on board. We're so lucky today, brothers. Let's take this fishing boat too. All the women on board are ours tonight." The pirate captain's words immediately drew laughter from the pirates. "Shameless," Zhang Meyer cursed angrily, her chest swelling with rage. "Fine. Very well." Wang Hao laughed in extreme anger. "I was going to let you go, but since you've chosen to die, then you'll all stay here. Prepare for battle. Amon, Aling, Xiaoyu, prepare for battle. Guard the ship's sides to prevent boarding. Everyone else, take your positions." As Wang Hao gave the order, the girls, who had been somewhat flustered, seemed to find their leader again. They immediately began to move into action. Non-combat personnel quickly entered the cabin, while the others operated the ballistae in an orderly manner. "Call out." An arrow flew toward the Nanjing. "Raise the shields." Seeing this, Wang Hao immediately raised his shield. The arrow crashed into the shield with a muffled thud and was instantly shattered by the wind and thunder power on the shield. "Fight back." Wang Hao waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three heavy crossbows on the bow and sides of the Blue Crystal fired simultaneously. The heavy crossbow bolts, which had been enhanced and modified by Blue Spirit, were incredibly powerful and fast, hitting the pirate ship at the very front almost instantly. Boom. Crack. One crossbow bolt shattered the enemy's mainmast, while another pierced the ship near the waterline, carrying immense wind and thunder power that tore the hull open, allowing seawater to rush in through a gaping hole. The third bolt pierced the ship completely. One salvo was enough to destroy one of the pirate ships. At the same time, spiritual energy surged around Wang Hao, and a violent aura instantly spread out. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, crashing directly into the enemy ship. A deafening explosion erupted instantly. The pirate ship, reinforced with spirit runes, was utterly unable to withstand Wang Hao's full-force attack. The entire ship was severed in half, seawater rushed in, and it quickly sank. "No!" The pirate captain screamed in terror, and the pirates on the ship immediately fell into chaos, crying and screaming. The female crew members, who had been extremely nervous, were stunned, and then burst into cheers of admiration. The captain is mighty. The battle changed dramatically in an instant. When the Blue Crystal's shields rose, the pirate ships that were charging at the forefront were easily crushed and shattered in a flash, and the once turbulent sea seemed to be paused. Both the armed merchant ship that was trying to divert the trouble eastward and the two pirate ships that were chasing behind were dumbfounded, their faces filled with fear and disbelief. A5 Elements Spiritual Pattern Shield, and Lightning Magic too. That's not an ordinary fishing boat. It's a spirit boat. It's the life spirit boat of a ship cultivator. Run. Chapter 117 Half-Step Spirit Boat Warrior. The captain of the armed merchant ship slumped onto the bridge, his face ashen. He finally understood what kind of entity he had been trying to shift the blame onto. Escape. We must escape immediately. Whether they were pirates or armed merchant ships, they all had only one thought at this moment: to escape this terrifying entity that they had mistaken for a fat sheep. The owner of the spirit ship, which possesses such terrifying combat power, is someone they cannot afford to offend. However, the ship is getting closer and closer, and no matter how frantically they adjust their course, it is to no avail. The faster they rushed forward just now, the more desperate they are now. Trying to run now? Too late. Wang Hao's voice was icy cold, and it traveled clearly through the wind and waves to everyone's ears. Since we've already started fighting, let's all leave our lives behind. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, his spiritual energy surging. Rumble. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, bolts of lightning appearing out of thin air and striking the armed merchant ship and the other two pirate ships. The violent lightning instantly blasted their masts into charcoal, and the wind and thunder ignited a great fire. The rudder of one of the pirate ships was struck by lightning, and the ship instantly became paralyzed and spun around in place. However, the violent lightning attack had just passed, and they hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. Instantly, even more ferocious cyan wind blades swept across the sea like invisible daggers, easily slicing through their ship's rudimentary armor and tearing the crew members on deck to shreds. Whether they were pirates or escorts of armed merchant ships, they hastily raised their weapons to resist, but in the face of this violent magic, they were easily torn apart like paper. Screams rose and fell, and blood instantly stained the deck red. When Wang Hao got serious, the entire battle became a one-sided massacre, with the so-called armed merchant ships and pirate ships as fragile as toys. In just a few minutes, only 3 battered ships remained on the sea, riddled with holes and engulfed in flames, completely powerless, along with countless corpses and splinters floating on the surface. The cries of agony and pleas for help had faded away. At that moment, the captain of the armed merchant ship, as if grasping at a straw, roared desperately. "Assistant, we are a ship belonging to the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. Do you intend to make an enemy of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce? Let us go, and our Chamber of Commerce will reward you handsomely. Moreover, our guild leader is a high-level ship repairman. If you dare to touch us, the Wantong Chamber of Commerce will definitely not let you off." Wantong Chamber of Commerce. Wang Hao immediately laughed. "What a small world. I was just looking for an opportunity to collect some interest, and you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. I'll settle all the old and new scores today. If it weren't for you bunch of cowards, I wouldn't have been forced to sail away and would still be adrift at sea." Without further hesitation, Wang Hao steered the blue crystal closer. "Clean it all up, leave nothing behind." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly scorching the other person to a crisp. Before he could even beg for mercy, he collapsed to the ground. After Wang Hao gave the order, Amon, Aling, and the others immediately boarded the 3 wrecked ships to carry out the final cleaning. With Wang Hao in charge, the whole process was a foregone conclusion. Whether they were pirates begging for mercy on their knees or guards of the merchant guild, they were all eventually wiped out, and their bodies were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. After inspection, the haul was far greater than imagined. The merchant ship was loaded with a large amount of cargo, especially spirit bone plates, as well as various spirit herbs, ores, and some low-level spirit artifacts. A large amount of money was also found on the pirate ship, and boxes of silver and gold shells were moved onto the blue crystal. Wang Hao's eyes lit up immediately, and he murmured to himself, "We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. Robbery is still the fastest way to get rich." It's gotten to the point where Wang Hao's thinking of playing a pirate. Imagine the scene when the skull and crossbones flag is raised. "Wow. Lanling, these 3 ships are yours now. Dinner's ready." As Wang Hao's voice faded, Lanling let out a cheerful sound. The ship's hull shone brightly, and countless strands of dark blue energy, like tentacles, emerged from the hull and wrapped around the 3 dilapidated vessels. Whether it was the spirit wood materials, metal components, and crossbow wreckage in the enemy ship, or the cargo that the ship was fully loaded with, all items containing spiritual energy were forcibly devoured and absorbed by the blue crystal. In particular, the spirit bone plates and various spirit materials piled up in the cabin of that merchant ship have now become resources for the evolution of the blue crystal. The massive amount of energy poured into the ship's hull, causing the Nanjing to grow larger and more powerful at a visible speed, while the spiritual patterns on the hull became more complex and profound. Wang Hao could intuitively feel his spiritual sea space expanding rapidly as the ship grew, and the spiritual patterns on the ship seemed to be imprinted in his spiritual sea. It is noticeable that controlling spell attacks is now much faster. There is almost no need to communicate with the ship's spirit runes anymore. Spells can be released instantly, and their power is much stronger. The wrecked ship on the sea was swallowed up by the blue crystal in an instant. As the blue crystal absorbed the energy, the ship's length began to increase. 92 meters, 95 meters, 99 meters. Ultimately, the ship got stuck at this critical point, unable to break through 100 meters to enter the spirit ship warrior stage. The devoured spiritual materials were not wasted. They all turned into a vast amount of spiritual energy, which surged into Wang Hao's spiritual sea space. Under the impact of this immense spiritual energy, the spirit sea space instantly broke through the 100-meter mark, officially entering the stage of spirit boat warrior. The spiritual patterns on the hull were like engravings, depicting the complete 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as wind and thunder's spiritual patterns on the spatial walls of the Spirit Sea space, almost exactly the same as those on the Spirit ship. At this moment, Wang Hao had officially stepped into the threshold of becoming a spirit boat warrior, and spiritual energy continued to pour in, instantly filling the spiritual sea within the 100-meter space, which then turned into liquid, and the amount of spiritual energy stored increased exponentially. If a powerful attack were to occur now, Wang Hao would not hesitate to unleash it immediately. Unlike before, when he would have to exhaust his spiritual energy and pant heavily after a few powerful attacks, his devastating attacks would now be as simple as a basic attack. After exiting the vision of the Spirit Sea space, Wang Hao clearly felt that the evolution of the blue crystal was stuck, and it was only one step away from evolving into a 100-meter spirit ship. Wang Hao immediately contacted Lan Ling, who had recorded all the books and materials he hadn't finished reading in her database, giving Wang Hao another excuse to slack off. After a moment, Wang Hao showed a look of understanding and seriousness. The growth of a spirit ship mainly involves absorbing spiritual materials to accumulate spirituality and expand its size. However, breaking through the 100-meter limit and causing the spirit ship to undergo a qualitative change and complete its evolution is somewhat troublesome. Wang Hao has always relied on the devouring properties of spirit ships, feeding them with massive amounts of low-level materials such as spirit fish and spirit bone plates to grow rapidly and wildly. Meanwhile, other ship repairmen have already mastered the basic knowledge and materials required for the evolution of these spirit ships through hundreds of years of accumulation and learning. The problem is now easily solved. Unlike other ship repairs, it doesn't require relying on the ship's inherent characteristics. But, Chapter 118, A Promise Made, a Bond for Life and Death. But there are ways to overcome this problem. Systematically learning about spirit ships is too painful. The structure of a ship alone is a huge amount of knowledge that could take decades to learn, not to mention spirit runes, which are even more profound and related to magic. They are the embodiment of laws. Would it take 100 or 200 years to even understand the basics? Fortunately, Wang Hao had a cheat code. The blue crystal, that seafood, can generate electricity. It's devouring materials. Blue spirit. Go, deduction. The next stage of the blue crystal's evolution is to devour higher-grade spiritual materials or more powerful sea beasts. Simply consuming ordinary spiritual materials and fish has some effect, but not much. It doesn't bring about a qualitative change for breakthroughs and is essentially useless. No matter how much ordinary, low-level material is absorbed, it can only increase the spiritual energy foundation of the spiritual sea. It seems that if I want to advance, I need to go to deeper and more distant ocean areas and hunt higher-level sea beasts. After pondering for a moment, Wang Hao called all the crew members to the deck. Looking at the beautiful young women in front of him, their beautiful eyes fixed on him, he told them his plan. Everyone, our spirit ship has now entered a crucial leap phase. Next, I will leave the area outside White Sand Island and enter the truly dangerous sea to hunt sea beasts of level 1 and above. This journey will take us there. After glancing at the beautiful young female crew members in front of him, Wang Hao continued speaking. This journey may involve unknown dangers, encounters with even more powerful and ferocious sea monsters, and even uncharted perils. It is fraught with peril, and there may even be risks to our lives. The purpose of summoning everyone here is to ensure the safe return of anyone who is unwilling to go. If so, I will ensure your safe return to White Sand Island without any blame. However, Wang Hao was met with unanimous and unwavering gazes. Captain, I'm not afraid. Without you, we would have no future. The blue crystal is my home. Wherever you are, I will be. Xiao Lian was the first to step forward. Although her voice was not loud, it was unusually firm. Me too. What's there to be afraid of in danger? With the captain, we're not afraid of anything. Now that we're on board, we should all share the same boat and weather the storms together. What's a little danger, said Li Wei, the young lady from the Li family, with equal firm support. Zhang Rongrong and her sister, along with Ali and the others, stood behind Wang Hao, their attitudes self-evident. Ali even took the initiative to step forward and hug Wang Hao's arm, and no one backed down. Looking at these girls, so full of trust, even a touch of fanaticism, Wang Hao took a deep breath, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, he stretched out his palm, resonated with the spirit ship, and condensed 20 spirit ship contract runes. All right. Since you're all willing to weather this storm with me, I won't let you ladies down. This is the spirit ship contract. I believe you all know what it is. Once signed, your lives and souls will be completely bound to the blue crystal closely connected with me. We will share both glory and loss. You will receive spiritual energy feedback from the spirit ship and officially embark on the path of weapon cultivation, but you will also be bound by a contract, never to betray it. Are you willing? Spirit ship contract. As a young lady from a prestigious family, Li Wei naturally knew what this was. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and immense surprise. She was all too aware of the preciousness and significance of this item. This is not only a smooth path to mastering the power of weapon crafting, but also the captain's unwavering trust and a complete transformation of their identities. For ordinary girls in particular, this was the best they had ever dreamed of, meaning they would be truly accepted and completely freed from their fate. Thump, thump. The commoner girls, led by Xiaoyan, were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. They knelt down in front of Wang Hao, their voices choked with emotion, yet they made a solemn vow. I, Xiaoyan, hereby swear and sign this contract. In this life and for all eternity, I will be the captain's person, a crew member of the Blue Crystal, willing to dedicate everything to the captain and never betray him. If I disobey, may my soul be scattered to the winds. The young women from aristocratic families and guilds, though somewhat reserved, bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with excitement. With a thought, Wang Hao sent 20 contract runes flying towards them. The runes quickly merged into their brows, and instantly, an invisible link was established. Wang Hao could feel their excitement and joy, and even an unspeakable sense of dedication. At the same time, a gentle spiritual energy flowed continuously into their spiritual sea through the contract bond, and they instantly felt a powerful sense of energy flowing through their entire bodies, unlike their usual passive absorption of spiritual energy from the spirit ship by their natal spirit artifacts. Now, spiritual energy is actively flowing into their spiritual seas, making the spiritual fire within them even more dazzling and flickering. The efficiency of nurturing their natal spiritual artifacts has increased several times over, and it seems that the nurturing will be completed very soon. If you find suitable spiritual materials to refine and upgrade your natal spiritual weapon, you can directly advance from the weapon embryo stage to a low-grade spiritual weapon and gain powerful combat strength. After the contract was signed, looking at these beautiful faces filled with trust and fervor, Wang Hao was filled with emotion. The bond between ship repairmen, spirit ships, and their crew members in this world far exceeded his understanding. A simple promise, a contract, is enough to earn their unwavering loyalty. In the past, the cases we saw were all people who gave their hearts and souls and dedicated their lives, yet in the end, they still couldn't get a genuine heart in return. It was truly laughable and ironic. In this world, a single contract can secure the life and death loyalty of such a stunningly beautiful woman. If that's the case, then let's continue down this path and reach the ultimate. This thought grew stronger in Wang Hao's heart. To make the spirit ship even more powerful, to recruit more outstanding and beautiful crew members, and to roam freely in this endless ocean world, making his transmigration worthwhile. Raise the sails. Set sail, Wang Hao commanded with boundless enthusiasm. As if sensing Wang Hao's will, the blue crystal suddenly increased its speed, broke through the waves, and sailed into the deeper sea. After completely leaving the waters around White Sand Island, everyone quickly discovered that fishing nets could only catch ordinary spirit fish, which were no longer useful for the evolution of the blue crystal ship and could only be used to refine pills. Alternatively, the materials such as spirit bones could be separated and given to Zhang Rongrong and the others to be refined into essence, which could be given to Lan Ling as a snack, or given to the girls who had already nurtured their natal weapon embryos to be used to refine their natal spirit weapons. As time went by, although few sea monsters were captured, with the help of the 10 auxiliary artifact cultivators on the ship, most of the artifact cultivator crew members had already refined their natal artifacts to the low-grade artifact stage. After Zhang Rongrong's natal spiritual artifact, the Frost Bottle, was upgraded to a Tier 1 low-grade spiritual artifact, it can now not only refine the essence of spiritual materials, but also has offensive capabilities. Wang Hao had Lan Ling generate a simple panel and began to examine it one by one. Chapter 119, Try Fishing for Giant Fish. The first thing I look at is my general data. Captain, Wang Hao. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship Spirit, Blue Spirit, Newborn Stage. Ship Classification, Funeral Ship, 99 meters. Power System, Sail, Spirit Fire Propeller. Special Module, Information Deduction and Processing Center. Soul Ship Contract, 3299. Skill List, 5 elements Wind and Thunder Shield, Thunder Control Technique, Beginner, Wood Control Technique, Beginner, Water Control Technique, Beginner, wind control technique, beginner, metal control technique, beginner, earth control technique, beginner, fire control technique, beginner. It seems that apart from the increase in the number of spirit ship contracts, there haven't been many other changes. Next, let's check the general situation of the crew. Crew member, Zhang Rongrong. Power level, Tier 1. Natal artifact, Frost Bottle, Tier 1 low-grade artifact. Innate spiritual flame, mysterious frost spiritual flame, a subflame split from a mid-grade spiritual flame. Skills, spirit material refining and extraction, basic alchemy, basic weapon forging, frost arrow, frost mastery, basic. Crew member, Zhang Meyer. Power level, Tier 1. Natal artifact, gold melting furnace, Tier 1 low-grade artifact. Innate spiritual flame, crimson flame spiritual flame, a subflame split from a mid-grade spiritual flame. Skills, refining and extracting spiritual materials, alchemy, beginner, weapon crafting, beginner, charm. Crew member, Zhang Ji. Power level, Tier 1. My natal spiritual artifact, earth-containing bowl. Innate spiritual flame, stone heart flame, lower-grade spiritual flame, split subflame. Skills, refining and extracting spiritual materials, beginner-level alchemy, early-stage weapon crafting. When Wang Hao saw the other party's natal spirit fire, he was also stunned. The spirit fire controlled by this person next to him was actually a subfire split from a mid-grade spirit fire. The Zhang family was actually willing to send such a good seedling of weapon cultivator to their ship. We've really struck gold. The 5 Zhang sisters and the other 5 auxiliary artifact cultivators were all of similar ability, each mastering a type of spiritual fire splitting into subfires. They formed 2 groups and spent their days in the artifact refining cabin, researching pills and refining spiritual artifacts. Occasionally, they would help the crew refine the essence of spiritual materials, leading extremely busy lives. Crew member, Li Xiaoyu. Power level, Tier 1. My natal artifact, skinning knife, Tier 1, low-grade artifact. Innate spiritual flame, crimson flame. Skills, culinary arts, intermediate, butcher's seafood dissection technique, advanced, flaming knife technique. Crew member, Xiaoya. Power level, Tier 2. Bloodline power, moonlit spirit rabbit. Skills, spirit plant cultivation, spiritual energy perception, treasure hunting, plant growth, spiritual herb identification. Crew member, Amon. Power level, Tier 2. Bloodline power, ancient rock armored wild bear. Skills, earth control, mighty blow, chaotic cloak hammer technique. Crew member, Ali. Power level, Tier 2. Bloodline power, nine-tailed red fox. Skills, foxfire, culinary arts, advanced, medicinal cuisine. Crew member, Aling. Power level, Tier 2. Bloodline power, nine-tailed cat demon. Skills, shadow strike, assassination technique. Crew member, Ari. Power level, Tier 2. Bloodline power, nine-tailed white fox. Skill, acting cute. Crew member, Xiaolian. Power level, Tier 0. My destiny weapon, spirit pattern fishing net. My natal spirit fire, water spirit fire, low-grade spirit fire splitting into subfires. Skills, fishing proficiency, water ripple observation. Crew member, Li Wei. Power level, Tier 2. My natal spirit weapon, purple pattern spirit bamboo, fishing rod, Tier 2 spirit weapon. My natal spirit fire, azure wood spirit fire, mid-grade spirit fire splitting into subfires. Skills, advanced fishing, wave riding rod technique. Seeing that almost all of the crew members had advanced to the level of weapon cultivators, Wang Hao was secretly happy for them, especially since his beast-eared girl had already reached level 2. He never expected that the soft and cute Xiaoya was actually a level 2 being. This shy little rabbit was surprisingly strong. The crew members who traveled by crafting tools and repairing roads, even after so long, had only managed to acquire level 1 spiritual materials, and most of them were not even graded. Wait, a wolf has infiltrated this group of huskies. Wang Hao carefully examined this young lady from the Li family. She was actually a second-tier weapon cultivator and a fishing cultivator at that. How did such a talent manage to infiltrate this group? If Lan Ling hadn't generated the crew member panel, he wouldn't have known that there was such a powerful existence among the weapon cultivators. Captain. Wang Hao, who was lying on the bow of the boat enjoying the sea breeze, heard the sound and turned around to see that it was the wolf from the husky. Oh, it's Li Wei. What's up? Wang Hao stared intently at Li Wei. She had a cool and aloof appearance, a tall and slender figure. Her jet black hair was tied up, revealing her long neck and her stunning figure. She was a top-notch beauty. Wang Hao's probing gaze made Li Wei blush slightly, but she quickly calmed down and spoke. Captain, Ordinary fishing nets are ineffective against these cunning sea creatures that lurk in the deep sea, and they are difficult to catch. Why don't we try sea fishing instead? Sea fishing? Wang Hao asked doubtfully. Yes, you may not know this, but our natal spiritual artifacts are fishing rods. They can generate subtle sensations while fishing. If we use spirit fish as bait, and with the help of a fish-attracting bell, we might be able to attract powerful sea beasts to take the bait. Wang Hao's eyes lit up immediately. Good idea. Let's try sea fishing. Call out the girls whose natal artifacts are fishing rods and fish-attracting bells. Take them sea fishing, but be careful. Sea monsters are ferocious. Safety first. Yes, Captain. With Wang Hao's support, Li Wei immediately found 8 girls carrying fishing rods and 2 girls with delicate bells on their wrists, and a new hunting method began. The girls chose the best spot on the side of the blue whale, hooked fresh, delicious fish on their hooks, and cast them into the water. 2 girls holding bells stood on the boat and gently shook the bells, sending clear, strange sound waves into the sea. On, Xiaoyu, come over here and keep an eye on things, be vigilant. Like Wang Hao, the others watched with curiosity as the fishing hook with bait sank into the unfathomable depths of the sea. Time passed slowly, and the only sounds on the surface were the waves and the crisp sound of bells. Sudden, the fishing rod in Li Wei's hand suddenly bent into an astonishing arc, and the fishing line instantly tightened, making a creaking sound. Come help. You're so strong, Li Wei exclaimed. Her spiritual energy surged as she tried to steady the fishing rod, but her body was still being pulled towards the side of the boat by the enormous drag force. Seeing this, Amon rushed over and firmly grabbed the fishing rod, beginning a struggle with the sea monster on the seabed. Get up. With Amon's help, Li Wei began to slowly turn the winch. The sea monster on the seabed struggled wildly. Li Wei guided the fishing line to vibrate at a special frequency, sometimes releasing the force and sometimes tightening it suddenly, skillfully neutralizing the brute force of the underwater behemoth. The other girls watched nervously as a pure contest of strength unfolded, not daring to even breathe. It lasted for a full quarter of an hour, as the giant creature in the sea was gradually pulled towards the surface. Whoosh! A huge splash erupted, and a massive black shadow was pulled out of the water. It was a sea monster that was over 15 meters long, somewhat like a ribbonfish, but even more ferocious and terrifying. Its entire body was covered with dark blue scales that shimmered with a metallic light. Its head is enormous, with layers of dagger-like sharp fangs in its open maw, and its eyes are filled with savagery and madness. A row of sharp, serrated fins runs along its back. Chapter 1:20 Upgrading the Spirit Boatman. At this moment, the magical fishhook was firmly stuck in its hard mouth, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not break free. It's a softened snakefish. Watch out for its lightning attacks. Zhang Rongrong recognized the sea monster and immediately shouted a warning. After being dragged to the surface, the softened serpentine fish became ferocious. Its white eyes locked onto the people on the armor, and blinding blue-white lightning gathered deep within its massive mouth. Just as it was about to launch a lightning attack, a blurry figure silently appeared on the side of its head. It's Aling. She timed it perfectly. In the instant the softened thunderfish exerted its immense force, the dagger in her hand pierced its eye socket with unparalleled precision, penetrating straight into its brain. The shadow power on the dagger instantly extinguished its life force. The softened snakefish's massive body suddenly stiffened, completely ceasing its struggle and resistance. One fatal blow. Well done, Ailing. Wang Hao exclaimed. Ailing's attack skills were becoming increasingly refined and ruthless. The girls immediately sprang into action, dragging the enormous sea monster's carcass onto the deck for disposal in a designated area. Zhang Rongrong stepped forward to examine it carefully, a look of surprise and delight on her face. Captain, this softened thunderfish has reached the level of a Tier 2 sea beast. Its flesh is an excellent material for refining Tier 2 pills. Its softens and mouthful of sharp teeth can also be used to refine Tier 2 spiritual weapons, or to extract its essence for use as materials to upgrade one's natal spiritual weapon. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Ling appeared out of nowhere and slowly circled above the sea beast, showing a strong desire and joy for this level 2 sea beast. Captain, give it to me. Give it to me. Materials for evolution. Little Blue Spirit instantly floated back to Wang Hao's side, her sweet voice ringing in his ears. Okay, don't rush. I'll break it down and give it to you. After calming down the foodie Lan Ling, Wang Hao immediately instructed the girls on the boat to break down the big fish as quickly as possible. The girls who were free immediately sprang into action, taking out their special tools for handling sea monsters and carefully dissecting the softened thunderfish. Their techniques were very skilled. They scaled, removed the flesh, and dismantled the bones, finally storing some usable materials and leaving the rest for the spirit ship to absorb. The successful first fishing for sea monsters greatly boosted morale, and the girls, full of energy and confidence, threw themselves back into the intense fishing work. Soon, another fishing rod suddenly bent. "Quick, it's taken the bait." Seeing this, Amon immediately went to help. This time it was much easier, and she quickly pulled up a slightly smaller giant creature. The creature had a huge head covered with metallic scales. When it was pulled to the surface, it tried to attack the ship, but Amon smashed its metal head to pieces with a single blow and dragged it aboard. "This is a Tier 1 ironhead pomfret. Hurry up and process it. Just peel off the scales on the head and give the rest to Lan Ling. The little guy is drooling," Zhang Meyer teased from the side. Over the next few hours, sea monsters were continuously attracted by the strange sound waves of the bells and were then fished up. Cheers and roars from the sea monsters rang out from time to time. Amon was so busy that she couldn't keep up, and several girls worked together to drag the sea monsters ashore. Every now and then, a flash of lightning would streak across the deck. Wang Hao controlled the lightning to attack, and these behemoths were killed before they could even react. The deck became unusually busy. The blue crystal was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the flesh and blood of sea beasts to evolve. The spiritual light on the ship's hull became more and more condensed, and the spiritual patterns became more profound, even though the ship's length was still 99 meters. However, Wang Hao sensed that the density, defensive capabilities, and spiritual energy conversion and absorption of the spirit ship had all improved to a higher level. The ship was rapidly accumulating its foundation, waiting for its transformation. For the next period of time, the blue crystal continued to sail in the deep ocean, engaging in deep-sea fishing, and reaping an incredibly rich harvest. The warehouse was filled with precious materials that had been dissected, and the cold storage compartments were also filled with the essence of various sea creatures and fish meat. On this day, after everyone worked together to kill a 40-meter-long Tier 3 thick armored turtle, the blue crystal ship devoured it. Buzz! The blue crystal erupted with dazzling light, and a series of cracking sounds came from inside the ship. A vast and powerful aura burst forth from the depths of the hull. The light emanating from the 5 elements spiritual patterns and wind and thunder spiritual patterns on the ship rapidly flowed across its surface. The entire ship's hull structure is undergoing a qualitative transformation and reorganization. Moreover, the height and width of the hull are also increasing simultaneously, making the overall shape more beautiful and fluid. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, filled with surprise and delight, the blue crystal seemed to break through a barrier, growing from 99 meters to 100 meters. A sense of completeness and power emanated from the spirit ship, connecting with the minds of every crew member who had signed the contract. They also clearly felt the changes within themselves, their spiritual energy becoming more active, and their spiritual sea space rapidly expanding under the powerful spiritual energy generated by the ship's transformation. "We did it! We did it!" Xiaolian was the first to jump up, excitedly grabbing her sister's hands. The captain of the 100-meter spirit boat has been promoted to spirit boat warrior. Zhang Rongrong's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she looked at Wang Hao with pride and tenderness. Xiaoya happily jumped into Wang Hao's arms, her snow-white ears standing straight up. In her excitement, she forgot all about her usual shyness. Wang Hao felt the powerful energy emanating from the spirit ship, a spiritual force even stronger and purer than before, and a greater sense of control over the surrounding sea and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He felt extremely happy. The feeling of perfect control, almost as if he were one with the blue crystal, filled him with pride. Looking at the girls on the deck who were equally tired but excited, he waved his hand and laughed. "Ladies, thank you for your hard work. Today, our blue crystal has officially advanced, and this achievement would not have been possible without your collective efforts. Pass on my order. We're having a proper rest today. No work, just a party." "Wow! Long live the captain. Great! Let's have a party." As soon as Wang Hao gave the order, the entire blue crystal ship instantly turned into a sea of joy, and the girls on the deck burst into deafening cheers. The tension and fatigue of the past few days were dispelled by this sudden joy, and his face was filled with pure joy and excitement. Ali naturally became the party's general coordinator, and almost all the girls were happy to help in the enormous kitchen, where all sorts of seafood ingredients harvested over the past few days were brought out. Xiaoya took out the freshest vegetables and several kinds of spiritual fruits from her tea plantation. The serrated snakehead fish as thick, meaty fillets that sizzle and juicy when grilled. It must be delicious. These golden-scaled fish may look small, but they are level 2 spirit fish. Steaming is the best way to cook them, preserving their original flavor. And also, those tier 1 rainbow spirit shrimp. Hurry up and take them out, stir-fry them. Where's that giant lobster that Sister Wei Wei caught yesterday? It's so big. Hurry up and bring it out. We can eat a lot of shrimp at once, steamed, grilled, boiled. Chapter 121 New Badges and New Features. Soon, all sorts of fragrances began to fill the air. On the huge deck, tables were pieced together, covered with clean tablecloths, and filled with a dazzling array of seafood dishes, each one fragrant and colorful, a veritable feast for the senses. A variety of ingredients were still being grilled on the surrounding barbecue grills. On the table, steamed golden scale fish was served like a work of art, covered with emerald green scallion and ginger shreds. Hot oil was poured over it, and the aroma filled the air. A huge lobster shell, more than 10 meters long, was placed on the table, with the lobster meat inside prepared into various exquisite delicacies and arranged among them. An exquisitely crafted ice crystal boat was placed on the dining table, covered with sashimi platters of fish slices as thin as cicada wings, and accompanied by dishes of special sauces. The girls also created other delicacies from the ocean. As the sun set, it painted the sea and sky a warm orange red. The blue crystal activated its 5 elements shield, instantly illuminating the deck with a dazzling array of colors. The party has officially begun. Everyone sat casually together, their glasses filled with fruit wine or juice. Wang Hao watched this warm and lively scene and smiled at the right moment. The first toast. To everyone. It's all thanks to your hard work that we're where we are today. Wang Hao raised his glass and said loudly. To the captain. Everyone raised their glasses in unison and drank them down in one gulp, instantly creating a lively atmosphere. The second toast. To the future. To the blue crystal, our shared home. Respect our home. The girls shouted, their faces flushed. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere relaxed completely, and everyone began to feast on the rare culinary delights. This sashimi is so delicious. It's so bouncy and chewy, and has a subtle sweetness. Try this grilled skewer. It smells amazing. Little Tanuki, with its cheeks puffed out, ate like a hamster, acting as the party's ray of sunshine. The crew chatted and shared their food with each other. Zhang Rongrong and Ali stayed by Wang Hao's side, enjoying the food and watching the lively scene. They smiled at each other, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future and tenderness when they looked at Wang Hao. Midway through, someone started it, and several girls began to dance joyfully on the star-studded deck. Xiaoya took out her short flute and played a melodious tune to accompany their dance. At this moment, joy and delicious food are the most touching scenery. After more than half a year of drifting at sea, the blue crystal broke through the waves and slowly sailed into the dock of White Sand Island. Since there was no need to fish and Wang Hao did not deliberately conceal the spiritual light and spiritual pressure emitted by the spirit ship, it immediately attracted the attention of the people on the dock. Look, a spirit ship is coming. Is that the blue crystal? It looks different, could it be? The blue crystal came to a steady stop in its berth, drawing a flurry of discussion and awe from the crowd on the dock. When Wang Hao and his crew disembarked, everyone felt a sense of solid ground beneath their feet and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Even though the spirit ship has the feeling of suppressing the wind and waves at sea, it doesn't feel particularly uncomfortable under normal circumstances, but the feeling of stepping on the land is still so comfortable. When the crowd saw the ship repair badge on Wang Hao's chest, they immediately quieted down and made way for him. Ignoring the stares of these people, Wang Hao distributed a generous reward to everyone so they could go sightseeing. Then, he led Zhang Rongrong and the other girls straight to the ship repair guild. When Zhang Chui saw Wang Hao and his group step into the ship repair guild, she spotted them immediately, especially when she sensed the heavy aura emanating from Wang Hao and the rich spiritual energy emanating from her nieces. He was startled at first, then quickly snapped out of it, his face instantly filled with a smile and shock. He unconsciously ran over, knocking the documents off the table without even noticing. Captain Wang, you're back? How can I help you? Zhang Chui asked somewhat nervously. To certify the spirit boat warrior level. Wang Hao immediately stated his purpose. Although Zhang Chui already had a guess in her heart, she still couldn't hide her excitement when she heard those words with her own ears. She had bet on the right thing, and a collective gasp filled the hall. All eyes instantly focused on Wang Hao, especially those weapon cultivators who came here seeking hope, looking at Zhang Rongrong and the others behind Wang Hao with eyes full of envy and jealousy. The ship repairmen's guild staff also stood up and served tea and water to Wang Hao. White Sand Island hasn't seen a new spirit ship warrior for many years. Even though Miss Helena's large-scale distribution of spirit awakening potions has spawned a large number of ship repair apprentices, without resources and luck, it would still take 100 years, or even several hundred years, to persevere. Each spirit boat warrior signifies that the spirit boat has surpassed 100 meters in length, and their strength is enough to make them stand out in their region. More importantly, according to imperial law and the Ship Repair Convention, any spirit boat warrior officially certified by the Empire has a social status equivalent to that of an imperial noble. Although they do not currently have any actual fiefdoms, they enjoy just as many privileges and influence as they do. If they make contributions, it is not impossible for them to obtain island fiefdoms. Zhang Cui was so excited that her hands trembled slightly. Okay, please come with me and rest for a while. I'll go and make the arrangements. The certification process went very smoothly. After the Union's spirit testing steel test, on-site inspection of the spirit ship, and display of the spirit sea phantom, the certification was completed. Congratulations, Lord Wang Hao. You have officially been promoted to Spirit Ship Warrior. You will enjoy the glory of the Empire and receive 10 spirit stones per month from the Ship Repair Guild as a ship repair allowance. The Union leader spoke very politely and handed Wang Hao a brand new badge symbolizing his identity as a spirit boatman. Wang Hao examined the badge, which was engraved with runes and featured an anchor and wave pattern, making it even more exquisite. After Wang Hao accepted the badge, the Union leader spoke again. My lord, this badge is not only a symbol of your identity, but the spirit runes engraved inside contain your information. Within the Imperial Seas, you can also use it to connect to the Imperial Ship Repair Regional Channel to communicate with other ship repair crews and help each other. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao immediately channeled his spiritual energy into the ship repair badge, and a blue light screen appeared before him, displaying general information about Wang Hao and the spirit ship. Wow, this is a chat channel. The psionic technology in this world is pretty good. Wang Hao started operating it very skillfully, controlling it entirely with his mind. Not bad at all. There were only 12 ship repairers who had reached the spirit boatman level in the regional channel of the White Sand Island waters. Each ship repairer represented a light spot. Judging from the distance displayed on the light screen map, most of them were not in the port and no one was talking. There were quite a few messages, all about buying spiritual materials. Further areas cannot be displayed, which shows that the map functionality is quite limited. It doesn't need to cover the entire empire, but it should at least cover more areas. The map functionality is not even as complete as it is for such a small area. Bad review. Chapter 122 Zihua exchanges classics and spirit stones. The news of the addition of a new spirit boatman to the island spread like wildfire throughout the entire White Sand Island. The Zhang family was the first to receive the message, and Zhang Cui immediately took out her communication conch to send the message back to the family. Inside the Zhang family mansion, the Zhang family patriarch, who was frowning with worry because his business had been suppressed by various parties recently, heard this news. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up from his chair, his face flushed with excitement, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha! Good. Excellent. Heaven blesses the Zhang family. Captain Wang is indeed no ordinary man. In just over a year, he has completely upgraded the spirit ship to a spirit ship warrior. Its advancement speed surpasses that of ordinary ship repairs by 100 times. Its origins are indeed extraordinary. He slammed his hand on the table in excitement and paced back and forth in the hall. Quick, prepare generous gifts. No, I'll personally go to welcome Captain Wang, Rongrong, and Mayor. Those who rushed to the hall upon hearing the news, who had initially been quite critical of the patriarch for not only sending Zhang Rongrong's outstanding eldest daughter to the spirit ship, but also for his unwavering support in helping Zhang Rongrong and her group establish themselves, were now filled with discontent. Especially when the family was suppressed by the Wantong Chamber of Commerce in conjunction with other families. The family members who had been secretly complaining about the family and the fence-sitters all put on their brightest smiles and rushed to speak. The clan chief is wise. He saw Captain Wang's extraordinary nature long ago. Rongrong and Miss Mayer truly have discerning eyes, choosing to steadfastly follow the captain and making a great contribution to our Zhang family. From now on, with the spirit boat warrior in charge, let's see who dares to make things difficult for us. The atmosphere in the Zhang family went from gloomy to jubilant. Meanwhile, the other families on the island, especially those who had secretly colluded with the Wantong Chamber of Commerce and participated in suppressing the families and Chamber of Commerce, were filled with regret. What? That Wang Hao became a spirit boat warrior in such a short time? How long has he been gone? It's over. I shouldn't have listened to the Wantong Chamber of Commerce in the first place. Quickly, go check what precious gifts we have in our warehouse and send them to the Blue Crystal immediately, saying that we are congratulating Captain Wang on his promotion. In the end, the families that cultivated artifacts on the island were the ones who regretted it the most, such as the Li family. When the Li family heard the news, they even dropped their teacups on the ground. Ling Zhou, sure, our Li family originally had a chance too. He beat his chest in frustration. Back when he left home, a young lady from a collateral branch of the family had fallen for him on the Blue Crystal, but under pressure from the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, he chose to exert pressure in secret and even sent someone back, which led to him directly announcing his departure from the family. Now, thinking about it, it was incredibly foolish. Quickly, go and contact Li Wei. No, I'll go myself. Go to the family treasury and pick out a gift. We must repair our relationship and tell her that the family will always support her choices. As if grasping at the last straw, the head of the Li family urgently issued orders and began to take action. In an instant, the attitudes of all forces on White Sand Island changed drastically. The previous suppression seemed to have never happened. The dock became unusually lively, with various families arriving one after another with gifts. However, Zhang Rongrong politely turned them away, saying that the captain needed to meditate and tidy up the spirit ship. However, truly wise people never give up. They know what a newly acquired spirit vessel means. It is absolutely incomparable to ordinary wealth, gold, and other worldly possessions. Instead, it is a mobile treasure trove of cultivation resources that can enhance one's strength and improve one's cultivation realm. A few days later, one morning, the Lin family, led by a family of ship repairmen, came to visit. This time, they did not prepare an ordinary gift list, but carefully prepared things that would be beneficial to cultivation. Seeing this, Zhang Rongrong couldn't make the decision on her own. After consulting with Wang Hao, she invited the person onto the Blue Crystal. After being furnished, an empty cabin on the bridge was transformed into a waiting cabin. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the head of the Lin family took the lead in getting to the point. Captain Wang, to be honest, we have come here today for 2 reasons. First, to congratulate you on your promotion. Second, we also have a favor to ask. We have heard that you possess a low-grade primordial spirit fire. This rare and precious material can aid in the growth of a spirit ship and can also be used to refine elixirs and spiritual artifacts. Captain Wang, would you be willing to part with a small amount of your seed fire? The price will certainly satisfy you. The other family heads echoed this sentiment, their eyes filled with eagerness. They didn't covet the primordial spirit fire, but the first-generation offspring fire was still a valuable item. Whether it's used for the evolution of spirit ships for younger family members, or for family members without ship repair qualifications to pursue the path of weapon cultivation, it can greatly increase the family's foundation. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao understood but was not surprised. Using spiritual fire to refine pills and spiritual artifacts on his spirit ship was like adding wings to a tiger. Even novices like Zhang Rongrong can successfully refine pills using spiritual fire, and with a consistently high success rate. These families must also want to obtain them. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao slowly spoke. Splitting a few wisps of fire isn't impossible, but upon hearing this, they immediately perked up, eager to know what Wang Hao's conditions were. Let's skip the gold coins and other ordinary valuables. They're no longer of any use to me. What Captain Wang means is, what I want are things of real value, such as basic and advanced cultivation techniques for weapon cultivators of various attributes. The higher the grade, the better. Secondly, I want books, nautical charts, and other items related to ship cultivators. Finally, the currency is only spirit stones. The things Wang Hao proposed accurately grasped the core essence of these family heads, but they were not untradeable. As for the classics, one copy could be made. The currency used for ship repairs is spirit stones. Although they are scarce on White Sand Island, they still have some in stock. This allows for flexible trading and ensures a steady profit by enhancing their family's foundation. After a moment of contemplation, the Lin family head gritted his teeth and spoke first. Our Lin family has a water-based cultivation technique called overlapping waves technique, which can amplify the combat power of water-based weapon cultivators. Even third-tier weapon cultivators can use it. In addition, we will offer 50 spirit stones in exchange for a wisp of the Generation 1 flame, and Captain Wang will also receive a copy of the Spirit Boat Manual. Another family head immediately chimed in. My Zhao family possesses a copy of the Thick Earth Technique. Everyone offered their bids, clearly having come prepared. Although what they offered might not be their family's most valuable heirlooms, they were definitely good items for Wang Hao. Wang Hao was very satisfied. He looked up at Zhang Rongrong and, seeing her nod slightly, spoke up. Everyone, I promise. I will present the spirit fires to you one by one in 3 days. Please be patient and let me prepare. Of course. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, everyone bowed in acknowledgement and then left the blue crystal. Wang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Dealing with these old foxes was more tiring than fighting sea monsters. Chapter 123, Ling is so hot. Split fire was a piece of cake for Wang Hao. The blue crystal was simply a supermodel, with an extremely terrifying efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy, far exceeding the scope of ordinary spirit ships, plus the circulation of the 5 elements' spiritual patterns. Its power is undeniable. The damage and weakness caused by the splitting of the subfire to the original spirit fire are negligible. As long as it is not completely drained at once, the spirit ship's spiritual energy can almost immediately replenish the spirit fire's power after the splitting. But gradually Wang Hao became less flamboyant and learned to conceal his abilities, so he set a 3-day time frame and asked them to wait. These past few days haven't been idle either. The ship has accumulated tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual herbs and spirit-restoring powders, as well as several thousand portions of high-grade pills and chi-replenishing pills. These have been handed over to the Zhang family for sale, in exchange for a considerable amount of useful spiritual materials and daily necessities for the ship. When more than 100 Tier 1 pills, the Qi cultivation pills, appeared, they caused a frenzy among the weapon cultivators. These pills, which could assist in breakthroughs, were extremely rare and sought after. For a time, the Zhang family was incredibly prestigious, and weapon cultivators came in droves to buy the pills. 3 days later, the transaction was successfully completed. Wang Hao successfully acquired a large number of books on ship repair and weapon repair, as well as several types of cultivation techniques. Wang Hao had Lan Ling scan and record them. The distribution of cultivation techniques to the crew members caused another round of cheers. Some of the bolder girls even took advantage of the chaos to secretly kiss Wang Hao several times. In the following period, the blue crystal entered a rare period of peace and relaxation. Everyone took out the materials from the sea beasts in the ship's hold and refined them into essence. Together with the 5 elemental spiritual materials they had acquired, all the crew members entered the cultivation stage. Few people could be seen on the deck, as they all rushed to the weapon refining cabin. They sought help from Zhang Rongrong and the others, and excitedly began using the essence of spiritual materials to refine their own natal spiritual weapons. The crew members were busy cultivating, and even Rongrong and the others were extremely busy. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was doing nothing all day long. He lazily lay on the deck chair, enjoying the sea breeze, and began to tease his beast-eared girl. Xiaoya, come and let me see how well the spiritual plant in your hand is growing. Wang Hao beckoned to Xiaoya. Upon seeing this, Xiaoya immediately came over happily, carrying a spirit plant cultivated in a flower pot. Captain, it's growing quite well. Once it's a little bigger, we can transplant it into the spirit field. Wang Hao pretended to check on Xiaoya's spiritual plant growth, but his hand involuntarily rubbed the sensitive base of her rabbit ears, causing Xiaoya to let out a yah. She practically jumped up on the spot and darted behind Ali. This little rabbit is still so shy. Captain, Ali glared at Wang Hao annoyed. Wang Hao laughed and turned his gaze to the little fox who was having a great time. Little Tanuki, come here. As if by magic, Wang Hao took out a spiritual fruit from his spiritual sea space. As expected, the little fox was attracted and hopped over, looking at the fruit with longing eyes. Captain Brother is the best, Xiao Li called out in a soft, sweet voice. Wang Hao casually rubbed Xiao Li's ears. Xiao Li happily munched on the fruit, completely unconcerned about Wang Hao rubbing her ears. She even deliberately wrapped her fluffy white tail around Wang Hao's hand, and her big eyes narrowed happily. After playing with Xiaoya and the cheerful little fox, Wang Hao's gaze fell on the quiet figure by the ship's side. As always, Ailing remained quiet. The sunlight outlined her cool profile and perfect curves. Wang Hao stroked his chin, wanting to tease this little cat girl. So he tiptoed closer and saw that the other's ears twitched slightly, but its eyes remained closed, and it didn't react. So Wang Hao became bolder and reached out to touch the pair of black cat-like feet that looked like they felt great to the touch. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the soft ear, Ling, who had been pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, suddenly moved. Her movements were as fast as lightning. Before Wang Hao could react, his wrist was firmly grasped by a slightly cool little hand. Ailing's amber eyes gleamed with a dangerous yet alluring light as she stared directly at Wang Hao, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Captain, Ling's voice remained cold, but it trailed off with a long, drawn-out tone. It seems the captain has a lot of energy. Ailing took a step closer, her pupils reflecting Wang Hao's image. Ahem, I was just showing concern for the crew. Is that so? Ling interrupted Wang Hao, staring at him with burning eyes. The atmosphere made Wang Hao feel inexplicably guilty. Well, Captain, would you like to show more concern for your crew? Before Wang Hao could react, she grabbed his wrist and turned to walk towards the cabin. Huh? Wait, Ling, where are you taking me? Wang Hao was a little confused. Why was this not going in the direction he expected? Was this still the aloof cat girl? Why was it reversed? Without looking back, Ailing grabbed Wang Hao and left. Didn't the captain want to know how my ears feel? Let's find another place so you can examine them closely. On deck, Ali shook her head helplessly and chuckled, sprinkling sesame seeds onto the grilled meat skewers and handing them to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, watching the captain being dragged away by Sister Ling, tilted her head and asked innocently, Sister, are Captain Brother and Sister Ailing going to play hide-and-seek too? Ali chuckled upon hearing this. Yes, I reckon your Captain Brother is going to lose pretty badly. 3 days later, Wang Hao discovered that Ling, who appeared cold on the outside, was actually very passionate inside. When Wang Hao reappeared in front of everyone, his legs were shaking. It was Zhang Rongrong's message that pulled Wang Hao out of the captain's cabin. Captain, the island lord has issued an urgent mission. Zhang Rongrong knocked on the captain's cabin door, her voice urgent. The Baron's beloved daughter, Miss Elena, disappeared in the waters near the Shattered Star Reefs on her way back from a party on Bibbo Island. She and her spirit ship vanished without a trace, suspected to have been attacked by pirates. The Baron is furious and has issued a high reward. Anyone who pilots a spirit ship to participate in the rescue will be given 100 units of spirit wood. Even ship repair apprentices will receive 10 units of spirit wood. Even armed fishing boats capable of combat will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins immediately upon boarding, and all participants will receive an additional reward after the person is rescued. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was also taken aback. 100 cubic meters of spirit wood was no small amount, worth 100 spirit stones. This was enough to tempt any ship repairman. It seemed that Lord Field was so eager to save his daughter that he was even willing to spend a fortune. So he asked, What's the situation now? Chapter 124, Going to See the World. Now almost all the ships on the island capable of fighting have been mobilized, Zhang Rongrong replied immediately. The rendezvous point for the mission is at the eastern dock of Baisha Island. I heard that no fewer than 10 spirit ships over 100 meters long went there, and most of them were spirit ship warriors. There were even more other armed vessels of various sizes. Let's go. Recall all the crew members. Let's go to the East Wharf immediately. Wang Hao made the decision on the spot and walked out of the cabin with his steps a little weak. Ailing followed Wang Hao out, her expression seemingly as aloof as ever, but upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of a satisfied smile on her lips, like a cat that had stolen a fish. Ailing gracefully stepped forward to straighten Wang Hao's slightly wrinkled clothes, her fingertips brushing against his cheek, causing a slight tickle. Captain, next time, if you want to check on me, just say so. After saying that, she mischievously blew a breath into Wang Hao's ear. Wang Hao shuddered. It's over. They were teased in return. This time, Wang Hao reached out and openly ruffled Ling's hair and touched her wonderfully soft cat ears. Wait for me. I'll definitely teach you a lesson next time. Wang Hao's defiant attitude immediately drew a burst of laughter from Ling. Soon, all the crew members were in place, and the Blue Crystal left the southern dock and headed to the eastern dock area, which was dedicated to ship repair. Even before getting close, a truly awe-inspiring scene could be seen from afar. The East Wharf area was filled with masts like a forest, and ships of all sizes crowded the sea. The most eye-catching sight was undoubtedly the enormous vessel, over 300 meters long, moored in the very center, along with more than 10 other spirit boats, each 1 or 200 meters long, and over 100 armed fishing boats, all 1 or 200 meters long, gathered around it. These are high-level craftsmen from the Ship Repair Guild who specialize in building armed fishing boats. Although they lack the growth potential of spirit ships, they are all made with a lot of spiritual materials, and they are also engraved with defensive spirit patterns. They are also equipped with shipboard weapons such as crossbows, so their combat power is not weak either. However, it seemed insignificant under the powerful force of the spirit ship. These people were obviously there for the 10,000 gold coins entrance fee, hoping to take advantage of the chaos with the ship repairman. As the Blue Crystal approached the dock, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many people recognized this ship that had been making waves recently, and most of them had even purchased the first generation of the Blue Crystal's engine. It's the Blue Crystal, Captain Wang Hao. I heard he got incredibly lucky and found a primordial spirit fire, which is why he advanced so quickly. For every person who likes it, there's someone who dislikes it. Chill. Keep your voice down. What are you doing, a ship repair apprentice? Don't drag us down with you. Just then, a spirit ship of similar length, about 100 meters long, with slightly restless spiritual light, approached the blue crystal. Huang Mingxian was standing at the bow of the ship. Brother Wang, over here. Huang Mingxian waved enthusiastically, his face beaming with a smile. Wang Hao smiled and maneuvered the ship closer, sensing the slightly agitated spiritual pressure fluctuations of the other party at close range, and asked in surprise. Brother Huang, congratulations. It seems the Zihua is working well. Not only is it good, it's practically a life-saving grace. Without Brother Wang's seed fire, I don't know how many more years I would have wasted before I could refine a spirit ship and become a ship repairman. Quick, come with me. The Baron is distributing spirit wood. Led by Huang Mingxian, Wang Hao moored the ship and arrived at the location of Baron Roger Field. At this moment, the slightly overweight Baron had a look of displeasure and anger between his brows when he saw Wang Hao, the newly recruited spirit boatman. After expressing his gratitude and receiving Wang Hao's agreement to go together to search for and rescue his beloved daughter, he smiled and then had his men move 100 cubic meters of spirit wood, which exuded rich spiritual energy, onto the blue crystal. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Wang Hao asked Huang Mingxian beside him in a low voice. Brother, what exactly happened? Why is there such a large-scale operation? Miss Elena is missing. Are there any leads? Huang Mingxian looked around, and after making sure no one was there, he replied in a low voice. Brother Wang, Elena is the Baron's youngest daughter, and she has also awakened the talent of ship repair. She is the Baron's precious daughter. She went missing when passing through the outer waters of Shattered Star Reef, which is also the place where the Blood Claw pirates are hiding. But Miss Elena has an escort fleet. Ordinary sea monsters could never have wiped them out. Some speculate it was the Blood Claw pirate crew, but the Baron prefers to believe it and intends to crush them with overwhelming force, searching for and rescuing them, while simultaneously annihilating the pirate crew to establish his authority. After Huang Mingxuan's account, Wang Hao heard about the Blood Claw pirate gang again. It was said to be a force that had been quite active in the area in recent years, specializing in robbing lone ship repair apprentices. It was also said that its leader was a ship repairman. Instead of properly repairing ships, they insist on becoming pirates, living a precarious life, and now they even dare to target the direct relatives of imperial nobles. Wang Hao rubbed his chin, thinking that this person must be crazy. With such a long lifespan and the protection of the empire's rights, what could he possibly be thinking, running off to risk his life? He might be wiped out by the empire one day. Could it be that he has someone backing him up, or is being a pirate really that promising? Wang Hao shook his head, suppressing these speculations. Whatever the twists and turns, it was none of his business. The Baron was eager to save his daughter and offered a generous reward. His main objective this time, besides the 100 cubic meters of spirit wood, was to... Another purpose was to broaden one's horizons and gain experience. Such a large-scale fleet battle is rare, especially when it's happening up close. As for the safety of the noble lady and what kind of conspiracy might be behind it, that was not something Wang Hao was concerned about. As time went on, the docks became increasingly busy. Large numbers of equipment repairmen walked from the docks to various ships, and crates of supplies were carried onto the ships one after another. Bundles of crossbow bolts as thick as an arm were carried onto the ships. Everyone was making preparations for going to sea to fight. Rong Rong, pass the word down. Stay on guard, and do not disembark without permission. Yes, everything was proceeding at a tense pace. When preparations were complete, several command flags were raised from the Sea Shark, which was anchored in the center, and at the same time, Baron Roger Field's voice was amplified throughout the dock. All captains, listen up. Destination, Shattered Star Reef area, depart. A great reward will be given to whoever can rescue the girl. The lead ship, the Sea Shark, took the lead, cutting through the waves as it left the dock. More than 10 fishing boats followed closely behind, followed by hundreds of armed groups of all sizes. The entire fleet sailed away from the East Wharf and headed towards the Broken Star Reef area. The scene was so spectacular that it attracted countless residents on White Sand Island to stop and watch. Wang Hao steered the boat to the middle forward position of the team. This position was relatively safe and allowed him to clearly observe the movements of the entire team and any possible situations ahead, making it easy to adjust his strategy at any time. Chapter 125, Entering Battle Mode. The sheer power emanating from the massive fleet caused ordinary sea creatures along the route to flee in terror. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze. Huang Mingxian steered his spirit ship alongside the blue crystal, exchanging a few words through the communicator from time to time. He clearly regarded Wang Hao as his ally and someone to rely on. Brother Wang, look at this scene. This is the first time I've participated in such a large-scale operation. I've heard that the environment in the Shattered Star Reef area is very complex, with many reefs. It's a dangerous place. Huang Mingxian spoke of the danger, but his tone was full of excitement, showing that he was also a restless person. Time passed quietly during the voyage. After several days of sailing at full speed, the outlines of some black reefs protruding from the sea could be seen in the distance, indicating that the outer perimeter of the Broken Star Reef area had been reached. The fleet gradually slowed down, and the ships maintained contact with each other through flag signals and communication conch shells. They began to disperse and conduct a net-like search, while everyone became more cautious. However, after arriving at the target sea area and searching for several days, they found almost nothing except some broken planks and floating debris from the escort ships. Miss Elena's spirit ship seemed to have vanished into thin air. Upon seeing the broken planks of the escort ship, the Baron became extremely anxious and immediately ordered the fleet to enter the Shattered Star Reef area. After Wang Hao followed the fleet into this area, he found that huge reefs protruding from the sea surface blocked his view. Beneath the surface, the sea was riddled with reefs, swirling with eddies and creating a chaotic current. Fortunately, with the powerful detection and perception of the blue spirit, the blue crystal was able to navigate through these turbulent reefs with ease. Many of the armed fishing boats in the fleet encountered problems of varying degrees. The massive fleet was quickly separated in this chaotic reef area. If it weren't for the communication conch, they would probably have gotten lost here. Seeing this, Wang Hao thought to himself, these pirates really know how to find a place. Even a fleet several times larger could get lost here. Suddenly, an armed fishing boat located on the right flank of the convoy sounded an alarm. Several small pirate speedboats have been spotted near the reefs to our right and are attacking us, requesting backup. When Wang Hao heard the news through the communicator, he was also invigorated. They had finally arrived. Without needing any specific instructions from the Sea Shark, several nearby armed fishing boats, eager to make a name for themselves, had already rushed over. The weapon wielders on board conjured scorching fireballs or unleashed wind blades and ice spikes, launching barrages of attacks at the pirate speedboats that were constantly harassing the reefs. At the same time, the ballistae on the ship roared, and arrows shot out. The fast ship dodged rapidly, and the light of magic exploded on the reef, sending shards of rock flying. Huge arrows shot into the sea or embedded themselves in the reef. These pirate ships were extremely slippery. Taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain and their small size, they used the reefs for cover to evade attacks, occasionally firing a few arrows or unleashing magical attacks. These attacks, while unable to cause any real harm in clinical practice, have been incredibly frustrating. Ugh, annoying flies. One of the ship repairmen, known for his fiery temper, cursed and steered his spirit ship directly into the reef area. He channeled his spiritual runes to unleash powerful spells, quickly annihilating the troublesome fast ships. Meanwhile, the pirates retreated swiftly, leading the spirit ship away from the fleet and deeper into the reef. Come back. Watch out for an ambush. The warning from Baron Rogerfield came from the Sea Shark, but it seemed to be too late. Just as the fishing boat entered a relatively dense area of reefs, something strange happened. More than 30 pirate warships suddenly emerged from behind several huge reefs around them. These ships had been brutally modified, and their hulls were covered with heavy metal armor. The decks were filled with fierce pirates, and the ballistae on board were already cocked, pointing directly at the spirit ship. The captain of the spirit ship, which had been lured deep into enemy territory, was clearly unprepared for the sheer number of enemies. He was filled with shock and anger and tried to maneuver the spirit ship to avoid them, but the surrounding reefs severely limited his maneuverability. Put! A rough roar suddenly rang out from a slightly larger pirate ship. Buzz! In an instant, a dense barrage of crossbow bolts rained down like a storm, aimed directly at the lone spirit ship that had ventured deep into enemy territory. These bolts were no ordinary arrows. Their arrowheads shimmered with various colored spiritual lights, clearly imbued with armor-piercing, explosive, or other magical effects. Boom, boom, boom. The shield erected by the spirit ship flickered violently at first, blocking most of the crossbow bolts. However, the shield's aura dimmed rapidly at a visible speed, and several specially made spirit-piercing crossbow bolts pierced through the shield and embedded themselves hard in the hull, making a tearing sound that made one's teeth ache. Damn it! The spirit boatman roared and pushed the spirit boat with all his might. The spirit patterns on the hull shone brightly, and sharp wind blades and water arrows retaliated against the surrounding pirate ships, instantly tearing apart and sinking the two closest pirate ships. But the pirates' attack did not stop. More crossbow bolts and sporadic spells from weapon cultivators followed. Although the spirit ship fought back fiercely and sank several enemy ships, its shield finally succumbed to the intense firepower and shattered completely. Thud! A huge crossbow bolt pierced the deck, causing gasps and chaos. Save them! Baron Roger's voice rang out from the sea shark, filled with suppressed rage. Without any orders, several nearby spirit ships, including Wang Hao's Blue Crystal and Huang Mingxuan's ship, reacted simultaneously. Lanling, activate the 5 elements wind and thunder shield at maximum power. Amon, take the men and prepare for boarding defense if they come close. Other crew members without combat capabilities immediately take cover in the cabins. Wang Hao immediately issued the orders. Yes, Captain, the women replied in unison, instantly entering battle mode. The Blue Crystal's hull glowed slightly as a thick shield, shimmering with 5-colored light and occasionally crackling with tiny arcs of electricity, instantly deployed. Wang Hao steered the ship, accelerating without hesitation, and charged directly into the battle zone, attempting to relieve the pressure on the besieged spirit ship. Huang Mingxuan's spirit ship followed closely behind. His spirit ship was filled with family members who were skilled in weapon crafting and was extremely aggressive. Dozens of blazing fireballs roared and crashed into the pirate ship group. Aim at those ballistae. Shoot them down. Wang Hao called out to Zhang Meyer and Zhang Rongrong, especially since Zhang Meyer hadn't been studying alchemy and weapon crafting properly lately and had actually developed combat abilities. So Wang Hao decided to let them try it out. Anyway, with him backing up and the ship protected by a thick spiritual shield, safety shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 126, Finding the Target. The two women nodded, gathered their spiritual power, and the frost bottle in Zhang Rongrong's hand shimmered with light. A cold blast of air mixed with water elemental power was precisely shot at the crossbow control position of a pirate ship, instantly freezing it. Zhang Meyer let out a sharp cry, and the molten metal furnace appeared in front of her. The crimson flames transformed into several fire snakes, which coiled around the crossbows of another ship. The intense heat caused the metal to warp and even ignited the sails next to it. Wang Hao was also stunned when he saw this. He did not expect that the auxiliary weapon cultivators would also have such powerful attack capabilities. Sure enough, after the natal spirit weapon is advanced, it is not simple. Other spirit ships that came to the rescue also displayed their unique abilities, either unleashing powerful spells to bombard the pirate ship or using their sturdy hulls to directly ram the pirate ship. Although the pirate ships have a numerical advantage, their individual combat strength is far inferior to that of the spirit ships. Once the spirit ships get serious and cooperate with each other, their advantage is quickly lost. Wang Hao seized the opportunity and locked onto a pirate ship that was attempting to launch a surprise attack on Huang Mingxuan's ship from the flank using crossbows. Lightning control technique. With a raised finger, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted within him, and a thick, dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Click! The lightning bolt struck the pirate ship's rudder with pinpoint accuracy. With a deafening roar, wood chips flew everywhere, and arcs of electricity raged. The ship instantly went out of control, spinning and crashing into the nearby reef. The hull cracked and began to sink. Well done, Brother Wang. Huang Mingxuan's voice came through, filled with excitement and lingering fear. With the addition of fresh troops, especially the strong intervention of several spirit ships, the battle situation was instantly reversed. Pirate ships were sunk or severely damaged one after another. The remaining ships, seeing that the situation was not good, let out a few sharp whistles and, just as they had come, quickly used the reefs for cover and scattered and fled, soon disappearing into the intricate waterways. The besieged funeral ship was badly damaged, with black smoke billowing from its deck. Fortunately, the hull was not seriously damaged. Although there were many casualties, the funeral ship was not destroyed. The ship's owner, still shaken, expressed his gratitude to Wang Hao, Huang Mingxian, and others who came to the rescue. Thank you all for your help. Those damned pirates are too cunning. The sea shark slowly approached, and Baron Roger's face grew even more gloomy. Although the pirates' attack had been repelled and the pirates seemed to have suffered considerable losses, it was more like a test and provocation. Baron Roger sailed his ship into the ravaged battle zone. He looked at the battered spirit ship, then glanced at the wreckage and corpses of the pirate ships floating on the sea, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Strengthen security and continue the search. The Baron's voice carried through the amplification array, but it was tinged with weariness and anxiety. Elena had been missing for many days, and this sea area was extremely unfavorable for the fleet's search. Every day that dragged on, his daughter was in greater danger. The pirates lost more than 10 warships in this attack. It seemed like they had won, but the enemy had clearly achieved their objective. This not only slowed down the search, but also increased everyone's tension and anxiety. Moreover, the remaining ships disappeared into the complex reef formations, making them impossible to track down. Baron, thank you for your help. I was reckless and fell into the pirates' trap. The captain of the besieged spirit ship hurriedly expressed his gratitude, his voice filled with shame and lingering fear. A ship repairman had actually been beaten like this by pirates. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit, Captain Norland. The Baron's tone softened slightly. Repair the ships as soon as possible. We need every bit of manpower. Listen up, everyone. No one is allowed to leave the group and pursue them again. These pirates are far more adept at using the terrain than we imagined. Yes. The captains responded one after another. Having just experienced the danger, no one dared to underestimate this sea area full of coral reefs and the elusive pirates. Wang Hao maneuvered the blue crystal to patrol the fleet, activating its shields at full power while Lan Ling, with her perception at its maximum, carefully scanned the surrounding waters and reefs to avoid running aground or encountering any emergencies. Captain, those pirates retreated in a very methodical way, as if they had planned their route in advance. The energy traces became very blurry after entering the largest reef group ahead, disturbed by the chaotic currents. Zhang Rongrong reminded Wang Hao. It seems that their stronghold, or an important base, is deep in that area. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. The Baron probably thought of that as well. Sure enough, soon after, the Sea Shark issued a new order. All ships, with the Sea Shark at the core, form a wedge formation and advance towards the dense reef area to the northeast. All spirit ships, activate all shields, keep weapon repairers and crossbows on alert, and armed fishing boats follow behind, ready to provide support at any time. The massive fleet began to regroup and slowly sailed towards the area with the denser reefs. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and everyone held their breath, knowing that a real battle might be imminent. The deeper you go, the dimmer the light becomes. The huge rocks cast distorted shadows. The currents become more turbulent and unpredictable, and whirlpools are everywhere. Even the spirit boats struggled to navigate, let alone the larger armed fishing boats, whose hulls could be heard scraping against underwater reefs from time to time. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, followed by a loud crash of wood breaking and chaotic shouts. What happened? The Baron immediately asked. Reporting to the Baron. The armed fishing vessel Black Rock has run aground. There's a large hole in the hull, and it's taking on water, came the anxious voice reporting. Damn it. Organize a rescue immediately. Nearby ships, move over and bring the people over. Abandon the ship, the Baron ordered helplessly. Under such circumstances, rescuing an armed fishing boat that has run aground is virtually an impossible task. This little incident further dampened the morale of the fleet. The threat posed by the environment in this sea area was more terrifying than the enemy. Wang Hao was fully focused on controlling the blue crystal, while simultaneously connecting most of his mind with Lan Ling, sharing her extraordinary perception. In Wang Hao's vision, the surroundings were no longer cold reefs and seawater, but rather a network of energy flow. The chaotic water currents and spiritual light, the faint earth elemental spiritual power contained in the reefs, and the various spiritual lights emitted by the cultivators on the ship intertwined to form a complex picture. Suddenly, Little Blue Spirit issued a warning. Captain, at the 3 o'clock position ahead, about 5 nautical miles away, behind that huge crescent-shaped reef, there is an unusually concentrated energy reaction. There are fluctuations from a concealment array. Just as Wang Hao was hesitating whether to tell the Baron the news, the Sea Shark also detected the energy fluctuation. Without hesitation, Roger Blue gave the order. Attention all personnel, advance to the 3 o'clock northeast defensive line. Target the crescent-shaped reef area 5 nautical miles away. Increase vigilance. The spirit ship forward, ballistic cocked. Prepare for battle. We may have found the target. Chapter 1, 27 Tier 3 Battle Pet. At the command, the massive fleet, exuding a chilling aura, slowly adjusted its course and pressed towards that body of water. The closer they got, the more pronounced the energy fluctuations became. However, Wang Hao felt uneasy and turned to give his instructions to the crew. On, Aling, you two guard the ship's side. Mayor, when the fighting starts, you and the weapon-cultivating sisters should prioritize destroying the enemy ship's crossbows and other high-threat targets. The rest of you will operate the crossbows, and Lan Ling will coordinate with you. Yes, "Captain," the women replied in unison, taking their positions and loading the ballista. The fleet carefully navigated around the massive crescent-shaped reef, and the view suddenly opened up before them, causing everyone's hearts to sink to the bottom. In this relatively open sea, a magnificent but now dilapidated spirit ship, with its mast broken and hull covered in damage, floated silently on the surface. This was the flagship that the Baron had prepared for Miss Elena. This area is surrounded by a ring of reefs, which are covered with concealment arrays made of magical artifacts and flags. No wonder it couldn't be found outside the Shattered Star Reef. It turns out it's here. However, before everyone could feel the joy of finding their target, a sudden change occurred. Ugh! A deep horn sound suddenly rose from the surrounding rocky forest, and the next moment, a dense array of ships emerged from the caves in the surrounding rocks or from behind the shadows. They were pirate ships, and in far greater numbers than any they had encountered before, hundreds of them, large and small. They had all undergone brutal armed modifications, their sharp horns gleaming coldly. These were the Bloodclaw pirates, who had grown to this size right under everyone's noses. These pirate groups didn't waste any time when they appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pirate ships, equipped with ballistae, simultaneously unleashed a barrage of sharp, armor-piercing bolts, a deadly rain that crashed down on the newly arrived fleet. Defense. Baron Roger Field's roar echoed throughout the seas where the fleet was located. Without the Baron's prompting, various colored lights instantly illuminated the spirit ships, and their shields activated one after another, withstanding this round of fierce attacks. The shields flickered violently and emitted a humming sound of being unable to bear the burden. Several armed fishing boats that did not have time to activate their shields were severely damaged on the spot. The hulls were riddled with holes, the masts broke, wood chips flew everywhere, and the boats began to tilt and sink. Fight back! The Baron's eyes turned red instantly. He had found his daughter's ship, but it was badly damaged, and he hadn't seen her yet, all because of this blatant ambush and provocation. When did lowly pirates become allowed to provoke the ship repair of your noble nation? Boom, boom, boom. The weapon cultivators on the spirit ship were the first to react, roaring and unleashing their attack spells. Fireballs, ice spears, and wind blades ripped through the sea and sky, colliding with the second wave of crossbow bolts fired by the seaweed, causing chaotic and deadly energy balls to explode in the air. As the pirates advanced rapidly, the battlefield instantly entered a white-hot phase. The light of magic and the roar of ballistae intertwined, and ships were constantly being blown to pieces. Large swaths of white mist rose from the seawater due to the energy. The pirates began boarding the ship and entered into close-quarters combat. There were casualties every moment. Faced with the overwhelming number of pirates, the armed fishing grounds were the first to give way, and the crew members of the fishing boats were slaughtered one after another. Only a dozen or so spirit ships piloted by spirit boat warriors formed a solid fortress on the battlefield. The spirit sea space of the spirit boat warriors was vast, and their shields were incredibly tough, blocking most of the attacks. The other ship repairmen were also almost completely overwhelmed by the pirates' frenzied attacks, and could only rely on their spirit ships to barely put up a fight. Faced with this ferocious attack, Wang Hao's blue crystal, protected by the 5 elements wind and thunder shield, remained unmoved, like an anomaly. If any pirate ships approached, Zhang Meyer and Zhang Rongrong would use their respective abilities. One would freeze the rudder with cold air, and the other would control flames to burn off the sails. Then, Wang Hao would use a mixed spell to pierce through the bottom of the ship, and the pirates who fell into the sea would be precisely targeted and killed one by the crew. Faced with a trio who were not only incapable of fighting but also shameless, and a group of crew members who only knew how to ambush and beat a drowning dog, the pirates were utterly exasperated. Instead of directly circling the blue crystal, Huang Mingxian prioritized dealing with other ships. Upon seeing this, he ordered the magic array formed by his family's weapon-crafting sect to unleash a devastating flame storm, clearing a large area before quickly closing in. Brother Wang, this can't go on. They have too many ships and crossbows, and these pirates are skilled in crafting insidious magical artifacts. The casualties are too high, and I'm worried. Seeing the battlefield was too brutal, with most of his fleet wiped out and the battle reaching a stalemate, Huang Mingxian shouted anxiously. Roar! Before he could finish speaking, a roar from a colossal beast shook the entire sea, and even the noisy battlefield fell silent for a moment. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a spirit ship flying the Bloodclaw pirate flag appeared. The spirit ship itself was nothing special. What terrified everyone was the sea monster that appeared ahead. A huge, ferocious head covered in bone spurs emerged from the water, revealing a massive body as large as a small mountain. Its carapace was covered with thick seaweed, from which sharp bone spurs grew. As its limbs slid, it stirred up towering waves, causing the ships to rock violently. This was actually a terrifying giant tortoise with a body size of over 500 meters. The spiritual energy fluctuations it emitted had reached the peak of a third-tier sea beast, which was even more terrifying than the spiritual pressure of all the spirit ships present. All the ship repairmen were plunged into panic. On the bow of the pirate ship flying the pirate flag stood a tall, bald man who laughed maniacally as he watched Baron Roger's fleet being sunk. "Roger Field, you old bastard, you actually dared to trespass on my territory. You're willing to risk your life just to get your precious daughter from me. Today, all of you will become my snacks. My Bloodclaw Hatton's reputation will resound throughout the Shattered Star Reef Sea, trampling over the corpses of you idiots." Bloodclaw Hatton, leader of the Bloodclaw Pirates, commanded his despair-inducing Tier 3 war beasts and joined the battle. The sea turtle simply swung its tail, creating a rapid current that rushed towards the fleet, instantly capsizing and smashing several nearby armed fishing boats. An atmosphere of despair instantly enveloped the entire fleet. Even the spirit ship was powerless against a sea monster of this caliber. Baron Roger's face turned pale. He never expected that the other party would bring along a Tier 3 war beast, and his doubts deepened. The overturning turtle. This is a battle pet that the Wantong Merchant Guild doesn't have much money on. How did it end up in your hands? What exactly is the relationship between your Bloodclaw pirate crew and the Wantong Merchant Guild? Where's my daughter Elena? Chapter 128, he slipped away. Upon hearing this, the bald leader laughed even more arrogantly. "Ha ha, Roger Field, you're not entirely stupid. Since you're all going to die here today, I'll let you die knowing why." He waved his hand. "Bring the person up." Two fierce pirates escorted a figure out of the cabin. The figure was none other than Elena Field. Although her clothes were disheveled and she looked exhausted, her eyes remained stubborn. When she saw her father and the fleet trapped in the encirclement, an anxious look immediately appeared on her face. "Father, don't worry about me. This is a trap. It's all a conspiracy by Qian Zihao and his uncle Qian Boudoir." Elena shouted with all her might, trying to remind her father, Baron Roger. "They want to seize the spiritual veins and spiritual wood resources of White Sand Island. As long as they kill you, Qian Zihao will use his connections within the Empire to promote him to the new Baron of White Sand Island." Bloodclaw Hatton laughed smugly. "Did you hear that? My Lord Baron, your field has occupied the treasure mountain for too long, and your own strength is weak. The Wantong Merchant Guild only needs to contribute a little money and effort, such as lending me this big turtle and providing some information on your fleet's itinerary. They can get everything they want without lifting a finger. As for the Empire, once you're all dead, who will know it was us? And even if they did, who would speak up for a dead man? This is Shattered Star Reef, your graveyard. You are shameless." Upon hearing this, Baron Roger was so enraged that his blood boiled, his vision blurred, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The ship repairman's backing, the laws and order of the Empire, seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the other party's conspiracy and absolute force at this moment. "Attack! Kill them all! Dismantle that sea shark! It'll be perfect for those ship slaves to upgrade their spirit ships. It's not much money, and the master is waiting to receive the new spirit ships." Bloodclaw Barton grinned as he gave the order for the final assault. "It's over." This was the thought in the minds of everyone in the fleet. The gap was simply too vast. A mere third-tier sea beast was far beyond the capabilities of these newly minted spirit boat warriors, not to mention the hundreds of fearless pirate ships, the large number of pirate weapon cultivators, and the meticulously laid traps. "Retreat. Everyone retreat. Break out in different areas and take the message out." Baron Roger suppressed his anger and issued the final order. He knew that staying would only lead to the annihilation of the entire army, while escaping and reporting to the Ship Repair Guild would offer a glimmer of hope. After Baron Roger gave the order to retreat, the fleet instantly collapsed, scrambling to escape this deadly sea. However, in this complex reef area, the pirates were well prepared to ambush them, and the retreat turned into a disastrous defeat, with ships constantly being caught up and sunk by the pirates. Or they might panic and crash into a reef, becoming sitting ducks, with the sea filled with explosions and desperate cries. Wang Hao witnessed all of this and knew that the situation was hopeless. The once powerful fleet had been completely defeated, and those who stayed behind would inevitably face the terrifying Tier 3 war beast and the siege of the island. Lonling, start the propellers, maximum power, focus all your attention on hydrological information, and push the sails to their limits. Mayor, clear away the pirate ships blocking our path. let's break through. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Hao immediately gave the order to escape. Yes, Captain. The blue crystal instantly burst into astonishing speed, its sails billowing in the air currents, its spiral sword spinning wildly, and the entire ship, like a swordfish, charged fiercely towards a weak point in the encirclement. Trying to run, pirate ships immediately attempted to intercept them. Get out of my way. Zhang Rongrong immediately manipulated the frost bottle to unleash a torrent of icy energy, freezing the enemy ship's rudder. Zhang Meyer's magical artifact spewed out fire snakes, igniting the sails of the pirate ship, blocking their path. The enemy ship immediately lost control and crashed straight into the reef, resulting in the destruction of the ship and the deaths of all its crew. While controlling the spirit ship, Wang Hao manipulated the thunder and fire technique, occasionally unleashing bolts of lightning that pulverized the pirate ships and pirates blocking his way. With its superior perception, agile control, and explosive firepower, the blue crystal managed to carve a path to survival from the battlefield. It moved at lightning speed, far surpassing other ships, weaving through the dense reefs. Seeing this, Huang Minxian quietly followed behind and broke through the encirclement. Seeing this, Bloodclaw Hatton cursed and ordered a portion of the pirate ships to give chase. His main target was Baron Roger, who was being surrounded and killed by the sea turtle. The sea shark had suffered a setback due to the enemy's sudden burst of power. If it weren't for the fact that his woman was still on board, it would have capsized by now. The pursuing pirate ship quickly lost track of the blue crystal. The blue crystal was simply too fast and deliberately darted into areas with complex reefs. In no time, the blue crystal was completely out of sight. The pirates cursed and swore as they sailed through the chaotic reefs. Even though this was their stronghold, they dared not be careless, for one wrong move could result in the destruction of their ship and the loss of their lives. Wang Hao didn't care about the direction at all. He just ran out of the battlefield. He didn't know how long he sailed, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he could no longer see the pursuers. "Pa, what bad luck. I was just watching a show and almost got myself into trouble," Wang Hao complained. Looking around, I realized that in my panic, I had stumbled into a completely unfamiliar rocky area, and it seemed that I had entered the side of a small island. The island was small and surrounded by towering rocks, making it extremely secluded. However, Wang Hao heard clanging and knocking sounds coming from the island, along with mixed spiritual energy fluctuations. A thought struck Wang Hao. Could this be the pirate's lair? So he carefully maneuvered the blue crystal, using the reefs as cover, and slowly approached. When he got closer, the scene before him left Wang Hao speechless. In the bay of the small island, dozens of spirit ships of varying sizes were moored. These spirit ships were chained together with thick chains, and on each spirit ship were several people dressed in rags with chains around their ankles. Their faces were numb as they continuously poured spiritual energy into the spirit ships and fused them with spiritual materials. It seemed as if they were using their own spiritual energy to refine the spiritual materials, feed the spirit ships, and help them grow. On the open ground of the island, various materials such as spirit wood, ore, and animal bones were piled up like mountains, emitting a rich spiritual light. Many warehouses were also built on the dock, and pirate flags with blood claws were also planted there. Clearly, this is the Blood Claw pirate gang's secret base for storing looted spiritual materials and captured ship repair apprentices. They forced these apprentices to serve as ship slaves, refining and feeding their spirit ships. At this moment, it seems that most of the pirate guards at the base have been transferred to participate in the siege of the Baron, leaving only a few dozen people to guard the island. Looking at the mountain of spiritual materials and then at the almost undefended island, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with an extremely ardent light. Chapter 129, Emptying the Lair. This is hardly a ruthless pirate base. This is clearly an unguarded treasure trove of gold. Thank you, nature, for this gift. What a wonderful person. The blue crystal appeared here like a ghost, terrifying the remaining pirate guards on the island. They never expected that while a great battle was raging ahead, a spirit ship would silently sneak up on their most important logistics base. Enemy attack. It's the spirit ship, a pirate shouted in panic, trying to sound the alarm. But would Wang Hao give them that chance? Wind blade. Lightning strike. With a wave of his hand, dozens of attacks were unleashed. Wind blades precisely severed the pirates' heads, while lightning bolts accurately electrocuted the fleeing pirate guards. The pirates guarding the area didn't even have a chance to put up a decent fight before they were wiped out in an instant, leaving only their corpses. Inside the bay, the ship repair apprentices trapped on the spirit ship and the captured slaves finally showed a faint glimmer of hope in their previously numb eyes. After dealing with the pirates, Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, his voice infused with spiritual power, clearly resonating throughout the island. You? Do you want to live? After a brief silence, a chorus of voices, though uneven, burst forth from the crowd. We want to live. Good. Wang Hao pointed to the mountains of spiritual materials piled up on the island. If you want to live, move all these spiritual materials onto the ship without leaving a single one. If you're willing, I'll remove your shackles, and after you've moved them all, I'll let you leave. Otherwise, you'll stay here and die with the pirates. The will to survive instantly overwhelmed their fear, and they all agreed. Wang Hao used his wind blade technique to cut the chains on their ankles, and thousands of slaves rushed towards the small mountain of spiritual materials. They then desperately ran these precious spiritual woods, ores, and other spiritual materials toward the blue crystal. The cargo hold of the blue crystal was filled at a visible speed, and piles of spiritual materials were quickly piled up on the deck as well. Amon and the other female crew members were nervously maintaining order. At this moment, Wang Hao couldn't care less about anything else. He ordered the eagerly waiting Lan Ling to quickly devour the materials and evolve the ship. There were still a lot of spiritual materials left on the island, and he would definitely not leave anything for the pirates. The spirit ship rapidly evolved and grew from 100 meters in length. The deck widened, the hull grew, and after all the spiritual materials on board were consumed, the spirit ship increased its length by a full 30 meters, reaching 130 meters. Spiritual materials were still being brought over from the island in a steady stream, but amidst the chaotic busyness, not everyone was behaving themselves. A few quick-thinking apprentices, seeing so many spiritual materials and the unattended spirit ships, took notice. Greed overwhelmed reason. They exchanged glances and suddenly tossed several boxes of precious spiritual materials onto what appeared to be the fastest spirit ship. They quickly raised the sails, attempting to steer the ship and escape. Haha, thanks for the rescue. Consider this our reward. See you later. One of them even shouted smugly. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed a finger, his spiritual power surging wildly within him. Court death. Lightning control technique. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking precisely the spirit ship that had just started its escape attempt. Before the spirit ship could even start, it shattered into countless burning fragments in a blinding flash of lightning. The ship repair apprentices on board were instantly electrocuted and turned into charred remains before they could even scream. The entire island fell silent instantly. All the slaves were terrified by the ruthless and decisive methods employed by the ruthless man, and their last thoughts vanished in an instant. Who else wants to try? Wang Hao's icy voice echoed across the island. No, I wouldn't dare, sir. Please spare my life. Everyone was so frightened that they knelt down in unison, and then worked even harder and more systematically to move the spiritual materials onto the ship. They dared not make the slightest move. Under the frenzied moving and looting of thousands of people, the small island was quickly turned upside down. Wang Hao's goal was clear. As long as the materials were useful to the spirit ship, he would let the blue spirit devour and evolve the ship once it was full, and then continue moving them. He didn't even glance at the other gold, silver, treasures, or ordinary goods. In the end, it was the meticulous Ning who found a very sturdy and locked box in a secret room covered by magic. After all the spiritual materials on the island had been loaded onto the blue crystal ship, Wang Hao kept his promise and allowed all the slaves to leave. Run as far as you can. The ship repair apprentices and slaves, as if granted a pardon, jumped onto the ships that had been captured by the Bloodclaw pirates and fled the island in a panic, scattering like birds and beasts. Not long after, Bloodclaw Hatton, victorious and triumphant, returned to his lair with his pirates. He was originally planning how to use the Baron's head to curry favor with the Wantong Merchant Guild. However, when he saw the empty island, the warehouses that had been completely looted, the ship slaves that had vanished without a trace, and the lost spirit ships, he froze. Those spirit ships were something that Qian Budu, the president of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, specifically requested. In order to obtain these spirit ships, they captured so many ship repair apprentices and weapon repair slaves to refine spiritual materials and feed the spirit ships, just waiting for them to be completed before sending them over. As a result, not only were the dozens of spirit ship prototypes gone, but all the spiritual materials sent by the Wantong Chamber of Commerce and those looted also disappeared. Random. A roar filled with endless rage, pain, and disbelief shook the entire sea. Who did this? My funeral ship, my entire fortune, and that batch of high-end goods sent by the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. A wounded pirate who had narrowly escaped being killed by Wang Hao huddled trembling in a crevice in the reef and scrambled over to report what had happened. Yes, a spirit ship like this. It took everything away. The pirate described the blue crystal and then recounted the whole story. These words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Bloodclaw Barton's heart. He had painstakingly plundered and secretly funded the Wan Tong Chamber of Commerce for countless years to accumulate a vast amount of spiritual materials, as well as those ship slaves, all of which were stolen by a single person and a single ship when he went out in full force to carry out a combat mission. This was worse than death for him. Baron Roger Field, who was captured and severely wounded and tightly bound, saw Bloodclaw Hatton's twisted face and the empty island. He seemed to understand something and even revealed a mocking smile. "Hurrah, Hatton, you finally met your match." "Die." Bloodclaw Hatton, enraged, completely lost his mind and slashed down with his scimitar. Uft. Baron Roger Field's head flew into the air, and the mocking smile on his face froze completely. Chase it. Chase it. All ships, go out and chase it. Find that damned spirit ship, and I'll tear it to pieces and grind its ship to dust." How is Bloodclaw Hatton, the pirate captain, doing right now? Chapter 130, We Deserve to Get Rich. However, Wang Hao's blue crystal had already vanished without a trace thanks to the astonishing speed brought by its powerful hybrid propulsion system, a combination of a spirit fire propeller and a sail. The pirates were like headless flies in the intricate waters of Shattered Star Reef, unable to find any trace of the speeding blue crystal. During the escape, Wang Hao did not forget to instruct Lan Ling to devour and absorb all the spiritual materials piled up in the ship's cabin to evolve the hull. The spiritual light on the blue crystal ship's hull continued to flash, and the internal structure was optimized and reorganized by Lan Ling. At this point, the hull exhibited a strange luster, a fusion of metal and wood, and became even more resilient. After absorbing all the materials, the hull eventually grew to a colossal 200 meters in length. "Captain, evolution complete. A new power system has been added, a water control array." Lan Ling timidly floated in front of Wang Hao. Lan Ling, you've grown up. Wang Hao's gaze, however, remained fixed on Lan Ling's current appearance. She had now grown into a young girl, whereas before she had always been a cute and adorable little girl in spirit form. And now, floating in front of him, was a graceful young woman. She had grown much taller, appearing elegant and refined. Her originally simple, ethereal dress had become more solid, as if covered by a light veil with flowing rune luster. Her eyes held a newfound wisdom and liveliness. Although she still carried a trace of dependence on Wang Hao, she was no longer the naive little boat spirit of the past. "Captain." Lan Ling felt a little embarrassed by Wang Hao's gaze, so she lowered her head slightly, and her voice became much clearer, no longer the childish voice she used to have. Cough. Wang Hao withdrew his gaze, suppressing his surprise. The ship had expanded, and the other person had also grown up. Wang Hao recalled the stunning image of the mature woman he had glimpsed before, suppressed his anticipation, and asked, "Lan Ling, you just said that our ship has been equipped with a new water-controlling magic array power system." "Yes, Captain." Lan Ling looked up. After the ship absorbed a large amount of water attributes, spiritual materials, and some special ores today, water-controlling spiritual patterns have been added to the bottom of the ship. I can actively activate them to generate powerful propulsion or control the surrounding water flow. She pointed her slender hand to the sea beyond the ship's side. "Look." The seawater on both sides of the blue crystal surged silently backward, not like waves pushed by the propeller and sails, but as if the seawater was actively propelling the ship forward. The boat's speed immediately increased again, and the voyage became exceptionally smooth, with almost no noticeable turbulence. Navigating the complex reef area became much easier. "Great. That's wonderful." Wang Hao was overjoyed. "This is a godsend. Lan Ling, activate the water control array with all your might, and together with the sails and propellers, let's leave this area as soon as possible." "Yes, Captain." Lan Ling replied obediently, becoming even more agile and swift. Standing next to Wang Hao, Zhang Meyer, Zhang Rongrong, and the other women, including Amon, also noticed Lan Ling's transformation and showed expressions of surprise and joy. "Lan Ling seems to have grown up a lot all of a sudden." Amon said honestly. "Yes, it's become more beautiful, and the ship seems more powerful too." Zhang Rongrong felt the increasingly stable and swift hull beneath her feet. Zhang Meyer's beautiful eyes sparkled as she chuckled. "It seems we've turned misfortune into blessing this time. Not only have we reaped enormous benefits, but even our ship's spirit has grown up. Captain, the strength of our blue crystal has increased dramatically." Wang Hao nodded. a smile finally appearing on his face. Although the trip was fraught with danger, the final gains far exceeded expectations. Not only did he obtain a massive amount of spiritual materials that allowed the blue crystal to evolve rapidly, but the growth of the blue spirit and the newly acquired water control ability were also unexpected delights. Looking back at the direction of the Bloodclaw pirate base, although it was long gone, one could still faintly hear the bald leader's furious roar. It must be a complete mess over there by now. You're such a kind person. Thank you for your generosity. Otherwise, it would be ages before I could upgrade to a 200-meter hull. Speed up and find a safe island to rest before making further plans, Wang Hao ordered. With the water control array, the blue crystal, like a true sea spirit, disappeared silently and swiftly into the complex waterways of the vast Shattered Star Reef, leaving its pirate pursuers, powered by psionic sails, completely behind. Boss, that ship is going way too fast. It's already out of the outer reaches of the Shattered Star Sea. A pirate henchman reported in alarm to Bloodclaw Hatton, who was still roaring madly. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. Bloodclaw Hatton was so angry, he almost vomited blood. He kicked his henchman away, but he could only watch helplessly as the blue crystal disappeared into the distance. He was powerless to stop it from going that fast. He lost almost all his possessions. The spiritual materials and the spirit ship offered to the Wantong Merchant Guild all vanished without a trace, and Baron Salafield. If this were to be exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Bloodclaw Hatton returned to his chambers to check, he roared again. "Oh, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, Wang Hao was forcibly breaking open the sturdy box that a Ling had brought back from the secret room on the island. After Wang Hao used his metal manipulation technique to destroy it, he discovered that the box was actually filled with spirit stones that emitted light. Wow, 10 attribute spirit stones, so many? We're rich, Zhang Meyer exclaimed in surprise. Are these attribute spirit stones very precious? It's quite precious. For weapon cultivators, spirit stones that match their own attributes are several times more efficient than those without attributes. The exchange rate is usually around 110, but very few people are willing to part with attribute spirit stones. This box actually contains several hundred attribute spirit stones. Bloodclaw Hatton is probably going to be so angry he'll vomit blood. Zhang Rongrong promptly answered Wang Hao's questions. Haha, we deserve to be rich. Let's take it all and share it. With a wave of his hand, Wang Hao decided to distribute all the spirit stones. The combat power of weapon cultivators is still very strong after they are cultivated. This can be felt from the encounter with pirates this time. Even the auxiliary weapon cultivators are very powerful once they develop combat abilities. Dealing with non-spirit ship units is a piece of cake. After breaking out of the Shattered Star Reef area and entering a safer area, Wang Hao finally felt the ship repair badge, which had been disturbed, begin to respond. Finally, there's a signal. Wang Hao stared at the ship repair badge, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. Immediately, using the ship repair badge, he connected to the ship repair public channel covering this sea area and uploaded a video edited by Blue Spirit that contained key information, choosing an anonymous method that was visible to everyone. Chapter 131, Emerald Bay. The video features a shocking scene of hundreds of pirate ships attacking and the appearance of the overturned turtle, as well as the most crucial moment, Bloodclaw Hatton's arrogant declaration. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much money and has nominated Qin Zihao as the new Baron of White Sand Island. The spiritual veins and spirit trees belong to the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. As long as you're all dead, who will know it was us? This information was explosive. The evidence was irrefutable, especially Bloodclaw's arrogant remarks, which were like a depth charge dropped into the ship repair channel, instantly causing an unprecedented and violent shock. What? The Wantong Chamber of Commerce actually dared to collude with pirates to murder nobles. Is he crazy if he doesn't have much money? Quickly, report to the family immediately, order the fleet to be on alert, and suspend all merchant ships from trading with the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. When this news spread, the nobles of the various islands were first shocked, and then felt a deep chill. Today, the Wantong Merchant Guild could collude with pirates to kill Field for the sake of the spiritual vein of White Sand Island. Tomorrow they might do the same for their own property. This is a blatant trampling on order and rules, something that all the nobles who rely on imperial laws to maintain their rule absolutely cannot tolerate. Upon learning the news, the Ship Repair Union was furious and immediately announced a full investigation into the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, freezing some of its ship repair authority and transactions within the Union. The Empire reacted swiftly to this open challenge to order. Baron Field, a registered nobleman of the Empire, was treated as if he had challenged the Empire's authority. Especially given that the evidence seems to point to collusion with pirates, this is no longer just pirate raiding, but a rebellion plot of an extremely heinous nature. Several days later, in the waters surrounding Shattered Star Reef, a veritable mobile steel mountain cleaved the distant horizon, leading a majestic fleet that slowly approached. At its head was a massive warship, making the ships sailing nearby appear tiny. This is a terrifying behemoth ship that is over 50,000 meters long. The ship's hull was cast from spirit gold that shimmered with metallic luster, and it was covered with a dense array of cannon muzzles and mysterious spirit runes. A huge golden lion emblem was carved on the bow, making it look extremely majestic. The ship didn't even have sails. Its massive hull ignored the resistance of the seawater and smoothly rolled across the surface. The oppressive feeling it brought caused all the sea creatures within dozens of nautical miles to dive into the deep sea in terror. A middle-aged man wearing the uniform of an Imperial Navy rear admiral with a golden anchor embroidered on his epaulets stood on the bridge. His gaze was sharp, and the spiritual pressure emanating from his body was as vast as the sea, far surpassing that of a spirit ship warrior. He was none other than General Longxiang, the spirit ship master dispatched by the Empire to investigate this incident. He looked down at the ant-sized wreckage of the pirate ship and the fragments of the Field family's ship that had not yet completely sunk, his face grim. Reporting to the general, the energy residue detection confirms the presence of activity traces of a third-tier peak sea beast, the sea turtle, which matches the intelligence. The main force of the Bloodclaw pirates has been discovered. They have been defeated by our vanguard fleet, and their leader, Bloodclaw Hatton, is on the run. Baron Roger Field has been confirmed dead, and his daughter Elena Field is missing. Longxiang nodded slightly, his voice steady and powerful. Thoroughly investigate all ports and warehouses of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, as well as all its members. Issue imperial arrest warrants and arrest Qian Boudoir, Qian Zihao, and Bloodclaw Hatton. We must find them alive or dead. Yes, General. The arrival of the massive 10,000-meter-long warship and the powerful intervention of the Imperial Navy instantly quelled the chaos at Shattered Star Reef. The pirate groups living there were suddenly struck down, implicated by Bloodclaw and suffering an undeserved calamity. These once rampant pirates were no match for the Imperial war machine. A purge of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce is about to begin. This powerful attack demonstrates the majesty of the Empire. Anyone who dares to violate the Imperial order will face a thunderous blow. However, the Wantong Chamber of Commerce's oversight in its plan has made it the scapegoat. At this moment, Wang Hao, the indirect instigator of this storm, was standing at the bow of the Blue Crystal, which had evolved to 200 meters long, gazing at the outline of an island in the distance. This island is much larger than Baisha Island. The island is filled with towering peaks, and the most eye-catching feature is the hundreds of spirit ships moored at the island's dock. Among them are some enormous ships that are 300 or 400 meters long, with their hulls shining with spiritual light and exuding extraordinary power. Small flying artifacts occasionally streaked across the sky, while large armed fishing boats came and went in the harbor in an endless stream, creating a bustling and prosperous scene. This is Emerald Bend, another fiefdom of an imperial viscount. After Wang Hao arrived here in his ship, he was amazed when he saw the flying magical artifacts. This is indeed the territory of a viscount. The level of artifact and ship repair here is far superior to that of White Sand Island. Zhang Meyer gently stroked the railing of the Blue Crystal and smiled. But now, our Blue Crystal isn't exactly shabby sitting here. Especially with the Blue Crystal, whose hull has evolved to 200 meters, the defensive power of the 5 elements Wind and Thunder Shield has greatly increased. The spirit patterns are more profound and mysterious, and the power of the spells has increased several times. The newly added water-controlling array gives the ships a unique water-walking rhythm when sailing, making them quite extraordinary and attracting the curious glances of some ship repairmen in the port. Seeing the bustling scene, Wang Hao was filled with pride. He believed that as long as his ship obtained enough spiritual materials, its future achievements would be limitless. The shock of the Empire's fleet sweeping away the pirates and the Wantong Merchant Guild gradually subsided. Such matters were not something he could participate in for the time being. Let's go. Let's hurry to the dock, find a place to stop, and while we're at it, inquire about any lucrative fishing grounds nearby that might benefit our future development, Wang Hao ordered. The Blue Crystal sailed smoothly and nimbly into the bustling Emerald Bay, merging into this new world that was several times more prosperous and powerful than White Sand Island. As the boat entered the dock specifically for spirit boats, unlike the bustling fishing boat docks on the outskirts, the boats moored here were all spirit boats, and the order was impeccable. After paying the berthing fee, Wang Hao led Zhang Rongrong and several other crew members onto the land of Emerald Bay. The island's prosperity far exceeded their expectations, with wide and clean streets lined with shops on both sides, selling various spiritual materials, ammunition, and spiritual weapons, as well as workshops that customized and enhanced spiritual weapons. Among the passers-by, some even exuded the aura of second-tier weapon cultivators, and occasionally a few more profound auras could be sensed, clearly indicating more powerful beings. Flying magical artifacts occasionally streaked across the sky, eliciting exclamations from several young girls. "This place is amazing," Xiao Ye said timidly, hiding next to Wang Hao, her eyes wide as she looked around at her surroundings. Chapter 132 Recruiting. The Viscount's territory is indeed far more powerful than our White Sand Island. Zhang Rongrong also sighed softly, her gaze sweeping over the spiritual materials in the display cases of the shops on both sides, her eyes revealing an expression of amazement. Wang Hao was filled with excitement and anticipation. Prosperity meant more opportunities and resources. He suppressed the urge to immediately go to the shop to make purchases, since doctors were currently shy about it. So they decided to go to the Ship Repairers Guild first, since it was a gathering place for ship repairmen, and they could ask for information there. The group arrived at the Emerald Bay Ship Repairers Guild branch. This is a building far more magnificent and spectacular than the Baisha Island branch. It resembles a giant ship setting sail, with a huge anchor sculpture standing at the entrance, radiating a spiritual aura. As soon as Wang Hao entered the hall, a cacophony of noise hit him. The hall was packed with people, 10 times more lively than the Ship Repair Guild on Baisha Island, and the focus of everyone's conversation was almost entirely on the same thing. "Have you heard? The Wantong Chamber of Commerce is completely finished this time. It's more than just finished, it's utterly annihilated." General Longxiang personally led the warships to oversee the battle. Qian Budu's Wantong treasure ship, which was only a few thousand meters long, was said to have been blasted apart by a single shot from the general's flagship, sinking on the spot. Not a single core member of the Qian family on board survived. Hiss, one shot. That's a spirit ship over 5,000 meters long. How could we possibly fathom the power of the Imperial Spirit Ship Division, let alone someone like General Longxiang, who has long been stationed in the Imperial's border waters? They brought this upon themselves. How dare they collude with pirates to murder Imperial nobles and subvert order? They deserve to die. Yes, I heard that there were a lot of killings at Shattered Star Reef. The Bloodclaw pirate gang was basically wiped out, with only a few leaders escaping. All the merchant guilds and families that have close ties with Wantong Merchant Guild are now keeping a low profile. TSK, over 1,000 years of accumulation, a renowned merchant guild in the Southeast Sea region, all destroyed in an instant because of one wrong step. It's truly lamentable. What's there to sigh about? This cancer that breaks the rules should have been eradicated long ago. The Empire's swift and decisive action this time is truly gratifying. The murmurs reached Wang Hao and his companions' ears. Although they had expected the Empire to intervene, they were still shocked by the outcome. One shot sank the 5,000-meter-long spirit ship, annihilated the entire merchant guild and pirate group. A carnage ensued. Is this the Empire's iron-fisted approach to maintaining order? Powerful, ruthless, and efficient. Faced with this absolute power, so-called wealth and influence seem utterly insignificant. Wang Hao took a deep breath, gaining a deeper understanding of the rules governing this world. Power is fundamental. The reason the Empire was able to maintain order and ensure the status of ship repairmen was precisely because the Empire's ship repairmen possessed absolute power sufficient to crush any dissent. Wang Hao immediately composed himself, walked to the guild counter, and began to look at the missions related to the surrounding ocean, such as hunting sea monsters. Finding the huge light screen inside the guild hall, which displayed a large amount of mission information, Wang Hao selected the mission about sea monsters to view. Urgent call to arms. Clear out the newly emerged swarm of ghost-faced jellyfish 700 nautical miles southeast of Emerald Bay. This swarm is threatening the safety of the shipping lanes. The jellyfish leader is estimated to be a Tier 3, low-level sea beast. Requirements: Spirit Boat Master or above. The spirit boat must possess strong area of effect attack capabilities. Reward: 300 spirit stones, plus priority selection of ghost-faced jellyfish core materials. This is too dangerous, let's give up. Long-term purchase: Tier 1 silver-lined cod, live preferred. Excellent quality, 10% above market price per fish. Note: fish found at Bibbo Fishing Farm. Looking to buy a complete set of the carapace of a Tier 2 thick-shelled tortoise. Price: high bounty. Hunt down the thunderstorm cloud shark, level 3 mid-rank. This sea monster has been frequently attacking ships recently and is extremely dangerous. A reward of 50 spirit stones will be given to anyone who provides accurate information, and a reward of 2,000 spirit stones will be given to anyone who successfully hunts it down. Posted by Emerald Bay Viscount's Mansion. As Wang Hao read through the messages one by one, he felt his horizons broadened. Third-tier sea beasts were not uncommon here, and there were many of them. As soon as these missions appeared, many high-level spirit boat warriors formed teams to accept them. There are even spirit boat masters of the kilometer level accepting the mission, and the rewards are frighteningly generous, with the settlement currency almost always in the form of precious spirit stones. The marked fishing grounds are all located in waters rich in spiritual energy and teeming with high-value spiritual fish, far superior to the small fishing grounds near Baisha Island. Rong, come and take a look at the fishing grounds near Emerald Bay. Wang Hao pointed to several highly repeated coordinates on the screen. Azure Wave Fishing Ground, Coral Forest. These sound like good places, and the competition must be fierce. Zhang Rongrong carefully looked at the task panel and nodded in agreement. Captain, the waters here are indeed rich in resources, but according to the mission description, the sea beasts that inhabit them are also stronger. With our current strength, we should be cautious. Perhaps we can start with some first and second-tier sea beast missions, or missions to catch specific spirit fish. This way, we can earn spirit stones and also let everyone get used to the intensity here. That makes sense, Wang Hao agreed. Then a smile appeared on his lips as if he had just remembered something. By the way, Rong, our ship has grown quite a bit in size now, so let's recruit some crew members as well. Let's post the recruitment information here, and it will say, Blue Crystal is recruiting several weapon crafting crew members. Requirements: female, of good character. Those with basic talent in weapon crafting or alchemy will be given priority. There will be a 1-month trial period. If you pass the trial, you will be granted a spirit ship contract. Those who are interested, please go to the spirit ship dock to meet Blue Crystal for an interview. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rongrong smiled and immediately understood the captain's preference, replying, Yes, Captain, I'll go and post the recruitment information right away. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. She emphasized her satisfaction before turning and walking toward the Union's notice processing counter. Wang Hao continued browsing the missions, secretly planning what to do next. He first wanted to recruit more crew members to accumulate initial capital. The resources in this sea area were so abundant, which was a great opportunity for the Blue Crystal to improve its strength. Not long after, Zhang Rongrong returned with the completed formalities. The Ship Repair Guild was extremely efficient, and the recruitment notice quickly appeared on the recruitment information screen on the side, quite eye-catching. Sure enough, this unusual recruitment announcement quickly attracted the attention of many people. Huh? The Blue Crystal? Never heard of it. Is it a new ship? Recruiting weapon crafters, and only women? And they need talent in weapon crafting and alchemy? These requirements are a bit unusual. Signing a spirit ship contract? So generous. Those female cultivators will probably fight tooth and nail for it. Who is this captain? How dare he give out a spirit ship contract so directly? At the ship repair dock. Oh, is that the new 200-meter spirit ship with such a unique aura? That ship looks pretty good. Chapter 133, A Grand Scene of Entrusting My Younger Sister. Whispers filled the hall, some from curiosity, some from shock, and some simply from those watching the spectacle. Wang Hao didn't care at all. Excellent talents always need to be actively attracted and screened, and the spirit ship contract, this trump card, can cause a storm no matter where it is. Wang Hao selected a mission to hunt a group of peak second-tier steelfin swordfish. This mission required going to the Azure Wave fishing grounds, where he might be able to catch some silver-lined cod, which were sold by the fish for spirit stones. Just as he was about to register, a small group of people suddenly walked into the guild gate. Leading the group was a young man dressed in a luxurious silk robe and holding a jade-shaped folding fan. He had a somewhat arrogant expression and was accompanied by several guards with considerable auras. This man's aura was also clearly that of a spirit boat warrior. As soon as the young man entered, his gaze swept across the hall, and finally he seemed to take an interest in the newly appeared recruitment notice, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Only recruiting female weapon cultivators? The captain of this ship is quite interesting. He lightly waved his folding fan, his voice not loud, but enough for those nearby to hear. His gaze swept over Wang Hao's group, seemingly unintentionally, and he clearly noticed Wang Hao's group of unfamiliar faces. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of amusement in the young man's gaze. He assumed the young man was there to provoke him, so he ignored the young man's idle chatter and went straight to the mission counter, handing over the mission card he had selected. Please register this for me. Our blue crystal has accepted this mission to hunt steelfin swordfish. Just as the task was being registered, the young man caught Wang Hao off guard. The ship repairman saw the last line of the recruitment notice, when the spirit ship contract is granted, and immediately slid over and shouted, "Hey, brother-in-law." Wang Hao's scalp tingled at the shocking call of brother-in-law, and he took 2 steps back, looking warily at the young spirit boatman in front of him, whose eyes were shining with excitement. What's wrong with this person? Why is he randomly claiming relatives? Brother, you've mistaken me for someone else, haven't you? Wang Hao tried to remain calm and distance himself from the man. I didn't mistake him. The young man was unusually excited. He took a step forward and rushed over, staring intently at Wang Hao. His jade bone folding fan was almost pointing at the recruitment light screen. Brother, no. Family, forget who I am for now. Your announcement says you've granted a spirit ship contract. Is that really true? Or just a joke? Wang Hao was a little confused by his posture and subconsciously nodded. Of course it is true. Those who meet the requirements can sign a contract and become official crew members of my blue crystal. Great. Heaven has eyes. I've finally waited for this. The young man slapped his thigh suddenly, his face showing a complex expression of mixed joy and relief, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He grabbed Wang Hao's arm with astonishing strength, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Family, benefactor, you are like my second parents. You have no idea how long I have been waiting for a captain like you. The young man spoke very quickly and began to complain incessantly. My name is Lin Sheng, the 7th son of the Lin family. Don't let my respectable appearance fool you. I'm just a spirit boat warrior, but my life is miserable. He pointed to his nose, his expression pained and indignant. In my family, starting from my great-grandfather's generation, we have always believed in the blessing of many children and have been very prolific. My father's generation has surpassed that. My own father alone gave me 6 older sisters and 13 younger sisters. And that doesn't even include my uncles and aunts' cousins, who are countless. Wang Hao, he seemed to be starting to understand. Zhang Rongrong and the other girls were also stunned by what they heard. Lin Sheng almost burst into tears as he performed. The key is that our family still has some resources, and we have enough spirit awakening potions for all our family members. Now, things have turned out great. Everyone has awakened into a weapon cultivator. Some are refining pills, some are forging weapons, some are tinkering with spiritual plants. There are so many talented people. But our Lin family, after exhausting all our resources, only managed to awaken my ship repair aptitude through sheer luck, and yet we only managed to produce 1 spirit ship warrior like me. He patted his chest hard, gesturing with snot and tears streaming down his face. But my spirit ship is only 250 meters long. The slots for the spirit ship contract have long been filled by my older sister, cousin, great-aunt's sister, and cousins. There are no empty slots left. And yet, there's a whole bunch of girls of marriageable age at home who constantly call me brother, 7th brother, good brother, and beg me to give them a contract. Lin Sheng grabbed Wang Hao's shoulders with both hands and shook him violently, his eyes filled with the excitement of finding a savior. Do you know what it feels like to be surrounded by a group of beautiful young women with resentful eyes every day? Do you know what it's like to go home as if you're going to war and have to hide? Brother, Captain, your appearance is like a lighthouse illuminating my dark life. You are Noah's Ark that saved me from dire straits. He took a breath and immediately began his frantic sales pitch. My sisters are all beautiful, but that's not the point. The point is that they have great personalities and are incredibly skilled. The alchemists can refine elixirs to perfection, and the weapon forgers can polish your decks to a shine. No. I mean, she can forge exquisite magical artifacts, and she's absolutely capable. She's sensible and obedient. I'm gifting her with these qualities. May she have a peaceful and prosperous life. Wang Hao was overwhelmed by the barrage of information, and it took him a while to process it all. Originally, we only wanted to recruit a few promising female crew members, but how did it turn into a massive population? A massive sister entrustment scene? At the same time, I finally understood why Emerald Bay was so prosperous and why the level of weapon crafting was generally high. The root of the problem was here. These families are incredibly prolific and have the resources to raise them, leading to an explosive growth in the number of weapon repairmen, while the number of ship repairmen in these families cannot keep up. The quota for a spirit ship contract is a harder currency here than spirit stones. Just as Wang Hao was entangled with Lin Sheng and couldn't get away, the recruitment information posted on the Ship Repair Guild was sent out, and people from other families obviously noticed the information as well. What? A ship repair company is hiring and willing to directly offer a spirit ship contract. Really? Is it that kid Lin Laochi? He actually found someone to take over? Oh no, he found a captain with a discerning eye. Quick, go back and inform the head of the family, Miss/Aunt. The new spirit ship at the ship repair dock, the Blue Crystal, is recruiting, and there are spirit ship contract slots available. The news spread like wildfire, and soon, several groups of people rushed into the main gate of the ship repair guild, heading straight for Wang Hao's location. Captain, please wait. Chapter 134 Recruiting Crew Members, or the Emperor choosing a concubine. An elderly man who looked like a butler came running up, panting. We are from the Li family in the south of the city. We have 3 direct descendants, all of whom are second-tier alchemists, gentle and virtuous. Captain, look at the Zhao family. My cousin is born with superhuman strength, making her perfect for being a ship's protective artifact repairman, and she can also work part-time transporting spiritual materials. Captain, our Wang family has twin sisters who are skilled in music and can play the zither and flute to entertain. No, I mean, they can play calming melodies to assist the captain's cultivation. In an instant, Wang Hao, who had offered up the spirit ship contract to recruit crew members, seemed to become the most dazzling star in the entire guild hall. Surrounded by a group of people with gleaming eyes, who were all talking at once, promoting their unemployed female sex technicians, the scene almost got out of control. Looking at the magical scene before him, and then at Lin Sheng, who was struggling to stand firm amidst the crowd, Wang Hao finally understood just how rare and sought-after a captain with an available slot in a spirit ship contract was in Emerald Bay. Wang Hao took a deep breath, channeled his spiritual power, and his voice drowned out the noise of the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The recruitment of crew members should be conducted according to the rules. Tomorrow at Chunshur, 7 to 9 a.m., I will be conducting interviews on the Blue Crystal. Those who meet the requirements will be offered a contract after the probationary period. After saying that, he gave Zhang Rongrong and the others a wink, and they hurriedly squeezed their way through the crowd to make a quick getaway. They couldn't stay in this place any longer. Meanwhile, news of the captain of the Blue Crystal recruiting a large number of female crew members and granting them a spiritual ship contract is spreading at an alarming rate throughout the upper echelons of Emerald Bay. Wang Hao was unaware that his simple recruitment announcement had already dropped a bombshell among the local female weapon repairers. Wang Hao practically led the women back to the Blue Crystal. Only after stepping onto their own deck, away from the scorching gazes from outside, did they finally breathe a long sigh of relief. The people of Emerald Bay were so incredibly hospitable, they almost couldn't resist. Captain, the allure of this spirit ship contract is truly terrifying. Zhang Rongrong patted her chest with lingering fear. Recalling the scene of being surrounded, she still felt her legs go weak. The families here were just too enthusiastic. Then, thinking back to when he was called upon by his grandfather, the clan chief, he was just as excited, and he felt relieved. He couldn't blame them for losing their composure. The spirit ship contract was simply too tempting. Ailing twitched her ears. Though she didn't speak, she silently moved closer to Wang Hao, a barely perceptible wariness in her eyes, like a cat guarding its food. So many more women were going to be vying for the captain's affections. Ugh, she thought. Tonight I'll have to climb into his bed. I never expected it to turn out like this. Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. The original plan was to recruit only about 10 promising assistants, but now it seems that the plan needs to be completely changed, and we should recruit enough at once. The next day, before Chunshur, 7 to 9 a.m., the ship repair dock was already bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of women and the fragrance of perfume. Looking around, the dock was densely packed with meticulously dressed young women. At a rough glance, there were over 1,000, and this number was increasing over time. They were dressed in various gorgeous dresses, some dignified, some lively, some aloof, and some charming. Their cultivation levels ranged from first to second rank. They all looked at the Blue Crystal with expectant eyes, hoping to be selected. Behind these women, in the distance, were many magnificent carriages from various families, clearly sent by their elders to participate in the event. This scene is more like an emperor selecting his concubines than recruiting crew members. Standing at the bow of the boat, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. There were just too many people. He forced himself to remain calm and said to Zhang Rongrong beside him, Rongrong, you are in full charge of the recruitment. We only have 168 vacant slots for the spirit ship contract. The selection criteria will be the same as before. Talent and character are the most important. As for appearance, well, just take it as a reference. Wang Hao's last sentence sounded somewhat unsure of himself. Zhang Rongrong covered her mouth and chuckled, a sly glint in her eyes. Captain, rest assured, Rongrong will definitely select the best, most suitable crew members for you. The selection process lasted from dawn until dusk. Zhang Rongrong demonstrated amazing organizational and management skills, arranging the chaotic scene into an orderly manner. The assessment included a grasp of basic knowledge such as weapon crafting, alchemy, spiritual plants, and combat skills, as well as a character test and a simple interview. Finally, after rounds of selection, 168 of the most outstanding girls stood out. They were not only exceptionally talented, but also had the best looks and temperament. They were now excitedly and nervously waiting to board the spirit ship. However, this result made the families at the dock who were not selected anxious. Only 168 people? Isn't that a bit too few? A family elder rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. Zhang, the first mate? Look, these girls in my family, although they are slightly less talented, are all well-behaved and sensible. They are first-rate in serving tea and water and working on the ship. They would be excellent as prospective crew members. Yes, First Mate Zhang. We'd even accept them as prospective crew members. As long as they can broaden their horizons and learn something aboard the Blue Crystal, we can wait for the contracts and such. Captain Wang is young and promising. The spirit ship will evolve sooner or later. Another family head quickly echoed, calling her First Mate, which made Zhang Rongrong overjoyed. This was the recognition of her identity that she had always dreamed of. Our Zhao family is willing to offer 3,000 spirit stones, plus 3 first-grade high-quality spirit artifacts, in exchange for 3 reserve crew members. Our Li family has an ancestral second-tier pill formula, which we are willing to give to the captain, in the only request that my daughter be able to learn it on the ship. Our Wang family. Each family spoke up, not only vigorously promoting their own unselected women, but also offering generous gifts such as spirit stones, spirit materials, pill formulas, spirit weapon blueprints, and finished spirit weapons, all in the hope of getting on the Blue Crystal ship's trail. Seeing the situation and the rare gifts, Zhang Rongrong knew things weren't so simple. She couldn't make the decision herself, so she quickly walked onto the ship and asked Wang Hao, who was observing his own data panel, for instructions. Captain, Wang Hao. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, infancy stage. Ship class, Spirit Boat, 200 meters. Power system, psionic sails, psionic fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Soul ship contract, 32/200. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder shield, thunder control technique, beginner, wood control technique, beginner, water control technique, beginner, wind control technique, beginner, metal control technique, beginner, earth control technique, beginner, fire control technique, beginner. Let's accept all of Chapter 135. Consider it their dowry. After closing the panel, Wang Hao listened to Zhang Rongrong talk about the tempting conditions offered by the families below and rubbed his temples. I finally understand. In the eyes of these families, being able to put a woman from their clan onto a ship repairman's ship is equivalent to a long-term investment. Although the prospective crew members may not have contracts now, as long as they are on the ship, they will have a bond and an opportunity. Once the spirit ship breaks through and there are vacancies, they will naturally have the advantage of being close to the source. This deal is a sure thing for them. Refuse? That would probably offend too many local bullies, making it difficult to get along in Emerald Bay in the future. Accept them all. Wouldn't that turn the Blue Crystal into a matriarchal society? It seems not bad at all. Huh, what are you thinking? There's no way to fit so many people. After careful consideration, Wang Hao said to Zhang Rongrong, tell them to prepare crew members, with a maximum of 300 more. There is no contract for the spirit ship, only basic treatment. They must abide by the ship's rules, and if they violate them, they will be sent back immediately. Those who are willing can register and board the ship. Consider the gifts their dowry. Zhang Rongrong immediately understood Wang Hao's meaning, and then went back to the dock to announce the news. When the news was announced, cheers and shouts of gratitude erupted on the dock. Although they hadn't been able to obtain the spirit ship contract directly, being able to board the Blue Crystal was already a huge success. Representatives from various families in Emerald Bay were all smiles as they presented the generous gifts they had prepared, their enthusiasm beyond compare. Ultimately, the Blue Crystal's recruitment process resulted in 168 official crew members and 300 reserve crew members, encompassing almost all the direct or outstanding female members of the Emerald Bay families. When the 460 young women, carrying large and small bags of luggage and the expectations of their families, boarded the Blue Crystal in a grand yet orderly manner, a faint fragrance filled the air throughout the ship. Looking at the group of beautiful and youthful new crew members on the deck, Wang Hao is filled with emotion. The reason these families spared no expense to offer such lavish gifts lies in the preciousness and potential of a ship repairman within the Imperial system. As long as a ship repairman does not perish midway, as his spirit ship continues to grow and evolve, the number of spirit ship contracts he can provide will increase, and the power of the artifact repairman he can support will also become stronger and stronger, which is indeed enough to protect a family for generations to come. This is a deeply intertwined community of interests where everyone prospers. No wonder the ship repairmen in the Imperial system are so harmonious. This deep connection with ship repairmen is like Wang Hao, who, by recruiting crew members once, deeply bound himself to most of the weapon repairmen and ship repairmen families in Emerald Bay. If something interesting were to happen between Wang Hao and them, their clan leader would probably be overjoyed. However, with the addition of these high-quality female crew members and the abundant resources and classic texts sponsored by various families, the Blue Crystal's foundation and development speed will surely be elevated to a new level. With the addition of 468 new members, along with the original crew of several dozen, the Blue Crystal instantly became crowded and full of energy. The originally spacious single cabins were transformed into crowded multi-person cabins. Wang Hao wasted no time. After everyone was on board and settled, he immediately began the reorganization. Thanks to Zhang Rongrong's excellent selection and the good upbringing of these women from the family, the reorganization went exceptionally smoothly. Wang Hao divided all the new crew members into 4 groups. One group was responsible for fishing, led by Gue Li Wei, who was already skilled in this art. Her calm and meticulous personality made her capable of handling such a task. Xiao Yan, whose natal spirit weapon was a fishing net, and who also knew how to read the water conditions, served as her assistant. They will be primarily responsible for operating the Blue Crystal's fishing facilities and completing fishing and catching tasks, making them an important production unit on board. Escort Combat Team, led by Amon, currently the strongest fighter on board, with Li Xiaoyu as her deputy. This team brings together all the equipment repairers who are skilled in combat or defense. They will be responsible for protecting the Blue Crystal and its crew during navigation and fishing operations, and dealing with any possible sea monsters or other threats. The Alchemy and Weapon Forging Group. This is the ship's core research and production department. Wang Hao assigned it to Zhang Rongrong as the head, with Zhang Meyer as the assistant. All the girls with professional skills in alchemy, weapon forging, and spiritual plants were assigned to this group. They will utilize the various family recipes and diagrams to produce pills, refine spiritual weapons, and enhance equipment for the Blue Crystal, cultivate spiritual plants, and improve the overall logistical support capabilities. The internal affairs team is led by the meticulous and gentle Ailey, with Li Xiaoyu, who is developing into a little chef, as her deputy. This team is responsible for all the daily affairs on the ship, including meal distribution, material management, cabin cleaning, etc., to ensure that the daily life of the entire ship is in good order. After Wang Hao briefly divided these people into groups, surprisingly, these girls from wealthy families did not show any signs of being spoiled or complaining. They all quickly got into the swing of things, and under the guidance of their group leaders and squad leaders, they quickly became familiar with their roles and cooperated with each other. Although there were many people on the ship, they were busy but not chaotic. They had obviously been instructed by their families before coming and understood how precious the opportunity to board the Blue Crystal was. They all showed extraordinary effort and cooperation in order to obtain the spirit ship contract after the trial period. Standing atop the bridge, Wang Hao gazed at the bustling yet orderly scene, his heart filled with satisfaction. He couldn't help but sigh to Zhang Rongrong beside him. Rongrong, you are truly my virtuous wife. The crew members you selected are not only all outstanding in ability and exceptionally beautiful, but also so obedient and sensible. You have saved me so much trouble. Zhang Rongrong blushed slightly at Wang Hao's praise, her eyes filled with the joy of being recognized. She said softly, "It is Rongrong's honor to be able to share my husband's burdens." She felt a sweet warmth in her heart, feeling that all the hard work was worthwhile. Lan Ling, Wang Hao called softly. A clear blue light gathered around her, gradually becoming clearer. Lan Ling was now a girl who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. She had a slender figure, wore a dress made of shimmering data runes, and had clear and intelligent eyes. "Captain, I'm here." Lan Ling's voice had become much clearer, no longer the childish voice she once had. Scan and record all the pill formulas, magical artifact diagrams, and cultivation manuals sent by various families. Store them in the information center, and prioritized the deduction of auxiliary methods suitable for the current crew members to improve the efficiency of pill refining and artifact forging. Wang Hao ordered that with such a vast human resource, it must be utilized to the fullest extent, and Lan Ling's powerful deductive abilities were key. If they could easily mass-produce pills and spiritual artifacts, that would be the real source of wealth. Chapter 136, Arriving at the Fishing Ground. Scanning and data entry in progress. Data analysis in progress. Inferring. Countless tiny runes flashed in Lan Ling's eyes, and the data stream around her flickered slightly as she entered a highly efficient working state. The pill formulas and spiritual weapon diagrams sent by various families were being rapidly analyzed, optimized, and even innovated by Lan Ling. With the addition of this new force and Lan Ling's assistance, Wang Hao's confidence soared. Without further hesitation, he immediately decided to set sail and loudly issued the order. All personnel, take your positions. Set sail. Destination, Azure Wave Fishing Grounds. Yes, Captain. A crisp, pleasant response rang out from all over the deck. The Blue Crystal's massive sails slowly rose, and the water control array quietly began to operate. Fully loaded with people, it smoothly and quickly departed from Emerald Bay Wharf, heading towards the resource-rich but also more dangerous sea area. This time, the team is stronger than ever before, and with the presence of these young women from the Emerald Bay family, logistical support is also very sufficient. Wang Hao is filled with unprecedented anticipation for the upcoming hunt and harvest. After sailing for most of the day, a sea area shimmering with strange phosphorescence came into view. Captain, we have reached the outskirts of the Azure Wave Fishing Grounds, a young girl on lookout duty reported loudly. Very good, lower the sails and slow down. Standing on the bridge, Wang Hao gazed into the distance. This sea area truly lived up to its reputation. Even the water itself had a deep blue color imbued with spiritual energy. Without needing to use spiritual power, he could see schools of fish darting underwater with faint spiritual light. Li Wei, Xiaolian, you arrange for people to set nets and fish. A Ling and a man, lead the guards. Everyone else, do your jobs. Yes. Xiaolian and Li Wei replied in unison. As soon as the order was given, Xiaolian led the girls who had been assigned to the fishing group to the stern of the boat and used the winch to throw the fishing nets into the sea. Li Wei led the fishing girls to the sides of the boat and began to bait their hooks to prepare for fishing. Since signing the spirit ship contract, oh man, this beast-eared girl has awakened the bloodline of the ancient rock-armored bear and has been developing more and more in the direction of a female warrior. Her round barriers paired with her delicate little face, and her little head alone is obviously extremely cute. But her muscles were clenched, and she was carrying her huge spirit hammer, swaying back and forth on the ship. Sigh, it's hard to explain. The other animal-eared girls are all so cute and adorable. So how did this one turn out to be an anomaly? With Amon and Li Xiaoyu leading the elite female members of the combat team patrolling the sea on the deck to prevent any potential dangers, Wang Hao was completely relieved. Soon, cheers came from Xiaolian's side. Quickly pull in the net. We've got our catch, a school of green-scaled knife fish. When the first net was retrieved onto the ship, it was full of lively spirit fish with scales shimmering with a blue light. Although these were not first-tier spirit fish and were not very valuable, they could serve as basic spiritual materials and a food source for the crew, which was a good start. Just as everyone was busy with the harvest, Lan Ling's voice rang in their ears. A high-speed marine mammal swarm has been detected approaching, identified as a school of steel-finned swordfish, heading forward to port. Almost simultaneously, Amon roared, "Port! A big guy is charging at us. Combat team members, prepare to engage." On the port side, dozens of shadows, each over 10 meters long and resembling silver arrows, pierced the water from below. Their dorsal fins, like sharp steel blades, sliced through the water at incredible speed. These were the predators commonly seen in the Azure Wave fishing grounds, and they would actively attack passing fishing boats. Their steel fins were strong enough to tear apart the ship's planks, and they would leap out of the water to attack the crew with sharp bone spikes. In order to complete the mission, if Wang Hao hadn't deliberately turned off the shield and reduced the pressure of the spirit ship, he wouldn't have been able to lure out these cunning sea beasts. Perfect timing. Amon was not surprised but delighted. A yellowish-brown light rose from his body, and he was the first to rush to the ship's side. "Sisters, let the captain see what we're capable of." The combat team girls had been preparing for a long time. Vortex technique. Vine binding technique. Several female weapon cultivators took the lead, and the swirling water and emerald vines instantly formed an obstacle barrier on the sea surface in front of the ship, causing the speed of the steel-finned arrowfish to drop abruptly. Great opportunity. Watch this, Li Xiaoyu shouted, thrusting her harpoon forward and firing a series of sharp water arrows, accurately targeting a swordfish trying to break through the barrier. Splash! The water jet pierced straight through the swordfish, instantly flipping it belly up. The other female cultivators also displayed their unique abilities. Some wielded long spears, their thrusts like dragons, shattering the heads of swordfish leaping out of the water to attack. Others wielded double blades, weaving a net of blades to shred the approaching swordfish. Still others used ranged magical weapons such as flying shuttles and golden rings for precise, targeted kills. The battle was intense, but not long. These combat-type girls were indeed elites from their respective families. They cooperated perfectly, and their natal magical weapons were incredibly diverse. Their spells and martial arts were combined with exceptional fluidity. In no time, the sea surface was covered with the carcasses of steel-fin swordfish. After the battle ended, the girls calmed down a bit, and their faces showed surprise and delight. Huh? My spiritual energy is recovering so quickly. Me too. The spiritual energy I used to cast the water-binding spell was almost completely replenished in just a short while. The spiritual energy on this ship is so abundant. It feels even more comfortable than the spiritual energy cultivation room at home. And my magical artifacts, the speed of spiritual energy conduction and nurturing has also increased significantly. Feeling the rapidly recovering spiritual energy within their bodies and the humming, brighter objects in their hands, they all looked in Wang Hao's direction, their eyes filled with eagerness and longing. The spiritual energy of this spirit ship is amazing. Just being on the ship provides such a huge boost. If one could truly sign a contract and cultivate with the spirit ship, the benefits would be unimaginable. At this moment, the desire for the formal contract in the hearts of all the prospective crew members reached its peak. They secretly resolved that they must work even harder to perform. Stop spacing out. A man shouted gruffly, but there was no concealment in her eyes about her satisfaction. As expected of an elite combat-type girl sent by various families, she killed a Tier 2 sea beast so easily, and the captain didn't even have to intervene. Quickly retrieve the spoils. These steel fins and arrow bones are valuable. Upon hearing this, they immediately stepped forward and used tools to retrieve the corpses of these swordfish from the sea onto the boat. The steel fins and arrow bones are excellent materials for refining spiritual weapons, and the fish meat also contains rich spiritual energy, making it a good material for refining pills. After this little incident, the fishing operation went much more smoothly. Several hours later, Xiaolian stared intently at the water and suddenly shouted, "Sister Weiwei, over there are silvery glints in the water, like signs of silver-lined cod." Chapter 137 Mass Production of Tier 1 Pills. Li Wei perked up, quickly adjust the fishing line depth, drop the lure. Be careful, silver cod are very alert, don't scare them away. After some careful handling, several silvery white fish with a clear silver line edged with gold on their sides were quickly caught. When they surfaced, they were still struggling and shimmering with a captivating luster in the sunlight. Success! It's silver cod. 3 in total. Li Wei smiled. Wang Hao also came over and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Ali. Take some people to put these fish into the live water tank to keep them fresh. This is a valuable item that can sell for 10 spirit stones. Once it dies, it becomes worthless. Yes, Captain. Ali, along with several meticulous girls, transferred the silver-lined cod to a specially constructed living water tank engraved with life-sustaining runes. After catching the first spirit fish, the subsequent fishing and angling became very efficient. With the tacit cooperation of the girls on the boat, the harvest increased at a visible rate. The number of silver-lined cod in the live water tank steadily increased, soon exceeding 100, which meant a stable income of thousands of spirit stones. The sea beasts attracted by the blood of the killed steel-fin swordfish were also caught, and then salvaged, broken down, and turned into usable spiritual materials. As Wang Hao idly surveyed the deck, interacting with the beautiful girls around him, and occasionally helping to reel in the fish, he made the girls who were fishing seriously blush. Just as she was taking stock of the day's achievements, Zhang Rongrong walked over quickly, her face beaming with barely suppressed joy. "Captain, good news." Her voice rose slightly with excitement. "Oh, what good news makes you so happy?" Wang Hao released the girl who was tightly gripping the fishing rod and leaning against him, and asked, "Our team has achieved results. Thanks to my husband, the original spiritual fire on the ship, and the optimized pill formulas and weapon refining diagrams by Lan Ling. The efficiency of our ship's pill refining workshop and weapon refining workshop has greatly increased." She paused, emphasizing the word husband, glanced at the young woman, and then said, "Now, We can mass-produce various first-tier pills and spiritual artifacts. Oh, tell me more. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's spirits lifted. This was the core strength for sustainable development, and he was counting on this to make a fortune and then buy spiritual materials to feed the ship. Lan Ling watched longingly all day, but she couldn't bear to feed the sea beasts she hunted directly to the spirit ship. She's still sulking and ignoring everyone. This little one, even as she's grown up, still has such a temper. In terms of pills, in addition to the 3 commonly used pills of Tier 1 Peiyuan pill, Yunling pill, and Bigu pill, which are plentiful and filling, we have also used sea beast materials to refine a new Tier 1 Qi and blood pill that can quickly restore physical strength and strengthen the body. Zhang Rongrong reported the details with great pride, as if reciting a familiar story. As for weapon crafting, we have successfully mass-produced Tier 1 daggers, short swords, silver scale soft armor, which are lightweight and highly defensive, as well as fishbone crossbows using materials from sea beasts. These crossbows have excellent range and penetrating power. Although these are all first-tier standard products, their advantage lies in their ability to be mass-produced and their self-sufficiency in materials, resulting in extremely low costs. Whether used to equip their own crew or sold to others, they can generate huge profits. After listening, Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was really difficult to support 500 people on the ship. Fortunately, he finally achieved results. However, an even bigger surprise was yet to come. Zhang Rongrong said with a hint of excitement in her voice. Furthermore, Captain, did you know? There's a girl in our group named Lu Qingyi. Her natal spiritual artifact, the 100 Herbs Cauldron, is already a mid-grade 2nd-tier spiritual artifact. Moreover, she is also an exceptionally talented alchemist. She says she's confident she can refine 2nd-tier pills. Really? Then bring her to see me right away. Wang Hao immediately took it seriously. 2nd-tier pills. Their price was far beyond that of 1st-tier pills. Whether they were pills for assisting cultivation or for recovery and healing, their effects were a qualitative leap. No matter what kind of Tier 2 pill it is, as long as you can refine it, you'll really become rich. Any one of them can sell for hundreds of spirit stones. Soon, a beautiful young woman with exquisite features, dressed in a light green dress, followed Zhang Rongrong. She was extremely beautiful, and her movements carried a faint medicinal fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. Lu Qingyi greets the captain. The young girl gave a graceful bow, her voice soft yet clear. No need for formalities. Wang Hao looked at her gently. Rongrong said you can refine 2nd-tier pills. Lu Qingyi raised her head, her eyes clear and confident. Captain, I am confident. My family's 100 herbs spirit condensation technique gives me a keen sense of the medicinal properties of herbs. With the help of my natal spirit cauldron, if we have enough high-quality spiritual materials, we can try to refine a 2nd-tier pill called Bone Forging Pill. After a slight hesitation, she took out a jade slip from her storage bag without hesitation and presented it with both hands. This is the formula for the Bone Forging Pill, which uses 2nd-tier sea beasts as the main ingredient and is supplemented with several kinds of spiritual herbs. After the pill is made, it can greatly enhance the strength of the body and has a miraculous effect on the physical cultivation of weapon cultivators. Qingyi is willing to offer this pill formula to the captain to help the blue crystal become even stronger. Wang Hao took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately knew that this pill formula was no ordinary pill. Pills that could enhance a cultivator's physique were priceless. How could Lu Qingyi be so selfless as to offer up her family's secret pill formula? Looking at the girl in front of him, who was not only exceptionally talented and beautiful, but also possessed a rare magnanimity and decisiveness, he made a decision in an instant. Such talent and such character must be firmly bound to the blue crystal. Even many of the girls around noticed what was happening. When they heard that Lu Qingyi had actually offered up a precious 2nd-tier pill formula, they all looked over in this direction. Wang Hao put away the jade slip, a smile of appreciation on his face, his voice clearly carrying throughout the surroundings. Good. Lu Qingyi, you are excellent, with outstanding talent, devoted to the spirit ship, and selflessly offering the pill formula. I, Wang Hao, have always been fair in rewarding and punishing, and will never mistreat any meritorious person. Wang Hao raised his hand, and spiritual light gathered at his fingertips. A spiritual rune slowly appeared, which was the mark of the spirit ship contract. I, Wang Hao, in the name of the captain of the Blue Crystal, hereby bestow upon Lu Qingyi the spirit ship contract in advance. From this day forward, you will be a core official crew member of my Blue Crystal. As soon as she finished speaking, the spiritual rune transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into Lu Qingyi's brow. All the prospective crew members stared wide-eyed at Lu Qingyi, their eyes filled with shock, envy, and longing. Chapter 138 Second-Tier Alchemist. Lu Qingyi herself widened her beautiful eyes instantly the moment she signed the spirit ship contract. She then felt a warm and powerful force closely connected to her, forming a mysterious connection with the spirit ship. Overwhelmed with surprise and emotion, she never expected her actions to be rewarded so quickly. She immediately bowed deeply. Qingyi thanks Captain for his kindness. Qingyi hereby swears that her life and body belong to the blue crystal ship, and she will share life and death with the Captain without any disloyalty. She will do her best to refine more elixirs to help the Captain achieve great things. This scene was witnessed by almost all the girls on the deck. The entire deck fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a huge uproar and envious murmurs. A spirit ship contract. A formal spirit ship contract. Oh my God, Sister Lu is so lucky. The Captain actually granted the spirit ship contract directly. Just because you presented the elixir formula? It's not just the pill formula. It's because Sister Lu herself can refine second-tier pills. All the prospective crew members, especially the girls in the same alchemy and weapon refining group, looked at Lu Qingyi with immense envy and intense longing in their eyes, for she had actually obtained the spirit ship contract ahead of schedule. At that moment, they understood the Captain's generosity. As long as they demonstrated sufficient value and loyalty, they could obtain the rewards they had always dreamed of. Next, without Wang Hao needing to give any mobilization orders or make any arrangements, all the girls' enthusiasm for work was instantly ignited to the extreme. Everyone was giving it their all, eager to become the next Lu Qingyi, hoping to gain the Captain's approval and obtain that precious contract. As young ladies from local aristocratic families in Emerald Bay, they all knew how precious the spirit ship contract was, and they all wanted to be the next ones to obtain it. Thanks to Wang Hao's impromptu decision, the efficiency of the blue crystal has soared to a new level. Looking at the group of energetic and competitive young female crew members on the ship, Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction. Competition is good. It brings him greater benefits. Even at night, Wang Hao would rest with the adorable Xiao Yu in his arms, while others would fish and patrol the deck, hoping to earn more contributions. Li Wei's fishing team has become increasingly skilled, often able to accurately determine the activity range of silver cod schools based on watercolor and light fluctuations, resulting in a steady increase in both the efficiency and quantity of catches. Inside the live water tank, the number of silver sturgeon has exceeded 500 thanks to the hard work of Li Wei and others. Once they return to port, they can sell them and make a fortune. These days, Wang Hao has finally managed to coax Lan Ling into being obedient, saying that once they return, he will buy her spiritual materials with the money from the sale. Xiao Yin's fishing team was responsible for large-scale catching of ordinary spirit fish, which were of slightly lower value but abundant in number. They ensured that the ship had sufficient basic spiritual materials and food reserves. Occasionally, they would be attacked by small groups of steel-finned swordfish, but they were quickly killed by the combat team girls and turned into materials. Inside the weapon refining room, the process was running day and night, with bottles of pills and spiritual weapons being refined. Leisure time became the happiest time on the Blue Crystal. After a busy day, the girls would sit around on the deck and eat dinner carefully prepared by Ali and the internal affairs team, using the seafood and spirit fish they had caught. The laughter and cheerful voices on the ship drifted with the sea breeze. They shared their day's experiences and anecdotes, and their relationship quickly became harmonious through their shared work and life. Wang Hao would often join them under the guise of caring for the crew, making them blush with laughter while enjoying the earnest concern offered to him by the beautiful young women. Listening to the girls chattering away and sharing all sorts of interesting stories, and learning more about Emerald Bay from them, I felt a great sense of accomplishment as I watched the ship brimming with vitality. Another sunny afternoon, the sea was calm. Li Wei was intently watching the shimmering silver light beneath the water's surface, trying to find traces of silver cod, while Xiao Lian directed the crew to prepare for another net casting. Suddenly, without warning, a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble swept across the distant sea like a storm. Ugh! A deep yet penetrating buzzing sound approached from afar, making people's hearts tremble. "What's that?" a girl on lookout duty asked in a terrified voice, pointing into the distance. In the distance, a colossal black shadow ripped through the sea, its size far exceeding that of the blue crystal. At a glance, it is at least several hundred meters long, and its entire body is covered with a thick shell like black iron. It resembles a giant whale, but it has a long horn that gleams with a cold light. When its huge mouth opens and closes, It reveals layers of sharp teeth that gleam with a cold light. Wherever it passed, the sea's surface boiled, and the dense, malevolent aura stung the skin even from a great distance. A third-tier sea beast. It's a Xiantai narwhal. A young girl from a fishing family in Emerald Bay exclaimed in shock, her face drained of color instantly. How could it appear in the Azure Wave fishing grounds? These kinds of monsters usually only live in deep-sea areas. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats instantly. A third-tier sea beast was something that required multiple spirit boat warriors to join forces, or even a large spirit ship fleet, to fight against. It was something that they, who were only second-tier artifact cultivators at most, could not handle. But soon, everyone realized that this terrifying giant whale did not seem to be heading towards the blue crystal. It was locked on a group of dolphin-like, yet docile creatures with crystal-clear, jade-like bodies that were fleeing in panic. These were the Moonlight Spirit Dolphins. It's a Moonlight Spirit Pig. Another local girl recognized the creature and hurriedly called out to Wang Hao. Captain, Moonlight Spirit Pigs are extremely docile and rare. Their blood is a sacred ingredient for refining healing pills, priceless. I never expected to find a small group here. But these black iron narwhals love to prey on them, as consuming them enhances their strength. Sure enough, the giant whale let out a roar. Its huge tail fins slapped the surface of the sea, creating towering waves, and its speed suddenly increased as it rushed straight towards the group of beautiful Moonlight Spirit Dolphins. It ignored the tiny spirit ship not far away. The giant whale only had eyes for those highly nourishing spirit buttocks and had no interest in the blue crystal. At this moment, crisis and opportunity arrive simultaneously. On one side is the extremely valuable spirit pig, and on the other is the dangerous sea beast. Raise the 5 elements wind and thunder shield. All ships on alert. Prepare for battle. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao immediately gave the order, and the shield instantly enveloped the blue crystal, giving the crew some sense of security. Wang Hao stared sharply at the chase scene not far away, his brain working at high speed. Although the third-tier sea beasts were indeed terrifying, his spirit ship had now evolved to 200 meters, and the spirit ship had devoured so many sea beasts that its spirit patterns could exert combat power far exceeding that of spirit ships of the same specifications. It wasn't that he couldn't fight them, it was just a bit troublesome. Moreover, those Moonlight Spirit Pigs are extremely valuable, and this giant whale is also a good source of material, perhaps. Chapter 139. The captain is getting serious. Captain. Seeing Wang Hao's expression, the young girl cautiously suggested, once a giant whale sets its sights on its prey, it won't give up until it gets it, but its speed isn't its maximum. We can try to intercept the spirit dolphin and capture it first. Fortune favors the bold. Wang Hao made a decision instantly. The sea beasts had to be killed, but these precious spirit pigs that had come to his doorstep could not be let go. Change course. Target, Moonlight Spirit Dolphin Swarm. Full speed ahead. A glint of light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. With sails at full capacity, spirit fire-powered propellers, and water-controlling array activated simultaneously, the spirit ship carved a wide arc across the sea, speeding towards the direction the spirit dolphins had fled. Li Wei, Xiaoyan, prepare the spirit net and the living water chamber. A man, you take the men to operate those crossbows and replace them with specially made spirit cable hooks. On my command, as soon as the ships approach the dolphin swarm, launch the grappling hooks and nets to snag them and drag them ashore. Huh? Drag them up. The women were all stunned. The captain's idea was too wild. Those were living, incredibly fast spirit pigs. Execute the order. Wang Hao's tone left no room for argument. This is our chance to quickly accumulate enormous wealth, and we absolutely cannot miss it. I think you also want to evolve your spirit ships as soon as possible and obtain spirit ship contract slots, right? Yes. Inspired by Wang Hao's courage, the girls suppressed their shock and immediately took action. With its speed surging under full power, the blue crystal sped straight ahead of the fleeing Moonlight Spirit Dolphin Swarm. The giant whale seemed to have sensed the blue crystal's intentions and let out an angry roar, spewing out a huge water cannon to bombard the blue crystal. Boom, boom. The water cannon slammed heavily onto the 5 elements wind and thunder shield, creating violent ripples and shaking the ship violently. However, the shield not only held firm, but the ship also sped forward a great distance despite the rapid attack. Now, fire the crossbows, Wang Hao shouted, seizing the opportunity. Amon and Li Xiaoyu, who were already prepared, suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several specially made, large crossbow bolts, trailing thick cables, were fired at the panicked Moonlight Spirit Pigs. These hooks were specially designed not to cause fatal damage to the spirit pigs, but to cleverly entangle and ensnare their strong bodies. Hit! I'm stuck here too. Several cheers rang out as at least 4 or 5 Moonlight Spirit Pigs were caught in the hooks and chains. They struggled in terror, but were firmly entangled by the spirit cables. Drag it back and put it in the fishing net. Wang Hao ordered again. The winch spun wildly, making a creaking sound, and the powerful pull began to drag the struggling Moonlight Spirit dolphins toward the blue crystal. Roar! The whale was enraged. Its prey, which was about to be snatched away, was suddenly turned around and slammed into the blue crystal like a moving mountain. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual energy began to surge. Everyone stand firm. I'll take care of the rest. Facing the unicorn whale that crashed down like a mountain, Wang Hao showed no fear. With a thought, the blue crystal beneath his feet became connected to his mind and reacted instantly. Water control technique. The sea surface suddenly caved in, creating a huge reverse thrust. Combined with the water control array and propellers, the massive blue crystal narrowly avoided the whale's head-on collision with an almost drifting maneuver. Boom! The giant whale's massive body grazed the edge of the shield, creating a terrifying surge of water that caused the ship to tilt violently. The girls gasped in alarm and clung tightly to whatever was around them. Wind binding technique. Water tornado. After avoiding a head-on collision, Wang Hao immediately launched a counterattack without hesitation. A violent whirlwind instantly wrapped around the giant whale's body, attempting to slow it down. At the same time, a thick waterspout rose from the sea surface and lashed hard at the giant whale's black iron scales. However, the third-tier sea beast's defense was far beyond imagination. The wind binding was broken by the immense force in just a moment, and the water tornado crashed into the carapace. Although it made a loud bang and splashed water everywhere, it failed to cause any substantial damage. Fire the ballista! Amon roared, standing atop a ballista. Bang! 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 5 enormous crossbow bolts whistled out and struck the giant whale's body with precision. But with just a few crisp clangs, the bolts were deflected by the whale's hard scales, leaving barely a white mark. Damn it! This beast's shell is too hard. I can't break through it at all. Amon punched it in frustration. Never mind that. Your target is the spirit pig. Speed up and drag it up here as soon as possible. Wang Hao's calm voice rang out, stabilizing the morale of the troops. Wang Hao knew that the crew members were too low level, and their attacks would have little effect on the giant whale. The most urgent task was to protect the biggest spoils of war. The girls gritted their teeth and worked even harder to operate the winch, using both nets and hooks to drag the remaining struggling Moonlight Spirit dolphins onto the ship's dedicated water slide and into the large, prepared live water tank. The giant whale, having missed its first attack, became even more ferocious due to the harassment from the tiny humans. Its massive tail fin slammed against the surface of the sea once more, and this time, countless dark blue water jets rained down on the blue crystal. The 5-element cycle, defense. Wang Hao guided the spiritual energy to enhance the shield's defense. The light shone brightly, and the shield became increasingly thick and stable. Puff, 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 puff. Corrosive water arrows pounded the shield, making a sickening hissing sound. Fortunately, they didn't break through the defense, but they did dim the shield's light at a visible speed. The ship was also pushed back under the impact, and the people on board were thrown about. They quickly grabbed onto the objects around them to keep their balance. This won't do. The attack power of this Tier 3 sea beast is too strong. The shield won't last long. Wang Hao frowned and kept casting various spells to bombard the whale, including wind blades, fireballs, and ice spears, but most of them could only leave faint marks on the whale's scales and could not damage the whale's core. Suddenly, Wang Hao noticed that when a fireball mixed with lightning's spiritual power struck the giant whale, the scales on that area were shattered by the lightning and fire magic, and the giant whale twitched slightly. It's afraid of lightning and fire. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Having found a solution, Wang Hao stopped using fancy but ineffective area of effect spells and instead focused on mobilizing the vast spiritual energy within his spiritual sea space and igniting the primordial spiritual fire within the spirit ship. In an instant, Wang Hao's aura surged, with cyan whirlwinds intertwining with crimson flames and streaks of silver snake-like lightning leaping and converging at his fingertips. The spiritual energy in the air became extremely violent, even triggering celestial phenomena, with dark clouds beginning to gather above his head. The captain's about to unleash his true power. Amon exclaimed, her eyes wide. Chapter 140, Killing the Tier 3 Giant Whale. What terrifying power! All the girls on the ship felt the heart-pounding pressure and looked at the tall figure at the bow of the ship with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Come on, try this. Wang Hao used a mysterious method to forcefully fuse the power of the spiritual fire with the three spiritual patterns of wind, fire, and thunder, ultimately transforming it into a terrifying pillar of thunder and fire with a diameter of several meters. This pillar of lightning and fire condensed most of the spiritual power in Wang Hao's spiritual sea, emitting a destructive aura. Wherever it passed, the air was ionized, making crackling and popping sounds. Sensing a deadly threat, the giant whale let out a terrified roar, suddenly opening its blood-red maw as if to spew out its strongest water cannon to defend itself, while its massive body tried to dive down to avoid it. Now's the time. I'll treat you to an extra meal. Wang Hao seized the opportunity and exerted all his strength to control the projectile. The thick pillar of lightning and fire shot into the giant whale's open maw with perfect precision in an instant. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The next second, boom! A muffled, explosive sound rang out from inside the giant whale. The giant whale's massive body suddenly froze, then convulsed and rolled violently. Although its indestructible shell remained intact, thick smoke and flames mixed with charred pieces of internal organs suddenly gushed from its enormous mouth. The power of thunder and fire erupted completely within its fragile internal organs, instantly turning its internal organs into charred remains. The whale's enormous eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. Its last bit of life force was rapidly fading away. Finally, its mountain-like body stopped struggling and slowly, silently floated on the sea surface. The sea was temporarily silent, with only the smell of burning remaining. On the blue crystal, everyone stared in disbelief at the floating corpse of the giant beast, then looked at the figure at the bow who slowly lowered his hand, his aura still calm, and who stood ramrod straight. Dead. Dead. The captain killed this Tier 3 sea beast all by himself. Good heavens, what am I seeing? That's a terrifying being that would require an entire fleet of spirit ship warriors to hunt down. After a brief silence, an immense, euphoric joy and an uncontrollable sense of worship erupted on the deck, like a volcano. Captain! Oh my God! We won! Long live the captain! That's incredible! That's a third-tier sea beast! The girls were so excited that their faces turned red. Their gazes toward Wang Hao were filled with boundless fervor, awe, and pride. At that moment, Wang Hao's figure became incredibly tall in their hearts, as if he were omnipotent. A man excitedly carried the hammer and roared with joy. Zhang Rongrong, Ali, and the others also breathed a long sigh of relief, their faces showing a smile of relief and immense pride. Even Ah Ling, who usually appeared aloof, had a strange glint in her eyes. She rubbed her legs together, planning to sneak into the captain's cabin that night and ambush the captain, determined to let him know how passionate Ah Ling was. Wang Hao calmed his turbulent spiritual sea, then shivered as if something bad was about to happen. Seeing the girls cheering, a smile appeared on his lips. His gaze swept over the massive black iron unicorn whale carcass and the moonlight spirit pigs that had been successfully dragged into the live water tank, and his heart was filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. As expected, the battle was quickly resolved, and the gains were even more astonishing. A complete Tier 3 sea beast, the value of which was immeasurable, and at the same time, a clearer understanding of his true strength. All right, everyone, stop being so happy. Wang Hao clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the women. The battle is over. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Amon, take the combat team to keep watch around and prevent other sea beasts from being attracted by the smell of blood. Rongrong, organize the men and deal with this giant whale as soon as possible. Its flesh, bones, and scales are all valuable. We can definitely sell them for a high price when we get back, so don't waste any of them. Yes, Captain, the girls replied in unison, their voices filled with enthusiasm and excitement. The blue crystal slowly approached the giant whale carcass, which resembled a small island. At this moment, each of the girls knew very well that after this battle, they knew that they had not boarded an ordinary spirit ship. Instead, it was a powerful vessel capable of slaying third-tier sea beasts, and the captain they followed was a true powerhouse beyond conventional understanding, a being that surpassed ship repairers of the same level. As soon as the ship docked beside the giant whale, the girls sprang into action, leaping swiftly onto its body in an attempt to cut and dismantle the mountain-sized iron narwhal. However, reality quickly dealt them a heavy blow. Whether cleaved by swords and axes or bombarded with spells, the highly defensive Xian Tai scales remained almost completely unmoved, at most leaving only a faint white mark. The defense of a third-tier sea beast was far beyond the reach of first- or second-tier weapon cultivators like them. These scales are too hard. Our swords and blades can't cut through them at all. Even our auxiliary artifacts, which are our own natal spirit weapons, can only barely soften a small area. The efficiency is too slow. Zhang Meyer tried to refine the whale's scales using her gold-smelting furnace, but the scales only turned slightly red in the firelight. The defense of this Tier 3 giant whale far exceeded their ability to cope with it, making it difficult for them to even effectively dissect the corpse. What's more troublesome is that the fragments of internal organs that were burned by lightning and fire spewed from the whale's mouth emitted a strong smell of blood and energy, which began to spread rapidly in the seawater, attracting some uninvited guests. "Oh no, something's been attracted here," the girl on guard exclaimed urgently. The sea in the distance began to boil, and countless sea beasts attracted by the smell of blood came from the deep sea. Although they were not of high rank, most of them were first- or second-rank sea beasts. They gathered from all directions, and their numbers were extremely large. Swarms of bloodthirsty sharks, densely packed iron-toothed monster fish, and cautious bone-spined swordfish appeared in droves. They rushed toward the giant whale's carcass like madmen, tearing and scrambling for the floating bits of flesh. Even the bolder sea beasts began attacking the spirit ship's shields, and even the spirit ship's spiritual pressure couldn't suppress these sea beasts that had been attracted by the flesh and blood of the third-tier sea beasts. "Attack! Attack now! Block them!" Amon and Li Xiaoyu led the girls in the combat team to fight back fiercely, with crossbow bolts, arrows, and spells raining down. Puff, puff, puff. Sea monsters continued to be killed, their blood staining an ever-expanding area of the sea. But there were just too many sea beasts surging in, and they couldn't be killed off one by one. It was as if all the predators in the entire sea area had been attracted here. The girls' spiritual energy was being used up drastically, and they soon showed signs of fatigue. Chapter 141: The Spirit Ship Evolves to 300 meters. "Captain, this can't go on. There are just too many of them. We can't possibly kill them all," Zhang Rongrong shouted anxiously, looking at the exhausted expressions of her crew and the ever-growing number of sea monsters outside, filled with worry. Looking at the chaotic scene and then at the indestructible whale carcass, Wang Hao immediately made a decision. Dismantling it was impossible. If they dragged it out any longer, it might attract something even more terrifying, potentially causing casualties among the crew and even losing their current spoils. "All personnel, evacuate to the ship immediately," Wang Hao decisively ordered. "Captain." The women were stunned. Although they were unwilling, they knew it was the wisest choice and quickly retreated from the whale carcass back to the ship. After everyone had returned safely, Wang Hao stood alone at the bow of the boat, gazing at the sea outside, which resembled a boiling pot of porridge. "Since I can't take it with me, I might as well just eat it. Perfect timing. Lan Ling has been bothering me for so long." Wang Hao took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and the vast spiritual power within his spiritual sea surged wildly once again. Thunderous force. Centered on the blue crystal, countless thick silver lightning bolts, like raging lightning snakes, suddenly surged into the surrounding sea, instantly weaving into a huge lightning net covering an area of thousands of meters in radius. Lightning travels faster and over a wider area in water, and its power is astonishing. Crackle. Those low-level sea creatures that had gathered around the giant whale, frantically scrambling for scraps of flesh and blood, were caught off guard by the sudden, indiscriminate lightning strike. They were so shocked that they couldn't even scream. Their bodies instantly charred black, and they floated to the surface belly up. The once boiling sea surface was instantly covered with countless sea monster carcasses, and the air was filled with the strong smell of roasted meat. The once bustling sea suddenly fell into a deathly silence. One strike was all it took to wipe out the entire area. The girls on the ship were stunned and speechless, once again shocked by the captain's methods. "Lan Ling," Wang Hao called out. "Here, Captain." Lan Ling's figure appeared, looking at the mountain of food outside, especially the third-tier giant whale. Her eyes were shining, and her face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Dinner's ready. How much you can eat depends on your ability." "Yes, Captain." Lan Ling responded cheerfully and hovered above the ship. The entire blue crystal instantly burst forth with dazzling spiritual light, which spread outwards as if it were a tangible substance, quickly enveloping the massive black iron narwhal carcass on the sea surface, as well as the thousands of sea beasts that had been electrocuted around it. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Under the aura of the divine light, Both the giant whales the size of small mountains and the corpses of the sea beasts that had been electrocuted disappeared into the sea, leaving only the gently rippling water. All the blood and flesh energy, bone essence, and scale material were forcibly devoured by the blue crystal and absorbed into its hull. Buzz. The moment the devouring was complete, the blue crystal shuddered violently, as if it had eaten too much, and a huge, rumbling sound, like the stretching of muscles and bones, came from inside the ship. A dazzling light shone through every crevice of the hull, and the hull began to grow and deform at a speed visible to the naked eye. 210 meters, 220 meters, 250 meters, and the length keeps increasing. The hull became wider and heavier, yet the lines became smoother, giving the hull a deeper and more robust texture. The two rows of menacing rams on the bow became even thicker and sharper, and in the center of them, an even larger and more menacing ram, modeled after the horn of the black iron narwhal, slowly grew and extended out. The tip of the ram gleamed with a cold light and was faintly wreathed with lightning patterns, exuding a terrifying aura of invincibility. The space inside the ship is also expanding and being reorganized rapidly. The originally slightly crowded cabins have become incredibly spacious, with a large number of new rooms and functional areas added. The most surprising things are the weapon refining workshop and the spirit plant cultivation chamber. Inside the alchemy and weapon refining workshop, 50 more efficient furnaces have sprung up like mushrooms after rain next to the original 5 elements weapon refining furnace. They are arranged in unique positions, with spiritual fire flickering. After this evolution, they are enough to allow a large number of auxiliary weapon cultivators to start working at the same time. The spiritual plant cultivation chamber has been expanded several times over, and the soil inside has become like spiritual jade, emitting an extremely rich vitality and spiritual energy. In the center of the spiritual field, a spiritual spring has also been generated. The spiritual environment here is sufficient to support the growth of third-tier spiritual herbs and plants. This means that as long as the crew members' abilities improve, the blue crystal can produce and sell more third-tier pills on its own. This dramatic evolutionary process lasted for a whole day. When all the light finally receded and the commotion subsided, what appeared before everyone was a brand new blue crystal, 300 meters long, even more magnificent, more ferocious, and more powerful. Even the young girl inside the cabin ran up to the deck, staring in disbelief at the miraculous changes, feeling the spiritual energy on the ship several times denser than before, the cold, sturdy new ram, and the deck that was many times more spacious. Overwhelmed with joy and awe, they were once again overwhelmed. Evolving 100 meters in a single day was simply unprecedented. 300 meters. My God, we evolved 100 meters in just one day. That ramming horn. It has a terrifying aura. The way they looked at Wang Hao was no longer just admiration. It was almost piety. They wished they could rush into Wang Hao's arms immediately. Wang Hao felt the transformed spirit ship beneath his feet. The benefits of devouring a third-tier sea beast far exceeded his imagination. Lan Ling's figure reappeared. She seemed to have grown a little more, and even the data runes on her blue skirt had become more mysterious. She happily flew around Wang Hao once, then stood quietly beside him, waiting for instructions at any time. Captain, Wang Hao. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, growth stage. Ship classification, funeral ship, 300 meters. Power system, sails, spirit fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Soul ship contract, 33/300. Ship functions, Tier 3 spirit field, aquarium, weapon refining workshop, alchemy workshop. Ship weaponry, Tier 2 ballistae, 5 units, thunder ram, with armor penetration and torpedo strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder shield, thunder control technique, beginner, wood control technique, beginner, water control technique, beginner, wind control technique, beginner, metal control technique, beginner, earth control technique, beginner, fire control technique, beginner. Wang Hao sensed the new spirit ship and his own increased power and laughed loudly. All right, girls, stop staring. Get to know our new home and check out all the functional areas. Our future is just beginning. Yes, Captain. The girl's response was filled with unprecedented confidence and passion. Chapter 142 Granting of the Spirit Ship Contract. The brand new blue crystal floated quietly on the sea. Its 300-meter hull shimmered with a faint spiritual light under the moonlight. The tall mast and the menacing ram made the spirit ship appear exceptionally majestic. To celebrate the great success of their voyage and the simultaneous evolution of their spirit ship, Wang Hao arranged a grand barbecue feast on the spacious deck. Upon hearing that a banquet was to be held, the girls on the ship immediately displayed amazing enthusiasm and efficiency, and tables and chairs were quickly set up on the deck. Grills were brought out one by one. Charcoal was lit, and the rare spirit fish and delicious sea monster meat skewers caught in recent days sizzled as they were grilled. The huge steamer was filled with bright red spirit lobsters, and the table was soon covered with various spirit fruits and delicious spirit wine sponsored by the girls' families. Instantly, the entire spirit ship was filled with fragrance, making everyone's mouths water. Wang Hao deliberately raised the 5-element spirit shield, firstly to isolate the danger and prevent any foolish sea beasts from disturbing the banquet, and secondly because the hazy, multicolored light of the 5-element spirit shield made the entire spirit ship look magnificent. And here we are. Cheerful music is being played by girls who are good at music. At this moment, influenced by the music, all the girls relaxed and fully enjoyed the joy brought by the barbecue feast. They laughed and joked with each other, sharing delicious food, their faces beaming with genuine joy and anticipation for the future, especially after witnessing Wang Hao's supermodel fighting prowess and the incredible evolutionary speed of the spirit ship. A man even carried a whole grilled sea monster, bigger than herself, on her back, eating it with her mouth full of oil, looking rather adorable at that moment. Wang Hao sat in the main seat, surrounded by core members such as Zhang Rongrong and Ali, who frequently toasted him, their eyes sparkling with affection. The atmosphere gradually reached its climax. Alcohol and joy made the girls' cheeks flush, and their laughter became bolder and more unrestrained. Especially when they looked at Wang Hao, the way they practically wanted to cling to him made Zhang Meyer jealous. She muttered under her breath, "Glamorous." Just then, Wang Hao stood up. Seeing him stand up, the noisy deck gradually quieted down, and all eyes were focused on the captain. Girls. Wang Hao's gaze slowly swept over the faces, some charming, some heroic, some gentle, their eyes filled with trust and admiration for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been working hard at this Bibo fishing ground for nearly a month. Wang Hao's voice was filled with emotion. The girls in this world were so different from those in the society he had been in before. Not to mention the hardships of fishing at sea, this ocean world was far more dangerous. Not only was it more tiring, but they also had to risk their lives to fight against sea monsters. Most of them are young ladies from noble families who are skilled in weapon repair or ship repair, which is incredible to think about. I have seen your hard work, your courage, and everyone's contributions over the past month. Wang Hao paused, his tone becoming even more solemn. I once said that the blue crystal would never mistreat any meritorious contributor, and now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. Upon hearing this, the deck instantly fell silent. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their hearts pounding. An incredibly exciting guest surfaced in the minds of all the prospective crew members. Wang Hao didn't keep her in suspense. He looked at Zhang Rongrong, who understood and immediately stepped forward, respectfully presenting Wang Hao with a list that had been prepared in advance and was already filled with names. Wang Hao took the list, his gaze sweeping across the room once more, taking in countless pairs of tense, eager eyes. He then announced loudly, "I've decided that tonight, I will fulfill my promise." Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable power. "After careful consideration, I have decided to grant the spirit ship contract to 267 members." Whoosh! The entire deck erupted in chaos. Although it was expected, the shock and elation brought by the announcement of this number and decision was still indescribable. 267 people, almost half of all the reserve crew members, a full 100 more than the originally planned quota. A huge cheer and an unbelievable sense of surprise erupted instantly. Quiet. Wang Hao smiled and gestured with his hand, finally managing to calm the excited atmosphere down a bit. Then unfold the list and start reading out the names one by one. Lin Xiao, Zhao Qingqing. Each girl whose name was called was first stunned, then burst into huge joy, excitedly covering her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Some hugged their companions tightly, their hearts pounding. Under the envious and blessing gazes of their companions, they walked to the open space in the center of the deck. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen carefully, afraid of missing their name. When the last name was read, a total of 267 girls stood there, their faces filled with anticipation and smiles of recognition. Wang Hao put away the list, raised his hands, and spiritual light gathered at his fingertips. His powerful divine soul communicated with his natal spirit ship, condensing the spirit ship contract runes. "In my name, I hereby grant you contracts for spirit ships. From this day forward, we will share life and death, honor and disgrace." As Wang Hao's voice fell, the contract talisman transformed into 267 streams of light, each flying towards the chosen girl below. They eagerly touched the contract runes, and the moment they chose to agree, all 267 girls trembled. A warm and powerful force instantly enveloped them, establishing an unbreakable connection with the powerful spirit ship beneath their feet. The incredibly dense spiritual energy on the ship surged wildly into their spiritual sea space, making the nurturing of their natal spirit artifacts even clearer. The tangible benefits and the sense of belonging brought by the spirit ship contract made them incredibly excited. 267 people bowed in unison towards Wang Hao's direction. "Thank you for your kindness, Captain. We swear to be loyal to you to the death and to live and die with the blue crystal." This scene was full of ritual. The girls who weren't chosen yet watched their companions receive contracts with envy and a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Looking at the girls who had become official crew members, Wang Hao said gently, "This is what you deserve." He then turned his gaze to the slightly disappointed girls and spoke again, his voice resounding throughout the venue. "As for the members who were unable to obtain a contract this time, please do not be discouraged or disheartened. Our journey on the blue crystal will never stop here. We will continue to grow, and there will be more contract slots and a wider world waiting for us to explore in the future. As long as you remain loyal, continue to work hard, and constantly improve yourselves, I, Wang Hao, hereby promise that your names will appear on the list. The spirit ship contract is for everyone. It's only a matter of time." Wang Hao's words and promises instantly dispelled everyone's slight sense of loss and reignited the passion of all the girls. "Long live the captain. We will definitely work hard." Cheers erupted again. "Good." Seeing this scene, Wang Hao laughed heartily with satisfaction, raised his wine glass, and shouted loudly, "In that case, what are we waiting for? Let the party continue. Tonight, we won't leave until we're completely drunk." Oh! At this moment, the atmosphere of the banquet reached an unprecedented climax. The wine was poured again, the singing and dancing became even more enthusiastic, and the girls who had obtained the contract excitedly displayed their newly acquired power and changes. Chapter 143, Handing over the mission. The morning sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a warm glow into the captain's cabin. Wang Hao felt a headache coming on and his arm felt numb, so he subconsciously clenched it. A soft moan reached his ears, and Wang Hao opened his eyes to see Lu Qingyi's serene and beautiful sleeping face. His own restless hand elicited an unconscious coquettish reproach from her. "What's going on here?" Wang Hao carefully tried to pull his arm away, but felt something still pressing down on him. He looked up slightly and saw Zhang Meyer sleeping soundly with her hair down, her head resting on his shoulder, and one arm unconsciously draped over her chest. Looking to the side, on the large bed and carpet, there were several other girls sleeping soundly in various positions, their clothes disheveled, and the air was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and the fragrance of the girls. Ugh, here we go again. Wang Hao rubbed his temples, feeling the hangover and the mess in front of him, which was both funny and frustrating. Every celebration party ended up like this. He would drink until he blacked out, and when he woke up, all that was left was a mess, along with a sore back and aching waist. Most importantly, he had completely forgotten the process and the experience. No, we can't just let it go like this. Looking at Lu Qingyi's peaceful sleeping face and alluring figure beside him, a thought popped into Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao's actions caused Lu Qingyi to let out a soft moan. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes groggily. When she saw Wang Hao so close to her, she blinked in confusion for a moment, then realized something and her cheeks instantly turned red. She subconsciously tried to pull the blanket to cover herself, but found that it was being held down by someone, and she couldn't pull it off at all. "The ship, Captain." Her voice was barely audible, her eyes darting around, yet carrying a hint of shy anticipation. Seeing her like this, Wang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and deliberately leaned closer to whisper in her ear. "Qingyi, I think I drank too much last night. I don't remember anything. How about we review it again?" Lu Qingyi's face immediately turned bright red, blushing shyly, but she did not utter a word of objection. Seeing this, Wang Hao could no longer hold back and stopped being polite. The commotion quickly woke Zhang Meyer. She opened her sleepy eyes and was stunned by the scene before her. Then, a sly and jealous look flashed in her eyes. "Captain, you're so biased. Do you only remember Qingyi?" Until the sun was high in the sky, Wang Hao got up refreshed, dressed, smiled with satisfaction, and stretched his slightly sore back. This time, his efforts hadn't been in vain. He had finally experienced a different kind of gentleness. The girls' eyes sparkled, their bodies felt weak and they didn't want to move, and their gazes toward Wang Hao were filled with infatuation. After a quick wash, Wang Hao regained his captain's composure, though he couldn't hide the slight smile on his lips. He walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the bridge, set sail, and returned to Emerald Bay. Yes, Captain. The girl working on the bridge saw the radiant Wang Hao and seemed to remember something. Her face flushed, and her voice became even sweeter than usual. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to be working hard. The blue crystal slowly left the sea area that had just experienced a fierce battle and sailed steadily towards Emerald Bay. Wang Hao arrived at the bow of the ship, feeling the refreshing sea breeze on his face. He was in an extremely good mood, not only because of the evolution of the spirit ship and the improvement of his strength, but mainly because of the crew's loyalty and the pleasant life on the ship with the crab. What more could he ask for? Next, let's head straight back to port, process this haul, and then evolve the blue crystal to become even stronger, heading towards even greater horizons. Of course, there are also these lovely and enthusiastic crew members on board. It's definitely a great benefit to treat the crew like family. After a day's voyage, the blue crystal slowly entered Emerald Bay Wharf. The 300-meter-long spirit ship immediately attracted the astonished gazes of countless people. Wang Hao ordered the sails to be lowered and the ship to be brought to a stop. All full crew members can disembark for a week's leave, either to go home and reunite with their families or to visit the island. Reserve crew members will remain on duty according to the usual schedule to complete the alchemy and weapon-making work. Wang Hao's voice echoed throughout the blue crystal, reaching the ears of everyone. However, Wang Hao remained cautious. Although the Imperial Ship Repair Convention spoke eloquently and claimed to spare no effort in protecting ship repair, what if something unexpected happened? His ship was evolving too fast, and it was impossible to hide it from the outside. However, he still prohibited non-contracted crew members from disembarking to avoid leaking bad news and causing unnecessary trouble. He hated trouble the most and preferred to avoid it. Yes, thank you, Captain. The girls who had obtained the contracts erupted in cheers. They couldn't wait to share this joy with their families. They packed their things and happily disembarked from the ship. Wang Hao then looked at Zhang Rongrong and Amon beside him. Rongrong, Amon. Yes, Captain. The two men immediately stepped forward. I'm going to the Ship Repair Guild to hand over my duties. During my absence, you will be responsible for guarding the ship and maintaining order. If anyone dares to provoke us, don't hold back. The safety of the spirit ship and the crew is our top priority. Don't worry, Brother Hao. Amon slung the huge spirit hammer over his shoulder, his round bare ears twitching. With me and Ah Ling here, if that scoundrel dares to cause trouble, I'll smash his head in. After making the arrangements, Wang Hao disembarked alone and went straight to the Ship Repair Guild. The guild was still bustling with people. After submitting his request to hunt steel-finned swordfish and silver-lined sturgeon. Soon, the personnel in charge of the inspection returned to the dock with Wang Hao. The crew carried down specially made magical containers from the ship. When the inspectors opened the lids, they were stunned to see the lively, shimmering silver sturgeon. This is the output of the Azure Wave fishing boat. There's so much. You've got some impressive skills. Their attitude instantly became extremely respectful, and even more so when they saw the distinctive steel fins of the steel-finned swordfish. They were truly powerful, able to hunt down so many steel-finned swordfish. These were level 2 marine beasts, incredibly ferocious. They quickly tallied the items. 530 silver sturgeon, valued at 5,300 spirit stones, steel-finned swordfish, complete material, totaling 2,100 spirit stones, for a total of 7,400 spirit stones. Please keep them safe. A heavy bag was handed to Wang Hao. This considerable fortune attracted many envious and jealous glances, but seeing Wang Hao's calm expression and the heavy and powerful aura emanating from the spirit ship behind him, no one was blind enough to step forward and cause trouble. Wang Hao put away the spirit stones, nodded, and handed them over to Zhang Rongrong and the others. Without lingering, he planned to visit the 100 Crafts Workshop, a direct sales agency of the Weapon Repair Guild. The profits from the spirit fish were not important. The most important thing was to find a market for the pills and spirit weapons that were being transported from the ship. I finished writing a bit late today. Sorry, I don't know if I'll be able to continue writing tomorrow out of love. Please consider adding this to your bookshelf and giving me free gifts. Chapter 144 Purchasing the Moon Essence Pill Recipe. Upon arriving at the 100 Crafts Workshop, Wang Hao had a clear purpose and found the shopkeeper in charge. We will sell large quantities of first-tier pills and spiritual artifacts, and at the same time, we will continuously purchase various spiritual materials, especially spiritual wood and ores. The queen didn't waste any words with the shopkeeper and went straight to the point. When the shopkeeper saw the ship repair badge on Wang Hao's chest, he immediately put away his ulterior motives and dared not neglect him. He led Wang Hao to a rather quiet and elegant room for a detailed discussion. Under the expectant gaze of the other party, Wang Hao took out the samples he was carrying. He placed a bottle of Peiyuan pill, Yunling pill, and Qixua pill on the table, and then took out several gleaming fishbone short swords and silver scale armor. The shopkeeper's expression changed immediately when he saw these items. He used professional techniques to examine the quality and efficacy of the pill, and then tested the strength of the spiritual energy and checked the efficiency of the spiritual power transmission of its spiritual patterns. The more he examined it, the more surprised he became. Sir Ship Repairman, the quality of these pills far surpasses that of similar products on the market. And this spiritual artifact has an extremely high utilization rate of materials, and the transmission of spiritual power is incredibly smooth, comparable to a fine product. It is likely that only by using the primordial spiritual fire could such a high-quality spiritual artifact and pills be refined. The shopkeeper raised his head, his eyes fixed on Wang Hao, as if trying to figure something out. Sir, we at Beigongfang will take all your goods, no matter how many you have. The price will be absolutely fair. Wang Hao smiled slightly, not surprised at all. These pills and spiritual artifacts were all made with Lan Ling's optimized formulas, and with the blessing of the ship's original spiritual fire, the products produced were naturally incomparable to those ordinary artifact cultivators. Plenty of quantity. Wang Hao said confidently. There are 50 furnaces on the ship now, and the girls on the ship take turns to work. It's just a matter of first-tier pills and spiritual weapons. There's as much as you want. However, your spirit stones and the materials I need must be sufficient. We can even sign a long-term supply agreement. But the spirit materials I need must be the best, and the quantity required is large. As long as you can provide them, then pills and spirit artifacts will not be a problem. We can even provide second-tier spirit artifacts and pills. What a second-tier pill, the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Wang Hao's tone, and immediately became even more eager. The two then discussed the price, and Wang Hao, leveraging his superior quality, firmly maintained control of the situation. Ultimately, Beigongfang agreed to Wang Hao's conditions, and at the same time, it prioritized supplying Wang Hao with the various spiritual materials he needed at a price 20 lower than the market price, and promised to do its best to collect high-grade spiritual wood and spiritual ore for Wang Hao. After securing the sales channels, Wang Hao finally smiled with satisfaction. A stable source of income had been opened up, and the next step was to frantically accumulate resources to evolve the blue crystal to a higher stage. After leaving the 100 Crafts workshop, Wang Hao arrived at the most bustling commercial area of Emerald Bay, where shops lined the streets, selling rare and exotic treasures from various seas, and attracting a large crowd. Wang Hao's goal was very clear. He went straight into a pavilion called by Koch. The storefront was decorated in an elegant and grand style. As soon as he entered, a medicinal fragrance wafted into his nostrils. This is one of the largest suppliers of elixirs and formulas on Emerald Island, comparable to the 100 Crafts workshop, and it also has some special elixirs and formulas that the 100 Crafts workshop does not have. When the shop assistants saw Wang Hao, they immediately came to greet him. Upon seeing this, Wang Hao directly stated his purpose. I want to purchase some high-level pill formulas, especially healing and body-refining pills. In addition, I heard that you have level 3 and above spiritual herb seeds here, and I want them all. Upon hearing this, the waiter realized that a big customer had arrived, so he quickly invited Wang Hao into the inner room, served him spirit tea, and specially invited the manager to personally receive him. The shopkeeper was an old man with shrewd eyes. After hearing Wang Hao's request, he took out several jade slips and introduced them. Sir Ship Repairman, these are several second-tier pill formulas from our 100 Herbs Pavilion's collection, Jade Bone Pill and Rejuvenation Pill, all rare and exquisite pieces. Wang Hao picked up the jade slip and examined it with his spiritual power. These pill formulas were indeed good, including those for body tempering, restoring spiritual energy, and healing injuries, but they did not yet meet his expectations. Is there anything better? Preferably something with amazing effects. Seeing Wang Hao's dissatisfied expression, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment before making up his mind. He then went back upstairs to retrieve an exquisite jade slip and placed it on the table. Sir Ship Repairman, I do have a secret recipe for the Moon Essence Pill. This recipe has no grade, but it requires the blood of the Moonlight Spirit Pig as the main ingredient, supplemented with dozens of rare spiritual herbs. The grade of the pill depends on the level of the Moonlight Spirit Pig. Moreover, once the pill is formed, it has a miraculous effect on severe internal injuries and damage to the soul, and can quickly restore vitality. However, the refining method is extremely complicated, and it requires the capture of extremely rare Moonlight Spirit Pigs and the refining of primordial spiritual fire. It has been a long time since anyone has been able to refine it. Moonflower pill, that's it. As for the Moonlight Spirit Dolphin, there are 5 of them in the aquarium on my own ship. I'll find a way to raise them to a higher level in the future. Wouldn't that be a sure way to make money? Suppressing his excitement, Wang Hao said that this was exactly what he needed. After confirming the authenticity of the pill formula, he spoke. Very good, I'll take all these pill formulas. Also, please pack 10 sets of the spiritual herbs that come with these formulas, as well as the spiritual herb seeds from your shop, if you have them. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. The other party's promptness exceeded his expectations. He immediately ordered his assistant to fetch the medicinal herbs and seeds while calculating the price. The recipe for Moonflower pill is priced at 2,000 spirit stones. The other recipes total 1,000 spirit stones, and the spirit herbs, including dewdrop flower and blood ginseng. A total of 37 kinds, plus spirit herb seeds, totaling 6,700 spirit stones. Wang Hao frowned slightly. These things were really expensive, but he still took out the bag, counted them, and paid for them. This investment was definitely worth it. After leaving his delivery address, Wang Hao left by Keoj and went to other shops, where he bought a lot of spirit wood materials and some ores. He ordered hundreds of tons of deep-sea black iron ore alone, and only left the commercial district reluctantly after all the spirit stones were used up. When Wang Hao returned to the Blue Crystal, Zhang Rongrong and the others were at the dock receiving and counting the supplies that had been delivered. Rongrong, these are the pill formulas and spiritual weapon diagrams I purchased from the 100 Herbs Pavilion and 100 Crafts Workshop this time, especially this Moon Essence pill formula. Arrange for people to learn and refine it as soon as possible. My husband, you've worked hard. Please rest assured, we will certainly live up to your expectations. Zhang Rongrong gently straightened Wang Hao's clothes, nodded solemnly, and then began to assign tasks. Xiaoye, you must take good care of those medicinal herb seeds. Okay, Brother Hao. Xiaoye took the medicinal herb seeds and skipped off to the planting pod to cultivate the medicinal herbs. Chapter 145 Moon Essence Pill Successfully Refined. Wang Hao handed over the pill formulas and spiritual weapon diagrams he brought back to the crew and asked Lan Ling to record and deduce them. In particular, the precious Moon Essence pill formula was immediately sent to the pill refining cabin and given to Lu Qingyi. After receiving the jade slip containing the method for refining the Moon Essence pill, Lu Qingyi became extremely focused. She locked herself in her room, studying it day and night, and repeatedly simulating the refining process. The refining of the Moonflower pill requires extremely strict control over the heat, the medicinal properties, and the timing. The slightest mistake will result in the failure of the entire process. The ship only has 5 Moonlight Spirit Pigs, which are extremely valuable resources. Their blood must not be wasted. If they are properly nurtured and their levels are improved, it is not impossible to refine higher-level pills. After 3 full days of preparation, Lu Qingyi finally opened the furnace when she felt she was 70% confident. Outside the alchemy room, Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and the others waited anxiously. The entire alchemy workshop seemed to quiet down, as everyone looked forward to a successful alchemy. Inside the alchemy room, Lu Qingyi held her breath and focused her mind, her fingertips shimmering with spiritual light as she carefully guided and controlled the primordial spiritual fire. One by one, auxiliary herbs were added to the 100 Herbs cauldron for refining and fusion, each step performed with utmost care. When the spirit pig's blood was finally introduced into the cauldron, the entire cauldron trembled slightly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Lu Qingyi's forehead as she focused her mental energy intensely. As time passed, those outside the alchemy room could feel the energy fluctuations emanating from within, sometimes surging and sometimes subdued. Finally, after several long and agonizing hours, a clear and melodious buzzing sound, like the cry of a phoenix, rang out from the alchemy room. An indescribable, elegant yet vibrant fragrance of elixir instantly filled the air, even permeating the alchemy room, invigorating everyone waiting outside. It worked. Zhang Rongrong's beautiful eyes lit up. The door to the alchemy room opened, and Lu Qingyi was filled with excitement. 2 pure white pills with clear red patterns lay quietly in her palm. I have fulfilled my mission. Lu Qingyi's voice carried a hint of weariness. The first batch yielded 2 pills. Great, the crowd cheered. However, alchemy is not always a smooth process. Despite Lu Qingyi's best efforts in the subsequent refining process, the moon essence pill proved to be extremely difficult to refine. Of the 10 sets of matching elixirs, only 4 batches were successfully produced, yielding a total of 10 second-tier moon essence pills. This result far exceeded everyone's expectations, and Lu Qingyi's talent for alchemy was unanimously recognized and admired by everyone. When the 10 moon essence pills were presented to Wang Hao, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. According to the manager of Baichao Pavilion and the market price in Emerald Bay, a second-tier moon essence pill could easily cost 500 spirit stones. These 10 moon essence pills alone almost recouped his entire investment in the pill formula and materials. Pill refining is indeed extremely profitable. Meanwhile, thanks to the efforts of the other auxiliary device repair girls, and by utilizing the newly purchased formulas for Jadebone pill and Rejuvenation pill, the production of other second-tier pills has gradually become stable. Although the success rate varies, each successful batch means a stable income of tens or even hundreds of spirit stones. The market price of each of these second-tier pills fluctuates between 80 and 120 spirit stones. Meanwhile, an even larger quantity of first-tier pills, Nourish Yuan pill, Spirit Nourishing pill, Qi and Blood pill, and first-tier spiritual weapons, Fishbone short sword, Silver scale soft armor, Fishbone powerful crossbow, were continuously produced thanks to everyone's efforts. Although the unit price is not high, usually ranging from 1 to 10 spirit stones, the advantage lies in the huge quantity. It is a steady stream of income, bringing Blue Crystal a stable and considerable net profit of thousands of spirit stones every day. Wealth began to pour into the Blue Crystal at an astonishing rate. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao immediately invested all the huge profits he had earned into procurement through Bei Gongfang's channels. Large quantities of spirit wood and spirit ore were continuously transported onto the ships, and the warehouses were soon filled to capacity again. Every day, Lan Ling would stare longingly at the mountains of food, circling around Wang Hao with her little face full of longing, constantly conveying her strong desire to devour and evolve. Wang Hao suppressed the urge to evolve immediately, waiting for all the crew members to return to the ship, planning to let Lan Ling devour the materials to evolve the ship after setting sail. 7 days later, all crew members returned on time, and the ship's supplies were replenished. It was time to set sail. Raise the sails. Set sail. The Blue Crystal once again sailed away from Emerald Bay and entered the vast sea. Wang Hao finally nodded to Lan Ling, who had been waiting anxiously. Begin, Blue Spirit. Devour to your heart's content. Yes, Captain. Lan Ling's cheerful voice echoed throughout the ship. Buzz. The entire Blue Crystal ship shuddered violently, and the ship's spiritual light shone brightly once again. The piles of spiritual wood and ore in the cabin melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into the purest energy that was greedily absorbed by the spiritual ship. The ship's hull has begun a new round of frenzied growth and strengthening. 305 meters, 310 meters, 320 meters. This evolution, primarily made of spirit wood and spirit ore, was not as rapid as the evolution that involved devouring sea beasts, but it was still very solid. The ship's hull structure has been optimized, and its defensive capabilities, stability, and power system efficiency have all been comprehensively improved. In particular, the 50 furnaces in the alchemy workshop and the weapon refining workshop were further enhanced. When all the spiritual light finally subsided and the evolution was complete, the length of the Blue Crystal ship reached a staggering 330 meters. 330 meters. After taking measurements, a few idle crew members erupted in thunderous cheers. This rapid growth, visible to the naked eye, filled everyone with boundless confidence in the future. He opened his simplified control panel, looked at the updated data, especially the 30 additional spirit ship contract slots, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the newly renovated Blue Crystal, his gaze sweeping over the eagerly waiting girls on the deck. The 30 new spirit ship contract slots added after the evolution attracted every prospective crew member. Without delay, 30 outstanding young women were announced. Amidst countless envious and blessing glances, they excitedly stepped forward and accepted the spirit ship contract. All right, let's save the celebration for next time. A new sea awaits us. Wang Hao waved his hand, suppressing everyone's excitement. Destination, Coral Forest area, full speed ahead. Yes, Captain. After a day's sailing, the seascape ahead gradually changed. The azure sea suddenly became clear, displaying a dreamlike, gradient color under the sunlight, from deep blue to turquoise, and then to an almost transparent light blue. "Captain, we've arrived. The coral forest is just ahead," the girl on lookout reported. Chapter 146, Going to the Sea to Harvest Pearls. Looking out to sea from the bow of the ship, Wang Hao was also awestruck by the sight before him. Beneath this vast sea lay not a dark abyss, but a continuous, colorful underwater forest. Countless coral reefs of various shapes and sizes make up this beautiful and fantastical coral forest, with their branches intertwined and layered, covering the entire seabed. These coral reefs are incredibly vibrant in color: fiery red, cherry blossom pink, amber gold, jewel-like blue, and sunset purple. Sunlight penetrates the clear seawater, refracting a dreamlike halo through these coral reefs, where countless brightly colored fish dart about. Really, what a vibrant and magnificent scene. It truly deserves its reputation as the most beautiful seascape in Emerald Bay. On the sea, boats of all sizes are moored here, including spirit boats that shimmer with spiritual light and ordinary armed fishing boats. Most of these boats have lowered their anchors and are anchored above the coral reefs. On each ship, many figures could be seen. These cultivators wearing specially made waterproof leather armor or activating water-repelling spells, all diving into the sea. These are specialized pearl divers. Their target is the precious pearls hidden among coral reefs and inside shellfish. Perhaps there are also coral hearts that have grown for hundreds of years and contain special spiritual power. This special spiritual energy has a wide range of uses. It can not only be used to refine and evolve spirit ships, but also has great aesthetic value and is something that many nobles love. This is a busy and fertile sea area where countless people rely on the resources obtained from it for their livelihood. So beautiful. Ollie leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the colorful underwater world with mesmerized eyes. "Yes, but be careful. I've heard that beautiful things here often have thorns," Zhang Rongrong reminded her. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. Rongrong is right. The more beautiful a place is, the greater the danger it often hides. Everyone should remain vigilant, and the members of the escort team should be ready to deal with any emergencies at any time. Wang Hao observed that the weapon repairmen who dived underwater were not unprepared. They often went in groups, holding weapons such as harpoons and short blades, and vigilantly scanning the beautiful coral reefs around them. Because no one knows whether a deadly predator lurks behind those dazzling corals, such as a venomous coral scorpion disguised as coral, a giant-mouthed guzzling eel hiding in the sand, or something even more terrifying. The arrival of the blue crystal undoubtedly attracted the attention of other ships in this sea area. Its 330-meter-long hull, menacing ram, and the ever-flowing, clearly extraordinary shield light all demonstrated the extraordinary nature of this spirit ship and the strength of its owner. People on many boats cast curious, surprised, and even somewhat awe-inspiring glances at the spirit ship. Some small armed fishing boats instinctively moved away, fearing they might collide with it. Wang Hao immediately ordered, "Xiaoyan, you take your men to collect samples underwater. Be careful and work in small groups, looking out for each other. Xiao Yu, take the combat team members skilled in naval warfare and equipment repairmen with you to provide protection, focusing on preventing underwater threats and being ready to provide support at any time." "Yes, Captain." The blue crystal quickly chose to stop in an area where the coral appeared to be particularly lush and the spiritual energy fluctuations were strong. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, activated the 5-element shield, and released the pressure of the spirit ship to deter any sea beasts that might appear in the vicinity. Sensing the powerful spiritual pressure, the sea beasts and spirit fish quickly fled the area. Still not at ease, Wang Hao used his powerful divine sense, like an invisible radar, to slowly scan the bustling and beautiful coral sea below. He was both admiring the rare scenery and vigilantly sensing any potential dangers, preparing to respond at any time. The girls quickly put on their specially made silver scale armor. This specially developed scale armor was not only lightweight, but also covered the entire body. It was also engraved with water-controlling spirit patterns, making it an extremely suitable auxiliary defensive artifact for fighting in water. Armed with gathering tools and weapons for self-defense, they leaped into the clear seawater like mermaids. Thump, thump. The girls leaped into the sun-warmed seawater, skillfully swinging their legs as they swam toward their chosen target areas. The bizarre and wonderful underwater world instantly surrounded them. Huge fan-shaped corals resembled peacocks spreading their tails, and finger-shaped staghorn corals grew in clusters. The girls had no time to appreciate the scenery. Their goal was clear: the shellfish clinging to the coral reefs or hidden in the sand. "Look, it's a 7-colored spirit shell." A young girl pointed to the base of a cluster of corals not far away. Several palm-sized shellfish, their surfaces shimmering with an iridescent sheen, were slightly opening and closing. The rainbow pearl nurtured by this spirit shell contains gentle seven-element spiritual energy. It is a harmonizing agent for refining various auxiliary pills and can also be worn directly to nourish the body. It is very valuable, with each pearl worth more than 10 spirit stones. Upon spotting their target, they immediately approached. One of the female craftswomen carefully pried open the shellfish, while the other used a net to catch any startled shellfish that closed its mouth. Their teamwork was seamless. On the other side, Xiaoyan discovered a giant clam half buried in the white sand. Its shell was as thick as a shield, with a diameter of more than 1 meter, and the edges of the shell shimmered with a warm, jade-like luster. Be careful, everyone. The giant clam shells are very strong. If you get caught, you'll be in trouble. Xiao Yin reminded her companions that they did not act rashly. Instead, a girl who cultivated ice attribute techniques condensed a stream of cold water and slowly poured it into the crevices of the giant clam. Stimulated, the giant clam slightly opened its shell, and the other person quickly inserted a specially made wedge to prevent it from closing. Then, they slowly pried it open and took out a spirit-gathering pearl, the size of a goose egg. This pearl was of excellent quality, perfectly round, and emitted a soft white light. This kind of pearl can calm the mind and aid in cultivation, and is a treasure that many weapon cultivators dream of. We're rich. The girl's eyes lit up as they looked at the precious pearl. However, this rich sea area is not only full of wealth. Even with the deterrent presence of the spirit ship, dangers still exist. Oh! A short, startled cry rang out. Not far away, a young girl who was collecting pearls was suddenly wrapped around the ankle by a tentacle that shot out from the shadow of the coral. The tentacle was covered with disgusting suckers. Careful! Li Xiaoyu, who was accompanying him, shouted and hurled the harpoon in his hand, piercing the tentacle accurately. Hiss! A sharp hiss rang out from the coral reef, and a huge, ugly sea monster that looked like a combination of a scorpion and an octopus suddenly emerged. It had the giant claws and venomous tail of a scorpion, and its lower body, which should have long legs, was covered with 7 or 8 tentacles covered with venomous stingers. The battle erupted instantly. Chapter 147 Renovating the Aquarium. The battle erupted instantly. Upon seeing the sea monster attack, the combat team's weapon crafting girls immediately surrounded it, unleashing skills such as water arrows and ice spikes at the tentacle-covered coral scorpion. However, the creature's carapace was exceptionally hard, and it was forced to scramble and struggle against its venomous tail and tentacles. Just then, an ice spear struck the head of the venomous coral scorpion with pinpoint accuracy. Seeing this, Wang Hao casually unleashed a skill attack, causing the coral scorpion to freeze abruptly and let out a painful hiss. A great opportunity. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoyu unleashed a burst of spiritual light on his harpoon and plunged it into the vulnerable compound eye area of the coral scorpion's head. Puffed. Green blood gushed out, and the coral scorpion struggled frantically, but was quickly overwhelmed by the relentless attacks of the other girls and eventually died. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled the attacked girl onto the ship. Fortunately, only her ankle was bruised from the tentacles, and the toxins were blocked by the silver scales and did not enter her body. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But this was just the beginning. As the collection continued to deepen and expand, more and more underwater predators were disturbed or attracted by the faint bloody smell emitted when the spirit pearls were being collected. The giant crab, disguised as a rock, suddenly sprang up, wielding its massive claws capable of cutting through steel. The colorful, magical jellyfish, as vibrant as coral, released deadly paralyzing toxins. On one occasion, a venomous eel, over 20 meters long and lurking in the sand, suddenly opened its enormous jaws, attempting to swallow the entire team along with the coral reef. Fortunately, Wang Hao had been monitoring the entire scene with his divine sense, providing early warnings and continuously releasing magical skills to kill the enemy in advance, thus preventing any crew members from being injured. Seeing the captain display his power, the girls gradually calmed down from their initial panic and even became bolder, their teamwork becoming more and more seamless. The variety of pearls being harvested is increasing, making this coral reef area a truly lucrative place. There is a sharp gold bead from the golden patterned conch, which can slightly enhance the sharpness of gold-type spells. There is the moonlight pearl from the giant clam shell, which has a similar but much weaker effect to the moonlight elixir, but is still a rare and precious item. Some people were even lucky enough to pry open a rare blood jade clam and obtain a blood soul pearl the size of a longan, as red as blood, which contains a vast amount of blood energy and has a miraculous effect on body tempering. The blue crystal seemed to have become an underwater work platform, with young girls constantly surfacing with their harvests, bringing baskets filled with various spirit pearls and shells onto the ship. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the boat, protecting everyone. After a day of collecting, the blue crystal had a very fruitful haul. Several containers filled with pearls of various colors and a small amount of coral hearts were piled on the deck, shimmering with an alluring luster. Although the girls were a little tired, their faces were filled with the joy and excitement of their harvest. They shared their underwater experiences and the various coral formations they saw. As Zhang Rongrong tallied her spoils, she glanced at the dreamlike coral forest in the sea below, and a thought suddenly popped into her head. So she walked over to Wang Hao and said softly, "My lord, look how beautiful this coral is. Our aquarium on the ship is so spacious, yet we only keep 5 moonlight spirit pigs. Isn't that a bit empty and wasteful?" She paused, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "How about we pick out some beautiful coral reefs, cut off a section, and bring it back to the ship to decorate our aquarium? And these shellfish that can produce spirit pearls, we can also select some of the better value ones and raise them. The spiritual energy on our ship is so rich, we're sure we can raise them very well, and maybe even promote their evolution, producing spirit pearls of higher quality." Zhang Rongrong's suggestion was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Yes, Captain, Sister Rongrong's idea is brilliant. Yes, we're bringing the most beautiful underwater scenery home. We can relax in the aquarium, watch the fish, and even play with the moonlight dolphin. It will be much easier and safer for us to harvest pearls from the pearl oysters we raise ourselves. Upon hearing Zhang Rongrong's words, the girls around her immediately brightened up and gathered around, all expressing their agreement and their faces filled with anticipation. Who doesn't want their home to become more beautiful? Looking at their expectant eyes and thinking about the aquarium that was indeed a bit empty after the ship was expanded, Wang Hao thought this idea was also good. It could beautify the environment on the ship, sustainably develop the spirit pearl resources, and provide the crew with an excellent place to relax and unwind. It was a win-win situation. Good. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. Anyway, with Lan Ling, the ship spirit, around, it might actually be a very good facility. We'll do it your way, Rongrong. You're in charge of coordinating this task. Select some beautiful corals with stable structures to cut, being careful not to damage their vitality. Also, select those valuable, docile, and easy-to-care-for clam species. Yes, my husband. Zhang Rongrong happily agreed and immediately began to organize the manpower. Over the next few days, the girls dived into the water again, but this time their goal was not to collect pearls, but to carefully select live corals with special tools. As for pearl oysters, they would select the most vigorous ones and carefully carry them back to the ship along with the reefs where they lived. More baskets and nets were lowered onto the blue crystal to guide these new residents aboard and into the enormous aquarium. Finally, when things were almost done, Lan Ling appeared. She received Wang Hao's instructions and began to mobilize the power of the spirit ship to cooperate with this major transformation. At the bottom of the aquarium, suitable bases for coral attachment began to grow, and some miniature spiritual vein nodes were also generated. More transparent observation windows and crystal bridges grew on the walls and top, and even transparent crystal corridors were generated inside the aquarium, as well as some rest areas that resembled underwater pavilions. The corals that were brought to the aquarium were carefully placed on their bases. Nourished by the rich spiritual energy, they quickly stretched out and even became more vibrant and lustrous. The spirit shells of various colors were placed in suitable areas. They adapted very well to this new home rich in spiritual energy, showing no discomfort whatsoever. They opened and closed their shells slightly, absorbing the even richer spiritual energy. The 5 moonlit dolphins curiously darted through the newly arranged environment, emitting ethereal and joyful calls, creating a dynamic picture with the colorful corals and swimming fish. Chapter 148 Cooperation. When the renovation was finally completed, all the crew members rushed into the aquarium. Oh my God, so beautiful. This must be an underwater palace. The moonlight spirit pig is rubbing against my hand. The girls exclaimed in amazement at the newly renovated aquarium, strolling along the crystal walkway or sitting in the crystal pavilions, admiring the colorful and vibrant miniature coral forest below and around them through these transparent walls. What a beautiful sight. Wang Hao was also admiring the beautiful scenery. No wonder the villagers all love big cruise ships. It really resonates with me. This should be promoted. Light filtered through the aquarium's water, refracting into a mesmerizing halo. The dolphins swam gracefully past the young women, docilely accepting their touches and feeding. This place is no longer just an aquarium for raising dolphins. It has become a beautiful leisure paradise on board, a great place for people to relax and unwind. Looking at the relaxed and happy smiles on the crew members' faces, Wang Hao was very satisfied. This unique aquarium built on the ship would greatly enhance the crew members' happiness and sense of belonging, making the sea voyage less boring and tedious. Zhang Rongrong gently took Wang Hao's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and said softly, "Husband, do you like it?" Not bad." Looking at the wonder he had created, Wang Hao said sincerely, "This is our common home. After the spirit ship is expanded, we will continue to expand it and make it even more beautiful." After the aquarium renovation was completed, everyone was given a day off to rest and play. After that, Wang Hao decided to pilot the blue crystal into the coral forest area. Let's go deeper into the coral sea," Wang Hao ordered. The blue crystal slowly started up and headed towards the depths of the coral sea, where the spiritual energy fluctuations were even stronger. The deeper you go, the more breathtaking the scene becomes. The coral reefs here are much larger, like a forest rising from the seabed. Some coral trees are even hundreds of meters tall, with their branches spreading out as if they want to reach out to touch the sunlight. The bottom of these coral reefs forms huge caves, through which light shines, creating a dazzling display of colors, and one wonders what secrets they conceal. From time to time, the spiritual energy fluctuations of powerful sea beasts can be detected, hidden in the shadows of those huge coral caves. Just as Wang Hao was carefully maneuvering the spirit ship, avoiding those seemingly calm but turbulent areas. Suddenly, Wang Hao's divine sense detected two strong spiritual pressure fluctuations ahead, not from sea beasts, but from two spirit ships moored together. Although the two spirit ships were not as large as the blue crystal, they were still around 200 meters long. The ships shimmered with spiritual light. One ship's prow was carved into the shape of a roaring sea wolf, while the other ship was decorated with dark blue runes. The two ships were not far apart, and there were many artifact cultivators busy on the ships. There were also many people active underwater, seemingly working together to collect resources. As the blue crystal approached, it immediately alerted them. The cultivators on both ships stopped what they were doing and looked at the suddenly appearing spirit ship, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Although ship repair is protected and bound by the Imperial Ship Repair Convention, if this unfamiliar spirit ship comes to seize resources, there will inevitably be a struggle. Every resource struggle between ship repairmen will result in many casualties among equipment repairmen, especially equipment repairmen, none of whom want a war of words to happen. Just as Wang Hao was about to change course and head in another direction, a figure suddenly flew up from the spirit ship at the bow of the Sea Wolf. It was a middle-aged man in a blue outfit with a sharp face. He stood in midair, cupped his hands towards Wang Hao at the bow of the blue crystal, and called out, "Fellow sailors ahead, this is Captain Zhao Kuan of the Sea Wolf, and this is Captain Shan Yao of the Yofu symbol." He pointed to a female nun in a robe who had also taken flight on another ship. The female cultivator, Shan Yao, also cupped her hands in acknowledgement, her voice slightly cold. "Greetings." Seeing this, Wang Hao also used his wind control technique to fly out and return the greeting, saying, "I am Wang Hao, captain of the Blue Crystal. I happened to be sailing here and had no intention of disturbing you too. I will be leaving now." Seeing Wang Hao's calm attitude, Zhao Kuan relaxed slightly and said with a smile, "Hey, Captain Wang, you're too kind. This area is fraught with danger. I see that Captain Wang's spirit ship has an extraordinary aura, so it must be very powerful." He abruptly changed the subject, pointing towards the depths of the coral reef below, his tone becoming serious. "To be honest, the reason we are working together here is for a treasure trove in the center of that colorful coral forest ahead. We have discovered that there is an extremely rare 1,000-year-old colorful coral heart growing there, and there are also a large number of high-quality spirit pearl shells around it. However, that place is infested with a group of extremely troublesome luminous jellyfish and a giant armored shrew guarding the coral heart. If we, with only 2 spirit ships, rashly venture there, we will certainly suffer considerable losses, and we may not even be able to secure the victory." Shan Yao chimed in. "If Captain Wang is interested, why don't the 3 of us join forces? The spoils can be distributed fairly according to our efforts. The value of that treasure land far exceeds the value of these scattered collections in the surrounding areas. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao scanned the area with his divine sense and began to carefully perceive it. Sure enough, at the very center of the coral forest where the seven-colored glow was most intense, Wang Hao sensed a pure and complex spiritual energy fluctuation. That coral heart was indeed a treasure, and if the spirit ship could devour it, it might gain a lot of benefits. However, they also sensed a fierce and powerful aura lurking within, and the mental attacks of those illusory jellyfish had strong hallucinogenic properties. Judging from the aura of that giant armored shrimp, it was probably a third-tier sea beast. No wonder they dared not go there. Seeing me pass by, they greeted me so warmly. It turned out they were looking for outside help. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao realized that while he was fine acting alone, the blue crystal was not to be feared. However, since this place had been discovered by others, and they had invited him to cooperate, he could reliably obtain more treasures, which was not bad. But he also needed to be wary of the unpredictable nature of people's hearts. Wang Hao's gaze swept over Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao. Although their eyes held calculation, they were more eager for the treasure and wary of the third-tier sea beast. Their intention to cooperate seemed to be somewhat sincere. After pondering for a moment, Wang Hao finally nodded in agreement. In any case, the purpose of this trip was to obtain resources, so there was no harm in cooperating. The specifics of how to proceed still need to be discussed in detail, but my blue crystal needs to take the lead, and I have the priority to choose the coral hearts I obtain. Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao exchanged a glance, seemingly exchanging a secret message. At the moment, Wang Hao's spirit ship was the strongest, so it was reasonable for him to demand dominance and priority. The two finally nodded in agreement. All right, Captain Wang is a man of few words. In that case, let's discuss how to wipe out those guardian sea beasts and harvest the seven-colored coral hearts, Zhao Kuan said with a smile. The three quickly finalized the details of their cooperation, deciding that the strongest ship, Blue Crystal, would be responsible for attracting and confronting the giant armored shrimp head-on, while Sea Wolf and Ghost Symbol would be responsible for clearing out the interfering swarm of illusory jellyfish and covering the collectors as they approached the coral heart, respectively. After the cooperation was agreed upon, the three spirit ships began to adjust their formation as agreed, and arranged for the weapon cultivators on board to prepare for battle. Under the organization of Li Xiaoyu, Zhang Rongrong, and Xiao Yin, the girls on Wang Hao's ship quickly put on their defensive magical artifacts and took their weapons. With the five elements wind and thunder shield fully activated, the spirit ship's oppressive aura no longer restrained, forcefully pressing down into the depths of that magnificent, yet dangerous seven-colored coral forest. Chapter 149 Lei Fei's methods for dealing with these sea monsters have proven consistently effective. As the formation of three spirit ships slowly approached the core area of the seven-colored coral forest, the ferocious aura belonging to the third-tier sea beast became increasingly clear and terrifying, as if a boulder was pressing down on everyone's hearts. As planned, Wang Hao steered the spirit ship straight toward the Tier 3 giant armored shrimp, while the other two spirit ships split up to deal with the illusory jellyfish. They're here. Wang Hao's consciousness stirred. Before the words were finished, a loud boom was heard, and a huge coral cave below exploded, sending debris flying, and a colossal creature rushed out. This sea monster is over 100 meters long. Its entire body is covered with a thick carapace, and its pair of giant claws are ridiculously large. When they open and close, they make a metallic scraping sound that makes your teeth ache. It is the giant armored shrimp. Its fierce eyes were fixed on the invading spirit ship. The girls on the blue crystal gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweating, still feeling as if they were facing a formidable enemy when confronting the Tier 3 sea monster once again. However, Wang Hao didn't give them much time to think. The moment the giant armored shrimp brandished its giant claws and surged forward with violent currents, he made his move. Entangle. With a low shout, Wang Hao unleashed countless thick and tough spiritual vines that instantly coiled around the giant armored prawn's body and its deadly claws like agile giant pythons. The crayfish's forward momentum was suddenly halted by the vine-like joints. It hissed angrily and struggled frantically, but with Wang Hao's current magical strength, it was unable to break free immediately. Vortex. Without saying a word, Wang Hao continued his attack, casting his second spell. The seawater around the giant prawn instantly spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. The powerful tearing force and chaotic water flow made it even more difficult for its body, which was already bound by vines, to maintain its balance, causing it to sway and stagger in the whirlpool. Now, a glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he noticed the tiny gap at the joint of its carapace. Metal control technique. Armor-piercing spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp spears, gleaming with a chilling metallic luster, appeared out of thin air, whistling as they shot with pinpoint accuracy toward the giant armored shrew's joints, eye sockets, and the soft joints of its abdomen. The dull sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh rang out one after another. Although the crayfish's shell was incredibly hard, the defenses of its joints and weak points were relatively weak and could not completely withstand Wang Hao's precise strikes. Roar! The giant armored shrew let out a painful howl, green blood gushing from its wounds, staining the surrounding seawater green. The intense pain drove it into madness. But Wang Hao's attack was not over yet. One last time, lightning strike, give it a good shock. Wang Hao drew upon a large amount of spiritual power and mobilized the power of lightning spirit patterns to deal with a target whose joints were pierced by a metal spear and which was also conductive. The effect was outstanding. Sizzle-ass. Thick bolts of lightning pierced through the sea surface and struck the giant armored shrimp directly. The current flowed through its entire body instantly, along with the seawater and the metal spears inside its body. The giant armored shrew's massive body convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably. Wisps of smoke and the smell of burnt meat even emanated from the gaps in its shell. In just a few breaths, the frantically struggling behemoth completely stiffened. The entire process, from the appearance of the sea monster to its death, was breathtakingly fast. Wang Hao nodded, satisfied with his masterpiece. This technique of controlling metal, combined with lightning magic, was incredibly effective against these arthropod sea beasts. It was both easy and simple, and even the consumption of spiritual energy in his spiritual sea was minimal. The girls on the blue crystal hadn't even fully recovered from their fear when the battle was over. They looked at the tall figure at the bow of the ship, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock and fervent worship. The captain is amazing. That was a third-tier sea beast, and it was just killed instantly like that. I haven't seen the sea monster yet. In stark contrast to the relaxed and carefree atmosphere on the blue crystal side, the battle on the other side was exceptionally fierce and chaotic. Although the individual strength of the illusory jellyfish swarm that the sea wolf and the ghost symbol faced was not strong, their numbers were enormous, and their mental attacks were ubiquitous and difficult to defend against. Be careful. Don't be fooled by the light they emit. Ouch, my head hurts so much. Defense. Quickly activate your divine sense protection. The cultivators on both ships were in a flurry of activity, their spells flashing wildly, but they were unable to effectively eliminate the jellyfish that could interfere with their minds. One cultivator after another was touched by the jellyfish's tentacles due to momentary daze. Although they were not killed immediately, they were instantly paralyzed and lost their fighting ability. They were dragged back to the ship by their companions with screams. Several people have already been injured, and the jellyfish swarm has been completely alarmed, making the situation extremely critical. Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao were frantically giving instructions when they suddenly noticed that the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations and the roars of the giant beasts from the blue crystal's direction had abruptly stopped. The two instinctively looked over and saw the giant armored shrimp emitting blue smoke. Their pupils shrank instantly, their faces filled with shock and horror. How is this possible? Zhao Kuan almost bit his tongue. Instantly killed a Tier 3 giant armored shrimp. Shan Yao's usually cold face was filled with disbelief, and her voice even changed tone. They had anticipated that the blue crystal would be lucky to hold back the crayfish, and they were even prepared for the blue crystal to be damaged and need their support. However, they never expected the result to be such a clean and decisive crushing defeat. This combat power far exceeded that of most of their fellow ship repairmen. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy. Captain Wang, please lend a helping hand immediately. Zhao Kuan disregarded his pride and hurriedly called for help. These jellyfish are too troublesome. Our men can't hold on much longer. Shan Yao immediately shouted, Captain Wang, please help us clear the jellyfish swarm. Afterwards, I, Fu Hao, am willing to give up another 10 of the profits. Wang Hao's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield, and seeing that there were indeed weapon cultivators injured, he made a decision in his heart. The cooperation had just begun, and he did not want to be seen as someone who would stand by and watch someone die. After all, they were all in the Imperial ship repair system, and they would run into each other again. Let's go help. Xiaoyu, the combat team, go help. Use ranged area attacks to clear out the jellyfish swarm. Don't get off the boat. These jellyfish can use mental attacks, and we don't have any special mental attack defense artifacts. Safety first. While he was willing to help, Wang Hao still knew what was important and what was not. If any crew member on the ship got injured, he would be heartbroken for a long time. Yes, Captain. With the addition of the Blue Crystal's new forces, especially the well-coordinated fighting style of the girls on board, coupled with Wang Hao's wide-range magical attacks, the battle situation was instantly turned around, and these troublesome jellyfish were quickly killed. Wang Hao looked at Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao and smiled faintly. Captains, now we can go and retrieve the seven-colored coral heart with peace of mind, right? Looking at the unfathomable young captain before them, Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao's initial ulterior motives vanished, replaced by awe and relief. If it weren't for Wang Hao's appearance, they would have been defeated, let alone dealing with the Tier 3 sea beasts, or even this group of Tier 2 illusionary light jellyfish. They nodded quickly. Of course. Of course. We'll leave it all to Captain Wang. Chapter 150 Skill Upgrade. After the threat was completely eliminated, they slowly steered the boat closer to the core area of the coral reef that emitted a seven-colored halo. The closer one gets, the more one can feel the pure and powerful life energy emanating from the 1,000-year-old seven-colored coral heart. The spirit pearl shells growing around it are also much larger, their shells shimmering with iridescent light, clearly indicating their extremely high quality. Captain Wang, please. Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao voluntarily stepped aside, indicating that Wang Hao should take the lead in gathering resources. Among ship repairmen, strength was paramount, and Wang Hao displayed overwhelming strength, naturally winning this leading position. Wang Hao didn't stand on ceremony with them. He nodded, first carefully scanning the area with his divine sense to confirm there were no other hidden dangers, before giving the order. The collection team is ready to go into the water. Carefully collect the coral hearts and small lotuses. Also, take more people down to collect the spirit pearl shells around here. Be careful as well. Try to collect the higher quality ones while they are still alive so that they can be kept in our aquarium. Yes. Xiao Lian immediately led the girls into the water and carefully separated the seven-colored coral heart. The surrounding spirit pearl shells were also pried off one by one, placed in a basket, and pulled onto the boat. The whole process went very smoothly. The aftershocks of the battle earlier caused all the sea beasts in the vicinity to flee in terror, and there were no unexpected incidents during the entire collection process. All the spoils were brought back to the deck of the Blue Crystal. In particular, the seven-colored coral heart emitted a mesmerizing halo and was filled with spiritual energy. The numerous spirit pearl shells piled together, their spiritual light intertwined, were also quite spectacular. The next step was to distribute the prizes according to the prior agreement. Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao looked at their spoils with longing in their eyes, but due to Wang Hao's formidable strength, they both obeyed the rules and waited for him to speak. Wang Hao carefully sensed it and found that the energy contained in this seven-colored coral heart was beyond imagination. The spirit ship would definitely benefit greatly after absorbing it. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. As agreed, my blue crystal is responsible for killing the most troublesome third-tier sea beasts and assisting in clearing out the jellyfish swarm. I have priority in selection and the right to dominate the allocation. Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao nodded quickly. That's only right. It's all up to Captain Wang to decide. Good. Wang Hao didn't mince words. I'll take 60% of this 1,000-year-old seven-colored coral heart. The remaining 40% will be split equally between the sea wolf and the use symbol, 20% each. As for these spirit pearl shells, they will be distributed in the same proportion. My blue crystal will take 60%, and the two of you will each take 20%. What do you two think? This distribution plan was even more than they had expected. They had thought that Wang Hao would take 70% or even more, since without Wang Hao, they wouldn't even get 10%, and they might even lose their ship and their lives. Zhao Kuan immediately cupped his hands in respect and said with heartfelt admiration, Captain Wang is fair in his dealings, and I have no objection. Shan Yao nodded slightly. I have no objection either. Thank you, Captain Wang. Since everyone agrees, then let's distribute it this way. After speaking, Wang Hao raised his hand, his fingers forming a knife-like shape, and manipulated his spiritual energy to precisely split the seven-colored coral heart in two. He took 60% for himself and gave the remaining 40% to Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao. After receiving their share, Zhao Kuan and Shan Yao both smiled sincerely. Although the trip was thrilling, the gains far exceeded their expectations. They also met a powerful ship repairman like Wang Hao, and there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Captain Wang, it was a pleasure working with you this time. If you ever have such a good opportunity again, don't forget about the sea wolf, Zhao Kuan said with a hearty laugh. Shan Yao also said softly, you Fu Hao, also look forward to the next collaboration with Captain Wang. Wang Hao smiled and replied, no problem, no problem. If we have the chance to work together again in the future, we will certainly do so. With the transaction completed, the atmosphere became even more harmonious. The three parties exchanged information about other areas of the sea and their navigation experience. Afterward, the Sea Wolf and the Ghost symbol set sail and left satisfied. Watching the two ships sail away, Wang Hao then took a closer look at the coral hearts and numerous spirit pearl shells on board. Lan Ling, come and see. What do you think of these things? Lan Ling's figure appeared, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at the shimmering coral heart. Captain, the energy of this coral heart is so strong. If we can absorb it, we might gain new abilities. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was overjoyed. This unexpected collaboration had yielded truly remarkable results. However, instead of letting Lan Ling devour it immediately, he told Lan Ling to be patient. Let the crew collect those illusory jellyfish and that Tier 3 sea beast, then we can devour and evolve them together. Once everything was ready, Wang Hao ordered everyone to be on high alert and ensured the safety of the surroundings before allowing Lan Ling to devour and evolve. Let's begin, Blue Spirit. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship and gave the instructions. Yes, Captain. Lan Ling's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement as she hovered in the center of the ship, causing the entire blue crystal to emit a deep hum. The first thing absorbed was the seven-colored coral core containing immense life and spiritual power, which transformed into a dazzling torrent of 7 colors and merged into the ship's hull. The spiritual patterns on the ship seemed to be infused with vitality, becoming even more complex and profound. Immediately afterwards, the enormous carcass of the giant armored shrimp was enveloped in spiritual light and rapidly decomposed, its hard shell transforming into the purest energy, strengthening the ship's defensive structure. Finally, the collected luminous jellyfish were also swallowed up, and their spiritual energy and unique luminous properties were cleverly guided by Blue Spirit and integrated into the ship's hull. This time, the devouring evolution, due to the addition of high-level materials, is far more complex and intense than the previous simple devouring of spiritual materials. Rumble. The entire blue crystal ship erupted with dazzling 7-colored spiritual light, and its length began to increase. 335 meters, 340 meters, 345 meters. This evolution lasted for a full day and night. When all the strange phenomena finally subsided, what appeared before everyone was a colossal vessel that was 350 meters long. The ship's lines are more streamlined and imposing, but the most significant change is in the internal lighting system, which has become exceptionally dazzling and complex. The single ram at the bow became even thicker and more menacing, with tiny arcs of electricity occasionally flickering at its tip. Wang Hao immediately sensed the huge changes in the ship's hull and brought up the attribute panel to check. Captain, Wang Hao. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship Spirit, Blue Spirit, Growth Stage. Ship Classification, Funeral Ship, 350 meters. Power System, Sails, Spirit Fire-Powered Propellers, Water Control Array. Special Module, Information Deduction and Processing Center. New ship features. Regeneration. After the ship absorbs the 7-colored coral, it gains the ability to repair itself and can slowly recover under the nourishment of spiritual energy. When the crew is on the ship, the speed of injury recovery is slightly increased. Illusory Light Shield. The shield system is upgraded. On the basis of the 5 elements Wind and Thunder Shield, an additional layer of illusory light barrier with mental defense and divine sense interference effects is activated, which can confuse approaching enemies to a certain extent. Spirit Ship Contract, 330/350. Ship Features, Tier 3 Spirit Field, Dream Aquarium, Weapon Refining Workshop, Alchemy Workshop. Ship Weapons, Ballistae, Thunder Ram. Skill List, 5 elements Wind and Thunder Illusionary Light Shield, Thunder Control Technique, Intermediate. 350 meters. Not only have 2 new characteristics been added, but the 5 elements skill has actually been upgraded from beginner to intermediate level. Chapter 151 Flame Pearl. The upgrade of his skills filled Wang Hao with immense joy. His basic skills were already quite strong, and now that they had been fully upgraded to intermediate level, did that mean he could deal with ferocious sea monsters of the 4th or even 5th tier? Moreover, this evolution is comprehensive, especially the spirit ship, which has gained a layer of deceptive illusory light shield and regeneration ability, which is simply the best control and survival ability. This 7-colored coral heart is indeed a rare treasure. The crew members cheered with joy as they felt the even stronger spiritual energy and the powerful aura emanating from the spirit ship itself. The spirit ship has grown bigger again. Look, there are so many colorful lights on the ship, and colorful lights are flowing on the hull. It's so beautiful. Zhang Rongrong walked up to Wang Hao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. "My lord, our ship has become even stronger." Wang Hao put his arm around her slender waist and looked at the boundless sea. "That's right, but that's far from enough. We need to become stronger, evolve the spirit ship to be bigger, and make it a true mobile home, so that we can take you to see the natural scenery of the endless seas in the future." Zhang Rongrong leaned against Wang Hao's chest and let out a soft hum, as if she wanted to merge herself into Wang Hao's body. There are even more treasures in the waters inside this coral forest, such as the deep-sea fault line deep within the coral forest that Shan Yao and the others mentioned. After we finish exploring the central area of the coral forest, we can go in and take a look. Wang Hao helped Zhang Rongrong up and turned to shout to the crew on the ship. "Girls, we have added 20 more slots for spirit ship contracts. The list will be distributed shortly, and the spirit ship contracts will be granted. After a day of rest, we will once again enter the coral forest to explore and collect resources." "Yes, Captain." They hadn't expected that Wang Hao would fulfill his promise so soon after the spirit ship had evolved. Under the expectant gazes of these beautiful young female crew members, 20 girls were selected and, amidst the envious blessings of their companions, completed the contract ceremony. The official crew was strengthened once again, thanks to this tangible reward and anticipation. The crew's cohesion reached an unprecedented level, and they all put in their best efforts, hoping that the spirit ship would evolve quickly. After a day of rest, everyone became familiar with the changes to the evolution summoning ship, and Wang Hao issued new instructions. "Set sail. We're heading to the central region." As the ship sailed deeper, the shapes of the corals in the sea became even more bizarre and wonderful, making the seabed look like a dreamlike fairyland, and the concentration of spiritual energy seemed to increase further. "Captain, a cluster of fire corals has been spotted to our right," the lookout girl reported. As the ocean currents passed by, the coral reef emitted a misty, fiery glow, a truly beautiful sight. The young girls crowded around the ship's railing to admire this magnificent view. "Record the coordinates first, and don't get close yet." Wang Hao remained vigilant, reminding everyone to be careful. The more beautiful the marine environment appears, the greater the danger may be hidden beneath, especially in places with such rich spiritual energy. Sure enough, before Wang Hao could finish speaking, Lan Ling issued a warning. A large group of large organisms is detected approaching at high speed. The energy level is determined to be level 3. The direction is below the flame coral cluster. As soon as Lan Ling finished speaking, a huge black shadow suddenly sprang out from under the coral reef. It was shaped like a sea serpent, but had a single horn with flames coiling around its head, and a huge mouth filled with fine, sharp teeth. "It's a fire eel. Watch out for its fire attacks." One of the girls recognized the sea monster and pointed it out. The horn on the flame eel's head suddenly lit up, and a ball of flame blasted towards the blue crystal. Full shield activation. Wang Hao thought to himself. Buzz. The shield of the blue crystal instantly changed. The original multicolored shield was now covered with a dreamlike halo. Flames slammed into the shield, splashing up large amounts of fire. The fire eel followed closely behind, opening its huge mouth to bite the spirit ship. "Ah!" The girl on the ship's side was so frightened that she trembled and screamed repeatedly. Boom. Unexpectedly, the fire eel grazed the edge of the shield and filled the gap. The girl on the boat stared at the scene with her mouth agape. "It's the illusionary light shield. This effect is amazing," Zhang Rongrong exclaimed in delight. Wang Hao nodded. Indeed, this new shield could confuse the attacks of a Tier 3 sea beast, causing it to miss its target. Attack. Without Wang Hao's command, the girls in the combat team manipulated their magical artifacts to launch attacks, with hundreds of spells and artifacts shooting towards the relatively vulnerable eyes and head of the fire eel. The fire eel hissed in anger as it was struck by these attacks, and then twisted its body in fury and charged toward the spirit ship once more. Water control, water flow imprisonment. The water around the flame eel suddenly became turbulent and violent, tightly binding its body and making its movements extremely difficult. Immediately afterwards, countless bolts of lightning formed an electric grid and struck the fire eel's body. The violent lightning caused it to hiss in pain, and finally it floated motionless on the sea. From the moment the third-tier sea beast appeared until it was killed, Wang Hao's actions were as smooth as flowing water. Finally, he revealed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, after the upgrade, killing a third-tier sea beast was incredibly easy, just like eating and drinking, requiring almost no effort. Go forward and collect materials, especially the flaming horn on its head. Also, Xiaoyan, take some people down to the sea to see if there are any pearl oysters, and salvage them together. Yes, Captain. Xiaolian immediately led the girls in the collection team, put on protective gear, grabbed their tools, and dived into the water to search carefully near the flame coral reef. They eventually made a discovery near the coral reef where the flame eel lived. Look, so many flame clams. Be careful, get them out of there. The girls carefully approached the base of the coral. The shells were fiery red, warm to the touch, and had natural flame-like patterns on their surfaces. They used magical artifacts and fishing nets to catch the flame clams to prevent them from hurting them, then shoved them into the basket and quickly climbed up. Soon, flame clams the size of millstones piled up on the deck, shimmering with a magnificent luster in the sunlight. It's so beautiful. Open it and take a look. Wang Hao ordered directly, his eyes filled with anticipation, wondering what surprises awaited him. Several female cultivators carefully approached the flame clam, pried open its shell with a special tool, and a pure fire elemental aura immediately spread out. Finally, they took out several pigeon egg-sized, crimson pearls from inside the shell, which seemed to have flames flickering inside. Wow, a flame pearl! Zhang Meyer exclaimed with delight. These are treasures that crafting fire-type spiritual weapons and fire-type weapon cultivators dream of. Each one is incredibly valuable. If I could use one, I might just be able to break through to the second tier of weapon cultivator. Oh, Mayor, take it all. Try to break through to the second-tier weapon cultivator as soon as possible. Wang Hao placed the several flame pearls in his hand into the other person's hand. I love you to death, my captain husband. Chapter 152 Thunderstorm Jellyfish. Zhang Meyer excitedly accepted the flame pearls containing pure fire elemental power and kissed Wang Hao on the cheek, drawing good-natured laughter and envious glances from the surrounding girls. Wang Hao smiled and looked at the other fire elemental weapon cultivating girls who were staring at him expectantly, and said loudly, all sisters who specialize in fire magic and have reached the peak of the first tier will each receive a flame pearl and use the spiritual energy provided by the spirit ship to attempt a breakthrough. This is an opportunity you deserve. Thank you, Captain. Dozens of fire elemental weapon cultivating girls responded in unison, their voices filled with excitement and gratitude. They stepped forward in an orderly fashion and received the scorching and precious pearl from Zhang Meyer's hands. Soon, strong fire-type spiritual energy fluctuations rose from many places on the blue crystal, especially in the weapon refining workshop and some specially designated training areas, which were almost covered by crimson light. Zhang Meyer sat cross-legged in front of her personal refining furnace, placing the flaming pearl into her natal spiritual artifact, the gold melting furnace. She used the furnace fire to temper her natal spiritual energy. The flaming pearl merged into the gold melting furnace, finally transforming into a second-tier spiritual artifact, drawing in a vast amount of spiritual energy like rivers flowing into the sea, surging into her spiritual sea. The barrier that had troubled her for so long shattered under the impact of such powerful and pure energy. Her spiritual sea expanded instantly, her aura soared, and she officially entered the realm of second-tier artifact cultivator. The molten gold furnace hummed, and its spiritual light shone even brighter. The other fire-type girls also seized this rare opportunity, and with the help of the rich spiritual energy of the ship and the power of the flame pearls, they launched an attack on the bottleneck. In an instant, spiritual energy surged on the blue crystal, and exclamations of surprise and joyful cheers rose and fell. I've broken through. I've finally reached the second tier. Me too. My spiritual sea has grown so much. My fire control is much better now. These fire-type weapon cultivating girls, whether they were crew members who had followed them from the beginning or recruited later, had long been at the peak of the first tier, and in just a few days, they finally broke through and stepped into the threshold of the second tier. The weapon cultivating power of the entire blue crystal ship has achieved a qualitative leap. Those weapon cultivators or non-fire type girls who had not yet reached the breakthrough conditions were envious, but also genuinely happy for their companions, and at the same time became even more determined to cultivate diligently. They knew that as long as they followed the captain's lead, such opportunities would be plentiful in the future. Watching this scene, Wang Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. The overall improvement in the crew's capabilities meant that the Blue Crystal's comprehensive combat effectiveness, production efficiency, and future development potential had all been greatly enhanced. Zhang Rongrong walked to his side and said softly, "Husband, with the sisters' increased strength, our ship is safer now." "That's right." Wang Hao nodded. "Moreover, the efficiency of alchemy and weapon crafting will also increase. Tell Lu Qingyi and Mayer to try having these newly promoted second-tier weapon crafters participate in the crafting of second-tier pills and spiritual weapons." Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The joy of the breakthrough lasted for several days. The newly promoted second-tier weapon cultivators spent several days stabilizing their realm, familiarizing themselves with the surge in power and their stronger control over their natal weapon. The atmosphere on the entire ship was filled with youthful vigor and confidence. The improvement in skills was immediately reflected in daily work. Inside the alchemy workshop, Lu Qingyi was pleasantly surprised to find that, in addition to her, several newly promoted second-tier assistants were even more adept at controlling the heat and processing medicinal materials, and had successfully refined a batch of second-tier jade bone pills with a good success rate and quality. The weapon refining workshop was bustling with activity. Under Zhang Meyer's supervision, the furnace was burning even hotter, greatly increasing the efficiency of refining first-tier spiritual weapons. They had even begun to try refining second-tier fishbone-reinforced crossbows and silver-scale heavy armor in small batches. On this day, the Blue Crystal was conducting routine navigation and resource collection in the depths of a relatively calm coral sea. Wang Hao was in the captain's cabin, summarizing recent harvest and crew status data through Blue Spirit. Suddenly, without warning, the ship jolted violently. It wasn't a collision. It was more like being shoved hard from the side by some enormous force. Wah! A deep, suppressed hum came from the deep sea, as if some enormous creature was awakening. What's going on? Wang Hao appeared on the bridge instantly and asked sternly. Captain, a huge shadow has appeared underwater on the port side. It's moving extremely fast. The lookout girl's voice was tinged with panic. Almost simultaneously, Lan Ling's urgent alarm sounded. 3 ultra-high energy reactions detected, with violent fluctuations in spiritual energy, all classified as Tier 3. They are coming from the direction of the seabed fault. Before the words were even finished, 3 enormous black shadows had already broken through the sea surface, forming a triangular shape to partially surround the blue crystal. It was a bizarre sea beast that no one had ever seen before. Its body was like a huge, semi-transparent jellyfish umbrella, nearly 100 meters in diameter. Dozens of tentacles covered with suckers and flashing with lightning hung down from the umbrella. Its body was filled with chaotic mental fluctuations and the aura of thunder. It's a thunderstorm jellyfish, Zhang Rongrong exclaimed gravely. These 3 peak-level third-tier sea beasts exuded a fierce aura that intertwined, creating a powerful sense of oppression far surpassing the scattered sea beasts encountered before. They locked onto the blue crystal with a clear predator's intent. Be on guard. Wang Hao's voice resounded throughout the ship, calm and powerful, instantly quelling the crew's initial panic. Full shield activation. Ballistic aim. Sizzle. The 3 sea monsters launched an attack simultaneously. The bell of the thunderstorm jellyfish throbbed, and countless lightning tentacles lashed out like whips, while releasing intense mental interference. Activate the illusory light shield. Wang Hao precisely controlled the shield to protect the ship and prevent the sea monster's attack from affecting the crew. The multicolored illusory shield fluctuated violently, successfully deflecting and weakening most of the plasma and mental impact. But the water flow and physical blows from the sea monsters still caused the ship to rock violently. Attack. Ballisti, focus fire on the foremost thunderstorm jellyfish and disrupt its mental interference. Wang Hao ordered, simultaneously mobilizing his spiritual sea. Thunder, heed my command. With the intermediate lightning control technique unleashed at full power, the purple lightning, imbued with destructive energy, struck like a sword of divine punishment towards the core of the thunderstorm jellyfish's umbrella. At the same time, Amon roared and smashed his giant hammer at the tentacles of another jellyfish that were attacking the spirit ship, trying to attract its attention. The combat team of girls led by Li Xiaoyu, with the firepower support of Zhang Meyer and other newly promoted second-level weapon cultivators, poured dense spells and spirit weapon attacks on the tentacles of the thunderstorm jellyfish like a torrential rain. However, these 3 sea beasts were indeed terrifyingly powerful. They withstood the attacks of nearly 100 weapon cultivators without suffering any damage. On the contrary, their continuous tentacle attacks caused the spirit ship's shield to shake violently. Although the thunderstorm jellyfish was charred black by Wang Hao's lightning and its tentacles were flailing wildly, it still stubbornly released mental interference. The battle reached a stalemate. Although the blue crystal was barely holding on thanks to its evolved strength and the crew's valiant efforts, the situation was far from optimistic. If this continued, the shield was likely to be broken, and the crew was too weak. Once the shield was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Wang Hao was pondering a way to break the deadlock and preparing to use a more powerful hybrid spell, another change occurred. From the distant, deep direction leading to the deep-sea fault, a heavy, low roar suddenly came. The roar wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable majesty and penetrating power, instantly drowning out all other sounds on the battlefield. The three sea beasts that were attacking frantically suddenly stopped upon hearing the roar. A flash of instinctive fear crossed their eyes, and they all ceased their attack, their massive bodies trembling slightly, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. They glanced at each other, then at the still shining blue crystal, let out a low, unwilling groan, and then simultaneously bypassed the blue crystal, fleeing in a panic at an even faster speed than they had come, disappearing from sight. Chapter 153 Danger? Run for your life. It came suddenly and left mysteriously. The people on board the blue crystal looked at each other, completely bewildered. The joy of surviving the ordeal hadn't even had time to surface before it was replaced by even greater confusion. How did they get away? Amon scratched his head, carrying his hammer, looking puzzled. Zhang Rongrong walked to Wang Hao's side and asked worriedly, "Husband, what about that roar?" Wang Hao frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction of the deep-sea fault, his heart filled with turmoil. Wang Hao could sense that the owner of that roar was definitely above the 4th level, or even higher. These 3 peak-level Tier 3 sea beasts seemed to be fleeing in panic, as if they were frightened by some even more terrifying being. Lan Ling's figure appeared, her face also showing unprecedented solemnity. "Captain, we have detected extremely subtle but incredibly powerful life energy fluctuations awakening in the direction of the deep-sea fault." Wang Hao's heart sank, and he ordered, "Go. Turn back immediately and return to Emerald Bay." Gazing at that dark abyss, I knew that the depths of the Coral Sea were far more dangerous than I had imagined, and while they were also more attractive to explore, Wang Hao was the opposite. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. If I encounter danger, I will turn around and leave. The massive blue crystal abruptly changed direction, its sails billowing to their fullest extent, its spirit fire-powered propellers roaring under overload, and the water-controlling array stirring up surging waves at the bottom of the ship, propelling the 350-meter-long spirit ship at an unprecedented speed back the way it came. However, the journey home was not smooth. It seemed that the awakening of the unknown entity in the deep-sea fault had disturbed the powerful sea creatures deep in the coral forest, making them restless and aggressive. The first wave of attacks arrived less than half an hour after the return flight began. Dozens of razor-sharp sharks, each over 20 meters long and with dorsal fins as sharp as knives, charged from the flanks. Their scarlet eyes were filled with rage as they relentlessly tore at and rammed the blue crystal's shields. "Don't get bogged down. Ballistic cover, accelerate and charge." Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes cold. He did not personally deal with these peak second-tier sea beasts, but instead delegated command, treating it as a way to train the girls on the ship. Wang Hao discovered that although these girls were very pleasing to the eye, their combat abilities were indeed insufficient. This was something that had to be changed for future voyages at sea. He couldn't possibly handle everything himself. There would always be times when he couldn't manage everything. Li Xiaoyu and Amon led the combat team to respond efficiently, forming a barrage of spells to block the approaching sharks. The blue crystal maintained its speed and forcefully broke through the shark swarm. But trouble followed one after another. The water ahead suddenly became murky, and countless venomous sea urchins were ejected by the turbulent current like living cannonballs, crashing into the shield and exploding into clouds of poisonous mist. "It's a group of second-tier venomous sea urchins," Lan Ling reported promptly. "The wind is coming." With a wave of his hand, Wang Hao unleashed a violent gust of wind using his intermediate-level wind control technique, which dispersed the large swath of poisonous fog. At the same time, their gazes were fixed on a sea urchin king hidden behind a coral reef in the distance, constantly thrashing its body and spitting out venomous stingers. "Thunder and fire rage, shatter for me." Wang Hao held back, summoning lightning with his left hand and controlling fire with his right. Under his precise control, the two completely different and powerful energies twisted and intertwined in the air, eventually transforming into a purplish-red lightning spear wrapped in crimson flames. It emitted a shrill whistle that tore through the air, instantly traversing thousands of meters and accurately striking the core of the giant sea urchin king. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the sea urchins and a large area of coral reef were instantly vaporized. The raging lightning energy boiled the surrounding seawater for a moment, and the remaining stinging sea urchins lost their command and became chaotic and disorderly. "Blue Spirit, now's the time to devour." Wang Hao relentlessly unleashed various attack methods, continuously reaping the sea beasts blocking his path amidst the chaos, while simultaneously ordering Lan Ling to devour the slain sea beasts. The devouring power controlled by Lan Ling swept across the sea surface, pulling the remains of the sea urchin mother nest and some of the electrocuted carcasses of the split-fin sharks into the ship's hull. This ferocious and efficient fighting style made the crew members both terrified and thrilled. As they approached the outer edge of the coral forest, a terrifying pressure rapidly pursued them from behind. It was a colossal octopus, comparable in size to a small island. Every swing of its enormous tentacles stirred up towering waves, and its 8 cold, giant eyes were fixed on the blue crystal, clearly regarding it as a delicious prey in its escape. Its aura had clearly reached the 4th rank. You're like a persistent ghost. There are so many ships around, but you only chase after me, aren't you? A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he also knew that if he didn't deal with this big guy, he wouldn't be able to escape safely. Rong, hold the ship steady. Everyone, prepare for the impact. The colossal tentacle of the overturning sea octopus, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, slammed down with immense force towards the stern of the blue crystal. Let's see if the illusionary shield can deflect the attack. Wang Hao pushed the illusionary light shield to its limit. The moment the tentacle slammed down, a hazy halo flickered wildly, attempting to guide the octopus away from the spirit ship and deflect this terrifying power. Boom! This enormous octopus-like sea monster had extremely strong resistance to the psychic illusions of the illusionary shield. Its final attack landed on the shield, causing it to flicker and groan under the strain. The ship tilted violently, and the girls on the deck screamed and grabbed onto something to hold them back. Although the shield was not completely destroyed, the enormous impact still slowed the blue crystal's speed. Court death. Wang Hao was getting a little annoyed. He couldn't even run away in peace, but he also knew that he had to act quickly and decisively, as delaying would only bring more trouble. Taking a deep breath, the boundless spiritual power within his spiritual sea surged wildly, communicating with the spiritual runes engraved in the spiritual sea space. Wind, fire, thunder, water, metal, spiritual runes of several attributes lit up around him, intertwining into a complex and dangerous array of runes. Using my spiritual sea as a guide, let's unleash a combined attack. This is one of the strongest hybrid spells that Wang Hao deduced with Lan Ling after advancing to the intermediate level. It places a huge burden on spiritual power and divine sense, but its power is also terrifying. A dazzling beam of energy shot out from Wang Hao's fingertip. Initially only as thick as an arm, it frantically devoured the surrounding spiritual energy the moment it left the ground. It grew larger as it flew, transforming into an energy torrent tens of meters in diameter. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be distorted, and seawater evaporated silently. The colossal octopus sensed a deadly threat and let out a terrified howl. All its tentacles frantically retracted in an attempt to defend themselves, but it was too late. The beam of spiritual energy pierced through its massive body instantly, without any earth-shattering explosion, only with powerful penetrating and annihilating capabilities. When the light faded, the troublesome giant octopus, along with a large area of seawater on its body, was evaporated and annihilated by the powerful energy, leaving only a seawater cavity and a giant wave slowly filling it. The power of that single strike was terrifying. Blue Spirit, swallow it quickly. Chapter 154 evolves into a 450-meter spirit ship. The blue light swept through, completely engulfing the enormous octopus. The blue crystal seemed to have taken a powerful tonic, its spiritual light surging, and it couldn't wait to stop and begin its evolution. The massive amount of energy caused the spirit ship's speed to surge once again, even surpassing its peak speed. Riding this momentum, the blue crystal made great strides and finally broke out of the treacherous depths of the coral forest, entering the relatively safe outer area. Only when he could no longer feel the terrifying pressure from the deep sea did Wang Hao breathe a sigh of relief and order the speed to be restored to normal cruising. On deck, the survivors looked at each other in silence, their faces still showing shock, but even more so, awe and admiration for the captain's devastating attack. Zhang Rongrong walked to Wang Hao's side, handed him a cup of warm spiritual tea, and said softly, "Husband, you've worked hard." Wang Hao took the teacup, drank it all in one gulp, and felt the spiritual energy slowly recovering in his body. However, his gaze once again turned to the depths of the coral forest that had disappeared into the distance. The dangers inside are more astonishing than we imagined. We need to digest what we've learned before making any further decisions. After leaving the dangerous waters, the blue crystal slowly anchored in a calm area on the outskirts of the coral forest. Once it was confirmed that there were no obvious threats around, it was time to digest this sumptuous feast of fourth-tier sea beasts. Lan Ling, begin the evolution and adjustment of the ship's hull, Wang Hao ordered in a deep voice, standing at the bow. Yes, Captain. After Lan Ling's voice rang in his ears, the mysterious spiritual patterns on the ship's hull shone with unprecedented brightness, and a small energy vortex formed around the spirit ship. A deep humming sound came from inside the ship. The blue crystal was now refining and absorbing the immense flesh essence and spiritual power of the giant sea-overturning octopus with all its might. Rumble. This time, the evolutionary commotion caused by devouring a level 4 sea beast was far greater than any before. The entire ship seemed to come alive, emitting a violent roar. Under the shocked gaze of the entire crew, the keel of the blue crystal emitted a powerful creaking sound as it extended forward, its bow protruding forward as if breaking through an invisible barrier, becoming sharper and covered with thick, luminous armor. The ship's sides expand outwards, visibly increasing the deck area. The length of the hearse began to increase steadily. 360 meters, 380 meters, 400 meters, 420 meters. Finally, as the roar and the blinding light of evolution gradually subsided, a colossal ship, 450 meters long, stood majestically on the sea like a floating mountain. By this time, the blue crystal had reached an astonishing scale, with a deck wide enough to serve as a small plaza for group drills. The already towering bridge and superstructure became even more magnificent, with more layers, resembling a moving palace and castle. The number of ballistae on both sides of the hull increased exponentially, and the menacing rams were covered with a dark golden metallic luster. The flowing five elements spiritual light became thicker and more solid, and the layer of illusory light shield, when not activated, flowed slowly across the surface of the hull like the aurora borealis, adding a touch of mystery and magnificence. 450 meters. My God, this is practically an island. Ali, holding onto the reinforced gunwale, gazed at the other end of the deck, which seemed to stretch endlessly, and exclaimed in genuine amazement. I feel like our home has become so big and sturdy. Xiaolian stroked the warm and hard deck wood under her feet, feeling the abundant spiritual energy contained within it, her face filled with peace of mind and pride. Zhang Rongrong walked to Wang Hao's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, and gently took Wang Hao's hand in hers. Husband, our ship is stronger now. Wang Hao grasped her slightly cool hand in return, feeling the immense power and boundless vitality emanating from the giant ship beneath his feet. His heart swelled with pride, and his gaze swept over the eager, excited young female crew members on the deck. He proclaimed loudly, "Excellent, but this is far from the end. We must become stronger, evolve the blue crystal into something bigger and more perfect, making it our true, indestructible mobile home. In the future, I will take you to see all the wonders of the endless sea and explore all its mysteries. Long live the captain. We will follow the captain to the death." The girls' cheers were deafening, and every face was filled with boundless hope for the future and unwavering loyalty. Just then, Lan Ling's figure reappeared. Her image seemed more solid, and she appeared to have grown considerably, her wisdom increasing daily. She smiled and said to Wang Hao, "Captain, thanks to the immense energy absorbed from the fourth-tier sea beast during this evolution, the spirit ship has been significantly strengthened. We have added 100 spirit ship contract slots, which can be issued at any time. At the same time, some of the characteristics of the overturning sea giant octopus have been analyzed and absorbed, increasing the ship's structural strength by 50, its normal sailing speed by 15, and the overall strength of its shields by 25. Another 100 spots have been added." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao looked at the girls below the stage who were excited and full of expectation because the spirit ship had evolved again, and he had already made up his mind. "Good. Lan Ling, you did very well," Wang Hao praised. Then his gaze swept across the entire room, his voice clearly reaching every corner. "Girls, quiet down." The deck fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on Wang Hao. The evolution of the spirit ship is inseparable from the efforts and contributions of everyone. Now, the spirit ship has grown stronger once again, with 100 new contract slots added. This time, we will give priority to temporary crew members who have performed outstandingly in previous battles, resource gathering, and daily work. Zhang Rongrong will draft the list, and the contract ceremony will be held here in 1 hour. Wow! After a brief silence, Deafening cheers and jubilation erupted. 100 spots. I swear to serve the captain to the death. We are ready to go through fire and water for the blue crystal. The enthusiastic atmosphere was infectious. An hour later, on the deck, 100 selected girls stood in neat rows, their faces showing excitement and a hint of nervousness. In the presence of all the crew members, Wang Hao personally presided over the contract ceremony for them. As rays of spiritual light entered between their brows, their souls established an unbreakable connection with the spirit ship. A vast and pure spiritual energy flowed back to them, causing the auras of many young women to surge. When the ceremony ended, the 100 newly recruited core crew members felt an instant connection with the spirit ship and the continuous supply of spiritual energy. Overjoyed, they wept tears of joy and bowed to Wang Hao, swearing their loyalty. Looking at this expanded core team, with the addition of 100 core crew members blessed by the spirit ship, the overall operational efficiency and combat power of the Blue Crystal will surely experience a qualitative leap. All right, Wang Hao raised his hand and announced loudly. Everyone, familiarize yourselves with the evolved spirit ship, each perform your duties, and get ready. Prepare to return to Emerald Bay for rest. Yes, Captain. Chapter 155 Rest and Reorganization. The Blue Crystal slowly entered Emerald Bay Harbor. Its massive size and increasingly impressive presence immediately drew countless admiring and awe-inspiring glances from the port. The informants of various factions at the dock, who had already received the news, relayed the information that the Blue Crystal had once again experienced a surge in size, causing a stir among the upper echelons of Emerald Bay. Many people realized that the potential and energy of this foreign spirit ship and its owner probably far exceeded their initial estimates. Fortunately, they had made preparations in advance, and the young girl from the family who was sent on the spirit ship was the best link. The Blue Crystal docked smoothly at its designated berth. Wang Hao did not rush to disembark, but first arranged for the crew to take turns resting. He also asked Zhang Rongrong to liaise with the port management to replenish food and other daily necessities. Subsequently, the crew members in charge of managing the ship were summoned to the more spacious bridge conference room. Rongrong, Xiaolian, Meyer, Ali. Wang Hao's gaze swept over the four women. We have made great gains this time, especially obtaining a large number of various spirit orbs and rare materials. After the spirit ship evolved, the newly added weapon refining workshop and spirit plant garden have also expanded considerably and need to be put into use as soon as possible. For the next period of time, the spirit ship will stay in Emerald Bay for rest and internal construction. Zhang Rongrong nodded and replied, Don't worry, my husband. I will handle the replenishment of supplies and negotiations at the port. Also, we now have more than 400 crew members on board, most of whom are from families in Emerald Bay. When they boarded the ship earlier, our spirit ship was not particularly remarkable, and their families might have been hesitant. But now that the spirit ship is becoming increasingly powerful and large, these families will likely seek us out, hoping to strengthen ties, or even gain some benefits. Zhang Meyer interjected, Captain, that's inevitable. When we recruited people before, most of their families were happy to see it happen, as it was a way to build good relationships. But now that we've shown such amazing growth and potential, these families will definitely not be satisfied with just having their daughters work on the ship. They will definitely want more tangible benefits to bind them together. Xiao Lian added, Yes, Captain, for example, the pills and magical artifacts we refine, or the special resources we collect, or even the rich spiritual energy environment of the spirit ship itself. All of these are extremely attractive to these families. Zhang Meyer, who had just broken through to the second-tier weapon cultivator and was radiant, waved her little fist. They can come and take advantage of us, but they have to follow our rules. We can't let them get away with this for nothing. After listening to their words, Wang Hao pondered for a moment, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. This is a good thing. For our blue crystal to develop, it cannot remain isolated from the outside world forever. Establishing positive interactions with local forces to obtain the resources, books, and even support we need when necessary is the only way forward. However, we must keep the initiative in our own hands. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Rongrong. Rongrong, you are mainly in charge of this matter. You can let the wind out appropriately. The Blue Crystal welcomes cooperation, but only with reputable families whose immediate family members are the core crew members. Our initial cooperation would allow them to provide us with materials for refining pills and magical artifacts, in return for which we would supply finished pills and magical artifacts at discounted prices. As for deeper cooperation, we need to see if they can demonstrate sufficient sincerity and value first. Wang Hao set the tone. Remember, We ship repairmen are the stronger party, so we don't need to be overly accommodating. When selecting partners, we should focus on their reputation and their kinship with our crew. I understand, my husband. Zhang Rongrong nodded solemnly. I will keep things in check. After the arrangements were made, the Blue Crystal entered a period of intense internal construction. The evolved ship house, occupying a large area, purchased a large number of entertainment and living facilities. After being devoured by Blue Spirit, it evolved again to be more modern and convenient, earning praise from the group of girls. The core refining chamber contains multiple independent refining furnaces and material processing tables, with arrays on the walls designed to stabilize fire spirit power and gather spiritual energy. With her fire attribute talent and interest in weapon crafting, Zhang Meyer volunteered to lead a group of other weapon crafting girls who shared her interest. They began using the fire eel horns they had acquired, various pearls imbued with spiritual energy, and the metal ores they had collected earlier to attempt crafting some low-level magical artifacts, such as short blades imbued with fire spiritual energy and pearl necklaces with calming and tranquilizing effects. The brand-new Spirit Plant Garden has undergone special renovations and its area has been greatly expanded. It simulates sunlight, and after the spirit soil level was upgraded, a part of the aquatic spirit herb garden was specially renovated, and some aquatic spirit herbs that were casually collected in the Coral Sea area were carefully transplanted here. They even specially designated a small area within the aquarium to cultivate the flame mussels and other precious pearl mussels brought back from the flame coral reefs, hoping to achieve a sustainable production of spirit pearls. Wang Hao himself spent most of his time in the captain's cabin, reading various books and information about this world, hoping to learn more. In addition, in coordination with Lan Ling to regulate the growth direction of the spirit ship, he thoroughly refined the essence of the devoured sea beasts. On the other hand, he continued to consolidate his own cultivation and further familiarize himself with and practice the various changes and applications of intermediate skills. As expected, on the third day after the Blue Crystal docked at Emerald Bay, visitors began to arrive. The first person to come was Lu Qingyi's uncle, who ran a medium-sized materials trading company in Emerald Bay. He brought generous gifts and spoke very politely, partly to thank Wang Hao for taking care of Lu Qingyi, and partly to express his hope to establish a stable supply relationship of spiritual herbs with the Blue Crystal ship and to explore the possibility of purchasing some of the pills produced on board. Following her established strategy, Zhang Rongrong warmly but distantly received him, agreeing to first purchase a batch of spiritual herbs from their trading company, and then selling him a batch of first-tier pills that the crew members had made for practice at 90% of the market price. Lu Qingyi's uncle was overjoyed. Although he didn't get the second-tier pill, it was a good start, and he left satisfied. Subsequently, similar situations continued to occur, with representatives from the families behind the crew members constantly hoping to obtain some quotas for the production of elixirs and spiritual artifacts, and some even inquiring about the possibility of cooperating in fishing for specific fish. Several clan leaders even came to visit in person, subtly suggesting that they send their clan members aboard the ship to cultivate, with the price negotiable. However, Wang Hao refused without hesitation, as he did not want his ship to be disturbed by a bunch of random people. Faced with requests from the families behind the crew members, Zhang Rongrong responded calmly, giving different responses based on the strength of each family and the closeness of their relationship with the crew members. These exchanges of benefits led to a steady influx of low to mid-level resources into the Blue Crystal, which were then transformed into higher-value finished products through the weapon refining and alchemy workshops. Apart from a portion being used to enhance the crew's strength, most of these resources were used as commodities to support the cooperating families, thus forming an initial virtuous cycle. The Blue Crystal, this enormous spirit ship, is also slowly growing stronger by absorbing the spiritual materials provided by these families. Chapter 156: A Rare Period of Stability. The Blue Crystal is absorbing various spiritual materials provided by the families it is cooperating with, and is growing at a slow but steady pace. The ship's hull is becoming increasingly warm and understated, yet it subtly reveals an even stronger underlying strength. On this day, Wang Hao was communicating with Lan Ling in the captain's cabin to further optimize the energy circulation system inside the spirit ship when Zhang Rongrong knocked on the door and came in, her face showing a seriousness that was different from usual. "Husband, the Lin family has sent a visiting card." She handed Wang Hao a beautifully crafted card that exuded a faint sandalwood fragrance. The Lin family, Wang Hao accepted the visiting card. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, indicating that the materials used were of very high quality. The Lin family is one of the top families in Emerald Bay. They are also a family that repairs ships. They are different from the ones they cooperated with before. Their power is deeply rooted, and their foundation is profound. It seems that there is also a woman from a collateral branch of the Lin family on the Blue Crystal ship. Is it the family that Lin Wanqing belongs to? As Wang Hao opened the visiting card, he asked. Lin Wanqing is a rather quiet and hardworking girl. She has a great talent for cultivating aquatic spiritual herbs and has been assisting Xiaoya all along. Exactly, Zhang Rongrong nodded. The one who came was an elder from the Lin family's foreign affairs department. He was very polite, but he made it clear that he hoped to have a face-to-face talk with you, my husband. It seems that he has something big on his mind. The invitation was written in an extremely humble and polite manner. It first thanked Wang Hao for his care for Lin Wanqing, a member of the Lin family, and then expressed that the Lin family had long admired the Blue Crystal and Captain Wang Hao himself, and hoped to pay a visit to discuss the possibility of cooperation. Wang Hao closed the visiting card and tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. Unlike the previous small and medium-sized families, the Lin family's proactive contact signifies that the Blue Crystal has truly begun to enter the vision of the top forces in Emerald Bay. This cooperation is no longer a simple exchange of materials for pills. It may involve a deeper level of vested interests, or even a test. It seems that our ship has finally attracted real attention. Wang Hao smiled, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of interest. Reply to them that I will be waiting for you on the ship at noon tomorrow. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. Zhang Rongrong agreed, but then added with some concern. Husband, we need to be more careful when dealing with a family like the Lin family. They have abundant resources and extensive connections, but their appetite is probably even greater. It's all right. Wang Hao stood up, walked to the porthole, and looked at the bustling port outside. Cooperation is a two-way street. They value our potential and unique resources, and we can also use their channels to obtain the spiritual resources, knowledge, and classics that we urgently need. At noon the next day, a magnificent yet tastefully decorated spirit ship slowly approached the Blue Crystal. An elderly man in a brocade robe, with piercing eyes, boarded the Blue Crystal's spacious deck, surrounded by several attendants. He was Lin Zhengxian, the elder of the Lin family. Zhang Rongrong, who had been waiting on the deck, stepped forward to greet Lin Zhengxian and led him to the bridge conference room with proper manners. Along the way, Lin Zhengxian casually surveyed the interior structure of the Blue Crystal, feeling the pure spiritual energy in the air that far surpassed that of the outside world, with surprise flashing in his eyes from time to time. The spiritual energy environment inside this spirit ship is several times superior to the best cultivation room in the Lin family. This alone makes its value immeasurable. Inside the conference room, Wang Hao sat in the main seat. After a series of battles and the nourishment from the spirit ship, his aura had become increasingly profound. The seamless flow of spiritual energy in his every move made even a knowledgeable person like Lin Zhengxian dare not underestimate him. Captain Wang, I've long admired your name. It's an honor to meet you today. You truly are a young hero, Lin Zhengxian said with a cupped hands gesture and a smile, showing him great respect. Elder Lin's presence is an honor to my humble abode, Blue Crystal. Wang Hao rose to return the greeting and invited the other party to sit down. Zhang Rongrong personally served him spiritual tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Zhengxian got down to business. Captain Wang, the speed of your ship's development and its enormous potential are truly admirable to my Lin family. We have heard that you are interested in cooperating with various parties, and my Lin family also sincerely hopes to establish a long-term and stable partnership with your ship. Elder Lin, you're too kind. The Blue Crystal is new to this place, and it's naturally a good thing to be able to cooperate with a local prominent family like the Lin family. Wang Hao replied calmly. Lin Zhengxian smiled slightly and went straight to the point, stating the Lin family's conditions. My Lin family can reliably supply your ship with a batch of second-tier materials, or even a small amount of third-tier materials every month, at absolutely preferential prices. In addition, the Lin family's trading companies, which are located in several nearby sea areas, can provide the best sales channels for the pills and magical artifacts produced by your ship. The terms were quite generous, demonstrating the Lin family's sincerity, but Wang Hao knew that this was merely an appetizer. Sure enough, Lin Zhengxian changed the subject. Of course, my Lin family also hopes to obtain the priority purchase rights for the high-quality pills and magical artifacts produced by your ship, especially products containing special water and life spiritual power. Furthermore, my Lin family wishes to send 3 core members to your ship for a period of time to observe and learn. Of course, they will pay the corresponding fees and abide by all the ship's rules. The key point is the conditions that follow. The right of first refusal means a possible monopoly on the high-end output of the blue crystal, while sending his children to observe and learn is a deeper purpose to explore the secrets of some core areas of the spirit ship. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Thank you for the Lin family's kindness. We can discuss the priority purchase right, but it's limited to certain specific products, and my ship retains the right to sell independently. As for sending our disciples to observe, he paused, then calmly looked at Lin Jingxian. The spirit ship is the foundation of ship repair. Please forgive me. This ship is not open to the public. Wang Hao directly refused the other party's request to board the ship. This was not a contracted crew member, and he could control the crew's words and actions and prohibit them from revealing information about the spirit ship. He immediately rejected the other party's request, but also provided a limited window of cooperation. A glint flashed in Lin Jingxuan's eyes. This young man was shrewd despite his young age. He was neither easily conceited, nor did he leave room for further discussion. In the following time, both parties conducted more in-depth discussions on specific cooperation details. Ultimately, a preliminary cooperation agreement was reached. The Lin family would provide a stable supply of mid to high-grade materials at preferential prices and help gather the intelligence needed by Wang Hao. In return, the blue crystal would grant the Lin family priority in purchasing some Tier 2 pills and spiritual artifacts. After seeing Lin Zhengxian off, Zhang Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. Husband, it seems we've passed the first hurdle. Wang Hao nodded. The Lin family is smart. They know that excessive pressure is meaningless. Cooperation and win-win is the way to go in the long run. Establishing contact with the Lin family will benefit our next step in exploring the central part of the coral forest, and even in the future, as we go to more distant sea areas. However, personal strength is fundamental. Pass the word down to accelerate the construction and production of the weapon refining workshop and the spirit plant garden. At the same time, the crew members' own cultivation cannot be neglected. Yes. After reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement with the Lin family, the blue crystal entered a relatively calm, yet vibrant period of development. Chapter 157 Drunkenly reclining on a beauty's lap. The massive ship lay silently in Emerald Bay, like a lurking beast, constantly absorbing nutrients and accumulating strength. Inside the expanded weapon refining workshop, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. The Stoneheart fire was optimized and guided by Lan Ling, and nearly 100 weapon refining furnaces were operating simultaneously, emitting a scorching heat. As the person in charge of weapon refining, Zhang Meyer was full of energy. She changed into a neat short-sleeved shirt, her hair was tied in a ponytail, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. She was concentrating on controlling the weapon refining furnace in front of her, showing no trace of the impetuousness she had when she first learned alchemy. Stabilize the fire power, penetrate with your divine sense, and sense the fusion of spiritual energy within the materials. As she worked, she guided several girls around her who were also interested in weapon crafting. Sister Mayer, this fragment of the flame eel's horn has such violent spiritual power. Will it be okay to use it directly? A round-faced girl looked at the crimson bone fragment in her hand with some concern. We must take advantage of its ferocity. Zhang Meyer's eyes sparkled. By combining the powder made from spirit pearls with micro-engraved magic arrays, we can forge a spirit weapon that possesses both sharpness and explosive fire attribute damage. Watch me. With practiced ease, she placed the prepared materials into the furnace, her divine sense winding around them like silk threads, precisely controlling the temperature and flow of spiritual energy within the furnace. Inside the furnace, a red light flickered, and a low roar could be faintly heard. However, under Zhang Meyer's steady control, the violent power was gradually tamed and shaped. A moment later, the furnace lid opened, and a sleek dagger with flame patterns on its blade and a crimson tip floated out, radiating a scorching and sharp aura. Success! It's a top-grade second-tier spiritual weapon, almost third-tier, the round-faced girl exclaimed in delight. Zhang Meyer wiped her sweat, picked up a dagger triumphantly, and brandished it. See? From now on, every one of the sisters in our Blue Crystal Combat team will have several unique spiritual weapons, increasing their strength by at least 30%. The garden, on the other hand, presents a different scene, tranquil yet full of life. After special modifications, the light here is soft, simulating the alternation of day and night. The spiritual fields are divided into neat blocks, planted with various spiritual herbs, lush and verdant. What's even more eye-catching is the newly opened aquatic herb garden. Lin Wanqing rolled up her trousers and stepped barefoot into the ankle-deep spiritual spring water pool, carefully adjusting the spiritual power of the surrounding water flow for a ice silk grass that was entirely ice blue and shaped like coral. Several girls from the spirit plant group followed her, learning how to care for these delicate aquatic spirit plants. Ice silk grass prefers pure water elemental energy and low temperatures, but cannot tolerate ice crystals. The symbiotic algae of this flame coral needs weak light and a certain amount of fire elemental energy stimulation to grow the best medicinal parts. Lin Wanqing spoke gently and explained patiently. She has a natural affinity for cultivating aquatic plants. Through continuous learning and practice, she is now the undisputed second best in the spirit plant garden. The most outstanding one is Xiaoya, whose bloodline has awakened. In the aquarium area, some colorful aquatic fish swim leisurely, while in the specially separated mussel breeding area, flame mussels brought back from the flame coral reef, as well as several other types of pearl mussels, lie quietly on the bottom of the pool covered with fine sand, occasionally opening their shells to swallow and exhale the spiritually rich water. The girls regularly check their condition and record their growth data, hoping that they can nurture more high-quality spirit pearls. Sister Wanqing, do you think this star-patterned leaf plant is about to bloom? A girl asked, pointing to an aquatic plant with silvery star-like spots on its leaves in the corner of the pond. Lin Wanqing leaned closer to take a closer look, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Yes, once it blooms, the collected flowers will be excellent materials for refining the heart-clearing pill. Everyone, take good care of it, and when the pills are refined, they will be given priority to our sisters in the spirit plant group. The girls let out a small cheer and took even better care of her. The blue crystal's transactions with the outside world, especially with the Lin family, are gradually getting back on track. Every few days, merchant ships from the Lin family or envoys from other cooperating families would board the ship, delivering the various spiritual materials they had ordered and taking away the pills and spiritual artifacts produced by the blue crystal. Zhang Rongrong was in charge of coordinating everything. She was meticulous, had clear accounts, and managed the transactions in an orderly manner. Thanks to the stable output of the weapon refining workshop and the spirit plant garden, as well as the small amount of high-quality pills and spirit weapons that Wang Hao occasionally took out, the goods of the blue crystal began to gain some fame in Emerald Bay, especially the pills for healing and assisting cultivation, which were often in short supply. What they got in return was not only spirit stones, but also a large amount of food needed for the blue crystal's growth, various minerals, spirit wood, and even low-level sea beast materials rich in spiritual energy. Once these materials were loaded onto the ship, they were quietly guided by Lan Ling to be absorbed and decomposed by the ship, transforming into the purest energy that nourished every part of the ship. Wang Hao could clearly feel that the ship was slowly but steadily becoming stronger and more resilient. The internal space was becoming more stable, the operation of various formations was becoming smoother and more efficient, and the ship was also slowly growing larger. The feeling of constantly getting stronger is truly intoxicating. Evening is the most relaxing time of day. After a busy day, the girls would gather in the expanded common rest area, furnished with comfortable cushions and low tables. They would sit together in twos and threes to exchange cultivation experiences, while others would play some card and board games invented by Wang Hao, their laughter filling the air. Wang Hao would sometimes come here to watch them play chess with great interest. Occasionally, Zhang Meyer would pull him aside to comment on some kind of unique flavor spirit fruit dessert she had recently developed, which usually ended in failure. Captain, try this. It's my ice and fire cake, made with flame pearl powder and ice silk grass juice. Zhang Meyer ran over, carrying a plate of red and blue pastries with a unique appearance, as if presenting a treasure. Wang Hao looked at the pastries that seemed to be emitting cold air, yet were faintly hot, and his lips twitched slightly. But under the girl's expectant gaze, he still picked up a piece and tasted it. Instantly, a strange sensation of ice and fire exploded in his mouth, almost causing Wang Hao to lose control of his facial expressions. Very creative. Next time, don't try it. Leave the desserts to your sister, Ailey. Wang Hao swallowed hard, giving a comment that was both funny and exasperating, which made the girls around him cover their mouths and giggle. Zhang Rongrong would usually sit gently next to Wang Hao, pour him a cup of calming tea, and look at this noisy yet warm scene with her eyes full of happiness and contentment. The soft lighting, combined with the girls' voices, appearances, and vitality, created a tranquil and beautiful scene. This enormous spirit ship became their warmest and safest harbor on the vast and dangerous endless sea. Wang Hao watched all this with a sense of peace in his heart. Perhaps the meaning of becoming stronger is to protect this beauty and then take them to see a wider world. Of course, it was also so that he could have two women on his left and right, lie drunk on the lap of beauties, and enjoy the bliss of having multiple wives, so as not to waste this magnificent and turbulent seafaring career. Chapter 158, Receiving the Mission. The following morning, warm and soft sunlight streamed through the portholes into the spacious and comfortable captain's cabin. Wang Hao woke up from a good night's sleep to find Zhang Rongrong still fast asleep in his arms, her peaceful sleeping face radiating contentment and tranquility. On the other side, Ali curled up like a kitten, breathing evenly. Carefully removing his arm from under Zhang Rongrong's neck, who was still fast asleep, and tucking her in, Wang Hao quietly got up. After getting dressed, he glanced at the peaceful sleeping faces on the bed, feeling a sense of fulfillment and warmth in his heart. Becoming stronger is not only for exploring the unknown, but also for protecting this warmth forever and enjoying life better. Wang Hao quietly left the captain's cabin and went to the deck. The morning sea breeze, carrying a damp coolness, brushed against his face, instantly invigorating him. After a night of digestion, the blue crystal's spiritual light seemed to have become more restrained and profound. Lan Ling, report on the ship's status. Wang Hao silently instructed in his mind. Captain, the ship has absorbed a large amount of spiritual materials, and the structural strength of the hull is steadily increasing. It is about to reach the 500-meter mark. It is recommended to absorb higher-level materials or sea beasts in the near future to promote the next evolution opportunity. Lan Ling's sweet voice echoed in his mind. High-grade materials. Wang Hao seemed to be deep in thought. Simply absorbing low-level spiritual materials to accumulate resources was nearing its limit. He definitely needed a battle and higher-quality food to upgrade the ship. Wang Hao turned his gaze to the bustling port area of Emerald Bay, where there stood a striking building shaped like an anchor in waves, the Ship Repairers Guild. Tell Rongrong I'm going out for a bit. Wang Hao gave an order to the girl on duty nearby, then leaped off the deck, landing lightly on the dock like a falling leaf, and headed towards the Ship Repair Guild. The Ship Repair Guild Hall was still bustling with activity, a gathering place for all sorts of ship repairmen, merchants, and equipment mechanics. On several huge mission bulletin boards, light screens scrolled continuously, displaying various mission information such as purchasing, exploration, escort, and even fighting. Wang Hao's arrival caused a slight commotion. In Emerald Bay today, the Blue Crystal and its young captain have become quite well known. Many people recognize him and cast curious, awe-inspiring, or inquisitive glances at him, whispering among themselves. Look, it's Captain Wang of the Blue Crystal. I heard his spirit ship has become even stronger. The imposing presence it exudes when docked in the harbor is truly impressive. The Lin family has even offered to cooperate with them. It seems they have unlimited potential. Wang Hao seemed oblivious to this, walking straight to the mission bulletin board. His sharp gaze swept over the messages, and with his growing strength, Wang Hao's divine sense was now extremely powerful, allowing him to instantly capture and analyze a large amount of information. The offer to buy a certain rare coral is too low. It's not worth the trip. Exploring a newly discovered shoal is too uncertain and could take too long. Escorting merchant ships to nearby islands is too mundane and lacks challenge. His gaze finally settled on a mission marked with red runes, signifying high risk and reward. Hunting mission. Target, mid-tier 3 sea beast, thunder pattern mad shark. Location, southeast of Emerald Bay, approximately 800 nautical miles away, near the Thunder Strait. Intelligence. This horde of beasts has recently been frequently attacking passing armed fishing boats and small fleets. They are ferocious, wield the power of lightning, have tough skin, and are adept at high-speed ramming and lightning breath attacks. Reward. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, 300 guild points, and priority to purchase certain materials from the target. Recommendation. Spirit boatmen should form a team with ship repair crews in the later stages of the game, or use a spirit boat with strong torpedo resistance and high-speed maneuverability to accept the mission. Mid-stage Tier 3, Thunder Pattern Berserker. Wang Hao's eyes lit up slightly. This target was perfect. A mid-stage Tier 3 sea beast, whose control over lightning power would also temper the ship's hull. Moreover, the mission location was conveniently located, the reward was quite generous, and more importantly, the sea beast itself could become the material the Blue Crystal currently needed to devour. Without much hesitation, Wang Hao walked directly to the counter where he accepted the mission and showed his ship repair identity badge. I've accepted this mission to hunt the thunder pattern shark. The middle-aged deacon in charge of registration looked up and saw Wang Hao, then glanced at the task he was pointing to. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his professional demeanor. Captain Wang, are you sure? These thunderstriped sharks are quite ferocious. Two teams have already failed and returned empty-handed, one of which was seriously damaged. I'm sure. Wang Hao's tone was calm, carrying an undeniable confidence. Good. The steward said no more and quickly completed the pickup procedures for Wang Hao, handing him a jade slip containing more detailed nautical charts and intelligence. Congratulations on Captain Wang's triumphant return. After accepting the jade slip, Wang Hao turned and left the guild, ignoring the increasingly heated discussions behind him. When they returned to the blue crystal, Zhang Rongrong was already up, arranging the day's tasks. Seeing Wang Hao return, she stepped forward and softly asked, "Husband, did you go to the guild? Are there any suitable tasks?" "Okay." Wang Hao handed her the jade slip. "I accepted a mission to hunt a Tier 3 Thunder Pattern Mad Shark in the Thunder Strait to the southeast." Zhang Rongrong took the jade slip, scanned it with her divine sense, and frowned slightly. "Mid-stage 3rd tier, and a gregarious sea beast with lightning attribute. Isn't that too risky?" "Don't worry." Wang Hao put his arm around her waist and smiled confidently. "Perfect opportunity to test our progress over this period. Issue the order. We will set sail for the Thunder Strait in 1 hour. Have the combat teams prepare and distribute healing pills and magical artifacts." "Yes." Without further hesitation, Zhang Rongrong immediately turned around to relay the order. Soon, the entire blue crystal began to operate like a sophisticated machine. The girls showed no fear, only excitement and eagerness. They trusted the captain's strength and wanted to demonstrate their growth over the past few months. An hour later, under the watchful eyes of countless people in the port, the massive blue crystal emitted a deep, long whistle and slowly sailed away from its berth. The bow cleaved through the calm waters of Emerald Bay, cutting through the waves and leaving the hustle and bustle of the harbor far behind. The azure sea shimmered with tiny golden rays under the sunlight. The sea breeze billowed the sails, and the deep hum of the Spiritfire power propeller propelled the nearly 500-meter-long ship forward at a steady high speed toward the southeast. On the deck, the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere of rest was gone, replaced by a well-ordered state of combat readiness. Led by Li Xiaoyu and Amon, the combat team girls checked their respective natal spirit weapons and familiarized themselves with the newly issued auxiliary spirit weapons produced by Zhang Meyer's workshop. Lu Qingyi distributed bottles of the refined healing and chi-restoring pills to everyone. Chapter 159 Hunting Mission. Zhang Rongrong was on the bridge, coordinating all parties while constantly studying the nautical charts of the Thunder Strait and detailed intelligence on the Thunder Pattern Shark. Her brows were slightly furrowed, clearly indicating that the intelligence mentioning gregarious and lightning breath made her particularly concerned. "My lord, intelligence indicates that the Thunder Pattern Shark does not act alone. It is usually accompanied by a small number of Tier 2 ordinary sharks. Their lightning breath has extremely strong penetrating power and poses a great threat to shields and ship structure." Zhang Rongrong relayed the key points of the intelligence to Wang Hao. Wang Hao stood at the bow, his gaze fixed intently on the boundless sea ahead. He nodded upon hearing this. "It's all right. Our shields are quite effective at deflecting energy attacks, and..." With a slight thought, Wang Hao sent a thin, pale blue energy film, faintly crackling with tiny electric arcs, flashing briefly inside the multicolored protective shield. Blue Spirit recently optimized the ship's resistance to and absorption efficiency of lightning energy, so it's a good time to test it out. This is a characteristic of the blue crystal ship that arose after the spirit ship devoured a large number of sea beasts and spiritual materials containing attribute materials. It not only has basic lightning resistance and energy absorption, but also wind attribute and 5 elemental attribute resistance. Although it's only at the beginner level, it should be able to significantly weaken the lightning attacks of 3rd-tier sea beasts. After sailing for several days, they encountered some ignorant 1st and 2nd-tier sea beasts, all of which were easily crushed and devoured by the blue crystal. This was just a small episode in the voyage, and it also allowed the crew to gradually become familiar with the rhythm of battle. On this day, the once clear sky began to gather leaden gray clouds at the horizon, and a muffled rumble of thunder could be faintly heard from afar. The moisture and free-floating lightning attribute spiritual energy in the air became noticeably denser. "Captain, we are about to enter the outer waters of the Thunder Strait," the girl on lookout shouted. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. "Entire ship to level 1 combat readiness. Full shield activation, reduce speed, proceed with caution." "Yes." The blue crystal slowed down, like a cautious hunter, silently gliding into the sea shrouded in low rumble. The seawater had become a deeper color, and the waves were much more turbulent. The surrounding islands and reefs showed signs of being charred, blackened by long-term lightning strikes. Suddenly, a huge wave exploded on the sea several miles to the left, and a thick silver lightning bolt tore through the air and struck a reef, blasting it to pieces. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 enormous shadows with dazzling lightning patterns flashing on their dorsal fins rose rapidly from the deep sea like ghosts and surrounded the blue crystal. The leader was much larger than its companions, exceeding 100 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in hard, blue-black scales, and its massive dorsal fin stood upright like a sword, crackling with silver arcs of electricity. Its pair of savage eyes were filled with a destructive desire. This is the mission target, a mid-stage Tier 3 thunder-patterned frenzied shark, followed by 6 smaller, but still over 20-meter-long Tier 2 thunder-patterned frenzied sharks. They're here. Prepare to engage. Wang Hao's voice echoed throughout the ship via the amplification array. Faced with the encircling swarm of sharks, Wang Hao remained calm and ordered, Lan Ling, maneuver the boat and maintain mobility to avoid being rammed by them all at once. Combat teams, prioritize clearing out the second-tier minions. Ballistae ready. With the order given, the massive blue crystal, under Blue Spirit's precise control, displayed a level of agility disproportionate to its size, gliding in a beautiful arc to avoid a head-on collision with the 2 Tier 2 berserker sharks. Water control vortex. Wang Hao pointed his finger, and the seawater around the 2 second-tier mad sharks that had missed their target instantly spun violently, forming a powerful binding vortex that abruptly slowed their movements. Now, attack. The combat team girls, who had been waiting in ambush, immediately seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of magical light and magical weapon attacks on the 2 trapped second-tier mad sharks. Flames, ice spikes, wind blades, golden thorns. Although the individual attacks of various attributes were not powerful enough to kill instantly, when they came together, they instantly tore one of them apart, causing it to howl as it sank into the sea, while the other was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Blue Spirit, devour. An invisible force of devouring swept by, turning the spoils into resources for evolution. However, just as they were clearing out the minions, the mid-stage Tier 3 thunder-patterned shark had already approached. It seemed to be enraged, its huge tail fin slamming against the surface of the sea, stirring up waves tens of meters high, while at the same time, the special power-generating organ on its head burst out with dazzling lightning. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning, several times thicker than before, like Thor's spear, tore through the air and, carrying a destructive aura, struck the blue crystal ship. Shield, maximum power. Wang Hao's pupils contracted as he activated his defense with all his might. Boom! The deafening explosion was deafening. Lightning burst forth on the shield, transforming into countless writhing electric snakes. The entire ship shuddered violently, and the shield's light dimmed noticeably for a moment, but it ultimately withstood the ferocious attack. Moreover, the spiritual light flowing on the blue crystal's hull seemed to have become more active, faintly absorbing a trace of dissipated lightning energy. It really works. Wang Hao was overjoyed, but he didn't stop moving. This mad shark was even stronger than he had expected. Ballista fire. Several heavy ballistae, which had been prepared for a long time, roared and fired huge crossbow bolts specially crafted for large sea beasts and engraved with armor-piercing and explosive runes, shooting like meteors toward the relatively vulnerable eyes and gills of the mad shark king. The king shark twisted its body, avoiding vital points. Its hard scales collided with the crossbow bolt, bursting into dazzling sparks and a roar. Although it did not cause a fatal wound, it was in great pain and became even more ferocious. It gathered lightning again, and at the same time, its huge body accelerated suddenly, like a giant underwater thunderbolt, and crashed hard into the blue crystal. Want to fight head-on? Fine. I'll take care of you myself. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Instead of dodging, he subtly adjusted the angle of the spirit ship, pointing its sturdiest bow towards the direction of impact. Water control and rapid flow. The current under the ship suddenly became violent, propelling the ship's speed to increase instantly. The propeller at the stern roared under overload, emitting a crimson glow. The entire blue crystal seemed to transform into a giant siege hammer, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, and collided violently with the charging thunder-patterned shark king. Thump! Like 2 small mountains colliding, an extremely muffled roar echoed across the sea, stirring up huge circular swells. The terrifying impact startled both sides. Click! A clear cracking sound rang out. The Shark King's hard skull was no match for the blue crystal's even harder and more reinforced thunder ram at the bow. It was dented by the impact, and blood instantly stained the sea red. It let out a painful and desperate cry, and lightning crackled all around its body, clearly indicating that it had been severely injured. It's over. Wang Hao seized the opportunity, his hands forming a fist, and the three-colored spiritual patterns of wind, fire, and thunder flashed and intertwined wildly around his body. The wind fans the flames, thunder and fire rage. Take this. A beam of energy, wreathed in crimson flames and purple lightning, descended from the sky like divine punishment, striking the wound on the Mad Shark King's head with perfect precision. Boom. Internal explosion. The massive body of the Mad Shark King convulsed violently a few times before the lightning dissipated, its ferocity turning into deathly stillness. It slowly floated on the sea surface, no longer moving. The remaining second-tier sharks were terrified when they saw their leader killed and scattered in all directions. Trying to run? Too late. Leave no one alive. Leave them all here. The blue crystal, like a tiger among sheep, easily caught up with and dealt with the remaining mad sharks, quickly killing them. Chapter 160. All members become official crew members. The battle ended, and the sea was filled with a thick stench of blood. Battle over. Alert lifted. Wang Hao's voice echoed throughout the ship, tinged with a relaxed smile. Collect all the spoils. Be especially careful with that Tier 3 Berserker shark. Yes, Captain. The logistics team girls, who had been eagerly anticipating their work, immediately sprang into action. Skillfully using specialized tools, they began to dissect and collect the carcasses of the monstrous sharks floating on the surface of the sea. Especially the 100-meter-long Tier 3 monstrous Shark King. Every part of it was valuable, and the girls carefully removed its precious parts one by one. Wow, these lightning-patterned fins are huge, and the lightning energy inside is so pure. This shark skin is really tough. After processing, it can definitely be made into a top-quality armor-type magical artifact. Look at its teeth. They're like a bunch of short swords. A small mountain of materials quickly piled up on the deck, shimmering with spiritual light and emitting a rich energy fluctuation and a faint smell of blood. But even more so, it was that enormous amount of flesh and blood essence that was devoured by the blue crystal. Wang Hao could clearly feel a strong sense of fullness and an unprecedented throbbing coming from inside the ship. Devouring a mid-stage third-tier sea beast plus several second-tier sea beasts was far more rapid and effective than devouring a large amount of low-grade spiritual materials. Blue Spirit, digest with all your might and prepare to evolve. Wang Hao was filled with anticipation. Yes, Captain. Lan Ling's voice carried a rare hint of excitement. As the crew busied themselves with processing the spoils, the entire blue crystal suddenly began to tremble slightly. A deep, heart-pounding rumble emanated from within the ship, and its previously restrained spiritual light burst forth. A dazzling blue light intertwined with iridescent colors, illuminating the entire outer perimeter of the Thunder Strait in a mesmerizing glow. The hull began to grow and extend at a visible speed. The keel creaked with a chilling sound, becoming even thicker and more magnificent. The decks are widening, the cabins are increasing, the superstructure is becoming more majestic and imposing, and the menacing thunder ram at the bow seems to have become sharper and longer, with faint lightning spontaneously swirling around it. 480 meters, 500 meters, 520 meters. The evolution process lasted for nearly half a day. When the last ray of spiritual light slowly receded and the tremors completely subsided, a colossal ship, 550 meters long, with even smoother and more perfect lines, and exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, stood majestically between the sea and the sky. The spiritual pressure it emitted had firmly stepped into another level. Success. 550 meters. Zhang Rongrong felt the weight beneath her feet, as if she were connected to the continental plate, and the pure spiritual energy in the air was almost liquid. Her voice trembled with excitement. All the crew members stopped what they were doing and looked up at their home ship, which had become even more magnificent and powerful, their eyes filled with awe, pride, and a sense of belonging. At that moment, Wang Haofu had a sudden inspiration. He felt that his connection with the spirit ship had reached an unprecedented level of closeness, as if he could perceive every corner of the ship and have a deeper spiritual resonance with every crew member who had signed the contract. He laughed loudly, his voice carrying clearly through the power of the spirit ship to the ears of every crew member. Ladies and gentlemen, the blue crystal has evolved to 550 meters. This is the result of our joint efforts. Today, in the name of the captain, I hereby grant all the crew members on board a formal spirit ship contract. From this day forward, you will be an indispensable part of the Blue Crystal, living and traveling with the ship." As soon as the words were spoken, every girl on the ship who had not yet signed a contract received a spirit ship contract. They felt a slight tremor in their souls. From then on, their connection with the Blue Crystal became even closer. Not only could they use the power of the spirit ship to cultivate more smoothly, but their own auras were also subtly connected with the spirit ship, sharing its glory and prosperity. After a brief silence, deafening cheers and cries erupted. "The contract! I got the contract! Thank you, Captain! We will always be people of the Blue Crystal." Ecstasy, emotion, a sense of belonging. A variety of emotions surged in the girls' hearts. Many embraced each other and wept. Years of wandering and unease seemed to have found their final home at this moment. Watching this deeply moving scene, Wang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He waved his hand. "All right, ladies. Today is a double celebration. Stop crying. Prepare the best shark meat, especially the premium shark fin. Tonight, we're having a grand celebration banquet. We won't leave until we're drunk." Oh! Cheers erupted once again. Night fell, and the stars twinkled. On the deck of the Blue Crystal, a massive ship as large as a moving island. The lights were on, and the air was filled with the sounds of people. Dozens of long tables were put together and filled with a wide variety of delicious food. The main dish is naturally shark meat prepared in various ways. Roasted shark steaks that are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Shark bone soup that is stewed until the broth is milky white. And the most precious dish, spirit wing soup, carefully made from the fins of the third-tier shark king, which is fragrant and full of spiritual energy. In addition, there are fresh fruits and vegetables produced in the spirit plant garden, low-alcohol spirit fruit wines specially brewed by Lu Qingyi, and various delicacies stored on the ship. Wang Hao sat in the main seat, surrounded by core members such as Zhang Rongrong, Ali, Zhang Meyer, Lu Qingyi, Lin Wanqing, Xiaoyu, Li Xiaoyu, and a man. The other girls also sat together in groups they knew well. There was no longer a strict hierarchy, only laughter and clinking glasses. The girls ate unprecedented delicacies and drank sweet fruit wine, their faces flushed with happiness, chattering about the day's battles and dreaming about the future. "Captain, this shark fin soup is so delicious. I feel my spiritual energy increasing." Zhang Meyer squinted her eyes with satisfaction, like a cat that had just stolen some fish. "Drink as much as you like, there's plenty for today." Wang Hao smiled and ruffled her hair. "Husband, everyone is so happy." Zhang Rongrong nestled beside Wang Hao, looking at the lively scene before her with tender eyes. "This is what we deserve." Wang Hao raised his glass and said loudly, "This glass is to the Blue Crystal. To all of us. May our voyage always be filled with hope and success. Salute to the captain. Salute to the Blue Crystal." All the girls raised their wine glasses or soup bowls and responded in unison, their voices merging into one that soared into the sky, making even the stars in the heavens seem to twinkle. At this moment, the fatigue of battle vanished, and all the effort and sacrifice transformed into the warmth and joy of this moment. This 550-meter-long giant ship is not only their powerful support, but also the home they jointly protect, a home full of love and warmth. The feast continued late into the night, until many young women, unable to hold their liquor, returned to their more spacious and comfortable cabins with sweet smiles on their faces. Chapter 161 SOS Broadcast. In the captain's cabin, Wang Hao gently moved one of the snow-white legs that was draped over him, then tucked the blanket around Ali, who was curled up on the other side, and was about to fall asleep with Zhang Rongrong in his arms. Just then, the badge placed on the bedside table, representing the ship repairman's identity, suddenly vibrated rapidly and continuously, emitting a faint red light. Wang Hao frowned. Emergency communication in the area at night was not common. He carefully sat up so as not to disturb the sleeping beauty beside him, and then channeled a stream of pure spiritual energy into the badge. Buzz. A light screen rose from the badge, clearly displaying a constantly updating distress signal for the area. Other responses from ship repair crews in the nearby waters. Emergency SOS, regional broadcast. Location, southeast of Emerald Bay, approximately 1,200 nautical miles, on the edge of the violent ocean current zone, detailed coordinates attached. SOS requests, ship repair team, Haiyan and Panshur. Situation, besieged by a large group of Tier 3 thunder-patterned sharks, more than 15 in number. Among them is a suspected Tier 3 peak leader. Shield energy is rapidly depleting. The ship has sustained multiple damages, and the situation is extremely perilous. Requesting assistance from fellow ship repair enthusiasts in the nearby waters. Reward. I am willing to pay 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and some of the hunted materials as a token of my gratitude. Below the light screen, other ship repair replies that receive the information scrolled rapidly. 15 Tier 3 bosses? And a peak level leader? Are you kidding me? Are we just going to be sent to feeder? The Seagull and the Rock? They're not weak either, both being spirit boats 400 or 500 meters long, yet they've been forced into this situation. 5,000 spirit stones. Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Is that enough to repair the ship? Hee, when they can't hold on any longer, we might be able to pick up some profits. The coordinates are too far away. By the time we get there, the daylilies will be too cold. The replies on the ship repair channel were filled with fear, schadenfreude, and even opportunism. Not a single person genuinely expressed a willingness to go to the rescue. Wang Hao stared at the light screen, his eyes gradually brightening. His previous drowsiness vanished. He wasn't focused on the pitiful reward of 5,000 spirit stones, nor on any chivalrous heart, but rather on the more than 15 Tier 3 Thunder Pattern Mad Sharks mentioned in the information, and the suspected Tier 3 peak leader. Having just devoured a mid-stage Tier 3 shark and several Tier 2 Mad Sharks, the blue crystal has evolved to 550 meters. If it could devour the entire group, especially the peak leader, that would be enough to take the spirit ship to another huge level. To him, these ferocious sharks were not a danger, but rather a pile of moving, high-quality, evolutionary resources. Others might be afraid, but he wasn't. He was just wondering where to find sea monsters when this happened. Fortune favors the bold. Wang Hao's mind raced, and he made a decision in an instant. Without hesitation, they quickly dressed themselves, their movements gentle yet swift. Husband, Zhang Rongrong was awakened by the slight noise. She sat up sleepily, and the silk quilt slipped off, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. There's a fat sheep. No, there's an emergency. Wang Hao leaned down and kissed her smooth forehead, then quickly explained. A ship repair team is being surrounded by a large number of thunderstrike sharks. I'm going to check it out. You guys rest for a while, and I'll call you when we're almost there. Zhang Rongrong instantly regained her senses, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. But she knew Wang Hao's character and strength, and understood what this meant for the spirit ship. She didn't try to dissuade him, but simply whispered, "Be careful." "Don't worry." Wang Hao smiled confidently, turned around, and strode out of the captain's cabin. Upon arriving at the bridge, Wang Hao immediately ordered Lan Ling. Lan Ling, proceed silently toward the target coordinates. Yes, Captain. Having just undergone evolution and currently at its peak, the massive blue crystal trembled slightly, and all external spiritual light instantly receded to its extreme, as if merging with the dark seawater. The spirit fire-powered propeller at the stern emitted a low, almost inaudible hum. The psionic sails and water manipulation array propelled the 550-meter-long behemoth, silently tearing through the night like a ghost, hurtling towards its target at a speed far exceeding anything seen before. It was as if it were flying across the sea. Inside the bridge, Wang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle, staring at the dark horizon. His spiritual energy surged within him, resonating with the power of the spirit ship beneath his feet, a sense of excitement before a hunt welling up within him. The peak third-tier Mad Shark King. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wang Hao muttered to himself, a hopeful smile curving his lips. Inside the bridge, Wang Hao continuously monitored the information on the ship repair channel via a light screen. The distress signals from the Seagull and the Rock became increasingly urgent, interspersed with the sounds of magical explosions, tearing apart of the hull, and the cries of the crew, clearly indicating that the situation was extremely critical. Lan Ling, approximately how much longer until we arrive? At full speed, we expect to reach the edge of the battlefield in about an incense stick's time. Wang Hao said no more, closed his eyes to concentrate, and adjusted his own state. At the same time, through the spirit ship contract, he issued a battle preparation order to the entire ship. It was not a forced awakening of all crew members, but rather targeted at the core members of the combat team and the girls in key positions. Soon, Li Xiaoyu, Amon, and several combat team girls with higher cultivation levels quickly gathered on the bridge. Although some of them had just been awakened from their sleep, their eyes were clear and their fighting spirit was high. Zhang Rongrong also tidied herself up and came to Wang Hao's side to coordinate and assist him. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn quickly passed. In the distance, faint flashes of lightning and the light of various magical explosions could already be seen on the horizon, and the spiritual energy fluctuations in the air became chaotic and intense. Enter visual range. Reduce speed, activate shields, and prepare to engage the enemy. Wang Hao ordered. Like a tiger slithering into a flock of sheep, the blue crystal silently approached the heart of the battlefield. In a turbulent sea caused by the collision of ocean currents, the two spirit ships were struggling to stay afloat back to back. The smaller Haiyan was listing, its shields were flickering and damaged in many places, and it was emitting black smoke. The slightly larger Panshur was in slightly better condition, but its shields were also full of cracks, and its hull was covered with charred marks and impact marks. More than 15 enormous, lightning-stirring shadows, like tireless vortexes of death, relentlessly attacked the two ships. Lightning breath poured down like a torrential downpour, and their massive bodies slammed into the crumbling shields time and again with unwavering ferocity. Especially the leader, whose size far exceeds that of its kind, is nearly 350 meters long. Its body is deep blue, almost black, and the lightning patterns on its dorsal fin are like burning silver flames. Every roar causes the lightning spiritual energy of the surrounding sea to surge. Its strength has already reached the peak of the third rank, and it is probably only one step away from the fourth rank. Hiss! So many, so big, Amon gasped, but then gripped the giant hammer tightly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Captain, should we just charge in? Chapter 162. Going to rescue people? No, going to devour sea monsters. Wang Hao's gaze locked onto the largest, the king shark, a cold smile curving his lips. To catch the thief, catch the king first. Lan Ling, calculate the optimal route, maximum power, target, that peak leader. Charge straight at it. Route calculation complete. Very good. Everyone hold on tight. Wang Hao shouted in a low voice. The moment the command was given, the blue crystal's previously restrained aura suddenly erupted. The propeller at the stern instantly turned crimson, emitting a tearing roar, and the water flow under the ship's hull, controlled by the water control array, formed a violent propulsive torrent. The entire giant ship was as if it had been violently propelled by an invisible giant hand, transforming into a blue-gold lightning bolt that tore through the sea surface, piercing straight into the heart of the chaotic battlefield at a speed far exceeding its previous limits and bordering on insane. The menacing ram at the bow, wreathed in lightning, was aimed with unparalleled precision at the Mad Shark King, which was brewing its next terrifying lightning strike. This sudden turn of events not only startled the attacking shark swarm, but also stunned the crew of the Haiyan and Panshur ships who were on the verge of despair. What is that? Such speed. Is it reinforcements? But there's only one. Just as they were filled with doubt and uncertainty, the blue crystal, with its immense force, crashed into the swarm of sharks. Boom! The two mid-stage Tier 3 Berserker sharks, which were the first to be hit, didn't even have time to react before they were smashed to pieces by the violent impact and screamed as they were crushed by the huge hull. The next moment, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the lightning-studded bow of the blue crystal collided violently with the Mad Shark King, who had just turned around with a look of astonishment and rage in his eyes. Thump! This impact was several times more powerful than when dealing with the mid-stage Tier 3 Berserker shark. It was as if two meteors collided on the sea surface, and the terrifying shockwave spread out in a ring, instantly pushing aside the surrounding seawater and creating a brief vacuum zone. The Mad Shark King let out a roar of extreme pain and rage. Its incomparably hard and proud head was actually crushed by the ram of the blue crystal, which was powered by lightning and had gathered all its strength. Lightning crackled and blood gushed out like a waterfall. Although it didn't kill the sharks instantly, this sudden and devastating blow completely disrupted the shark pack's formation and plunged the once arrogant king shark into a brief state of dizziness and berserk behavior. Wang Hao steadied his slightly swaying body caused by the recoil, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. Wang Hao stepped off the bridge, standing in midair, his voice as cold as ice, echoing throughout the entire sea. Your opponent is me now. Wang Hao stood in midair, his voice like ice striking the ground, instantly attracting the attention of all the mad sharks and the two surviving spirit ships. That domineering collision had already demonstrated the strength and stance of the newcomer. Roar! The severely wounded Shark King was the first to react. The excruciating pain and humiliation drove it completely mad. Ignoring the hideous wound on its head, it unleashed unprecedentedly dazzling lightning. Its massive body churned the seawater, and with a frenzied momentum of mutual destruction, it charged towards the blue crystal once again. Its dorsal fin, burning with silver lightning patterns, shone brightly. A terrifying lightning breath, several times thicker than before, and almost pure silver in color, tore through the night like a heavenly punishment and slammed towards Wang Hao on the bridge. At the same time, the remaining dozen or so Tier 3 Berserker sharks seemed to have received a command, abandoning their attack on the seagull and the rock, and turning their attention to the blue crystal from all directions. In an instant, lightning flashed, and giant waves surged, turning the entire sea area into a death cage of lightning and behemoths. Good timing. Faced with this siege that would drive an ordinary Tier 3 ship repairman to despair, Wang Hao was not alarmed but delighted. His mind raced, and he instantly issued a series of commands. Blue Spirit, assist me. Shield at maximum power. Focus on defending against the lightning breath. Rong Rong, coordinate the defense and stabilize the ship. Xiao Yuamon, lead the combat teams, operate the crossbows, divide the battlefield, and prevent them from encircling us. The multicolored shield shone brightly. When the Mad Shark King's pure silver breath struck it, the halo twisted violently, actually deflecting the devastating attack slightly. The attack grazed the ship and fell into the sea, exploding into a towering column of water. At the same time, the shield greatly weakened and absorbed the penetrating lightning power. At the same time, several heavy crossbows on both sides and the stern of the ship roared deafeningly. The weapon-forging crew had specially crafted armor-piercing explosive crossbow bolts that rained down like meteors, accurately targeting the second and third-tier lower-stage mad sharks that were trying to approach. Although they were unlikely to kill them with one shot, the powerful impact and explosions effectively hindered their offensive, leaving them with torn flesh and screaming incessantly. The girls in the combat team also showed their skills. They formed small battle formations in groups of 3 or 5, and their spells and magical artifacts intertwined. They cooperated tacitly and actually managed to cut the outer group of mad sharks apart, preventing them from providing effective support to the main battlefield. At this moment, the battle between Wang Hao and the Mad Shark King had reached a fever pitch. Having failed in its first attack, the Mad Shark King became even more ferocious. Its massive body suddenly plunged into the water, and the next moment, the seawater beneath the blue crystal turned pitch black. Countless thick bolts of lightning erupted from the seabed, enveloping upwards like a thunderous prison. It was an indiscriminate, area of effect lightning attack. Trying to trap me? Wishful thinking. Wang Hao sneered, his hands forming a hand seal. Wind, fire, and water-colored spiritual patterns suddenly lit up around his body, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Water control, vortex reversal, wind and fire barrier. Under his control, the seawater at the bottom of the ship instantly formed a huge reverse vortex, which not only disrupted the formation of the thunder prison, but also disturbed and repelled some of the lightning power. At the same time, an energy barrier combining the swiftness of wind and the fury of fire appeared at the bottom of the ship, fiercely battling with the remaining lightning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already on the side of the Mad Shark King's huge head, right where he had been severely injured by the horn earlier. Your death is near. Thunder and fire combined attack, explode. With both palms extended simultaneously, his left hand drew upon the power of lightning, while his right hand channeled fire-based spiritual energy. Under his extremely precise control of his divine sense, the two violent energies formed a strange spiral structure, which, like a drill, slammed deep into the enormous wound. This time, it's not an external explosion, but a rampage of energy deep within the body. A woo! The king shark let out an unprecedentedly shrill scream, its massive body twisting wildly, and lightning uncontrollably spewing from its mouth, eyes, gills, and even wounds, clearly indicating that its internal organs had suffered a devastating blow. Chapter 163, I'm assessing talent. It struggled, trying to make one last desperate attempt, but Wang Hao didn't give it a chance at all. Several sharp vine tendrils shot out from the hull, like giant pythons, tightly binding the struggling body of the Mad Shark King. At the same time, maneuvering the ship, the menacing thunder ram at the bow flashed with dazzling lightning once again, aiming at its vital head and stabbing down fiercely. Uft! With a tooth-grinding tearing sound, the ramming horn pierced through the king shark's skull, extinguishing its last breath. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times before the lightning dissipated, and the ferocity and madness in its eyes turned into a deathly stillness as it slowly floated on the sea surface. With their leader dead, the remaining sharks were thrown into a state of panic and chaos, losing all will to fight and trying to scatter and flee. Trying to escape? Too late. Wang Hao's gaze was icy as he swept across the chaotic battlefield. Leave them all behind, not a single one. Thunder Domain. As Wang Hao moved, a layer of violent electric netting spread out from the hull. Although it was not powerful enough to kill, it effectively interfered with the sharks that were trying to escape, slowing their movements. Li Xiaoyu, Amon, and the girls in the combat team were greatly encouraged. They beat the drowning dog and used the crossbows and the ship's magic array to hunt down the remaining sharks one by one. The invisible devouring power of the spirit ship was like the gaping maw of a glutton, devouring the corpses of all 16 third-tier lightning-pattern mad sharks, including the peak third-tier mad shark king. The crew members on the Haiyan and Pantsir ships were already dumbfounded, frozen in place like clay sculptures. From the appearance of this mysterious giant ship, to its thunderous impact that injured the Shark King, to Wang Hao's explosive power in midair and his instantaneous killing of the leader with the help of the spirit ship, and finally to the efficient clearing of the swarm of sharks. Everything happened too fast and was too impactful. As they gazed upon the colossal 550-meter-long ship, radiating an imposing aura under the moonlight and surrounded by lightning, and the young figure standing proudly at its prow, his robes fluttering in the wind, they were filled with boundless awe and reverence. Is this really something that a ship repairman of this level can do? Just who is this ship, and who is this captain? As Wang Hao felt the clear, almost palpable throbbing of the ship's hull, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. This harvest far exceeded expectations. We'll find a secluded spot to evolve the spirit ship. The crisis has passed, you are safe. It wasn't until Wang Hao's voice came that the crew members of the Haiyan and Pantsir ships snapped out of their daze. The captain of the Seagull, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat thin but had sharp eyes, and the captain of the Rock, a burly man with a resolute face, hurriedly endured their injuries, and, with a few core crew members, boarded a small boat and respectfully approached the Blue Crystal. Captain of the Haiyan, Zhao Qiming, kowtows to express his gratitude for your life-saving grace. Captain of the Rock, Shiming, thank you so much for your righteous help. I will never forget this kindness. The two captains were extremely humble, their voices filled with gratitude and awe. They knew very well that if this mysterious and powerful ship repairman hadn't appeared in time, they would have already perished at the hands of the fish. Moreover, the strength displayed by the other party completely intimidated them. Wang Hao stood at the ship's railing, his gaze sweeping over the two captains and the several attractive but somewhat disheveled female crew members behind them. He spoke calmly. It was nothing more than a small favor. But why did you attract such a large swarm of sharks? Especially that top leader, who seems to be in a special state. Zhao Qiming quickly replied, Senior, we were originally searching for a rare thunder algae on the edge of the turbulent current zone, but we accidentally stumbled into the territory of that king shark. It seems to be in a period of weakness after giving birth, but is also extremely violent. It sees our intrusion as a provocation, which is why it summoned the entire group to attack us. Shiming added, his face still showing lingering fear. If it weren't for your timely arrival, Senior, we. Wang Hao nodded, neither confirming nor denying the explanation. Their gazes fell more on the female crew members behind the two, who, though disheveled, were still undeniably beautiful. The female bosun of the Seagull, dressed in a neat short robe that accentuated her stunning figure, and the gentle-looking female alchemist of the Rock, who was secretly observing the blue crystal with eyes full of curiosity. Standing beside Wang Hao, Zhang Rongrong keenly noticed her husband's subtle gaze. She couldn't help but secretly pinch his arm in reproach and whispered, Husband, you're already looking at me like that after the fight. Wang Hao remained expressionless and transmitted his voice back. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Besides, I'm assessing potential talent. Look at that female alchemist and that other one. Their foundations seem quite good. Zhang Meyer rolled her eyes. You mean looking at foundation? I'm too embarrassed to call you out on that. Wang Hao cleared his throat and said to the two captains below, Now that the crisis has been resolved, you should repair your ships as soon as possible and leave this place. This sea area is in disarray due to this battle, and it is full of blood and may attract other troubles. Yes. Thank you for reminding me, fellow Taoist. Zhao Qiming and Shiming quickly replied, relieved. It seemed that this ship repairman was a greedy person. However, just as they were about to take their leave, Wang Hao casually added, By the way, I've observed that the young ladies on your ship seem to have good qualities and temperaments. If you're interested in changing your environment someday, my Blue Crystal ship would welcome insightful individuals to join us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiming and Shiming's expressions stiffened slightly, while the female crew members behind them all lit up with their beautiful eyes. their gazes toward the blue crystal becoming even more ardent. Joining such a powerful spirit ship is the dream of countless weapon cultivators. Zhang Rongrong couldn't help but pinch Wang Hao again, this time with a bit more force. Wang Hao winced in pain, but maintained a mysterious smile. Just wait, I'll deal with you later. Those weapon cultivators are almost at level 3. If we can get them onto the ship, they'll be a great help. Just as Zhao Qiming and Shi Meng were feeling uneasy because of Wang Hao's seemingly casual but actually poaching offer, and were about to take their leave, they looked at each other and saw the same determination in each other's eyes. This ship repairman's strength is unfathomable, and his spirit ship is even more extraordinary. Saving his life is already an immense favor. If he were to show no gratitude simply because of a polite remark, it would not only be impolite, but could also mean missing out on a rare opportunity for good fortune, or even attracting unnecessary trouble. The other party may not care, but they cannot be ignorant. Zhao Qiming took a deep breath, bowed again, and said with utmost sincerity, "Senior, your life-saving grace is like a second birth. Words of thanks are far from enough to express our gratitude." Chapter 164. The spirit ship evolves to 600 meters. Zhao Qiming presented a simple and elegant storage ring with both hands, holding it high. "This is what my Haiyan ship obtained on this voyage, as well as all the spirit stones and materials that we can currently take out from the ship. Although I know it is not worthy of your attention, it is indeed a token of our sincerity. We hope that you will accept it, otherwise we will feel uneasy." Shi Meng quickly followed, also presenting a storage bag, and said in a loud voice, "I, old Shi, am a rough man and don't know how to say nice things. But I understand the principle of repaying kindness. This is the sentiment of the rock ship. Please accept it, Senior. In the future, if you have any orders, as long as it does not violate morality, the entire rock ship will have no objections." Looking at the two resolute individuals below, and the obviously heavy storage rings and bags in their hands, Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible smile. Wang Hao didn't really care about the ship repair channel. The small reward they mentioned was more about the talent with great potential and those sea monsters. But since the other party was so cooperative and offered the benefits willingly, there was no reason for him to refuse. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking, which made Zhao Qiming and Shi Meng below even more uneasy. Finally, Wang Hao spoke slowly, his tone much calmer. "Very well, since you insist on this, it would seem unreasonable of me not to accept it." With a gentle flick of his sleeve, Wang Hao sent a soft force lifting the two storage artifacts into his hand. With a quick scan of his divine sense, he understood the situation. The captain of the Seagull had about 3,000 low-grade spirit stones in his storage ring, along with a considerable amount of high-quality thunder sound algae, some third-tier sea beast materials, and some scattered ores. The rock storage bag contained slightly fewer spirit stones, around 2,000, but the materials were more substantial, mostly hard bones and heavy shells suitable for weapon crafting, as well as several bottles of decent healing pills. The compensation was similar to what they mentioned on their ship repair channel. For Wang Hao and the blue crystal, these resources weren't much, but every little bit helps, and more importantly, it was this attitude. "I appreciate your kind gesture." Wang Hao waved his hand. "Go, leave this place as soon as possible." "Yes." Zhao Qiming and Shi Meng felt as if they had been granted a pardon. Filled with gratitude and awe, they bowed respectfully before beginning their full-scale repairs, preparing to leave this sea area that had both frightened and relieved them as soon as possible. Seeing the two dilapidated ships begin to bustle with activity, Zhang Rongrong gently nudged Wang Hao and whispered with a smile, "Husband, are you satisfied now? Not only did you gain benefits, but you also planted a seed. I'm afraid those two captains won't be able to sleep when they get back, fearing that you've seduced their capable lieutenant." Wang Hao laughed and put his arm around her slender waist. "Your husband is giving them a chance to explore a wider world. They should be thanking me." He weighed the storage artifact in his hand and said, "These resources are just right to replenish our previous consumption, especially the thunder sound algae and ores. Your alchemy and weapon refining team should be able to use them." Wang Hao handed the storage artifact to Zhang Rongrong to handle, then turned his gaze back to the distance, preparing to find a quiet place to evolve the spirit ship. After seeing off the profusely grateful seagull and rock, and having just devoured a full 16 Tier 3 thunder pattern sharks, especially the Tier 3 peak leader, the blue crystal's accumulated energy has reached an unprecedented saturation point. Evolution is imminent, and it needs an absolutely quiet and safe environment. Blue Spirit, scan the nearby sea area to find a suitable area for evolution that is relatively rich in energy and not easily disturbed. Wang Hao ordered that what is needed now is to complete the evolution as soon as possible and stabilize the power. Yes, Captain, scanning. About 150 nautical miles southeast, a complex fjord formed by an underwater mountain range has been discovered. The hydrological environment is complex, and the undercurrents and whirlpools can effectively isolate external detection. In addition, the residual lightning spiritual energy in this area is relatively active, which may be beneficial to consolidating the newly acquired lightning characteristics of the spirit ship. Lanling quickly offered her advice. Great, let's go there. The blue crystal started up again, this time not pursuing top speed, but like an elegant whale, silently gliding above the deep sea, heading towards that hidden fjord. Several hours later, a sea area shrouded in a gray mist and filled with jagged rocks appeared before them. Huge underwater mountains were faintly visible beneath the surface, and undercurrents pulled the seawater, forming a natural barrier. Wang Hao maneuvered the spirit boat carefully through the safe passages between the undercurrents, eventually venturing deep into the fjord and finding a relatively calm inner bay surrounded by a ring of mountain walls. This is it. Prepare for evolution. With a command from Wang Hao, the blue crystal slowly docked in the center of the inner bay. The next moment, the long-suppressed power of evolution erupted. A more intense tremor than before emanated from deep within the ship's hull, and the hazy light of evolution re-emerged, but now mixed with more fragmented silver arcs of electricity, as if reweaving the ship's energy structure. The ship began a new round of expansion. This time, the growth rate seemed to be slower, but every bit of growth carried a more profound sense of power. The lines of the hull became smoother, and the blue crystal color of the hull became deeper, with faint star-like lightning flashing within it. 560 meters, 580 meters, 600 meters. As the ship broke through the 600-meter mark, an even more magnificent and vast aura spread out. The menacing thunder ram at the bow of the ship has been slightly reshaped, becoming longer and sharper, with the lightning patterns running across it becoming clearer, radiating a chilling pressure. Finally, the light of evolution slowly receded, and a giant ship, 600 meters long and with subtle lightning flowing throughout its body, quietly floated in the dark inner bay. The spiritual pressure it emitted had already reached a new height. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, growth stage. Ship class, Spirit Boat, 600 meters. Power system, sails, Spirit fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, Information Deduction and Processing Center. Soul ship contract, 500/600. Ship functional cabins, Tier 3 Spirit Field, Aquarium, Weapon Refining Workshop, Alchemy Workshop. Ship weaponry, 10 Tier 3 Ballistae, Thunder Ram, with armor penetration and torpedo strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder illusionary light shield, thunder control technique, intermediate, wood control technique, intermediate, water control technique, intermediate, wind control technique, intermediate, metal control technique, intermediate, earth control technique, intermediate. 600 meters. The spiritual sea space expanded once again, devouring a large number of lightning attribute mad sharks. Wang Hao felt that the spiritual ship's control over lightning was deeper and stronger. Captain, evolution complete. Structural strength increased, and affinity for lightning power significantly improved. Lan Ling reported the results. Very good. Chapter 165 Thunderstone Mine. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly thought of something. His gaze swept across the dark fjord, his divine sense penetrating beneath the surface. Since the lightning spiritual energy is active here, there might be some unexpected gains. Blue Spirit, conduct a deep scan to detect the structure of the underwater mountain range, focusing on high-energy reaction areas. Scan initiated. With her immense divine sense combined with Lan Ling's probing abilities, she penetrated layer by layer through the seawater and rocks. After a moment, Lan Ling's voice rang out with a hint of surprise. Captain, a large-scale, high-purity thunderstone vein has been detected at the core of the underwater mountain range, approximately 2,500 meters below. The energy reaction is intense, and the reserves are extremely abundant. Its core area may even have given birth to thunderstone marrow, thunderstone vein, and stalactite. A startling light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. According to the information Wang Hao found in the ancient book he bought from Emerald Bay, Thunder Soundstone is a top-grade material for refining thunder attribute spiritual weapons and setting up thunder-type formations. Thunder Soundstone marrow is an extremely rare and precious spiritual object that has a miraculous effect on weapon cultivators to temper their spiritual power and improve their thunder magic aptitude. Moreover, After the spirit ship absorbs the energy, it can also enhance the power of the spirit ship's lightning attribute spirit patterns. This is simply a treasure tailor-made for him. As expected, risk and opportunity go hand in hand. This turbulent sea area, teeming with third-tier sea beasts, hides true wealth. The discovery of the Thunderstone vein excited all the members, but how to safely and efficiently mine the vein located 2,500 meters deep on the seabed immediately became a problem. Unlike the clear waters of the Coral Sea, where you can see right to the bottom, this sea is more turbulent. A depth of 2,500 meters is not the limit here. Rather, the mineral vein is relatively shallow, which is why it was discovered by the increasingly powerful Blue Spirit. Wang Hao gathered everyone in the bridge conference room to brainstorm ideas. At a depth of 2,500 meters, the water pressure is extremely terrifying, and ordinary water avoidance techniques simply cannot withstand it. Zhang Rongrong first raised the key question. We must have a special magical artifact that can withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea. I can lead the sisters in the weapon refining workshop to try refining second-tier Mystic Yuan water-repelling bead and deep-diving type spiritual armor. Zhang Meyer was eager to try. She took out the materials that the seagull and the rock had given her before, as well as the skin of the mad shark. These hard bones and shark skin are just the main materials for refining pressure-resistant spiritual weapons. With the help of water-type spiritual stones to drive and solidify the array patterns, we should be able to create protective gear that can withstand the pressure of 3,000 meters of water. Lu Qingyi considered it from another perspective. The deep sea is dark, and mining requires lighting and precise positioning. We can refine some spiritual algae lamps. The cold light they emit is not easy to disturb sea creatures and can adhere to the rock walls for continuous lighting. In addition, specially made animal-repelling incense can be used to minimize the noise and odor during mining. Zhang Rongrong looked at the mineral vein structure diagram displayed on the psionic light screen projected by Lan Ling and said softly, "Mining methods also need to be considered, as violent mining can easily cause landslides or huge disturbances. Perhaps we could forge some micro-engraved spirit picks and specialized underwater harvesters, which would allow for more precise or separation and less damage to the ore vein structure." Xiaoya blinked her pure eyes and suggested, "Perhaps we can make the spirit ship grow some specialized mining tentacles, just like the vines I control, extending directly to the seabed. That would be more concealed and safer." Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, and various ideas collided constantly. Listening to everyone's suggestions, Wang Hao smiled approvingly. His crew members were indeed growing, and their thinking was becoming more comprehensive. Very good. Wang Hao made the final decision. Mayer will be in charge of leading the crafting of the deep-sea armor and water-repelling beads. Qingyi will be in charge of beast-taming-related matters. Rongrong will design a gentler and more efficient mining tool. And as for the spirit ship tentacles that Xiaoya mentioned, he looked at Lan Ling beside him. Lan Ling assessed the feasibility. The data stream flickered in Lan Ling's eyes for a moment before she answered. It is theoretically feasible. It can consume some metal spirit materials and spiritual materials from sea beasts to generate spirit energy tentacles with pressure resistance, flexibility, and preliminary collection functions. However, its efficiency and precision may not be as good as specially made tools, but it is superior in terms of concealment and safety. Then let's all go. Wang Hao made a decisive decision. We'll use a two-pronged approach. The spirit ship's tentacles will serve as the primary means of mining and transportation, while manual infiltration will be a backup plan to assist in dealing with complex situations. We'll stay here for a while and make full preparations. Once the order was given, the entire blue crystal immediately began operating efficiently, much like a massive workshop. Inside the weapon refining workshop, the furnaces burned day and night, their clanging sounds never ceasing. The alchemy room and the spirit plant garden were also busy preparing various auxiliary items. At the same time, Wang Hao instructed Lan Ling to conduct continuous in-depth scanning and monitoring of the seabed mineral vein area to ensure that no potential dangers were overlooked. Sure enough, just as the preparations were halfway through, Lan Ling issued a warning message. "Captain, continuous monitoring has revealed that a group of deep-sea thunder eels is lurking around the Thunderstone mine, especially in several major deep-sea trenches. The estimated number is around 8 to 10, with each individual generally exceeding 100 meters in size. Their energy levels are all at the third tier. One of them is exceptionally large, approaching 150 meters, and is suspected to be the leader, with its energy level reaching the peak of the third tier." The light screen displayed blurry images outlined by sound waves and psionic detection. huge black shadows slowly swimming in the dark trenches, their bodies wreathed in dangerous deep blue arcs of electricity, vigilantly patrolling their territory. Really, Wang Hao was not surprised at all. How could such a precious thunder sound stone mine not have a powerful guardian? These deep-sea thunder eels clearly consider the mineral vein their exclusive domain. Fortunately, it was discovered in advance. Zhang Rongrong was still shaken. If we had rashly dived down and encountered these monsters in the deep sea, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With the current average cultivation level of the girls on the ship being only 1 or 2 tiers, facing a swarm of 3-tier lightning eels in the deep sea would be an absolute certain death. It's all right. Wang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they're blocking our way, let's just get rid of them. We might be constrained in the deep sea, but what if we lure them to the surface? Wang Hao's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on the beast-repelling incense being refined and the thunder-pattern mad shark material he had previously acquired, which contained pure lightning energy. They are drawn to the power of lightning, and are therefore extremely sensitive to high-energy objects of the same type. A bold plan began to take shape rapidly in Wang Hao's mind. He looked at Zhang Meyer and Lu Qingyi. Meyer, Qingyi, adjust the plan and prioritize refining a batch of special bait. Process the lightning core of the thunder-pattern mad shark that we obtained last time and the materials rich in lightning energy to make something that can emit strong and pure lightning spiritual power. We're going to give these deep-sea giants a gift they can't refuse. Invite them to come to the surface as guests. Chapter 166, Deploying the Bait. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback at first, but then they understood Wang Hao's intention and their eyes lit up. Rather than venturing into dangerous territory, it's better to lure them out and eliminate these potential threats cleanly and efficiently on their home turf, the sea. Wang Hao's plan received everyone's support, and the focus of work on the blue crystal was immediately adjusted, with some personnel continuing to prepare various tools needed for deep-sea mining as originally planned. The other elite force devoted themselves to the crafting of bait and preparations for the enemy. Inside the weapon refining workshop, Zhang Meyer personally took charge, placing the basketball-sized thunder core, similar to a demon core, the essence of a sea beast, which was extracted from the thunder-pattern mad shark and constantly crackling with violent electric arcs, in the center of the weapon refining furnace. Carefully scorching and tempering the lightning core, removing the ferocious aura left by the mad shark, retaining only the purest lightning power. Meanwhile, the other weapon refining girls ground the bones of the mad shark into powder, mixed it with other materials with excellent spiritual conductivity, and carved out complex spiritual gathering and amplification arrays, wrapping them around the thunder core layer by layer, like weaving a bird's nest. Their goal was to create a fake, super thunder spirit pearl, whose thunder spirit fluctuations would be as dazzling as a lighthouse in the darkness for the thunder eels in the deep sea, full of irresistible allure. Lu Qingyi led the girls in the alchemy room to brew a special thunder spirit ointment, using the blood of the thunder-pattern mad shark and its electrical-rich muscles as the main ingredients, supplemented with several spiritual herbs that could stimulate the desires of demonic beasts. The scent of this elixir is almost negligible to humans, but to the highly sensitive lightning-type sea beasts, it is like the aroma of the most exquisite delicacy. A few days later, the preparations were complete. A super thunder spirit orb, about the size of a human head, entirely azure blue, seemingly containing flowing liquid lightning inside, and engraved with golden array patterns on its surface, was successfully refined. It floated silently in the air, the surrounding air slightly distorted by the powerful energy it emitted. Beside it were several sealed jars of thunder spirit ointment. Very good. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction after checking. Lan Ling, select the deployment area. Based on the ocean currents and the surrounding environment, the optimal luring area has been calculated and is located 3 nautical miles to the starboard side. The waters there are relatively open, which is conducive to combat, and it maintains a safe distance from the mineral vein. Lan Ling responded quickly, marking the exact location on the light screen. Action. With a command from Wang Hao, the blue crystal quietly moved to the designated location. Several psionic tentacles extending from the hull carefully carried the super thunder spirit orb in an open jar of thunder spirit ointment as they slowly sank into the sea, descending towards the predetermined depth. Once the tentacles reached the designated location and secured the thunder spirit orb and spirit ointment to an artificially arranged rocky platform, they quickly withdrew. The array patterns on the surface of the thunder spirit orb were activated remotely. Instantly, a pure and surging power of thunder spirit, like a boulder thrown into calm water, spread out to the surrounding seawater at an astonishing speed. The scent of the thunder-attracting ointment was also mixed in, drifting away with the ocean currents. On the bridge of the blue crystal, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the all-around monitoring screen projected by Blue Spirit. Their psionic detection was fully activated, firmly locking onto the deep-sea mineral vein area and the location of the decoy. Time passed second by second, and the waves on the sea seemed to have calmed down a bit, as if something was brewing. Suddenly, several bright red dots flashed at the edge of the light screen, representing the deep-sea mineral vein area. Target detected, leaving its original habitat and ascending at an extremely high speed. Direction: decoy area. Lan Ling's comm report carried a hint of urgency. It's here. On the light screen, a red dot representing a deep-sea thunder eel tears through the dark seawater, rushing straight toward the mesopelagic sea layer that exudes endless allure. The deep blue arcs wrapped around them drew striking streaks of light in the detection images, revealing their eagerness. Number confirmed, 9 heads. The largest target's energy reaction continues to rise, reaching the peak of the 3rd tier. Lan Ling continued to report. Get ready. Raise the psionic shields. Combat personnel, take your positions at the ballistae. Wang Hao's voice was steady and powerful, echoing throughout the entire ship. The blue crystal instantly entered combat mode, and the spirit patterns on the surface of the ship lit up one by one, enveloping the entire ship in a solid, multicolored halo. On the deck, 10 crossbows, which had evolved along with the spirit ship and been enhanced and modified by the blue spirit, and were engraved with powerful array patterns, slowly rotated and aimed at the sea surface where the bait was located. Beneath the sea surface, the light emitted by the thunder spirit pearl shone as brightly as a pearl in the dark seawater. The first to arrive was a thunder eel over 100 meters long. Its body was dark blue, and its skin was rough like a reef. On its huge head, a pair of cold eyes stared intently at the thunder spirit pearl. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, trying to swallow this treasure directly. Boom. Suddenly, a plasma beam struck from behind, hitting a simple protective array set up around the thunder spirit orb, exploding into a blinding burst of sparks. This attack not only failed to shake the thunder spirit orb, but it was like pouring oil into a fire, making the energy fluctuations emitted by the thunder spirit orb even more intense and alluring. More eels swarmed in, roaring and threatening each other, even attacking one another to fight for priority access. Arcs of electricity crackled through the seawater, creating countless bubbles. Just then, a chilling pressure suddenly emanated from the deeper waters. The previously restless, ordinary thunder eels fell silent instantly, as if their necks had been grabbed, and retreated to the sides in fear. The seawater seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, and a huge, suffocating figure slowly rose to the surface. It was the leader of the thunder eels, which was nearly 300 meters long. Its body was several times thicker than its peers, and a bony structure resembling a crown was even raised on its head. The electric arcs wrapped around its body were no longer dark blue, but had a hint of unsettling dark purple. Its cold, vertical pupils swept over its own kind before landing on the thunder spirit orb, a hint of greed, and a barely perceptible wariness flashing in its eyes. Unlike its subordinates, it didn't rush to swallow it. Instead, it circled the thunder spirit orb, seemingly trying to perceive it carefully. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense. This leader was clearly smarter than expected. It has doubts, Zhang Rongrong whispered. It doesn't matter. We may have suspicions, but we can't resist them. Wang Hao's eyes were sharp. Let the bait be cooked thoroughly. At the same time, it activated a hidden array pattern inside the thunder spirit orb. Buzz. The thunder spirit pearl trembled violently, and the liquid lightning flowing inside seemed to boil, shining brightly. A purer, almost unadulterated primal thunder aura suddenly erupted. This completely shattered the last vestiges of reason in the thunder eel leader. If it could devour such pure lightning essence, it might be able to break through the bottleneck that had plagued it for many years and enter the fourth order realm. Roar! It let out a deep, thunderous roar. Its massive tail whipped around its subordinates, and its enormous body shot out like an arrow, its jaws wide enough to swallow a small boat, crackling with destructive dark purple arcs of electricity, as it bit down hard on the thunder spirit orb that it could not resist. Just as its sharp teeth were about to touch the thunder spirit orb, a cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Now, detonate. Chapter 167, Laying a Killer. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Now, detonate. Boom. A deep, muffled roar, seemingly capable of shattering the soul, came from beneath the sea. Under Wang Hao's remote control, the tampered Super Thunder Spirit Orb suddenly released the terrifying Thunder Spirit energy that had been compressed to its limit. A blinding white light first engulfed everything, as if a sun had risen from the seabed. Then, an unparalleled shockwave, mixed with destructive lightning power, spread wildly in a spherical shape in all directions. The seawater was violently pushed aside, creating a brief vacuum crater before rushing back in with even greater force, creating waves hundreds of meters high. The few ordinary thunder eels that were closest to the explosion didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized at the center of the explosion. Those a little further away were either torn apart by the shockwave or scorched by the violent lightning, leaving them either dead or maimed. Only the leader of the third-tier peak lightning eels sensed a fatal crisis at the last moment. Dark purple arcs of electricity surged wildly around its body, forming a thick lightning shield on its surface, while it desperately retreated backward. Even so, it was hit squarely by the explosion that was so close at hand. Snap! The lightning shield shattered in an instant, its incredibly tough body torn and charred black. The massive body was violently thrown out of the sea by the shockwave, raising a cloud of seawater mixed with sparks. Fire! Almost at the same moment the leader of the Thunder Eels was blasted out of the water, Wang Hao's cold command rang out. The ballistae, which had been prepared for a long time, fired simultaneously, and psionic arrows rained down on the battered body of the Thunder Eel leader. Roar! The Thunder Eel leader roared in pain and rage, struggling desperately in the air. Dark purple arcs of electricity shot wildly, striking the blue crystal shields and creating ripples. It never imagined that what it thought was an opportunity would turn into such a deadly trap. However, it was first severely damaged by the self-destruction of the decoy, then attacked by the blue crystal's ballistae, and being in the air and sea, which it was not good at, its resistance was fierce, but it was already at its limit. Wang Hao seized the opportunity and flashed out of the ship's side. Let's try out the newly developed sword techniques. He raised his sword finger, causing two completely different spiritual patterns, water and fire, to light up simultaneously, intertwining and emitting a chilling aura of destruction. Cut! A sword aura, condensed to its extreme, half crimson and half dark blue, seemed to traverse space and instantly slashed through the giant head of the Thunder Eel leader. The struggling, massive body suddenly stiffened. Immediately, the head separated from the body, and dark purple blood sprayed down like a waterfall, staining a large area of the sea with an eerie color. The remaining arc of electricity flickered a few times on the corpse before finally going out completely. On the sea surface, only the massive corpse of the eel leader slowly sank, while some ordinary eels, either severely injured and dying or stunned by the explosion, floated helplessly. On the sea surface, the headless, enormous corpse of the Thunder Eel leader was slowly sinking, its dark purple blood spreading through the seawater. The remaining few ordinary thunder eels that survived the explosion but were severely injured struggled helplessly on the blood-splattered and sparking sea surface, like rootless duckweed. Clean it up. Wang Hao hovered in the air, his tone calm. With a series of quick flicks of his fingers, several condensed spiritual energy blades, crackling with tiny sparks of electricity, shot out and precisely pierced the heads of the dying thunder eels, completely ending their suffering and life. Blue Spirit, salvage the spoils of war, and devour the essence of flesh and blood directly. Wang Hao continued to give the order. Yes, Captain. The psionic tentacles, already prepared, once again reached into the sea, entangled the carcasses of the leader of the lightning eels and the rest, and dragged them back to a designated processing area near the ship. At the same time, an invisible devouring force unfolded, and the essence of flesh and blood permeating the seawater, as well as the remains of the thunder eels that Wang Hao had finished off, were drawn in by an invisible vortex, turning into streams of blood-red and blue energy that continuously flowed into the hull of the blue crystal. The ship emitted a pleasant tremor. These deep-sea thunder eels had long been bathed in the energy emanating from the Thunder Sound stone vein, and the essence of their flesh and blood was of great benefit to enhancing the ship's thunder attribute. In the deck processing area, the logistics team girls were already dressed in protective gear, holding special dismantling tools, and ready for action. When the psionic tentacles carried the corpse of the thunder eel leader, which still exuded a powerful aura even in death, onto the deck, they were somewhat nervous, but mostly excited. They began to carefully dismantle their precious spoils. The incredibly tough, lightning-resistant dark purple eel skin was completely peeled off. The single horn containing the strongest lightning power was carefully sawed off, and the lightning eel crystal core inside the body was completely extracted. Especially the crystal core, which was the size of a wash basin, seemed to contain a raging dark purple thundercloud, emitting a chilling energy fluctuation. These materials were categorized and carefully stored in specially made jade boxes and spirit wood chests before being sent to the warehouse. In particular, the leader's crystal core was delivered directly to Zhang Meyer, who was eagerly waiting. She was overjoyed and had already begun to plan what kind of powerful spiritual weapon she could use to forge it. After dealing with the spoils, Wang Hao returned to the bridge and looked at Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and Lu Qingyi. How are the preparations for the magical artifacts and equipment needed for mining going? Zhang Rongrong smiled and replied, Husband, we have crafted enough deep-dive armor and water-repellent beads for the first batch of teams. The micro-engraved spirit pickaxe and resonance collector have also been tested. We have a sufficient stock of spirit light algae lamps and specially made beast-repelling incense. Zhang Meyer patted her chest and assured, the equipment is absolutely fine. My sisters and I have tested it repeatedly, and it can easily handle the water pressure of 3,000 meters. Lu Qingyi nodded and said, the auxiliary items are also in place, which is enough to meet the needs of the initial mining. Very good. A look of satisfaction flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Now that everything is ready, then, the deep-sea mining operation shall officially begin. He turned his gaze to the main control screen, his voice echoing throughout the ship. Prioritize the psionic tentacles to descend, establish a safe working area, and attempt initial data collection. The artificial submersible team, don your equipment, stand by, ready to provide support and handle complex situations. Clear. As the command was given, a faint light flashed from the hull of the blue crystal, and 12 psionic tentacles, much thicker than before and covered with fine, pressure-resistant scales, with their tips evolving into various tools such as drill bits, cutting blades, and suction plates, silently and resolutely extended towards the dark mining area below, like giant deep-sea serpents with life. Meanwhile, a deep-sea mining team, consisting of 10 girls with higher cultivation levels gathered on the deck. With the help of their companions, they began to put on the deep-sea spirit armor that shimmered with spiritual light and had smooth lines, and wore the Xian Yuan water-avoiding pearl in a key position on their chests. On the main light screen of the bridge, several real-time images were displayed, showing the front-end images transmitted by the psionic tentacles, the psionic scan of the mineral vein structure, and the energy concentration distribution map. The descent went very smoothly without any interference from sea creatures, and soon the tentacles reached the target area. Under the cold light of the spiritual algae lamps, carried and installed on the tentacles, the thunderstone vein embedded in the seabed rock wall was clearly revealed to everyone. The pale blue and silver crystals shimmered with mesmerizing arcs of electricity, their energy fluctuations as rhythmic as breathing. Begin the collection, Wang Hao ordered. Chapter 168. Their strength needs to be improved. Under Blue Spirit's control, the psionic tentacles began to work efficiently. The drill bit at the tip of the tentacle precisely rotates into the junction of the ore and the rock wall at a specific frequency and angle. Some tentacles release weak resonant waves, cleverly using physical properties to loosen the ore naturally. Other tentacles use suction cups to catch the falling ore and quickly transfer it back to a specific storage compartment on the ship through the hollow internal channels of the tentacles. The entire process minimized damage to the main structure of the ore vein, and pieces of thunderstone containing pure lightning energy were continuously transported up. The mining efficiency has met expectations, and the ore purity is on average over 80%. Lan Ling reported the data in real time. We are approaching the core area where the energy reaction of the ore vein is most intense. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the image representing the core area. The thunderstone there had turned a deep indigo blue, was larger, and the arcs of electricity flowing across its surface were almost continuous, as if it were alive. Manual collection team, descend. Seeing that the initial mining was going smoothly and no new threats had been discovered, Wang Hao said, your task is to assist the tentacles, handle the sampling of fine areas, and conduct on-site assessments of the ore veins. Yes. 10 girls clad in deep-sea spirit armor, like graceful mermaids, leaped into the sea one after another. Protected by the invisible shield formed by the water-repelling beads, they dived toward the deep-sea treasure. The addition of the mining team greatly enhanced the mining operations. They moved nimbly through the veins, using spirit picks to precisely target corners that the psionic tentacles couldn't reach, or carefully separating those ores with particularly complex structures and unusually active energy using gathering artifacts. The luminous algae lamps on their chests drew soft halos in the dark seabed, reflecting off the fixed light sources on their tentacles, illuminating this mineral vein, which had been dormant for countless years, like a starry sea. Under Blue Spirit's overall coordination, the automated tendrils and flexible human teams worked together seamlessly, resulting in a steady increase in mining efficiency. One by one, thunderstones were transported back to the blue crystal and placed in the storage compartment. The height of the thunderstones gradually increased, and the dense Thunder Spirit aura even caused the entire compartment to be filled with a faint blue electric halo, requiring additional arrays to be activated to maintain environmental stability. Everyone's attention was gradually drawn to the images in the core area. In the center of those enormous thunderstones, which resembled clusters of indigo crystals, an even more dazzling radiance was slowly emerging. Captain, we have confirmed the presence of a high concentration of liquid Thunder Spirit aggregate in the core area. Its energy purity far exceeds that of ordinary thunderstone and matches the characteristics of thunderstone marrow. Lan Ling's voice rang out. On the light screen, one can clearly see a small bowl of silvery white spiritual liquid flowing quietly on a naturally formed jade platform. It is not like water, but more like flowing mercury, yet it is lighter and more agile than mercury. Purple thunder clouds naturally rise from its surface, flowing and swirling, as if containing the most primordial thunderous Taoist essence of heaven and earth. Simply watching the images can bring a sense of peace, while at the same time it is as if one can hear subtle, soul-cleansing thunderous sounds. It really is stone marrow. Zhang Rongrong's beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Even though she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't hide her excitement at witnessing this legendary treasure of heaven and earth. Handle it carefully, and be sure to preserve its spiritual essence. Wang Hao gave the order in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. The value of this item far surpasses that of ordinary thunder sound stones. The one responsible for collecting data in the core area is the finest and most delicate psionic tendril, the tip of which has evolved into a jade bowl made of pure spiritual jade, engraved with nurturing and binding array patterns. Under Lan Ling's control, the jade bowl slowly approached the pool of stone marrow. Seemingly sensing the approach of something, the surface of the stone marrow rippled slightly. A faint sense of resistance emanated from it, and the surrounding purple thunder and light also contracted slightly. Perhaps it sensed the same gentle, shared thunderous aura emanating from the blue crystal and its tentacles. The jade bowl was cut into the bottom of the stone marrow with extreme gentleness, as if scooping up a handful of sweet spring water and slowly filling it up. The whole process went exceptionally smoothly. The spirituality of the stalactite did not fiercely resist. On the contrary, it seemed to acknowledge this power and was obediently incorporated into the jade bowl. When the jade bowl containing silvery white chalcedony and shimmering with 7-colored thunderous light was steadily retrieved by the psionic tentacles and sent through a special channel into a cold jade cauldron inside the bridge that had been prepared beforehand and was filled with spirit gathering and spirit sealing formations, the entire bridge fell into a brief silence and then burst into uncontrollable cheers. We succeeded. We obtained the complete stone marrow. Lu Qingyi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise. Zhang Meyer was so excited that she hugged Ali right next to her. Great. With this, perhaps my natal artifact can give birth to a true artifact spirit. Wang Hao walked to the cold jade cauldron, looked down at the silvery white spiritual liquid flowing slowly within it, as if it possessed life, and felt the vast yet gentle power of thunder within it. A genuine smile appeared on his face. This harvest was absolutely perfect. With the core treasure in hand, the subsequent mining work went much more smoothly. The psionic tentacles and the artificial team continued to work together, spending several more days mining more than 80% of the rich vein, until the quality of the ore at deeper depths began to decline significantly and the rock structure became extremely unstable. The remaining 20% is both in accordance with the natural principle of not exhausting resources and to preserve a trace of the source of thunder spirit in this sea area, which may give birth to new miracles thousands of years later. With the last batch of thunderstones transported back and the deep-sea mining operation, which had lasted for several days, safely withdrawn by the deep-sea team and all psionic tentacles, the operation officially came to an end. The Blue Crystal's warehouse was almost filled with thunderstone, and the thunderstone marrow in the cold jade cauldron had become a treasure of the ship. Wang Hao did not rush to let the spirit ship immediately devour these gains to evolve. Whether it's thunderstone or chalcedony, both require time to be digested and absorbed in order to maximize their benefits. especially the stone marrow, whose spiritual essence can temper a cultivator's natal spiritual weapon and break it down to a fourth-tier spiritual treasure. Currently, the crew members' levels are still too low, and their strength needs to be improved as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will always be hesitant when facing high-level sea beasts and will almost always have to take action themselves. There's no chance to even give up. Chapter 169 Treasure Compass. Wang Hao ordered that some high-quality thunder sound stones be distributed for Zhang Meyer to use in weapon crafting and for crew members with thunder-type talents to cultivate, so as to quickly refine their natal spirit weapons and break through to the third rank. In the time that followed, Wang Hao steered the spirit ship through this sea area unconsciously, searching for sea beasts, acquiring resources, and distributing a large amount of spiritual materials so that everyone could quickly refine their natal spiritual weapons. Most of the spiritual energy absorbed and transformed by the blue crystal was used by the crew for cultivation breakthroughs. In this environment, everyone's cultivation level was improving imperceptibly. As the spirit ship grew larger, Lan Ling's abilities also became more and more powerful. However, she still didn't change her nature as a little foodie. Whenever she had time, she would pester Wang Hao, using all sorts of tricks, like acting cute and charming, trying to get Wang Hao to find her prey to devour. However, it was firmly suppressed. Most of the materials from the hunted sea beast were distributed to the crew for tempering and upgrading their natal spirit weapons, but the remaining scraps were still given to the spirit ship to devour. Although the blue crystal has not grown significantly in size yet, the spiritual patterns on its hull are becoming clearer and deeper, and its overall foundation is being steadily strengthened and enhanced. On this day, Wang Hao had just woken up from his meditation when he saw Zhang Meyer running over excitedly, holding a newly crafted spiritual weapon in her hands. It was a palm-sized compass, made entirely of thunder sound stone and other guiding materials, with a small fragment of a thunder eel crystal core embedded in its center. "Husband, look, this is my newly crafted thunder element resonance compass." Zhang Meyer handed it over like a treasure. Not only can it detect the fluctuations of lightning energy in the surrounding area more accurately, but it can also actively emit lightning elemental resonance at a specific frequency within a certain range of the sea to find rare and precious materials of the lightning element. Finding treasures will be much less of a hassle in the future. Wang Hao took the compass and probed it with his divine sense. He immediately sensed the exquisite array patterns and active lightning energy within. He nodded approvingly. Wasn't this the prototype of a treasure-hunting compass? Very good, Mayor. Your ideas on weapon crafting are becoming more and more open. In the future, you should explore other types of weapons. This spiritual weapon has great potential. Receiving the praise, Zhang Meyer smiled broadly, rubbed against Wang Hao's arm, and then ran back to the workshop contentedly to continue her research. This voyage has lasted quite a while, and the gains have translated into tangible strength. It's time to set sail again. Wang Hao walked to the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the spirited and increasingly skilled crew members on the deck below, and announced loudly, "Set sail? Back to Emerald Bay. Let's begin the celebration. Bring out the food. The feast begins." "Yes, Captain." Wang Hao's order to set sail and return to port, celebrate the start, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating joyful ripples on the blue crystal. The tension and hard work of deep-sea mining over the past few days can finally be released at this moment. The deck was quickly transformed into a lively open-air feast. Long dining tables stretched from under the bridge to the stern, covered with pristine white tablecloths. The girls, amidst laughter and chatter, brought out all sorts of prepared delicacies, spiritual fruits, and fragrant spiritual wines as if by magic. The most eye-catching feature is the several large pots and grills located in the center of the table. The pot was simmering with a milky white, king of shark's treasures soup, which exuded a rich aura of blood and energy, and a faint scent of thunder spirit. The soup contained the most tender chunks of meat that had been carefully prepared, as well as various kinds of nourishing deep-sea algae that had been caught. On the grill, thick slices of deep-sea eel ribs sizzle and grill, brushed with a special honey sauce, their aroma filling the air and making one's mouth water. Of course, there were also colorful and spiritually vibrant fruit platters, as well as the 100 Flowers spiritual wine, brewed by Lu Qingyi and the girls in the alchemy room using herbs from the spirit plant garden. It had a refreshing taste and could slightly increase spiritual power. Thank you all for your hard work these past few days. Don't hold back today. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Cheers to another bountiful harvest for the blue crystal, and to the growth of each and every one of us. Wang Hao raised a glass of crystal-clear spirit wine and toasted the entire crew in a loud voice. Cheers to the captain. Cheers to the blue crystal. The girls responded in unison, their faces beaming with genuine smiles as they raised their glasses to drink together. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax, with everyone sitting around the table, enjoying the delicious food and relaxing time. Wow, this shark meat is so tender, and the lightning power inside is amazing. It makes my body feel warm after eating it. Xiaoya picked up a piece of roasted shark steak, took a bite, and happily squinted her eyes, her snow-white rabbit ears standing up. Try this soup. Sister Ailey added calming herbs. I feel much clearer-headed after drinking it. Xiao Yin scooped up a bowl of steaming fish soup and handed it to Lin Wanxing next to her. Zhang Meyer brought a plate of her latest thunderfruit pastry to Wang Hao. This time, the pastry was no longer a creative disaster. Instead, it was made by baking dried fruit rich in thunder spirit energy mixed with thunder sound stone powder. The outside was golden and crispy, while the inside was soft and glutinous, with a light and refreshing thunder spirit sweetness. It was well received. Husband, I guarantee it will be delicious this time. Zhang Meyer's eyes sparkled. Wang Hao tasted a piece and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Mayer has made great progress. He casually pulled her to sit down beside him, handed her a cup of spirit wine. Zhang Meyer's cheeks flushed slightly as she nestled against him, sipping the wine and looking at the lively scene before her with happiness in her eyes. Li Xiaoyu and the other girls from the combat team gathered together, heartily eating meat while gesturing and discussing their previous battle experiences, occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. Zhang Rongrong moved gently among the crowd, occasionally serving food and wine to Wang Hao, or asking the other girls if they needed more food, managing everything in an orderly manner. The moonlight shone on her serene profile, making her appear exceptionally gentle and charming. Even the moon dolphins in the aquarium seemed to sense this joy, swimming and playing happily among the colorful coral reefs, emitting ethereal and melodious calls. The warm lights, the delicious aroma of food, and the laughter created an incredibly cozy and beautiful scene. This enormous spirit ship sails through the waves, on the vast and boundless sea. It is their warmest and most peaceful home. The banquet lasted until late at night before everyone finally left, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The following days of the flight were also filled with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. The crew members either exchanged cultivation experiences or gathered together to play card games that Wang Hao had brought from another world. They could simply lie on the deck, sunbathing and enjoying the post-war tranquility and the satisfaction of their gains. However, this tranquility was broken on the morning of the third day of their return journey. Wang Hao, who was controlling the navigation system from the control room, heard a voice coming from the ship repair badge on his chest. Urgent regional notice. Repeat, urgent regional notice. Attention all ship repair crews within 500 nautical miles of Emerald Bay. Recently, several funeral ships have been attacked by unidentified vessels while en route. The attackers were brutal, their motives unclear, and there have been reports of ship damage and casualties. The Union reminded all ship repair crews to be vigilant, strengthen precautions, and avoid sailing alone on remote routes as much as possible. If you discover any suspicious vessels or encounter an attack, please report it to the Union immediately and preserve video evidence, if possible. Anyone who provides a valid clue will be rewarded with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row. Its serious tone and content brought the laughter on deck to an abrupt halt, and the relaxed atmosphere vanished instantly. Chapter 170 Regional Announcement. An attack by unidentified ships. Wang Hao frowned slightly. He had never taken the ship repair badge seriously, but he hadn't expected that this functional artifact would be so useful and have such an ability. Zhang Rongrong, standing beside him, also looked worried. Husband, this. Wang Hao's gaze was sharp. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, carefully considering every word in the announcement, his expression gradually becoming serious. The methods are cruel, the purpose is unclear. Even the Union has issued an emergency notice for the region, so this matter seems to be quite serious. Wang Hao said in a deep voice, pass down the order. All personnel to go on alert, activate the shields and keep them operating at low power, double the manpower at the lookout posts, and closely monitor any suspicious movements in the surrounding waters. Yes. Li Xiaoyu immediately accepted the order and left. Ling, expand the detection range, Wang Hao instructed in his mind. Understood, the detection range has been expanded to its maximum. The originally leisurely atmosphere of the voyage suddenly turned tense. The girls returned to their posts one after another, feeling somewhat nervous, but more so a sense of vigilance as if they were about to face a battle. They believed in the captain's abilities. With heightened security, the blue crystal increased its speed and headed towards Emerald Bay. 3 days later, the familiar outline of Emerald Bay finally appeared on the horizon. However, unlike in the past, there were noticeably more patrol boats flying the ship repairman's flag and gleaming lights in the waters surrounding the port. They patrolled back and forth, vigilantly scrutinizing every approaching ship. As the massive, distinctive spirit ship, the Blue Crystal, approached, a patrol boat proactively came to meet it. "Is this the Blue Crystal? Please identify yourself and submit to routine questioning." A Union deacon on the patrol boat shouted through a megaphone, his tone still relatively polite. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the ship, showing his ship repair badge, and said in a deep voice, "This is indeed the Blue Crystal. Captain Wang Hao, we have just returned from the open sea and received a notice from the guild." Having confirmed his identity, the steward's tone softened somewhat. "So you are Captain Wang. The situation has been unusual lately, please understand. Did your ship encounter any suspicious vessels or unusual circumstances during your return voyage?" "I didn't encounter it." Wang Hao shook his head. "The journey was relatively peaceful." "That's good." The deacon nodded. "Please be careful in the near future and try to stay near the port. If you find anything, please report it to the guild immediately through the channel." "Clear." After a brief exchange, the patrol boat cleared the way. The Blue Crystal slowly sailed into the familiar yet slightly different port of Emerald Bay, where the atmosphere was noticeably more somber and wary than usual. After securing the ship and assigning Zhang Rongrong and others to replenish supplies and maintain the vessel, Wang Hao went alone to the Ship Repair Guild to submit the previously accepted mission to hunt the thunder-patterned shark. The atmosphere in the Union Hall was noticeably more tense than usual. Many ship repairmen were gathered in twos and threes, discussing the recent attacks in hushed tones, their faces showing worry and vigilance. Wang Hao's arrival attracted some attention, but most people just glanced at him and looked away, clearly preoccupied with the unknown threat. Upon arriving at the mission handover counter, Wang Hao showed his ship repair badge and mission credentials. "Submit the quest to hunt the thunder-striped shark." The person in charge of receiving us this time was a middle-aged deacon with a serious face. He took the credentials and skillfully operated the magical artifact light screen in front of him. "Blue Crystal, Captain Wang Hao, mission objective. Clear out the group of thunder sharks near Thunder Strait. Please provide proof of mission completion, such as key parts of the sea monsters or clear footage of the kill." Wang Hao was prepared and took out a jade slip for recording images and handed it over. This document records the fierce battle between the Blue Crystal and the thunder-patterned shark swarm, especially the clear footage of the final kill of the peak Tier 3 Shark King. To avoid being too sensational, the footage was simply edited, omitting some overly exaggerated battle details, but it was enough to prove that the mission was accomplished. The steward inserted the jade slip into a specific reading device, and battle footage began playing on the light screen. When he saw the Blue Crystal confront the swarm of sharks, a hint of emotion appeared on his serious face. "Captain Wang is indeed exceptionally capable." The deacon looked up, his tone clearly showing admiration. To wipe out the entire swarm of mad sharks with the power of a single spirit ship, especially this Shark King at the peak of the 3rd tier, such strength is rare among shipbuilders in Emerald Bay. After praising him, he routinely asked, according to the guild's rules, if there is a complete sea beast carcass, especially a 3rd-tier sea beast, you can get extra acquisition rewards based on its completeness and value. I wonder if Captain Wang brought back the carcasses of those thunder-patterned frenzy sharks? The guild can buy a complete Tier 3 thunder-patterned frenzy shark for 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao calmly shook his head. "No. In deep-sea operations, it's difficult to preserve the bodies, and the return journey is long, so we didn't bring them." "That's true, but not the whole story. The real reason is that, for other ship repairmen, 6,000 spirit stones might be a considerable fortune, enough to purchase a lot of cultivation resources to refine and upgrade the ship. However, for the Blue Crystal, which possesses the ability to devour and evolve, the effects of the flesh, essence, and spiritual substances of a 3rd-tier sea beast, especially a sea beast like the thunder-patterned shark that contains special attribute power, on the evolution of the ship's hull and the strengthening of its spirit patterns are far superior to the materials purchased with 6,000 spirit stones. The devouring of sea monsters brought not only an increase in size, but also a fundamental improvement, which is the foundation for the Blue Crystal to have overwhelming combat power among its peers. This can be seen from the fact that Wang Hao can easily fight against opponents of higher levels. Spirit stones are easy to obtain, but such resources that can directly strengthen the essence of a spirit ship are rare and hard to come by. Although the endless sea is vast and boundless, high-level sea beasts are not so lucky as to be encountered every day. The steward showed a hint of regret. In that case, according to the guild's rules, only the kill footage without the mad shark's corpse will be paid out as the basic mission reward, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please understand, Captain Wong. As he spoke, he pushed over a small bag of spirit stones and a token representing the completion of the mission. Wang Hao casually put away the spirit stones and tokens, showing no regret whatsoever on his face, as if the 1,000 spirit stones were just something he did on a whim, and that was indeed the case. He waved his hand and said calmly, "It's all right." Seeing his reaction, the deacon was even more convinced that Captain Wong was not short of money and probably had something else to rely on or pursue. He stopped dwelling on it and instead asked, "Captain Wong, is there anything else you need?" Wang Hao's heart stirred. Ever since he came to this world and acquired the spirit ship, he had been consciously collecting various cultivation manuals and knowledge systems of this world, and had Lan Ling record them in the database. To enrich the Blue Crystal's heritage, it also provides the crew with more diverse cultivation techniques and skills for refining spiritual weapons and elixirs. Does the guild have any new cultivation manuals or jade slips containing obscure techniques for sale? I'd like to take a look. Chapter 171 Puppet Techniques. The steward thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Recently, a new batch of jade slips has indeed arrived from a merchant caravan that came from the distant Thousand Machine Islands. There are many basic tips on weapon crafting, formations, and spiritual plants, as well as some miscellaneous books. If Captain Wong is interested, he can go to the book section there to look and select some." He pointed to an area on one side of the hall. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Wang Hao headed towards the classic books section. There are dozens of bookshelves here, displaying all kinds of jade slips, most of which are basic, common techniques or skills. Wang Hao scanned the area with his divine sense, quickly filtering through the contents. Most of the content had already been included in the Blue Crystal's collection or had been further refined by Lan Ling. Just as Wang Hao finished selecting some jade slips containing knowledge of formations and weapon refining that were not available, and was about to leave, a grayish-brown, seemingly inconspicuous jade slip in the corner caught his attention. He picked up the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. Basic Puppet Manual. This is the most basic introductory knowledge of puppetry, including material identification, core spirit pattern outlining, energy circuit setup, basic motion command programming, etc. At most, it can only create a simple puppet with the strength of a first-tier puppet. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Puppetry. This is a field we've never been involved in before. The current development of the Blue Crystal mainly focuses on the ship itself, weapon crafting, alchemy, spiritual plants, and combat. If one can master puppetry, even the most basic level, it will be of great significance. Imagine if a large number of basic puppets could be manufactured, which could tirelessly perform repetitive tasks such as daily ship maintenance, cleaning, and material handling, thus freeing up the crew's manpower. It allows for exploration or work in hazardous areas, reducing personnel risks. They can even be used as cannon fodder or disruptive units in battle. This has enormous potential to improve the ship's overall automation level and capabilities. Moreover, this jade slip comes from Thousand Machine Island, which is famous for its mechanical puppetry. Even if it is the basic version, it must have its unique features, making it perfect for beginners and for inspiring ideas. How do I exchange this jade slip? Wang Hao asked the steward as he returned to the counter with the jade slip. The steward glanced at it, seemingly recognizing this obscure item. "Oh, this one? It came with the Thousand Machine Island caravan. The contents are rather basic, and it only costs 50 low-grade spirit stones. Okay, take these with you." After calculating, Wang Hao paid the spirit stones directly and put the basic puppet manual, jade slip, into his pocket along with the other jade slips. Wang Hao was in a good mood after leaving the ship repair guild. Although the reward for the mission was reduced, I gained an introductory manual on puppetry, so the trip wasn't a complete waste. As for the tense atmosphere brought about by the attack, he was not too worried. He would deal with whatever came his way, and as long as his strength continued to improve, he would not be afraid of any challenge. Besides, we still have high-level ship repair crews and the behemoth that is the Empire. No need to panic. Let's focus on developing our resources first. Back on the Blue Crystal, he handed the bag of spirit stones to Zhang Rongrong, then eagerly went into the captain's cabin to retrieve the newly acquired puppet manual. He also gave the other jade slips to Lan Ling, asking her to access the database and organize them. Wang Hao couldn't wait to stick the jade slip of basic puppet manual to his forehead and immerse his consciousness in it. The information within the jade slip flowed into his mind like a gentle stream. From the most basic puppet classification, humanoid, beast-like, tool-like, to the core spirit control rune drawing. From the design of energy circuits and the selection of driving energy sources, spirit stones, spirit gathering arrays, and even methods for capturing and processing the essence of low-level sea beasts, to how to set simple action commands. The content was indeed basic, but the system was complete, opening a completely new door for Wang Hao. The more Wang Hao looked at it, the more open his mind became, and various application scenarios kept popping into his head. If successful, the daily operation efficiency of the blue crystal would be greatly improved. Lan Ling, Wang Hao called out in his heart. We will record and analyze this basic puppet manual, and combine it with our existing technology and material reserves to prepare to deduce and design a basic humanoid puppet scheme that is suitable for use on ships and has the highest cost performance. Instructions received. Begin analysis and simulation. Lan Ling's sweet, girlish figure appeared before Wang Hao, her voice filled with a hint of excitement, as if she was particularly interested in this kind of creative work. A moment later, Lan Ling projected a series of detailed 3D design drawings, along with a dense list of materials and refining steps. However, when he saw the final form of the puppets on those design drawings, he was stunned. The design drawings depict graceful, exquisitely crafted humanoid puppets. They have a tough, mysterious iron, internal skeleton, flexible metal connections at the joints to ensure flexibility, and a standardized small spirit stone slot, and a micro-engraved array of spirit control runes as the core driving force, with energy circuits throughout their entire bodies. The outer covering layer uses a low-grade spirit fish skin that has been treated and has a certain degree of toughness and spiritual energy conductivity, making the surface look very white, smooth, and slightly elastic. These are all fine. In fact, they cleverly utilize existing materials. But the problem is, these puppets are actually lifelike anime girls with different styles. There are tsundere girls with twin tails, emotionless girls with long black hair, and energetic girls with short hair. Even their hairstyles, eye colors, and subtle facial expressions are clearly depicted. Lan Ling, will this work? Wang Hao's lips twitched slightly, feeling as if Lan Ling had swayed his style. We're making puppets for chores, not figurines. Captain, you underestimate Lan Ling. Lan Ling's voice, tinged with a hint of smugness and coquettishness, rang out. These are genuine Tier 1 combat/support universal puppets, optimized based on the robot concept in the hidden database. The black iron frame grants it a basic strength exceeding 1,000 gene, while spirit stones ensure its continuous mobility. Most crucially, its core processing unit is based on the chip and server architecture found in other information. She explained with great interest. Each puppet's spirit control rune core not only contains a basic instruction set, but is also a miniature psionic computing node. They can connect to the puppet terminal server that I control through the psionic network I set up. This means that as long as I evolve a set of puppet servers and design the relevant behavioral instruction modules, such as cleaning, moving, organizing, basic vigilance, etc., these puppets can execute them perfectly. Moreover, they possess basic environmental awareness and learning capabilities. The experience and optimization solutions accumulated by any puppet during its work will be fed back to the server in real time. After I organize them, they can be instantly synchronized to all puppets of the same model. It truly achieved the goal of one person learns, everyone masters. Lan Ling's voice was full of confidence. I can even load pre-written basic combat skill modules onto them. Although these puppets are only at the first level, they can still deal with ordinary thieves or assist in controlling the turrets and loading crossbow bolts. So, Captain, wasn't that amazing? Chapter 172 Two-Dimensional Puppet? As Wang Hao listened to Lan Ling's description and looked at the puppet design drawings of those anime girl images in his mind, his expression gradually changed from astonishment to strangeness, and finally turned into a hint of amusement and a faint expectation. Imagine a group of beautiful and precise anime girls quietly wiping the railings on the deck, tirelessly organizing supplies in the warehouse, and helping to process ingredients in the kitchen. The scene seems pretty cool, doesn't it? Moreover, the distributed learning network concept designed by Lan Ling is indeed far beyond the rigidity of normal puppetry and has enormous potential. All right. Wang Hao stroked his chin, ultimately unable to resist the allure of this combination of technology and grueling work, plus personal hobby. The theory sounds good, but practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Let's go to the weapon refining workshop and see if we can create your first maid type. General purpose support type puppet. Great. Long live the captain. Lan Ling cheered. as if she could already see groups of young ladies busy on the ship. Wang Hao put away the jade slip, got up and walked towards the bustling weapon refining workshop. Zhang Meyer was instructing several girls on how to process a batch of newly arrived ore. When she saw Wang Hao come in, she immediately came to greet him. "Husband, what brings you here? Is there something you need to refine for a new magical artifact?" Wang Hao smiled and used his divine sense to share the basic puppet manual and the design drawings deduced by Lan Ling with Zhang Meyer. "Mayor, stop what you're doing for a moment. We have a new project to work on." After receiving the message, Zhang Meyer was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Puppetry? Psionic chips? Distributed learning networks? Husband, these ideas are amazing. Although they are only basic, the thinking behind them is completely different from traditional puppet making. She herself has a wildly imaginative mind for weapon crafting, is extremely innovative, and has a keen sensitivity and enthusiasm for new technologies." She was immediately attracted by this novel design. "So, are you confident?" Wang Hao asked. "No problem." Zhang Meyer was full of confidence. "We have plenty of black iron and flexible metal in stock for the skeleton and joints. We also have a lot of low-grade spirit fish skin in stock. The most difficult part is the micro-engraving of the core, spirit control rune array, and the stable construction of the energy circuit. But this is a good opportunity to train the sisters' micro-engraving skills. I will organize the manpower immediately." Under Zhang Meyer's direction, the weapon refining workshop quickly adjusted its work focus. Some people began to smelt and forge the black iron skeleton according to the design drawings. Others processed the spirit fish skin, tanning it into a thin layer suitable for covering. The core group followed Zhang Meyer and began carefully inscribing the spirit control rune array on the purest spirit jade pieces using a specially made spirit carving knife. This requires an extremely high degree of focus and stability. The slightest mistake would render the entire core unusable. However, under Zhang Meyer's strict requirements and with Lan Ling's real-time calibration through Wang Hao, progress has been relatively smooth. Wang Hao was not idle either. He personally took charge, using his powerful divine sense and precise control over spiritual power to handle the energy circuit connections at some key points, ensuring that spiritual power could circulate smoothly within the puppet's body. The entire refining process lasted for 2 full days. When the last part, the face with the adorable, meticulously drawn expression, was carefully placed over the last puppet skull frame and connected to the internal sensor runes, the first experimental, general auxiliary puppet number 1 was officially assembled. It stood quietly in the center of the workshop, about the same height as an ordinary girl, with fair skin covered by spirit fish skin and a delicate, anime-style face. It looks more like an exquisitely crafted life-size figurine than a puppet capable of carrying heavy loads and doing odd jobs. Just one last step, the energy core. Install it. Zhang Meyer personally inserted a standard low-grade spirit stone into the slot on the puppet's back, and then the skin was restored to its original state, without a trace of wear and tear. Buzz. A very faint hum sounded, and the spirit control rune array in the core area of the puppet's chest began to operate. Its eyes, made of special crystals, also emitted a faint, pre-programmed sky blue light. Activate. Wang Hao gave the command to Lan Ling through his divine sense. Blue Spirit immediately sent the first command packet to number 1 through the psionic network. The unit, 01, paused slightly, then smoothly raised its head and let its arms hang naturally, assuming a standard standby posture. Command received. Basic action self-check. Begin execution. A synthesized, slightly electronic, but exceptionally clear female voice came from its mouth. Then, it began to step in place, turn around, bend over, and stretch its arms. A series of smooth and precise movements, full of strange mechanical beauty, which, combined with its two-dimensional face, created a strong contrast and cuteness. Success. The surrounding weapon refining girls couldn't help but cheer. Wang Hao's eyes were also full of joy. Testing the load and functional modules. Zhang Meyer immediately had several heavy metal crates brought over. Number 1. Move these crates to the designated area and stack them neatly. Command confirmed. Number 1 walked up to the metal boxes and easily picked them up. Each box weighed several hundred kilograms, but it moved steadily and lightly, and quickly completed the task. Next, it was tested cleaning the deck. It performed the tasks of cleaning the deck with meticulous movements, organizing tools, categorizing them in an extremely standard manner, and even simple tasks such as delivering items, all of which it completed flawlessly. What's most surprising is that when Wang Hao deliberately threw a small object on the ground that wasn't on its identification list, it paused for a moment. its blue eyes flashing as if it were analyzing it. Then it carefully picked it up, placed it in a temporarily marked to be classified area, and reported the handling of this new object to Lan Ling. Learning ability confirmed. Lan Ling reported happily. The data has been recorded and updated to the server. Looking at this puppet number 1 that could both lift heavy objects and act cute, Wang Hao finally couldn't help but laugh. Although its style was peculiar, its functions were indeed powerful. Excellent. Blue Spirit, begin mass production. Build 50 units first. No, 100. Hand them over all the repetitive, time-consuming tasks on the ship. As for the appearance, let's go with your design. Wang Hao eventually accepted this arrangement. Anyway, they're quite pleasing to the eye. It is foreseeable that in the near future, a beautiful sight will appear on the Blue Crystal. A group of exquisitely beautiful and hard-working anime girl puppets, shuttling between the cabins and becoming the crew's most capable assistants. The automation and intelligence level of the Blue Crystal will thus reach a new level. The crew members now have more time to refine their own natal magical artifacts and cultivate. As the spirit ship grew larger, recruiting only 500 crew members was insufficient to handle its daily maintenance. Furthermore, Wang Hao disliked outsiders entering his spirit ship. The appearance of the puppets perfectly solved this problem. The question is, how many puppets can the server evolve from Blue Spirit support simultaneously, and is the psionic network based on Blue Spirit stable? Chapter 173, Psionic Cannon. Time flies, and the Blue Crystal has been docked at Emerald Bay for nearly a month. On the Blue Crystal, many puppets dressed as maids were now in charge of daily cleaning and maintenance. They were often seen washing the deck and carrying cargo taller than themselves in and out, creating a beautiful sight. From initial surprise to now getting used to it, and even issuing commands, the crew members have witnessed the puppets' rapid learning speed. If it weren't for their inability to control spiritual power, Wang Hao would have suspected that these puppets could also assist in alchemy and weapon crafting. Wang Hao also tested the stability of the spiritual energy network. It was exceptionally stable against mental interference, spiritual energy interference, and array sealing. Only then did he feel relieved and vigorously promoted this two-dimensional maid puppet. There are now 1,000 of them on the spirit ship, which is enough for the time being. This finally freed up all the crew members' hands, allowing them time to cultivate properly. Wang Hao issued a strict order. Everyone must refine their natal spiritual weapon to the 2nd tier and become a 2nd-tier weapon cultivator. Resources and spiritual energy would be provided as needed. He promised a reward to whoever was the first to break through to the 3rd tier. However, these bold girls said they didn't want the ordinary reward. They wanted to get close to the captain. Under pressure from everyone's requests, Wang Hao agreed to the request. This caused cheers from everyone, and they all began to go into seclusion, holding onto their natal spirit artifacts every day, striving to be the first to break through to the 3rd rank. The atmosphere in Emerald Bay remained tense, with rumors about the ghost ship rampant and the number of patrols increasing, which affected the once thriving trade. On this day, Zhang Rongrong walked into the captain's cabin with a list in her hand, her face showing a mixture of worry and anticipation. "My lord, we have been staying in Emerald Bay for over a month. I think the situation will be difficult to calm down in the short term." She placed the list in front of Wang Hao, which clearly recorded the income from the recent sale of pills and spiritual artifacts, as well as the income from completing some miscellaneous tasks. The total account balance had exceeded 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. The ship's existing defenses mainly rely on shields and ballistae, which are sufficient to deal with ordinary sea monsters. The crew members are weak, but if it is really as rumored, we will probably need more powerful means to deal with the elusive ghost ship. Zhang Rongrong continued. "I've learned that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce branch on Tomorrow Island will be holding an auction, and among the highlight items will be 3 spirit energy cannons crafted by masters from Thousand Machine Island. These cannons are extremely powerful and are perfect for our current situation." She looked at Wang Hao, a gentle smile in her eyes. "Moreover, we haven't been out and about on the island together for a long time. Would you like to accompany Rongrong to the auction tomorrow? It'll be a good way to relax. If there's something suitable, we can bid on it to enhance the power of my blue crystal." Wang Hao took the list and looked at it. He was quite satisfied with the profitability of his family's business. He put down the list, shook Zhang Rongrong's hand, and smiled. "Rongrong, you're so kind. Indeed, it's time to get some new equipment for our ship. I'll go with you tomorrow to see what good stuff is at the auction." Seeing that Wang Hao agreed, Zhang Rongrong's face lit up with a bright smile. The next day, Wang Hao changed into an inconspicuous blue robe and disembarked from the boat with Zhang Rongrong, who was also dressed simply, and headed towards the most bustling area of Emerald Bay Island. The Seahigh Chamber of Commerce's auction house is located in the heart of the island. It is a magnificent circular building. After presenting sufficient proof of assets, the two were led to a well-located private room, where they could see the entire room without attracting too much attention. The auction began quickly, with various rare treasures, spiritual materials, elixirs, and cultivation techniques on display one after another, attracting fierce bidding from the audience and creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Hao and Zhang Rongrong did not make a move easily, but simply observed quietly. During this time, Wang Hao also noticed some familiar figures, including members of the Lin family whom he had dealt with before, as well as several other well-known ship repair captains in Emerald Bay. Their gazes occasionally met in the air, each carrying a tacit wariness and scrutiny. Clearly, this auction had attracted many ship repairmen who wanted to strengthen their own capabilities. As the auction progressed into its later stages, an item caught Wang Hao's attention. It was a broken piece of dark gold metal, only the size of a palm, its surface covered with extremely complex and ancient patterns, emitting a faint yet exceptionally resilient spatial fluctuation. Next item, an unidentified metal fragment. The auctioneer introduced, this item is of unknown material, indestructible, and suspected to be a fragment of some ancient artifact containing a strange spatial Taoist charm. Starting bid, 500 low-grade spirit stones. The audience reacted sparsely. The object looked ancient, but it was too damaged and its specific purpose could not be determined, making it too low in cost-effectiveness. Wang Hao's heart stirred, and he asked Lan Ling through the soul connection, "Can you analyze this fragment?" Lan Ling paused for a moment before replying. "We cannot fully analyze its material and internal structure, but its surface patterns are related to a very small number of ancient array fragments that are suspected to be related to space and are recorded in the database. We suggest obtaining them, as they can be used to assist in deducing related knowledge. Involving the spatial realm? This is a good thing. If all else fails, let Blue Spirit devour it. Will the spirit ship develop spatial abilities? 600 spirit stones. Wang Hao raised his sign for the first time. His bid drew the attention of many, but seeing that it was just a stranger bidding for a piece of broken metal, no one competed. In the end, Wang Hao easily acquired the unwanted metal fragment for 650 spirit stones. In an auction where thousands or tens of thousands of spirit stones are involved, this was like a small pebble thrown into a lake, causing little ripple. Finally, the auction reached its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the grand finale of this auction, 3 spirit energy cannons, personally crafted by the master craftsman of Thousand Machine Island. The auctioneer's voice rose. This cannon is inscribed with the Great Sun Blazing Flame Array. The power of a single shot is comparable to a full-force attack from a 4th-tier weapon cultivator. It is especially effective against evil spirits and undead beings. Starting bid for each cannon, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The moment the words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. 32,000. 35,000. 40,000. Prices have skyrocketed, and competition is fierce. Clearly, the recent unease has made many ship repair crews realize the importance of enhancing firepower, especially with psionic cannons that have elemental advantages. Wang Hao did not rush to bid. It was not until the price climbed to 55,000 spirit stones that the bidding slowed down, leaving only 3 or 4 bidders competing. 60,000. Wang Hao calmly raised his paddle, adding 5,000 at once. Chapter 174. Preparing for a test firing. The bid silenced the room for a moment, and many eyes turned to the unfamiliar private room where only a piece of scrap metal had been bid on previously. 61,000. A slightly gloomy voice rang out from the opposite private room. It was the captain of the Blackwater, a shipwright known for his ruthless methods. 65,000. Wang Hao raised the price again, his tone completely unchanged. 66,000. Captain Blackwater gritted his teeth and followed, his face somewhat grim, as this price was approaching his bottom line. 70,000. Wang Hao replied without hesitation. The crowd erupted in uproar. 70,000 low-grade spirit stones for a cannon, though powerful, was an astronomical price. Captain Blackwater stared intently at the private room where Wang Hao was, then finally snorted coldly and gave up the bidding. The other 2 bidders also shook their heads and stopped following suit. 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Sold. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for winning the first Blazing Sun Spirit Energy Cannon. The auctioneer brought down the gavel. In the end, Wang Hao successfully bid for the first gate at a price of 70,000 spirit stones. The competition for the next two items was even fiercer, with the items sold for 78,000 and 85,000 spirit stones respectively, and were won by two other ship repairmen. After the auction ended, Wang Hao successfully completed the transaction, storing the incredibly heavy Blazing Sun Spirit Energy Cannon, engraved with fiery patterns, and the mysterious metal fragment into his storage ring. As they walked out of the auction house, Zhang Rongrong took Wang Hao's arm and said softly, "Husband, isn't 70,000 spirit stones a bit too expensive?" Wang Hao smiled and said, "It's worth the price. With it, we have even more confidence." And he glanced again at the metal fragments in the storage ring. That add-on might be even more valuable. Besides, isn't there blue spirit? Have you forgotten how those crossbows in your mind came about? After blue spirit absorbs and analyzes them, we can spend some spiritual materials to generate a few more, and we'll have made our money back. Wang Hao's words made Zhang Rongrong suddenly realize the truth, and her gaze towards Wang Hao became even more infatuated. Having such a powerful ship repairman as her husband was the best decision she had ever made in her life. As the two were preparing to return to the dock, a figure blocked their way. It was the Blackwater captain who had previously lost the bid. He looked at Wang Hao with a forced smile and said in a sinister tone, "My friend, you're so generous in bidding for this psionic cannon. Do you perhaps know some inside information about those ghost ships?" Wang Hao remained expressionless and replied calmly, "It's just a precaution." "What, Captain Blackwater, are you interested in this cannon?" "Humph." Captain Blackwater snorted coldly. "I hope this cannon of yours can truly help you see the road ahead clearly, so that you don't end up having the life to buy it, but not the life to use it." After saying that, he gave Wang Hao a deep look, turned around, and left with his men. Zhang Rongrong frowned. "Husband, what's wrong with him?" "Just impotent rage, don't bother with it." Wang Hao patted the back of her hand, but his eyes turned slightly cold. "The trees may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. It seems the waters of Emerald Bay are even more murky than imagined. However, whether it's a ghost ship or some petty thieves ahead, the blue crystal, equipped with new weapons, is ready. Anyone who comes here, just chop off their claws." The Blackwater captain's clearly threatening words did not stir up much of a ripple in Wang Hao's mind. In any world, encountering envy, provocation, and even conspiracies is commonplace. Strength is the best passport. What Wang Hao cares more about is to install the newly acquired psionic cannon as soon as possible and study the mysterious metal piece. Upon returning to the blue crystal, Wang Hao immediately summoned Zhang Meyer and the others. "Mayor, this is the psionic cannon and its installation diagram. Install it in the designated position as soon as possible and ensure a smooth connection with the ship's psionic energy channels." Wang Hao handed the heavy psionic cannon and jade slip to Zhang Meyer. "Don't worry, my husband. I guarantee it will become the sharpest fang of our blue crystal." Zhang Meyer excitedly accepted the order and immediately led her men and tools to the gun emplacements reserved on the ship. Afterwards, Wang Hao entered the captain's cabin alone and took out the dark gold metal fragment. It lay quietly in his palm, cool to the touch, and the ancient patterns on its surface shimmered in the soft light of the secret room, making the subtle spatial fluctuations even clearer. "Lan Ling, analyze this object with all your might, and try to understand its spatial Tao rhythm first, to see if it can be integrated into the spirit ship system, or to gain space-related abilities after being devoured." Instructions received. Begin in-depth analysis. Lan Ling's voice was filled with unprecedented focus. Time passed in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Lan Ling's voice rang out again, tinged with a mixture of weariness and excitement. "Captain, the analysis is 35% complete. We lack relevant data, but we can confirm that this item is made of a space-type material. Its internal structure is extremely complex, and the spatial Tao patterns it contains are far beyond our current understanding. If we forcibly devour it, there is a 70% chance of gaining random spatial attribute enhancement, but we will permanently lose the ancient spatial knowledge it contains. Suggestion: do not devour it for now. Use it as a reference template and store it in the core of the spirit ship. Based on the Taoist charm and pattern structure it emits, I can try to reverse engineer the basic spatial array and related knowledge. Although it is slow, the potential is limitless. It may even unlock advanced abilities such as short-distance teleportation and spatial barriers in the future." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. While random enhancement was tempting, a systematic knowledge system undoubtedly had greater long-term value. "Very good. We will do as you say and prioritize the deduction of knowledge. This fragment will be temporarily sealed away as the starting point for our exploration of the mysteries of space." "Understood." The simulation process has been established, and it is expected to require a large amount of computing resources and time. Lan Ling responded, and then fell silent, clearly having devoted most of her computing power to it. After dealing with the metal fragments, Wang Hao went up to the deck. At the starboard gun emplacement, Zhang Meyer and the others were working busily. The massive barrel of the psionic cannon had been fixed to a specially made base, and several female weapon refiners were carefully inscribing energy-conducting array patterns that connected to the ship's spiritual veins. Streams of crimson spiritual light flowed between the cannon barrel and the ship's hull. Seeing Wang Hao approach, Zhang Meyer wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and reported, "Husband, the main installation is complete, and we are currently conducting the final spiritual path calibration and energy testing. It will be finished in at most half a day." Wang Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping across the harbor. He could sense that some eyes, both overt and covert, were fixed on the conspicuous gun emplacement on the starboard side of the blue crystal. The Blackwater's provocation, coupled with the newly installed powerful weapons, undoubtedly made the blue crystal the focus of attention for some interested parties in the harbor. "Speed up the process. Once it's complete, we'll conduct a test launch," Wang Hao ordered. Half a day later, the setting sun dyed the sea a golden red. Under the watchful eyes of many, the blue crystal slowly sailed away from its berth and arrived at an open area outside the port. Chapter 175: Optimizing the Psionic Cannon. Target: Uninhabited reef group 10 nautical miles away. Wang Hao stood on the bridge and gave the order in a deep voice. "Charge the spirit cannon." Zhang Meyer personally controlled the device, embedding several mid-grade spirit stones into the energy slots behind the cannon base. Buzz. The thick barrel of the fiery sun psionic cannon began to glow with a dazzling crimson light, the surrounding air distorted due to the high temperature, and a heart-palpitating energy wave spread out. Emission. At Wang Hao's command, Zhang Meyer pressed the activation rune. Boom. A crimson beam of light, as thick as a house and condensed to the extreme, like a flaming spear tearing through the sky, instantly traversed 10 nautical miles and accurately struck the massive reef. There was no deafening explosion, only an intense burst of light and heat. As the light faded, the once jagged reefs were now gone, leaving only a huge, deep pit with glassy edges. Seawater was pouring in, creating a cloud of white mist. The power of that single strike was terrifying. The area in the direction of the port was completely silent. Many people who had initially looked at the ship with scrutiny, envy, or even malice turned pale and silently withdrew their gazes. The power of that cannon shot far exceeded their expectations and was enough to easily damage or even sink most of the spirit ships of the same class. On the Blackwater, the captain stood by the ship's railing, his face so gloomy it seemed to drip water. In the end, he turned and walked into the cabin without saying a word. The test launch was a complete success. After demonstrating its capabilities, the blue crystal calmly returned to its berth. The girls on board cheered and jumped for joy, full of confidence in the new weapon. Wang Hao also nodded in satisfaction. The spirit stones were indeed well spent, and he no longer had to do everything himself. The aftershocks of the test launch still echoed over the harbor when the blue crystal quietly returned to its berth. The girls on deck were still immersed in the excitement of the psionic cannon's powerful impact, while Wang Hao had already begun to ponder deeper questions. He returned to the captain's cabin and summoned Lan Ling. "Blue Spirit, this psionic cannon is indeed quite powerful, but there's only one, so its firepower coverage has blind spots. Moreover, it's an externally purchased item, and its compatibility with the ship's hull is ultimately not as good as weapons you've developed yourself." Wang Hao's eyes were burning. "Try to see if you can absorb, analyze, and optimize it, like the previous crossbows, so that we can generate them on our own. We don't need a lot, but at least we need to ensure that there are no blind spots in the main directions of the ship's firepower." Lan Ling's figure appeared. She looked at Wang Hao, her eyes flashing rapidly with data, clearly showing her great interest in this new challenge. "Understood, Captain. Begin deep scanning and analysis of the psionic cannon, structure, and energy circuit. Connect to the spirit ship's core simulation matrix." As she spoke, the psionic cannons that had just been installed on the bridge and were still radiating warmth were suddenly enveloped in a layer of soft blue aura. The next moment, they vanished silently, as if they had never existed. The entire analysis process was quiet and rapid, and did not attract outside attention. Time passed slowly, and Lan Ling's figure sometimes solidified and sometimes became illusory, clearly engaged in high-intensity calculations and deductions. Wang Hao waited patiently, as this was related to the fundamental improvement of the blue crystal's future firepower. After a long time, almost into the middle of the night, Lan Ling opened her eyes again and waved her hand to project a three-dimensional holographic image of the blue crystal. On the phantom image, the originally solitary starboard gun emplacement has disappeared, replaced by 5 highlighted positions, one on each side of the bow, one on each side slightly aft of the midships, and one in the center of the stern. Captain, simulation complete. Lan Ling's voice carried a hint of relief after completing a major mission. Based on the analysis of the psionic cannon, combined with the characteristics of the psionic ship's own structure and the core psionic furnace, a unique, blazing psionic turret generation scheme has been optimized. She pointed to 5 locations on the Phantom. These 5 nodes are the most suitable locations in the spiritual vein network of the spirit ship to bear high-intensity energy output. Fixed turret bases can be generated at these locations. The turrets themselves can rotate and pitch significantly, and the firing angle is far greater than the previous fixed gun positions. They can effectively cover most of the area around the hull, with almost no blind spots. Its energy source will no longer depend on external spirit stones, but will be directly connected to the spirit fire furnace, with energy provided by the furnace's own spirit fire. The advantage is its immense power. With optimization and the enhancement of spiritual fire, each shot is expected to reach the level of a full-force attack from a 5th-tier weapon cultivator, and its range and penetration are also significantly improved. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was overjoyed. A full-force attack from a 5th-tier weapon cultivator. This was almost a qualitative leap. It was nearly on par with his own full-force attack, which meant that even without his intervention, the blue crystal would possess decisive long-range striking power against opponents of the same level, such as spirit boats or even 1,000-meter-long spirit vessels. Great. What are we waiting for? Generate it immediately. Wang Hao gave the order impatiently. However, Lan Ling shook her head, a hint of helplessness on her face. Captain, it cannot be generated yet. Why? I can slowly generate the energy channels and turret-based structure using the materials of the spirit ship itself, but the core parts of the turret, such as the energy crystal pillar and the array carrier, require a large amount of specific high-purity spirit materials. We currently have a severe shortage of these materials, or we don't have them at all. As she spoke, she projected a long, gleaming list of materials in front of Wang Hao. List of main materials required for constructing the flame psionic turret core. Crimson fire copper, Tier 3 high-grade spirit ore, used to construct cannon barrels and the main body of energy channels. It has excellent spiritual conductivity. Sunstone, Tier 4 low-grade spiritual material. As the core material of the energy crystal pillar, it must be able to withstand and efficiently convert the power of spiritual fire. 5 4th-tier fire attribute, Sea Beast crystal cores, or fire-type spiritual objects of the same energy level, serving as the energy activation and stabilization center for each turret. Flowing fire sand, flame crystal. Various Tier 3 auxiliary spiritual materials. Looking at the dazzling and demanding list, Wang Hao took a deep breath. Every item on it was extraordinary, especially the 4th-tier sunstone and the fire attribute crystal core, which were priceless treasures. No wonder that finished psionic cannon could fetch a high price of 70,000 spirit stones. Its cost was indeed astonishing. In other words, we need to gather all the materials required for these 5 turrets before you can start generating them? Wang Hao confirmed. Yes, Captain. Lan Ling nodded. Furthermore, since this is the first time the spirit fire furnace has been generated and connected, it is recommended to prepare several sets of materials in case of emergency, and to leave room for optimization redundancy. Prepare several copies. Wang Hao felt a dull ache in his spirit stone pouch again. Chapter 176 The Black Market on Blazing Island. Wang Hao felt a dull ache in his spirit stone pouch again. This is definitely a huge expense. Even if he invests all his existing spirit stones, it may not be enough, especially those 4th-tier materials, which are extremely rare. But when he thought of the 5 psionic turrets with power comparable to a 5th-tier attack surrounding the ship, a resolute look flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Okay, I'll take care of the materials, Wang Hao said decisively. Lan Ling, refine this list, indicating the best acquisition methods and alternatives. Rongrong. He looked at Zhang Rongrong, who had been quietly standing guard beside him. Tomorrow morning, take this list with you and use all the spirit stones we can to purchase materials from the major merchant guilds and material shops on the island. Prioritize the main materials, especially sunstone and fire-type cores. If you hear of any, acquire them immediately, regardless of price. At the same time, have Lin Wanqing contact the Lin family. They also collaborate with other crew members' families and simultaneously post purchase requests. Yes, my husband. Zhang Rongrong nodded solemnly. understanding that this matter concerned the future combat foundation of the spirit ship. Wang Hao cast his gaze out the window at the silent harbor and the dark sea in the distance. Firepower is the greatest guarantee for navigating these dangerous waters. This investment is a must. The following morning, Emerald Bay awoke in the mist, while the blue crystal was already bustling with activity. Holding the detailed materials list provided by Lan Ling, Zhang Rongrong, accompanied by several sociable girls and carrying spirit stones that had almost emptied the blue crystal's working capital, set foot on the main island. Their first stop was naturally the Lin family, who had the closest relationship with the blue crystal. Elder Lin Zhengxian personally received Zhang Rongrong. When he saw the long and demanding list of materials, even he, with his extensive experience, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Madam Wang, this is something big about your ship. Lin Zhengxian stroked his beard, his expression grave as he scanned the list for words like radiant sunstone and fire core. These are all hot commodities, especially fourth-tier spiritual materials, which are rarely seen and extremely expensive. Elder Lin, my husband takes this matter very seriously and is willing to pay any price. Zhang Rongrong's tone was gentle yet firm. We would appreciate it if the Lin family would go to great lengths to help us collect these items through all available channels. As for the price, as long as it's not outrageous, we can accept it. This is the deposit. She pushed over a storage bag filled with spirit stones. Lin Zhengxian sensed Zhang Rongrong's determination and knew this was a great opportunity to deepen his relationship with the blue crystal. He immediately said solemnly, Madam Wang, rest assured, the Lin family will do everything in our power. There are about 6,000 caddies of Tier 3 Crimson Fire Copper in the warehouse, as well as some fire-type auxiliary materials such as flowing fire sand, which can be allocated to your ship first. As for the other main materials and the missing parts, I immediately sent a message to the family disciples and contacted the friendly merchant guilds and the treasure-hunting ship repairmen. I will notify you immediately upon receiving any news. Thank you, Elder Lin. Zhang Rongrong felt a little relieved. With the Lin family, a local bigwig on Emerald Island, providing full assistance, her chances of success increased. After paying the deposit and receiving some of the materials from the Lin family's inventory, Zhang Rongrong led her team to visit various well-known chambers of commerce in Emerald Bay, such as the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and Duo Bayok. The situation is indeed not optimistic. Although Tier 3 Crimson Fire Copper is scarce, some was managed to be acquired sporadically through a high-priced purchase offer, barely enough to make up a few portions. However, the 4th-tier Sunstone and the Fire-type core disappeared without a trace, as if they had sunk into the sea. The various chambers of commerce on Emerald Island either had zero inventory or only a small amount of substandard or pre-ordered stock. Mrs. Wang, to be honest, a manager of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce said helplessly. Recently, for some reason, the demand for high-grade fire-type spiritual materials has increased significantly. Not only you, but several ship repair shops are also inquiring about the Sunstone and Fire-type cores. The price has quadrupled since last month, and the supply still cannot meet the demand. Zhang Rongrong was speechless. It seemed that the current tense situation had made everyone realize the importance of strengthening military preparedness, leading to a shortage of related materials and a rise in prices. For several days, Zhang Rongrong and her group searched almost every possible place in Emerald Bay, and even posted a high-reward mission through the Ship Repair Guild, but their gains were still limited. The lack of a stable source for the core 4th-tier materials caused Zhang Rongrong some anxiety. On this day, she was on the ship discussing countermeasures with Wang Hao when Lin Zhengxian personally came to visit, with a mysterious smile on his face. Captain Wang, Mrs. Wang, there's good news. Lin Zhengxian lowered his voice. After making inquiries from various sources, we have obtained some information that has not yet been made public. In 10 days, a batch of fire-type spiritual materials will be sold at the black market auction on Liuhua Island, which is said to include Sunlight Stone. And there are quite a few of them. The black market on Liuhua Island? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. It was a place known for its chaos, located several days sailing southwest of Emerald Bay. It was not directly governed by the major island lords, and was a place where ship repairmen who didn't like to be restrained gathered together. There were even some who had turned into pirates. Is the news reliable? 80% certain, Lin Zhengxian affirmed. The news came from a treasure-hunting ship that our Lin family has been cooperating with for a long time. They saw the goods with their own eyes, but... He changed the subject, his face showing difficulty. Liuhua Island is a mixed bag, and auctions are fraught with danger. Forced buying and selling, and double-crossing are common occurrences. Moreover, we are probably not the only ones eyeing this batch of goods. It is rumored that the Blackwater has also gotten wind of it and has already set off ahead of schedule. Blackwater, a cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Sure enough, it was that persistent ghost. Husband, we. Zhang Rongrong looked at Wang Hao with worry in her eyes. Liuhua Island was not a safe place. It was extremely dangerous. After pondering for a moment, Wang Hao glanced at the still missing core materials on the list and then thought of the scene after the 5 powerful turrets were generated. He had already made up his mind. Go? Why wouldn't I go? Wang Hao stood up, exuding a powerful confidence. Since it's a fair competition, the highest bidder wins. If anyone wants to play dirty tricks. He sneered and patted the newly optimized flame cannon turret beside him. Perfect timing to test the current quality of our blue crystal. He looked at Lin Jingxian. Elder Lin, thank you for informing me of this matter. May I ask if the Lin family can provide more detailed information about Liuhua Island and the auction? For example, the location, rules, and possible competitors? Of course, Lin Jingxian nodded quickly. The relevant information has already been prepared. In addition, if Captain Wang doesn't mind, my Lin family has a fast boat that is quite familiar with that sea area and can guide your ship. That would be wonderful. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Hao did not refuse this kindness. After seeing Lin Zhengxian off, Wang Hao immediately gave the following order. Rongrong, take stock of all the spirit stones and readily convertible resources we have. Sell all the unused pills and magical artifacts to get spirit stones. Chapter 177. It wasn't the ghost ship that did it. Understood. Zhang Rongrong immediately accepted the order and left. She knew that funding was the key to gathering the materials. Wang Hao walked to the nautical chart and fixed his gaze on Liuhua Island in the southwest. Fire Island Black Market. Blackwater. Perfect. If things stay peaceful, fine. But if they really come to provoke me, I can just finish them off. Lan Ling, self-inspect the spirit ship and try to optimize the ship's weapon systems. Zhang Rongrong was extremely efficient. By selling off her stock at any cost, a large number of low-grade pills and low-level spiritual artifacts used for daily transactions were quickly converted into cash. Combined with the remaining spirit stones in her account, she quickly raised more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Adding to his previously unused reserves, Wang Hao now has an astonishing 200,000 low-grade spirit stones at his disposal, which is almost the entire annual income of a family with a spirit ship fleet. At the same time, the Lin family also sent detailed information about Liuhua Island and the black market auction. Liuhua Island is not an island in the traditional sense, but the only volcanic island in an active underwater volcanic group that is above sea level and has a relatively large area. The island has a harsh environment and sparse vegetation, but due to its abundance of fire-type spiritual materials and its unique geographical location, no imperial nobles have taken notice of it, and it has been without an island owner for a long time. In addition, the empire's territory was so vast and unmanaged that it gradually became a lawless zone, giving rise to the black market. There are no fixed rules there. Strength and spirit stones are the only true measure of power. Murder and plundering are commonplace. The intelligence also mentioned that, in addition to the Blackwater, several other ship repair forces active in the nearby waters with bad reputations have also shown interest in this batch of sunstone, including the shameless Scorpion and the powerful Mad Shark. The situation is more complicated than we imagined. Zhang Rongrong looked at the intelligence report, her brows furrowing with worry. It's all right, Wang Hao said calmly. It's easier to fish in troubled waters. Our target is materials. As long as we don't provoke anyone, we'll be fine. But if anyone insists on blocking our way. He didn't finish speaking, but the coldness in his eyes said it all. 3 days later, everything was ready. The blue crystal slowly sailed away from Emerald Bay Wharf, cutting through the waves in a southwest direction. The guide boat sent by the Lin family was a specially made blue speedboat, 100 meters long, commanded by an experienced old captain named Lin Tao, who was very familiar with the sea conditions and hidden dangers in this area. The two ships, one in front of the other, maintained communication and sailed at high speed. The first few days of the voyage were calm and peaceful, with clear blue skies and seas. Occasionally, low-level sea creatures would approach, but they were easily driven away or hunted down by the crew of the Blue Crystal using crossbows, and became reserve materials on the ship. Wang Hao spent most of his time in the captain's cabin, working out new combat techniques. His spiritual sea space was slowly expanding all the time, and as the spiritual patterns evolved, his control over spells became even stronger. Based on the spells, sword techniques, and formations obtained from the purchased jade slips, they worked with Lan Ling to deduce more powerful and potent hybrid spells or sword techniques. On one hand, He would study the fragment of spatial metal whenever he had free time, and occasionally check on the progress of his deductions through Lan Ling. Although it was slow, he could feel that Lan Ling's understanding of spatial power was deepening little by little, and that spatial spirit patterns might appear at any time, which would give him another trump card. Just as Wang Hao was immersed in the simulation and research, the Ship Repair Guild badge pinned to his chest suddenly vibrated rapidly and emitted a faint glow. This was an emergency distress signal from a registered ship repairman nearby. Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, instantly interrupting his cultivation, and appeared on the bridge in a flash. Lan Ling, head towards the source of the distress signal. Full speed ahead. Without hesitation, Wang Hao gave the order and simultaneously attempted to contact the ship via the communication array built into the badge. This is the Blue Crystal. We have received a distress call. Please report the situation. What have you encountered? From the other end of the badge came a cacophony of extreme terror and chaotic noise, a distorted voice screaming intermittently. Not ghost ships. It's they are. The communication abruptly ended, leaving only a chilling busy tone. Not a ghost ship. Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The atmosphere at Emerald Bay was tense, and everyone was on edge. Wasn't that what they were talking about? An attack by a ghost ship that appeared and disappeared without a trace. Rong, Meyer, all personnel on high alert. Something has happened. Wang Hao's voice echoed throughout the ship. The blue crystal suddenly surged with spiritual light, and its speed increased dramatically, hurtling towards the signal source like an arrow released from a bow. The Lin family's guide boat followed closely behind, and Captain Lin Tao's face was full of solemnity. In less than half an incense stick's time, the blue crystal arrived at the sea area where the distress signal was last received. However, the scene before them sent chills down everyone's spines. On the sea surface, there were a large number of broken planks, torn canvases, and some scattered debris. The charred black and dark red bloodstains mingled together, staining a large area of the sea red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and an indescribable aura. A spirit ship, about 300 meters long, has completely disintegrated, with only some larger wreckage remaining as it slowly sinks. The remaining figurehead and some features identify it as the Flying Fish, which sent out a distress signal not long ago. There was no trace of a ghost ship, nor any magical traces left from the battle. It was as if the ship had been torn apart in the most savage way by some pure and terrifying force. Almost at the same time that the blue crystal arrived, two other spirit ships also broke through the waves from two other directions. One was the Mad Shark, whose hull was painted with a ferocious shark head, while the other was a more ordinary-looking cargo ship flying the Merchant Alliance flag. The captains of the three ships appeared on the deck almost simultaneously, looking at each other from a distance, and each saw shock and solemnity in the other's eyes. The captain of the Mad Shark was a burly, fierce-looking bald man. His voice boomed as he spoke first. "Damn it, we're too late again. I rushed over at full speed after receiving the distress call, and it's only been a short while the Flying Fish is already gone." The captain of the merchant ship was a pale-faced, middle-aged man who said in a trembling voice, I only arrived a moment earlier than you all, and by then, it was already like this. It was too fast. From sending out the distress call to going completely silent, it was probably less than 100 breaths. Could it be a ghost ship? Wang Hao frowned, his spiritual sense carefully scanning the wrecked sea. Besides the intense stench of blood and the aura of destruction, he keenly detected a trace of extremely weak residual energy, which carried a violent aura. It wasn't a ghost ship, nor did it seem like it was a spirit ship, Wang Hao said in a deep voice, repeating the last words of the person who cried for help. The person who cried for help explicitly denied it was a ghost ship before dying. Chapter 178 is about the Sea Clan. The bald, burly man and the middle-aged captain both looked at him. Not a ghost ship? What kind of thing could tear a 300-meter spirit ship to pieces in such a short time? Not even a complete corpse was left. The bald man's tone was irritable, but there was also a trace of fear hidden deep in his eyes. The middle-aged captain said worriedly, "Whatever it is, the fact that this thing is specifically targeting us ship repairmen is the scariest thing. Ship repairmen registered in the Empire are protected by the Guild and Imperial law. How many years has it been since we've had such a vicious incident specifically targeting ship repairmen? This is practically a slap in the face to the Empire and the Ship Repairmen's Guild." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, even pirates are selective in their raids, avoiding those with powerful connections. This indiscriminate and brutal attack on ship repair shops goes beyond the scope of ordinary conflict and is more like a provocation. This matter must be reported to the Ship Repair Guild and the Emerald Bay garrison immediately, the middle-aged captain suggested. What's the point of reporting this now? The bald, burly man spat. By the time those old men realize what's happening, it'll be too late. I think we shouldn't go to Flowing Fire Island. Who knows if that damn thing is waiting for us up ahead? He glanced at the blue crystal and the merchant ship and said in a gruff voice, "You guys better watch yourselves. I'm getting out of here. The Mad Shark isn't getting involved in this mess." Without waiting for a response, the Mad Shark turned around and left the unsettling sea at an extremely fast speed, even abandoning its favorite opportunistic gamblers and running away. Upon seeing this, the captain of the merchant ship turned even paler and began to consider retreating. He bowed to Wang Hao with his hands clasped in greeting. "Captain, this matter is strange. I also need to bring the news back to the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. Farewell, take care." After saying that, he hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, only the Blue Crystal and the Lin family's guide boat remained in this bloody sea. The sea breeze, carrying the smell of blood and burnt flesh, rustled and clattered the broken planks together, adding to the eeriness of the place. Zhang Rongrong walked to Wang Hao's side and whispered, "Husband, this matter is too strange, should we?" Wang Hao's sharp gaze swept over the gradually calming sea and the slowly sinking wreckage, and he slowly shook his head. "It is precisely because it is so strange that we want to find out more. This thing moves so quickly and uses such cruel methods. If the Ship Repair Guild does not find out soon, it will be a huge threat to all ship repairmen sailing in this sea area." He paused for a moment. Since it dares to openly provoke the Empire and the Ship Repair Guild, it must have something to rely on and some unknown purpose behind it. We should go and see Flowing Fire Island. Only by strengthening our own capabilities can we succeed. He turned to the guide ship where Captain Lin Tao was. "Captain Lin, speed up. Let's get to Liuhua Island as soon as possible." Captain Lin Tao took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and nodded emphatically. "Understood. Captain Wang, please stay close to me." The Blue Crystal set sail again, but the atmosphere on board was different, now carrying a sense of solemnity in the face of the unknown. Wang Hao returned to the captain's cabin, looked at the direction of Liuhua Island marked on the nautical chart, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Not ghost ships, they? He pondered the fragmented distress messages. What exactly were they? Blue Spirit, record all the residual energy characteristics detected just now, especially that violent energy, and raise the alert level for similar energies. Understood, Captain. Energy signature recorded. The Blue Crystal and the Linha continued sailing towards Liuhua Island, but the atmosphere had become extremely heavy. That brief but brutal attack hung like a dark cloud over everyone's hearts. During the voyage, the Ship Repairmen's Guild's public channel was no longer calm. All sorts of chaotic and alarming messages kept flashing by. "Help! Help! This is the White Gull. We've been attacked by an unknown force. They're moving too fast." From the seabed, the wreckage of a hearse has been discovered southeast of Black Reef Island. It's the surge. The entire ship was sunk. There were no survivors. Damn it. My escort fleet was just scattered. I saw a huge black shadow sweep past the bottom of the ship, and my cargo ship was smashed through a huge hole in the side. It's not just the registered ship repairmen. The Fire Ravens gang of free ship repairmen are also in trouble. One of their spirit ships went missing near Shattered Star Beach, and all that was found were some fragments with teeth marks on them. One shocking message after another came in. It wasn't just registered ship repair companies like the Flying Fish that were attacked. Even some independent ship repair companies that were not under the protection of the Union and operated in a more secretive manner were not spared. The wide range and randomness of the attacks made everyone feel a sense of indiscriminate malice. The public channel within the ship repair badge exploded, with fear and suspicion spreading rapidly. What the hell is that? A sea monster? I haven't heard of any high-level sea monsters migrating to this area recently. Impossible. Even Tier 4 or 5 sea beasts wouldn't target only ship repairmen like that. They hunt based on instinct and don't distinguish between ship repairmen and ship repairmen. And have you noticed that almost all the attacked ships were completely destroyed in a very short time, without even being able to put up any effective resistance? This is something that ordinary sea monsters could not do. It's not a ghost ship, it's not a sea monster. Then what could it be? It couldn't be. Just as the discussion in the channel was intensifying and various speculations were escalating, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly broke in. "They are sea creatures." Those three simple words were like ice water poured into boiling oil, instantly plunging the noisy channel into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, even more intense rebuttals and questions erupted. "Bullshit. Sea creatures? Those strangely shaped orcs? Could they possibly have that ability? Exactly. Aren't those sea creatures all garbage living in garbage dumps, relying on brute force and rudimentary water magic? Every year, we wipe out at least 100 or 80 sea creature tribes that have become significant, and they can hardly even get close to the imperial seas. Nonsense. This sea area is far from the main shipping lanes. How could sea creatures possibly exist here? That hoarse voice rang out again, carrying a hint of mockery and an undeniable calmness. I'm talking about the real sea creatures that slipped in from outside the Empire's borders, from the cracks in those old relics' self-righteous defenses. They can control and manufacture special biological warships, possessing technology and power far beyond your imagination. The targeted attacks on ship repair shops were intended to gather resources, create panic, weaken the Empire's war potential, and test the Empire's reaction. A biological warship? A small group of elite sea creatures that slipped in to weaken war potential and test the Empire's reaction? The combination of these words sent a chill down the spines of every ship repairman who heard them. Chapter 179 First Place Rank 3 Weapon Repair Crew. If this is true, it means the problem is far more serious than they imagined. This is no longer a simple act of piracy or an attack by unknown monsters, but involves an alien invasion. What is the Zhonghai Navy, which is in charge of the Empire's eastern defense line, doing? It spends so much military money every year, and it can't even stop a few small fry. A ship repairman roared angrily. Could the rumors about the ghost ship near Emerald Bay have also been their doing? To cover up their true activities? We're doomed. If they really are the elite of the sea race, then aren't we, these spirit ships that run trade routes, just the perfect targets for them? Panic spread like wildfire through the channel. The ship repairmen, who had initially looked forward to the trip to Blazing Fire Island, now had many thoughts of retreating. They could still fight against unknown monsters, but against an organized, premeditated, and powerful alien army, the strength of an individual seemed so insignificant. On the blue crystal, Wang Hao listened to the chaos on the channel, his eyes sharp as knives. Sea creatures. He was familiar with this term. It was mentioned in the Jade Slips and the Ocean Gazetteer he had purchased. That is a collective term for races that live in the vast and deep ocean, with different forms, unique civilizations and powers, and are active in the ocean. Their relationship with other civilizations, especially human empires, has always been tense and fraught with friction. The Empire spent a fortune building the defense line, primarily to guard against the threat from the sea creatures deep within the endless sea. If what that person said is true, then the recent series of attacks can be reasonably explained. Only the biological warships of the sea creatures, which are so different from the ship repair system of humans, can explain why their attack methods are so bizarre and the residual energy is so unfamiliar and violent. Blue Spirit, retrieve all database information on the sea creatures and their biological warships, focusing on matching the energy residue and attack pattern characteristics we have collected. Retrieving. Database information is limited and mostly consists of general descriptions. However, based on preliminary analysis of the existing data, the remaining violent energy at the scene has a 32% similarity to the energy characteristics of some recorded sea monster war beasts. A similarity of 32% is already quite high in the absence of specific samples. Wang Hao was basically certain that what that person said was almost certainly true. My husband, if they really are sea creatures. The color drained from Zhang Rongrong's face, and her voice trembled slightly. The fearsome reputation of the sea race was enough to instill fear in any cultivator sailing the seas. What is meant to be will be, and what is meant to be will be. Wang Hao said in a deep voice, since we've already run into them, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. The most urgent thing is to get to Liuhua Island as soon as possible, obtain the materials we need, and improve the strength of the blue crystal. Only by becoming strong enough can we survive in this chaos and figure out what these sea creatures are up to. He glanced at the nautical chart. They were not far from Liuhua Island, but the sea ahead was undoubtedly becoming more treacherous. Pass down the order. The spirit ship is to enter maximum combat readiness. All crew members shall take turns on duty, observe the full power operation of the magic array, and closely monitor underwater activity. The blazing psionic turret is ready to be activated at any time. Yes. Like a taut arrow, the blue crystal sailed across the increasingly unpredictable sea. The panic on the public channel continued, but Wang Hao's heart gradually calmed down. No matter whether the opponent was human or demon, pirate or sea creature, nothing could stop his progress. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a small but joyous event occurred aboard the blue crystal. Boom. A muffled rumble of thunder came from a cabin in the crew quarters, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy that spread outwards. Although it was quickly suppressed by the ship's array, the unique lightning-type spiritual energy, carrying both destructive and regenerative auras, still invigorated those nearby. It's Lei Ling. She succeeded. Great. Finally, one of us has broken through to the third tier. It's lightning. That's an extremely powerful element. The brief cheers eased some of the gloom brought on by the news from the sea creatures. The hatch opened, and a tall girl with a ponytail stepped out. Her name was Lei Ling. She was originally a crew member on the ship responsible for guarding and attacking. She had a straightforward personality. At this moment, she had an uncontrollable excitement on her face, and tiny arcs of electricity could be faintly seen around her body. Obviously, she had just broken through and her spiritual power could not be perfectly contained yet. In her hand, she tightly gripped a short halberd with an ancient design, a deep purple body, and flowing lightning patterns on its surface. This was her natal spiritual weapon, the Thunder Fong halberd, which had now been upgraded to a third-tier spiritual weapon, radiating a terrifying thunderous power. Congratulations, Sister Lei Ling. Congratulations on being the first to break through to the third tier. The girls around him gathered around, offering their congratulations in a flurry of voices, their eyes filled with envy. Lei Ling scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly, but her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the bridge. At this moment, someone, with a sly smile, started to jeer and shouted, "Lei Ling, what are you standing there for? Go on." That's right. The captain promised himself that whoever is the first to break through to the third tier will get a reward. We all heard it. Everyone was saying they wanted to get close to the captain, and the captain agreed. Go quickly. Make the captain keep his promise. Make him take you as his concubine. This remark immediately drew a chorus of agreement and good-natured laughter. That's right. Go now. Go, Lei Ling. We support you. The tense atmosphere was dispelled by this sudden juicy topic, and the girls all showed mischievous and expectant smiles, nudging Lei Ling, whose face was rapidly turning red. Lei Ling was straightforward by nature, and her sister's teasing made her blush even more, but her eyes still gleamed with a hint of boldness and anticipation. She took a deep breath, gripped the Thunder Fong halberd tightly, mustered her courage, and walked towards the bridge amidst the encouraging and teasing gazes of the crowd. Inside the bridge, Wang Hao naturally sensed Lei Ling's breakthrough and the commotion outside. He was just feeling relieved that there was another Tier 3 combatant on the ship when he saw Lei Ling walk in with a red face and a look of fearlessness. Zhang Rongrong, who was beside him, was taken aback at first, then covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes filled with understanding and a hint of teasing. Captain, Captain! Lei Ling stopped, her voice stammering with nervousness. She raised the Thunder Fong halberd in her hand. I've broken through to the third tier. Looking at her, Wang Hao understood perfectly what was going on. Recalling the time when he was forced to resign by these bold girls, he couldn't help but smile. He nodded and smiled gently. Congratulations, Lei Ling. You are the first person on the ship to break through to the third level through your own efforts. You've done a great job. Chapter 180. We've arrived at Blazing Island. Upon receiving the praise, Lei Ling's eyes lit up, but thinking of her sister's encouragement and the reward, her cheeks flushed even more. She stammered, the words "to be intimate" or "to be a concubine" circling around her lips several times, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Seeing her unusually coy demeanor, Wang Hao found it amusing, but also felt that a little light-hearted interlude was nice in this perilous voyage. He stepped forward and, to Lei Ling's surprise, gently patted her shoulder, sending a stream of pure and peaceful spiritual energy through her to help stabilize her still somewhat agitated lightning-type spiritual energy after her breakthrough. Maintaining a stable state is key. As for the rewards, Wang Hao paused, looking at Lei Ling, who instantly held her breath, and Zhang Rongrong beside her, who had pricked up her ears, and said with a smile, "It's not too late to talk about it after you stabilize your spiritual C and fully master the power of the third-tier spiritual weapon. Come to the captain's cabin later." His gentle attitude and hints satisfied Lei Ling, and a bright smile bloomed on her face as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, Captain. I will definitely do my best." An ambiguous atmosphere filled the bridge. After this minor incident, the Blue Crystal remained highly vigilant and continued its journey towards Flowing Fire Island. After another day of careful sailing, the sea level ahead began to change. The azure sea gradually became murky, a faint smell of sulfur began to permeate the air, and the temperature rose noticeably. Finally, after passing through a thick sea fog, the outline of a huge island came into view. That is Flowing Fire Island. It's less of an island and more of a massive, still active volcano. The island is dark red in color and sparsely vegetated, with only some unusual heat-resistant ferns and lichens clinging to the rugged rocks. In the center of the island, a huge volcanic cone pierces the sky, with thick smoke constantly billowing from its summit. Occasionally, dark red lava can be seen churning in the crater, casting an eerie orange-red hue over the clouds above. The seawater surrounding the island is a variety of colors due to underwater volcanic activity, and in some places it is even bubbling and releasing white steam. In the island's only natural deep-water harbor, a bay half surrounded by black cliffs, no fewer than 30 spirit ships of various kinds were already moored. These spirit ships varied in size and style. Some were menacing like pirate ships, some were magnificent like merchant guild flagships, and some were simple yet exuded a dangerous aura. They maintained a safe distance from each other, wary of one another. The flags flying on the ship were also varied, including common merchant guild logos and ship repair family crests, as well as some patterns that clearly represented pirates or free forces. Besides the moored ships, one can also see many cultivators piloting flying magical artifacts or diving directly into the steaming seawater around the island, clearly searching for or mining some kind of fire-type spiritual material. Furthermore, small, sturdy, specially designed submarines continuously rise from the seabed, unloading large quantities of ores radiating fire elemental energy or capturing strange fire elemental sea beasts. The entire port of Liuhua Island was filled with an atmosphere of chaos and intense heat. The arrival of the blue crystal has attracted a lot of attention. The powerful aura that was different from that of traditional spirit ships, as well as the fiery psionic turret on the starboard side that emitted extraordinary energy fluctuations, made some people with ulterior motives secretly observe it, and some malicious gazes also slightly restrained themselves. They are unruly, but not stupid. A spirit ship of just over 600 meters is not easy to deal with, not to mention that spirit energy cannon. They don't need to specifically pick on tough nuts to rob. Moreover, when robbing a registered ship repairman, they can't kill him, or the ship repairman guild will issue a bounty. We've finally arrived. Wang Hao stood on the bridge, his eyes sharp as he gazed at the chaotic yet bustling volcanic island before him. Rong Rong, Meyer, Leiling, come with me off the ship. The rest of you stay here and maintain the highest level of vigilance. Yes, my lord. According to the information provided by the Lin family, the black market auction will be held tomorrow evening in a cave inside the island. This is the admission ticket. Zhang Rongrong handed 2 black jade talismans with strange flame patterns to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the jade talisman, scanned it with his divine sense, and after confirming that it was correct, put it into his pocket. We have one more day, so we can take a stroll around the island, gather some intelligence, and see if we can find any clues about sunstone or other necessary materials in advance. The 4 of them blended into the chaotic crowd at the port. Along the base of the cliffs in the port area, many simple shacks and stone houses were built, forming a crisscrossing network of streets. There are almost no rules here. Everywhere you look, you can see fierce-looking, scarred weapon cultivators, as well as merchants with shifty eyes who sell items of unknown origin. They saw burly men carrying reddish-brown or dripping with lava and radiating intense heat past them, stalls displaying fire-type sea beast cubs, still struggling and howling, encased in transparent crystals, and even more, people setting up their operations right there on the open ground, crudely refining some kind of fire-type spiritual material on the spot, the pungent smell filling the air. Come and see. Freshly made earth fire lotus seeds, a top-grade auxiliary material for refining fire-type elixirs. Buying fire crow feathers of tier 3 and above, at prices that will satisfy you. We're forming a team to explore the number 3 underwater volcano. We're missing a skilled weapon repairman who excels in defense. The spoils will be distributed according to contribution. The sounds of hawking and recruitment filled the air. Wang Hao noticed that many people were talking about the recent attacks, their tone filled with worry and speculation. Clearly, the news had reached Liuhua Island. Have you heard? The gray shark also crashed yesterday on its way here, without even making a splash. Damn it, this thing appears and disappears like a ghost, always targeting our ship repair crew. We can't live like this anymore. There are rumors that they are sea creatures. Shoo, watch your words. Who knows if it's true or false? Don't get yourself into trouble. Hearing these comments, Wang Hao and the others exchanged glances, becoming even more certain of the seriousness of the situation. They arrived at a relatively spacious materials trading area consisting of several large stalls. Zhang Rongrong took out a list and began asking about the various spiritual materials needed, thanks to this special region. Tier 3 Crimson Fire Copper and most fire-type auxiliary materials can be found here. Although the price is more than 30% higher than in Emerald Bay, Zhang Rongrong still decisively purchased a batch under Wang Hao's no-expense-spared order. However, when asked about 4th-tier sunstones and fire attribute cores, almost all the stall owners shook their heads. Sunstone? That's a hot commodity, high-grade stuff obtained from deep within volcanoes. I heard there's some at tonight's auction, but there are quite a few people eyeing it. A fire-type core? A 4th-order one? Someone did try to sell a molten fire lizard crystal core a while ago, but it was bought by the Blackwater crew. Chapter 181 Acquired. As expected, the core materials remain scarce, and the focus is on tomorrow night's auction. Just as Zhang Rongrong was haggling with the stall owner, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Hey, isn't this Captain Wang of the Blue Crystal? Wow, what a spree shopping around here. Wang Hao turned his head and saw the Blackwater captain standing not far away with several of his men, their smiles insincere. Their gaze swept over Zhang Rongrong and Zhang Meyer with undisguised greed, finally settling on Lei Ling. They lingered for a moment on the short halberd in Lei Ling's hand, which was crackling with lightning, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. Who do you think it is? It's Captain Blackwater. Wang Hao remained calm. What? Is this blazing fire island Blackwater's territory? Are we not allowed to buy things here? Humph. Captain Blackwater snorted coldly. Buying things is fine, but some things you have to be alive to enjoy. Captain Wang, don't forget my previous reminder. He emphasized the word, remind, making it sound threatening. Upon hearing this, Lei Ling's eyebrows furrowed, and she stepped forward, her Thunder Fong halberd crackling with electricity. What do you mean? Zhang Meyer also gripped the magical dagger at her waist with a cold look in her eyes. The men behind the Blackwater captain immediately tensed up, and the atmosphere instantly became very tense. Wang Hao reached out to stop the impulsive Lei Ling, looked at the Blackwater captain, and suddenly smiled. I appreciate the Blackwater captain's kindness, but whether I am tough or not is none of your concern. On the contrary, you should be careful to avoid capsizing in the rough seas. Wang Hao's tone remained calm, but the chill in his eyes sent a shiver down the spine of the Blackwater captain for no apparent reason. Let's go. Wang Hao ignored him and turned to leave with the 3 women. Captain Blackwater stared at Wang Hao's retreating figure, his face so dark it seemed to drip water. He whispered to his trusted aide beside him. Send someone to keep an eye on them. They want to collect high-grade spiritual materials. Whatever they're doing, we absolutely cannot let them succeed at the auction. Also, inform Scorpion that the plan has changed. The blue crystal is more troublesome than we expected, and they even have a Tier 3 lightning-type weapon cultivator. This is a variable. Weren't they supposed to be full of newly recruited Tier 1 and 2 weapon cultivators? Yes. After leaving the materials area, Wang Hao and his group wandered around for a while, gathering some scattered information, before deciding to return to the blue crystal to recharge for tomorrow night's auction. Back on the ship, Wang Hao immediately summoned the core members. As everyone has seen, Flowing Fire Island is a mixed bag, and the Blackwater is clearly up to no good. There will definitely be a fierce battle at the auction. Moreover, there are sea creatures involved. We must act quickly, obtain the materials, and leave immediately, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. Don't worry, my husband. We have prepared enough spirit stones. Zhang Rongrong nodded. The turret is in good condition and can give any guy who dares to extend his claws a surprise at any time. Zhang Meyer waved her fist. Lei Ling also firmly replied. Captain, my Thunder Fong halberd is itching for battle. Looking at the spirited crowd, Wang Hao felt somewhat relieved. All right, get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow night, we'll go check out the black market auction on Flowing Fire Island. The following day, as the sunset painted the volcanic ash on Liuhua Island a magnificent purplish red, Wang Hao, along with Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and Lei Ling, once again left the blue crystal and headed to the underground auction house located deep within the island. Guided by the black jade talisman, the 4 of them passed through several hidden and rugged rock passages, finally entering a huge natural cave, led by a taciturn guide shrouded in black robes. The interior of the cave is extremely spacious, with a high dome and countless stalactites emitting a faint red glow, resembling a sky full of stars. The cave walls have been carved into stepped seating areas, and about 70 to 80% of the people are already seated there. Most of them have concealed their appearance, either wearing masks or cloaks. In the center of the cave is a circular stone platform that rises above the ground. On it sits a stone table, and an old man in a dark red robe with a hoarse voice acts as the auctioneer. There were faint but powerful spiritual energy fluctuations around the stone platform, indicating that a protective and isolation array had been set up. Guided by the guide, Wang Hao and his three companions sat down in an inconspicuous corner and silently observed the situation on the field. Soon, they sensed several familiar auras, including the Blackwater captain and several other familiar captains. "Everyone, please be quiet." The elderly auctioneer tapped his gavel. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the cave. Same rules as always. Highest bidder wins. The spirit stones are exchanged, and all debts are settled upon departure. Leave this place and bear your own responsibilities. Auction begins. Without any unnecessary words, the items were quickly presented one by one. There were rare spiritual minerals mined from the depths of an underwater volcano, spiritual artifacts sealed with powerful fire-type demon souls, jade slips recording unorthodox fire-type cultivation techniques, and even some female slaves chained in shackles. The auction atmosphere was heated, with bids rising and falling, filled with greed and desire. Wang Hao and his group remained calm and collected, not making any moves initially, but simply waiting patiently. Finally, when a piece of, or crystal clear and seemingly radiating sunlight, was brought out, Wang Hao's spirits lifted. Next item, a fourth-grade low-level spiritual material, sunstone, of excellent quality, starting bid of 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, with each bid increment no less than 500. As soon as he finished speaking, bids began to be made one after another. 11,000, 13,000, 15,000. The price soared rapidly, clearly indicating that there were many people interested in this sunstone. Captain Blackwater and Captain Scorpion also joined the bidding one after another. Wang Hao did not rush to make a move. The bidding slowed down only when the price climbed to 28,000 spirit stones, leaving only Captain Blackwater, Captain Poison Scorpion, and another mysterious person with an old voice competing. 30,000. Wang Hao raised his paddle for the first time and calmly announced the price. His bid silenced the room for a moment, drawing many eyes to the previously quiet corner. 31,000. The Blackwater captain followed grimly. 32,000. Captain Scorpion's shrill voice rang out. The mysterious old man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and gave up. 35,000. Wang Hao raised the price again, this time by a significant margin. Captain Blackwater and Captain Scorpion both turned pale. This price had exceeded the normal value of the sunstone itself, and it was not worthwhile unless they were in urgent need of it. Captain Scorpion gave Wang Hao a cold look, but ultimately did not raise the price. Captain Blackwater gritted his teeth, seemingly still wanting to try, but unsure of Wang Hao's intentions, he ultimately gave up with a resentful snort. 35,000 spirit stones. Sold. The auctioneer brought down the gavel. Wang Hao successfully bid for this crucial sunstone, and Zhang Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. Although the price was high, she had finally achieved her primary goal. Chapter 182 Authority Token. Subsequently, some other supporting materials emerged, and Wang Hao, with his strong financial resources, successfully bid for a sufficient share. During this time, although the Blackwater and Poison Scorpion occasionally raised the price, they did not have any direct conflict with Wang Hao again. However, their resentful gazes almost pierced through his back. When most of the regular auction items had been sold and the atmosphere in the hall had calmed down slightly, the elderly auctioneer cleared his throat, his voice carrying a hint of seduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in this auction is not a physical object, but an opportunity to explore the third level of the central volcano on Blazing Fire Island for 3 days. There are 5 such tokens available. The central volcano of Liuhua Island?" Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. It was one of the most dangerous areas in the Liuhua Island volcanic cluster, but also rumored to offer the most opportunities. Many of you have probably heard that deep within this volcano, not only may rare fourth-order fire-type spiritual materials be found, but there may even be traces of Earth Core Fire Lotus and Primordial Spiritual Fire. The auctioneer's voice was full of enticement. The Earth Core Fire Lotus. That's a top-tier natural treasure used to refine high-level fire-type pills and even aid in cultivating fire-type divine abilities. The Primordial Spiritual Fire is even more rare and hard to come by. A low gasp and murmur rippled through the room. However, the auctioneer changed the subject. Opportunity often comes with danger. According to reliable sources, several mid-stage 4th-tier lava giant lizards are lurking near the entrance to the 3rd level of the volcano. They are powerful, thick-skinned, and can even control subterranean fire, making them extremely difficult to deal with. These 5 tokens are the keys to both opportunity and danger, with a starting bid of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Upon hearing that a mid-stage 4th-tier ferocious beast was guarding the place, the previously heated atmosphere cooled down considerably. A mid-stage fourth-tier beast, and ferocious beasts often have stronger physical bodies, would be even more at ease in that environment. Without sufficient strength and preparation, going there would only be suicide. Most ship repairmen and factions frowned, weighing the risks and rewards. Although the Earth Core Fire Lotus was tempting, the prerequisite was that they had to be alive to obtain it. The bidding became sparse, and the increases were very slow. Clearly, many people were deterred by the fourth-tier ferocious beast. Wang Hao wasn't initially very interested in exploring the permissions, as he had already achieved his main objective for this trip. But when he heard mid-stage fourth-tier lava giant lizard, his eyes suddenly lit up. A fourth-tier fire elemental crystal core. The last core material he needed was right before his eyes. Let's take one, Wang Hao whispered to Zhang Rongrong. Zhang Rongrong was taken aback at first, but then she understood Wang Hao's plan and nodded. Since the competition wasn't fierce, Wang Hao easily won an exploration token by spending only 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Compared to the potential gains and the value of a mid-stage fourth-tier ferocious beast, this price was practically a steal. Captain Blackwater and Captain Scorpion were puzzled when they saw that Wang Hao had actually bought this seemingly useless exploration order. Then, as if they had realized something, their expressions became even more unpleasant. But asking them to confront a mid-stage tier 4 lava giant lizard head-on is far too risky. After the auction ended, Wang Hao successfully completed all the transactions, acquiring the Sunstone, a large amount of auxiliary materials, and the seemingly insignificant exploration token. As I stepped out of the auction house, night had fallen, and the glow from the crater illuminated the surroundings in a dark red light. Husband, you mean? Zhang Rongrong looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao stroked the warm exploration token, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The materials are basically complete. Only the fourth-tier fire-type crystal cores are missing. Those lava giant lizards are perfect. Once we take care of them, we'll return immediately and build the turrets. He handed the storage ring containing the Sunstone and a large amount of auxiliary materials to Zhang Rongrong and solemnly instructed her. Rongrong, you keep these materials yourself to ensure that we can start generating turrets as soon as we get the crystal cores. Don't worry, my husband. I will make the arrangements. Zhang Rongrong took the storage ring, feeling its weight, and nodded solemnly. Mayor, Lei Ling, Wang Hao said, looking at the other two women. While I am away, you are responsible for guarding the blue crystal, remaining vigilant, and preventing the Blackwater or other forces from taking advantage of any situation. In case of emergency, you can contact me at any time through the Soul Connection, and if necessary, you can activate the Flame Psionic Turret for deterrence. Yes, Captain. Zhang Meyer and Lei Ling responded in unison, their eyes showing concern for Wang Hao's solo actions, but even more so trust and determination. Husband, are you sure you'll be alright going alone? After all, it's a mid-stage fourth-tier ferocious beast. Zhang Rongrong finally couldn't help but ask, her brows furrowed with worry. Wang Hao smiled, patted her shoulder, and then gave the three women a reassuring look. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If I can't win, can't I at least run away? Don't forget, I'm the main fighting force on this ship. Seeing that Wang Hao was determined and confident, the three women said no more, only reminding him to be careful. The next morning, as dawn broke, Liuhua Island was shrouded in a sulphurous fog. Wang Hao left the blue crystal alone, his figure flashing a few times before disappearing among the jagged volcanic rocks, heading towards the most majestic crater in the center of the island, which was constantly spewing thick smoke and dark red flames. Following the token's directions, he quickly arrived at a hidden entrance located on the waist of the volcano. Several people were already waiting there. Including Wang Hao, there are a total of 5 token holders. Besides him, the other 4 are. A burly, bald man carrying a giant axe exuded a fierce aura. He was a late-stage third-tier body cultivator. A young man dressed in fine clothes, with an arrogant expression, held a gilded folding fan and was accompanied by 2 guards with considerable presence, clearly indicating his extraordinary background. An old man shrouded in a black robe, with only his sharp eyes visible, was toying with a few copper coins in his hand, exuding an eerie aura of divination. The last one was a hot, red-haired woman wearing tight leather armor and 2 curved swords hanging at her waist. Her eyes were bright, and she had a wild and untamed charm. In addition to these 5 order bearers, 3 leaders of local forces on Blazing Fire Island also stood at the entrance. All of them were top-tier experts at the peak of the 3rd rank. They were the supervisors and order maintainers of this exploration, ensuring that no conflicts would occur between the explorers at the entrance. The richly dressed young man saw that Wang Hao was alone, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He waved his folding fan and said, "Tisk, another lone wolf who doesn't know his own death and wants to try his luck." The bald, burly man merely glanced coldly at Wang Hao before turning his attention away. The old man in black robes, however, looked at Wang Hao a few more times, the copper coin in his hand turning silently, as if trying to discern something. The red-haired woman, on the other hand, scrutinized Wang Hao with great interest, a playful smile playing on her lips. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Wang Hao calmly checked the token, then walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. Once all five had arrived, a supervisor stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you all know the rules. The token is valid for 3 days. During this period, life and death are left to fate. No fighting is allowed at the entrance or within the safe zone. Now, the entrance is open." Chapter 183 Fourth Order Ferocious Beast. As he finished speaking, several supervisors joined forces to unleash a series of spells, bombarding the seemingly seamless rock wall at the entrance. Buzz. The rock face rippled with water-like patterns, slowly parting to reveal a scorching passage that extended inwards, just wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side, and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards us. Walk. The bald, burly man was the first to rush in. The elegantly dressed young man, surrounded by 2 guards, followed closely behind. The old man in black robes and the red-haired woman also used their movement techniques to disappear into the passage. Wang Hao was the last to set off. He stepped into the passage at a leisurely pace. The temperature inside the passage was extremely high, and the surrounding rock walls were dark red, as if they might melt at any moment. The air was filled with dense fire-type spiritual energy and sulfurous toxic fumes, making it difficult for ordinary low-level cultivators to even breathe. After walking only a few hundred meters, the view suddenly opened up, and we had entered the first layer of space inside the volcano. This is a huge circular platform, below which is a churning, boiling lava lake, where scorching air currents distort the very air. The platform connects several narrow stone bridges leading in different directions, extending into the depths of various caves within the volcano's inner walls. The 4 who arrived first had already separated. The bald, burly man chose a stone bridge that emitted violent fire elemental fluctuations, while the elegantly dressed young man walked towards a passage with relatively mild spiritual energy, where some fire elemental plants seemed to grow. The old man in black robes vanished in a few flashes into a hidden crevice. The red-haired woman cautiously observed her surroundings, seemingly weighing which path would yield the greatest reward. According to the general map provided by the auctioneer, the lava giant lizard usually inhabits several large lava caves near the 3rd circular platform. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao discerned the direction, circulated his spiritual energy, and formed a faint layer of spiritual light on his body surface to insulate against the high temperature. Then, with a swift movement, he leaped onto a stone bridge leading directly to a deeper level, without even glancing at the caves along the way that might be nurturing low-level fire-type spiritual materials. His target was clear: the lava giant lizard. This downward-facing stone bridge is exceptionally steep and treacherous, with a bottomless pit of magma below, and scorching waves of heat constantly rising upwards. The deeper one goes, the more violent the fire elemental spiritual energy becomes, even beginning to form an invisible pressure that hinders those who proceed. Wang Hao moved with incredible speed, channeling his spiritual power and pushing his movement technique to its limit, leaving behind trails of afterimages on the narrow stone bridge. Occasionally, he would encounter some fire-type creatures that lived on the rock walls, such as fire spiders the size of millstones and swarms of lava-flying ants, but they were all easily swept away by the punches that Wang Hao casually swung, and could not stop him for even a moment. His actions contrasted sharply with those of the other warrant holders who were cautious, exploring, and collecting as they went. Soon, he crossed the 2nd platform and arrived at the deeper 3rd area. The temperature here is higher, the air is thinner, and the lava lake is larger. Huge bubbles burst from the churning lava, splashing up scorching waves. The surrounding caves are also much larger, with faint, chilling roars and heavy crawling sounds emanating from them. Based on the map and the strong sulfur and fishy smell in the air, Wang Hao quickly located a huge cave located on the edge of the 3rd platform, with lava flowing down like a waterfall from the entrance. Even before getting close, a piercingly oppressive aura emanated from the cave. The territory of a mid-stage Tier 4 ferocious beast. With sharp eyes, Wang Hao not only did not slow down, but instead stomped his foot and shot into the scorching cave like an arrow. The moment you rush into the cave, the scorching heat almost sets you on fire. The cave is extremely spacious, as if it has hollowed out the mountain. The ground is covered with solidified and flowing lava, and the air is filled with the smell of sulfur and fish. In the center of the cave, three enormous creatures were lying on a relatively flat, dark red rock. Those are three lava giant lizards. Each one is nearly 100 meters long, with a body that rises like a small mountain, covered with a thick layer of dark red scales that look like they are made of cooled lava, with a faint crimson light flowing between the gaps in the scales. Their heads were ferocious, their teeth like inverted short swords, and their thick tails swept unconsciously, hitting the rocks with a dull thud. The ferocious aura of a mid-stage fourth-order cultivator was released without reservation, forming a heavy pressure that was enough to shatter the minds and spirits of ordinary third-order weapon cultivators. Not far behind them, amidst the lava, a hazy red light enveloped several strangely shaped plants, the earth core fire lotus. The lotus leaves were like carved red jade, and the lotus pods held aloft in the center emitted an alluring precious light. There were 6 of them. Wang Hao's arrival immediately startled the sleeping giant beasts. Roar! The closest lava giant lizard let out a deafening roar, its huge vertical pupils locking onto the tiny creature that had intruded into its territory. With a sudden burst of power from its limbs, its massive body displayed a speed disproportionate to its size, charging towards Wang Hao like an out-of-control chariot. Its gaping maw opened wide, and a scorching, foul-smelling breath mixed with chunks of magma sprayed out. The other 2 monitor lizards were also startled, letting out threatening growls and slowly rising to surround the area. Faced with such a ferocious beast, Wang Hao showed no fear, but instead his fighting spirit soared. Good timing. He let out a long roar, and the vast spiritual power within his body surged wildly at an unprecedented speed. His body was bursting with spiritual light, the 5 elements circulated, and wind and thunder accompanied him. With fingers pointing like a sword aura, condensed to the extreme, tore through the air, carrying an invincible and sharp Taoist charm. It struck first despite being behind, precisely slashing at the magma breath. Sizzle! The scorching breath was split in 2 by the sword energy, exploding with a bang. The splashed lava landed on the spiritual energy shield in front of Wang Hao, making a sizzling sound, but it could not break through. The sword energy continued its momentum, slashing fiercely at the head of the charging giant lizard. Clang! A deafening roar, like the sound of a great bell, rang out, sparks flying everywhere. The lava giant lizard let out a painful roar, and a deep crack was cleaved in the hardest scales on its head, with blue blood mixed with lava flowing down. Wounded by the attack, the giant lizard became even more ferocious. The other 2 could no longer restrain themselves. One opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of scorching flames, while the other stood upright and slammed down with its huge forepaws with tremendous force. Water control, mystic ice shield. Control the earth, immovable mountains. With a thought flashing through his mind, Wang Hao made a sweeping motion with his left hand, instantly conjuring an ice shield in front of him that rippled with black water and exuded a chilling aura. The ice and fire clashed, releasing a large amount of steam. At the same time, his body was enveloped in a golden-yellow spiritual light, which seemed to transform into a majestic mountain phantom, and he took the blow of the giant claw head-on. Boom! The entire cave seemed to tremble, and the rocks beneath Wang Hao's feet cracked inch by inch, but he remained unmoved. Chapter 184. He's dead. What can you do to me? Seizing the moment when the giant lizards were attacking, Wang Hao launched another counterattack. With a wave of his right hand, crimson flames appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards the 3 giant lizards like a tidal wave, scorching their scales and causing them to let out painful hisses. At the same time, countless incredibly tough blue vines burst forth from the ground, wrapping around the giant lizard's limbs and body like serpents, greatly restricting their movement. Then, controlling the power of wind and thunder, the lightning converged, and each strike carried the might of heaven, hitting the giant lizard's relatively vulnerable eyes, joints, and abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared, accompanied by the giant lizard's shrill screams. Wang Hao fully utilized his understanding of the 5 elements of wind and thunder, effortlessly unleashing attacks of various attributes, which worked together to create a perfect suppression. He gave these thick-skinned giant lizards no chance to breathe. His attacks were like a storm, precise and deadly. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the first giant lizard to be injured could not hold on any longer. Its head was smashed by Wang Hao's lightning strike, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Seeing this, the other 2 monitor lizards finally showed fear in their eyes and tried to escape, but they were entangled by the green vines and their speed was greatly reduced. How could Wang Hao allow them to escape? He unleashed a barrage of wind and thunderous attacks in quick succession. In the end, the remaining two lava giant lizards, with unwilling roars, fell one after another onto the scorching rocks, losing their lives. Silence returned to the cave, except for the gurgling sound of churning lava and three enormous corpses. Wang Hao unleashed a series of high-intensity bursts, eliminating three mid-stage fourth-tier ferocious beasts in just a few breaths. If this achievement were to spread, it would be enough to shake the entire Emerald Bay Sea. His combat power and control over several elemental forces are comparable to those of a spirit boatmaster. With a wave of his hand, he put the three precious giant lizard corpses into his storage ring. Their scales, bones, and blood were all excellent materials for refining weapons and pills. In particular, the crystal cores in their skulls were his ultimate goal for this trip. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to the few earth core fire lotuses that exuded an alluring spiritual energy. Just as he was about to step forward to pick them, a sinister voice suddenly came from the cave entrance. TSK, what impressive skills. Fighting three lava giant lizards all by yourself? I admire you. However, isn't it a bit too greedy of you to devour this earth core fire lotus all by yourself? Wang Hao turned his head and saw that the old man in black robes whom he had seen at the auction before had appeared quietly at the entrance. He was still playing with the few copper coins in his hand, and his eyes under the hood were greedily staring at the earth core fire lotus. What do you want? Wang Hao asked calmly, his expression unchanged. Simple. The old man in black robes chuckled sinisterly. Whoever sees it gets a share. How about we split these 6 earth core fire lotuses equally? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's lips curled into a mocking smile. I worked hard to kill the ferocious beast, and you hid behind to reap the benefits, and now you want half of it? There's no such thing as a free lunch. The old man in black robes frowned. Young man, don't be so stubborn. I am Mo Laogui, and I am a figure of some importance on Liuhua Island. I am only discussing this with you out of respect. If we really fight, you have just gone through a great battle, and your spiritual energy must be quite depleted, right? You may not be my match. Oh, then you can give it a try. Wang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking down at him. Court death. Enraged by Wang Hao's attitude, Mo Laogui roared and threw the copper coin in his hand. In the air, it transformed into 9 sharp blades that shimmered with a ghostly light, forming a strange formation. With a soul-snatching shriek, they came to kill Wang Hao. At the same time, a small black banner flew out from his sleeve, growing longer in the wind and emitting billowing black smoke, from which ghosts howled and wolves howled, clearly indicating that it was an evil magical artifact. You demons and monsters, how dare you be so presumptuous? Wang Hao snorted coldly. He didn't even use many fancy techniques. He simply threw a punch. This punch, seemingly slow, seemed to draw upon the power of the surrounding heaven and earth. The immense spiritual energy condensed into a single point, with the power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder contained within. It struck first despite being delayed, directly hitting the core of the formation composed of 9 copper coins. Click! As if the sound of shattering glass rang out, the 9 copper coins let out a mournful cry. Their spiritual light dimmed instantly, and they scattered and flew away. The force of the fist continued unabated, like a blazing sun, fiercely charging into the billowing black smoke. Ah! A shrill scream came from the black smoke as the small black banner was torn to shreds by the extremely powerful and young fist intent. Old Ghost Mo was struck as if by a severe blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering backward, his face filled with horror and disbelief. He was a peak ship cultivator of a 900-meter spirit boat, with strength comparable to a peak 4th-tier weapon cultivator. Moreover, his ship was incorporating a large number of strange things, and he was especially skilled in strange spells and formations. He thought he could take advantage of the opponent's exhaustion, but he did not expect the opponent's strength to be so formidable. That simple punch severely injured him. The power and Taoist principles it contained were beyond his comprehension. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. Mo Laogui knelt down with a thud, his previous arrogance completely gone, and kowtowed repeatedly. It was my fault for being blind and offending you, fellow Taoist. These earth core fire lotuses all belong to you. I am willing to offer up my entire fortune. I only beg you to spare my life. He hurriedly took off his storage ring and offered it with both hands. Wang Hao walked up to him, took the storage ring, and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside, there were indeed a lot of spirit stones and miscellaneous materials, and even a fourth-order fire-type crystal core and some rare spirit herbs. The item is good. I'll accept it, Wang Hao said calmly. Upon hearing this, old Ghost Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of pain, but even more so with relief at surviving a calamity. He quickly said, "Thank you for your magnanimity, fellow Taoist. Thank you." However, before he could finish expressing his gratitude, Wang Hao suddenly grabbed him by the collar and, to Mo Laogui's horrified gaze, threw him like trash into the churning, boiling lava lake beside him. "No, you went back on your word." Old Ghost Mo roared in utter despair, his body struggling futilely in the air. Wang Hao stood on the shore, coldly watching him fall into the lava, and sneered. "When did I ever promise to spare your life? You're just a freelance ship mechanic, so what if you die? The Ship Mechanics Guild, do you think they'd come after me for your sake?" Ah! With a short, shrill scream, Mo Laogui's figure was swallowed by the crimson lava, leaving not a trace. Silence returned to the cave. Wang Hao's expression remained unchanged. In a place like Liuhua Island where strength is determined by fists, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If he were not strong enough, he would be the one disappearing into the lava right now. Chapter 185 Spirit Fire Acquired. After dealing with the incident involving Mo Laogui, Wang Hao remained calm, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Turning around, he approached the few earth core fire lotuses that emitted a hazy red glow and carefully picked them one by one. These lotuses were warm to the touch and contained incomparably pure fire elemental essence. The lotus seeds inside the lotus pods were even more precious and contained a restrained radiance, making them top-grade main ingredients for refining high-level fire elemental pills. As he picked the last earth core fire lotus, he paused slightly as he was about to place it in the jade box. The moment the fire lotus was taken away, a wisp of extremely pure and condensed fire-type spiritual energy, far exceeding the surrounding environment by hundreds or thousands of times, suddenly pierced through like a spark that suddenly ignited in the darkness. This fluctuation originates from the same source as the earth core fire lotus, but is even purer, carrying a rhythm that seems capable of burning everything, yet also nurturing everything. Wang Hao was shocked and squatted down without hesitation, carefully probing his spiritual energy downwards. Lan Ling analyzed this energy. Extremely high concentration and activity of fire elemental essence detected. Energy level determined. Mid-grade spiritual fire. Preliminary name: Earth Vein Molten Flame Spiritual Fire. Its essence strength far exceeds the existing low-grade stone core fire on the ship. It is estimated to be able to support the refining of 4th to 6th grade pills and spiritual weapons, and can greatly optimize the user's spiritual power quality. Long-term nourishment will indeed help break through bottlenecks. Mid-grade spiritual fire. Earth Vein Molten Spiritual Fire. A brilliant light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and his heart pounded involuntarily. Even with his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of immense joy and excitement. The low-grade stone heart fire on the ship already made the blue crystal's alchemy and weapon refining capabilities far surpass its peers, and the value of this mid-grade spiritual fire was simply worlds apart. With this Earth Vein Molten Core Flame, the future cultivation path of the ship's crew, up to the 6th rank, will be smooth sailing. Coupled with ample resources, mass-producing high-level weapon cultivators will no longer be a dream. Am I truly blessed with good fortune? What I lack always comes to me. He took a deep breath, calmed his turbulent emotions, and began to collect the spiritual fire, especially the mid-grade spiritual fire. Without a specific method, collecting it and bringing it back to the ship would be no easy task. A slight misstep could result in him setting himself ablaze. Open! He let out a low shout, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy burst forth, like an invisible hand lifting up the surface magma to reveal the even hotter, almost liquid, dark red magma beneath. As the magma moved away, the incredibly pure fire elemental energy became even clearer and stronger. You could even see the even hotter magma below, as if it were alive, slowly rotating around a certain core. Wang Hao dared not be negligent. His azure ice-type spiritual power enveloped the area. The extreme cold and extreme heat clashed fiercely, producing a hissing sound. A large amount of white mist rose up, temporarily suppressing the churning magma. Through the temporarily suppressed magma, Wang Hao finally saw the true form of that spirit fire. It was not a flame in the traditional sense, but a ball of liquid light about the size of a fist that was constantly changing shape. Inside the ball of light, countless fine and mysterious natural Tao patterns could be vaguely seen, constantly appearing and disappearing, emitting a terrifyingly powerful heat. This is the true form of the earth vein lava spirit fire. It seemed to sense the external interference, and its originally slow rotation suddenly accelerated. A terrifying heat wave erupted, instantly breaking through the suppression of the ice-type spiritual power. The surrounding magma churned violently as if boiling, and the temperature of the entire cave rose sharply once again. It's not that simple after all. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. This spirit fire already possessed a trace of sentience, knowing how to protect itself and even fight back. He dared not hold back any longer and unleashed the power of the 5 elements simultaneously. Seal up. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the spiritual sea, enveloping the earth vein molten spirit fire. This was a simplified 5-element sealing technique he created based on the 5 elements' spiritual patterns, intended to sever its connection with the surrounding earth vein fire and weaken its power. However, the power of a mid-grade spirit fire is beyond imagination. Just as the net formed by the power of the 5 elements descended, the earth vein molten flame spirit fire trembled violently, and the dark red at its core suddenly shone brightly. A dark golden fire line, condensed to its extreme and only as thick as a finger, shot out like a serpent, instantly piercing through the net of the 5 elements. And its momentum did not diminish, heading straight for Wang Hao's brow. This strike was incredibly fast, and the fire elemental power it contained was terrifying, enough to easily incinerate a high-grade spiritual weapon. In the critical moment, Wang Hao's pupils shrank sharply. Almost instinctively, he mobilized the faint spatial power he had recently comprehended, combined with his own vast spiritual power, to create a layer of subtle spatial ripples in front of him. Buzz! The dark golden fire shot into the spatial ripples, its speed visibly slowing down slightly, and its trajectory also deflecting extremely subtly. It was this insignificant deflection that caused the fire to graze Wang Hao's temple, the scorching heat instantly vaporizing a few strands of his hair and piercing the rock wall behind him with a bottomless, glassy hole. That was close. Wang Hao broke out in a cold sweat, but at the same time became even more excited. The stronger the earth vein lava, the greater its value. It seems that gentle methods won't work. We'll have to refine it by force. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He stopped trying to seal it and instead sat cross-legged on the scorching rock. He held his hands in a ball shape, and his spiritual power surged out like a tide, forming a vortex that forcibly pulled the earth vein lava that was trying to escape back to him. Come here. The earth vein lava struggled violently, bursting out with terrifying high temperatures, attempting to burn away all restraints. Wang Hao's vast spiritual power was constantly consumed and evaporated under its scorching heat, but he gritted his teeth and frantically output the spiritual power in his spiritual sea as if it were free, desperately maintaining the spiritual power vortex and pulling it towards himself little by little. This was an extremely dangerous tug-of-war. Wang Hao's skin began to turn bright red, his sweat evaporated as soon as it seeped out, and a burning pain shot through his veins, as if his whole body was about to be set on fire. But his will was as strong as iron, and he held on with all his might. At the same time, he separated a wisp of his divine sense and tried to contact the faint spirituality of the core of the earth vein lava, conveying a soothing intention. Time passed slowly, and only the sounds of churning lava and the hissing of spiritual energy clashing with spiritual fire remained in the cave. After an unknown amount of time, the struggle of the molten lava finally began to weaken. It seemed to have acknowledged Wang Hao's vast and high-quality spiritual power, or perhaps it was overwhelmed by his unbreakable will. Finally, it stopped resisting and transformed into a gentle golden-red stream of light, slowly disappearing into Wang Hao's spiritual sea space following his guidance. Wang Hao let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile of relief and joy finally appeared on his face. Mid-grade spiritual fire, earth vein molten flame spiritual fire, acquired. Thus, not only were all the objectives of the trip to Liuhua Island achieved, but the gains far exceeded expectations. Chapter 186. You want to leave? Did you ask me first? Just as the molten lava from the earth veins merged into Wang Hao's spiritual sea and was being initially refined, a communication conch shell in his arms suddenly began to vibrate rapidly, and Zhang Rongrong's extremely anxious voice came from within. My lord, something terrible has happened. The Blackwater has somehow gathered 2 more spirit ships, making a total of 3 ships surrounding us. They seem to know you're not on board and are trying to force their way on. Everyone else in the port is just watching. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Sure enough, these hyenas had sniffed out an opportunity. They must have secretly contacted their accomplices after he entered the volcano, waiting for this chance. Hold the line. Have Lan Ling activate all the defensive formations. Prepare the crossbows. I'm heading back immediately, Wang Hao replied in a deep voice, forcibly suppressing the turbulent blood and qi caused by refining the spiritual fire and the extremely depleted spiritual power. His figure transformed into a streak of light, and he sped towards the port at top speed. However, just as he rushed out of the volcanic area and arrived at the foot of a rugged mountain covered with black volcanic rocks, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. The leader was the Blackwater captain's second-in-command, a mid-stage third-tier weapon cultivator with a scar on his face. Behind him were nearly 100 men, each exuding a fierce aura, with the lowest cultivation level being second-tier, and many of them being third-tier experts. They had clearly been lying in ambush here for a long time. Captain Wang, where are you going in such a hurry? Scarface grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with mockery and greed. No need to waste your energy. Your blue crystal and those pretty young women on board are yours for the Blackwater fleet to take. Wang Hao's icy gaze swept over the group of enemies blocking his way, his voice as cold as ice. In broad daylight, in the Imperial seas, do you dare to kill a registered ship repairman? Kill you? Scarface sneered, feeling utterly emboldened. Of course we wouldn't dare kill you. We still have to respect the Imperial law and the Ship Repair Guild. But stalling you for a while shouldn't be a problem. Once our people dismantle your spirit ship and invite all those delicate women away, you'll be alive, just missing your ship and crew. Do you think the Ship Repair Guild would bother to come deep into Flowing Fire Island to hunt us down for such a trivial matter? Ha ha ha. The bandits behind him let out a lewd and arrogant laugh, as if they could already see a bright future ahead. However, before their laughter had even subsided, they felt the air around them suddenly become stagnant and oppressive. Wang Hao's face darkened completely, and an overwhelming killing intent spread out as if it were a tangible thing, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. They're eyeing his spirit ship and trying to harm his people? This has crossed his absolute line. You're really asking for it. Wang Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Since you're courting death, then I'll send you on your way. Controlling thunder. Rumble. In an instant, the sky, which had been somewhat gloomy due to the volcanic smoke, suddenly darkened. Countless dark clouds gathered out of nowhere, with lightning bolts darting wildly within them. A vast divine might enveloped the entire foot of the mountain. The smiles on Scarface and his men's faces froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror and horror. They felt the terrifying pressure that seemed to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Impossible. How could he summon such a wide range of heavenly lightning? Scatter. Form a defensive formation. However, it was too late. Wang Hao suddenly slashed downwards with his sword. Fall. Snap. 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 Hundreds upon hundreds of bolts of azure lightning, each as thick as a child's arm, crashed down from the dark clouds like a torrential downpour. These bolts were not random. They precisely covered the locations of every bandit below. The lightning bolt moved at incredible speed. Destructive power erupted instantly. Oh, no. Help me. The screams abruptly stopped. Under the blazing heavenly lightning, the second-tier cultivators couldn't even put up a single resistance and were instantly reduced to charred remains. The protective spiritual light that the third-tier cultivators had desperately tried to maintain also shattered like bubbles under the continuous bombardment of lightning, and they followed in their companions' footsteps. Lightning raged, and electric snakes danced wildly. The entire foot of the mountain was transformed into a thunderous inferno. In just 2 or 3 breaths. As the last bolt of lightning dissipated, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sun shone down once more. The nearly 100 menacing roadblocks had all turned into charred corpses lying on the ground, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone and burnt flesh. The scarred-faced henchman lay at the front, his body charred black, wisps of smoke rising from his face, long since lifeless. Without even glancing at the death zone he had created, Wang Hao moved with undiminished speed, transforming into a streak of lightning that tore through the sky, continuing his journey toward the port. Using such a large-scale lightning technique consumed a lot of his spiritual power, but his anger and killing intent compelled him to return as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the port, the Blackwater and its 2 accompanying pirate ships were forming a triangular formation around the blue crystal. Various spirit bullets, corrosive water arrows, and grappling hooks were constantly being rained down on the blue crystal shield, causing the shield to fluctuate violently and appear to be on the verge of collapse. The Blackwater captain stood at the bow, brimming with pride, and called out to the blue crystal. Little girls, stop resisting. Just open the shields obediently, or the ship will be damaged, and it'll be troublesome to play with. Once we catch that bastard surnamed Wong, he'll see for himself how we treat you. Ha ha ha. Standing on the bridge of the blue crystal, Zhang Rongrong's face was icy cold as she issued a chilling order through the telepathic array. All ballistae, aim at the gray shark, charging at the forefront on the left. Flame psionic turret. Target, gray shark. Just when Captain Blackwater and his crew thought victory was assured, and the pirate ship named Gray Shark had even lowered its gangplank, preparing to force its way onto the ship. On the starboard side of the blue crystal, on the empty turret base, the crimson array patterns suddenly shone brightly. A destructive energy wave spread out with a roar. Boom! A terrifying beam of light, over 10 feet in diameter and condensed like a crimson crystal pillar, pierced the sky like a divine punishment of flames, instantly traversing hundreds of meters of sea surface and striking the gray shark at its stern with unparalleled precision. There was no deafening explosion, only a teeth-grinding hissing sound as a substance was instantly annihilated by extreme heat. The thick, luminous shield of the gray shark melted away like snow under the sun, followed by its sturdy hull and complex propulsion array. As the light faded, a huge hole, over 10 meters in diameter and with smooth, mirror-like edges, appeared at the stern of the gray shark. The hole pierced through the entire hull, allowing a glimpse of the azure sea behind it. The ship's power was instantly destroyed. The hull went out of control, broke apart, and sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the pirates on board fell into the sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot, letting out desperate screams. One strike, just one strike. A powerful pirate ship was completely destroyed. The port fell into a deathly silence in an instant. All the onlookers, including the Blackwater captain and the people on the other pirate ship, felt as if they had been choked, and the greed and arrogance on their faces were instantly replaced by boundless fear. What is that? A psionic cannon? How could it be so powerful? Run now. However, it was too late. A figure crackling with fine electric light landed on the deck of the blue crystal like a god descending from heaven. It was Wang Hao, who had returned just in time. His cold gaze swept over the remaining 2 panicked enemy ships. You want to leave now? Did you ask me first? Chapter 187, Whether you can survive on it depends on your fate. Wang Hao stood at the bow of the blue crystal, his gaze as cold as ice, sweeping over the Blackwater and Blood Eel, which were panicked and trying to turn and flee after the gray shark was instantly destroyed. Without giving the enemy any chance to breathe, he suddenly stepped off the deck and transformed into a meteor crackling with lightning, charging headlong towards the nearest Blackwater. Stop him! The Blackwater captain screamed, his soul nearly leaving his body. The crew members on deck instinctively raised their magical weapons, unleashing various magical beams. However, Wang Hao didn't even need to adopt a defensive stance. The spiritual energy field of lightning and fire that naturally formed around him easily annihilated and repelled those low-level spells. Like a tiger among sheep, it crashed directly onto the crowded center of the Blackwater's deck. Boom! Where it landed, the raging lightning serpent exploded from its center, instantly turning more than a dozen pirates around it into charred remains. At the same time, the crimson molten lava breath from the spiritual sea swept in like a tidal wave, igniting the deck, sails, and the pirates who couldn't dodge in time, and a chorus of shrill screams immediately rang out. Control thunder. Wang Hao pointed his fingers like a sword, his body crackling with lightning. Countless fine blue electric snakes, as if alive, shot precisely at every pirate on the deck who was armed. No matter where they hid behind the mast, beside the hatch, or raised their protective aura, they were all instantly killed by the all-pervasive, destructive lightning. Fire control. Flowing flame. Wang Hao made a fist with his left hand, and fire elemental spiritual energy in the air gathered wildly, turning into streams of scorching red flames that lashed out like whips at the pirate leaders who were trying to form an array or control the ship's weapons. Wherever the flames passed, magical artifacts melted, and human bodies were charred. There were almost no enemies who could withstand a single blow. This was a one-sided massacre. Wang Hao, like a god of war, rampaged across the deck of the Blackwater, leaving only charred corpses and burning flames in his wake. He deliberately controlled his power, not destroying the ship immediately, but precisely reaping the lives of each pirate. At the same time, he used lightning or fire to severely injure the small leaders who tried to resist, destroying their natal magical artifacts and ruining their cultivation, leaving them to wail in pain. The Blackwater captain and several corps leaders, under the desperate protection of their confidants, huddled near the relatively intact stern castle, watching as the demon-like Wang Hao slaughtered almost all the crew members on deck in just a few dozen breaths. Their faces were ashen, their bodies trembling, and they had lost even the courage to escape. After cleaning the deck, Wang Hao's cold gaze fell on the stern tower. With a casual wave of his hand, a condensed bolt of lightning shattered the heavy wooden door, revealing the Blackwater captain and his crew, all of whom were pale with fear. Now it's your turn. He appeared in front of the Blackwater captain in a flash, and before the captain could beg for mercy, he threw a punch wrapped in lightning. Bang! 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 With several muffled thuds, the Blackwater captain and his several leaders were struck as if by a giant hammer. Their ribs shattered, blood gushed out, and they flew backward like broken sacks, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground, barely clinging to life. Their spiritual seas had been invaded by the violent power of thunder and fire, completely ruining them, making it impossible for them to even commit suicide. Wang Hao didn't even glance at these useless men. He turned and walked towards the Blackwater storage compartment. Any pirates he encountered along the way were dealt with by a tiny arc of electricity or a wisp of fire. He forcibly broke through the storage compartment seal, revealing a mountain of spirit stones, various plundered materials, spirit herbs, finished pills, and low-level spirit artifacts. As if strolling leisurely, Wang Hao's storage rings flashed with light wherever he went, piling up the marked resources. The spirit stone mountain disappeared at a visible speed. The material rack became empty, and pill bottles and spirit weapon boxes flew into his rings. Captain Blackwater and his men slumped in a corner, watching helplessly as their wealth, accumulated over many years and considered their lifeblood, was easily taken away by the enemy, as if it were garbage. Their hearts ached so much that they almost bled, but they couldn't even lift a finger to stop it. All they could do was let out desperate, hoarse gasps, like broken bellows. After looting the last corner of the Blackwater, Wang Hao returned to the deck. At this time, the other ship, the Blood Eel, had been riddled with holes by the ballistae and flame turrets of the Blue Crystal, and the surviving pirates on board were frantically jumping into the sea to survive. Wang Hao's gaze was cold as he ordered through the Soul Connection. Lan Ling, swallow the Grey Dragon, Blackwater, and Blood Eel spirit ships immediately, and clear out all the crew members who have fallen into the water, leaving none alive. Command confirmed. An invisible force field spread out again, enveloping the damaged Blackwater, the capsizing Blood Eel, and the nearly sunken Grey Dragon. In the desperate gazes of the survivors, the wood, metal, and remaining spiritual energy structure of the ship began to disintegrate, turning into streams of light that were absorbed by the Blue Crystal. At the same time, the ballistae on both sides of the Blue Crystal once again emitted deathly shrieks, accurately hitting the heads of every crew member struggling on the sea surface, with blood constantly blooming and dissipating on the surface. In the blink of an eye, the spirit ships, along with all their crew members, vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Wang Hao glanced one last time at the Blackwater captain and the others struggling in the seawater. He casually picked up a relatively intact, door-sized piece of charred ship plank from the side and threw it next to them. This plank is a reward for you. Wang Hao's voice was devoid of any warmth. You should be glad you registered with the Ship Repairers Guild, otherwise. However, whether you can leave alive depends on your fate. After saying that, Wang Hao's figure soared into the sky and returned to the Blue Crystal. The captains of the spirit ships, who were piracy for the purpose of plunder, finally met their end. The spirit ships were destroyed, all the crew members were killed, and the wealth accumulated over the years was looted. This time, they finally met their match. Rome, return to base. Yes, my husband. The Blue Crystal, with a surge of spiritual energy, adjusted its course and sailed away from the death-filled sea without a backward glance, leaving behind only the wooden plank bobbing in the blood-red waves and the 3 dying captains with vacant eyes. Chapter 188 Ship Upgrade 800 meters. The Blue Crystal sailed away from Flowing Fire Island, leaving the port, which had become deathly silent due to the battle, far behind. Inside the harbor, the tense atmosphere only loosened like ice breaking when the shadow of the spirit ship completely disappeared above the horizon, followed by suppressed, trembling gasps and discussions. Look, did you see that? Blackwater, Gray Shark, Blood Eel, 3 old spirit boats, each 700 or 800 meters long, just like that, gone. It's not just gone. The ship was swallowed up completely, leaving not a trace. What kind of monster is that Blue Crystal? That lightning magic, that flame, and that terrifying light cannon. Is this really the power a spirit boat master could possess? I'd believe it if you told me he was a spirit boat master hiding his true strength. Spirit boat master? There are probably more than that. That method of devouring spirit ships is simply terrifying. What kind of secret technique is that? Just who is this Wang Hao? From now on, this sea area will likely be ruled by the blue crystal. Fortunately, we didn't act rashly before. Quickly, send the message back. Wang Hao of the blue crystal is not to be trifled with. Absolutely not to be trifled with. Rumors and fears spread like wildfire across Liuhua Island and its surrounding waters, shrouding the names Blue Crystal and Wang Hao in mystery and terror. Meanwhile, the Blue Crystal, sailing on its return route to Emerald Bay, was in a state of internal turmoil. As soon as Wang Hao returned to the captain's cabin, he immediately took out the 3 enormous lava giant lizard corpses and ordered Xiao Lian to lead a team to quickly dissect them, extracting the 3 fourth-order crystal cores radiating scorching energy from their skulls. At the same time, he also took out the decent-quality 4th-order fire attribute crystal core he had obtained from Mo Laogui's storage ring. For crystal cores, radiating immense fire elemental spiritual power, were neatly arranged in front of him. These were the cores needed to create the blazing spiritual energy turret. Lan Ling, Wang Hao, speaking through the soul connection, said with a hint of anticipation, "All the materials are ready. Let's begin immediately. Fuse the earth vein lava spirit fire, digest and devour what we've gained, evolve the hull, generate all the flame spirit energy turrets, and optimize the ballista system." Command confirmed. Initiate full evolution process. As soon as Wang Hao gave the order, the entire blue crystal seemed to come alive instantly. A deep, powerful hum emanated from within the ship's hull, like the heartbeat of a behemoth. The immense matter and energy it had just absorbed from the 3 pirate ships were being efficiently broken down, purified, and transformed by the blue spirit. The ship's keel, planks, and internal structure began to strengthen and expand at a visible rate. On deck, the crew could clearly feel the ship beneath their feet trembling slightly, and slowly but steadily, growing longer and wider. At the same time, Wang Hao took out the mid-grade spiritual fire, Earth Vein Molten Flame spiritual fire, and officially connected it to the core furnace of the spirit ship, merging it with the original Stoneheart fire. A purer, more vast fire elemental spiritual energy, imbued with the weighty aura of the Earth's pulse, instantly filled every corner of the ship. All the crew members felt warm all over. Their cultivation speed seemed to increase, and their perception of fire elemental spiritual energy became more acute. At the 5 pre-designated nodes on the ship's hull, the bow, the port and starboard sides, and the stern, a fierce crimson light shone brightly. Large quantities of materials such as crimson fire copper and sunburst stone, refined by the pure firepower of a mid-grade primordial spirit fire, perfectly fused with the 4 fourth-order fire elemental crystal cores, beginning to form the turret's base, barrel, and energy conduction array, as if growing. Complex and mysterious crimson patterns flowed and solidified on the surface of the turret, emanating a terrifying wave of destruction. At the same time, the ballista mounts on both sides of the hull were also optimized and increased, with more durable materials being used to replace them, and the firing mechanism becoming more precise and efficient. Ultimately, they were fixed at 10 on each side, for a total of 20 reinforced ballistas. The entire evolutionary process lasted for nearly a day and a night. When the last array pattern was engraved on the 5th turret, the expansion of the ship finally stopped. Wang Hao stood on the newly renovated bridge, feeling the transformed spirit ship beneath his feet. The blue crystal's length has reached a staggering 800 meters. The ship's lines are even more fluid and graceful, its entire body shimmering with a restrained yet profound blue spiritual light, with faint crimson patterns flowing beneath the hull, a symbol of the penetration of mid-grade spiritual firepower. 5 menacing, beast-like Fong-like fiery psionic turrets stand on either side of the bow, on the midships of the port and starboard sides, and at the stern, their muzzles deep and radiating chilling energy fluctuations. 20 gleaming, reinforced ballistae were positioned on both sides of the ship, forming a dense network of close-range firepower. "Captain, evolution complete." Lan Ling's voice carried a hint of pleasure. "The spirit ship's level has been upgraded. Its current length is 800 meters. 5 fiery spirit energy turrets have been generated. The energy channels are stable, and 20 enhanced crossbows have been deployed. Overall defense, speed, and spirit energy transmission efficiency have increased by 50%. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, growth stage. Ship class, Spirit Boat, 800 meters. Power system, sails, spirit fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Soul ship contract, 500/800. Ship functional cabins, Tier 4 spirit field, aquarium, weapon refining workshop, alchemy workshop, spirit fire furnace. Ship weaponry, 5 Tier 5 flame psionic cannons, 20 Tier 4 ballistae, thunder ram, with armor penetration and lightning strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder illusionary light shield, wind control technique intermediate, thunder control technique intermediate, metal control technique intermediate, wood control technique intermediate, water control technique intermediate, fire control technique intermediate, earth control technique intermediate, space beginner, swordsmanship beginner, fist technique beginner, formation technique beginner, puppet beginner. The luxurious panel brought a satisfied smile to Wang Hao's face. Although this trip to Liuhua Island was full of twists and turns, the gains were undoubtedly enormous. The blue crystal has undergone a qualitative leap in strength. Whether it is long-range attack, close-range defense, or potential, it far surpasses ordinary spirit ships and is even capable of going toe-to-toe with some weaker spirit ships. Wang Hao walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the deck. Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and other core members were already waiting outside. Sensing the dramatic changes to the spirit ship, they were all filled with excitement and anticipation. "My lord, our ship has become so powerful." Zhang Rongrong's beautiful eyes shone with admiration. "Captain, this turret is awesome. Next time someone dares to mess with us, we'll blast them to smithereens." Zhang Meyer waved her fist. Looking at the spirited crowd, Wang Hao felt a surge of pride. This is just the beginning. The blue crystal will surely roam the seas in the future, making our name resound throughout the entire imperial seas. "Yes, Captain/husband," the crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with boundless anticipation and confidence for the future. The upgraded blue crystal, like a sword drawn from its sheath, carries hope and strength, cutting through the waves and heading steadfastly towards Emerald Bay at an even faster speed. Chapter 189 Noble Promotion Qualification. The upgraded blue crystal, as if reborn, sailed smoothly back to Emerald Bay at a speed far exceeding its previous capabilities. The ship's streamlined hull, stretching 800 meters, cuts through the waves, its inner radiance gleaming. 5 menacing turrets and 20 gleaming ballistae silently proclaim its inviolable majesty. Standing on the bridge, Wang Hao felt the surging power of the spirit ship beneath his feet and the increasingly rich spiritual energy environment, and he was quite satisfied. The girls on the ship gradually calmed down from their excitement over the transformation of the spirit ship and went about their own business or cultivation, and everything seemed to be in good order. However, this calm did not last long. On the afternoon of the second day of the voyage, the Ship Repair Guild badge pinned to Wang Hao's chest suddenly emitted a continuous and steady vibration, while also emitting a soft white aura. Wang Hao's heart stirred, and he picked up the badge and displayed the projection. Ship Repair Union Urgent Recruitment Notice. Reason: it has been confirmed that the activities of the sea creatures have intensified, with frequent attacks on ship repairs, seriously threatening the security and order of the Empire's seas. Mission: eliminate sea creature units and use the recording stone to fully document the process of killing sea creatures and the characteristics of the sea creature units. Rewards: upload your record using the ship repair badge. After verification, you will be awarded corresponding contribution points based on the strength and number of sea creature units killed. Contribution points can be used to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation manuals, spiritual materials, spiritual treasures, and even noble promotion qualifications and island fiefdoms at any branch of the Ship Repair Guild. Note: sea creatures are ferocious. Please act according to your abilities, cooperate in teams, and prioritize your own safety. The information is followed by simplified illustrations and descriptions of some known marine units. Guild contribution points. Exchange them for noble status. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This was the first time he had ever heard that this small ship repair badge had such a function. It could directly upload photos to earn points, eliminating the need to go through the trouble of visiting the Ship Repair Guild, and it could even be exchanged for such a noble promotion qualification. Nobility. Back then, the status that countless ship repairmen dreamed of, along with an island fiefdom, a fiefdom with spiritual veins, spiritual fields, and spiritual wood resources, enough to allow a family to grow from nothing to something, and eventually to glory. How many more functions is this little thing hiding from me? The Spirit Boatman's badge has so few functions, but what about the Spirit Boatmaster's badge? Does it have more permissions? Will it be as convenient as the internet in my previous life? As Wang Hao stroked the warm badge, he gained a deeper understanding of the behemoth that was the Ship Repair Guild. This system was clearly mobilizing the entire Empire's ship repair force to deal with the threat from the sea race. Almost at the same time, Zhang Rongrong walked in. "Husband, what's this?" Wang Hao nodded and shared the information about the badge with her. "Contribution points, nobility," Zhang Rongrong murmured, a hint of fervor flashing in her beautiful eyes. Nobility, that was the status countless ship repairmen dreamed of, signifying complete integration into the Empire's system. It seems the Empire and the Guild are serious this time. Wang Hao's gaze turned to the distant sea. The threat from the sea creatures is more serious than we imagined. With the issuance of the recall order, the atmosphere on the flight path has clearly changed. Before, after leaving Liuhua Island, you could occasionally see some lone spirit ships. But now, looking out over the sea, there are almost no ships sailing alone. Most are small convoys of 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5, of the spirit ships, maintaining communication and vigilance distances with each other and sailing in coordination. The composition of these fleets is also diverse. There are cargo ships with merchant flags traveling together, spirit ships with family crests joining forces, and even some freelance ship repairmen who usually work alone and have a fierce aura have put aside some of their arrogance and chosen to temporarily team up with familiar or powerful fleets. Clearly, the fearsome reputation of the sea creatures and the Guild's call to arms have made everyone aware of the dangers of acting alone, and banding together for mutual support has become the mainstream in the current seas. The 800-meter-long giant ship Blue Crystal sailing alone seemed rather abrupt, attracting the wary and inquisitive gazes of many other ships in the fleet. However, after sensing the unfathomable spiritual pressure emanating from the Blue Crystal and the chilling turrets on the ship's side, most of these gazes quickly averted, not daring to look too closely. "Husband, should we also join the fleet?" Zhang Rongrong asked. Wang Hao shook his head and said confidently, "No need. With our current strength, we can protect ourselves unless we encounter a large-scale fleet of sea creatures. Acting alone is actually more flexible, and—" Wang Hao's lips curled into a smile. "These contribution points are a good thing. The more people there are, the harder it is to distribute them." At this point, he had already made hunting sea creatures and obtaining points his next important goal. This was not only for exchanging points for resources, but also to find out the sea creatures' movements and strength in order to prevent problems before they occurred. Who knew that one day we little Karami would be selected to go to the Imperial Defense Front as cannon fodder? Moreover, after killing the sea creatures, they also wanted to see if the spirit ship would undergo any changes after being devoured. Pass down the order. Maintain the highest alert level on the entire ship, activate all observation arrays, focus on scanning the underwater area, and report immediately if any trace of sea creatures is found. Wang Hao ordered. Yes. Like a lone hunter, the Blue Crystal sails through increasingly tense waters, awaiting another clash with the alien races of the sea. The ship repairman's call to arms was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The Blue Crystal sailed alone on the azure sea. Wang Hao's decision was undoubtedly bold, but it was also based on absolute confidence in himself and the Blue Crystal's capabilities. Wang Hao carefully studied the contribution point system on the ship repair badge. In addition to the detailed introduction of the sea creatures by the shipwrights, there was also a simple list indicating the approximate score range for different levels of sea creature units. For example, the lowest Tier 2 Murloc Scout is worth 10 points, while Tier 3 sea creatures are marked as 100 points. As for the stronger Tier 4 Deep Sea Priest or Tier 5 War Beast, the points can be as high as thousands or even tens of thousands. Wang Hao had never imagined that the sea creatures were so powerful. Their war behemoths were actually Tier 5 beings, which would correspond to a 1,000-meter-long spirit ship master. No wonder those lone spirit ships lost contact after just a few encounters, and there were still so many sea creatures around. Is it really worth sending so many sea creature teams to infiltrate this low-level sea area? Or what is the reason? The exchange list is dazzling, ranging from basic spirit stones and common spiritual materials to rare cultivation techniques and high-level spiritual treasures. The most eye-catching feature is, of course, the noble promotion qualification. Even the lowest-ranking Lord qualification requires 100,000 points and also includes requirements such as cultivation level and spirit ship level. The corresponding fiefdom obtained by exchanging points is an island with a miniature spiritual vein, enough to establish a small family business. 100,000 points. Chapter 190. First stop, Kaohsiung MRT. Wang Hao thought to himself, this is going to drive all the ship repairmen crazy. However, Wang Hao also cared a lot about the nobles, not because of their privileges, but because they could obtain stable resources to evolve their spirit ships. They could exchange contribution points for many resources that were hard to find outside. The reason why Wang Hao couldn't buy high-level spiritual items from the Ship Repair Guild before was because the items sold to the public were readily available, while high-level crystal cores and spiritual materials required a specific identity to obtain them. Authority, in this context, refers to the imperial aristocracy system, which already points to a shortcut to quickly integrate into the empire, obtain stable resources, and rise in rank. Knowing what he had to do next, Wang Hao didn't hesitate and headed straight for the place where sea creatures were present. The blue crystal's solitary navigation made it stand out conspicuously in this sea area where ships were already sailing in formation. Like a lone lamp in the darkness, it inevitably attracts the attention of predators lurking in the deep sea. On the third day of the voyage, just past noon, the blazing sun made the sea surface sparkle. Inside the bridge, Blue Spirit's warning voice suddenly rang out. Alarm! High-speed, underwater moving targets detected. Numerous. Energy reaction confirmed. Sea Clan. Bearing to port aft, 5 nautical miles away, rapidly approaching. Almost at the same time the alarm sounded, through the observation array, dozens of nimble and swift black shadows could be clearly seen breaking through the water flow beneath the sea to the port side, shooting towards them like sharp arrows. Most of them are humanoid, but their bodies are covered with fine scales, their fingers and toes have webbed structures, and their heads have gill slits that open and close on both sides. They are the basic combat units of the sea creatures, fishmen warriors, and their strength is mostly at the second level. Among them were a few taller figures, wielding staffs made of bone or coral, and surrounded by water elemental fluctuations. These were third-tier sea creatures. Further back, one can vaguely see some larger shadows of various shapes, which are clearly some kind of domesticated sea beasts. It's finally here. Instead of fear, a hint of anticipation flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Standing on the bridge, his voice echoed throughout the ship. Attention, all crew. Engage the enemy on port. Ballistae ready. Fire freely at low-level murlocs. Do not activate the turrets yet. Conserve energy. Yes. As soon as the order was given, the 10 gleaming ballistae on the port side of the blue crystal made a soft whirring sound as their mechanisms turned, locking onto the rapidly approaching merman warriors under the precise control of the maid puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Specially crafted armor-piercing crossbow bolts rained down like a storm, accurately striking the water. These bolts, optimized by Blue Spirit, were forged to possess extremely high penetrating power and speed. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, bursts of murky blood erupted beneath the sea. The merman warriors at the forefront had their scales torn and pierced instantly by the enhanced crossbow bolts, which were as fragile as paper. A mournful shriek could be faintly heard through the seawater. In just a few volleys, more than 20 second-tier merman warriors were riddled with holes and sank to the bottom of the sea. However, the sea creature's attack did not stop. The third-tier sea creature priests raised their staffs, chanting obscure incantations, and water arrows, ice spikes, and mind-disrupting mental waves attacked the blue crystal, attempting to interfere with the ballista's firing and the crew's concentration. At the same time, several sea monsters resembling enlarged swordfish with sharp bony spurs on their foreheads suddenly accelerated, ramming into the blue crystal's port waterline like underwater torpedoes. They clearly intended to destroy the ship directly with brute force. A mere trick, Wang Hao sneered, not even needing to take action himself. The spiritual light flowing across the surface of the blue crystal ship brightened slightly, and a more solid blue spiritual energy shield was instantly generated. The spell attack from the Tier 3 Sea Clan priest landed on the shield, only creating ripples before disappearing without a trace. The sea monsters that crashed into it felt as if they had hit an impenetrable wall, producing a dull, deafening roar. They themselves were shaken so badly that their skulls shattered, they lost consciousness, and slowly sank. Seeing that ranged attacks and ramming were ineffective, the remaining sea creatures seemed to be enraged. They let out sharp screeches and surged forward even more frantically, trying to board the ship. At that moment, Wang Hao made a move. With a flash, he appeared above the port deck, looking calmly at the densely packed sea creatures surging below, and simply raised his right hand. He didn't even use complex 5 elements magic. He simply used the most violent method, lightning control. Boom. Countless terrifying bolts of lightning, as thick as arms and a deep purple color, instantly covered the sea area hundreds of meters off the port side. The lightning struck the water, but instead of being quickly dispersed by the seawater, It seemed to come alive, precisely locking onto each individual sea creature unit and exploding with a deafening roar. In an instant, that sea area seemed to transform into a hellish inferno. Purple lightning leaped wildly, tearing apart and annihilating everything. The second-tier merman warriors instantly vaporized in the lightning, and the pale blue water shields that the third-tier sea priests desperately erected shattered like eggshells, along with their bodies, and were electrocuted into charcoal. The sea creatures lurking underwater were not spared either. They convulsed violently under the terrifying electric current, floated to the surface belly up, and emitted a burnt smell. Just one strike. In less than 10 breaths, the attacking force, which had been so aggressive and consisted of dozens of third-tier sea creatures and a large number of second-tier fishmen, was completely wiped out. The sea was littered with charred corpses and remains, turning the once azure waters into an eerie purplish red and filling the air with a mixture of ozone and burnt smells. The battle began suddenly and ended even more quickly. Those ships watching from afar, witnessing this scene through the observation array, all gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards the blue crystal filled with shock and awe. To wipe out a sizable sea creature raiding party so cleanly and efficiently with a single ship, this strength far exceeded their expectations. Wang Hao gracefully landed back on the deck, his expression unchanged. The bodies and remains of sea creatures floating on the sea surface were clearly recorded, with a focus on photographing several relatively complete corpses of third-tier sea creature priests and special sea beasts. Subsequently, the video data, along with a brief battle description, was uploaded via the transmission array built into the badge. Almost instantly, the badge vibrated slightly, and a message was sent back. Record verified. 8 Tier 3 Sea Clan units, Sea Clan priests, killed, 800 points awarded. 3 Tier 3 Sea Clan units, Spiky Sea Beasts, killed, 300 points awarded. 35 Tier 2 Sea Clan units, Murloc Warriors, killed, 350 points awarded. Total contribution points earned, 1,450 points. Points have been credited to your account. It's quite efficient. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. He had earned 1,450 points in his first battle. Although he was still far from his goal of 100,000, it was undoubtedly a good start. However, just as Wang Hao was about to order the sea surface to be cleared and continue sailing, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chapter 1, 91 New Abilities. Blue Spirit. He inquired through the soul connection. These sea creature corpses, especially those that seem to contain aquatic essence and a peculiar life force unlike ordinary demonic beasts. If the spirit ship were to devour them, would there be any special changes? For example, would it enhance our affinity for water or grant us other abilities? This idea is not unfounded. The spirit ship itself can evolve by consuming spiritual materials and sea beasts. These sea creatures live in the deep sea for a long time and have unique body structures, which may bring unexpected benefits. Lan Ling remained silent for a moment, seemingly analyzing and deducing before responding. Theoretically feasible. The deep-sea life essence and pure water energy contained within the bodies of sea creature units can serve as nutrients for the evolution of spirit ships. By absorbing and analyzing their life structures, there is a high probability of optimizing the ship's underwater performance, increasing resistance to water magic, and a certain chance of gaining special abilities such as underwater stealth or deep-sea resistance. It is recommended to try it. Good. A glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he immediately ordered, Blue Spirit, devour these sea creature corpses and prioritize analyzing their aquatic characteristics and life structure. Command confirmed, commencing absorption. Following Wang Hao's command, the blue crystal ship generated an invisible suction force, drawing the sea creature corpses and remains on the surface of the sea towards the bottom of the ship as if pulled by an invisible hand, and swallowing them up. The entire process was quiet and swift and did not attract the attention of any fleet. After the absorption was completed, the spiritual light flowing on the surface of the blue crystal seemed to become slightly deeper, especially the part of the hull that was in contact with the water, which faintly showed a very faint blue halo. A moment later, Lan Ling's voice rang out again, carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. Absorption and analysis complete. The spirit ship has grown, its basic attributes have slightly improved, and some traits have been successfully analyzed and fused. New capability. Water affinity enhancement. Reduces the resistance of the spirit ship by 5% and increases the efficiency of water-based spiritual energy absorption by 10%. Primary concealment ripple. Can actively consume energy to generate a special water ripple around the hull, which to some extent interferes with mental detection and sound wave positioning. As Wang Hao sensed the subtle changes emanating from the spirit ship, a delighted smile appeared on his face. It worked, and the results far exceeded our expectations. Not only did it gain real points, but it also allowed the spirit ship to absorb and evolve, acquiring valuable water-related abilities. This is of great significance to the spirit ship, which sails on the endless sea year-round. In particular, the primary concealment ripple is undoubtedly a great help when encountering powerful enemies or needing to lie in wait. Hunting sea creatures can earn points to exchange for resources and also promote the growth of the spirit ship. It's a win-win situation. Wang Hao gazed intently at the deep sea in the distance, which no longer seemed like a perilous place, but a hunting ground full of opportunities. Keep moving forward. Stay alert. Let's see which other fearless sea creatures are willing to send us points and sustenance. The next few days of voyage turned into an efficient hunt for Wang Hao and the blue crystal. It seemed that the sea creatures knew they had been discovered and stopped hiding, launching more proactive and frequent attacks. Thanks to Blue Spirit's powerful detection capabilities and the assistance of primary concealment ripple, the blue crystal is always able to detect the traces of sea creature patrol teams or attack groups one step ahead. Wang Hao either used his formidable strength to clear the field from a distance and his favorite thunder magic, or commanded the ship-mounted ballistae to fire precisely, turning wave after wave of attacking sea creatures into points and nourishment. The contribution points in the ship repair badge were increasing steadily and rapidly, and soon broke through the 5,000 mark. As the blue crystal continued to devour the corpses of sea creatures, its affinity for water systems increased, and the effect became more and more significant. Even the outline of the ship underwater became somewhat blurred, and it hardly stirred up any water currents when sailing. This near-dash, score-boosting efficiency naturally attracted the attention of certain entities. Just as the blue crystal was about to leave this area known for its frequent marine activity and return to Emerald Bay for rest, trouble struck. On this day, the sky was overcast, with leaden gray clouds hanging low, and the sea was calm, presenting a deathly stillness before a storm. Suddenly, Lan Ling issued an unprecedentedly urgent alarm, her voice even carrying a hint of solemnity. Highest level alert. Supermassive life reaction and multiple high-energy reactions detected. Directly ahead, 10 nautical miles away, rapidly ascending. Energy level. Level 5. Level 4. Numerous level 3 and level 2. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he instantly appeared on the bridge, looking out at the distant sea through the observation array. The once calm sea suddenly began to churn violently, as if boiling. A massive, suffocating shadow was rising from the depths of the ocean at an alarming speed. The first to break through the sea were dozens of Tier 2 Murloc scouts riding ferocious dolphins and wielding bone spears, spreading out like vanguards. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of Tier 3 Murloc priests emerged from the water, led by a Tier 4 deep-sea priest who was exceptionally tall and wielded a coral staff inlaid with a huge pearl. They chanted ancient and obscure incantations, and dense water elements gathered around them, forming a hazy blue mist. However, the most eye-catching figures were those guarding the deep-sea priest. Those are Tier 4 sea creature hunters. Their bodies are more slender and agile than ordinary fishmen. Their streamlined muscles are full of explosive power, and the scales on their bodies have a dark blue color that is conducive to concealment. They held curved blades crafted from the bones of some deep-sea creature, their edges gleaming with a chilling light. Their eyes were cold and cruel, like those of the most professional assassins, fixed on the blue crystal, radiating a murderous intent that stung the skin. But that's not all. Boom. A roar, seemingly from a primordial beast, shook the entire sea. Under the fervent and awe-inspiring gaze of countless sea warriors, a truly colossal creature crashed through the surface of the sea, creating waves tens of meters high. It was a terrifying behemoth over 1,500 meters long. Its appearance resembled a ferocious sea lion magnified countless times, but its entire body was covered with a thick, rock-like dark blue carapace, which was covered with sharp bone spikes and eerie runes that shimmered with a ghostly light. On its enormous head was a single eye that occupied half of the head and emitted a bloodthirsty red light. Below it was a huge mouth large enough to swallow a small spirit ship, filled with layers upon layers of sharp teeth like guillotines. Its thick limbs are like giant pillars supporting the sky, with webbed claws at the ends. A powerful weapon cultivated by the sea creatures, a Tier 5 war behemoth. Chapter 192, Dying Struggle. It merely floats on the sea, yet its massive, mountain-like body delivers an unparalleled visual impact and a sense of psychological oppression. The single eye swept across the blue crystal with an indifferent and destructive intent, as if looking down on ants, and a violent aura emanated from its body. The fleet that was also searching for the sea creatures in the distance was instantly dimmed, and the cultivators on board turned pale and could hardly breathe. When they discovered that the main force of the sea creatures was rushing towards the blue crystal, their first reaction was not to come to the rescue, but to turn the rudder and run away. In the face of this terrifying main force of the sea race, ordinary spirit boats that are only a few hundred meters long are indeed like toys. They probably wouldn't even last a single exchange before being torn to shreds by this war behemoth along with its elite troops. Looking at this impressive lineup of sea creatures, especially the abyssal war behemoth that exuded a chilling aura, Wang Hao couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. No wonder, those lone spirit ships couldn't even send out a complete distress signal. Wang Hao muttered to himself, but instead of fear, his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. The sudden appearance of such a powerful force in this sea area suggests they have something big planned. But a cold, confident smile slowly curved Wang Hao's lips. Perfect for me. The blue crystal's 5 fiery psionic turrets each possess a single-shot power comparable to a 5th-tier attack. Meanwhile, his own spiritual sea is vast and boundless, with the power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder gathered within him. His spiritual sea is immense, and his foundation profound. If he were to unleash his full power and use mixed spells, it would not be impossible for him to fight against a 6th-tier opponent. Blue Crystal, enter maximum combat readiness. All turrets, charge. Target, that behemoth. Ballistae, fire freely at low-level sea creatures. Rong, Leiling, you two are in charge of commanding the crew. Focus on eliminating those level 4 hunters and deep-sea priests. Yes. Everyone accepted the order with a stern look in their eyes. Just as the colossal beast raised its massive claws, slamming them down towards the blue crystal with the force to crush everything in its path, the Tier 4 hunters transformed into afterimages, attacking the ship's side like ghosts. At the same moment, the deep-sea priest raised his staff, preparing a terrifying, large-scale water-based spell. Wang Hao made a move. His figure soared into the sky, hovering above the blue crystal. Facing the overwhelming attack, he suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The 5 elements revolve, and the primordial chaos returns to one. Wind and thunder are the guide, and spiritual fire is the foundation. Boom! 5 colors of spiritual light, red, cyan, blue, yellow, and white, erupted from his body, soaring into the sky, intertwining and merging. The power of wind and thunder roared within, while the newly acquired, earth-vein molten flame spirit fire provided a vast source of fire energy and a stable framework. In the end, all the power converged into a chaotic pillar of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters and an interior that seemed to contain chaotic air currents that were constantly rising and falling. With a terrifying aura of annihilation, it struck first despite being behind, and fiercely slammed into the giant claw that the abyssal dinosaur was slapping down. At the same time, all 5 turrets of the blue crystal roared. 5 slightly thinner, but equally condensed and terrifying crimson beams of light, like 5 red-hot daggers, shot precisely towards the behemoth's relatively vulnerable eyes, throat, and joints. Boom! Wang Hao unleashed his full power to merge the Chaos Light Pillar spell with the war behemoth's massive claws, powerful enough to shatter mountains. Wherever the chaotic beam of light passed, the thick, rock-like carapace on the giant claws of the dinosaur melted and crumbled as quickly as ice and snow under the sun. The annihilating power of the 5 elements and the ferocity of wind and thunder contained within it directly invaded its limbs. Awoo! The abyssal terror turtle let out its first roar since the start of the war, a roar filled with pain, shock, and rage. Its massive body trembled violently, and the front half of its giant claw was smashed to pieces. Dark blue blood cascaded down like a waterfall, staining a large area of the sea with an eerie color. At the same time, the beams of light fired from the 5 flame psionic turrets of the blue crystal also accurately hit their targets. The beam of light aimed at its eyes was blocked by the dinosaur, closing its eyes in time, but the hard eyelids were melted and a charred pit was carved out. The dark red eye was severely injured and blood flowed out profusely. The beams of light aimed at the throat and joints struck the relatively weak points of the carapace squarely, blasting open several huge wounds that revealed the writhing flesh and stark, white bones inside. In just one encounter, this Tier 5 war behemoth suffered unprecedented damage. On the other side, Lei Ling was extremely brave. Her Thunder Fong halberd drew upon the thunder from the heavens, transforming into a huge phantom of the Thunder Halberd, which directly blasted a charging hunter and his weapon into charred remains. Those deep-sea priests who attempted to unleash powerful forbidden spells suffered devastating blows. Under the control of the crew, the 10 ballistae on the starboard side of the blue crystal carried out several rounds of precise volley fire. The specially made armor-piercing crossbow bolts were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly turning most of the Murloc priests who were still chanting into hedgehogs. The leading 4th-tier deep-sea priest had just erected a huge azure shield when Wang Hao pierced his forehead with a Gungjin sword aura, killing him instantly. The devastating blow from the war behemoth and the instantaneous collapse of its high-end combat forces plunged the remaining sea creatures into immense panic and chaos. Roar! The war behemoth went completely mad, its single eye blazing with hysterical red light. Its massive body churned the seawater, creating towering waves hundreds of meters high. It opened its guillotine-like maw and unleashed a dark, destructive energy breath, gathering all its power, like a death beam piercing the heavens and earth, hurtling towards the blue crystal. This was its desperate attack. Sucker Punch. Wang Hao's eyes were icy as he directly mobilized the power of the earth, vein molten spirit fire. A fireball, no bigger than a palm, instantly condensed in front of him. The small fireball seemed slow, but it actually transcended space, floating lightly towards the terrifying dark breath. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The breath that was powerful enough to annihilate a small island was instantly decomposed, devoured, and purified the moment it came into contact with the small fireball formed from primordial spiritual fire, as if it had met its nemesis. The fireball continued its momentum, seemingly ignoring the distance, and directly imprinted itself on the huge head of the abyssal terror. For the first time, extreme fear appeared in the war behemoth's single eye, but the next moment, its consciousness was swallowed up by endless flames. The small fireball silently entered its head, and then, buzz! A violent burst of fire erupted from the giant beast's skull. Its massive body was instantly covered with countless cracks from the inside out, and red light emanated from the cracks. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the head of this Tier 5 war behemoth that dominated the deep sea crumbled and shattered inch by inch, eventually turning into countless flickering flames that scattered in the sea breeze. Chapter 193 Advancement to Spirit Boatmaster. With the fall of the war behemoth, the remaining sea warriors and sea beasts completely lost their will to fight, letting out terrified screams as they scattered and fled. But how could Wang Hao let go of these mobile points and resources? Leave no one alive. Wang Hao coldly gave the order, and at the same time, lightning surged around him again, transforming into a covering net of lightning that enveloped a large number of sea creatures trying to escape. The blue crystal's ballistae and remaining turrets roared in their final moments, precisely targeting every visible enemy. However, in a short while, the sea area returned to its deathly stillness. Unlike before, the sea was no longer filled with scattered corpses, but with a luxurious trophy ocean that included 4th-tier deep-sea priests, 4th-tier hunters, a large number of 3rd-tier priests, and countless 2nd-tier fishmen. The 5th-tier war behemoth had completely lost its head, with only a section of its body floating on the sea. The fleeing fleet in the distance had long since fallen into utter stagnation and deathly silence. Many people couldn't even believe their eyes and wondered if they were hallucinating. An 800-meter-long spirit ship single-handedly annihilated a main force of the sea race, including a Tier 5 war behemoth. This is something that only happens in myths and legends. Wang Hao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Using his ultimate moves repeatedly had taken a toll on him, but the results were brilliant. Wang Hao immediately took out the Ship Repair Guild badge and calmly recorded the final scene of the battle, especially the floating 4th-tier sea creature corpses and the remains of the 5th-tier war behemoth. As the images and battle summary were uploaded, the badge quickly vibrated violently like never before, and the feedback even slightly moved Wang Hao. Record verification complete. Defeat 1 Tier 5 Naga unit, War Behemoth, for a reward of 10,000 points. Defeat 4 Tier 4 Sea Clan units, Deep Sea Priests, for a reward of 4,000 points. Kill 12 Tier 4 Naga units, Naga Hunters, for a reward of 12,000 points. Slay 67 Tier 3 Naga units, Murloc Priest / Elite Warrior, reward 6,700 points. Kill 2 15 Tier 2 Naga units, Murloc Scouts / Warriors, reward 2,150 points. Total contribution points earned, 34,850 points have been credited to your account. In a single battle, I earned nearly 35,000 points. With his previous contributions, Wang Hao's total contribution points have now surpassed the 40,000 mark. He is nearly halfway to achieving the Lord qualification with 100,000 points. Blue Spirit, Devour. Wang Hao suppressed his excitement and gave the order again. With Wang Hao's command, the blue crystal ship once again generated that invisible suction force. But this time, the targets of the devouring were the main force of the sea race, which contained immense energy and the essence of the deep sea, including the fourth-tier deep-sea priest, the hunter, and the remains of the headless fifth-tier war behemoth. The process of devouring was much slower than ever before. The corpses of high-level sea creatures floating on the sea, especially the mountain-like remains of the war behemoth, seemed to be drawn towards the blue crystal by an invisible hand. The entire ship emitted a deep hum, frantically transforming, absorbing, and fusing the life essence of the sea creatures, the source of the water system, and the immense energy contained in the war behemoth that it had devoured. The blue spirit ship was enveloped in a dense, impenetrable blue cocoon of light. Within the cocoon, spiritual light flowed, and the aura rose steadily at a visible speed, spreading out a heart-palpitating pressure that even made the surrounding sea surface as calm as a mirror. Finally, when the last remnant of the sea creature was completely devoured, the blue cocoon of light suddenly contracted inward and then burst open. Boom! An immense spiritual pressure, far exceeding anything seen before, swept across the area like a storm. Amidst the dazzling spiritual light, the hull of the blue crystal began to grow and extend at a visible speed. The ship's hull became longer and more streamlined, and the deck became wider. The original 800-meter hull was stretched by an invisible hand, breaking through the 1,000-meter mark and finally stabilizing at an astonishing length of 1,050 meters. The lines of the hull were full of power and beauty, and the flowing light throughout the ship was as deep as the sea, yet also carried a hint of fiery heat. The 5 fiery psionic turrets seemed to grow along with the ship's hull, becoming even more ferocious and imposing, while the bases of the 20 ballistae became more stable. Evolution, a leap in the level of life. From spirit boat to spirit vessel, this is a qualitative leap. It signifies that the blue crystal has officially entered the ranks of high-level spirit ships, possessing the capability to sail in wider and more dangerous seas. At the same time, as a ship repairman, Wang Hao was intimately connected with the spirit ship. The moment the blue crystal completed its evolution, he also felt the immense power that followed. The spiritual sea space expanded at an unprecedented speed, becoming more stable and vast. The power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder flowed and grew stronger within it, and his ability to sense and control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased several times over. Under this feedback, his cultivation level also naturally broke through to a new level, enough to match this newly born 1,000-meter spirit ship. Success. Wang Hao felt an indescribable excitement welling up in his heart as he experienced the earth-shattering changes in himself and the spirit ship. Lanling's voice rang out at the right moment, carrying a hint of joy after completing a major evolution. Evolution complete. The spirit ship's level has been upgraded to spirit boat. The hull strength, spirit power capacity, speed, and firepower system have all been optimized. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit. Ship class, Spirit Boat, 1050 meters. Power system, psionic sails, psionic fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Soul ship contract, 500/1050. Ship functional cabins, Tier 5 spirit field, aquarium, weapon refining workshop, alchemy workshop. Ship weaponry, 5 Tier 5 flame psionic turrets, 20 Tier 5 ballistae, thunder ram, with armor penetration and lightning strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder illusionary light shield, wind control technique intermediate, thunder control technique intermediate, metal control technique intermediate, wood control technique intermediate, water control technique advanced, fire control technique intermediate, earth control technique intermediate, space beginner, swordsmanship beginner, fist technique beginner. Core capability update. Advanced water control array, reduces navigation resistance by 200 and increases navigation speed by 500. The concealment field has been upgraded to a spirit boat level concealment field. The concealment effect is greatly enhanced. It can distort light and most energy detection, and it is difficult to detect unless one is a 6th level or higher focused investigator. Deep Sea Intimidation Intermediate. increases the range and effect of intimidation, and has a strong suppressive effect on low to mid-level below level 5 sea creatures. New ability, Submerged Mode, allows the ship to submerge underwater, currently at a maximum depth of 500 meters. Underwater speed is 60 of the base speed. Note, the diving depth and duration, pressure resistance, and subsequent ingestion of deep-sea special materials are all related. Submersible. Upon seeing this new ability, Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. This means that the blue crystal is no longer just a surface warship, but also has the ability to dive into the deep sea. Whether it is evading powerful enemies, exploring underwater ruins, or launching surprise underwater attacks, it has endless possibilities. Although it is currently only 500 meters deep, as long as it continues to devour high-level sea creatures or deep-sea spiritual materials, this depth can be continuously increased. A 1,000-meter-long spirit ship capable of diving. This is probably an extremely rare existence in the entire history of ship repair in the Empire. Wang Haoqiang suppressed the urge to immediately attempt submersion. He knew it wasn't the right time yet. He glanced at the sea surface, which had temporarily returned to calm after a series of battles and engulfment. Blue crystal, target Emerald Bay, full speed ahead. Wang Hao ordered confidently. The newly built 1,000-meter-long spirit ship emitted a joyful and deep roar, its hull shimmering with spiritual light. With the activation of the Advanced Water Control ability, the surrounding seawater seemed to make way for it and give it a boost, its speed suddenly increasing significantly. With an elegance and swiftness far surpassing its previous speed, it broke through the waves and sped towards Emerald Bay.